Ah, after such a long wait, Obito, you have finally made your move to execute the plan to destroy Konoha. Outside the lair of the Nine Tails, Jiang Tian donned a self-crafted azure mask, his scarlet samurai attire resembling a specter in the night. He gripped the long blade strapped to his waist, gazing intently at the moonlit sky as the battle subsided into silence. Jiang Tian gracefully leapt down from the towering tree, making his way towards the cavern where the Nine Tails resided. With every step deeper into the darkness, the labored breaths of Obito, worn from the fierce skirmish, became increasingly audible. Who goes there? Within the confines of the Nine Tails cave, Obito, seated on the ground, stared in astonishment toward the entrance as the sound of footsteps drew near. The footsteps halted, and under the ethereal glow of the moonlight, Jiang Tian, in his azure guise, materialized before him. The two masked men locked eyes in a moment of recognition. Uchiha Madarano, that is not right. I should refer to you as Obito. It seems you have expended considerable energy in subduing the Nine Tails. Jiang Tian's voice broke the tension, causing Obito's expression to shift to one of shock, a wave of wariness surging within him. Aside from the late Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, no one knew of his true identity. Who was this enigmatic figure that possessed knowledge of a deceased man's name? Indeed, to outsiders, the name Uchiha Obito had perished in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Who are you? And how do you know my identity? Obito rose, his mask slowly retracting to reveal his crimson eyes, the three tomo swirling ominously like a sinister emblem. This was the unique power of the Uchiha clan, a potent ocular jutsu known as the Sharingan, derived from their noble lineage. Jiang Tian offered no response, merely observing Obito in silence. Then, his own pupils began to whirl rapidly, transforming into the same scarlet Sharingan, equally embodying the three tomo. You are also of the Uchiha clan. Sheathe your ocular technique. I harbor no ill intentions. Jiang Tian's left eye's tomo spun wildly, nullifying Obito's sudden genjutsu assault. He then seated himself upon the ground, showing no inclination to engage in combat. And oh, ill intent. Yet what brings you to seek me? With Jiang Tian's candor, Obito lowered his hostility, though a necessary vigilance remained, his Sharingan still activated. I wish to partake in the Eye of the Moon plan and collaborate with you, Jiang Tian declared, revealing the purpose of his visit. Damn it! Who are you, and how do you know of the Eye of the Moon? Obito could no longer contain his agitation. This unexpected arrival possessed far too many secrets, unsettling him deeply. I am like you, a pitiful soul yearning for unrequited love, seeking to recreate a world that includes her. Our goals align, thus collaboration is feasible. Through the mask, Jiang Tian gently caressed his eyes, the gift bestowed upon him by her. Since arriving in this world, Jiang Tian had never felt even a hint of warmth. As a commoner, he was thrust into training in ninjutsu purely due to his exceptional talent, forced to participate in the Great Ninja War. He was merely an orphan wishing to survive. Yet he was compelled to the battlefield for the so-called will of fire. This world had never granted him anything, save for her the cheerful Uchiha girl. But in the end, even she fell in battle. From a moment of her death, Jiang Tian resolved to no longer drift through life aimlessly, vowing to master the most formidable ninjutsu and utilize the memories of his past life. To resurrect her, changing this ninja world that I wish to bring back my beloved the Eye of the Moon plan is undoubtedly the optimal choice, is it not? Obito resonated with Jiang Tian's sentiment. Memories of Rin flooding back, she who had always stood by him, never perceiving herself as a burden. Cooperate with me. Do you possess the requisite strength? Obito's tone shifted, vanishing in an instant, reappearing behind Jiang Tian, his pupils morphing into the swirling kaleidoscope of the Manjiki Sharingan. The Kamui dimension activated as he brandished a kunai, poised to strike at his neck. With a resounding clang, Jiang Tian drew his katana, parrying the kunai, and swiftly turned, his crimson eyes shifting to the Manjiki, fixating intently on Obito. Only the Manjiki could stand against another Manjiki. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Obito's throat swelled as a massive fireball surged towards Jiang Tian. With a sudden retreat, Jiang Tian distanced himself, one hand gripping his sword while the other formed seals, a torrent of chakra surging forth. Water release. Water wall. In a place so far from a water source, to think you could use a water wall to counter my fire release is rather audacious. Obito narrowed his eyes. Unconvinced of Jiang Tian's ability to withstand the onslaught, the sound of water meeting fire echoed as the water wall shattered, extinguishing the fireball in its wake. The clash of their ninjutsu resulted in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. Shall we continue this battle? Such vigorous conflict, are you not concerned about the Nine Tails breaking free from its seal? Jiang Tian's expression remained calm. He genuinely wished to avoid conflict with Obito, seeking collaboration instead. That I will accept your participation in my plan. But what can you contribute to the Eye of the Moon? Obito acquiesced, recognizing that in his current state, prolonging their confrontation was unwise. Moreover, having such a formidable ally would undoubtedly facilitate the execution of their plan. I can intercept another Hokage during the Nine Tails assault on Konoha, allowing you to engage your former teacher without outside interference. How's that sound, Sarutobi Hiruzen? To contend with two Hokage simultaneously is indeed troublesome. Obito approached Jiang Tian, extending his hand. Let our collaboration be fruitful. Let it be so. Jiang Tian clasped Obito's hand, and in that moment, two lovesick men forged a unified front. Under the moonlit sky, Obito and Jiang Tian sat atop the Nine Tails cavern, where Obito voiced a lingering question. How did you come to know my secrets? Because my Mangeki can perceive both the past and the future. Jiang Tian articulated the rationale he had prepared in advance, having anticipated Obito's inquiry. He could not reveal that he was a traveler from another world, privy to the storyline. In your eyes? Obito speculated, deducing that one not of the Uchiha clan could possess such cursed eyes. The implications were evident. They were given to me by a girl before she passed. She entrusted her eyes to me. What was her name? Obito inquired, curiosity piqued, aware that only Uchiha elites could awaken the three Tomo. A gentle flicker of tenderness crossed Jiang Tian's eyes. Her name was Uchiha Rin, the girl I cherished most. After conversing for an extended period, they parted ways, agreeing to strike against Konoha in 3 days. Initiating the Nine Tails assault plan, he watched Obito's retreating figure. Jiang Tian slowly removed his mask, revealing a warm, gentle visage. He resembled a bright, sunny youth. Has the Rinnegan been handed over to Nagato? His participation in the Eye of the Moon plan was merely a facade. Jiang Tian's ultimate intention was to seize the Rinnegan and utilize its innate techniques to truly resurrect Uchiha Rin. What he desired was not merely a phantom existence within dreams. He longed to bring her back to life. Chapter 2. The Kyuubi attacks Konoha 3 days later. Under a full moon, Jiang Tian donned the Azura mask once more. He gazed at the photograph on his bedside. Within it was a girl with her hair styled in a bun, her complexion fair, and when she smiled, her 2 canine teeth peeked out, exuding an aura of gentle warmth. Ling, today marks the day I take action, fully embracing the path of rebellion. You won't blame me, will you? Jiang Tian tenderly caressed the image of Uchiha Ling, his eyes filled with tenderness. Her presence had illuminated his world. Yet this damned reality had snuffed out the last flicker of light. Reflecting on his past, he recalled watching anime, feeling a deep melancholy for Obito, who stood against the entire shinobi world for Rin. Now, experiencing a similar sentiment, he understood that without her, the very essence of this shinobi world held no significance. For she was his universe. After securing his katana at his waist, he set the photograph down and whispered softly, "As long as I can bring you back, I would gladly pay any price." Closing the door behind him, he vanished from sight, evading the Anbu patrolling Konoha, and emerged outside the village. With a powerful leap, he ascended a towering tree, gazing into the distance at a wooden hut. It was the clandestine location where Kushina was to give birth, and today, the protagonist of the entire anime, the Prince of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto, would come into existence. As the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, Kushina's seal would loosen during childbirth, presenting the perfect opportunity for action. To be honest, Jiang Tian, a fervent fan of Hokage, was uncertain of the exact timing of Kushina's delivery, only aware of a rough estimate. Yet, Obito was well informed. Kakashi, you never anticipated that your careless words would bring such calamity upon the village. Jiang Tian activated his Sharingan. Observing Kakashi and 2 other Anbu hidden around the hut, a cold smirk crept across his face. Obito had mentioned that Kakashi had spoken of this matter at Rin's grave just days prior. He had informed Rin that their teacher as child was about to be born. And Obito, lurking in the shadows, had overheard, thus orchestrating this Kyuubi attack on Konoha. A ferocious roar erupted as the Kyuubi suddenly materialized within Konoha. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with violent explosions, plunging the village into chaos. Outside the Hokage office, hurried footsteps echoed as someone burst through the door. Fourth Hokage. It's an emergency. The Kyuubi has gone berserk and is attacking Konoha. With golden hair and clad in the Hokage cloak, Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow. Glancing towards the location of Kushina's delivery, concern flashing in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Instantly, he appeared within the village. And moments later, he reappeared in a safe area, cradling a small girl. Are you all right, little one? You are safe now. The ordinary villagers and shinobi of Konoha halted their turmoil, their gazes drawn to the dashing figure of this man, as if they had found their pillar of hope. Indeed. He was known as the Yellow Flash, the fastest man in the shinobi world. The fourth Hokage has arrived. We are saved. Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, a spatial ninjutsu likened to light speed, to save the girl in an instant, instilling a sense of reassurance among the onlookers. Guy Asuma, inform the Anbu and shinobi forces to evacuate the crowd. I will confront the Kyuubi. Understood, Asuma and the youthful Might Guy, clad in a green jumpsuit, relayed the Hokage's orders, guiding civilians away from the Kyuubi's vicinity. The fourth continuously traversed the battlefield using the Flying Thunder God technique, defending against the Kyuubi while striving to save the villagers on the brink of death. Suddenly, Obito, masked and appearing out of thin air, stood atop the Kyuubi's head. Clapping mockingly, the fourth Hokage can still spare a thought for saving others while facing the Kyuubi. You truly are remarkable. Minato halted and turned his gaze towards Obito, instantly grasping the reason behind the Kyuubi's rampage. Who are you, and how can you command the Kyuubi to attack Konoha? Ha ha ha, does it matter who I am? Does a man who has died once still need a name? A grave expression crossed Minato's face. The one who could control the Kyuubi was not to be trifled with. He drew a kunai, preparing to mark the Flying Thunder God technique, ready for battle. Fourth, you are so keen on saving lives. Let us see how many you can actually save. Obito's Sharingan spun wildly, and the Kyuubi's eyes morphed into the kaleidoscopic pattern, once again unleashing havoc upon Konoha. Attack the densely populated areas. This is bad. Minato vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Obito. He positioned the kunai against Obito's neck and whispered, no matter who you are, it ends now. With a forceful grip, he plunged the kunai downward, aiming for Obito's neck. Obito scoffed. Really? The Kamui dimension activated, allowing the kunai to pass through his form, creating distance. Minato gazed in astonishment at Obito's Sharingan. A kaleidoscopic Sharingan. When did another such figure from the Uchiha clan emerge? Jiang Tian had been observing the unfolding scene through his Sharingan. And as the Anbu and Konoha shinobi began to gather, he warned Obito in a modified tone, enough of this game. It is time to execute the plan. Obito regarded Minato and remarked softly, I've heard the fourth Hokage's wife is about to give birth. I wonder whether the child will be a boy or a girl. With that, he activated the Kamui and vanished, prompting Minato to realize that this mysterious figure was targeting Kushina. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique once more, he arrived at the wooden hut where Kushina was to deliver, immediately lifting her into his arms. Kakashi appeared nearby. What is happening, fourth Hokage? A mysterious individual is controlling the Kyuubi to attack Konoha. I fear he may target Kushina. We need to get her back to safety. After relaying his command, Minato disappeared with Kushina, while Kakashi and the two Anbu swiftly made their way back to the village. Outside the village, Obito joined Jiang Tian, and the two masked men observed the scene through their Sharingan. How did you know the teacher would fall into the trap? Jiang Tian, aware of the unfolding narrative, was certain that the fourth would take Kushina away, yet he could not voice this to Obito, lest he be deemed mad. In times of urgency, judgment may falter. The fourth retrieving Kushina seemed a prudent means of protecting her. However, he overlooked the fact that the Kyuubi still rampaged within the village. When the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast clashed, would it not ignite a fierce animosity? Thus, the Kyuubi would only escalate its fury, would it not? Jiang Tian's words sparked a sense of caution in Obito, who regarded the man beside him and jested. Such meticulous thought. I wonder if collaborating with you is a blessing or a curse. A blessing or a curse, we shall soon find out. Jiang Tian replied with a smile, drawing his katana as the two men strode towards Konoha. Chapter 3. The kaleidoscope opens. the illusionary death domain in the Hidden Leaf Village. Within a room, Kunoichi Kukino was in the throes of childbirth, while an increasing number of Anbu members rushed towards her location. Uchiha Obito re-emerged above the Nine Tails, confronting the fourth Hokage, while Jiang Tian stood guard outside the Sarutobi clan's quarters. His singular aim was to intercept the retired third Hokage. Though aged, the old man's strength was not to be underestimated, for he bore the title of Hokage. The Nine Tails rampaged, wreaking havoc throughout the village, as Obito and the fourth Hokage engaged in battle once more. In the chamber of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he donned a long unworn armor, a gift from the second Hokage. Third Hokage, what are you planning to do? An Anbu member stationed at the door inquired as Hiruzen stepped out. The village is in peril. How can I, a former leader, remain idle? I shall join Minato in subduing the Nine Tails and that mysterious individual who has appeared. Hiruzen spoke firmly, clutching his pipe, as it was his duty as a former Hokage to act. Hearing footsteps, Jiang Tian, leaning against a lamppost, stretched leisurely and murmured, "At last, the third Hokage has arrived." The two accompanying Anbu members, spotting Jiang Tian with his Azura mask, immediately grew alert, positioning themselves before Hiruzen. "Who are you?" they demanded. Though their strength paled in comparison to the third Hokage, as Anbu, it was their responsibility to protect their leader. "Are you in league with the one controlling the Nine Tails?" Hiruzen squinted at Obito, initially believing the attack on Konoha to be the work of a single individual. It seemed that today, despite his age, he would have to take action. "Leave this to me. You two go assist the ordinary villagers in the areas under attack by the Nine Tails. But, third Hokage, your safety." "Haha, do you truly believe I am so frail that I cannot even walk? Go without worry. I am a former Hokage after all." After giving his orders, Hiruzen turned to Jiang Tian, his expression grave, and removed his outer robe, revealing armor suited for battle. "I shall not forgive anyone who disrupts the peace of Konoha," he declared coldly, biting his thumb and performing a hand sign. "Ninjutsu, summoning technique, come forth, Monkey King Enma." With a resounding bang, smoke dispersed, revealing the familiar summoning beast. This was the Enma that had left a profound impression on him during his youth. Jiang Tian unsheathed his katana, positioning it across his chest, regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I have long heard that the third Hokage is a master of ninjutsu, claiming proficiency in all techniques aside from yin-yang release and bloodline limits. Today, I shall put this to the test." Jiang Tian infused his katana with lightning chakra, causing arcs of electricity to dance around the blade. Lightning release chakra? Hiruzen formed seals with both hands. Earth release, earth flow river. Instantly, the ground beneath Jiang Tian became slick, the earth transforming into a torrent attempting to sweep him away. Hiruzen, a master of all chakra types, aimed to counter lightning with earth. However, he was unaware that Jiang Tian also possessed mastery over all chakra types. Thus, his strategy would yield little success. Fire release, great fireball technique. Jiang Tian formed seals with astounding speed, completing them in an instant. He leaped back, creating distance, and exhaled a scorching fireball aimed directly at Hiruzen. Water release, water barrier. Hiruzen countered the sudden fireball, his eyes wide with astonishment. It was rare to encounter someone who could form seals with such speed. This young man was undoubtedly a prodigy. "Child, by your voice, you cannot be very old. Why do you wish to attack Konoha?" At this, Jiang Tian smirked coldly. "For no particular reason, I merely desire to do so." A fleeting expression of pain crossed Jiang Tian's eyes. Recalling how Hiruzen had sent his beloved Rei and himself to the battlefield at such a tender age for the sake of the will of fire. Today, he sought to collect on that debt, to show Hiruzen his disciple's demise before his very eyes, allowing him to experience the anguish of loss. "You are nothing short of an evil child." Hiruzen's expression darkened, his resolve to eliminate such a talented yet hostile ninja solidifying. Enma, transform. The Monkey King morphed into a golden staff, which Hiruzen seized, charging towards Jiang Tian. "Finally, we shall see if my strength has reached the level of a Kage." Jiang Tian's left eye behind the mask began to spin rapidly, forming 3 tomo before shifting into a pinwheel shape, activating his Sharingan. The world before Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted dramatically. In a gray realm, a blood-red moon loomed overhead, with countless crows circling ominously. Is this the world of Genjutsu? Hiruzen became wary, scanning his surroundings, realizing he had inexplicably fallen into an illusionary domain. Such power only fueled his intent to kill Jiang Tian. With a swift movement, a crow darted towards him, prompting Hiruzen to swing the golden staff and knock it down. Yet, more crows descended upon him, overwhelming his defenses. One crow approached from behind, transforming into Jiang Tian. Wielding a katana charged with lightning chakra, striking fiercely at Hiruzen. Clang! The staff and katana collided, but in that instant, several more crows flew in, taking Jiang Tian's form. Despite Hiruzen's best efforts to defend himself, one katana slashed across his arm. Why does this feel so real? Hiruzen, wiping the blood from his arm, expressed his astonishment. This was no ordinary illusion. Who are you? Seeing the attack land, Jiang Tian paused, gesturing towards the blood moon above. Just look at the moon and you shall know. Hiruzen looked up, and the pinwheel pattern within the blood moon became increasingly distinct. So it is that Uchiha brat. You cannot be spared. Jiang Tian scoffed. Perhaps you cannot kill me, but I possess unwavering confidence that you lack the strength to defeat me. Focus on your own safety. Boasting is pointless. Jiang Tian pointed at Hiruzen's wound. Once more, he commanded the crows to swarm him. In this realm, space, time, crows, every blade of grass. Even the wind can become my means to kill you. Should you perish within this illusion, it will be true death. Everything here is real, except for me. Jiang Tian caressed his left eye, revealing the power of Rei's Mangeki Sharingan, the death domain. The strength of this Jinjutsu lay in its ability to cause death to those ensnared within, while leaving the caster unharmed. The sole means to break the domain was to eliminate the caster. Thus, esteemed third Hokage, what means do you possess to escape from this illusion? Chapter 4. The light that once shone in the eyes. Jiang Tian gazed at the third Hokage with a piercing gaze, remaining vigilant despite having successfully launched his attack. After all, this was his first confrontation with a shadow-level master. The third Hokage set aside the Rui Jingu Bang and reverted to his true form as the Sage Monkey. Ninja Art, Shadow Clone Technique. With a resounding boom, smoke dissipated, revealing 4 shadow clones that appeared simultaneously, their Sharingan spinning. Jiang Tian's expression grew increasingly grave. The chakra of the 5 clones was astonishingly vast, equal to that of the original. Realizing the gravity of the upcoming ninjutsu, Jiang Tian understood that the third Hokage was not to be underestimated. The 5 figures began to form seals in unison. What is this? Jiang Tian exclaimed, noticing that the seals they formed were all distinct. A torrent of chakra surged forth as the 5 clones unleashed a powerful ninjutsu. 5 elements. Great fireball technique. The 5 third Hokages vanished in an instant, appearing from various directions to encircle a flock of crows in the sky, unleashing a barrage of chakra. The diverse colors of the fireballs struck the crows, and the fusion of chakra attributes amplified the technique's potency. Observing the crows falling one by one, Jiang Tian's kaleidoscope Sharingan spun rapidly, attempting to coalesce the crows once more. As the flock reappeared, restored to its former state, the third Hokage's expression darkened, revealing his growing concern for the young man before him. The ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan were indeed formidable. Third Hokage, if you possess no other means, prepare to meet your end. The reformed flock of crows surged toward the third Hokage, morphing into Jiang Tian wielding a katana. As they drew near, the third Hokage prepared to form seals again, for he was not only skilled in ninjutsu, but also adept in many forbidden techniques left by the second Hokage. This sensation. Jiang Tian suddenly clutched his eyes beneath his mask, anguish etching his features. Indeed, lacking the Uchiha bloodline. Utilizing the kaleidoscope twice in succession proved to be too taxing. Blood flowed from his pupils, and his vision began to blur. The illusionary world of the Death's domain shattered, and his ocular technique dissipated. It seemed he must prepare to obtain Hashirama's cells, Jiang Tian murmured. The third Hokage, observing the sudden disappearance of the ocular technique, remained composed. You cannot yet master the abilities of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, young one. Thus, prepare to embrace death. Underneath his mask, Jiang Tian smirked. Is that so? Does the third Hokage not worry about the fate of his successor? No sooner had Jiang Tian spoken than an ominous aura enveloped the entire village. The voice of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, echoed throughout. Forbidden technique, dead demon consuming seal. The third Hokage's expression shifted dramatically. He too was familiar with the dead demon consuming seal and understood the grave cost of employing such a technique, sacrificing one's life to the Shinigami, ensuring mutual destruction with the enemy. Upon hearing Minato's invocation of the forbidden technique, Jiang Tian recognized that his mission was complete. There was no need to linger further. Third Hokage, we shall meet again. Watching Jiang Tian depart, the third Hokage refrained from pursuit. He hurried into the village, anxiety gripping his heart. Upon his arrival, he found the 9 tails had vanished, and both Minato and his wife lay slain, leaving behind only their newborn child. On a massive rock outside Konoha, one could overlook the devastated village. Under the moonlight, Obito sat on the stone, gazing at the ravaged Konoha, lost in thought. Hearing movement behind him, Obito spoke softly. To think he could single-handedly hold off the third Hokage, it seems choosing to collaborate with you was indeed wise. Jiang Tian sheathed his katana and sat beside Obito, both staring at the village where they had grown up. Are we not traitors? Jiang Tian asked. Obito, gazing at the moon, responded somberly, labels like traitor hold little weight. This world devoid of Rin is utterly dull. A world stripped of excitement ought not to exist. The act of destruction is of little consequence. Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. For him, a world without Uchiha Rin was painted in shades of black. You killed your own teacher. When the truth eventually surfaces, everyone will know that Uchiha Obito is a murderer of his own mentor. Obito remained silent, his gaze fixed on the moonlight. Jiang Tian sensed that the death of Minato weighed heavily on him. To be labeled a villain for killing one's teacher matters little. My mentor was known as the fastest man in the ninja world. Yet, I always fell just short. It was the same when I was trapped beneath the boulder. And when Kakashi took Rin's life, always a step too late. I merely wished to make him experience the pain of losing a loved one by targeting his wife and child. But it led to his demise. Nevertheless, I harbor no regrets. When the Eye of the Moon plan succeeds, all imperfections will be rectified in that world. Jiang Tian nodded. I shall remain hidden in Konoha, continuing preparations for our Eye of the Moon plan. Continuing to lie in wait was Obito's directive, and his agreement stemmed from his own strategy. He intended to partake in the Uchiha massacre, a pivotal event in this ninja world. By defecting alongside Itachi Uchiha, he could seamlessly infiltrate the Akatsuki and approach Nagato to acquire the Rinnegan, thus evading Obito's suspicions. I must return. My absence from the Anbu has drawn attention. Jiang Tian rose to depart, but paused midway. Obito, do you regret causing the death of your mentor? Obito did not turn nor answer Jiang Tian's question, instead silently observing Minato's corpse with a Sharingan. After a long silence, he finally spoke. To recreate a world where Rin exists, everything is worth it. However, there was once light in my eyes. I used to smile while helping the elderly across the street and dreamed of becoming Hokage. As a fan of Hokage, Jiang Tian smiled at Obito's heartfelt admission. Indeed, no one is born a villain, not even this man before him who had betrayed his teacher and clan. He too once had light in his eyes, once aspired to be Hokage. In his previous life, Jiang Tian had encountered numerous discussions in forums regarding whether Obito could be redeemed. Fans of Obito and detractors had long debated this issue, with the former claiming he could never be redeemed after killing his teacher. Jiang Tian found merit in both arguments. Redemption was moot. Those who admired Obito were drawn to his unwavering devotion, which ignited the fourth great ninja war for the sake of Rin. What they cherished was his passion. The critics were not wrong either. No matter how devoted he was, he had still killed his teacher, thus remaining irredeemable. Jiang Tian believed there was no need for redemption. It was true that he was a villain for killing his mentor, yet he once held aspirations of becoming Hokage. The tragedy of the era birthed masked Obito, just as it had created him, a traveler with a mask. After casting a glance at Obito, Jiang Tian vanished into the moonlight, heading towards Konoha. Chapter 5 Jiang Tian reappeared, assisting Orochimaru in his escape from the Hidden Leaf Village. In the Hokage's office, many years had passed since the Nine Tails attacked Konoha. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had resumed his position, managing the affairs of the village. Jiang Tian and Kakashi, adorned with Anbu masks, stood vigilantly nearby. The third Hokage sat at his desk, a pipe in hand, deep in contemplation over documents detailing Orochimaru's investigation into his live experimentation. After a prolonged silence, the third Hokage made his decision. They would apprehend Orochimaru by nightfall. As one of the legendary three shinobi, Orochimaru had once been Sarutobi's most esteemed disciple. Compared to his fellow legendary three, Tsunade and Jiraiya, Orochimaru's prodigious talent had shone brightly in his youth, marking him as a genius among ninjas. Yet now, he had devolved into a mad scientist, obsessively conducting forbidden experiments on the living in pursuit of immortality. Upon receiving the order, Jiang Tian and Kakashi conveyed the third Hokage's commands to the Anbu. As they stepped outside, Jiang Tian glanced at Kakashi, who maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. Kakashi-senpai. It seems Lord Third is quite selfless in his call to capture Lord Orochimaru, he remarked lightly. Kakashi regarded Jiang Tian as a friend, seeing in him a reflection of his deceased companion, Uchiha Obito. When he overheard Jiang Tian's casual remarks about the Hokage, he quickly interjected, Let's refrain from discussing Lord Hokage. As Anbu, it's not our place to voice such opinions. We must focus on executing our mission. Understood, Kakashi-senpai. You always love to lecture me. Jiang Tian replied with a wave as he departed. The prospect of capturing Orochimaru was something Jiang Tian would not allow to come to fruition. He still required Orochimaru for the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells, as well as for further plans that depended on this scientific genius. He could not permit Orochimaru to fall into their hands. As night enveloped the village, Jiang Tian donned his Shura mask once more and vanished into the moonlight. Beneath the starry sky, he darted through the trees, leaping effortlessly until he halted atop a sturdy branch, surveying the dense underbrush below. Orochimaru had indeed chosen a secluded location. Activating his Sharingan, Jiang Tian discerned the entrance to Orochimaru's laboratory, concealed by an illusion, a testament to his caution, yet still insufficient to evade the Anbu's scrutiny. Entering the dimly lit passageway, he found himself in a narrow, seemingly endless corridor riddled with numerous forks, reminiscent of a labyrinth. Although the paths were many, they posed no challenge for Jiang Tian. The Sharingan whirled as he peered through the walls, catching sight of Orochimaru within the laboratory, busily manipulating various instruments. Swiftly navigating the maze, he arrived at the lab's entrance. Orochimaru turned, his gaze locking onto Jiang Tian's. After a moment of surprise, he inquired, "Who are you? And how did you find this place?" At that moment, he appeared relatively composed, not exhibiting any grotesque behavior. Jiang Tian surveyed the laboratory, noting the vast containers connected by glass tubes, reminiscent of his chemistry classes. The vessels contained a murky yellow liquid, and countless specimens appeared to be the living remains of Konoha's residents and shinobi. "Orochimaru, your impending doom is at hand," Jiang Tian declared bluntly. "So, the Anbu have discovered my laboratory," Orochimaru replied, betraying no hint of panic. Instead, he quickly deduced Jiang Tian's identity. Jiang Tian marveled at Orochimaru's intellect. It was a testament to his brilliance. "Indeed, the Anbu are aware of this location, and the third Hokage has ordered your capture by nightfall," Jiang Tian informed him. "This day has arrived sooner than I anticipated. I thought it would take longer for the Anbu to locate my hideout. However, more than your impending capture, I am intrigued by your identity." Orochimaru's pupils transformed, revealing serpentine slits as he lunged forward. Shadow snake hands. His arm morphed, unleashing countless small white snakes, fangs bared, aimed at consuming Jiang Tian. With a swift motion, Jiang Tian drew his katana, severing the snakes, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he vanished, reappearing behind Orochimaru with his blade poised at the man's throat. "Is this how you repay those who assist you, as one of the legendary three?" The glint of steel did not deter Orochimaru. Instead, a look of ecstasy crossed his face. "The Sharingan. The bloodline of the Uchiha clan. This young body is precisely what I've been seeking. Hand it over." Without hesitation, Jiang Tian swung his katana, decapitating Orochimaru, whose head tumbled to the ground, maintaining an expression of exhilaration. Jiang Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. Indeed, Orochimaru was as repugnant as ever. From the headless body, numerous small snakes surged forth, coiling and merging to reform Orochimaru. This sight filled Jiang Tian with trepidation. It was evident that Orochimaru's research had reached alarming heights. Yet, it remained uncertain whether he could successfully transplant the first Hokage's cells. "You cannot kill me," Orochimaru declared triumphantly, clearly pleased with his experimental results. Yet, he was even more satisfied with Jiang Tian's body. Jiang Tian sheathed his katana, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "I genuinely intended only to help you evade capture. I harbor no malice. But do you truly believe I am powerless against you?" Suddenly, Jiang Tian's tone turned icy, his Sharingan morphing into a pinwheel design as he activated his Mangeki Sharingan, fixating on Orochimaru. In that instant, Orochimaru felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Sensing the specter of death looming over him, behind Jiang Tian, he perceived a pair of immense blood-red eyes watching him, warning that any erratic move would result in instant annihilation. Gasping for breath, Orochimaru realized that despite his previous confidence in his breakthrough, he was still vulnerable in the face of the Sharingan. "State your terms," he demanded coldly. Seeing Orochimaru relent, Jiang Tian responded, "Once your experiment is successful, assist me in the flawless transplantation of Hashirama's cells." Orochimaru fell silent, astonished that this mysterious individual possessed such profound knowledge of his endeavors. He had only recently begun researching Hashirama cells and had never expected an enigmatic figure to appear with prior awareness. "Very well, I agree. Orochimaru conceded after a brief moment of contemplation. At present, he lacked the assurance that he could best Jiang Tian in battle. Moreover, with the Anbu's imminent capture, engaging Jiang Tian would yield no advantage. By cooperating, he would still have the opportunity to claim the Uchiha body for himself. After weighing the pros and cons, Orochimaru provided a satisfactory response to Jiang Tian. There is a wealth of research material in the laboratory. Tomorrow, you must help me buy time to transport it all. With their partnership established, Orochimaru sought Jiang Tian's assistance to safeguard his findings. Jiang Tian surveyed the expansive laboratory filled with scattered documents and nodded. I will help you stall for time, but not for long. Gather your most crucial items and leave promptly. Delaying the third Hokage and numerous Anbu was a considerable risk. And now is not the time to act recklessly. Agreed. I will prepare swiftly, Orochimaru affirmed as they finalized their collaboration. Exiting the laboratory, Jiang Tian deactivated his Sharingan. It seemed that illusions were indeed Orochimaru's Achilles heel, explaining why even the Uchiha brothers had been able to subdue him using the Sharingan. As Jiang Tian stepped into the laboratory, the moment his gaze met that of Orochimaru, the latter found himself ensnared in an illusion. Subsequently, everything Orochimaru perceived was but a mirage. The overwhelming dread of death and the haunting visage of those enormous crimson eyes merely deceptive apparitions. Collaborating with Obito, they aided Orochimaru's escape, and thus far, all seemed to progress smoothly. Ling, await my return. I shall undoubtedly bring you back to this realm. Jiang Tian slowly made his way toward the village, fading into the moonlight. Chapter 6. The Might of the Double Kaleidoscope Sharingan and the Assault on the Anbu on the eve of capturing Orochimaru. An increasing number of Anbu members gathered in the Hokage's office. With a command from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the operation officially commenced. Kakashi glanced at Jiang Tian beside him and cautioned, "Be careful. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, is formidable." Jiang Tian nodded in acknowledgement before joining the operation. Under the cover of the moonlight, the Anbu members advanced towards Orochimaru's research base. In the village of Konoha, within Jiang Tian's home, he donned his iconic Shura mask, revealing his eyes transformed into the kaleidoscope pattern of the Sharingan. Two identical figures of Jiang Tian appeared, both indistinguishable even to Kakashi, who also possessed the Sharingan. This was the unique ability of Jiang Tian's kaleidoscope, to create an exact replica of oneself. This was not merely a shadow clone, it was a true duplication, with both being the original. If one perished, the other could take its place, reminiscent of Orochimaru's later immortality techniques. Having prepared everything, Jiang Tian made his move. This night, he would not only face the third Hokage but also numerous elite Jonin members of the Anbu, including Kakashi, necessitating a cautious approach. The kaleidoscope spun, and Jiang Tian vanished from his location, reappearing outside Orochimaru's secret base, employing a space-time ninjutsu akin to Kimui, a technique that straddled the line between illusion and reality. As the starlight dimmed and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, Jiang Tian's Sharingan whirled, observing the flickering figures of the Anbu in the woods. He activated the Dream Realm, appearing amidst the trees to launch an assault on the Anbu members. With a swift slash of his long blade, crimson droplets painted the moonlit ground as the lifeless bodies fell heavily to the earth. Bang, bang, bang. With the kaleidoscope activated, Jiang Tian moved like a ferocious tiger, slaughtering the Anbu members. Enemy attack. Enemies are approaching. Stay vigilant. Kakashi shouted to the Anbu beside him, while Jiang Tian concealed himself in the shadows. The Anbu he had just slain possessed weak mental fortitude, easily ensnared by the illusion of the Sharingan, allowing Jiang Tian to dispatch them with ease. However, no weaklings enter the ranks of the Anbu. Once they regained their wits, it would not be as simple. Nonetheless, that was inconsequential. As long as he could slow their advance, his objective of stalling time would be accomplished. But there was still the third Hokage to contend with. Dressed in Anbu garb, Jiang Tian approached the darkness, activating the Sharingan to open the Dream Feather Realm, retrieving the prepared attire as he ventured towards Orochimaru's base. One Jiang Tian would create distractions outside, while the other awaited the third Hokage inside. Kakashi, what has transpired? Sarutobi Hiruzen, arriving shortly after, noticed the fallen Anbu bodies and inquired, sensing an oddity. It seemed that the intentions of the two mysterious figures who had appeared during the Nine-Tails assault on the village had not faded with time. For years, the third Hokage had investigated Jiang Tian and Obito, yet uncovered nothing substantial. No one suspected that both mysterious figures were indeed ninjas from the Leaf Village. Kakashi, hold off the hidden enemies. I I will proceed to capture Orochimaru. Concealed outside, Jiang Tian revealed a smile of triumph as everything unfolded according to his plan. The third Hokage was indeed such a person, publicly espousing selflessness while harboring substantial selfishness. Just wait, soon, a spectacle would unfold. In the laboratory, the Jiang Tian replicated through the kaleidoscope cautiously lurked in the shadows, eager to witness whether the third Hokage would truly be selfless enough to kill his own disciple. According to the narrative of the Hokage, the third Hokage had spared Orochimaru out of compassion. But in this reality, would the third Hokage, who upheld the will of fire, allow Orochimaru, who conducted experiments on his own kin and harbored ill intentions towards Konoha, to escape? The third Hokage entered the laboratory, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the secret chamber. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. He unfurled a scroll, and with a resounding bang, 2 canine ninjas materialized, specifically trained for tracking. Following the ninjas, he swiftly arrived at the interior of the laboratory, where he found Orochimaru, engrossed in organizing documents. The third Hokage gazed in shock at the scene before him, his eyes narrowing at the sight of living subjects submerged in glass jars, used as experimental specimens. A cold light flashed in his eyes as his expression turned grave. Orochimaru, Master, you have come personally. Do you intend to kill me? Orochimaru replied, his demeanor calm as he regarded the third Hokage. Conducting experiments on the village's own kin is unforgivable, the third Hokage asserted. Master, do you not understand? These individuals met their fate for the sake of my grand experiment. Immortality, what a marvelous concept. Orochimaru spoke with a look of rapture, extolling the virtues of his research. In his youth, after losing his parents on the battlefield, Orochimaru realized the frailty of the human body and the necessity for transformation. You were once my most prized disciple, yet now I find myself compelled to kill you. The third Hokage gently removed his Hokage cloak, preparing to confront his own pupil. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's demeanor gradually shifted to madness, a perverse smile spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, your most prized disciple? Do you not find that amusing, Master? Though I never aspired to become Hokage, your choice to overlook me has left me somewhat disappointed. The third Hokage's expression tightened. You hold me responsible for not selecting you as Hokage? No. I merely find you excessively hypocritical. You claim I am your most esteemed disciple, yet you never considered me for the Hokage position. But none of that matters now. I seek immortality, and that goal is nearly within reach. The third Hokage, observing the deranged Orochimaru, felt that persuasion was futile. Master, come now. Let me see how much strength you possess in this present state. Orochimaru launched the first attack, his lower body transforming into a serpent's tail, writhing and lunging toward the third Hokage as if he were a snake. Concealed in the shadows, Jiang Tian watched with cold detachment. Betraying one's master was indeed a significant trait of the Hokage. Ninjutsu, summoning technique, Enma. The third Hokage summoned Enma, who transformed into a staff. Engaging in a taijutsu battle with Orochimaru. For a brief period, neither could gain the upper hand. However, Jiang Tian knew that the current Orochimaru was no match for the third Hokage. Defeat was merely a matter of time. As anticipated, as time progressed, Orochimaru gradually shifted from offense to defense. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. He hurled shurikens, multiplying as they soared through the air, and in an instant, countless shurikens rained down upon Orochimaru. Overwhelmed by defense, Orochimaru was eventually knocked to the ground, sent sprawling. Orochimaru, you have lost. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a defeated Orochimaru gazed at his master. Master, do you intend to kill me? At that moment, the third Hokage hesitated, his staff suspended in midair, unable to bring himself to strike. Chapter 7. The eve of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, the third Hokage fell into reminiscence. Recalling a time when Orochimaru, bereaved of his parents on the battlefield, was led by the young Orochimaru to their graves. Orochimaru, there will always be a teacher for you. He had once said, Teacher, are you truly willing to kill me for the sake of your justice? Orochimaru's tone softened as he appealed to their emotional bond. He did not believe that his mentor would take his life. As a disciple, Orochimaru understood him all too well. He was a man deeply bound by personal feelings. Leave now, and do not return to Konoha, the third Hokage finally said after a long hesitation, sheathing his staff. A glint of cunning flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Everything had unfolded according to his plans. Hidden in the shadows, Jiang Tian shook his head. The will of fire could compel ordinary individuals to sacrifice themselves. Yet the third Hokage faltered when confronted by the heinous Orochimaru. This was why Jiang Tian harbored a negative perception of the third Hokage, viewing it as a double standard. Orochimaru departed, having evaded capture from the extensive Anbu operation. At that moment, the third Hokage remained oblivious to the fact that this decision would ultimately cost him his life. In the aftermath of this incident, Konoha returned to its former tranquility. Over the years, the Anbu replenished its ranks with many promising new talents. Among them was the prodigious Uchiha Itachi, known for his extreme measures for the sake of peace, who dramatically became a member of Jiang Tian's team. On that day, in the Hokage's office, both the third Hokage and Danzo were present. Jiang Tian, take a few days off with your Anbu squad, the third Hokage instructed. Rest? Lord Third. I am not fatigued, Jiang Tian replied, sensing an underlying motive behind the sudden suggestion for a break. Enough. Though you are Anbu, you are still human. Take some time to relax, Danzo interjected. A peculiar gleam flickered in Jiang Tian's eyes. Had the day finally arrived? The second significant event of the early Hokage era was about to unfold, the night of Uchiha's annihilation. Understood, Lord Third, Jiang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Slowly retreating from the room. The night of Uchiha's annihilation was an event orchestrated by multiple factions, including the higher echelons of Konoha and the shadow of Obito. In the dead of night, Jiang Tian donned his mask and ventured out of the village, arriving at the location where he first met Obito, the lair of the Nine Tails. Obito, what do you want from me? Obito, now wearing a tiger-striped mask, quietly regarded Jiang Tian before revealing a shocking revelation that would reverberate throughout the shinobi world. In 5 days, during the night of Uchiha's annihilation, you are to assist Itachi in the slaughter of his kin and monitor Konoha's movements. Confirming Jiang Tian's suspicions, Obito received his assurance that the task would be executed flawlessly, and then the two parted ways. Upon returning home, Jiang Tian held a photograph of himself and Uchiha Rin. Softly speaking to it, Rin, we must leave soon. The plan is proceeding smoothly, and you will return to us shortly. Regarding Obito's request for collaboration, Jiang Tian sought more than mere assistance. He intended to defect from Konoha alongside Itachi and become a member of the Akatsuki. Only then could he obtain Nagato's Rinnegan to resurrect Rin. 3 days before the night of annihilation, during his leave, Jiang Tian donned a black shirt and wandered through the district inhabited by the Uchiha clan. Although the Uchiha controlled the Konoha Guard, their residence was on the outskirts of the village, a less prosperous area that evoked a suburban ambience. Brother Jiang Tian, are you going to visit Grandma again? A little girl stood before him, her eyes filled with innocence. Shui, I'm on leave. Tomorrow, I'll take you to travel with Grandma, all right? Uchiha Shui was an orphan, having lost her parents in the Second Shinobi World War, and had formed a close bond with Rin, akin to that of sisters. Really? Would that not trouble you? Brother Jiang Tian? She asked, her big eyes sparkling with naivety. It won't be a bother. I will visit Grandma first. You should prepare, as we will leave tomorrow. Okay. Watching Shui walk away, Jiang Tian's expression turned pensive. In 3 days, the Uchiha clan would be rendered extinct, with no survivors from the night of annihilation, save for Sasuke. He hoped for the survival of Rin's grandmother and her dear sister, Uchiha Shui. Surely, Rin would wish for their safety as well. Arriving at Rin's home, he found her grandmother, a blind woman, who recognized his presence by the sound of his footsteps. Ah, little Jiang Tian, you've come to see this old woman again, she said, attempting to rise to greet him. No need to trouble yourself, Grandma. I'm here to see if there's anything I can assist you with, Jiang Tian quickly replied, moving to her side. You're such a remarkable ninja, yet you come to help me with chores. It seems rather burdensome. Jiang Tian chuckled lightly, not at all a burden. He then took a broom and began to sweep the fallen leaves in the yard. As dusk fell, after completing the household tasks, Jiang Tian was invited to stay for dinner. Little Jiang Tian, I have something for you, she said, bringing a bowl to him. Jiang Tian looked puzzled. Something for me? Is it perhaps Rin's diary? I found it while tidying up, she revealed. A diary? Jiang Tian froze, realizing the significance of such a private item belonging to his beloved. Though peering into her diary felt inappropriate, his curiosity surged. They had never openly expressed their feelings. If it were indeed Rin's diary, he could uncover her sentiments toward him. Silently accepting the diary, he hastily finished his meal and departed, heading to the place they often frequented, a cherry blossom tree. In the spring, when the cherry blossoms bloomed, the night breeze was gentle, carrying the sweet scent of the blossoms. Jiang Tian sat beneath the tree with the diary in hand, remaining silent for an extended period before tremblingly opening the first page. Fear coursed through him. He dreaded the possibility that the girl he adored did not reciprocate his feelings. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. In dreams, he could control everything, including the affection of the one he cherished. The diary opened to reveal entries. September 2nd, overcast. Little Jiang Tian was late for the ninja school opening ceremony and was quite anxious, like a clumsy fool. But I collected his enrollment notice for him. He was so happy, and so was I. June 5th, sunny. Today was the graduation exam for ninja school. It was finally little Jiang Tian's turn. His shadow clone technique was still quite poor, but he managed to barely pass and graduate. He was beaming, and my previously tense heart suddenly relaxed. November 19th, sunny. Today is little Jiang Tian's birthday. We came to the cherry blossom tree together. I called him little Jiang Tian, and he was displeased. Blushing, he said he wasn't little anymore. I looked at him and realized he truly was taller than me. August 5th, sunny. Today is the Chunin exam. Little Jiang Tian struggled with the written test, but fortunately, I was there to help him cheat. It feels a bit wrong to openly admit to cheating. March 2nd, overcast. This was our last meeting beneath the cherry blossom tree. I don't know why I wrote last time, perhaps it's because we are headed to the battlefield. Today, little Jiang Tian seemed strange, holding a bouquet of flowers as if he wanted to say something, but he stuttered and couldn't utter a single word. Not at all like a man. Jiang Tian turned the page only to find it blank. The diary concluded there. Sitting on the bench beneath the cherry blossom tree, he gazed silently ahead, lost in thought. He remained there quietly until the evening breeze scattered the blossoms, which fell onto the empty pages of the diary. Unable to contain himself any longer, tears streamed down his cheeks. Little Jiang Tian stuttered. He was far from being manly. Jiang Tian murmured this to himself. Engulfed in silent sorrow, I have long heard that when sorrow reaches its zenith, one can be rendered so desolate that even tears cease to make a sound. A simple diary, with each page containing but a few sparse lines, speaks not a single word about love, yet every sentence is inextricably linked to it. Jiang Tian and Obito belong to the same ilk. Both are willing to transform into malevolent overlords for the sake of their beloved. When the world has wronged their cherished ones, they vow to wage war against the entire shinobi realm. Chapter 8, The Night of Annihilation on the following day. After preparing everything, Jiang Tian went to the Uchiha clan to retrieve Schweher and her grandmother. Grandma, Schweher, have you packed everything? Remember to bring along the essentials. Uchiha, carrying her neatly arranged luggage, looked at Jiang Tian with a bright smile and said, Brother Jiang Tian, it's not like we are moving house. Why bring so much? Jiang Tian's expression stiffened momentarily before returning to normal as he replied, It's always wise to take extra belongings. He gazed at the radiant young girl, knowing he could not reveal to her that the Uchiha clan was on the brink of extermination at the hands of Itachi. The trio departed from the village, heading towards the Rain Village, the stronghold of the Akatsuki organization. Jiang Tian, who was on the verge of deserting the village to join Akatsuki, aimed to facilitate the care of the two in Rain Village. He had contemplated using the Sharingan to create a replica of himself, but without the enhancement of Hashirama's cells, the clone would not be perfect. Their journey progressed slowly, resembling a leisurely tour as they admired the scenery along the way. That night, upon reaching an inn to rest, Jiang Tian suddenly froze in place after securing a room. Across the street, he spotted the epitome of a man from the world of Hokage, with his white hair standing on end and dressed in green. He wore traditional wooden sandals. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, stood outside a tavern, lamenting about inspiration with a frown directed at the beautiful women inside. Jiang Tian approached and handed the innkeeper the pouch hanging from his waist. I will cover his tab. Seeing the unexpected Jiang Tian, Jiraiya appeared puzzled. Do we know each other? Jiang Tian smiled and gestured towards an empty seat at the bar, replying, You may not know me, but I am familiar with you. Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Are you also a leaf ninja? Jiraiya asked, peering at Jiang Tian while trying to recall. I don't remember anyone by that name. You must be a junior. I have no recollection of you. My name is Jiang Tian. I am indeed a leaf ninja. That may soon change, Jiang Tian thought to himself. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's admission, Jiraiya inquired about the village. It has been a long time since I returned. Is the village doing well? Several years ago, the Nine Tails attacked Konoha, and the fourth Hokage perished. The third Hokage has since resumed his position. Jiraiya paused, his hand halting midair as he processed the news of Minato's death. After a moment, he murmured, It seems I must return to the village. There is another matter. Your fellow Sannin, Orochimaru, has defected. Jiraiya's expression darkened with melancholy. It appears my departure from the village was not a wise choice. He took a sip of his drink, reminiscing about the time when the third Hokage stepped down, and the fourth Hokage was the most favored choice among the Sannin. Although Minato was equally exceptional and performed admirably, he lacked the qualifications compared to the Sannin. Among them, Jiraiya was the most likely candidate for Hokage, but that was never his desire, leading him to a life of wandering and collecting inspiration to write Jiraiya's legendary tales. Lord Jiraiya, how far along are you with your legendary tales? You've read my book? Jiraiya exclaimed, surprised, as he noted Jiang Tian's youthful appearance, considering the adult themes within. I have. It is quite well written. I'm just curious about the fate of that destined child. The protagonist Ipan, I will guide him to make the right choices, Jiraiya replied, reflecting on Nagato, the boy with the Rinnegan. At that moment, he was unaware of Naruto, believing Nagato to be the destined child spoken of by the great sage Toad. I would truly love to see your original manuscript. Consider it a reward for treating you to drinks. How about it? Ha ha ha, a real fervent fan. Jiraiya chuckled as he handed Jiang Tian his manuscript. Fulfilling a wish of seeing a glimpse of the Hokage's life and hearing the words of Jiraiya's legendary tales from the author himself. A moment that had brought tears to his eyes. Lord Jiraiya, I must take care of the elderly, so I must take my leave. Jiang Tian bid farewell to Jiraiya, observing as he laughed heartily with a woman, silently vowing to save this man if the opportunity arose, akin to a devoted fan pursuing a star. Leaving behind a shadow clone, Jiang Tian hurried back to the Leaf Village, preparing for the impending Uchiha massacre. Another day passed, and as the time approached the night of the Uchiha extermination, Obito had already arrived outside the village, gazing at the situation within. Jiang Tian, masked, stood beside Obito. Are we merely observing? Can Itachi handle this alone? Rest assured, I have received word that the higher-ups of Konoha will also participate. Obito's tone was cold, filled with disdain. It is truly disgusting to utilize the bloodline of the Uchiha clan for their own demise. Only Konoha would condone such fratricidal acts. Jiang Tian shared his disapproval of Konoha's actions. However, to successfully infiltrate the Akatsuki, he had no choice but to comply. Once Itachi makes his move, I will provide support. With that, Jiang Tian's figure slowly faded from view. If it were merely the extermination of the Uchiha clan, the only defector would be Itachi, and he would have no reason to defect himself. Thus, to convincingly deceive Obito, he decided to launch an attack on Danzo, dragging the Root organization into the chaos of the massacre while also seizing Uchiha Shirsue's eyes, an object Jiang Tian had coveted for a long time. With the involvement of the Root organization, he could, under the pretext of aiding Itachi, openly join the fray, revealing his identity, and seamlessly become a rogue ninja. Following Itachi's escape, he would join the Akatsuki. A flawless plan. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tian activated his Sharingan, spotting Itachi crouched atop a power pole, signaling that he was ready to act without hesitation. Jiang Tian then sped towards the residence of Danzo, the leader of the Root organization. Chapter 9. Jiang Tian's confrontation with Danzo within the clandestine chamber of the Root organization. Danzo presided at the forefront, surrounded by numerous members of his faction. Have you all understood my instructions clearly? On the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, we shall secretly gather the Sharingan, concealed in the shadows. Jiang Tian observed with his Sharingan. At this moment, Danzo's arms were not yet swathed in bandages, indicating that he had not yet undergone the transplantation of the Sharingan. However, it appeared he had successfully assimilated the cells of the first Hokage, which, combined with his wind release techniques, gave Jiang Tian a sense of confidence. His only concern lay with Shirsue's eyes. Jiang Tian's primary apprehension was the Mangeki Sharingan of Uchiha Shirsue, particularly its unique and formidable Genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. Should Danzo feel cornered and resort to employing Kodo Amatsukami against him, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma. If necessary, retreat would be the best course of action. Ultimately, his mission was to assassinate Danzo, divert the pursuit of Root, and unveil his identity as a traitor to the hidden Leaf Village. If he could acquire Shirsue's eyes, that would be splendid. If not, he would seek another opportunity. Once the members of Root dispersed, Jiang Tian stealthily infiltrated the base. Through the wall, aided by his Sharingan, he beheld Danzo producing a glass vial. The vial contained a yellow liquid, within which floated a vibrant crimson eye, Shirsue's Sharingan. The bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan was a power that captivated him, and with the first Hokage's cells, their fusion would render him unprecedentedly formidable. At that moment, he envisioned himself ascending to the position of Hokage. Danzo, entranced by Shirsue's eyes, seemed to foresee the day he would attain unparalleled strength and become Hokage. You shall never have the opportunity to become Hokage, Danzo. Jiang Tian emerged from the shadows, interrupting his reverie. A few years ago, you attempted to strike down Sarutobi. Now you wish to lay hands on me? Recognizing Jiang Tian by his signature Shura mask, Danzo immediately identified him as the enigmatic assailant from years past. Activating his Sharingan, Jiang Tian declared, "I have come to claim Shursue's eyes." Danzo narrowed his eyes, his countenance darkening. He had believed his acquisition of Shursue's eyes to be executed with utmost secrecy. Now, it was evident that this masked figure possessed considerable insight and knowledge. "Who are you? And how do you know of this?" In response to Danzo's bewildered gaze, Jiang Tian slowly removed his mask. Since he intended to reveal his identity, there was no longer anything to conceal. As the mask fell away, Danzo's shock was palpable. The Anbu Jiang Tian. "So, it was you who orchestrated the assaults on Konoha. You have indeed concealed yourself well." Leaning on his cane, Danzo advanced a few steps, preparing to deal with the traitor. Though he was a villain, his loyalty to Konoha was unwavering. He could not tolerate the existence of traitors. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A tempestuous gale surged forth, transforming into blades aimed at Jiang Tian. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian unsheathed his katana and activated the Manjiki, initiating the dream feather space, causing his form to vanish from sight. In the next instant, he appeared behind Danzo. With the blade poised at Danzo's throat, Jiang Tian coldly demanded, "Surrender Shursue's eyes." At present, Danzo had not acquired the Sharingan, rendering him relatively weak, and he stood no chance against Jiang Tian, who wielded the Manjiki. "Boy, if you desire Shursue's eyes, wait until your next life. You seek death." Jiang Tian fiercely swung his katana toward Danzo's neck, only for Danzo to transform into wood. Would release? Would clone? When did he? Jiang Tian exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that his Sharingan had failed to perceive Danzo's use of a clone. The Sharingan was not invincible. The divine power of the cells of Hashirama Senju served as its greatest adversary. Danzo re-emerged across from him, his expression devoid of emotion. Jiang Tian grew cautious. It seemed that Danzo, capable of contending with the third Hokage, was not an opponent to be underestimated. Death's forbidden domain. Jiang Tian unleashed a genjutsu, ensnaring Danzo in the illusory realm of the Manjiki. Beneath a blood-red moon, black crows circled ominously in the sky, well versed in the intricacies of the Sharingan. Danzo quickly discerned that he had fallen into a genjutsu, warily scanning his surroundings. Each Manjiki possessed unique abilities, and thus Danzo remained uncertain of the dangers that Jiang Tian's genjutsu harbored. The crows dove rapidly, transforming into manifestations of Jiang Tian, armed with katana, lunging toward Danzo. Wind release, great wind blade. Though he managed to deflect some crows, an overwhelming number surged forth to assail him. Such a powerful bloodline limit was truly captivating. Danzo thought of Shursue's eyes in his possession, feeling exhilarated at the prospect of soon wielding such formidable power. Yet, he needed to address the immediate threat. Would release, advent of the trees. Countless colossal trees erupted from the ground, swiftly clearing the sky of crows. Blood streamed from Jiang Tian's eyes. It seemed imperative that he hastily transplant the first Hokage's cells. Due to his bloodline limitations, he could not fully unleash the true potential of the Manjiki, and thus the illusionary world was easily breached. He had to acquire Shursue's eyes. The eternal Manjiki required this set of eyes. Resolutely, Jiang Tian decided, shadow clone technique. Fire release, storm dance. Wind release, great wind blade. Summoning over a dozen clones, Jiang Tian unleashed a barrage of various ninjutsu, their elemental attributes combining to amplify their power exponentially. His original self also brandished a katana, advancing with the intent to deliver a decisive strike. Chapter 10. Where did the reinforcements go? Tobirama looked at the approaching body of Jiang Tian with a disdainful expression. Wood release, advent of the tree world. Once again employing wood release, the trees that erupted from the earth grew wildly, pushing Jiang Tian away and preventing him from closing the distance. How could this be? Boy, have you lost your mind? Tobirama exclaimed, astonished to see Jiang Tian pierced in several places by trees of varying thickness. He touched it, the eyes of Shursui. Jiang Tian took 2 steps forward, his fingers brushing against the eyes of Shursui on Tobirama's body, deepening the wounds inflicted by the trees. Blood trickled from his mouth, and multiple areas of his body were punctured by the wood release. I finally have it. Jiang Tian severed the branches, impaling him with a katana, retreating to create distance between himself and Tobirama. Jiang Tian, why are you risking your life for Shursui's eyes? What is worth enduring such suffering? Suffering? Is this what you call suffering? I have long experienced true agony. My heart perished on the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War. The moment Rin handed me her eyes. Tobirama, do you think this is pain? Perhaps it is understandable that someone like you cannot comprehend. The heart-wrenching anguish, compared to physical pain, is far more excruciating and challenging to heal. Such scars require a lifetime to mend, only to end in death. Obito is just like that. Perhaps only at the moment of death can one truly find peace. Jiang Tian gazed at Tobirama, his expression suddenly becoming cold. I have always harbored a question during the Third Great Ninja War. Where did the promised reinforcements that were to arrive at the battlefield between Konoha and the Mist Village ultimately go? Anbu reinforcements? So it was the death of comrades that twisted your mentality, Tobirama mused to himself, lost in thought. Answer me. Where did the promised reinforcements go? Jiang Tian could no longer contain his fury, memories flooding back as if a tide had been unleashed. He felt as though he had returned to that hellish summer night. Little Jiang Tian, follow closely behind me. Do not fear, I will protect you. Uchiha Rin, with her Sharingan activated, held Jiang Tian close. Their comrades had fallen, and Jiang Tian was blinded, relying solely on Rin to survive. We can hold on a little longer. The higher-up said the reinforcements are on their way. Rin continually encouraged him, her words keeping their spirits alive. Yet, when that fateful night arrived, the enemy launched their assault, and the long-awaited reinforcements never appeared. He could never forget the sensation of the girl placing the kaleidoscope in his hands just before she perished, though he could see nothing. Jiang Tian felt the warmth in his hands, sticky, crimson blood, and the profound love of that girl. After a long silence, Tobirama finally spoke. In his eyes, Jiang Tian had already become a dead man. He would not let someone filled with such deep hatred for Konoha leave without hearing the truth before demise. Indeed, there were reinforcements heading to your location, but they changed course en route. What do you mean? Why would they change course? They went to rescue Asuma Sarutobi. Tobirama stated calmly, revealing the truth. This confirmed Jiang Tian's long-held suspicions. Despite promises of support, they had failed to arrive. How hypocritical the higher-ups truly were. On the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War, ordinary people could die, the Uchiha clan could perish, yet the prominent families of Konoha suffered the fewest casualties. What a disheartening reality. Jiang Tian sneered repeatedly. I am pleased you could reveal the truth. Before I depart, allow me to offer a piece of advice. Do not cling to your pathetic dream of becoming Hokage. You will never have the chance. With that, Jiang Tian activated the space-time ninjutsu of his Sharingan, vanishing before Tobirama. The sudden disappearance left Tobirama in a panic. He hurriedly contacted Root to initiate a search. The Uchiha clan's extermination plan was nearing its end. The overwhelming scent of blood made Jiang Tian frown. These were Itachi's kin. How painful it must be for him to wield a blade against them. Foolish Udu, hate me. Become stronger with the intent to kill me. Itachi, it's time to go. Jiang Tian appeared suddenly, prompting Itachi to assume a battle stance. Don't be so tense. You are my subordinate after all. I am here to take you away, Jiang Tian said with a resigned gesture, indicating he bore no ill will. Take me away? Are you also Itachi narrowed his eyes? Observing the wounds on Jiang Tian's body, catching the subtle change in Itachi's expression, Jiang Tian realized that even after the clan's massacre, Itachi still harbored allegiance to Konoha. Yes, I too have defected. Let us leave together. Jiang Tian discarded his Konoha forehead protector, urging Itachi to follow. Itachi cast a lingering glance at his brother Sasuke before turning to depart. Upon reaching the village's outskirts, Jiang Tian paused. Senior, what is the matter? Itachi inquired as he noticed Jiang Tian halting. Before we leave, how can I not leave a little gift for the village? Jiang Tian smiled coldly, an unsettling expression crossing his face. A gift? Divine technique, void annihilation. Jiang Tian unleashed various chakra attributes from his hands, a technique he had created himself. Chakras of all attributes fused continuously, as vibrant energies intertwined and compressed. Itachi's eyes widened. It was known that opposing attributes could not coexist. Just as water and fire could not mix, Jiang Tian was madly combining conflicting elements. The energy sphere swirled violently, compressing until the once multicolored orb turned black. The chaotic energy settling into a calm stillness. Gazing at the black sphere in his hand, Jiang Tian chuckled softly. Although it is not perfect, it will suffice. He gently pushed the energy sphere forward, allowing it to drift toward Konoha like a dandelion seed. After completing this, Jiang Tian declared, Itachi, let us go. Without looking back, he departed, with Itachi following behind, his expression peculiar. This energy sphere did not seem overwhelmingly powerful, but just a few steps later bang. A deafening explosion resonated. as if tearing the very fabric of the world. Itachi turned to look, stunned into silence. From a hidden vantage point, Uchiha Obito observed the ruins of Konoha. His tone grave. Jiang Tian, have I underestimated you? You've destroyed nearly half of Konoha with a single strike. Chapter 11. The Akatsuki organization emerges in the land of water. At the periphery lies a seemingly inconspicuous small ninja village. Compared to the colossal ninja villages of the 5 great nations, this village appears as mere dust. Yet it conceals an organization that sends ripples of fear throughout the world, the Akatsuki. Clad in deep black robes adorned with crimson clouds, the members, donning wind chime cloaks, bear a distinctive emblem of the organization. Though few in number, each member possesses strength rivaling that of the Kage. Having defected, Itachi and Jiang Tian prepared to join the Akatsuki, drawing closer to their ambition of acquiring Nagato's Rinnegan. Upon entering the territory of the Rain Village, they were approached by White Zetsu, who is responsible for intelligence gathering within the Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi, Jiang Tian, Yahiko has sent me to escort you, White Zetsu announced. Jiang Tian and Itachi followed White Zetsu deeper into the Rain Village. I've heard that Lord Jiang Tian single-handedly destroyed half of Konoha. Truly remarkable. Such destructive power. White Zetsu marveled at Jiang Tian's capabilities. It's nothing extraordinary, merely a self-invented jutsu, Jiang Tian dismissed, comparing it to the almost supernatural abilities displayed by the later Hokage. Oh, Lord Jiang Tian is too modest. The extent of Konoha's destruction is known to all 5 villages, as is Mr. Itachi's massacre of his clan. Your reputations have indeed spread throughout the shinobi world, albeit not in a favorable light. Itachi's fists clenched involuntarily at the mention of the massacre, his heart stirred by the memories. Lead the way, Itachi interrupted White Zetsu's chatter, who promptly fell silent, recognizing the lack of interest from Jiang Tian as well. As they ventured further, they finally arrived at the Akatsuki headquarters, perpetually shrouded in dark clouds and fine rain, surrounded by steel structures that evoked a sense of apocalyptic desolation. Welcome to the Akatsuki, came a voice from atop a towering steel edifice. There sat Yahiko, embodying a divine presence as he floated in the air. Jiang Tian, who was fond of Hokage lore, felt a sense of awe upon witnessing Yahiko's ability to defy gravity. Unlike the later era where flying became commonplace, even formidable ninjas like Obito and Jiang Tian, or Jiraiya, who had attained sage powers, found flight a challenge. Only through summoning beasts could one achieve flight. Yahiko's self-sustained levitation was a feat achievable solely by the Rinnegan. With eyes reminiscent of the Sage of 6 Paths, Yahiko possessed terrifying ocular power. Itachi shared Jiang Tian's astonishment as they beheld Yahiko's aerial prowess. Come, follow me to meet our comrades in the conference room, Yahiko instructed. It was essential for him, as the leader, to demonstrate strength and convey the essence of the Akatsuki to the newcomers. It is known that the true leader of the Akatsuki is Nagato, currently. Only Konan, Obito, and Jiang Tian, the traveler from another world, are aware of this fact. Lead the way, Chief, Itachi nodded, with Jiang Tian following closely behind. The so-called conference room was, in fact, a vast cavern, shrouded in darkness, where the path was barely discernible. As they progressed, Jiang Tian heard a familiar voice. Orochimaru. I hear that Konoha has sent 2 newcomers. Truly, the strongest village among the 5 great nations, Kakuzu taunted. In response to Kakuzu's derision, Orochimaru merely smirked. Not every rogue ninja can join the Akatsuki. The leader does not accept those of inferior caliber. Hey, Orochimaru, what do you mean by that? I will lodge a complaint with the leader and have your salary deducted this month. Kakuzu retorted, visibly irritated by Orochimaru's incessant barbs. Enough. This is no way to behave in front of newcomers. Yahiko's voice silenced the room. Orochimaru, it has been a while, Jiang Tian greeted him with a smile. Noting how his pupils were increasingly serpent-like, Jiang Tian deduced that Orochimaru must have made further advancements in his experiments. It was time for him to consider the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells. Jiang Tian, Itachi, who would have thought that we would reunite here as comrades? Both defectors from Konoha. Welcome, my fellow renegades, Orochimaru said as Jiang Tian took a seat in the conference room, playfully ribbing him. As fellow traitors. Itachi, and I should call you senpai, for you were the first Konoha defector to join the Akatsuki, he laughed. All right, we've had our pleasantries. Let us get to the matter at hand, Yahiko stated, taking his seat at the forefront, with Konan standing beside him. Allow me to introduce our new comrades from Konoha, Jiang Tian and Uchiha Itachi, both formidable ninjas meeting our requirements. The rumors surrounding them are quite exaggerated. Uchiha's prodigy and the SSS-ranked rogue ninja Jiang Tian have both made Konoha's elimination list. You two are indeed valuable assets, Kakuzu interjected, his tone mocking, as if he wished to give the newcomers a lesson. Ha ha ha, I've heard that Kakuzu possesses immortality. I'm quite curious to see it for myself. Jiang Tian replied coldly, gauging Kakuzu's worthiness. The atmosphere turned tense, prompting Yahiko to intervene. Conan, please bring the organization's uniforms for our new members. Upon receiving the attire from Conan, Jiang Tian donned the Akatsuki's garb, which was all too familiar to fans of the Hokage series. With the wind chime cloaks and the organization's distinctive rings, Itachi and Jiang Tian officially became members of the Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi, rogue ninja from Konoha, wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, Akatsuki codename, Suzaku, Yahiko announced. Jiang Tian, SSS-ranked rogue ninja from Konoha, possessor of all chakra attributes, creator of a large-scale destruction jutsu. Wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, Akatsuki codename. Wait, let me choose my own codename, Jiang Tian interjected, declaring amidst curious glances, Jiang Tian, Akatsuki codename, Higanbana. Yahiko nodded, recognizing the insignificance of a codename. Very well, your codename shall be Higanbana. After ensuring the newcomers were settled, Yahiko began to assign tasks to the organization as members. Your current mission is to gather information regarding the beasts from the major ninja villages and recruit capable newcomers into our ranks. Should your strength suffice, you may assess potential recruits, and those who pass may join us, Yahiko instructed, his expression growing serious. Regardless of your motivations for joining the Akatsuki, please remember, all our actions are for the sake of peace. You may clear obstacles in your path, but do not recklessly slaughter the innocent or the weak. We are not an evil organization, keep this in mind. Otherwise, I will personally deal with those who breach our code. Chapter 12, The Test of Haiden. The fanatic cultist on the outskirts of the Land of Water, Jiang Tian donned his Shura mask and clad himself in the attire of the Akatsuki. Taking on the codename Higanbana for his inaugural mission, he and Itachi parted ways, as they had not formed a team. This arrangement was orchestrated by Yahiko. Their primary objective was to recruit new members, to infuse the organization with fresh blood. However, before embarking on their task, Jiang Tian needed to return to the inn to escort Uchiha Yuki and her grandmother. Upon returning to the inn, a month had already elapsed. The clones created by the Sharingan had reached their limit. Without activating the Manjiki, the clones could not endure indefinitely. Removing his mask, Jiang Tian entered the inn, where Yuki looked upon him with tear-stained eyes. Brother Jiang Tian, the Uchiha clan has. Witnessing her sorrowful expression, Jiang Tian gently patted her head, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. You are already aware, aren't you, about Itachi's massacre of our clan and my defection from Konoha. He disclosed his intention to join the Akatsuki, stating, Yuki, there is no return to Konoha. Your kin are all gone. I will arrange a new residence for you. Brother Jiang Tian, let us take grandma and leave. Why must we join this Akatsuki? It is too perilous. Everything is for the sake of reviving Ling. Jiang Tian noted the moisture welling in the girl's eyes, almost on the verge of tears. Remembering his own mission, he shook his head, offering no further explanation. Pack your belongings. I will secure a new residence for you and your grandmother. Seeing that she could not sway Jiang Tian, Yuki chose to remain silent. She recognized that she could not compare to Sister Ling. If Sister Ling were here, Brother Jiang Tian would surely heed her words. She murmured softly, her youthful affection surfacing. However, Jiang Tian remained oblivious as he assisted her grandmother in packing. Once the three had gathered their belongings, they made their way toward the border of the 5 great ninja villages, seeking a place for the two to reside. For someone like Jiang Tian, there was no sanctuary amidst Konoha and the Akatsuki. Due to the grandmother's advanced age, their pace was slow, and by the time night fell, they had not traveled far from the inn. Under the brilliant night sky, the two succumbed to slumber while Jiang Tian, standing guard, suddenly opened his Sharingan and drew his katana, placing himself before Uchiha Yuki. The sound of iron clashing resonated sharply in the night air. Before him stood a youth wielding a crimson crescent scythe. You are Haiden, Jiang Tian questioned, uncertain about encountering this fanatic cultist in such a location. You recognize me? I never imagined my name would reach here. Haiden chuckled, taking pleasure in the thought of spreading the doctrines of his dark god. What brings you here? Why do you threaten Yuki? Jiang Tian's vigilance heightened, recalling how Haiden's scythe had aimed at Uchiha Yuki. This girl is remarkable. I intend to offer her to my dark god. Oh, and now I must include you as well. Interrupting such a sacred ritual comes at a cost. Haiden's tone was brazen, confident in his immortality, dismissing Jiang Tian with contempt. Jiang Tian smirked coldly. Being an admirer of Hokage, he was acutely aware of Haiden's weaknesses beyond his immortality. His ninjutsu and jinjutsu were utterly lacking. If it weren't for your immortality, you'd simply be a mediocre fighter. Young man, I advise you to temper your arrogance. Beware of the repercussions. Jiang Tian, gripping his katana, regarded Haiden with a relaxed demeanor, provoking the cultist's ire. The last person who spoke to me so boldly has already met my dark god. With that, Haiden lunged forward, scythe in hand. But Jiang Tian executed a body flicker technique, evading to Haiden's rear, and plunged his katana into Haiden's form. Ugh, that hurts. This pain is a blessing from my dark god. Haiden grimaced, clearly feeling the sting of the blade. In contrast, Jiang Tian frowned, stepping back, his expression troubled. Haiden, noticing this reaction, felt a surge of excitement. Have you finally realized the power bestowed upon me by my dark god? Haha, are you afraid of this immortality? Fear not. Embrace my dark god, and you too shall attain eternal life. Haiden's enthusiasm escalated as Jiang Tian remained silent, employing a combination of ninjutsu and taijutsu to inflict wounds upon Haiden. Useless. No matter what you do, you cannot kill me. Only the likes of you, the ordinary. Fear death. Haiden, emboldened by his immortality, fought with increasing vigor, undeterred by his injuries. As their confrontation unfolded, Jiang Tian began to show signs of fatigue, gasping for breath as he stood his ground. The scythe struck again, slicing through Jiang Tian's arm, eliciting a triumphant laugh from Haiden. Haha, at last, I have succeeded. Witness the terrifying power of my dark god. Haiden consumed Jiang Tian's blood from the scythe, and, using his own blood, inscribed a six-pointed star on the ground before stepping into it. His skin became a bizarre amalgamation of black and white, his bones starkly visible. The ritual is complete. Prepare to be embraced by my dark god. With that, Haiden thrust the scythe deep into his own chest. In a surreal twist, Jiang Tian found himself bleeding profusely from the same scythe wound. Haha, are you afraid now? Have you finally learned to fear? Haiden's smile grew increasingly frenzied as he witnessed Jiang Tian's injury. Clutching his chest, Jiang Tian's eyes dulled as he felt life fleeting from him. With a resounding crash, his body collapsed to the ground. I thought you were impressive, yet you are nothing but this. Haiden scoffed, sheathing his scythe as he prepared to continue his sacrifice of Uchiha Yuki. So this is the sensation of death. It is not so daunting after all. Just as Jiang Tian lay on the ground, he uttered a sound that halted Haiden in his tracks. Turning to gaze at Jiang Tian, Haiden's expression mirrored that of a ghost. How could this be? You were supposed to be dead. Chapter 13. The jester turns out to be Haiden unexpectedly. Jiang Tian, who should have perished, suddenly revived, leaving Haiden in a state of bewilderment, unaware of the underlying issue. Jiang Tian shook his head, noting that Haiden resembled a naive character from an anime. Under such circumstances, anyone with even a slightly sharper mind would have realized they had fallen victim to an illusion. However, Haiden's inability to discern this only underscored his lack of wit. Observing Haiden's befuddled expression, Jiang Tian felt a mischievous impulse rising within him, pondering whether this inclination to toy with Haiden could be deemed a wicked pleasure. Fixating on Haiden, Jiang Tian activated his Sharingan, gazing intently at him while adopting a progressively deranged tone. Haiden, your dark god is powerless. Take a good look. My dark god is the true deity. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Tian seized a katana and plunged it into his own flesh, blood gushing from the wound. Haiden's eyes widened in shock at the sight of someone even more deranged than himself. Behold, my dark god has granted me immortality, Jiang Tian proclaimed, reveling in his self-inflicted injury while continuing to taunt Haiden. Furious, Haiden refused to accept any affront to his dark god. Brandishing his crescent scythe, he began to stab himself repeatedly, and Jiang Tian, unwilling to be outdone, joined him in this grotesque game of self-mutilation. Come on, keep going, Haiden shouted, severing his own head and holding it aloft as he howled at Jiang Tian. Come, my dark god is. Outside the realm of illusion, Jiang Tian, peering through his kaleidoscope Sharingan, observed Haiden's relentless self-harm and couldn't suppress a chuckle. Is this too cruel? After hours of their bizarre antics, Haiden, now somewhat dejected, hung his head and asked, what is the name of the dark god you worship? He had come to realize that Jiang Tian seemed genuinely stronger than himself, endowed with divine power that far surpassed his own, remaining spry despite any injuries. Witnessing Haiden's defeat within the illusion reinforced Jiang Tian's appreciation for the might of the Sharingan. As he had effortlessly shattered Haiden's defenses, striking at the very core of his psyche. It was no wonder that Orochimaru had long coveted the Uchiha clan's bodies. Mark my words, from now on, those who believe in Brother Jiang shall attain eternal life. Jiang Tian, unable to suppress his playful spirit, continued to deceive Haiden. All right. I shall follow you and believe in Brother Jiang, so that he may bestow upon me an immortal existence as powerful as yours. Jiang Tian found himself momentarily speechless. He had only been jesting, never expecting Haiden to take him seriously. However, he could certainly envision Haiden as a companion, not one to serve the Akatsuki, but rather someone who could assist him directly. A peculiar thought crossed Jiang Tian's mind. In his quest for the Rinnegan, he required allies. Haiden, still uninitiated into the Akatsuki, was undoubtedly an excellent choice, particularly given his simple-mindedness and gullibility. Very well, from now on, I will lead you in believing in Brother Jiang. Deceiving Haiden once more, Jiang Tian released the illusion, and Haiden collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He was utterly exhausted. Inflicting harm upon oneself was indeed a strenuous endeavor. My name is Haiden. How should I address you? Call me Brother Tian. Jiang Tian replied with a light chuckle, perceiving Haiden's youthful demeanor and somewhat foolish appearance. Deeming him a suitable subordinate. Brother Tian, Brother Jiang, why does the name of your god sound so much like yours? Haiden inquired, confused by the peculiar title of this dark deity. The following day, upon awakening, Uchiha Snow was astonished to find an unfamiliar figure beside her. Upon realizing he was Jiang Tian's subordinate, she refrained from further comment, though she found his incessant gaze bothersome. After several days of travel, the group finally reached their destination, a border region between several great nations, where Jiang Tian and Ling had once carried out a mission during the Third Shinobi World War. The wooden cabin still stood. Jiang Tian gazed at the abode where he had shared many cherished moments with Ling pushing open the door. He stepped into the modest courtyard, where a cherry blossom tree, planted by him and Ling, had flourished considerably. Ling had always adored cherry blossoms. After settling the two of them, Jiang Tian found solace beneath the cherry blossom tree. As the gentle breeze stirred, petals rained down, flooding him with memories. Brother Tian, do you have a fondness for cherry blossoms? Haiden, languidly reclining in a chair within the courtyard, observed Jiang Tian's nostalgic expression with curiosity. To be honest, Jiang Tian did not particularly care for cherry blossoms. It was Uchiha Ling who held them dear. He also had no affinity for the katana. Yet Ling had once told him that boys wielding katanas appeared exceptionally handsome. After a moment of silence, Jiang Tian smiled softly, as if recalling a joyful memory. He cherished cherry blossoms because Ling had once remarked that they symbolized romance. Romance? What on earth is that? Haiden questioned. Having grown up without ever knowing the concept of romance, Jiang Tian offered no response, instead silently watching the falling petals. Each beautiful flower has its own unique language. In truth, Jiang Tian favored the wind chime flower, which represented eternal waiting, lifelong promises, and a singular devotion to one person, patiently awaiting the arrival of both the wind and a loved one. At that moment, Jiang Tian resembled a wind chime flower, waiting in anticipation. Jiang Tian, there is an urgent matter requiring your attention. Yahiko's voice shattered Jiang Tian's reverie, having contacted him through a certain secret technique. What matter? Jiang Tian inquired. Orochimaru has defected from the organization. Yahiko's voice conveyed urgency, and Jiang Tian's gaze sharpened instantly. The time is ripe. Orochimaru's betrayal of the Akatsuki signals that the first Hokage's cells have been sufficiently studied. Prepare yourself, Orochimaru. The timing for implanting the first cells has come. Haiden, get ready. We depart tomorrow. Where to? Haiden looked at Jiang Tian. To the land of rice, to inspect the yet-to-be-established Sound Ninja Village. Jiang Tian gazed into the distance, sensing that turmoil was about to engulf the shinobi world. Chapter 14. The unconventional Orochimaru and the transplant of the first Hokage's cells within the borders of the land of rice fields. Haiden trailed behind Jiang Tian, unable to suppress his remarks about the flamboyant crimson cloud pattern cloak adorning him. Brother Tian, don't you think our attire appears rather peculiar? Jiang Tian conveyed Haiden's situation to Yahiko, who, without a moment's hesitation, welcomed Haiden into the organization, recognizing the unique nature of his immortality. The Akatsuki was in dire need of new members to prepare for the endeavor of capturing the tailed beasts. Enough with the complaints. Let us proceed with caution. Jiang Tian instructed as they made their way towards Orochimaru's location. Activating his Sharingan, the incomplete Sound Ninja Village came into sharp focus. Noticing Jiang Tian's serious demeanor, Haydn tentatively inquired, "Who are we about to meet? Even with our immortality, you seem quite solemn. Is our counterpart formidable?" Unbeknownst to Haydn, he had fallen victim to Jiang Tian's Jinjutsu that fateful night, mistakenly believing that Jiang Tian also possessed immortality. Jiang Tian led Haydn to the entrance of a cave, which revealed the yet-to-be-established Sound Ninja Village. Parting the dense foliage that obscured the cave's mouth, Jiang Tian couldn't help but marvel at Orochimaru's expertise in securing hideouts. Despite defecting from Konoha and later escaping the Akatsuki, Orochimaru thrived, a testament to his remarkable ability to conceal himself. Were it not for the Sharingan, Jiang Tian might have struggled to locate him. Stay close and do not let your guard down. The individual we are about to meet is one of the legendary 3 shinobi of Konoha, Jiang Tian warned Haydn, deeming it prudent to approach Orochimaru with caution. This man was notorious for his bizarre experiments. In the later arcs of the anime, Orochimaru even managed to resurrect souls bound by the impure world reincarnation, an achievement no one else had accomplished. While aware of the storylines, Jiang Tian understood that foreknowledge did not justify recklessness. He comprehended the butterfly effect. His very presence could alter events, steering this world down an unforeseen path. Hence, exercising caution was wise, especially when confronting a scientist like Orochimaru, who reveled in experimentation. The cave was relatively narrow, and Haydn, following Jiang Tian, expressed his excitement at the prospect of meeting Orochimaru. "Brother Tian, why are we seeking him? He is indeed one of the legendary figures, quite formidable." Jiang Tian offered a nonchalant smile, softly uttering words that caused Haydn's pupils to constrict in shock. "He is a traitor to the organization, and the leader has tasked me with eliminating him." Though spoken softly, Haydn found the assertion particularly audacious. Few dared to speak of assassinating one of the legendary 3, and certainly not the Haydn of today, merely a young man who had recently attained immortality. "Brother Tian, are we really going to kill a legendary figure? Is that even possible?" Haydn cautiously probed, sensing uncertainty within himself. Jiang Tian shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. "It's not about us. I alone will suffice." Haydn regarded Jiang Tian thoughtfully, acknowledging his own more conservative nature compared to Jiang Tian's audacity. As they conversed, the duo finally emerged from the dim cave, stepping into a bustling scene. Ordinary villagers were seen laboring, carrying timber, and engaging in various tasks, diligently contributing to the construction of the Sound Ninja Village under Orochimaru's guidance. Approaching a carpenter engrossed in his work, Jiang Tian's expression mirrored his confusion as the sight before him shattered his preconceived notions. Orochimaru engages in such mundane tasks? Without lifting his gaze, Orochimaru continued his carpentry. Sensing Jiang Tian's presence the moment he entered the village. "These hands of mine are not solely for taking lives. They can also be employed for other endeavors." Jiang Tian was taken aback by Orochimaru's response. "The leader has sent me to eliminate you," Jiang Tian declared. His gaze fixed upon Orochimaru as he openly stated the task Yahiko had assigned him. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding villagers abruptly halted their work, brandishing wooden sticks and saws, glaring fiercely at Jiang Tian. "Who are you to speak such words to Lord Orochimaru? If you seek to harm him, we shall dispose of you first." Jiang Tian found their reaction astonishing. Even a scientific madman like Orochimaru had loyal supporters. Noticing the subtle expression on Jiang Tian's face, Orochimaru chuckled lightly. "What surprises you? These individuals assist me." Caught in the act of revealing his thoughts, Jiang Tian merely shrugged, genuinely astonished that the infamous rogue ninja was so beloved. "The Sand Village oppressed these people. I saved them, and thus, they stand by me now," Orochimaru explained calmly, his tone devoid of emotion as he recounted his acts of salvation. "Your propensity for saving lives is indeed curious," Jiang Tian remarked, sensing a dissonance between this Orochimaru and the one portrayed in the anime. "Do you believe me when I say I abhor war and detest oppression?" Orochimaru replied with a smile, having only shared such sentiments with Jiraiya. "I believe that no one is born inherently evil. Even you, Orochimaru, were once a hero of Konoha, shedding blood for its sake during the Third Great Ninja War." Orochimaru chuckled heartily at this observation, for it had been long since anyone had spoken of him in such a light. "What of your research into the first Hokage's cells? You haven't forgotten our agreement from years ago, have you?" Jiang Tian questioned, eager to learn what he had longed to know. Only by merging with the first Hokage's cells could he wield the Manjikyu Sharingan to its fullest potential. "It's nearly complete. I shall transplant the first Hokage's cells for you." However, will you still follow the leader's orders? Jiang Tian erupted in laughter. Orders? What orders? It's entirely reasonable that I cannot defeat one of the legendary 3 shinobi of Konoha. What can Yahiko possibly say? He can't expect me to risk my life to kill you, and you are well aware of the organization's rules. Should there be a traitor, the entire organization would pursue them relentlessly. Jiang Tian cautioned Orochimaru, asserting that opposing the Akatsuki would not be a wise decision. All I seek is to conduct experiments and pursue immortality. As for the Akatsuki, I have little interest and will likely forget about it soon enough, Orochimaru replied, fully cooperating as they engaged in this tacit understanding. Very well, then let us prepare for the transplant of the first Hokage's cells. Chapter 15. Successful Cell Transplantation. The forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation in Orochimaru's newly established laboratory, Jiang Tian reclined in a stone chair. His body adorned with transparent test tubes filled with a murky green liquid, the cells of the first Hokage. Haiden stood nearby, marveling at this extraordinary scene, as it was his first encounter with such experimental endeavors. Orochimaru, let us begin, Jiang Tian declared, granting his consent for the transplantation to commence. Throughout the procedure, Haiden, wielding a crimson scythe, kept a vigilant watch on Orochimaru, ready to strike should any treachery arise. The liquid from the test tubes flowed steadily into Jiang Tian's body, and he could distinctly sense an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through him, a testament to the potency of the first Hokage's cells. The blurriness in his vision, caused by the Sharingan, dissipated entirely at that moment. His physical capabilities ascended to new heights, a fusion of the Uchiha bloodline and the first formidable power. A remarkable sensation enveloped Jiang Tian as he felt the powers of Ashura and Indra manifest within him, akin to the presence of the Sage of Six Paths. He could even perceive the ebb and flow of chakra. As time unfurled, Jiang Tian removed the test tubes embedded in his body, and his kaleidoscopic Sharingan involuntarily activated, radiating an enchanting brilliance. Was this the sensation of becoming stronger? It was utterly sublime. The Sharingan cast its gaze upon Haiden and Orochimaru, both of whom suddenly found themselves engulfed in a trance. With but a thought, Jiang Tian could ensnare them within an illusionary realm. Our pact is fulfilled, Orochimaru said softly as he tidied the laboratory. I still require something from you, Jiang Tian replied, fixing his gaze upon Orochimaru. Though their agreement had reached its conclusion, he sought the forbidden jutsu capable of resurrecting the deceased, a vital asset for his future endeavors within the ninja world. Grant me the scroll of impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru squinted, perplexed by Jiang Tian's awareness of such a forbidden technique. It seems you uncovered quite a few of my secrets during your time in the Anbu. Even knowledge of impure world reincarnation. Consider it a debt of gratitude I owe you. Jiang Tian made a promise, confident that Orochimaru would acquiesce. As the time for his invasion of Konoha and the assassination of his mentor drew near, he required an ally such as Jiang Tian. Agreed. I shall take you up on that favor. The two reached an accord, and Jiang Tian successfully obtained the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. After departing from the land of rice, Jiang Tian parted ways with Haiden, knowing that his next undertaking required utmost secrecy. He aimed to locate the remains of Uchiha Madara, intending to utilize impure world reincarnation to transform him into a formidable ally, preparing for all future plans. Through his conversations with Obito, Jiang Tian gleaned a general idea of Madara's burial site, somewhere within the Valley of the End, the very battleground where Madara clashed with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. With swift movements, Jiang Tian arrived at the Valley of the End a day later, standing atop the statue of the first Hokage. He couldn't help but marvel at the might of the two legendary figures. The colossal waterfall had once run dry due to their fierce confrontation, only to take a long time to restore. As he delved deeper into the valley, the surrounding foliage grew increasingly lush, and the flickering of his Sharingan intensified, amplifying the resonance of their bloodlines. There it is, right over there. Is that fellow still guarding it? Outside Madara's grave, an energy enveloped the vicinity, deeply concealed, almost imperceptible upon casual observation. Is that a White Zetsu clone? Truly cautious, Obito, to have even a corpse watched over by White Zetsu. In an instant, Jiang Tian dispatched the clone and swiftly entered the cavern, where Madara's body lay upon a stone platform, remarkably preserved after all this time. He carefully removed the desiccated skin from the corpse and promptly exited the area. Not long after Jiang Tian's departure, Obito appeared, contemplating the deceased White Zetsu clone and Madara's intact remains. The body remains. Who just visited here, and what was their intention? After securing Madara's skin in a vial, Jiang Tian reunited with Haiden, and together they returned to the Akatsuki. Leader, we have returned. The mission was unsuccessful. Orochimaru proved too formidable for us, Jiang Tian reported. His expression serene. Yahiko regarded Jiang Tian, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. We shall discuss Orochimaru later. You two should prepare. We are commencing the tailed beast capture operation. Yahiko bore no resentment towards Jiang Tian, promptly outlining their subsequent mission to capture the Six Tails, whose Jinchuriki was the Mist Ninja. Sure ho. Understood. We will ensure the Six Tails is brought back, Jiang Tian assured. As Jiang Tian and Haiden departed, Yahiko's suspicion regarding their mission failure lingered. However, such concerns were trivial, for every member of the Akatsuki harbored their own secrets. All that mattered was the successful capture of the tailed beast. Jiang Tian had little recollection of the Six Tails, recalling only that the character had minimal screen time in the anime. Prepare yourself, Haiden, in a few days. We shall set forth to capture the Six Tails. With that, Jiang Tian took his leave, intent on delving into the intricacies of impure world reincarnation. Chapter 16. The Resurgence of the Six Tails in the Land of Water. Jiang Tian appeared alongside Fade Wan, clad in the familiar garb of the Akatsuki. The cloud-patterned cloak complemented by a wind chime cape. The Six Tails Jinchuriki, known as Xiang, was also referred to by a more familiar name among fans, Yutaka. A rogue ninja from the Mist Village, Yutaka was fleeing with a young girl at his side. Go, Hikari. Staying with me only seals your fate of being hunted, Yutaka urged. Hikari, known as the Earth Spider, was a girl infatuated with Yutaka. Where do you think you're going? A sudden voice interrupted their conversation. Members of the Mist Village's Anbu had arrived to pursue them. Yutaka, return to the village. As the Six Tails Jinchuriki, you should not leave. The Anbu, wearing masks adorned with rain patterns, spoke coldly, slowly encircling Yutaka. Should I abandon my pursuit of freedom simply because I am a Jinchuriki? Yutaka's face hardened as painful memories of village life flooded his mind. Having lost his parents in the Second Shinobi World War, he was orphaned and subjected to the disdain of his peers. It seemed the fate of every Jinchuriki was to be regarded as a monster, shunned by others. The words he had heard most often in his childhood echoed in his mind. Stay away from that child, a monster dwells within him. The village's higher-ups remained indifferent to Yutaka's plight, viewing him merely as a vessel, consistently referring to him as the Six Tails Jinchuriki, the beast's container. A profound sense of loneliness enveloped Yutaka, leading him to despair and social withdrawal, until Hikari's presence brought him solace. He positioned Hikari behind him, prepared to confront the elite Anbu members who sought to capture him. I will not return to the village. Do not attempt to bind me again, Yutaka roared, unleashing years of pent-up resentment that twisted his handsome features into something fearsome. Teacher. Hikari reached out, grasping Yutaka's hand gently, attempting to soothe him. From a distance, Fade Wan and Jiang Tian watched the unfolding scene. Should we intervene, Tian-ji? Fade Wan inquired. Not yet. Let us observe how the Mist Village operates. Will they, like Konoha, forsake everything for the sake of their so-called peace? Jiang Tian's expression remained impassive as he reflected on the countless sacrifices made in the name of peace. Yutaka, since you are so stubborn, do not blame us for employing force. The Anbu, numbering 4, unsheathed their long blades, ready to strike. Water release, water dragon bullet. In the rainy terrain of the Land of Water, a massive water dragon surged toward Yutaka. Bubbles. Yutaka brandished a peculiar tool capable of producing bubbles, and an array of colorful bubbles filled the sky, colliding with the water dragon. The two forces met with an explosive clash, dissipating in a whirl of water and color. Water release, water prison technique. Another Anbu member acted swiftly, ensnaring Yutaka's legs in a watery prison, immobilizing him. Teacher, watch out behind you. Hikari cried out as an Anbu member appeared behind Yutaka, poised to strike. Earth release, earth barrier. Hikari attempted to shield her teacher, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Water clone. The fourth Anbu member moved with ghostly speed, but their target was not Yutaka. Stop. She is innocent. Yutaka's pupils dilated as he witnessed the Anbu capturing Hikari. A blade poised at her throat. Yutaka, surrender. You would not wish for her to perish, would you? The Anbu holding Hikari spoke coldly, mixed with a hint of mockery. Knowing Hikari's importance to Yutaka, Jiang Tian shook his head in dismay, recognizing the despicable tactics of the great ninja villages, resorting to using innocence as leverage. Please, do not harm her. I promise to return with you, Yutaka's expression remained stoic, but his eyes flickered with anxiety. Hikari was his student, his sole beacon of hope amidst the darkness. Teacher, your bubbles are beautiful. I love watching them, Hikari said softly. They say you are a monster, but I believe you are the gentlest person in the world. Hikari had persistently reassured him that he was not a monster, but a kind teacher. He had never truly done anything for her, nor imparted any skills. Now was the time to act. Yutaka dropped the tool he held and smiled at Hikari. Do not worry, everything will be fine. Your teacher is here. He made a choice. Freedom was significant, but it paled in comparison to her safety. Upon seeing Yutaka relent, Hikari's expression became a tapestry of conflicting emotions: joy, sorrow, sadness, and reluctance, all culminating in a bittersweet smile. Teacher, do you know? My favorite bubbles are colorful. In my small village, colors symbolize love, while bubbles represent freedom. Colorful bubbles embody the love of freedom. Yutaka fell silent, struck by the revelation of Hikari's hidden feelings behind her gentle smile. Teacher, do you believe that colorful bubbles can truly convey love? I think one should express their feelings openly, right? I like you, Yutaka. Hikari smiled warmly at him, reminiscent of their first meeting. No, no, please, no. A heart-wrenching wail echoed through the air as the Anbu holding Hikari widened his eyes in disbelief. Staring at the bloodied blade in his hand and the lifeless form of the girl before him, he could not comprehend why she chose death. The sudden turn of events caused Jiang Tian to furrow his brow, activating his Sharingan to perceive the terrifying energy awakening within Yutaka. Fade One, act quickly. The Six Tails is about to awaken. The tailed beast within the Jinchuriki could only resurface when the seal weakened or the host lost their sanity. In such a state, the Jinchuriki was consumed by rage, becoming a force of unprecedented destruction. What is happening? Yutaka, he is about to transform. Alert! The Six Tails is reviving. The four Anbu members were thrown into disarray, well aware of the formidable power the tailed beast possessed. Yutaka remained oblivious to the chaos around him, his senses dulled. All he could see was the girl, the one who once smiled so brightly, now lying lifeless on the cold ground. Let me save you, to alleviate your suffering. Come forth. Let us break the seal. The voice of the Six Tails echoed in his mind, seducing him to unleash its power. I want them dead. All of them must die. Yutaka's voice turned frenzied as he laid out his demands. Agreed. I shall slaughter them all. With the pact sealed, Yutaka abandoned all resistance against the Six Tails' power. The overwhelming aura of the beast erupted from within him, enveloping his form, while a tail composed of pure energy manifested behind him. Subsequently, tails composed of 2, 3, and eventually 6 strands of energy swayed gracefully in the air, pulsating with excitement as if they were newly liberated prisoners. The Six Tails was exhilarated. Having been suppressed for so long, it finally broke free from its seal. Yugao's pupils transformed into a vivid blue, reflecting the ferocity of the Six Tails' energy. With a powerful swing of its tail, it charged directly at a member of the Anbu. No, don't kill me. The terrified cry rang out. Yet the once composed Anbu was instantly torn asunder, a gruesome spectacle of blood leaving the remaining 3 in a state of sheer panic, fleeing without a backward glance. Quick! Run! It's terrifying, the Six Tails monster. The tailed beast transformation of Yu Gao suddenly vanished, reappearing only to claim yet another Anbu's life, executing a fatal blow with such swiftness that it became a blur to the naked eye. Only Jiang Tian, with his kaleidoscopic vision, could perceive the Six Tails' speed. As he and Haydn remained rooted in place, the Six Tails had awakened. They would wait until it had dispatched the Anbu before making their move. Currently, if the Jinchuriki did not seek vengeance, their lingering resentment would prove troublesome. Jiang Tian instructed Haydn to hold off until Yu Gao finished with these individuals. After yet another Anbu was obliterated, the Six Tails lifted its gaze towards the last remaining Anbu, who had fled far away. A colossal energy sphere began to coalesce in the air. This was the tailed beast bomb. As the energy sphere was launched, a thunderous explosion echoed, shattering trees and creating a massive crater where the Anbu had once escaped. With all adversaries vanquished, the tailed beast transformation of Yu Gao no longer exuded the initial frenzy. He approached the lifeless form of Hikari, trembling, his eyes filled with struggle as he battled the Six Tails for control of his body. Kneeling beside the corpse, he yearned to embrace Hikari, but the moment his hand reached out, he faltered. The Six Tails had gained the upper hand, reasserting control. Damn it! Be quiet. I need to speak with Hikari. A peculiar bellow echoed, a sound reminiscent of a bull, the voice of the Six Tails, resisting Yu Gao's will, unwilling to relinquish control of the body and be sealed once more. Haydn seized the moment. while the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast contended for dominance. Now was the opportune time to strike. Haiden quickly leapt before Yugao, wielding his crescent blade, while Jiang Tian positioned himself behind, effectively surrounding him. The impending clash loomed large. Chapter 17. Help me be buried with her. The six-tailed beast, in a fierce struggle for control of its host's body against Yutaka, immediately sensed the ominous presence of Jiang Tian and his companion upon their sudden arrival. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan had previously ensnared the Nine Tails, with Uchiha clan members, including Madara and Obito, having utilized the Sharingan to dominate the tailed beasts. Similarly, Jiang Tian's Sharingan instilled a sense of unease in the Six Tails. Who are you? Yutaka and the Six Tails ceased their internal conflict, recognizing that the true enemy was the intruders. They momentarily reconciled, uniting against a common foe. We hail from the Akatsuki organization. Here to capture the Six Tails within you, Jiang Tian stated calmly, his Sharingan quietly revolving. Don't look into his eyes. The voice of the Six Tails echoed in Yutaka's mind, urging him to remain vigilant, just as he prepared to cast an illusion. Jiang Tian felt an immensely powerful energy resisting him, thwarting his mental attempt to weave a genjutsu. Truly, the tailed beasts were formidable beyond measure. Previously, while watching anime, Jiang Tian had perceived the Nine Tails and Eight Tails as immensely strong, while the other tailed beasts appeared weaker due to their limited screen time. Yet now, facing a tailed beast firsthand, he realized none were weak. His kaleidoscopic genjutsu had ensnared even the third Hokage, yet the Seven Tails had resisted it. It became evident that capturing the Six Tails solely through illusion would not suffice. Jiang Tian commanded Haiden, engage directly, injure it first. We must exploit its mental fluctuations during its distress to utilize genjutsu effectively. Upon receiving the order, Haiden charged forward, scythe in hand, toward Yutaka. With a resounding crash, Haiden was violently sent flying, blood trickling from his mouth. This guy is remarkably strong, he remarked, his tone icy. Activating his space ninjutsu, Jiang Tian suddenly appeared behind Yutaka, drawing his katana and striking down. The moment the blade, imbued with lightning chakra, made contact with the tailed beast's energy, the two forces clashed violently. Swiftly dissipating the lightning chakra, Jiang Tian retreated, a grave expression settling on his face. Haiden, we must take this seriously. Capturing a tailed beast is proving more challenging than I anticipated. Haiden nodded, intensifying his assault on Yutaka, adopting a reckless, life-for-a-life tactic, caring little for his own injuries. Confident that he would not perish, the furious onslaught bore fruit, as Yutaka was forced to retreat. Double ninjutsu, Black Lightning Blade. The combination of lightning and dark chakra surged forth, the katana shimmering ominously with black lightning. As Jiang Tian activated his space ninjutsu, he swung the blade once more. This time, he severed one of the Six Tails' energy-infused tails, demonstrating the effectiveness of the chakra fusion. A furious roar erupted as the severed tail reformed. The Six Tails was incensed, having not endured such damage in ages. Aside from the man known as Senju Hashirama, none had inflicted harm upon it, and now it grew increasingly frenzied. Yutaka, recognizing the threat posed by Jiang Tian and Haiden, relinquished control to the Six Tails, aware that if the tailed beast were extracted from his body, his own demise would be inevitable. Now free from Yutaka's restraint, the Six Tails entered a frenzied state, transforming Yutaka's human form to bear an ever closer resemblance to its true essence. Six Tails sprouted from behind him, while two white, fleshy antennae emerged from his head, rendering him akin to a grotesque, slime-covered insect. The violent energy waves radiated outward as the Six Tails fully manifested, an energy sphere coalescing above its head, rapidly expanding before hurtling toward Jiang Tian. With a thunderous crash, debris obscured the view, and Haiden leaped back, his expression devoid of concern, merely astonished by the tailed beast's destructive capacity. At this rate, Brother Tian will need time to recover. Haiden, still believing Jiang Tian to possess an immortal body like his own, was taken aback when the smoke cleared to reveal nothing within the enormous crater. Brother Tian, where are you? Haiden called out, but received no response. No way. Could he truly have been obliterated? You're the one who has shattered. I'm perfectly fine. Jiang Tian's voice startled Haiden as he appeared unscathed. Upon the tailed beast's attack, Jiang Tian had activated his space ninjutsu to evade. Wow, Brother Tian, your immortality is astonishing. You reassembled your body so swiftly? Haiden marveled, convinced of Jiang Tian's resilience. Upon hearing Haiden's mention of that night's mischief, Jiang Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Now is not the time for reminiscing. We must first deal with this behemoth. The Six Tails, sensing Jiang Tian's overwhelming strength, exhibited fluctuations in emotion. It gathered its energy once more, preparing to unleash another tailed beast bomb. Jiang Tian activated his Sharingan, distorting reality as he and Haydn narrowly evaded the attack. Yet, just as they landed, another tailed beast bomb came hurtling toward them. With no time to activate his space ninjutsu again, Jiang Tian's gaze hardened upon the incoming threat, and he commanded, Susanoo. Violet energy enveloped him as his Sharingan spun rapidly, blood trickling from his eyes. A colossal Susanoo emerged, wielding a massive katana. The Susanoo bore a flower emblem upon its chest, a cherry blossom, the favorite flower of Uchiha. Standing within the Susanoo, Jiang Tian commanded the towering figure to cleave the approaching tailed beast bomb in twain. The massive Susanoo advanced toward the Six Tails, initiating close combat reminiscent of a heroic battle against a monstrous foe. Jiang Tian's fist striking with relentless ferocity, driving the Six Tails back. With another defiant roar, as the Susanoo raised its katana for a decisive strike, Jiang Tian suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness, the towering figure disintegrating rapidly. Haydn rushed over. Brother Tian, are you all right? That was incredible. What technique was that? Jiang Tian remained silent, gazing at the already battered Six Tails, internally lamenting, indeed, there is no eternal Sharingan. Utilizing Susanoo is still too taxing. As the Sharingan spun once more, Jiang Tian sought to ensnare the Six Tails in an illusion, yet he encountered fierce resistance, albeit less intense than before. No, I refuse to be imprisoned again. The Six Tails roared within its mental realm, madness consuming it after enduring such a prolonged confinement. It would not yield to control any longer, and a torrent of energy surged from its form, causing its body to swell, resembling a grotesque, pulsating mass. Jiang Tian's expression darkened as he discerned through his Sharingan that the chakra within the Six Tails was rapidly converging. Is it preparing to self-destruct? A chilling realization struck him, causing a cold sweat to beat upon his brow. The concept of a tailed beast self-destructing was unheard of in the anime. Should it succeed in detonating, the devastation would be unfathomable. Jiang Tian, aware that even his space ninjutsu might not guarantee his escape, resolved to prevent it at all costs. Without hesitation, he intensified the genjutsu, attempting to thwart the Six Tails, though it continued to resist, albeit with diminished vigor. Yet, given the current circumstances, Jiang Tian found himself bereft of time to linger further. He retrieved the eyes of stagnation, and if absolutely necessary, he would employ Izanagi to alter the course of events. Suddenly, the energy of the Six Tails coalesced and then faltered. A voice echoed in Jiang Tian's mind. Let us converse. It was Yutaka, who had regained a measure of control over his own body. Through the illusionary link of the Sharingan, Jiang Tian beheld Yutaka within the realm of consciousness. What is your purpose in capturing the Six Tails? Yutaka inquired softly, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian shook his head and replied gravely, I am sorry, but I cannot divulge the details of our plan. However, it bears no relevance to you. Regardless of whether we capture the Six Tails or it detonates, your demise is inevitable. I am aware, Yutaka responded, his tone calm, accepting the fatality that awaited him. Jiang Tian observed him with curiosity, as a Jinchuriki aiding a stranger like himself. Did he harbor a profound grudge against the Six Tails? Not at all. I merely wish for Hikari to retain her corporeal form. If the Six Tails were to explode, all would be lost, Yutaka said with a bittersweet smile, realizing the humility of negotiating with those who caused him harm as he approached death. I will assist you in controlling the Six Tails, and in return, I ask you to bury me alongside Hikari. She has followed me as a rogue ninja, enduring hardship for many days. I have scarcely had the chance to converse with her properly. This time, I wish to spend more moments with her and hear her tales of the colorful bubbles from her homeland. As Yutaka spoke, there was no sorrow befitting a deathbed. Rather, his tone exuded a sense of liberation. After being a Jinchuriki for so long, he felt that only in this moment did he experience true ease. I promise you, Jiang Tian declared without hesitation, seeing in Yutaka's visage the reflections of himself and Obito. With Yutaka's assistance, the manipulation of the Six Tails proceeded smoothly. Without the aid of a Jinchuriki, it was left vulnerable. After the extraction of the tailed beast, Yutaka did not succumb immediately to death. He lay beside Hikari, turning to gaze at her. Gently caressing the young woman's face, he chuckled softly. To love someone is to blow colorful bubbles for them. It truly is a delightful story. In his final moments, Yutaka clasped Hikari's hand and looked skyward. As a Jinchuriki, he had long sought freedom, yearning to escape solitude and the stigma of being a monster. Yet, it was only now that he realized his wishes had been fulfilled since the moment he met the girl, though he had never truly embraced them. Sensei, the most gentle man in the world, creates the most beautiful, colorful bubbles. This was a phrase Hikari often uttered. How wonderful it was, the story of colorful bubbles. Jiang Tian gazed at the lifeless Yutaka, fulfilling his promise to inter them together, placing at their grave the weapon that could blow colorful bubbles. Let us depart. The plan to capture the Six Tails has succeeded. With that, Jiang Tian and Haydn seated themselves atop the Six Tails, embarking towards their organization. Chapter 18. Orochimaru's plan. Upon returning to the Akatsuki base, Jiang Tian and Haydn became the first duo to successfully capture a tailed beast. After handing over the Six Tails to Yahiko and briefly inquiring about the details of the operation, Yahiko dismissed Jiang Tian. By the time he returned to his residence, it was already deep into the night. Sitting on the porch of his wooden cabin, Jiang Tian reminisced about the appearance of Yutaka before his demise. Matters of the heart are often enigmatic. There are countless instances of unrequited love, such as that between Yutaka and Hikari, as well as the bond between you and her. Suddenly, a white snake slithered into Jiang Tian's view, crawling before him and flicking its tongue incessantly. Its mouth expanded ominously, as if it intended to regurgitate something. With a soft thud, a purple scroll fell from the serpent's mouth. Disgusted by this grotesque display, Jiang Tian immediately associated it with Orochimaru. He silently wished for the latter to abandon such repulsive habits. As he picked up the scroll, which was somewhat slick with the snake's saliva, he slowly unfurled it to reveal a single sentence: "It is time for you to repay a favor." Having agreed to provide Orochimaru with a favor in exchange for the reanimation jutsu scroll, Jiang Tian was taken aback by the speed at which this was being demanded. Wait, does this mean that the Chunin exams in Konoha are about to commence? During this period, Jiang Tian had focused solely on capturing the Six Tails, neglecting other events. Calculating the time, it was indeed nearly the moment when Orochimaru would strike Konoha. The Chunin exams represent a pivotal moment in the anime's timeline, where the tragedy of master and disciple unfolds yet again, culminating in the third Hokage's demise at the hands of Orochimaru. He needed to visit Konoha and check on the 12 young ninjas to see if their fates aligned with the narrative. Jiang Tian held a significant interest in Naruto and Sasuke, as they were the protagonists. He had to remain vigilant to prevent any potential downfall, especially since even Kaguya had succumbed to their prowess. The following day, before dawn, Jiang Tian departed from the Akatsuki organization, making his way toward the land of rice. Upon arriving at Orochimaru's base, the two met. "You should find this operation quite intriguing," Orochimaru said, extending his long tongue to lick his face, fully embracing his repulsive demeanor. "You plan to wreak havoc in Konoha during the Chunin exams, don't you?" Jiang Tian remarked, observing Orochimaru's self-satisfied expression with mild irritation as he directly revealed Orochimaru's intentions. Orochimaru regarded Jiang Tian's eyes thoughtfully before a sinister smile crept across his face. Is the Sharingan truly that formidable, capable of penetrating one's heart? Jiang Tian remained silent, mentally scoffing at the notion. If only the Sharingan could genuinely discern hearts, but it was merely because he was a transmigrator. Now, let's discuss your plan. Konoha is not solely comprised of the third Hokage. There are still many formidable individuals. Orochimaru appeared pleased, bringing his hands together as two coffins emerged from the ground. Is this the reanimation jutsu? As an anime enthusiast, witnessing this miraculous technique up close is distinctly different from observing it through a screen. The coffins landed, revealing the first and second Hokages. Jiang Tian nodded. With these two coffins, they indeed possessed the means to invade Konoha. After obtaining the scroll, Jiang Tian had struggled to comprehend this technique, but now observing Orochimaru perform it granted him new insights. 3 days later marked the Chunin exams in Konoha. According to the plan, Orochimaru had already infiltrated the venue, while Jiang Tian's task was to sneak into the Hokage's office, where Orochimaru sought vital information. With a resounding crash, for colossal beams of light shot into the sky, enveloping the third Hokage and Orochimaru. Jiang Tian donned his mask and used space-time ninjutsu to instantaneously appear in the Hokage's office. Activating his Sharingan, he surveyed the surroundings. The office, typically under strict control by the Anbu, now only housed a few Anbu members who had rushed to assist in the central plaza, disposing of the Anbu with ease. Jiang Tian opened the office door, retrieving the key Orochimaru had given him to unlock the cabinet containing the documents. The instant he opened it, he was drawn to the foremost document, which bore the title, Third Shinobi World War Operational Plan. As he delved into the plan, his expression grew icy. and he flipped through the pages with increasing speed, his Sharingan spinning uncontrollably, his demeanor chillingly stoic. What a sinister operational plan for the flames of Konoha. Jiang Tian finally grasped why, during the Third Shinobi War, the higher-ups of Konoha and those prominent clans suffered minimal casualties. It turned out that the ordinary citizens, lacking any background, were merely cannon fodder from the outset. The so-called plan involved dividing the battlefield into various zones, each designated for strengths and weaknesses, with each zone assigned specific ranks. According to the document, the powerful Konoha ninja squads were dispatched to the weakest regions, while the ordinary citizens were invariably sent to the strongest combat zones. It resembled the strategy of a horse race, where the weak were pitted against the strong to exhaust the enemy's elite, only for Konoha's formidable teams to capitalize on the victory. He and Uchiha Rei were allocated to confront formidable foes, unraveling all the enigmas. Jiang Tian finally understood why the Konoha squads near him had been so easily overwhelmed. Their enemies had been far superior from the very beginning, utilizing the lives of the weak to drain the opponent, then sending in the strong for a decisive strike. Such a battle plan was truly repugnant. With his pupils glowing crimson, the pinwheel-shaped kaleidoscope of his Sharingan turned slowly. Initially, he had come to Konoha merely to observe the protagonists, Naruto and Sasuke, but it appeared he had to take action. He pondered how Orochimaru's scheme of killing his master had unfolded and decided to partake in the game himself. After organizing the documents, Jiang Tian exited the Hokage office, striding confidently through the streets of Konoha. Draped in a crimson cloud-patterned robe and donning a wind chime hat, he was an unmistakable figure. As he stepped outside, a Konoha ninja spotted him. "Halt! Who are you?" Faced with the inquiry, Jiang Tian responded with a swift kick, knocking a Konoha chunin unconscious. This brazen act immediately drew the attention of nearby ninjas, and in an instant, several ninjas rushed forth, surrounding him tightly. Chapter 19. Might Guy and the Sharingan. Through the masks, several Konoha ninjas caught sight of those cursed eyes. Their astonishment rendered them motionless, their bodies trembling, faces contorted in anguish. They found themselves ensnared in the illusion of the Sharingan. Jiang Tian leapt onto a rooftop, gazing down at Konoha, his blood-red Sharingan resembling a bottomless abyss. Godly escape. What annihilation! An orb of energy materialized in his hand, compressing as different chakra attributes intertwined, emitting a piercing shriek. "Let the world taste pain," he cried, hurling the orb into the air, where it descended gently, illuminating the realm with a searing brilliance. Boom! The tremendous sound shattered the silence, and everything before him dissolved into nothingness. The explosive noise captured everyone's attention, prompting Orochimaru and the third Hokage, engaged in the Four Purple Flames formation, to cease their actions. They looked up at the colossal explosion conjured by Jiang Tian. "Damn it, does he have accomplices?" The third Hokage commanded. "Kakashi, Might Guy, all elite Jonin. Apprehend that destroyer of Konoha." With that, the elite Jonin of Konoha mobilized collectively. Jiang Tian sat serenely, observing the ninjas surrounding him, and chuckled softly. "So many familiar faces have come today. Are you all here for a reunion?" As he spoke, everyone recognized his voice. Kakashi replied solemnly, "Jiang Tian, why have you resorted to such actions once more?" His brow furrowed. Jiang Tian had previously unleashed a similar destructive jutsu upon his departure. "Kakashi, stop wasting time and take action," Might Guy interrupted, his body radiating blue energy as he opened the sixth gate of the 8 gates. Asuma, Kurenai, and other formidable ninjas of the same generation had also arrived. "Kakashi-sensei, you seem to have an affinity for questions. I wonder, if you were to meet your fallen comrades from years past, what would you ask them?" Jiang Tian subtly alluded to Obito, instantly stirring Kakashi's memories, leaving him momentarily frozen. Konoha Whirlwind. Guy suddenly appeared behind Jiang Tian, striking out with a powerful kick, only to find himself kicking at thin air. Jiang Tian had employed a space-time ninjutsu to materialize a short distance away, maintaining his seated posture with a scornful smile. "Such rudimentary taijutsu cannot harm me. Kakashi-sensei, aren't you going to make a move?" Jiang Tian slowly rose, prepared for a serious confrontation. Utilizing space-time ninjutsu, he reappeared behind Asuma, launching a fierce kick, only to be intercepted. Indeed, elite Jonin were no pushovers. Drawing his katana, he gazed at the multitude of ninjas, realizing that from this point onward, they must be earnest. Otherwise, they might meet their demise. Kakashi lowered his eye patch, replying calmly, "I will be serious." In the face of the onslaught, Jiang Tian deftly navigated among them using space-time ninjutsu, leaving them utterly helpless against such a skill. Lightning release, lightning serpent, earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Both Jiang Tian and Kakashi unleashed their jutsu simultaneously. At this juncture, Kakashi had activated his three-tomo Sharingan, striving to discern Jiang Tian's movements, but found it utterly futile. It was common knowledge that attempting to counter a Manjiki Sharingan with a three-tomo was a farce. Useless, Kakashi. With those eyes, you are no match for me. Jiang Tian's pupils spun with the windmill pattern as his figure vanished once more, reappearing behind Kurenai, thrusting his katana towards her. Konoha Whirlwind. Guy again employed the same technique to avert the crisis for his companion, and one must admit, this man's speed was astonishing. Faster than I was taken aback. Watching Jiang Tian deftly evade his attacks, feeling incredulous, there were very few men in Konoha who could surpass his speed. He was a master of taijutsu, a man of extraordinary swiftness. Shadow Dance, Leaf. Guy advanced once more, seeking to seize Jiang Tian and executing the Shadow Dance technique, only to be kicked away by Jiang Tian. His taijutsu was not to be underestimated. While he could not rival Guy, he was indeed superior to many. Guy's expression turned serious as he regarded Jiang Tian, murmuring, "As your opponent, you deserve to witness this technique." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian felt a flicker of trepidation. Was he truly about to unleash the 8 gates, leading to an instant climax? However, he quickly dismissed this thought, aware that Guy likely had not yet reached the point of sacrificing his life. Under Jiang Tian's watchful gaze, Guy assumed a stance, and judging by the form of his initial movement, was at the direction of the peacock. Jiang Tian's previously calm demeanor grew serious. This would be his first encounter with the 8 gates, and he was curious about the might of such formidable taijutsu. Jiang Tian also positioned his katana across his chest, adopting a defensive stance. This would be his inaugural battle against a taijutsu master. Guy, allow me to witness the prowess of the 8 gates. Truth be told, in this moment, Jiang Tian felt a twinge of excitement. As a fan of the genre, who wouldn't relish the opportunity for a true clash of titans? Thus, Jiang Tian chose not to retreat using space-time ninjutsu, but rather to confront Guy head-on. With the 6th gate opened, Jiang Tian felt confident that even without utilizing his Manjiki Sharingan, he would not lose his life. Chapter 20. The power of the Sharingan with the activation of the 8 gates. Might Guy exhibited formidable strength as he relentlessly struck at Jiang Tian. The rapid blows of his fists created friction against the air, igniting flames that surged toward Jiang Tian. Susanoo. Jiang Tian's eyes spun as he activated his Manjiki Sharingan, effortlessly deflecting the incoming assault. A massive energy enveloped him, showcasing the overwhelming power of Susanoo. The elite jonin of Konoha stood frozen in astonishment, questioning whether such strength could truly belong to a mere human. My former comrades, you too must endure this suffering. Swinging his katana, Susanoo cleaved toward the crowd, prompting Kakashi and his companions to swiftly evade. The sheer might was terrifying, and none dared to confront it head-on. With a single slash, the wave of energy surged forward, splitting the iconic Hokage rock of Konoha. Jiang Tian, Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, his face contorted with rage. This former ally had crossed an unforgivable line. Kakashi, why do you wear such an expression? Is this mere sight enough to invoke your pain? Do you truly understand what real suffering is? Do not display pity. Do you not find it ironic, given that you personally ended the life of Rin Noera? Jiang Tian's words struck deeply at Kakashi's heart, as he wielded Susanoo to wreak havoc throughout Konoha, unopposed in his path. Is this what you wish to protect, Konoha's higher-ups? Witness the destruction. And what recourse do you possess? Oh, you must be preoccupied with your own survival now. How does it feel to clash with your former disciple, the 3rd Hokage? It must weigh heavily on your heart, knowing that your leniency towards Orochimaru has brought such calamity upon the village. Indeed, you are consumed by selfishness, far from the impartiality you portray. Jiang Tian's merciless critique of Konoha's leadership was undeniably rooted in truth. Silence. What right do you have to speak of the Hokage? You wretched being? A blonde-haired Naruto appeared before Jiang Tian, flanked by Sasuke Uchiha, who was curious to know the identity of the Sharingan wielder. Faced with Konoha's prince and his rival, Jiang Tian had no intention of slaying them. He understood that adhering to the original storyline was crucial to prevent significant alterations to the world's future. After all, possessing knowledge of the narrative facilitated his strategic analysis and planning. Standing within Susanoo, Jiang Tian merely gazed at the 2 protagonists, who fainted on the spot, still too weak to contend with him. He then directed Susanoo toward the 4 purple flames formation, observing the intensifying battle between Orochimaru and his students. The 3rd Hokage invoked the dead demon consuming seal, as the Grim Reaper, mouth filled with a dagger, fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. Need my assistance, Orochimaru? Quickly. Kill that old man for me. He intends for us to perish together. Orochimaru howled, astonished that his mentor would resort to such a cursed technique. Very well. I shall aid you. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian executed the plan crafted by the third Hokage, the authoritative figure of Konoha at the time. The colossal Susanoo struck at the four purple flames formation, shattering it with merely 2 slashes. Jiang Tian then dispelled Susanoo and thrust his blade into the back of the third Hokage. Even in this dire scenario, the third Hokage managed to incapacitate Orochimaru's hands before his demise, mirroring the original storyline with no deviations. Are you all right, Orochimaru? Jiang Tian approached, supporting Orochimaru as he initiated a space-time ninjutsu to whisk him away from Konoha. This battle left Konoha utterly devastated, and the third Hokage had fallen. It marked one of the darkest days in the village's history. At the base of the Sound Village, Orochimaru, pale-faced, gazed at Jiang Tian. Thank you. I owe you another favor. First, focus on healing your hands. Jiang Tian spared Orochimaru. Recognizing his utility, he would need his assistance when transplanting the Rinnegan. I must take my leave. I am quite satisfied with this plan. Jiang Tian's expression darkened as he clutched the Konoha's third great ninja war strategy in his hand, harboring a deep-seated resentment toward Konoha's leadership. This endeavor alongside Orochimaru to dismantle Konoha had unveiled the truth he had long sought, intensifying his loathing for the village. It seems I must hasten the capture of the tailed beasts. Jiang Tian contemplated, understanding that only by capturing the one tail through the 7 tails could Yahiko initiate the pursuit of the 9 tails, leading to Nagato's demise in this operation. Only in the wake of Nagato's death could he contend for the Rinnegan, seizing the opportunity following the battle between Obito and Conan, as the severely injured Obito would be no match for him. Yet, before that, he needed to merge Shirsue's eyes to awaken the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Itachi. You must be gravely ill by now. Chapter 21. Itachi's request within the confines of the base. Jiang Tian was devising a plan to acquire the other Sharingan Eye of Shirsue, which he believed still resided with Itachi. He needed to obtain it before Itachi presented it to Naruto. Is Jiang Tian-kun here? Jiang Tian rose, his expression revealing confusion, just as he contemplated acquiring Shirsue's eye. Itachi appeared at his door. Itachi, what brings you here? Standing outside, Itachi was not clad in the Akatsuki garb, but rather adorned in the Uchiha clan attire emblazoned with the Uchiha fan. To Jiang Tian's surprise, he held a flask of sake. The two entered the room and took their seats. With a smile, Itachi poured Jiang Tian a drink. Jiang Tian-kun, please try this. It is brewed using a unique method of the Uchiha clan. Jiang Tian raised the cup and drank it in one go, the familiar flavor flooding his senses. Reminiscent of the sake that Uchiha Rin had once shared with him, he set down the cup and regarded Itachi, who was straightforwardly inquiring about his purpose for visiting. Itachi, your visit today seems more than a mere invitation for a drink. What brings you here? Itachi, recognizing Jiang Tian's directness, candidly revealed his intention. Jiang Tian-kun, I am gravely ill and do not have long to live. I am here to ask you to look after my brother, Sasuke, after I am gone. I do not wish for any misfortune to befall him. Such profound brotherly love. Itachi's devotion to his brother was palpable. Why choose me? Jiang Tian questioned, puzzled as to why Itachi would place such trust in him regarding Sasuke. It is because of the Sharingan. I have learned about your connection with the Uchiha clan's girl, and thus I am willing to trust you, Itachi replied, revealing Jiang Tian's secret. As a spy for Konoha, he had investigated Jiang Tian, a prodigious ninja from the common folk, who harbored feelings for an Uchiha girl and was discontent with Rin's demise during the Third Great Ninja War, leading to his plans of defection from Konoha. Even so, that does not guarantee I will agree, Jiang Tian replied nonchalantly, considering how to negotiate for Shirsue's Sharingan. What if I offer you Shirsue's eye? Itachi produced the eye, preserved within a vial, explaining that it was his reason for seeking Jiang Tian. Any wielder of the Meijiki Sharingan could not escape the allure of the eternal Meijiki, rendering Shirsue's eye a valuable bargaining chip. You trust me so readily? Jiang Tian suppressed his excitement, hesitating to accept the eye, uncertain of Itachi's sincerity. I have no other choice, Itachi spoke with a bittersweet demeanor, acknowledging his lack of faith in Jiang Tian but recognizing that he had no better alternatives. He did not trust Konoha either, which is why he turned to Jiang Tian. For the sake of his brother Sasuke, he could not afford to be overly cautious. Hearing the resignation and sorrow in Itachi's tone, Jiang Tian accepted Shirsue's eye with a nod. I promise to look after your brother. This vow comes from the heart. Itachi smiled in satisfaction. I believe in you. Jiang Tian. After sealing their agreement, Itachi departed, leaving Jiang Tian with a sense of melancholy as he observed Itachi's retreating figure. Even someone as formidable and wise as Itachi Uchiha could succumb to illness at a young age. Jiang Tian began to fathom the motivations behind Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality. With Shirsui's eye in hand, along with the eye previously obtained from Danzo, he had finally assembled the components of Shirsui's Manjiki. He unfurled the scroll to contact Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Prepare to transplant Shirsui's eye in due time. Is this Jiang Tiandano? Orochimaru is. The response did not come from Orochimaru, but rather from Kabuto. Jiang Tian quickly grasped the situation. Orochimaru's hands had yet to recover from the Shiki Fuin imposed by the third Hokage. Orochimaru's hands are still not well? Indeed, Jiang Tiandano. Orochimaru has tried numerous methods, but none have succeeded in healing his hands. The situation was becoming dire. After acquiring Shirsui's eye, he now faced new complications. Is there anything I can do to assist? I require the transplantation of Shirsui's eye at the earliest opportunity. Jiang Tian inquired, unwilling to delay any longer. Only by attaining greater power could he enhance his chances of obtaining Nagato's Rinnegan. Orochimaru has arrived, Kabuto's voice announced, indicating that Orochimaru wished to speak with him. Jiang Tian. Help me. Orochimaru's urgent voice reached Jiang Tian, expressing his frustration at being unable to perform jutsu or conduct experiments, feeling like a burden in his current state. What do you need from me? I need you to infiltrate the Uzumaki clan's ancestral homeland. There must be a way to heal my hands there. If they have no records on how to lift the Shiki Fuin, I will truly become a complete invalid. Orochimaru conveyed his plea. Very well, I will assist you. Jiang Tian readily agreed, as he too had no better options. Only by restoring Orochimaru could he successfully transplant Shirsui's eye and gain the eternal Manjiki. By the way, I must inform you that Jiraiya has returned to the village. That man is not to be underestimated. He is on par with us. Jiraiya's return was hardly welcome news. This would significantly escalate the difficulty of his mission to Konoha. As an anime enthusiast, Jiang Tian understood that although Orochimaru was hailed as a genius among the legendary three ninjas, in terms of combat prowess, Jiraiya was likely the strongest. He was a man capable of challenging divine powers with mere mortal strength. A single individual had faced the six paths of pain, who had laid waste to Konoha, and had even slain several of them. Such strength was undeniable. Were it not for the narrative inconsistencies in the later arcs, it would not be an exaggeration to regard Jiraiya as the pinnacle of power. Jiang Tian pondered this and admitted to himself that he wished to avoid conflict with Jiraiya, a sentiment shared by many fans of Naruto. Very well, I shall remain vigilant. This journey to Konoha is solely to acquire the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, not to bring destruction to Konoha. Thus, a direct confrontation with Jiraiya is not inevitable. With that, Jiang Tian severed his connection with Orochimaru, preparing himself for the journey to Konoha and the potential encounter with Jiraiya. Chapter 22. Jiraiya's formidable prowess. Konoha Village appeared somewhat desolate, exuding an atmosphere of stagnation. The successive deaths of two Hokage during incursions into Konoha had cast a pall over the hearts of its inhabitants. That detestable Orochimaru, to commit such an inhumane act as to slay his own teacher, and that Jiang Tian, once merely a commoner of Konoha, were it not for the village, would he have achieved such eminence, becoming so formidable a ninja? Ultimately, it was Konoha that nurtured him. Throughout the streets of Konoha, ninjas whispered amongst themselves. Their discourse centered on the two figures deemed villains by the village's denizens. Orochimaru, the patricide, and Jiang Tian, the destroyer of Konoha. In their eyes, these were veritable demons. Such clandestine deliberations are hardly commendable. Jiraiya, leaning against a grand tree, sought respite from the sun's rays, a flask of sake in hand, interjected into the discourse of the two Konoha ninjas. Who are you? Why meddle in our affairs, defending those two fiends? Are you perhaps an accomplice? The two ninjas, young and unfamiliar with Jiraiya due to his prolonged sojourns abroad, failed to recognize one of the legendary Sannin of their own village. An accomplice, you say? Jiraiya erupted in laughter, amused by the notion of being mistaken for a co-conspirator in Konoha's destruction. However, I do indeed know Orochimaru. He was once my comrade. As he spoke these words, a shadow of melancholy veiled Jiraiya's eyes, lamenting the descent of the prodigy he had once striven to surpass. He even murdered our teacher. You know Orochimaru. You've admitted to being an accomplice in the village's destruction. The younger Konoha ninja roared at Jiraiya, his animosity for Orochimaru palpable. Fueled by the loss of his brother during the invasion of Konoha, his companion tugged at the distraught ninja, urging, "Silence. Why Zhuanluan? Why silence him? This man is suspicious. Why not interrogate him?" I said, "Be quiet." Though unfamiliar with Jiraiya's countenance, the ninja had gleaned descriptions of him. Upon hearing Jiraiya's admission of camaraderie with Orochimaru, he swiftly discerned the identity of the figure before him. Are you Lord Jiraiya?" The ninja who had previously rebuked Jiraiya was struck dumb. No Konoha ninja could be ignorant of his existence. The name of the Sannin resonated throughout the ninja world. "Lord Jiraiya, I was unaware of your presence. Forgive me." The young ninja's voice trembled, mortified at having berated Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya waved a dismissive hand, signaling their departure. "Lord Jiraiya, you have finally returned. With the Hokage's seat vacant, Konoha Village requires your leadership." Kakashi materialized behind Jiraiya. Since his entry into the village, the Konoha Anbu had been aware of Jiraiya's presence. The higher echelons had dispatched Kakashi as an emissary, tasked with persuading Jiraiya to assume the mantle of Hokage, becoming the new chieftain of Konoha. "Kakashi, enough. I am unsuited to be Hokage, nor do I desire the position. Yet, who else in the village is qualified to succeed the Hokage at this juncture?" Kakashi countered, asserting that Jiraiya was the preeminent choice in terms of both aptitude and strength. Jiraiya chuckled. "Are there not 3 Sannin, aside from myself? You speak of the first Hokage's granddaughter, Lady Tsunade, but her whereabouts are unknown." Kakashi remained steadfast in his conviction that Jiraiya was the more fitting candidate for Hokage. "I shall retrieve her for the village. However, before that, we must extend a welcome to our clandestine visitor to Konoha." Jiraiya gazed into the distance, towards the ancestral grounds of the Uzumaki clan, where Jiang Tian was endeavoring to locate a scroll for Orochimaru, one that could potentially nullify the Reaper Death Seal. "This is perplexing. Why can I not locate it? According to Orochimaru's clues, it should be within the shrine before me, yet it is nowhere to be found." Jiang Tian had scoured for some time, finally locating the Uzumaki clan's shrine. The scroll containing the method to the Reaper Death Seal was purportedly concealed within, but it remained elusive. He tapped the shrine with his katana, eliciting no response. No hidden compartments either? Jiang Tian sensed the situation growing dire. Even the activation of his Mangekyo Sharingan revealed nothing amiss. Impatience gnawing at him, he swung his katana at the shrine. The shrine shattered, revealing yet another shrine concealed within, so deeply concealed that it had eluded detection. Moreover, it seemed to be protected by some peculiar seal, rendering it impervious to Jiang Tian's Sharingan. He retrieved a scroll from his person, bearing the hand seals Orochimaru had used to the shrine seal. "Release." Jiang Tian bit his finger, pressing it lightly upon the large character for release at the center of the scroll. Instantly, a plume of smoke billowed forth, and numerous serpentine tendrils of energy emerged from the scroll, gnawing at the seal on the shrine until it was utterly devoured. Picking up the text within the shrine, which detailed the method to the Reaper Death Seal, Jiang Tian realized that, though he recognized the characters, he could not decipher their meaning. "I am indeed ill-suited for the art of sealing techniques." After stowing the scroll, he turned to depart. "With this, Orochimaru's hands can be healed, and he can assist me in transplanting Shirsue's eyes. His hands may never be healed." A familiar voice echoed from behind. Jiang Tian pivoted. "Jiraiya, I did not anticipate being discovered. I was exceedingly cautious in concealing my presence." Jiang Tian regarded Jiraiya. Prior to his arrival, he had taken every precaution, even employing a sealing technique to mask his chakra signature, yet he had been detected nonetheless. "Jiraiya, I have no desire to engage in combat with you. Allow me to depart." Jiraiya gestured towards the scroll concealed within Jiang Tian's robes. Departure is contingent upon relinquishing the scroll. Faced with such an unreasonable demand, Jiang Tian's countenance darkened. His sole objective was to retrieve the scroll, for it held the key to acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan and augmenting his power. "So, there is no room for negotiation? You are welcome to attempt to force the issue." Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, his hand resting upon the massive scroll behind him. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly as Jiang Tian attempted to employ his space-time ninjutsu to extricate himself, but to no avail. "How can this be? My space-time ninjutsu is ineffective." "You have finally noticed? This is the ancestral domain of the Uzumaki clan, the epicenter of sealing techniques. I have taken certain precautions, rendering your space-time ninjutsu inoperable." Jiraiya fixed his gaze upon Jiang Tian. He harbored genuine ire for this rogue ninja who had twice wreaked havoc upon Konoha. This man had once professed to be his admirer, yet he was a ruthless malefactor. I genuinely wish to avoid conflict with you, Jiraiya. Why must you compel me? Jiang Tian reiterated his sentiment, his reluctance stemming both from trepidation of Jiraiya's formidable power and from a vestige of admiration for the man he idolized. Such vacillation is a far cry from the decisive ruthlessness you displayed during your previous incursions into Konoha. Jiraiya initiated the attack, unfurling the scroll behind him and summoning 2 Mayaboka Mountain sages. Ninja art, summoning technique. Sage mode, activate. The 2 sages perched upon Jiraiya's shoulders, and his nose rapidly sprouted small protuberances, covering its surface. Witnessing Jiraiya entering sage mode without hesitation, Jiang Tian dared not underestimate his adversary. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes whirled at an accelerated pace as he intoned softly, Susanoo. A towering colossus arose from the earth, enveloping Jiang Tian's entire being. Undaunted by the colossal entity, Jiraiya's expression remained placid. So, this is the Uchiha clan's accursed power? It appears to be a formidable adversary. With these words, he charged towards the Susanoo, his speed astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Even as he sprinted, he was weaving hand seals at an incredible pace. Ninja art, summoning technique. A colossal toad manifested beneath Orochimaru's feet, adorned with a long scar at the corner of its eye, wielding an elongated katana. Its immense form could rival that of Susanoo itself. This was none other than the great toad elder, Fukasaku. Jiraiya, it has been an age since we last met. What manner of foe has summoned me forth this time? Fukasaku observed Jiraiya's transformation into sage mode and recognized the gravity of their adversary. Fukasaku, now is not the time for reminiscing. Direct your gaze towards the formidable entity before you. Only then did Fukasaku notice Susanoo standing in their way. He hastily swung his katana with one hand, clashing with the weapon controlled by Jiang Tian. A tremendous roar reverberated throughout the Hidden Leaf Village, drawing the attention of its ninjas to the battle unfolding in the Vortex ancestral grounds. What is that? Has Jiang Tian returned to wreak havoc upon Konoha once more? Who is he facing? That enormous toad. Could it be that Master Jiraiya has returned? Among the crowd, an elder ninja recognized Fukasaku. Realizing that Jiraiya was engaged in combat with Jiang Tian, Fukasaku's form retreated swiftly, stabilizing himself by plunging his sword into the ground, leaving a long scar across the earth. Jiang Tian, standing within Susanoo, felt the immense impact. The force of the 2 blades colliding was overwhelmingly powerful. Are you all right, Fukasaku? Yes, this giant is formidable. Jiraiya must exercise caution. Jiraiya surveyed Jiang Tian within Susanoo and turned to the 2 toad sages. Let us employ that technique and see if we can overcome this giant. Is young Jiraiya really going to use that move? We shall support you, Sage Fukasaku quickly chimed in. Jiraiya inhaled deeply, his chest swelling, while the 2 sages on his shoulders mirrored his actions. Sage art, Gomen. Flames, oil, and wind converged, unleashing a terrifying inferno that surged towards Susanoo, igniting it in a fierce blaze. In an instant, Susanoo transformed into a fiery figure, and Jiang Tian shielded his eyes in pain. The Susanoo surrounding him began to disintegrate. This was the drawback of lacking an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, as its ocular power could not withstand Jiraiya's sage energy. Observing the collapsing Susanoo, Fukasaku murmured, "Did our attack prove effective?" Chapter 23. Escaped. Jiang Tian gazed in disbelief at the Susanoo that was gradually melting away in flames, blood trickling from his eyes. In sage mode, Jiraiya unleashed the 5 right gate, a display of power truly emblematic of the zenith of early anime prowess. Is he truly this formidable? Without the transplanted eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Jiang Tian Susanoo could not endure for long, and after being struck by the 5 right gate, it began to disintegrate. With a sharp crack, Jiang Tian's Susanoo vanished completely, leaving him standing in place, his expression growing increasingly grave as he faced Jiraiya. Constrained by the terrain, he could not employ space ninjutsu, and with his Susanoo dispelled, his situation had become exceedingly dire, especially with so many Konoha ninjas converging upon him. If surrounded, he would likely meet his end here. Jiraiya, your strength is truly remarkable. You have forced me into such a predicament, a first for me, Jiang Tian remarked, contemplating the lethal risk of retaining any hidden cards against such an opponent. I wonder how you would react to facing a former adversary? Former adversary? Jiraiya looked at Jiang Tian, uncertain of his next move. Jiang Tian clasped his hands together and intoned, Edo Tensei. A wooden coffin erupted from the earth, appearing before Jiraiya. Not only does he possess the Sharingan, but he also wields the forbidden technique of the second Hokage. Jiraiya's intent to kill Jiang Tian intensified. Having such a dangerous individual as an enemy of Konoha was indeed a troubling matter. With a thunderous boom, the coffin lid crashed down, revealing a ninja adorned with a respirator mask, Sannin Hanzo, who had once been known as a demigod. Although Jiang Tian considered the title to be somewhat inflated and the anime offered scant details about him, this individual had once driven the young Jiraiya and his companions to the brink. The name of the legendary three shinobi had first emerged from his lips. And how could someone renowned as a demigod in the third great ninja war be anything less than formidable? It was not that Jiang Tian wished to summon a more powerful figure, but rather that Uchiha Madara, as his trump card, could not yet be revealed. As for other formidable characters summoned through Edo Tensei and various anime, they were still alive and well. Summoning Hanzo was a desperate measure. He merely needed to stall Jiraiya to buy Jiang Tian time to escape. Jiraiya, have a nice chat with your former rival. I shall take my leave. Jiang Tian declared before turning to flee. Ninjutsu, Rasengan. Jiraiya formed a Rasengan and hurled it at Hanzo, yet it had no effect. The deceased summoned by Edo Tensei could not die again. Their shattered bodies reassembled like drifting petals, restoring Hanzo's form. After running a distance, Jiang Tian attempted to utilize space ninjutsu but found it unresponsive. He had yet to escape the sealing circle of the Vortex clan. You cannot escape. The sealing range is extensive, and you cannot flee momentarily. How infuriating. Have they caught up so swiftly? Jiang Tian reconsidered his earlier thoughts. The Edo Tensei Hanzo was far too fragile, having been sealed by Jiraiya in no time at all. Giant Rasengan. Sensing an overwhelming chakra approaching from behind, Jiang Tian's Sharingan spun rapidly as he drew his katana, infusing it with lightning chakra to shield himself, yet he was still knocked backward by the tremendous force. Struggling to regain his footing, harnessing that momentum, Jiang Tian turned to flee, retrieving a scroll to contact Orochimaru. I've been entangled by Jiraiya. Find a way to break the seal here and aid my escape. Kabuto, prepare the formation immediately to assist Jiang Tian in his departure, Orochimaru commanded. Kabuto hastily began crafting a scroll to dispel the seal under Orochimaru's guidance. With the scroll ready, Orochimaru instructed Kabuto to proceed. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. In the Vortex Clan's territory, Jiang Tian once again drew his katana to parry Jiraiya's assault. His Akatsuki robe, emblazoned with crimson clouds, was tattered, and his arms bore wounds, blood flowing freely. Since acquiring the Sharingan, this was the first time he had sustained such severe injuries, a testament to Jiraiya's overwhelming strength. I told you, you cannot escape, accept the reality, Jiang Tian. Jiraiya towered over Jiang Tian, who was cornered by Kakashi, Might Guy, and others behind him. Jiraiya, knowing you returned to Konoha, I anticipated this mission would not be simple. You have indeed forced me into this position, faced with imminent peril. Jiang Tian could no longer afford to conceal any hidden strategies. He resolved to summon Uchiha Madara through Edo Tensei. Although this carried significant risk and could expose his true intentions within the Akatsuki, he had no alternatives. Jiang Tian clasped his hands together, looking toward Jiraiya. I concede, Jiraiya. You are formidable. I am no match for you now. Yet, when faced with someone who once battled the first Hokage, can you still claim to be his equal? Edo Tensei. Lord Jiang Tian, I have arrived with the scroll to dispel the seal. Kabuto's voice echoed as the coffin containing Uchiha Madara reburrowed into the earth. Quickly, use the scroll to break the seal. I will employ space ninjutsu to take you with me. Jiang Tian urged softly. Ninjutsu, release. Kabuto unfurled the scroll, executing the sealing technique as instructed by Orochimaru, and the scroll ignited in flames. In that moment, Jiang Tian's Sharingan whirled, sensing the seal's failure, and he activated space ninjutsu, whisking Kabuto away. Kakashi, do not pursue. You will not catch up. Jiraiya halted Kakashi and the others who sought to chase after Jiang Tian, acknowledging that only those with similar space ninjutsu could hope to follow. In Orochimaru's base, Jiang Tian presented the scroll obtained from the Vortex clan to Orochimaru, appearing somewhat disheveled. Was it Jiraiya who left you in such a state? Orochimaru mused, incredulous. He had never perceived Jiraiya to be this powerful. He activated Sage Mode, and the 5 right gate melted my Susanoo. You must hasten to heal my arm and assist in transplanting Shirsue's eyes. Jiang Tian implored Orochimaru, the encounter with Jiraiya compelling him to realize the urgency of acquiring the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Orochimaru nodded, agreeing to Jiang Tian's request, though a contemplative expression crossed his face. Sage Mode, Jiraiya, he murmured, seemingly unable to fathom it. After years of effort outside the Dragon Cave, he had yet to gain the White Snake Sage's approval, while Jiraiya had already mastered Sage Mode, an unsettling revelation for him. Chapter 24. the eternal kaleidoscope in Orochimaru's laboratory. He held a vial containing a green liquid, which housed the Shirsui's eye, renowned for its unparalleled Jinjutsu, Kodoemitsu Tsukumi. Naturally, this was in addition to the destructive Izanagi aimed at the Sharingan. Jiang Tian. I am genuinely intrigued as to how a being devoid of Uchiha blood can possess 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. What is your secret? Orochimaru's desire for the Uchiha bloodline was not a fleeting whim. He yearned for this formidable bloodline limit. Orochimaru's words stirred memories within Jiang Tian, as his acquisition of the Manjiki was entirely due to a certain girl. Of course, Konoha played a role as well. And the mere thought of this soured Jiang Tian's expression. The village of Konoha had indeed played a significant part in his obtaining the Manjiki, particularly the hypocritical higher-ups whose decisions were nauseating. They traded the lives of weak ninjas for victory, shamelessly labeling it a battle strategy. What a wretched plan it was. One that ultimately cost Ling her life. Orochimaru observed the man before him, whose expression was wild, akin to a ferocious beast. It seemed that Jiang Tian, now possessing the eternal Manjiki, was Konoha's greatest adversary. His hatred was but a trifle in comparison. Orochimaru licked his crimson lips, noting that there were indeed many who harbored disdain for Konoha. The destruction of the village appeared to be a task that required little effort on his part, as there were plenty willing to enact it. Very well, let us commence the transplantation of Shirsui's eye. Orochimaru poured the contents of the vial and prepared for Jiang Tian's surgery. 3 days later, Jiang Tian slowly removed the bandage covering his eyes. His vision was initially hazy but gradually sharpened, revealing Orochimaru before him. His crimson pupils spun continuously, truly captivating. In that moment, Jiang Tian could perceive everything clearly. The white snake hidden within the base, Kabuto engaged in experiments, and the sound ninja training outside. Jiang Tian was exceedingly pleased with his new eyes. After leaving Orochimaru's laboratory, he made his way to the Akatsuki base. Upon his return, Haiden appeared, looking at Jiang Tian. Brother Tian, where have you been? The leader has been searching for you. I hear there is a new mission. Haiden, with his crimson crescent scythe slung across his back, began recounting recent events. The base had recruited several new members during this time, especially that insufferable fellow who incessantly spoke of art. Haiden found him particularly irksome. Art? That must refer to Deidara, Jiang Tian mused. Has the leader mentioned what tasks we are to undertake? His greater concern lay with Yuhiko's intentions and the current status of the Akatsuki's missions. How much longer until Nagato's demise? Once he fell, the probability of obtaining the Rinnegan during the battle between Obito and Conan would be significantly high. This would enable him to resurrect Ling. The leader stated that upon your return, we would discuss the mission details together. Jiang Tian nodded. Let us proceed and hear what the leader has to say. The two arrived at the secret meeting place of the Akatsuki, where Yuhiko sat in the central seat, gazing at Jiang Tian. Where have you been? The progress of our tasks has been somewhat delayed. Jiang Tian offered little explanation, simply responding, I had personal matters to attend to, but they are resolved now, allowing me to continue with our missions. Yuhiko did not press further, as he was not privy to the nature of Jiang Tian's personal affairs. As the leader, he refrained from interfering excessively with the personal matters of his members unless urgency dictated otherwise. You are to investigate Kumogakure. This time, capturing the Eight Tails is not mandatory. The primary objective is to gather intelligence, considering the formidable host in Reikage. Yuhiko outlined their mission, to probe the situation regarding the Eight Tails and Kumogakure. Very well. We shall depart immediately. Jiang Tian, now endowed with the eternal Manjiki, felt emboldened to venture anywhere. His complete Susanoo could traverse any terrain unchallenged. In this world, no one could slay him. Brother Tian, as we embark on capturing the Eight Tails, I have heard that the Reikage brothers are formidable opponents. Haiden remarked. It seems peculiar, logically. The mission to capture the Eight Tails should be postponed until after the Nine Tails. I wonder why the leader has sent us now. Haiden's words piqued Jiang Tian's curiosity. Indeed, there were still the 4 tails, 1 tail, and 3 tails yet to be captured. It was strange for him to be dispatched for the 8 tails under such circumstances. Did Nagato or Obito suspect him of ulterior motives? This thought flitted through Jiang Tian's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Such a thing was impossible. His schemes were meticulously concealed, and he believed he had not revealed any flaws within the organization. Deep within the Akatsuki base, the gaunt Nagato was connected to the outer path golem. He turned to Conan and inquired, have you thoroughly investigated Jiang Tian? What has he been up to lately? He has visited Konoha several times and sought out Orochimaru. However, more surprising than these visits is his combat prowess. he managed to escape from Jiraiya-sensei unscathed, which was unexpected. Conan reported quietly, standing beside Nagato as they discussed Jiang Tian's recent activities. Nagato, why are you so concerned about Jiang Tian? Does he pose a threat? Conan questioned. Since Jiang Tian's defection from Konoha to the Akatsuki, Nagato had assigned personnel to closely monitor him. It is not of my own accord. It is Uchiha Obito who has urged me to keep a vigilant eye on Jiang Tian. Nagato's expression remained composed, yet his inner doubts lingered. The Obito he spoke of was the masked man, who had instigated Nagato's scrutiny of Jiang Tian since his entry into the organization. It seemed that Obito did not fully trust Jiang Tian either, especially given that this individual appeared to possess an uncanny ability to perceive the hearts of others, which unsettled Obito and left him feeling a touch uneasy. Conan continued to monitor Jiang Tian's movements as well as Obito's. He is not to be trusted. Our goal is to pursue peace, and we have yet to discern the truth behind his Moon Eye plan. Nagato was suddenly seized by a fit of violent coughing, his health deteriorating rapidly, as if his time was running short. Nagato, your health. Conan supported him, as he was her only remaining family. Following Yahiko's death, the trio of homeless children from years past had dwindled to just her and Nagato. Should anything happen to him, I am fine, I can endure. We still have a world to create, one of absolute peace, alongside you and Yahiko. Nagato managed to smile, reassuring Conan not to worry. Yes, we made a pact among us three, Conan affirmed with a firm nod. Yahiko and Nagato were the two most significant men in her life. Nagato merely smiled, choosing to say nothing further. He was acutely aware of his deteriorating condition. Death was merely a matter of time. His only concern was for Conan, as he had promised Yahiko to look after her. Chapter 25. The Eight Tails in the Office of the Raikage in the Hidden Cloud Village. A stern command echoed through the room. Do not leave the village for the time being. This is my order. Yo. Why don't you trust your own brother? Kairabi replied in his distinctive rap style. Kairabi, I'm not jesting. Recently, tailed beasts have been going missing across the nations. That damn Akatsuki organization is utterly reckless. The fiery Raikage seethed with anger upon receiving intelligence from other ninja villages, his hatred for the Akatsuki intensifying. Were they preparing to ignite another war? Moreover, his beloved younger brother was the host of the Eight Tails, making him a prime target for the organization. I will assign someone to keep an eye on you. Do not even think about leaving the village to undertake any missions. Kairabi fell silent, acutely aware of the precarious situation. The Akatsuki was actively capturing tailed beasts, and venturing out on a mission would undoubtedly place him in peril. Yet, he was no longer the helpless child who needed his brother's protection. Brother. Enough, Kairabi. I have other matters to attend to. Please leave. The Raikage brusquely interrupted, unwilling to entertain further discussion on the matter. Outside the Hidden Cloud Village, Jiang Tian donned a robe adorned with crimson clouds, followed closely by Fade Wan. Brother Tian, do we need to capture the Eight Tails this time? Let us assess the situation. With our current strength, it would be challenging to oppose the entire Hidden Cloud Village. However, if an opportunity arises, we shall commence the capture of the Eight Tails. Jiang Tian had come to the Hidden Cloud Village with the intention of seizing the Eight Tails, hoping to expedite Nagato's plan to capture the tailed beasts. Should he venture into Konoha, his demise would be certain, allowing him to seize the Rinnegan in the process. Jiang Tian activated his space-time ninjutsu, his Sharingan swirling as their figures began to blur, materializing within the Hidden Cloud Village. With a swift kick, Jiang Tian incapacitated a Hidden Cloud Ninja, employing space-time ninjutsu to whisk him away. No need for divinity. The fusion of Shirsui's eyes granted Jiang Tian the most potent genjutsu, ensnaring the Hidden Cloud Ninja in a world of illusion. Where's Kairabi? The esteemed Lord Kairabi is under strict surveillance by the Raikage. I am unaware of his exact location. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, realizing that this mission was proving more complicated than anticipated. After further inquiries, he discerned that the likelihood of capturing the Eight Tails was exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Fade One, wait for me outside. I will infiltrate using space-time ninjutsu to locate the Eight Tails. If an opportunity arises for capture, we will seize it. If not, we will retreat. With that, Jiang Tian vanished from sight. In a wooden hut not far from the Raikage's office, Kairabi was engulfed in frustration. Despite his growth, his brother still perceived him as the child in need of protection. Damn it! Kairabi struck a nearby tree in anger. If you truly wish to leave, I can assist you. Jiang Tian emerged slowly from the dense foliage, clad in his vibrant attire, a katana at his waist. You are the rogue ninja Jiang Tian from Konoha? Kairabi recognized him from the wanted posters. Recalling the formidable ninja who had effortlessly devastated a significant portion of Konoha and escaped from Jiraiya. I am surprised you recognized me so readily. Kairabi, with a stoic expression, replied, the reputation of the Akatsuki's Jiang Tian is too prominent to overlook. It is said you are among the elite of the rogue ninjas, possessing strength comparable to the legendary Sannin of Konoha. I wonder if that is indeed true. Jiang Tian grinned, gripping his katana. Well, now you have the chance to test that for yourself and see if my power lives up to the rumors. Just what I was hoping for. Kairabi took the initiative, summoning 6 daggers that appeared around his form, adopting a peculiar stance. Kairabi, I have no time to play. If this is all you have, you should come quietly. Jiang Tian's Sharingan spun, and he swung his katana fiercely at Kairabi's daggers, thunder crackling in the air. Raiden, Raijin no Kin. Kairabi withdrew his daggers, unleashing a torrent of lightning from his arm as he charged towards Jiang Tian. Susanoo. A colossal figure rose from the ground. A complete form of Susanoo under the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, its size dwarfing its previous incarnations. Truly an impressive individual. Kairabi marveled at the godlike giant before him. He recalled that Jiang Tian had once been a mere commoner in Konoha, born into no notable clan, yet he had risen to such a fearsome level, truly terrifying. Partial-tailed beast transformation. Kairabi maintained his human form while enveloped in an aura of tailed beast energy. Jiang Tian, within the Susanoo, wielded the immense katana to deflect the incoming tailed beast bomb. With a thunderous impact, the partially transformed Kairabi charged towards the Susanoo, intent on shattering the giant. The reverberations of the clash echoed throughout the vicinity, catching the attention of the Raikage, who glared at the massive Susanoo and his brother engaged in battle, seething with resentment. Damn the Akatsuki! How dare they come to our village and confront us? They will pay dearly. The Raikage, consumed by rage, discarded his outer garments and joined the fray. The Anbu of the Hidden Mist Village, sensing the Raikage participation and rushing to assist. Lord Raikage, as the leader of a village, you should not engage in such combat. Silence. I will shatter this foe's bones alongside my brother. You are forbidden from intervening. The Raikage radiated with electric energy, resembling a deity. Raitun, Raijin no Ken. He charged towards the Susanoo, delivering a powerful blow to its chest. How is this possible? Jiang Tian was taken aback, realizing that even in his complete Susanoo form, he could still sustain injuries, albeit minor. It was astonishing that the Raikage's single punch had such an impact. In that moment, Jiang Tian comprehended the true strength of Uchiha Madara, who could contend with the 5 Kage. It became evident that even among those with the eternal Mangeki, there existed disparities. Realizing the futility of capturing the 8 Tails, Jiang Tian chuckled. Indeed, facing 2 opponents is somewhat troublesome. I shall not entertain Lord Raikage today. I will return to converse with your brother another time. With that, he utilized space-time ninjutsu to retreat. Kairabi, are you all right? The Raikage's expression darkened, vexed by the ease with which the enemy could enter and exit at will. I am fine. You were right, brother. The Akatsuki is a mad and powerful organization. Furrowing his brow, the Raikage's heart brimmed with murderous intent. If only he could ascertain the whereabouts of the Akatsuki, he would stop at nothing to obliterate the organization. Chapter 26. The Battle of Brothers at the Akatsuki Headquarters. Jiang Tianjun, are you there? Jiang Tian looked up to see Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, what brings you here? He stood at the door, holding a bottle of sake just as he had before. I have come to bid farewell to you. Hearing the word farewell, Su Fei froze in place. Has your body already? Itachi smiled and nodded. Indeed, I can no longer hold on. There was little sorrow on his face. Even a smile emerged. Jiang Tian could see that this young man was not merely putting on a brave face. Perhaps the shadows of his clan's destruction and the act of killing his parents had never truly faded from his heart, tormenting him relentlessly. Itachi was far from indifferent. This young man might feel that he was finally able to find release. He smiled brightly. Perhaps he was genuinely weary. Come in and have a drink. Jiang Tian said little. He understood that Itachi's visit was not merely for a drink, but concerning his brother Sasuke. Itachi entered the room and, as before, poured a drink for Jiang Tian, embodying the gentle and polite demeanor he was known for in the anime. Jiang Tianjun, this is the last bottle of sake I will leave behind. Once it is gone, there will be no more. Without sake, one day, we too shall pass away. Itachi's tone carried a sense of helplessness. He was deeply concerned about his little brother. Sasuke was everything to him, far surpassing even his own life. Though I cannot claim to be a good person, I will honor my promise. Under any circumstances, I will ensure Sasuke's survival. He will live a long life. Jiang Tian raised his cup, expressing heartfelt words. He could not refuse Itachi's request, nor did he wish to deny the profound love of a brother. Then I can rest easy. With your protection, Jiang Tianjin, Sasuke will surely live long. Itachi smiled brightly, finally alleviating the last concern weighing on his heart. He simply wished to hear Jiang Tian's affirmative response before his demise, to know that the agreement would not be violated. Although Itachi still struggled to trust Jiang Tian completely. He had no choice but to cling to this final hope. I am grateful to have once been your subordinate. As the sake was finished, Itachi rose to leave. Uttering this final statement, Jiang Tian smiled. I too am delighted to have shared a drink with Uchiha Itachi. It has been a most enjoyable experience. If you could continue to watch over your brother Sasuke, would you still be willing, even at the cost of your freedom? Itachi froze at this remark, perplexed, and looked at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tianjun, what do you mean by this? Reanimation. Jiang Tian spoke the name of the forbidden technique, prompting Itachi to make a choice. He would soon be summoned by Kabuto's Edo Tensei, reduced to a mere tool of war. Jiang Tian wanted to know if Itachi would consent to his own reanimation. If the caster were Jiang Tianjun, it sounds quite agreeable. Edo Tensei is a technique that shows profound disrespect for the deceased. The reanimated can only act according to the caster's will. Yet, in Itachi's mind, Jiang Tian was not purely a villain. Most importantly, he could not abandon his concern for Sasuke. The Akatsuki, Konoha Village, he suspected they would harm Sasuke. Upon reanimation, I may require your assistance. But I can assure you of your brother's safety. Itachi, do you accept? Jiang Tian chose not to deceive him, laying his thoughts bare. I agree, after all. I have no better options. Itachi's smile was filled with resignation. He could only choose to consent. Itachi departed, informing Jiang Tian that he would confront Sasuke in 2 days and would die at his hands. Jiang Tian nodded, as an anime enthusiast. Such pivotal moments would not be forgotten. It was the greatest irony in Naruto that 3 Tomo could defeat the Meijiki Sharingan. Jiang Tian intended to observe. He knew Obito would intervene to take Sasuke, and Jiang Tian's presence was merely to prevent any unforeseen consequences. After all, he had made a promise to Itachi, and he did not wish to betray this man. 2 days later, at the Uchiha clan grounds, Sasuke, who had also defected from Konoha, arrived at this location. Jiang Tian, Obito, and Black Zetsu concealed themselves in the shadows. How did you come here? Obito inquired of Jiang Tian. Itachi requested my presence to bear witness. Hoping I would bury his body after his death, Jiang Tian explained, mindful that Obito must not learn of Itachi's reanimation, lest he become wary of him. The masked Obito nodded, saying nothing further. My foolish little brother, you have finally come. Itachi leaned back against a stone chair, a look of disdainful mockery on his face. Sasuke's rage ignited. How could this man, who had annihilated their clan, sit so brazenly in the ancestral grounds? You, who destroyed your clan, have the audacity to sit there. Upon your death, the spirits of the Uchiha will not spare you. Ha ha, my foolish little brother. You despise me so. Do you truly think you can kill me? Itachi laughed maniacally, and Sasuke was the first to strike, sending his sword flying, piercing Itachi's chest. But in the next moment, the Itachi who should have perished transformed into a flock of crows, scattering in all directions. Itachi appeared behind Sasuke, kunai in hand, aiming to slice his throat. Sasuke kicked Itachi, disarming him, and thrust his lightning-infused sword once more into Itachi's body. Again, crows flew forth. Once more, a mere illusion. The 2 brothers exchanged blows. Sasuke activated his 3 Tomo Meijiki, but saw no discernible change. However, Jiang Tian and Obito, watching from the sidelines, quickly realized that Sasuke had fallen into Itachi's genjutsu. Throughout, Itachi had not moved an inch from his stone chair. Sasuke killed Itachi again. And this time he finally recognized that these were not mere clones but illusions of Itachi's making. The 3 Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, into Obito's astonishment. Sasuke pierced through Itachi's genjutsu. Itachi, you are not the only one with Sharingan. Itachi remained silent, while Obito remarked, truly a responsible brother. The 3 Tomo can see through the Meijiki's illusions, making this a rather dull battle. A battle with a predetermined outcome cannot possibly be interesting. You really think you can kill me? Huh. This time, I shall certainly end you. Itachi wasted no words, activating the unique Susanoo of the Meijiki Sharingan. Though not in its complete form, to Sasuke, it was an insurmountable power. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Sasuke summoned the Great Snake, precisely what Itachi had hoped to witness. This would thoroughly eliminate the hidden dangers within Sasuke's body, erasing the issues left behind by his consumption of Orochimaru's power. In truth, Jiang Tian had not intervened with Orochimaru. That man had many ways to survive. How could he be genuinely eradicated? Is that the divine artifact, the Yada mirror? Obito suddenly interjected, surprised that Itachi possessed such a thing. He had sought after divine artifacts for quite some time. Chapter 27. The fondness for sweet dumplings in the Uchiha ancestral grounds. The fierce battle between the two brothers had reached a fever pitch. Sasuke gazed at the weary Itachi, sensing a glimmer of victory emerging on the horizon. Itachi, at last, I can seek my vengeance. You have witnessed my true strength, Sasuke declared, a smile gracing his lips. Soon, I shall avenge our fallen clan by extinguishing your life, forcing you to repent before our kin. Itachi, observing that Sasuke was no longer a child, felt a sense of satisfaction. His brother had indeed matured. He wielded the Susanoo, the divine artifact, the Yada mirror, relentlessly depleting Sasuke's stamina. From the onset, the outcome of this conflict had been predetermined. The three Tomo could never surpass the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, yet Itachi would never slay his beloved younger brother. Lightning release, Chidori! Sasuke exclaimed. Mangekyou, Amaterasu. Itachi unleashed Amaterasu, his final strike, still possessing some residual strength. Yet, that was sufficient. Witnessing his brother's growth brought him more solace than anything else. The black flames instantly ignited everything around them, and Sasuke struggled amidst the inferno of Amaterasu until he succumbed. The flames of Amaterasu, which were said to be unquenchable, inexplicably extinguished after inflicting wounds upon Sasuke, leaving Itachi in agony as he shielded his eyes. To Sasuke, this moment signified that his brother had reached his limit. Unable to withstand the side effects of the Sharingan, Itachi, I will be the last one standing. Slowly rising, Itachi revealed a manic smile. His performance had been impeccable, convincing Sasuke that he was merely fatigued rather than having released his full power. Do you know our clan's secret? I require your eyes with them. I shall never lose my sight. An eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Itachi staggered towards Sasuke. You can still move. Sasuke leaned against a wall, realizing that the Uchiha ancestral grounds had been nearly decimated by their battle. As he watched Itachi approach step by step, fear welled within him. Was he still incapable of achieving vengeance? Would he fail? As an elder brother, Itachi stood before Sasuke, slowly raising his hand, placing his fingers upon Sasuke's eyes, and then displaying a relieved smile. Forgive me, this is the last time. With that, Itachi's body collapsed, lifeless. Dead. Yes, dead. A sensation of surviving a calamity washed over Sasuke. He had avenged himself, yet joy eluded him. Itachi's final smile was all too familiar. It echoed the concern his elder brother had shown him in childhood. Sasuke sat in a daze, pondering why, despite achieving vengeance, he felt no elation. How could he rejoice in taking the life of the one who loved him most? Obito and Jiang Tian emerged from the woods, with Obito intending to reveal the truth to Sasuke. Who are you? What do you mean? He asked. Is it painful to kill your beloved brother, who endured everything for you, only to be forced into a final confrontation with his own sibling? It is truly heart-wrenching. Sasuke struggled to comprehend Obito's words, which pierced his heart deeply. Clarify your words. What do you mean by my brother loving me? He is a butcher. He slaughtered the Uchiha clan. Beneath the mask, Obito's voice was heavy, while Jiang Tian remained silent. The death of Itachi, a character beloved yet tragic within this anime, had finally arrived. He bore an unbearable burden, love for his brother, hope for peace, and guilt for his deceased kin. Have you never questioned why Itachi annihilated our clan but spared the Freilyu? Did you never ponder this enigma? Obito's words stunned Sasuke, and memories of his childhood with Itachi flashed through his mind, leading him to a realization. It's impossible. It cannot be true. Sasuke felt a wave of despair. He could not accept the truth he had surmised, that if his brother had always loved him, he had met his end at Sasuke's hands. Nothing is impossible. The coup planned by the Uchiha clan failed because of Itachi. He cherished peace, or rather, his sense of justice was so profound that he would rather extinguish his own clan than witness a rebellion shatter the tranquility of Konoha. Unthinkable. You speak nonsense, Sasuke retorted, shaking his head. Obito persisted, revealing the truth. In fact, when the Uchiha clan resolved to rebel, the higher-ups in Konoha were already aware. They approached Itachi, the third Hokage. That old man sought a peaceful resolution. Yet, the higher-ups opted for direct military suppression, leading to what was known as war. Jiang Tian, observing Sasuke's near collapse, hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. having promised Itachi he would look after his brother. What else do you know? Sasuke began to believe Obito's words, as they resonated with Itachi's character. The Konoha elite had sought Itachi to carry out the clan's extermination, with the Anbu assisting in the shadows. Itachi consented, his sole condition being that Konoha would care for Sasuke. Yet, it seemed even that condition had not been fulfilled. Obito laid bare the entirety of the truth, prompting Sasuke to recall the night of the massacre. Upon returning home from school, he had seen his brother weeping at the telephone pole. He had not been mistaken. I will take my vengeance upon Konoha, Sasuke declared after a moment of silence, sharing his resolve with Obito. I welcome you to the Akatsuki, Obito replied with a smile. Having achieved his objective, take your brother's eyes. They're the last gift he left for you. Jiang Tian approached Sasuke's side. You are Jiang Tian? Sasuke inquired. For Jiang Tian's demonic mask was known throughout the ninja world, having committed many shocking and anger-inducing acts. Your brother requested me to bury his body, so? Sasuke frowned. I will bury my brother's body myself. That is his final wish. Jiang Tian refrained from elaborating, knowing that Itachi wished for him to perform a reincarnation technique even in death, as he could not rest easy regarding his younger brother. Such love was profoundly deep. Jiang Tian removed Itachi's eyes and handed them to Sasuke, leaving the rest to Obito. You. Sasuke glared at Jiang Tian, seething with anger. Many covet those eyes. I advise you to merge them quickly, lest you fail to protect the last gift your brother left you. Jiang Tian cast a glance at Obito before carrying Itachi's lifeless body away, disregarding Sasuke's calls. He buried Itachi's body in a secluded mountainous area, beside a gentle stream. This was a place of Itachi's choosing, where he had once enjoyed sweet dumplings offered by a young clan member. It had been the sweetest thing he had ever tasted, and he cherished it dearly. The one who loved sweets most, Itachi, ultimately endured a lifetime of suffering. Chapter 28. A Wager, Reanimation of the Impure World. In the secluded wooden cabin of Jiang Tian, nestled at the convergence of the 5 great ninja villages, a rare haven of lax oversight, he deemed it an ideal stronghold. Here, he summoned Itachi through the technique of impure world reincarnation. Itachi, how does this body feel? Is it manageable? The reanimated Itachi, with a pallid visage, gazed at his form, experiencing a peculiar sensation, one that bore a striking resemblance to living. The return of his soul to this realm filled him with joy. He could once again keep watch over his brother, Sasuke. The 2.0 version of the doting brother was now operational. Simultaneously, Itachi sensed a peculiar bond with Jiang Tian, likely a manifestation of the caster's control over the reanimated. Itachi, I shall not restrain your freedom. You may continue to watch over your brother. However, when I require you for battle, I expect your presence. I understand your sentiments towards Konoha, thus I will refrain from calling upon you for any attacks on it. What do you say? Jiang Tian proposed. As an admirer of the series, he held a deep respect for the tragic figure of Uchiha Itachi. Yet it was merely a negotiation. Anyone who dared to thwart his resurrection plan would be deemed an adversary. I concur. My only wish is for Sasuke's safety. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Jiang Tian hastened back to the Akatsuki base. Time was of the essence. Jiraiya would soon arrive at the base, and he must act. Jiang Tian harbored a personal fondness for Jiraiya, having often echoed his words, "The sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya." Hence, he resolved to save him. In truth, given Jiang Tian's current prowess, he could afford to be more audacious, shedding the cautious demeanor of the past, yet he opted for subtlety. With the reanimation of Uchiha Madara, Itachi, Haiden, and the versatile application of various chakra natures and ninjutsu, he possessed enough trump cards to stand firm. Yet, it was insufficient. Only with formidable strength could he ensure the success of his resurrection plan for Ling. As Jiang Tian sat in the cabin, murmuring to himself, his expression drifted into reverie. Evidently recalling the girl he cherished most, Uchiha Ling knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. It must be Haiden seeking him. Come in. How did you know to knock first today? Am I perceived as such an impolite individual in your eyes? Jiang Tian was taken aback. The voice was not Haiden's. The door swung open, revealing Obito, masked and direct. What brings you here? Jiang Tian inquired, puzzled. This was the Akatsuki base. Obito's brazen entrance raised concerns about the attention of Nagato. Do not fret. The Moon Eye plan is nearing its official commencement. I have come to discuss the upcoming tail beast capture strategy, Obito replied nonchalantly, reinforcing Jiang Tian's suspicion that Nagato's condition had deteriorated significantly. He could not withstand much longer. Is it the capture strategy you speak of? The Akatsuki has already secured 7 tailed beasts, with several members perishing in the process. Only the 8 tails and 9 tails remain unclaimed. Indeed, I shall notify you when ready. I intend for Nagato to capture the 9 tails. Should he falter, we shall proceed together. What do you think? Obito articulated his purpose, inviting Jiang Tian to join him in capturing the tailed beasts. Certainly, the prospect of us two launching an assault on Konoha is undeniably appealing. Jiang Tian smiled, finding no reason to refuse an attack on Konoha for the sake of himself and for Ling. As they had during their initial encounter, discussing the assault on Konoha, they reached a consensus almost devoid of conditions. Both men harbored a deep-seated animosity for Konoha and the Third Great Ninja War. By the way, what do you intend to do with Itachi's brother? Jiang Tian queried Obito, recalling his promise to Itachi to look after Sasuke. You appear quite invested in their brotherly bond. First, you buried Itachi's remains, and now you express concern for Sasuke. We both possess the Sharingan, so it's only natural to show interest in the Uchiha clan. Jiang Tian retorted lightly, though Obito remained skeptical. Nevertheless, he never doubted Jiang Tian, recognizing that for the revival of his beloved, the Moon Eye plan was the sole path forward. Jiang Tian would spare no effort to ensure its success. Well then, I must take my leave. Lingering too long would draw Nagato's attention. Obito rose to depart, and Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, abruptly turning to the entrance of the base. Is that you, Jiraiya? On the outskirts of the Rain Village, Jiraiya observed the ninjas below, an ominous feeling stirring within him. God? He claims the leader is a god? In this world, apart from the Sage of Six Paths, who else could be considered divine? Jiraiya found the notion absurd. The Sage of Six Paths was the progenitor of ninjutsu, and to call oneself a god was to place oneself on par with him. While the village's first Hokage was often lauded as the god of shinobi, such accolades were more a tribute to his founding of the village and the cessation of war rather than a testament to his power rivaling that of the sage. Is he truly so formidable? I must remain vigilant, Jiraiya mused, feeling no pressure from the claim of the Akatsuki leader being a god. He too was a formidable ninja. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Tsunade, newly appointed as the 5th Hokage, stood by the window, her thoughts drifting back 3 days prior when Jiraiya had approached her. What? You intend to investigate the Akatsuki headquarters? Jiraiya chuckled softly under the setting sun. Is there a problem? After all, I am one of the legendary 3. Is it not natural for me to contribute to the village? But that is the Akatsuki headquarters. Those individuals are lunatics. Jiraiya shook his head, asserting, in our current state, I am the only one capable of undertaking this mission. Rest assured, I will return alive. Tsunade, anxious, exclaimed, How can I be at ease knowing you are heading to such a perilous place? Jiraiya fell silent, observing Tsunade's worried demeanor before erupting into laughter. Oh dear. Your concern for me must mean you have feelings for me, huh? Tsunade, you know that I. Seeing her earnestness, Jiraiya playfully interrupted, I was merely jesting. Why so serious? Very well, I shall take my leave. But I still worry about you going alone. Jiraiya halted and proposed, How about we make a wager? You bet that I will die. After all, you've never won a bet against anyone else. In the office, Tsunade's heart remained unsettled. Lord Hokage, it will be fine. Jiraiya-sama is incredibly capable. He will surely return safely. Ino stepped in, attempting to console her. True. After all, that man has wagered with me. And I have never won a single bet. Tsunade feigned nonchalance, concealing her anxiety. Ugh, why is there such a pile of documents again? This is exhausting. Ino placed the documents on the desk with a smile, saying, As the Hokage, you should not complain. You must work diligently. Chapter 29. The Master-Disciple Dialogue at the Akatsuki base. Jiraiya stealthily infiltrated. Jiang Tian, possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, along with Obito and Nagato, who commanded the base's highest defenses. Since Jiraiya's presence, should he rescue Jiraiya or not? Jiang Tian found himself in a quandary. As an admirer of the Hokage, he wished to save this man. Yet as a rogue ninja seeking to revive Rin, saving Jiraiya would undoubtedly fortify Konoha against him in the future. Most importantly, Jiraiya had once aided Team Uchiha Rin. Thus, his feelings were conflicted. In the cave where Nagato hid, Konan stood beside him. Our teacher has arrived, Nagato remarked softly, gazing into the distance. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing Jiraiya's presence in the base, Konan instantly understood his purpose, yet she was uncertain of Nagato's choice regarding their teacher. Nagato fell into silence, feeling both gratitude and resentment towards Jiraiya. He appreciated Jiraiya for rescuing the 3 orphans amidst the ravages of war. Yet he loathed him for imparting ninja techniques, which ultimately led to Yahiko's demise. It seemed strange to blame one's savior, But when one confronts destiny helplessly, they often misplace their blame, resulting in a shift in mindset. Conan, do you think Yahiko would blame me if I were to kill Jiraiya? Nagato furrowed his brow, unsure if his decision was right. I respect your choice, Conan replied, refraining from further commentary, for Nagato had made his decision, and she saw no need to interfere. Among the three of them, only Nagato and she remained. Nagato directed the 6 paths of pain towards Jiraiya. At the towering entrance of the tunnel, Jiraiya stood upon the water, gazing up at the expansive tunnel entrance, sensing the approach of formidable adversaries. What is Jiraiya-sensei plotting by sneaking in like this? Before the figures appeared, their voices reached Jiraiya's ears, causing him to frown deeply. Call me teacher? That voice is Yahiko. Correct, sensei, Yahiko replied. Standing at the tunnel's mouth, flanked by the other 5 paths of pain. Yahiko, how could it be you? What is the meaning of this? Why are you in the Akatsuki? Jiraiya's tone was urgent. He vividly remembered this disciple, who he had not taught for long. And among them was one who possessed the Rinnegan, said to be akin to the Sage of 6 Paths. Where are Nagato and Conan? Jiraiya inquired. Noting that only Yahiko stood before him, a peculiar steel nail protruding from his face. I didn't expect Sensei to remember us. As for why I am here, I am the leader of the Akatsuki. You came today to gather intelligence, did you not? Jiraiya was taken aback. The 3 helpless children he once knew had become the leaders of the Akatsuki, a scourge upon the ninja world. Why have you chosen this path, Yahiko? Yahiko observed Jiraiya's expression with amusement. Are you angry, sensei? Regretting saving us back then? I never regret saving children displaced by war. I merely feel remorse, Jiraiya replied. Remorse? What does the teacher feel remorseful about? Jiraiya lapsed into silence, believing he should have provided them with proper guidance, thus preventing the emergence of the Akatsuki. I believe I should have been by your side, guiding you correctly, so perhaps the infamous Akatsuki would not exist, he lamented. Yahiko laughed heartily. You remain so kind, sensei. Do you believe that if we had not formed the Akatsuki, the ninja world would be at peace? Isn't that so? Jiraiya's voice was solemn. Haha. Sensei has stood in the light for too long to understand the nature of darkness. Without the Akatsuki, other organizations would arise, for this world is inherently filled with suffering. The destruction wrought by the Akatsuki pales in comparison to the wars incited by the major villages for their selfish interests. Do you know how many lives were lost in the Third Great Ninja War, particularly in Konoha, the village you cherish? The number is incalculable. As the strongest of the 5 great villages, Konoha has claimed countless lives. Do you still view the Akatsuki as evil? Compared to the major villages, what do we amount to? Jiraiya fell silent, sharing in the disdain for war and the self-serving elite of Konoha, who would do anything for power. Thus, he chose to roam away from the village. Then, Yahiko, what is your purpose in collecting tailed beasts? Is it merely to find a pretext to attack the major villages? The Akatsuki's feverish pursuit of tailed beasts was seen by the higher-ups of the major villages as an excuse to justify their destruction. For peace, we aim to create a perfect nation devoid of war, a realm we call the Dream World, Yahiko revealed, referring to the Moon Eye Plan. A promise made by Obito to Nagato. However, Obito had not divulged the entire truth, only assuring Nagato that the new world would see no war. And no one would perish. Can the Dream World be real? Although Jiraiya was uncertain of what the Dream World truly represented, its very name suggested a mere illusion. It matters not what it truly is. This world, along with the teacher, should feel the same suffering we do. Only then would you refrain from standing here spouting lofty ideals. To make Konoha feel pain, let us begin by killing the teacher, and then proceed to capture the Nine Tails. Upon hearing the intent to strike Konoha, Jiraiya rebuked, you cannot simply claim to eliminate the teacher. Such confidence is unwarranted. Very well, Yahiko. Let me witness what progress you have made over the years to become the leader of the Akatsuki. You will see, Yahiko replied. Their brief exchange concluded. Yahiko slowly floated into the air from the tunnel's entrance, and the 6 paths of pain leaped down towards Jiraiya. Sage mode activate. Jiraiya clasped his hands together, gathering natural energy, preparing to enter Sage mode. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian shed his Akatsuki attire, donning a more casual outfit. He stepped outside, heading towards the location of Jiraiya's confrontation with the 6 paths of pain. After much hesitation, he resolved to intervene. This marked his only moment of compassion since Rin's death, and it would be his last. This singular act of assisting a Konoha ninja was also a means to repay a debt of gratitude. During the Third Great Ninja War, by chance, Jiraiya had once aided Team Uchiha Rin. This was the very reason for Jiang Tian's indecision, As Rin had once expressed, Jiraiya-sama is truly a kind person. I hope to thank him for his help someday. Rin despised being in anyone's debt, a sentiment Jiang Tian understood well. He did not want Rin to owe anyone, especially not a Konoha ninja. Chapter 30. Jiraiya versus Pain of the Six Paths. Yahiko quietly observed Jiraiya, who had entered sage mode. Although he was uncertain of his teacher's true strength, he was no longer the child he once was. Jiraiya-sensei, are you prepared to face death? Whether you can kill me? We shall see. Ninjutsu. Summoning technique. A colossal toad appeared, summoned from Mount Miyaboku, alongside Toad Sage and Toad Hin. Pain of the Six Paths, each representing a distinct power, was faced with the Animal Path, a former ninja of the Wind Demon clan, who bore scars from his previous encounters with Jiraiya. Summoning technique. The Animal Path called forth two three-headed hounds and a gigantic bird to besiege the Toad brothers. In Sage mode, Jiraiya harnessed the power of nature, significantly enhancing both his ninjutsu and taijutsu. Yet, facing 6 opponents was evidently a daunting challenge. Summoning technique. Toad's World. Jiraiya resolved to eliminate them one by one. He summoned a grand house, pulling the Animal Path inside, and followed closely behind. The house began to shrink, and soon a small toad emerged, devouring the diminished structure. Within the confines of the house, Jiraiya knew he had to act swiftly, as the summoning technique had a limited duration. He must vanquish his opponent before the technique dissipated. Inside the house, the Animal Path appeared bewildered, disoriented in what resembled the interior of a living being, surrounded by fleshy walls. The Animal Path's greatest strength lay in its summoning abilities, which were now countered by the environment, explaining Jiraiya's decision to target it first. The Animal Path attempted its own summoning, calling upon the three-headed hounds to break through the encircling flesh. Toad's Mouth Binding Technique. The walls writhed and expanded, akin to a monstrous creature attempting to consume the hounds. Rasengan. Jiraiya launched himself toward the Animal Path, the blue chakra swirling rapidly in his hand, crashing against its back. The forehead protector fell away, and Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the familiar scar on the Animal Path's forehead. It was a ninja he had previously fought. Is he not dead? A sudden thought flashed in Jiraiya's mind. If this being was a corpse, then could Yahiko also be? Upon the death of the Animal Path, the Toad's World technique dissipated. Yahiko sensed Jiraiya's position and rushed to his side, calmly observing the fallen Animal Path. Truly impressive, Jiraiya-sensei. You possess such skills. Yahiko, have you become like this one? Jiraiya inquired, eager to discern if Yahiko had met a similar fate. Sensei, do not be overly astonished. In this painful world, death is merely a norm. Like many ninjas, I have become a victim of this era. The once carefree Yahiko now bore an air of somberness, leaving Jiraiya unsettled. These children ought to have lived in happiness, yet they were instead displaced by the ravages of war, an epitome of the time's tragedy. At that moment, Jiang Tian hid in the shadows, discreetly observing their battle, preparing to intervene should Jiraiya falter. He transformed his appearance, donning the guise of another, without the organization's signature crimson cloud robe, thus alleviating concerns of detection. Jiraiya-sensei, this game has come to an end. What? How can this be? Jiraiya's eyes widened as the Animal Path re-emerged, incredulous that he had not truly slain it. The Hell Path possessed the ability to resurrect the other 5 paths, a fact known only to Nagato, Conan, and Jiang Tian, the time traveler. This was crucial intelligence. It was Jiraiya's insights that enabled Naruto, the Leaf Village's heir, to triumph over Pain of the 6 Paths. Yahiko stood firm alongside the Hell Path, while the other 4 paths launched their assault. The Animal Path summoned more creatures, engaging the Toad brothers in combat, while the Hungry Ghost, Azura, and Human paths surrounded Jiraiya. Facing 6 adversaries, the pressure was immense. Little Jiraiya, watch your back. The Sage of Deep Roots suddenly called out. Jiraiya hastily formed a Rasengan and spun around to strike, only to have his attack absorbed by the Hungry Ghost path. What is this? Jiraiya had never encountered such a technique capable of absorbing ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, Thousand Needle Jizo. Jiraiya lay prone, his silver hair transforming into a barrage aimed at the Azura path, but it evaded effortlessly. How could this be? That should have been in his blind spot. As the battle with Pain intensified, Jiraiya grew increasingly alarmed. These opponents were extraordinarily powerful, their abilities synergizing in an overwhelming manner. This was unlike anything he had faced before. Jiraiya glanced at Yahiko, realizing that if his disciple was indeed the leader of Pain, he must first subdue him. With agility, Jiraiya scaled the walls, charging at Yahiko. Rasengan, Shinra Tensei. A peculiar force propelled Jiraiya backward. Asura and human paths attacked in unison. This is bad. Jiraiya, thrust into chaos by Shinra Tensei, lost control of his body. Ninjutsu, hair needle Sanban. His silver hair rapidly extended, enveloping him in defense against the Asura Path's assault. As Yahiko entered the fray, Jiraiya gradually found himself at a disadvantage, unable to match his initial vigor. Sage Art, 5 Right Gate. Jiang Tian, observing from the shadows, recognized the peril of the 5 Right Gate, recalling his own near-fatal encounter with it. This had to be Jiraiya's most formidable attack. Shinra Tensei, Jiraiya, now exhausted, bore wounds across his arms, blood staining his garments. He gasped for breath. The pain of the 6 paths is indeed formidable. Little Jiraiya, retreat. The Sage of Deep Roots urged, alarmed at Jiraiya's plight. He had witnessed Jiraiya's growth, but this was a first. Indeed, little Jiraiya, it is imperative to withdraw for your safety. The sage couple incessantly implored him to retreat. In that moment, countless memories flooded Jiraiya's mind. Nagato with the Rinnegan, the prophecy of the child of destiny spoken by the great sage. He lamented his inadequacy as a teacher, failing to guide his disciple correctly, leading to this outcome. He recalled the 3rd Hokage, and his own disciple, the 4th Hokage. In truth, he felt unworthy as a disciple and a teacher, having been unable to aid them in their times of need. Finally, he thought of Tsunade, the woman he had cherished for so long, having promised to gather intelligence. How could he leave now, knowing nothing? He could not abandon this fight. Chapter 31. A profound affection, too deep to utter. Jiraiya lifted his gaze, one arm dangling limply, the recent blow having fractured his bones. The imposing presence of the 6 paths of pain instilled in Jiraiya a pressure he had never before encountered. A palpable sense of impending demise. Memories flickered through his mind, a collection of regrets. It was regrettable indeed that the object of his affection did not reciprocate, and that his endeavors often fell short. Jiraiya, you remain unchanged, still the perennial underachiever, he mused, echoing the epithet he had become accustomed to. Yet, this Jiraiya was the one capable of harnessing sage mode. With a renewed resolve, Jiraiya struggled to his feet, his eyes blazing with determination. He had a duty to his village, to his mentors, his disciples, and to her. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato Namikaze, and Tsunade, individuals who held profound significance in his life. They were the Hokage, tasked with safeguarding the village's peace. What they sought to protect, I shall also safeguard, until my final breath. Sage Art, Gomen. The natural energy that sustained sage mode converged with frenzied intensity. Both Jiang Tian, concealed in the shadows, and Yahiko, perched atop a building, recognized this as Jiraiya's ultimate gambit. He was at the end of his strength. Master, is this your last stand? Yet, even so, it was merely the desperate, fleeting brilliance of a dying flame. Yahiko slowly raised his hands, without hesitation seizing the other panes, save for the Naraka path, and hurling them toward Jiraiya. If only these pawns can withstand Master's final assault. Their deaths would be inconsequential, as the Naraka path can resurrect them. This is the optimal solution, effortlessly neutralizing one of the Sanin's desperate struggles. Jiraiya's Gomen, unleashed with every ounce of his strength, proved formidable, obliterating the pains Yahiko had launched. Yet, it could not alter the ultimate outcome. Master, it is time to send you on your way. Yahiko drew a black rod from his sleeve and advanced toward Jiraiya, observing his former mentor seated there. Spent and barely breathing, he felt no remorse. Having resolved to eliminate his master, he could not afford even a flicker of pity. Is this the end of a life both ordinary and vibrant? The blood trickling from his forehead blurred his vision, and Jiraiya's breaths grew shallow. He no longer possessed the strength to resist Yahiko's approach. Alas, the tale of the gallant Jiraiya has yet to reach its final chapter. Or perhaps it has already been written. I hope you will grant the tale a fitting conclusion, Naruto. In his final moments, he inexplicably thought of the blonde youth. Though somewhat dim-witted, he possessed the spirit befitting the protagonist of the tale of the gallant. You must be the child of prophecy, Naruto. Yahiko stood before Jiraiya, gazing down at his former mentor. He was his savior, yet also one of the leaf's Sanin. To inflict pain upon the leaf, this mentor had to perish. A clang resounded. Jiang Tian, disguised, materialized before Jiraiya, wielding a katana. Who is it? Yahiko exclaimed, surprised to discover another presence undetected. Yet, upon closer inspection, Yahiko fell silent. Nagato, linked to the 6 paths of pain, instantly recognized the newcomer as Jiang Tian. Though his appearance had been altered, Nagato's eyes could see through any disguise. Nagato was plunged into contemplation, never having imagined that Jiang Tian, who harbored such animosity toward the leaf, would intervene to rescue Jiraiya. Jiraiya, come with me. Jiang Tian hoisted Jiraiya onto his back, activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and employed his space-time ninjutsu to escape. The entire operation proceeded smoothly, Yahiko merely observing without any intention of interfering. Though perplexed, Jiang Tian, having accomplished his objective, fled with Jiraiya. In Nagato's hidden cave, Konan, observing the grave expression on Nagato's face, hastily inquired, "What is it? Did the plan fail?" Nagato informed Konan of Jiang Tian's intervention, and both fell silent. Within the Akatsuki, Jiang Tian possessed formidable strength and was the most difficult member to control. Moreover, Madara Uchiha had been pressing Nagato to investigate Jiang Tian. Nagato was still unaware that the Madara he knew was actually Obito Uchiha in disguise. "Konan, when Jiang Tian returns, bring him to me." Nagato's command startled Konan. Nagato had always controlled, dispatched, and communicated with the organization's members through Yahiko. No one had ever met Nagato or knew that he was the organization's true leader. "Nagato, why do you seek him? It is merely a meeting." Nagato was deceiving Konan. He wished to discuss a matter with Jiang Tian concerning Konan's safety after his demise. Nagato had never trusted the man who called himself Madara Uchiha. Yet, his physical condition had deteriorated severely, and he would not last much longer. It seemed that within the Akatsuki, Jiang Tian, with his formidable strength, was the most reliable individual to whom he could entrust this matter. He hoped that Jiang Tian, after his death, would assist in rescuing Konan should Madara Uchiha attempt to harm her. Outside the Leaf Village, Jiang Tian placed Jiraiya along a patrol route frequented by the Anbu and then vanished using his space-time ninjutsu. This was his first and last act of assistance to a Leaf Ninja, all for the sake of those words. "The sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. This is Jiraiya-sama. Quickly, report to the Hokage." In the Leaf Hospital, 5th Hokage Tsunade personally tended to Jiraiya's injuries. As the medical ninja among the Sannin, her medical ninjutsu was the most advanced in the Leaf. Observing Jiraiya's condition, she furrowed her brow, her hands emitting a blue glow as she placed them on Jiraiya's chest. "Why must you be so reckless? Weren't you only supposed to gather intelligence?" Yet, as time elapsed, even with Tsunade's personal care, Jiraiya's condition did not improve and instead worsened. The diamond mark on her forehead began to fade, and Tsunade rapidly aged after employing the strength of 100 seal. "Hokage-sama, your body," Shizun exclaimed anxiously, knowing the implications of using the strength of 100 seal. Yet, considering that the patient was Jiraiya-sama, she dared not say more. An aged Tsunade gazed at Jiraiya, muttering softly, "You aren't the Hokage. You needn't risk your life." I'm sorry. Tsunade repeatedly apologized to Jiraiya, for there were too many things for which she felt responsible. Jiraiya's profound affection, his absence when the 4th Hokage perished, his absence when the 3rd Hokage perished. Yet his willingness to risk his life to gather intelligence after the 5th Hokage assumed office. This love was too heavy, like a boulder weighing on Tsunade's chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. Yet, she was not at fault. Emotions were unpredictable. Jiraiya loved her, she loved Dan. All were expressions of love, and no one was to blame. Perhaps, at times, a touch of regret was necessary to make things unforgettable, as with Jiraiya and Tsunade. They were the best of companions, having trained together since childhood, and Jiraiya's affection was so deep. Yet, upon learning that Tsunade loved Dan, he no longer dared to utter his most sincere affections in a jesting manner. Yo, yours are quite large. Of course I like you. Did you think I was lying? Jiraiya, not a single truthful word ever escapes your lips, and I don't like you either. Ha ha ha, I was just joking with you. You didn't think I actually liked you, did you? Ha ha. Chapter 32, Memories Buried Deep Within the Heart. Upon returning to the Akatsuki base, Konan appeared before Jiang Tian. "Nagato wishes to see you." Her words were succinct, reflecting her inherently reserved demeanor during their time in the organization. Jiang Tian rarely witnessed her speaking, always maintaining a frigid disposition. Although he was aware of Nagato's existence, he had never encountered the true leader of the organization. "What does he want with me?" Jiang Tian inquired. Konan remained aloof, stating, "Nagato did not disclose the reason. He simply requested your presence." Jiang Tian nodded, refraining from further comment as he followed Konan to Nagato's concealed location. He vaguely suspected that it might pertain to his rescue of Jiraiya, perhaps having reached Nagato's ears. However, with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan at his disposal, along with the formidable cards of Edo Tensei Itachi and Uchiha Madara, He felt sufficiently empowered to confront any situation, which is why he had chosen to intervene. It was somewhat contradictory. Perhaps not saving Jiraiya would have been the most prudent choice. Yet, he could not fathom why he had made such a decisive choice. Perhaps, as a devoted fan of the anime in his past life, certain inexplicable sentiments lingered in his heart. Or perhaps, as a villain, he had not yet embraced his darker nature fully. Regardless, he would not regret his decision to save Jiraiya. Following Conan, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. As they navigated through the dimly lit tunnel, Jiang Tian beheld Nagato seated within, his back adorned with tubes connected to the withered outer path golem. Conan, you may leave. I have matters to discuss privately with Jiang Tian. But, Nagato. Conan's brow furrowed. Nagato's legs were impaired, rendering him vulnerable. Should Jiang Tian harbor ill intentions, without the 6 paths of pain present, danger loomed. She was concerned for Nagato's safety. It is fine, Conan. Please exit. Seeing Nagato's insistence, she reluctantly departed, leaving behind explosive tags, many of which were conspicuously scattered at Jiang Tian's feet, as if to caution him against any nefarious thoughts. Once Conan had exited, Jiang Tian remained silent, aware that Nagato likely sought him due to the incident involving Jiraiya, yet uncertain. Thus, he silently regarded Nagato, awaiting the leader's words. Jiang Tian, the 6 paths of pain are absent. You need not be so cautious. I am aware that you saved Jiraiya. Nagato's acknowledgement of pain's absence left Jiang Tian perplexed. He narrowed his eyes, attempting to discern Nagato's thoughts through his expression. In the fleeting moment their gazes met, a fervent warmth surged within Jiang Tian. He finally beheld the long-desired eyes, the Rinnegan capable of resurrecting Rin. This was the sole purpose of his existence, to obtain those eyes and revive his beloved, no matter the cost. You yearn for my eyes, do you not? How do you know? Jiang Tian's countenance shifted dramatically. The hidden thoughts he had harbored were known to Nagato, unsettling him, and a murderous intent began to stir within. In that instant, Jiang Tian realized that the world was shifting due to his presence, creating a butterfly effect. Among the common ninjas in Konoha, there were those who, despite not belonging to the Uchiha clan, possessed Sharingan, having participated in the Third Shinobi World War at a young age. As a member of Uchiha Rin's team, it was not difficult to deduce the origin of Jiang Tian's Sharingan. You must have loved her dearly, the girl named Rin. You went so far as to oppose Konoha and join the Akatsuki in pursuit of my eyes, did you not? Nagato revealed all he knew without reservation. When did you come to know of these things? Jiang Tian inquired. Just now. In that brief moment of our gaze, the desire in your eyes spoke volumes. Because we are kindred spirits, I quickly understood what you sought. Nagato's tone remained calm as he prepared to unveil all secrets, including the long-held sentiments he wished to share with Jiang Tian, a stranger, yet someone he believed would comprehend him. Jiang Tian slowly activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, focusing intently on Nagato. Since you know everything, why not have pain guard you and eliminate me while you can? This was Jiang Tian's final query. Nagato smiled softly. Because I intend to gift you these eyes, to aid you in resurrecting the girl named Uchiha Rin. The abrupt turn of events took Jiang Tian by surprise. He never anticipated Nagato would make such a decision. Why? Nagato gazed toward the cave entrance, his expression softening as he caught sight of Conan. Since Yuhiko's death, he had never displayed such emotion, not even in Conan's presence. If I were to provide a reason, it would only be in my final moments that I would dare articulate it. Jiang Tian, allow me to share a story with you. Jiang Tian nodded, recognizing from Nagato's expression that certain subtle truths from the anime were being confirmed. Nagato harbored feelings for Conan, yet love remained unfulfilled. During the Third Shinobi World War, 3 unrelated children came together. They were not blood relatives, but resembled a family. 2 boys and 1 girl. The eldest, Yuhiko, was the most assertive, embodying the role of an older brother. The shy and timid Nagato became the child most cared for by the others. Though their lives were tumultuous, they found joy in each other's company, wishing for time to stand still. A nostalgic expression graced Nagato's face, revealing his genuine fondness for that period. We were very good friends back then. However, as we grew older, we developed ambitions. Yuhiko's dream was to establish an organization called Akatsuki to bring peace to the world. Yet, my greatest dream has never been about achieving peace. I merely wish for the 3 of us to remain safe together and to confess my feelings to a certain older sister-like girl. Conan, standing in the tunnel, stiffened. Her concern for Nagato's safety had prevented her from straying far, thus she heard his words clearly and knew precisely who he referred to as the older sister. Jiang Tian. 2. let down his guard, quietly listening as this man revealed his innermost thoughts. I still remember that morning when I hesitantly prepared to confess. Yet, I saw that older sister run toward Yahiko, equally bashful, and I recognized the expression on her face. It mirrored my own, and thus I understood its meaning. I loved Conan, while she loved Yahiko, yet Yahiko's heart was solely focused on bringing peace to the world. It sounded like a peculiar statement. Yet it was an imperfect tale. I once believed that all was well as long as the girl I cherished was happy. I would do anything for her. And bringing peace to the world was not inherently a bad thing. However, everything changed when we were surrounded by the Rain Village ninjas, spiraling out of control. Yahiko perished. I became disabled, and the goals of the Akatsuki began to shift. Chapter 33. Nagato's request. The objectives of the Akatsuki organization had shifted, becoming less pure. At this moment, Nagato paused, recognizing that the Akatsuki was no longer the same as when Yahiko was alive, driven solely by the desire for peace. In their quest for tranquility, they also sought to make the world experience suffering, for Nagato harbored a deep disdain for those who had never known true despair yet spoke from a moral high ground. How could one comprehend the essence of pain without having traversed through despair? It was during that crisis that I awakened this pair of eyes, known as the Rinnegan. Akin to those of the Sage of Six Paths, the Akatsuki had developed to its current state with the assistance of the masked man known as Uchiha Obito. He had promised me that if I completed the Eye of the Moon plan, all my dreams would materialize. Yahiko could be resurrected, Conan could fall in love with me, and my immobile legs could heal. Yet, I find myself unable to wait any longer. The masked man Nagato referred to as Obito, who was also a fervent believer in the Eye of the Moon plan. Anyone dwelling in darkness could not resist the allure of this jutsu, as it possessed the potential to alter everything. You can't wait any longer? Jiang Tian confirmed his suspicions, though he was aware that Nagato was nearing death. The exact timing remained uncertain. I am on the brink of death, and my only concern is for Conan. I fear that the masked man may harm her after my demise, hence I require your assistance. Nagato finally divulged his true intentions. In his eyes, there was only Jiang Tian capable of confronting the masked man. What leads you to trust me? It is our shared profound love. We are kindred spirits. Thus I choose to trust you. Indeed, it was not just the two of us. The masked man, Uchiha Obito, was of the same ilk, Jiang Tian mused. He gazed at Nagato, feeling a sense of urgency as he longed to reunite with Rin. When will you commence the resurrection of Rin, as you promised? Wait until I capture the Nine Tails. Deep down, I still hope for the success of the Eye of the Moon plan. For in Yahiko's heart, he desired peace. And surely Conan shares that sentiment. I must contribute my final efforts to this plan before my death, all for the sake of making Conan a bit happier. Nagato looked at Jiang Tian and articulated his plan. I will resurrect your beloved before I die. Rest assured. Very well, as long as you can bring Rin back. I promise to intervene should Conan find herself in danger. Jiang Tian nodded, realizing that his plan was merely one step away from fruition, the resurrection of Rin. After Jiang Tian departed, Conan re-entered, eyeing Nagato as if she wished to speak, yet her words faded into silence. Cough, cough. Nagato erupted into a severe fit of coughing, his condition deteriorating further. Are you all right, Nagato? Conan hurried to his side, still concerned for him as she had always been. Conan chose not to confront the issue, for she could not provide Nagato with the answers he sought. I'm fine, do not worry. Nagato smiled at Conan, attempting to reassure her. Perhaps this was the depth of a man's affection. Even at the brink of death, his thoughts were consumed by the sister who had accompanied him in his youth. Alongside Yahiko's vision for peace, he had never considered that each time Pain executed a mission, he was exhausting his own life force. So it was the outer path, samsara of heavenly life, a jutsu capable of resurrecting the deceased. Rin, wait for me. I will bring you back. Obito, who had been closely monitoring Nagato, learned of his meeting with Jiang Tian and could not remain indifferent. Upon receiving the news, he concealed himself in the shadows. Knowing that Nagato's Rinnegan had been bestowed by him, this was information he had long since known. However, it was only now that he realized the Rinnegan possessed the astonishing samsara of heavenly life technique with the potential to resurrect Rin. In the anime, Obito only discovered this technique after Pain invaded Konoha, but by then, Nagato was already dead. Otherwise, he would not have been so fixated on the Eye of the Moon plan. After Obito left, a black head suddenly emerged from the ground, as dark as coal. How could the Eye of the Moon plan not proceed? How else would Mother break the seal and reclaim dominion over this world? The speaker was Kagaya's Will Kurizetsu. the true mastermind behind the entire series, and in this moment, even Jiang Tian, the time traveler, was ensnared in his schemes. Whether it was Rin or the other, he intended to thwart Nagato's efforts to resurrect either of them. Thus, these two powerful men, steeped in despair, would become frenzied, willing to go to any lengths to see the Eye of the Moon plan come to fruition. In Jiang Tian's wooden cabin, he communicated with his ocular jutsu clone, instructing it to head to the vicinity of the Akatsuki base, prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Prior to this, his clone had been accompanying Rin's grandmother and Uchiha Yuki. Jiang Tian intended to join Pain in capturing the Nine Tails, fulfilling Nagato's final wish. He needed to ensure that this plan would succeed without fail. Thus, he resolved to participate wholeheartedly in capturing the Nine Tails, allowing Nagato to resurrect Rin. As for his clone, possessing equal strength, it was merely a precautionary measure for unexpected events. While he journeyed to Konoha, he stationed the clone near Nagato's south hiding place to eliminate any unfavorable factors. This was his utmost priority. Jiang Tian also entrusted the reanimated Uchiha Itachi to the clone, while he himself took Obito to Konoha, ensuring that the plan to capture the Nine Tails would proceed flawlessly. Obito, hidden in his lair, prepared for action, retrieving the Uchiha fan left by Madara. He understood that Jiang Tian would accompany Pain to Konoha, presenting him with the perfect opportunity. With both Pain and Jiang Tian absent, his only adversary would be Conan, a prospect he viewed as highly favorable. Simultaneously, a document appeared on the desks of the five Kage, containing a map and a letter marking a specific location, the very place where Nagato was concealed. Kurizetsu sought to leverage the power of the five great shinobi villages to eliminate Nagato and thwart Jiang Tian and Obito's plans. In that moment, the leaders of the five villages resolved to convene a meeting, the Five Kage Summit, to discuss whether to deploy a ninja force to eradicate the leader of the Akatsuki and obliterate the organization. At this juncture, none were aware that the fuse for the Fourth Great Ninja War was silently being ignited. The five great shinobi villages would soon face an unprecedented era of malevolence, shrouded in darkness, with pain and despair as the predominant hues of the future. The clash of the dual heroes of the ninja world would be an unparalleled spectacle, rendering the future utterly unpredictable. A storm was on the verge of breaking. Chapter 34. The Five Shadows Conference. The leaders of the five great ninja villages held a shared document, lost in contemplation. Jiraiya, take a look at this, Tsunade said, passing the file to him. It clearly outlined the true nature of the Akatsuki organization. Yahiko was not the leader. The one truly in control was Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan. Indeed, it was as they suspected. Yahiko had perished. This confirmed Jiraiya's post-return conjecture that Yahiko had died and been transformed into pain by Nagato. Much like the fallen ninja of the Kazama clan he had once faced. Who brought this document? Jiraiya pondered. Such a highly confidential matter seemed far beyond the reach of the Konoha Anbu, yet they had obtained it, inevitably stirring thoughts of conspiracy. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-san, you must see this. Kakashi entered, bearing the latest intelligence regarding the document. The other villages are aware that Nagato is the true leader? Yes, according to the reports from the Anbu and the liaison department, that is indeed the case. The major villages intend to eradicate the Akatsuki and seek your opinion, Hokage-sama, on whether Konoha should participate. Kakashi relayed the sentiments of the other villages, hoping for a decisive response from Jiraiya and Tsunade. Tsunade immediately turned to Jiraiya, seeking his thoughts. The Akatsuki had wrought extensive havoc against peace. Their eradication was imperative. This was Jiraiya's conclusion, though he felt a twinge of reluctance towards the three children he had once saved. The agreement to eliminate Nagato was not solely driven by self-preservation, as Jiraiya was acutely aware of Nagato's distorted understanding of peace. If he remained alive, the Akatsuki's endeavor to gather the tailed beasts would persist. Kakashi, inform the other village leaders that Konoha consents to the mission to eliminate Nagato. Kakashi exited the Hokage's office, and thus commenced the first conference of the Five Shadows, set at a neutral location where the villages converged. This arrangement allowed for swift support should any danger arise. Although the meeting aimed for collaboration, mutual distrust dictated the choice of venue, ensuring the safety of each leader. As the announcements echoed, the leaders entered the conference room alongside two guards each. After years apart, the Five Shadows convened once more. I believe everyone is aware of the situation at hand. So how do you intend to proceed? The eldest, Anoki, the third, Tsuchikage, spoke first, garnering respect from the younger shadows despite their differences. I cannot speak for you, But Kumobikure must take action. Those despicable Akatsuki members have even targeted my brother. Killer Bee. This is something I cannot tolerate, proclaimed the fourth Raikage, known for his fiery temper and protectiveness over his sibling. I concur, stated Gaara, the fifth Kazekage, who had suffered at the hands of the Akatsuki as a former Jinchuriki. Without Chiyo, he would have perished long ago, and thus he showed no hesitation in agreeing. Konoha is also prepared to engage, Tsunade added, having previously conferred with Jiraiya regarding their participation in the mission against Nagato. Among the five shadows, only the Mizukage and Tsuchikage had yet to voice their positions. Since we have reached this consensus, for the sake of peace in the ninja world, I shall also agree, Anoki stated, followed by a nod of affirmation from Meitarumi, the fifth Mizukage. Now, how shall we conduct this operation? Who shall lead it? After the unanimous decision to act, discussions turned to the specifics of the mission. Jiraiya, please share your insights. As you are the only one among us who has been to the Akatsuki's base and has faced pain directly, the shadows listened attentively, showing Jiraiya the respect due to one of the legendary Sannin. If we are to proceed, we must deploy at least 3 individuals of the Kage level. That is the minimum standard. What? 3 Kage level ninja? If we aim for absolute certainty, would it not necessitate the presence of all 5 Kages? Jiraiya's assertion ignited a flurry of discussion among the leaders. I have fought pain and barely survived. Furthermore, aside from pain, there are other members within Akatsuki, Haiden, the immortal, the human-tailed beast Kisame, Deidara with his explosive clay, and the masked Tobi. We must also be wary of the rogue ninja, Kenda, whose strength is on par with any of us. And what if there are hidden forces we are unaware of? Therefore, I believe that to defeat Nagato, it would be prudent for all 5 Kages to join forces, accompanied by elite ninja from our villages. As Jiraiya's analysis settled in, the expressions of the 5 shadows grew grave. The once sparse Akatsuki had become a formidable threat. While they had previously regarded the Akatsuki as a challenge, no one had considered that it would require the combined might of all 5 villages to eliminate them. Very well, I agree to this course of action. The Raikage stated first. I concur. I too agree. Ultimately, the decision was made for each village's Kage to take the lead, with Konoha being represented by Jiraiya and the mission to annihilate the Akatsuki's base. This plan seemed sound, as Tsunade, being a medical ninja, would be better suited to remain behind. Meanwhile, Kenta, Obito, and Nagato remained oblivious to the 5 Shadows conference. Although there might have been differences in the past, the 3 were now engrossed in their own ambitions. Nagato sought to capture the Nine Tails before his demise, while Kenta and Obito aimed to reclaim their beloveds using the Rinnegan. Kenta shed his Akatsuki garb, donning a red and black warrior outfit, a design crafted by Rin herself. With his sword sheathed at his side and the Shura mask in place, he transformed from the Akatsuki's persona into Kenta, the man who would fight for Rin's resurrection. From this moment forth, he would battle for his beloved. In Obito's quarters, he too changed into a blue attire and donned a Rinnegan mask, preparing to revive his cherished one. Both men, at this pivotal moment, ceased to conceal their true selves, ready to unleash their full power in the pursuit of their beloveds. Chapter 35, The Capture of the Nine Tails Plan in the Shadowy Depths of the Cave. Jiang Tian, embodying the essence of Azura, confronted Nagato, with Fadewan trailing closely behind. Jiang Tian, I entrust you with the task of capturing the Nine Tails, Nagato stated. I will spare no effort. My sole request is the resurrection of Ling. Jiang Tian's voice was laced with a chilling intensity, tinged with exhilaration. His long-cherished ambition was finally within reach, and the prospect of reuniting with the girl he had yearned for stirred his emotions profoundly. Once the Nine Tails is captured, I shall undoubtedly honor my promise. With Nagato's affirmation, Jiang Tian turned and strode purposefully towards the exit, Fadewan closely following. He had confided in Fadewan about his intentions, including the deception he had perpetrated. The so-called evil god Jiang was merely a fabrication. He was not immortal. The events of that night were solely a manifestation of his ocular techniques. Fadewan, upon hearing this, offered no further commentary, merely expressing his desire to accompany Jiang Tian in capturing the Nine Tails, stating that being alongside him ensured his survival. After all, in Fadewan's mind, whenever Jiang Tian fled, he always took him along, which provided a sense of security. Upon exiting the cave, Pain awaited them, ready for the operation led by Jiang Tian. With a graceful leap, several figures plunged into the dense thicket, traversing towering trees en route to Konoha. After Jiang Tian departed, Obito's silhouette slowly emerged. Adorned in his Rinnegan mask and clad in azure, Obito perched upon a grand tree, biding his time. awaiting Jiang Tian in pain to venture far enough before setting forth to coerce Nagato into resurrecting Lin. He lowered his head slowly. A solitary droplet of crystalline liquid gliding down his mask. No one could discern the expression hidden beneath, yet it was undoubtedly one of sorrow. His beloved was finally returning. All his actions were justified. Even if it branded him the darkest figure in the eyes of the world, Lin was worth it. Sometimes, wearing a mask served not only to disguise one's identity, but also to conceal the tears of heartache. As Jiang Tian advanced towards Konoha, elite teams of shinobi led by various Kage rushed towards the coordinates provided by Kaguya. A tempest brewed, heralding the dawn of a new era. Jiraiya, are you certain this detour will expedite our arrival at this location? Raikage inquired, observing the narrow path before them, which diverged from the marked route on the map. I have scouted numerous paths prior to heading to the Akatsuki base, so I am confident this route is indeed faster. With Jiraiya's assurance, the Kage ceased their protests. After all, in such circumstances, speed was of the essence, leaving no room for their adversary to react. Thus, as Jiang Tian journeyed towards Konoha, he fortuitously evaded the advancing ninja coalition. Brother Tian, shall we be particularly ruthless in our approach to Konoha this time? Fade One queried. No need. Capturing the Nine Tails is our foremost priority. Jiang Tian's mind was consumed with thoughts of ensnaring the Nine Tails to facilitate Ling's resurrection. In Konoha, Tsunade gazed into the distance, her heart heavy with concern for Jiraiya. Although he possessed the strength of 100 technique, should he endure injuries akin to those from the previous encounter, his survival would be in jeopardy. Lady Hokage, this situation differs from the last. Not only is Jiraiya-sama present, but also formidable Kage from various villages. You need not worry excessively. Despite Shizun's comforting words, Tsunade's expression remained wrought with worry. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout Konoha, causing Tsunade's demeanor to darken immediately. What is happening? Hokage-sama, we are under attack. Urgent voices from the Anbu echoed outside. Tsunade swiftly exited her office. Perched atop the Hokage rock, Jiang Tian, Fade One, and Pain's 6 paths stood resolute. Jiang Tian's hands pulsated with a kaleidoscope of chakra, constantly condensing into a minuscule sphere. Compressing it relentlessly until it shrank to the size of a fist, he gently cast it into the air. Godly escape, void annihilation. This was his original ninjutsu, possible only for one endowed with all elemental chakra like Jiang Tian. The colorful sphere drifted towards the horizon, its myriad properties engaged in a ceaseless struggle. Once this equilibrium faltered, a cataclysmic energy would be unleashed. As the vibrant orb descended, it erupted with a deafening roar, tearing through the sky and enveloping half of Konoha in smoke. Tsunade, who had just stepped outside, bore witness to this devastation. As the haze dispersed, disbelief widened her eyes, soon replaced by tears, her body trembling uncontrollably amidst the cacophony of anguished cries. Ah, it hurts. Help me, someone. My leg is broken. Who will assist me? The 2 instances of void annihilation had obliterated a significant portion of Konoha's structures. Beneath the rubble lay countless corpses, while innumerable wounded souls languished in agony, awaiting their grim fate. A tempest of pain, helplessness, and guilt surged within Tsunade. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she felt a profound sense of shame. The village her grandfather had founded was now in ruins, its inhabitants' lives snatched away as though they were mere toys. She cast her gaze towards Jiang Tian and his comrades atop Hokage Rock. Beneath his mask, Jiang Tian's demeanor was tranquil, all along. His enmity was directed at the hypocritical elite of Konoha. The destruction of Konoha was merely a means to compel Naruto to return from Myaboka Mountain. After all, without a Jinchuriki, capturing a tailed beast was impossible. This devastation had claimed many innocent lives, yet to him, it was a mere price to pay for Ling's resurrection. He was willing to bear the world's most despised infamy if it meant achieving his goal. He compressed his chakra once more, vowing to relent only when Naruto emerged. Jiang Tian, do you harbor even a shred of compassion? Kakashi and several Anbu members arrived at Hokage Rock, confronting Jiang Tian. As his former superior, Kakashi regretted not recognizing Jiang Tian's malevolence sooner, which might have allowed him to extinguish the seed of evil before it could grow uncontrollably. Compassion? Haha. Jiang Tian halted his actions, throwing his head back in raucous laughter, as if Kakashi's words were the most ludicrous joke in existence. Compassion? You and those accursed elites of Konoha, who among you has ever shown compassion for Ling? For me. Tell me, who has ever displayed compassion towards us? They only extend their compassion to those of importance. Who cares about the lives of ordinary people like us? No one, not a single soul. I could show compassion. But who among you can restore Ling to me? Who can bring her back to me whole and unscathed? Kakashi, spare me your absurd rhetoric. Compassion is but a feeble plea of the weak seeking shelter. If you possess sufficient strength, do you still need the compassion of others? When Ling was dying, I too sought the mercy of my enemies. What was the outcome? Ling still perished, and so-called compassion cannot prevent the inevitable. Jiang Tian's words resonated deeply, leaving all who heard them in stunned silence. Kakashi recognized that Jiang Tian's ideology had irrevocably diverged into a realm of darkness. Chapter 36. The storm rises. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, arrived at Hokage Rock, standing defiantly before the Anbu, her eyes fixed with fury on Jiang Tian. You despicable wretch. You are the one who has brought such ruin upon the village. Why? You, who were once a ninja of Konoha, why would you commit such treachery? As she spoke, Tsunade advanced towards Jiang Tian, her fist clenched in barely contained rage. Lord Hokage, be careful. Stay alert. Kakashi hastily warned the Anbu to maintain vigilance and protect the Hokage's safety. In silence, Tsunade accelerated and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Jiang Tian. With a sickening thud, her fist pierced his chest, blood oozing from the wound. How dare you attack your superior right off the bat? That hurt. Haiden grimaced as Tsunade's formidable blow shattered his chest. Kakashi intervened, pulling Tsunade back, while Haiden stood again beside Jiang Tian, his chest wound beginning to heal, showcasing his immortality. Jiang Tian regarded Tsunade, choosing not to retaliate, for he awaited the arrival of Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Lady Tsunade, you inquire why I do this? Perhaps you should ask your deceased mentor, the third Hokage, and the Konoha elite about their deeds. Surely you are aware of the plans regarding the Third Great Ninja War? The mention of her grandfather caused Tsunade's expression to shift. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the student of the third, she was indeed privy to certain aspects of that plan. Such schemes, which even Orochimaru and Jiraiya were oblivious to, involved sending weaker ninjas to delay formidable foes, a strategy tantamount to sacrificing the weak for the sake of the strong. How do you know this? Tsunade's gaze faltered, and the Anbu behind her exchanged curious glances, eager to uncover the nature of the plan. How I know is inconsequential. What matters is that this reveals the hypocrisy of Konoha's upper echelons. To send weaker ninjas against powerful adversaries, allowing them to sacrifice their lives to buy time for victory, is the essence of Konoha's decisions. A cold smile crept onto Jiang Tian's face, inciting murmurs among the Anbu. Jiang Tian, cease your nonsense. Kakashi sensed the atmosphere growing tense and hurriedly attempted to divert the conversation. Whether I speak nonsense is immaterial. My objective is nearing fruition. As long as she returns, everything will have been worthwhile. Jiang Tian's gaze was fixed on the still absent Naruto, deciding to obliterate Konoha more thoroughly. Pain, Haiden, commence. Reduce this village to ruins. Annihilate everything here. In an instant, Pain sprang into action, wreaking havoc across the village, while Haiden eagerly sought to offer sacrifices to the Dark God. With a resounding crash, Jiang Tian vanished, delivering a swift kick that sent an Anbu flying, attempting to intervene. Before the Jinchuriki returns, let me play with you all. 1/5 Hokage, the copy ninja Kakashi, and a dozen elite Anbu were held at bay by Jiang Tian alone. Outside Nagato's hideout, Obito, calculating the time, slowly rose, shouldering the Uchiha fan left by Madara. Rin, wait for me. I will soon bring you back. He cast a glance at the cave's entrance before steadily making his way inside. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the ears of Konan and Nagato, prompting Konan to step forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Nagato. Nagato's expression grew serious as he observed the entrance, uncertain of the identity of the approaching figure. Without Pain nearby, the situation felt perilous. If it were that man, how could Konan possibly defend against him? As the footsteps drew closer, Obito's figure became clearer. Despite his change of attire and mask, Nagato recognized him instantly as the masked Madara. What brings you here? Nagato's expression darkened further, concerned about the intentions of this visitor. Use your outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique to revive someone for me. Obito's voice trembled slightly as he uttered these words. The notion of resurrection embodying Rin's potential return to this world. These words bore immense weight. In the anime, Obito sacrificed everything for this purpose, ultimately paying with his life. Two lovesick men, Jiang Tian with Pain and Haiden set on annihilating Konoha, and Obito exposing his identity to seek Nagato's assistance, both shared a profound and heavy longing. I have already promised Jiang Tian my assistance. I cannot aid you further. The outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique, could specifically revive a group. akin to the events of Pain's invasion of Konoha. As all those who perished in that conflict could be resurrected, the situation differed for Rin and Lin, who died at the hands of different individuals and times, limiting the revival to one. Having committed to Jiang Tian, Nagato could not extend his help to Obito. I am not here to negotiate. I am here to inform you. If you refuse, I shall kill this woman. Obito pointed to Konan, fully aware of her significance to Nagato, thus utilizing her as leverage to compel Nagato into reviving Rin. With a cold gaze, Konan stared at Obito. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Her body began to disintegrate into paper, poised to counter Obito's assault. In the anime, Konan nearly succeeded in defeating Obito after extensive preparation. In this unprepared state, she would naturally be at a disadvantage against him. Kamui. Obito activated his Sharingan, drawing himself into the Kamui dimension, reappearing behind Konan. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Countless pieces of paper swirled in the air, the explosive tags possessing minimal power. As Konan refrained from unleashing her full strength, fearing for Nagato's safety. With a resounding crash, the weakened Konan was sent sprawling by a kick from Obito, falling to the ground. He approached her, seizing her, before turning to Nagato. Now you must choose whom to assist. Observing the injured Konan, Nagato's expression turned anxious, his lips quivering as he prepared to acquiesce to Obito's demand. Oh, my dear, it seems our collaboration must come to an end at this juncture. A familiar voice resonated through the tunnel, causing Obito to freeze, disbelief flooding his features as he beheld the approaching figure. How is this possible? Were you not with Pain and Konoha to capture the Nine Tails? The figure was Jiang Tian's doppelganger, embodying his full strength, a technique unique to Uchiha Ling, effectively granting him a second life. Oh, my dear Obito, there is no need for such astonishment. While we are allies, it is only natural that I possess certain methods of which you are unaware. Obito released Konan, slowly removing the Uchiha fan from his back. Realizing that their cooperation could proceed no further, for Lin awaited his return. Jiang Tian's doppelganger smiled and nodded in agreement. You are correct. Lin too awaits my return. Chapter 37. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto, Uzumaki. Two passionate men gazed into each other's eyes, each resolute in their stance, for behind them stood the women they cherished most. 1. Known as Madara, driven by the name Rin, unleashed the fourth great ninja war. The anguish of the Ten Tails paled in comparison to the longing evoked by Rin's mere call. The other, under the name of Suiren, betrayed Konoha, infiltrating Akatsuki, and despite the weight of infamy, nothing compared to the resonance of Suiren's words beneath the cherry blossom tree. Omid, Suiren, they shouted in unison, their pupils transforming to a vivid crimson, the black pinwheel patterns of the Sharingan whirling into motion as they activated their Manjiki Sharingan. Meanwhile, the true form of Suiren and Konoha sensed the concealed whereabouts of Nagato and exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortuitously, he had prepared contingencies, positioning a shadow clone nearby to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. He felt no trepidation regarding the outcome of a confrontation between his Sharingan clone and Obito, for he held a trump card, Itachi, resurrected through Edo Tensei. With both the full power of his Sharingan clone and Itachi in tandem, Obito would stand no chance. Nevertheless, the urgency of the situation demanded a swift resolution. Aware of the unfolding chaos surrounding Nagato, Suiren was reluctant to prolong the conflict, fearing further complications might arise. Susanoo. The potent ocular energy of his eternal Manjiki enveloped him, and a colossal purple giant surged forth, wielding a massive katana forged of chakra. Under Suiren's command, Susanoo swung its gigantic blade, cleaving through the air and unleashing a tremendous violet energy wave that hurtled toward the few remaining intact structures of Konoha. Boom. The resounding explosion echoed as the building disintegrated into rubble upon impact. Meanwhile, on the side of Pain, the Deva path wreaked havoc. As all Konoha ninjas engaged in desperate resistance against the six paths of Pain and the ever-searching Haiden. You fiend. Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, charged toward Suiren, delivering a punch to Susanoo, but to no avail. Suiren had mastered the art of Susanoo's usage, rendering her efforts futile. Quickly, protect the Hokage. Suiren, Haiden, and the six paths of Pain rampaged through Konoha, mercilessly slaughtering its defenders. Thunderous. As the gigantic katana descended, it roared like rolling thunder, the sound of it slicing through the air reverberating like a thunderclap, causing weaker ninjas to crouch down, clutching their ears in agony. Hokage-sama. Tsunade braced herself against the blade of Susanoo, only to be sent flying, blood streaming from her mouth. Had it not been for the protective toad summon, she might have lost her life to that strike. The fifth Hokage, a medical ninja, risking her life in such a manner, was courting disaster. From within Susanoo, Swearin observed Tsunade being tended to by the toads, his expression devoid of emotion, his tone chillingly indifferent. You truly are infuriating, Swearin. Kakashi revealed his Sharingan, the very eye of his friend Obito. One could only imagine the expression on Kakashi's face when he encounters Obito, though glimpsed in the anime. The reality would surely feel different. Kakashi, do not display that expression. You spoke of compassion. Why not extend that compassion to your comrades beside you? To this Hokage behind you? Look, compassion is merely a facade for the weak to plead for mercy from the strong. I understood this truth the moment Rin perished. Once more, Susanoo raised its katana, aiming at Kakashi, the colossal blade casting a shadow over him. Under the divine-like terror of this assault, Kakashi felt paralyzed. His legs seemingly frozen in place, a sensation of helplessness washing over him for the fourth time. The first was when his father, Tsukumo Hatake, took his own life. The second was when Obito met his demise. The third was when he was forced to kill Rin. Now, facing Swearin's Susanoo, he experienced that powerlessness yet again. The subordinate he once cared for had transformed into an uncontrollable malevolent force. With a resounding crash, Susanoo's katana fell, yet Kakashi remained alive. The blade's tip struck far behind him, embedding itself in the distant ruins. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout Konoha. Boom. A thick cloud of smoke billowed from the heart of the village, now reduced to rubble. Swearin's cold laughter broke the silence. At last, you arrive, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki. Allow me to witness whether you possess the indomitable spirit of fire as portrayed in the anime. As the smoke cleared, 3 enormous toads materialized within Konoha, with the central one brandishing a katana and puffing on a pipe, atop which stood a figure, with yellow hair and a flowing red robe. It was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, freshly returned from training at Mayaboka Mountain. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to him. Sakura, Hinata, Shikamaru. All of Team 7, save for the traitor Sasuke, fixated upon the unexpected arrival. Where am I? Naruto asked, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. The summoning location he had left was Konoha, yet this place felt foreign. Boss, I wish to return to Konoha. Where are we? Oblivious to the devastation that had befallen his village, Naruto remained blissfully unaware. Boss, the reverse summoning technique from Mayaboka Mountain is flawless. The elder toad, Fukasaku, exhaled a plume of smoke, having sensed the anomaly since their arrival, particularly with the unmistakable presence of Susanoo in the distance. What do you mean? Naruto, still confused, displayed his characteristic slow reaction in certain matters. I mean, this is indeed Konoha. Just look behind you. Fukasaku reluctantly revealed the truth, knowing how painful it would be for anyone to witness their home in ruins. Turning around, Naruto was met with the familiar visage of Hokage Rock, now in tatters. The stone sculptures marred beyond recognition, discernible only by their outlines. Recognizing that he was indeed in Konoha, Naruto's demeanor shifted to one of intense seriousness as he fixed his gaze upon the massive purple titan. Even with his slower reactions, he understood that this creature was the architect of his village's destruction. Boss, take me there, Naruto declared with a steely resolve. Rog. Fukasaku leaped forward, landing before Swearin's Susanoo, followed closely by his brothers, Fukasaku and Gamatsu. Why would you do such a thing? Naruto inquired, his voice low and steady. Swearin frowned, expecting Naruto to crumble at the sight before him. However, contrary to his expectations, Naruto remained eerily calm, his fists tightening gradually. I asked you why you would destroy the village, Naruto reiterated. Swearin narrowed his eyes, noting that this prince bore an aura reminiscent of the Naruto from the anime, imbued with certain peculiar qualities. I simply desired to do so. Is that not permissible? Simply desired to do so? Naruto lowered his head, obscuring his expression, but his fist clenched tightly, his shoulders trembling slightly in fury. Chapter 38, The Gathering of Konoha's Brave Hearts in the Heart of Konoha. Naruto stood atop the head of Bunta, dwarfed by the majestic Susanoo of Jiang Tian. Facing Jiang Tian alone, the scene struck onto the hearts of many. The mischievous boy of your had finally matured. You, of all people. Naruto's voice trembled as he spoke, his head bowed low, unable to contain the fury simmering within him. Jiang Tian regarded him with an inscrutable calm. What are you planning to do? Will you merely keep your head down? Senjutsu mode, activate. Naruto abruptly lifted his head, his pupils transforming to resemble those of a frog, yellow hues blooming around his eyes. In this mode, he bore a closer resemblance to a human than Jiraiya, his appearance scarcely altered. Mastering the natural energies perfectly, Naruto leaped from Bunta's head, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Sage Art, Giant Rasengan. The enormous blue spiral surged towards Susanu's chest. Ninjutsu, Blade Draw Technique, Heavenly Destruction. Jiang Tian commanded Susanu to raise its katana as the eternal Meijiki spun rapidly. Positioned atop Susanu's head, Jiang Tian gradually crouched, mirroring his creation's movements. He sheathed the massive katana at his waist, adopting a stance to draw his blade. As the giant Rasengan approached, Susanu swiftly drew its sword. A motion so rapid it was nearly imperceptible, shattering Naruto's form into a cloud of smoke in an instant. Is this a shadow clone? Behind you. Jiang Tian observed as Naruto's clone dissipated with a loud pop. Reacting instantly, he spun around, the katana crashing into the Rasengan. Naruto was sent crashing to the ground. Kid, are you all right? The three brothers of the Toad quickly shielded Naruto. Bunta, help me. Naruto regained his footing atop Bunta's head, gazing at the immense Susanu before him. The three Toad brothers from Mayaboku Mountain unleashed their assault simultaneously. Bunta thrust his katana towards Susanu's chest, while Toad Gamma appeared behind Susanu, wielding twin blades. Toad Kin leaped high into the air, aiming a fork at Susanu's crown. Three great toads attacked from different angles, but Jiang Tian scoffed. Is this some kind of jest? The Meijiki spun once more, and armor began to envelop Susanu, encasing it entirely. The brothers' strikes rang out with a sharp clang against Susanu, which remained unscathed. Susanu raised its katana and struck with a casual swipe, sending the three toads flying, with Naruto crashing to the ground once more. Bunta, Kin, Gamma. Are you all right? Kid, no need to worry, we're fine. Naruto's gaze burned with fury as he saw his comrades wounded by Susanu. He turned and charged at Jiang Tian. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Naruto hurled the rapidly spinning shuriken towards Susanu, but upon impact, a violent explosion erupted, leaving Susanu entirely unharmed. Susanu raised its hand. With a single slash, the overwhelming sword energy surged towards Naruto, instilling a sense of helplessness in him. Gamma-kin. With a sickening crack, the fork in Gamma-kin's hand shattered, his left arm severed, blood gushing forth. His massive form collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. You are a demon. Naruto glared at Jiang Tian in rage. A demon? Jiang Tian's expression remained cold. Your expression of anger and helplessness mirrors my own from years past. Memories flooded back to him when Rin had been taken hostage during the Third Great Ninja War. He had felt that same powerlessness, witnessing the death of someone most precious to him, unable to do anything. This world, with its hypocrisy among the higher-ups of Konoha and the power struggles among the 5 great ninja villages, demanded that ordinary people like Jiang Tian pay with their lives. Why? Why must you take Rin's life and then stand on your moral high ground to condemn me? If I am a demon, then are those who caused Rin's death the Konoha leaders truly the good ones? This world has never treated Rin kindly, nor has it shown mercy to the girl I love. In that moment, Jiang Tian's long-suppressed fury erupted, a tempest of emotions unleashed. He was no longer the boy who blushed in front of Rin, nor the one who hesitated under the cherry blossoms with flowers in hand, yearning to confess. The harsh rules of this world had transformed him. Yet now, he had awakened to the truth. Only through strength could he alter the rules of this world and bring her back. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Naruto charged at Jiang Tian again, but as expected, he was once more sent flying. This time, the impact left him gravely injured, blood trickling from his lips. Struggling to rise, he faltered, collapsing under the weight of his wounds. Time and again, he attempted to stand and fight for Konoha, to protect the village. But the toll of his injuries was too great. This scene left the Konoha ninja watching in stunned silence. You, of all people, Shikamaru, injured and leaning against the rubble, squinted at the unfolding drama, realizing the widening gap between himself and Naruto. This one shameless boy might truly surpass the Hokage of past generations. Slowly, he pushed himself up, limping towards Susanu. You, of all people. Hinata blushed at the sight of Naruto, her gaze gradually hardening. Niji Li Tenten. The 12 young warriors exchanged determined glances, recalling their experiences in the Nin exams alongside Naruto. This once mischievous boy had now become a shield for the village. What reason do we have to remain idle? This thought resonated among the 12 young warriors, and they collectively moved towards Susanu. Konoha, Hyuga-Niji. Konoha, Nara Shikamaru. Konoha, Rock Lee. They fought to protect their village. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes. The 12 young warriors had decided to confront him as if he were a boss in a gang. Excluding the defector Sasuke, the remaining 11 had gathered. If you wish to court death, then so be it. The 11 young warriors stood resolutely before Susanu, their determination striking deep into the hearts of the adult ninjas, especially Tsunade's. "I truly am an inadequate Hokage," she murmured, making her way towards a particular location in the village where a scroll awaited her. A scroll capable of saving the village, left behind by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, his most esteemed ninjutsu, a scroll that could summon both the first and second Hokages. Chapter 39, Clash of Titans in Nagato's hiding place. Jiang Tian slowly drew his katana, gazing intently at Obito. "Oh, Midu, you are not my match. Surrender." "Surrender?" "Neither of us has an irrefutable reason to persist. You should understand this well." With the Uchiha fan in hand, Obito activated his Sharingan, and Jiang Tian's eyes transformed to a similar crimson hue. The two men, both endowed with the Sharingan, exchanged fierce glances, brimming with determination. Obito's perspective shifted, the world around him subtly morphing. The moon overhead turned crimson, and Jiang Tian suddenly transformed into a flurry of crows, dispersing into the air with a startling sound. A Genjutsu world? Obito squinted. Jiang Tian's ocular prowess did not surpass his own, but he was at a disadvantage, having lost an eye now possessed by Kakashi. Thus, he found himself ensnared in the illusionary realm crafted by Jiang Tian. The realm of deathly illusions successfully unfolded, with Jiang Tian reigning supreme. Within this fabricated world, Obito stood no chance. A swarm of black crows circled incessantly, and under Jiang Tian's command, they surged towards Obito. With a fierce swing of the Uchiha fan, Obito dispelled the crows, yet more continued to swarm in. The Sharingan spun rapidly. Obito ensured that not a single crow approached him. Clang! The iron chain connecting the Uchiha fan intercepted Jiang Tian's katana. Obito scrutinized Jiang Tian before him. "Is this your true form?" "Fire style, fireball jutsu." With a resounding bang, Jiang Tian, who had attempted to ambush Obito from behind, transformed once more into a flock of crows. This scene rendered Obito's expression increasingly grave. If he could not shatter this genjutsu, he would not be defeated, but would certainly be unable to secure victory. Time was of the essence. He must prepare everything before Jiang Tian returned from Konoha, allowing Nagato to resurrect Rin. Obito resolved to end this swiftly, attempting to break Jiang Tian's genjutsu by deliberately exposing a flaw. As the black crows descended, the shadow clone of Jiang Tian also engaged, morphing into a crow to blend into the flock. Uchiha rebound. Obito swung the fan, annihilating the entire swarm. "Now's your chance." Jiang Tian, having circled behind Obito, swiftly drew his katana and thrust it forward. With a piercing sound, the blade penetrated Obito's body effortlessly, blood cascading down the length of the sword. Observing the crimson fluid, Jiang Tian realized this was no mere illusion. His katana had indeed pierced Obito's form. Yet, this seemed too effortless. How could Obito be so weak? In his moment of distraction, Jiang Tian suddenly noticed that Obito's left eye, which had remained closed since gifting Kakashi a Sharingan, snapped open. Within the previously vacant socket lay a spinning three-tomo Sharingan. Izanagi. The three-tomo Sharingan whirled violently, freezing the world around them. The crows in the sky, the blood dripping from the katana, and Jiang Tian's astonished expression all came to a standstill. Everything paused, save for the frantic rotation of Obito's left eye. Then, the world began to undergo a bizarre transformation. The blood on the ground reversed its flow, the katana withdrew from Obito's body, Jiang Tian's clone reverted to a crow, and the descending flock dissipated. Ultimately, the illusionary realm of death vanished entirely, and Obito's left eye slowly closed. At the cost of light, the terrifying ocular technique, Izanagi, reversed everything. Jiang Tian, outside the Genjutsu world, could hardly believe it. "When did you acquire the Sharingan?" The Uchiha clan's massacre night was not solely a time when mere clowns like Danzo collected Sharingan. Collecting a three-tomo Sharingan for contingencies was always prudent. However, he never anticipated it would be squandered here. Obito spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon learning of Konoha's intent to eradicate the Uchiha clan, he had conceived this plan, to implant a three-tomo Sharingan from his kin. In the face of irreversible situations, he could invoke Izanagi to turn the tide, though he never expected it would be employed in a confrontation with Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, clearly realizing that this world had long since diverged from the narrative of the anime. Certain details, such as Obito's sudden use of Izanagi, were already altered. "Let us end this swiftly, Jiang Tian. Unleash your full capabilities." As Obito spoke, various powers surged forth from within him, one of which Jiang Tian recognized all too well. Is that the power of the tail beasts? As one who had once sought to capture the six tails, Jiang Tian was intimately familiar with that strength. The powers of the One Tail through the Seven Tails manifested simultaneously within Obito. Jiang Tian was incredulous. Nagato was not dead. And Obito had not connected with the Gedomazo. How could he wield the power of the tailed beasts? How can you access the power of the tailed beasts? Obito remained composed. You once claimed that your eyes could perceive the past and future. How then do you not understand the uniqueness of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Without the aid of the Gedomazo, the powers of these tailed beasts can still exist within me, albeit not at full strength. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian's clone quickly regained his composure. While the anime did not elaborate on such matters, it was not implausible. After all, he had appeared in this world. And it was only natural for certain elements unrelated to the main plot to evolve. Wood style, great force technique. Harnessing the chakra of the tailed beasts. Obito unleashed his wood style, transforming his arm into a robust tree that crashed toward Jiang Tian. Susanoo. A colossal purple figure erupted from the ground, shielding Jiang Tian from harm. Throughout this battle, Obito had been hampered by the loss of one Sharingan. Otherwise, he believed he could have already vanquished Jiang Tian. Not far from Nagato's lair, the leaders of the 4 great ninja villages, along with Jiraiya and a contingent of elite Konoha shinobi, had arrived at the site. According to the map, they were near a mountain. The cave's entrance should lie just ahead. On the ground, the half-exposed Kaguya, observing this formidable assembly, grinned. Mother, wait for me to rescue you and break the seal. Only the successful execution of the Eye of the Moon plan could dismantle the seal. The dream world was real, but only Kaguya could truly master it. As an anime enthusiast, Jiang Tian was aware of Kaguya's existence and understood that the Eye of the Moon plan would unseal Kaguya Akatsuki. However, he never anticipated that Nagato would agree to use the Rinnegan to resurrect Rin, nor did he foresee that Obito would be privy to the secrets of the Rinnegan. Furthermore, he could not have imagined that the seemingly deranged Kaguya would devise such a scheme. Enough with the fighting, gentlemen. We have guests descending the mountain. Nagato's voice echoed from within the cave, prompting both Jiang Tian and Obito to halt their skirmish and turn towards the mountain base. The gathering of the 4 shadows, alongside Jiraiya and a cadre of elite Genin from the 5 great villages, elicited frowns from both men. Chapter 40 in the Hidden Leaf Village. Tsunade hurriedly made her way to the ancestral grounds of the Senju clan. There lay a scroll left by the second Hokage. A scroll designed to protect the village from calamity. This scroll was created in collaboration with the Uzumaki clan at the moment of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama's death. It could temporarily recreate the world, requiring only a fragment of the individual's soul to be left behind before their demise. In the past, both the first and second Hokages had consented to the Uzumaki clan using a special sealing technique to retain a sliver of their souls for the creation of the scroll, all for the future peace of the village. This secret was known only to the Hokage of each generation. The third and fourth Hokages refrained from using it during attacks, not due to reluctance, but rather because it was inaccessible without the blood of a direct descendant of the Senju clan. After the death of Tsunade's brother, she was the only one left capable of utilizing this scroll. Since she had been absent from the village during the previous 2 attacks, the scroll had never been employed. Navigating by the route etched in her memory, Tsunade approached the location where the scroll was stored. Inside the village, the Leaf Ninjas were valiantly resisting pain and Haiden, who were anything but ordinary adversaries, rendering the battle overwhelmingly one-sided. Additionally, with Jiraiya having taken a portion of their forces, the ninjas of the Leaf found themselves at a severe disadvantage. Meanwhile, on Jiang Tian's side, the colossal Susanoo towered disdainfully over the remaining 11 elite ninjas. The disparity in strength could not be compensated for by mere numbers. As Jiang Tian's voice resonated, he suddenly lifted his gaze towards the distance, where Nagato was concealed. Messages from his ocular clones had reached him. Damn it, why would the leaders of several great villages converge upon Nagato's location? His expression darkened. Nagato must not encounter any mishap, as he was the hope for Rin's revival. Haiden, enough of the games. Something has happened with Nagato. We must return at once. Understood. Tianji. Haiden quickened his movements with the crimson scythe in hand, as the surrounding Leaf Ninjas fell to the ground one after another. Pain, under Nagato's control, also escalated his offensive. Yahiko stood firm, his hands clasped together, invoking the Earth Explosion Star technique. With a gentle motion, he released a small black sphere from his palm, which ascended gradually, expanding until it obscured the sun entirely. Darkness enveloped the Leaf Village instantaneously. With a fierce shout, Yahiko commanded the remnants of the village's decimated structures and nearby trees to rise skyward, as if drawn by an otherworldly force. These elements coalesced, forming a massive stone sphere that threatened to annihilate the entire village as it descended ominously, following Yahiko's guiding hand. Blood trickled from Yahiko's nose, indicating that Nagato was intent on a swift resolution to return and aid against the united forces of the 5 great ninja villages. In that moment, a palpable sense of despair blanketed the Leaf Village as all ninjas stood frozen, gazing up at the impending doom. In the face of such divine power, mere mortals truly lose their will to resist. Is this it? Has it all come to an end? How can one oppose such might? The stone sphere created by the Earth explosion star drew ever closer, poised to crash down. Would release. Flowering Tree Realm. The ravaged Leaf Village, now a vast pit, suddenly sprouted vibrant green branches from the ground. This is. Would release. There is no mistaking it. It is the jutsu of that esteemed individual. Flowering Tree Realm, a signature technique of the first Hokage. The older ninjas of the Leaf recognized the technique instantly. In but an instant, the verdant growth was magnified before their eyes as trees surged upwards with astonishing speed. Countless robust branches reaching skyward to collide with the colossal stone sphere of the Earth explosion star. With a thunderous crash, the immense stone sphere shattered into a cloud of dust. As the smoke dissipated, a man with long black hair, clad in red armor from the Warring States period, appeared before them. Beside him stood a silver-haired man in blue armor, arms crossed, his fingers tapping rhythmically on his armored arm. It cannot be mistaken. It is the 2 esteemed Hokages, here to rescue the Leaf and save us all. Tears flowed freely from the once despondent ninjas of the Leaf as they realized hope had returned. Jiang Tian, within the Susanoo, felt his pupils constrict in disbelief at the sudden appearance of the 2 Hokages. The 3rd Hokage had used the Reaper Death Seal to send the souls of the deceased Hokages to the Shinigami, and their reappearance was made possible only after Orochimaru's resurrection, employing the technique to unseal them. How could they appear at this moment? The arrival of these 2 figures had undoubtedly initiated a butterfly effect in this world, altering the narrative from the original storyline. With the ongoing upheaval, Jiang Tian felt a weight descend upon his heart. Haiden, Pain, you must go now. Return swiftly to assist Nagato. I will handle matters here. At this juncture, Jiang Tian could no longer focus on capturing the Nine Tails. His sole desire was to ensure Nagato remained safe. But Tianji, you face the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, and the second Hokage as well. You cannot hope to confront them alone. Both Haiden and Pain found themselves torn. Hurry. As long as Nagato remains unharmed, that is all that matters. We can discuss the rest later. Trust me, I shall not perish. Hearing Jiang Tian's words, Haiden and Pain prepared to withdraw. Is that the malevolent spirit of the Uchiha clan? The second Hokage appeared beside Haiden with astounding speed, and before Haiden could react, his head was forcefully pressed down, crashing heavily into the ground. Jiang Tian commanded the Susanoo to charge at the second Hokage, the massive sword descending with lethal intent. Haiden, run. The sword struck the body of the second Hokage, only for it to dissolve into a puddle of water clone. Would release. Would giant. The previously motionless Senja Hashirama stomped his foot, and a colossal figure composed of trees erupted from the earth, towering even above Jiang Tian's Susanoo. With a single punch, the giant shattered Jiang Tian's Susanoo into fragments. This is the god of shinobi? His power is overwhelming. Jiang Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression grave as he regarded the 2 Hokages, then clenched his teeth, resolute in his decision. He joined his hands together, declaring, "Impure world reincarnation." A coffin slowly rose from the ground, and the 2 first Hokage brothers exchanged glances, frowning as they sensed a familiar presence emanating from within. With a resounding crash, the coffin lid was kicked aside. Hashirama. Before the figure emerged, his voice resonated in the ears of all present. Chapter 41: The Resurrection of the Valley of the End. As the coffin lid descended and the thick smoke gradually dissipated, the onlookers finally discerned the figure who had boldly called upon the name of the god of ninjas. Clad in the crimson armor of the Warring States era, the man sported a wild, explosive hairstyle that was both disheveled and stylish. His face bore the distinctive cracks of the Edo Tensei technique, and with his arms crossed over his chest, he fixed his gaze solely upon Hashirama, dismissing all others without a second thought. Edo Tensei? They actually managed to bring this wretched individual back to this world. This damn ninjutsu. Edo Tensei, a forbidden technique invented by the second Hokage, now felt like a curse to him. Madara, it has been a long time. In contrast to Madara's excitement upon encountering the first Hokage, Hashirama appeared remarkably calm upon facing his old adversary once more. Madara, what is this? There was no mistaking it. It was Uchiha Madara. the progenitor of the Uchiha clan, the only man capable of contending with the first Hokage. It was he, the fated nemesis of the first Hokage. The ninjas of Konoha who were aware of Uchiha Madara's existence were utterly astonished. Today, they witnessed the simultaneous appearance of two legendary powerhouses. Who could remain composed in such a situation? Hashirama Senju, the founder of the Ninja Village system, revered as the god of ninjas, and Uchiha Madara, his sole rival, were undeniably formidable. In the fateful battle at the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara had controlled the Nine Tails in his clash against the first Hokage. Although he had been defeated, the statues of the two still stood proudly in the valley, a testament to their unparalleled strength, a battle unmatched by any sense. These two were figures of divine stature, not the Rinne rebirth. I have not been resurrected? The calm Uchiha Madara lowered his gaze to inspect his form, realizing it was not his true flesh and blood. Nagato had not utilized the Rinne rebirth on him. This was not in accordance with his plans. Did you bring me back? Madara now turned his attention to Jiang Tian, sensing an inexplicable connection between them. The appearance of the first Hokage caught me off guard. Only you can contend with him and allow me to escape. Jiang Tian nodded, candidly explaining the current situation, for he needed his assistance to extricate himself. Also, is it the Uchiha bloodline? Madara noted Jiang Tian's Sharingan. Although his revival was not as he had envisioned, he still possessed Obito as a pawn, so there was no need to rush concerning his resurrection. Jiang Tian had a phrase that resonated with him. Only he was worthy to be Hashirama's rival. Hashirama, I lost to you in the Valley of the End, but today, I shall prevail. No sooner had Uchiha Madara spoken than his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan activated, the crimson tomo spinning rapidly as an immense Susanoo surged forth from the ground. The armored exterior of the Susanoo brandished dual katana, casting a shadow over all present. In that moment, the onlookers grasped the true meaning of power. While Jiang Tian's Susanoo had been considerable, it paled in comparison to Madara's. This sight prompted furrowed brows among all, including Jiang Tian himself. As an anime enthusiast, Jiang Tian was acutely aware that Madara could dispel the Edo Tensei and resurrect himself with the Rinnegan. Thus, he had kept this card close to his chest until now. He must not allow him to acquire the Rinnegan, Jiang Tian thought resolutely. He had already devised a plan. Once he revived Ling, he would find a way to visit the three great sage lands and cultivate sage mode. Only by amassing sufficient strength to surpass all others would Madara become inconsequential. However, he needed to first address the immediate predicament. Jiang Tian noticed that the second Hokage had locked onto him, poised to strike at any moment. Yet, the focus of attention remained on the fierce confrontation between Hashirama and Madara. Would release. Wood Dragon. The first Hokage formed a hand seal, summoning a colossal wood dragon that entwined itself around the neck of the wooden figure he had summoned. Both the wooden figure and the wood dragon exuded an aura of authority, as Hashirama leapt atop the dragon's head to face Madara's Susanoo. Run. Hurry, or you'll die. The ninjas of Konoha watched the towering wooden figure and Susanoo, realizing that in the impending battle, they were not even qualified to approach and observe, let alone offer assistance. Hashirama. Madara. The two fated rivals shouted at one another, charging forth. Jiang Tian also engaged the second Hokage, Death Domain. As the Genjutsu activated, both Jiang Tian and the second Hokage found themselves within the illusionary realm. Evil Uchiha Scion, you are truly deserving of death. Jiang Tian remained silent, intent on concluding this swiftly to escape the Konoha battlefield and return to aid Nagato. Should anything happen to Nagato, all efforts would be in vain. A swarm of black crows surged towards the second Hokage, but they disintegrated before reaching him. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet. A massive dragon formed from water erupted into the sky, scattering the crows. Damn it, this water dragon bullet is absurdly powerful. Jiang Tian grimaced at the thwarted assault. Although the water dragon bullet was a relatively elementary technique among water-style ninjas, its potency in the hands of the second Hokage was indeed formidable, aligning with the portrayal of his mastery in water jutsu. Within the illusion, Jiang Tian found himself in a stalemate, while the battle outside raged fiercely. Wood release. All-encompassing bag technique. As Hashirama's chakra surged into the earth, countless branches erupted from the ground, encircling Madara's Susanoo, gradually forming a cage intended to bind it. Madara, commanding his complete Susanoo, wielded his twin swords against the encroaching mass of trees. Devoid of the Rinnegan, he could only draw upon the power of the Sharingan. And with his tailed beast, the Nine Tails, sealed within the Jinchuriki, he was unable to summon it. Thus, he found himself in a defensive position against Hashirama. Sage Mode. Activate. The first Hokage prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. Having arrived in this world through a scroll, he could not remain long. He needed to subdue Madara before his time ran out. Sage Art. Gate of the God of War. Hashirama pressed his palms together, and a gate adorned with the image of Ashura descended heavily upon Madara's Susanoo. Unable to summon the Nine Tails and lacking the formidable Susanoo, Madara felt the immense weight of the gate upon contact, bending his colossal Susanoo downwards. But in the next moment, rise, rise, rise. Madara's face contorted in disbelief. What a joke. He was Uchiha Madara, the only rival of Hashirama. How could he be suppressed by this gate? Fueled by anger, Madara summoned every ounce of strength to hurl the massive gate away. Hashirama, do you think you can suppress me with a mere gate? Is this an insult? The sight compelled the Konoha ninjas to pray fervently for Hashirama's victory. In an instant, the tide of battle became increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 42. The True Thousand Hands Within the Realm of Illusion. Jiang Tian observed with growing dismay as his numerous offensive maneuvers were deftly countered by the second Hokage. A sense of urgency weighed heavily upon him. He needed to hasten back to Nagato, for time had become an invaluable commodity. The second Hokage shared this sentiment. Being the creator of the scroll, he was acutely aware that his time alongside his brother Hashirama was limited. He must eliminate this wicked scion of the Uchiha clan before his own existence faded into oblivion. Both warriors embraced the same resolve, intensifying their assaults. Jiang Tian's true form materialized within the illusionary world. Relying solely on this single illusion to swiftly vanquish the second Hokage was nigh impossible. Blood Moon, Eternal Kingdom. The crimson orb in the sky cast a windmill-like pattern, identical to Jiang Tian's kaleidoscope design. The ocular technique, Eternal Kingdom, enhanced all aspects of the caster: ninjutsu potency, chakra, taijutsu, mental prowess, and every tangible or intangible attribute related to Jiang Tian would receive augmentation, thus earning its name. As Jiang Tian's kaleidoscope began to whirl, the Blood Moon mirrored its motion. In an instant, he felt the enhancements bestowed by activating the Eternal Kingdom. Without a moment's hesitation, he unsheathed his katana and charged at the second Hokage. Water Release, Great Dragon Technique. Earth Release, Earth Barrier. In the midst of their close quarters combat, the two engaged in a clash of ninjutsu. The atmosphere remained intensely charged as the second Hokage's peak prowess was undeniably formidable. Blood Moon, Song of the Blade. Jiang Tian slashed his left hand with the katana, allowing his blood to adhere to the blade. The sanguine liquid coursed along the blade, infusing it with fiery chakra. Instantly, the katana transformed into a blazing weapon, the flames evaporating the blood and creating a continuous, harmonious resonance, reminiscent of an elegant symphony. With this resounding katana in hand, Jiang Tian surged towards the second Hokage. Nightwalker Technique. The advanced illusionary art of Senju Tobarama, which he had once employed to slay Azuna Uchiha. Although merely a supporting illusion, it could induce temporary blindness in the enemy. Even a fleeting moment sufficed. As Jiang Tian raced towards the second Hokage, he sensed a brief disorientation from the Sharingan, though he did not experience blindness. Yet that instant of confusion ignited a searing pain in his chest. The glimmering blade flashed, and the second Hokage's form became translucent, both sustaining injuries simultaneously. Jiang Tian glanced down at his chest, where a kunai was embedded, blood staining his attire. He observed the now transparent second Hokage, realizing that his previous attack had been effective. Calmly, he removed the kunai and discarded it to the ground, his expression devoid of any sign of pain. Indeed, compared to the loss of Ling, this pain was trivial. Once again, they clashed, the standoff unresolved, neither able to claim victory in the short term. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the battle between Hashirama and Madara had escalated to a fever pitch. From a distance, the Konoha shinobi watched in awe, marveling at the clash of deities. Madara, do you still believe I was wrong all those years ago? Hashirama's countenance was grave. Despite Madara's diminished power without the Nine Tails, his resurrection rendered Hashirama's attacks ineffective. No matter the damage inflicted, Madara's form would regenerate. Hashirama mused. Does it matter to debate the past? My choice was the right one. The Moon Eye Plan is the only true path to a peaceful world. As for your notion that feelings are the bonds between people, why then did war erupt after your demise? What are those feelings, those bonds? Hence, you are mistaken. You are the one who clings to delusion. Madara articulated his thoughts, perceiving Hashirama's ideals as childishly naive. You remain as obstinate as ever, Madara. It is you who is stubborn, Hashirama. Neither could sway the other. Hashirama regarded Madara, stating, "In your current state, you cannot hope to match me. Even if I were to grant you one hand, you would still be unable to defeat me." Hashirama spoke the truth. Without the Nine Tails and Susanoo, Madara's power was significantly diminished. Madara, indignant, retorted, "Then let us test that." Would release, drew Thousand Hands. A colossal statue of cannon, fashioned from wood, erupted behind Hashirama, extending innumerable arms to confront Madara's Susanoo. Madara, upon witnessing Hashirama's unique sage art, True Thousand Hands, Madara furrowed his brow. He had first-hand experience of this technique during their fateful battle at the Valley of the End, where only his Susanoo had been able to withstand it. Yet, in this body, he faced no threat of death. Madara commanded his Susanoo to charge at Hashirama. Would release, True Thousand Hands, top of the Buddha. As the wooden cannon statue met Susanoo, the multitude of arms struck relentlessly. Encased within Susanoo, Madara felt increasingly intense impacts. Clearly, in this state, he stood no chance against Hashirama, even less so to mount a counteroffensive. The strikes of the top of the Buddha accelerated, and Hashirama, observing Madara's predicament, displayed no trace of triumph, only concern. "Hurry faster," Hashirama urged himself. The time of the scroll was nearing its end. He needed to shatter Madara's Susanoo and seal him before he vanished. Otherwise, once he dissipated, the Konoha shinobi would be utterly incapable of contending with Madara. As time slipped away, cracks began to form in Madara's Susanoo, which swiftly widened until boom, it disintegrated. Faced with the exposed Madara, Hashirama hurriedly pressed his palms together. Now is the time. Seal him. Sage art, 5-element seal. 5 gates adorned with images of Asuras materialized, plummeting from the sky towards Madara. As the first gate descended, the unprotected Madara was immediately forced to the ground. The second, third, the 5 gates piled upon Madara, pinning him down. Quickly, skilled seal masters, come and seal Madara. After Hashirama's command, the Konoha shinobi proficient in sealing jutsu momentarily hesitated before retrieving their scrolls, eager to bind Uchiha Madara. However, just as they prepared to act, the 5-element seal vanished. The first Hokage, Hashirama, had dissipated, and the scroll's effect faded at this critical juncture. In an instant, the Konoha shinobi felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, paralyzed in fear as they beheld Madara. Boom. The next moment, Madara too vanished. As Jiang Tian released the Edo Tensei, the deathly domain of illusion dissipated, and with the scroll's effect gone, the second Hokage, who had been locked in combat with him, also vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Tian turned and raced toward Nagato's concealed lair, determined to return and assist. He could not allow any misfortune to befall Nagato. This singular thought consumed Jiang Tian's mind. Chapter 43. Duel of Titans versus the Ninja Alliance outside the cave where Nagato concealed himself. The clones of Jiang Tian and Obito observed the assembled alliance of the 5 great ninja villages, their previous conflict momentarily halted. "We cannot allow anything to happen to Nagato. You and I both agree on this, do we not?" Upon hearing Jiang Tian's words, Obito nodded in agreement. "Let us first deal with these adversaries." The two faced the formidable coalition of 4 Kage, Jiraiya, and numerous elite jonin. To claim they felt no pressure would be a lie, yet retreat was not an option. "For Rin, they are on the mountain. We ascend," declared Inoki, the Tsuchikage, as he directed the group upward. Simultaneously, Jiang Tian and Obito employed their space ninjutsu, vanishing from their previous location. In the next instant, they reappeared, standing shoulder to shoulder in the path of the advancing ninja alliance. Jiang Tian, the masked man. The sudden emergence of the two instilled caution within the alliance. These two possessed immense power, ranking among the very best even within the Akatsuki. Undoubtedly among the top 2 superlative forces. However, despite their strength, the overwhelming number of the alliance was daunting, far too many for just 2 to contend with. As they stood in confrontation, a flock of black crows swooped down, converging to form a human silhouette. The leaders of each village, alongside Jiraiya and numerous elite jonin, gathered. "Jiang Tian, I did not anticipate such a grand assembly," remarked Itachi, who had been resurrected through the impure world reincarnation. A contingency plan Jiang Tian had set long ago to address unforeseen circumstances. Yet, even with the addition of Itachi, it still seemed insufficient. "Everyone, attack." The Raikage stepped forward, and as his words fell, his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing. Raijin's hot blade. A powerful arm collided with Jiang Tian's clone. Susanoo. The clone, embodying all of Jiang Tian's abilities, summoned the colossal purple figure to block the Raikage's assault. Once the battle commenced, chaos ensued, with all combatants engaging, the scene rapidly devolving into turmoil. Earth Release. Heavy Stone Technique. Inoki unleashed the technique, instantly burdening Obito's body, severely hampering his speed. As he watched the Raikage's fist approach, evasion was no longer an option. In a flash, he activated his Sharingan, using Kinyui to narrowly escape the blow. Sandstorm Burial. Gaara clenched his fist, and sand erupted from the gourd on his back, surging toward the impure world Itachi, attempting to envelop him. Yet, Itachi activated his own Susanoo, the crimson figure effortlessly repelling the encroaching sands. Lava Release. Lava Monster Technique. Meitarumi, the Mizukichi, unleashed her Kekkei Genkai, spewing a colorless yet corrosive liquid towards Jiang Tian's clone, aiming to erode the purple giant. Meanwhile, Jiraiya prepared to intervene. Sage Mode. Summon. The Fukasaku couple perched on Jiraiya's shoulders, ready to join the fray. Teacher, I spared you last time, yet here you are, courting death again. Yahiko's voice echoed, as Pain's 6 paths returned just in time. Shinra Tensei. Pain casually raised his hand, sending a group of elite ninjas flying away. Heh. A sacrifice for the Lord of Evil. Haiden brandished a crimson crescent scythe, blocking a man with a watermelon hairstyle clad in a green vest. Now that's what I call youth ablaze. The watermelon-haired figure was Might Guy, the strongest in taijutsu. Konoha Whirlwind. Guy delivered a powerful kick to Haiden's chest, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing forth. What incredible strength. Offering you as a sacrifice will surely please the Lord of Evil. Despite the significant blood loss, Haiden rose unscathed, charging at Guy once more. The battlefield grew increasingly chaotic, with the intensity and devastation of each clash far beyond what any ordinary ninja could fathom in their lifetime. Finally returning, Jiang Tian utilized space ninjutsu to arrive swiftly. Scanning the battlefield, his gaze lingered on Jiraiya. As a rogue ninja from Konoha, it felt absurd for him to save him. Yet Jiang Tian was unwilling to owe anyone a debt, especially not Konoha ninjas, particularly after Rin's death. Konoha was responsible for her demise. Rin could owe debts to anyone, but not to Konoha ninjas, having previously repaid Jiraiya's debt for saving Rin. Any Konoha ninja now stood as his enemy. Anyone who hindered his resurrection of Rin, be it Jiraiya, Obito, or anyone else, would be regarded as an adversary. There was no need to worry about Jiraiya facing Pain. He was no match for him. With the battles evenly matched, Jiang Tian resolved to eliminate the elite Jonin. Susanoo. Jiang Tian summoned his own Susanoo, adding another towering purple figure to the battlefield, instantly capturing everyone's attention. In that moment, all eyes turned toward the newly arrived Jiang Tian, including those of Obito, the Kage of various villages, Jiraiya, and even Haiden, all displaying expressions of astonishment. The existence of Jiang Tian's clone was unknown even to him. With Jiang Tian's appearance, the balance of the battlefield shifted, rendering the numerical advantage of the Ninja Alliance obsolete. This spectacle caused Black Zetsu, lurking in the shadows, to break into a sweat. Damn it, why does he possess a clone with identical strength to his own? Mother, what should I do? While Black Zetsu could manipulate from the darkness, coaxing him into battle was impossible. He lacked any combat prowess. Within the cave, Nagato listened to the thunderous sounds of battle outside, his eyelids fluttering, fixating on Conan before him. Sister Conan, you. Nagato hesitated, his expression revealing his inner turmoil. Conan approached him, softly stating, You wish to ask if I like Yahiko, do you not? Having overheard Nagato's heartfelt confession outside the cave, she understood everything. Nagato offered a wry smile. So you know everything. I suppose your answer aligns with my thoughts. You like brother Yahiko. Silent, Conan sensed Nagato's life force rapidly waning, contemplating what answer to provide. Sister Conan, in this moment, please just tell me the truth. Without hesitation, Conan nodded, affirming, Indeed, I do like Yahiko. Just as I suspected. It is brother Yahiko. Nagato's smile deepened, a bittersweet expression crossing his face. He had pondered this answer countless times in his heart. Yet hearing it uttered brought forth a wave of sorrow. To like brother Yahiko, how wonderful, how wonderful. His voice trailed off, fading into silence as he slowly closed his eyes. In a conflict ignited by the Rinnegan, Jiang Tian and Obito ultimately succumbed to the relentless march of time. Had Nagato lived a little longer, had Black Zetsu not delivered the map to the major villages, perhaps the story's conclusion might have differed. Yet from that moment forth, the fourth great ninja war and the Moon's Eye plan would inevitably unfold. The world, now shrouded in darkness, held nothing of value worth remembering. For Jiang Tian, for Obito, And for the ninja realm, the Fourth Great War was upon them, a battle ignited by two titans standing side by side. Chapter 44. Gloom thunder rumbled suddenly outside the cave, dark clouds enveloping the heavens. In an instant, all activity ceased. Jiang Tian and Obito's pupils constricted rapidly. Their Sharingans seemingly frozen, their bodies immobilized as time stood still. With a clang, Jiang Tian's katana and Obito's Uchiha fan slipped from their grasp, their hands trembling, unable to steady their weapons. In the battle between Pain's six paths and Jiraiya, the once dominant Pain collapsed simultaneously, as if all vitality had been drained from them, leaving behind six lifeless bodies. Both the four Kage and Jiang Tian comprehended the gravity of the situation. The sudden downfall of Pain's six paths could only signify one thing. The caster had perished. The thought of Nagato's death flooded every mind present. In a flash, Jiang Tian and Obito vanished, activating their space ninjutsu, reappearing within the cave. They stood, dazed, before the sight of the emaciated Nagato peacefully lying in Conan's embrace, dead, truly dead. The truths revealed by the Sharingan could not deceive them, and an overwhelming sense of numbness engulfed both men. They felt utterly drained, as if all strength had abandoned their bodies. The two who had just been battling the Kage outside now felt darkness enveloping their vision, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was over. Everything had come to an end. This singular thought echoed in their minds. The resurrection of Rin had failed. Chilled to the core, the two masked men felt the world grow cold around them, as if their beloved had vanished forever. One leaned against the wall, while the other, sword resting on the ground, slowly sank down, as if even standing was beyond their capacity. Silence reigned within the cave. Outside, a majestic eagle suddenly swooped down, landing on Jiraiya's arm, delivering a scroll. Upon opening it, a voice echoed forth. "Lord Jiraiya, the village is under attack. Please return swiftly." A single sentence altered Jiraiya's countenance. He recalled Jiang Tian and Pain's sudden appearances, realizing that these individuals must have orchestrated the attack on the village. With Pain's downfall and Nagato's death, the news of Konoha's assault reached all ears. In that fleeting moment, the four Kage unanimously agreed to retreat. Haiden and Edo Tensei Itachi watched the retreating coalition, uncertain of their next move. With no commands from Jiang Tian, they could only remain on standby. Time passed, and the oppressive clouds above finally unleashed a torrential downpour. Jiang Tian and Obito emerged from the cave, standing side by side beneath the rain. The downpour soaked their masks and drenched their clothing as they stood in silence. With a sudden thud, Obito clenched his fist and struck Jiang Tian's chest. Jiang Tian wordlessly discarded his katana and retaliated, landing a punch in Obito's abdomen. The two men refrained from employing ninjutsu or Sharingan, choosing instead to vent their frustrations through raw physical blows. "It's your fault, you damn fool. You delayed Rin's resurrection." Obito spat. "You are equally to blame. If it weren't for you, I would have captured the Nine Tails, and Rin would have been by my side again." The dull thuds of their fists colliding echoed through the air. They fought on, oblivious to the passage of time, their masks becoming tattered, blood trickling from their eyes and lips. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, gazing up at the waning moon veiled by the clouds. The concept of the moon I planned surged vividly in their minds. Despite Jiang Tian being a traveler from another world, as an anime enthusiast, he was far more lucid than Obito, understanding that the moon I plan was merely an illusion, a dream. Yet what of it? Was there any merit in a world devoid of light, even if it were but a dream? To be eternally with the one they cherished would surely be the most exquisite fantasy. In unison, they removed their masks and turned to face each other, recognizing the rekindled flame of hope in one another's eyes. "Jiang Tian, can we set aside all our reservations and truly collaborate this time? For the sake of our beloved, let us wholeheartedly pursue the moon I plan." Jiang Tian extended his hand, declaring, "We have no other choice. The moon I plan is our beacon of hope for survival. Become my partner, Obito, so we may resurrect our beloveds." Obito grasped Jiang Tian's hand firmly. "Agreed. Let us be partners and revive those we love. If she does not return, then this world holds no reason to exist." In unison, they spoke, acknowledging that a world bereft of light and hope was indeed unworthy of existence, at least in their hearts. In the shadows, Kagaya observed the two fervent youths reaching consensus, a peculiar smile creeping across her face. Even fate conspires to resurrect my mother." Nagato could not withstand the final moment. With that, the grotesque figure of Black Zetsu vanished into the earth. A day later, Jiang Tian and Obito steeled themselves, fully committed to executing the Moon Eye plan. Conan, allow me to take Nagato's body, Jiang Tian asserted, positioning his katana before her as he gazed at the unburied remains of Nagato. Must you desecrate his corpse? Nagato is dead. You cannot defile his body. Conan's expression hardened, resolute in her refusal to allow any harm to come to Nagato. I will bring him back to you. Jiang Tian replied coolly, confident that Conan could not deny this proposition. Not only Nagato, but Yahiko as well. I can revive them both. Jiang Tian continued to entice Conan, harboring plans to resurrect a legion of powerful allies in preparation for the Fourth Great Ninja War. Is it truly possible? Conan hesitated, grappling with the loneliness that had plagued her since the trio had dwindled to just her. Without further ado, Jiang Tian clasped his hands together and invoked the Edo Tensei. A coffin emerged from the ground, its lid falling away to reveal Yahiko peacefully lying within. Yahiko, after a brief exchange, Jiang Tian successfully obtained Nagato's body from Conan. Upon stepping outside the cave, Obito's figure appeared. The Eight Tails and Nine Tails have been secretly relocated. The Kage are set to convene to discuss their security. Jiang Tian nodded, observing that events had not deviated greatly from the original storyline. Let us go and bear witness, and declare war while we're at it. Obito nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Fourth Great Ninja War is about to commence. Chapter 45, The Five Shadows Conference at the Junction of the Five Great Villages. The site of the previous Five Shadows Conference, the leaders convened once more for a second discussion. The audacity of that fellow, Jiang Tian, was beyond measure. After all, he was a ninja from Konoha, yet he sought to obliterate his former village. Esteemed colleagues, allow me to express my thoughts, began Inoki, the third Suchikage. A voice of reason amidst the chaos. Our paramount concern must be the protection of the Eight Tails and Nine Tails, which the Akatsuki have yet to capture. Without these tailed beasts, their Moon Eye plan will falter. Inoki, being the most seasoned among the five Kages, grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, safeguarding the remaining Jinchuriki is essential. We must ensure that Jiang Tian and that masked man's plan comes to naught. Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, voiced her agreement, while the other Kages fell into a solemn silence. Though the matter was of utmost importance, the lingering animosities among the villages hindered open collaboration. Protecting the Jinchuriki, with the Eight Tails hailing from the village hidden in the clouds and the Nine Tails from Konoha, necessitated a concerted effort from all five villages. Tsunade's proposition rendered the other Kages, lacking their own Jinchuriki, momentarily speechless. The grievances accumulated from several shinobi wars could not be resolved with mere words. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere turning increasingly tense. Tsunade, placing her hands firmly on the table, rose abruptly. Everyone, our adversaries are two extraordinarily formidable foes. They possess the capacity to resurrect Uchiha Madara and annihilate Konoha. If they can destroy our village today, they may very well target others in the future. Shall we ignore such a peril? If that day arrives, I implore you, how confident are you in safeguarding your own villages when faced with these two? Her words left the assembly in a profound silence, amplifying the already grave atmosphere. I, on behalf of the Sand Village, concur with the Hokage's perspective, declared Gaara, the youngest among them, to the surprise of all. Respected leaders, though I lack your strength and experience, I must emphasize that our current predicament concerns the future of the shinobi world. It is no exaggeration to assert that the fate of our realm may hinge upon the outcome of this meeting. If the Eight Tails and Nine Tails are successfully captured, who could thwart the Moon Eye plan? Hearing such resolve from the youth, Inoki and Mei Terumi, the fifth Mizukage, no longer hesitated. The time for grudges had passed. I concur. Inoki nodded in agreement. So do I. Mei added her voice to the growing consensus for a united front against Jiang Tian and the masked man. Meanwhile, outside the conference venue, Sasuke led Team Hawk to the gathering. Is it appropriate for us to just waltz in during the Five Shadows conference? Suigetsu queried, puzzled by Sasuke's sudden surge of confidence after a brief disappearance. Having merged his brother Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan into his own, Sasuke felt a significant elevation in his powers. Regardless of the Five Shadows conference, I must confront the fifth Hokage and inquire about the truth concerning my brother. Clad in the Akatsuki's crimson cloud garb, he strode towards the meeting area. How striking. Even merely witnessing Sasuke's profile was enough to leave Karen entranced. Team Hawk followed their headstrong leader into the conference, fully aware of the recklessness of their actions. Well then, we have reached an agreement. The five great shinobi villages shall unite against Jiang Tian and the masked man. As Tsunade concluded her statement, the door to the meeting room was abruptly kicked open. Two Konoha ninjas sent flying into the chamber. Who goes there? All eyes turned toward the entrance. Sasuke entered first, with Team Hawk in tow. Fifth Hokage, I have matters to discuss with you, he declared directly, bypassing any formalities. Is he an Akatsuki member? Raikage frowned, harboring a deep-seated disdain for any member of the organization since Jiang Tian had attacked his brother. It's Sasuke. Gaara expressed his incredulity, unable to fathom Sasuke appearing at the Five Shadows conference in such attire. In the Akatsuki's base, Obito had completely forgotten about Sasuke while immersed in the Moon Eye plan. Upon learning of Sasuke's attendance at the conference, he promptly sought out Jiang Tian. Let us also pay a visit and retrieve Sasuke. I promised Itachi I would ensure his safety. Moreover, let it be known to the Five Shadows and the entire shinobi world that the Fourth Great Ninja War has commenced. Jiang Tian and Obito vanished, heading towards the Five Shadows conference. Sasuke, what brings you here? Kakashi, having accompanied this meeting, gazed at his former student with mixed emotions. Kakashi, I am not here for nostalgia. I seek the Fifth Hokage to inquire about my brother. Sasuke responded coldly, displaying little regard for his former mentor. It seemed that the notion of betraying one's teacher had become a peculiar cultural norm in Konoha. Sasuke's demeanor radiated defiance as he questioned Tsunade, disregarding the presence of others. This brazen attitude further ignited Raikage's fury against the Akatsuki. Hey, you over there. If you intend to cause a ruckus here, you may have chosen the wrong place. Without turning, Sasuke replied coolly, I'm here to speak with the Fifth. If others have no business, they may remain silent. Suigetsu, bewildered by Sasuke's audacity, wondered if they were indeed heading into certain doom. Sasuke, emboldened by his newfound powers, felt invincible, believing he could maneuver freely even in the presence of the Five Kages. Yet, was this confidence truly warranted? Chapter 46. The Duel of Titans as is widely acknowledged. Reality can be brutally unforgiving, yet it seems that only the two pillars remain oblivious to this truth. You, the rogue ninja from Konoha, are you seeking your own demise? The Raikage rose, brimming with pent-up energy, eager to eliminate the arrogant youth before him. Feel free to try. Sasuke maintained his defiant demeanor, perhaps still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Since you possess no sense of decorum, allow me to impart some lessons on manners from your superior. The Raikage slowly removed his outer garment, revealing a physique sculpted with exquisite muscle. His mere appearance radiated an overwhelming sense of power. Imparting lessons on manners from my superior. Those words struck Sasuke like a dagger to the heart. The Uchiha clan had been annihilated by his own brother, their parents long deceased. How dare this wretched individual utter such words? Sasuke's gaze shot up, his pupils transforming into a vivid crimson. The black six-pointed star pattern abruptly manifesting as he activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, fixated on the Raikage. Chidori. Sasuke was the first to strike, his palm crackling with lightning chakra, rushing towards the Raikage. Raging scorching blade. The Raikage's voice reverberated, and Sasuke's heart dropped in alarm. Such speed. He realized that even with his eternal Manjiki, he could not discern the movements of the Raikage. What kind of velocity was this? With a resounding crash, Sasuke was abruptly flung back, colliding violently with the wall, creating a massive dent that splintered the surface like an intricate spider's web. Indeed, Sasuke has been sent flying. It seems he has come to offer his head, muttered Suigetsu, as the members of Team Hawk exchanged anxious glances, recognizing the Raikage's formidable strength. Electric arcs danced along the Raikage's powerful arms as he approached Sasuke, his expression dark and foreboding. He raised his arm high, declaring, You, the rat of the Akatsuki. Remember to be a good person in your next life. Raikage-sama. Kakashi interjected hastily, yet the Raikage showed no hesitation, his electrified arm crashing down without regard for Kakashi's plea. Susanoo. Blood trickled from Sasuke's lips as he activated his Susanoo, albeit in an incomplete form, a single-armed skeletal construct, desperately attempting to shield him from the Raikage's lethal blow. Another violent explosion echoed. The sound of cracking bones filled the air as Sasuke, in horror, noticed fractures emerging in his Susanoo, spreading rapidly until the incomplete form crumbled into nothingness. In that moment, Sasuke comprehended the stark reality. Despite possessing the eternal Manjiki, he was nowhere near mastering it. And the chasm between him and the Five Kages was unfathomable. At the very least, he was no match for any of them before he could summon a complete Susanoo. Realization dawned upon him, yet it was too late. He was already embroiled in this battle. Sasuke glanced at the Five Kages within the room. His brow furrowed in deep concern. he sensed that his escape today would be exceedingly difficult. Suigetsu, Jugo, take Karen and flee. Get out of here. Sasuke struggled to rise, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, unwilling to succumb to fate. Are you still futilely resisting? The Raikage scowled. It infuriated him that this Konoha rogue, having endured 2 of his strikes, still managed to stand. The Raikage charged once more at Sasuke. Amaterasu. The Sharingan spun again, and this time, Sasuke unleashed the ocular technique bestowed upon him by Itachi. Black, unquenchable flames ignited upon the Raikage's arm, clinging to him like a relentless curse. Raikage-sama. Darui, the Raikage's bodyguard, gasped in shock, the rapid turn of events leaving little room for reaction. Do not underestimate the bloodline of the Uchiha. Sasuke, emboldened by the sight of the flames, shouted defiantly at the Raikage. Wounded by a mere youth and a member of the Akatsuki no less, the Raikage's heart sank, his fury boiling over as he resolved to eliminate this audacious young man. Stand down. I shall handle this myself. The Raikage thrust his hand out, halting Darui, as arcs of electricity danced across his body. Without a moment's hesitation, he severed the arm engulfed in Amaterasu flames. This display sent a shiver through all present. The Raikage was indeed a ruthless individual. Sasuke furrowed his brow. Taken aback by the Raikage's brutality, he had severed his own limb without a trace of hesitation. The excruciating pain of the severed arm surged through the Raikage, yet he revealed no signs of suffering. His expression only darkened further. This time, as he raised his severed arm, his entire body crackled with lightning, electric arcs coursing over him. Sensing the immense power within, he charged at Sasuke without a moment's pause. To the left? No, he's on the right. No, he's not there either. Sasuke began to panic, realizing that the Raikage's speed had increased dramatically, fast enough that even his eternal Manjiki could not keep pace. You are mistaken. I am right behind you. The Raikage's chilling voice echoed in Sasuke's ear. Before he could react, Sasuke felt a tremendous weight slam into him from behind. With a thunderous crash, he was sent soaring, crashing through the conference room's wall. Ugh! Blood spewed from Sasuke's mouth as darkness enveloped him, his consciousness fading. Before succumbing to unconsciousness, he glimpsed the Raikage advancing toward him, step by deliberate step. Suigetsu, Jugo. Hurry and assist Sasuke. Karen exclaimed anxiously, urging her companions to act. However, both Suigetsu and Jugo exchanged glances. Disheartened by the imposing presence of the Raikage and the other silent Kages, they felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. Any attempt to intervene would only serve to offer more lives. The Raikage's countenance remained grim as he approached the unconscious Sasuke, raising his arm high for a final strike. With a resounding crash, his arm descended, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the view of all present. This sensation. It does not feel like striking a person. As the dust settled, the Raikage turned abruptly, eyes widening at the sight before him. Ladies and gentlemen, do you not fear the consequences of bullying the young? On the wooden table of the conference room stood 2 masked men, Kagami and Obito. Obito had transported the unconscious Sasuke and Team Hawk into the Kamui dimension, his voice cold as ice. Are you all here deliberating on how to deal with us? Kagami followed suit, speaking with a measured tone. Though I am unaware of the conclusions you have reached, that bears little significance now. We have come to convey a singular message. A message? The 5 Kages stood in silence, uncertain of what the 2 men intended to reveal. The masked pair exchanged a knowing glance before speaking in unison. We are here to inform you of the 4th Great Ninja War. We hereby declare war. Chapter 47. The prelude to the 4th Great Ninja War. Did I hear correctly? Did these 2 individuals just declare war? The attendees were filled with disbelief, questioning their own hearing as these 2 sought to instigate the 4th Great Ninja War, challenging all the ninja of the 5 great villages. Surely, they must be mad. Have you lost your minds? To instigate the 4th Great Ninja War. The Tsuchikage slammed his hand on the table, his fury evident. Though he could not fathom the audacity of these 2, he loathed the very concept of war. Humph. Do you truly believe that merely the 2 of you can incite a war? Mizukage Terumi scoffed, reminding them that war is not sustained by mere strength alone. It is a meat grinder, and regardless of their prowess, they would face an innumerable army of ninja. It was laughable to think they could provoke such a conflict. Whether we can instigate war is not something for you to concern yourselves with. We merely deemed it insignificant to inform you, the masked figure, Jiang Tian, stated coldly. Even if you are aware, it will not alter the success of the Moon Eye plan. This cold world shall perish. Behind his mask, Jiang Tian's expression darkened. His sole desire was to bring Ling back, whether through war or a false dream world. Reuniting with that girl who smiled with her tiger teeth was worth any sacrifice. Perish? What nonsense are you spouting? No matter what, individuals like you have no right to make decisions. The Raikage exclaimed angrily, as Jiang Tian's attack on his brother had long been a thorn in his side. Once the Moon Eye plan succeeds, we shall usher in true peace. And all of you will live in a world devoid of war, Obito declared, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly. He had been assured by Uchiha Madara that the Moon Eye plan would bring about eternal peace. Well, it seems the matter of war is clear to all. We shall take our leave. With that, Jiang Tian and Obito vanished from the conference room using space ninjutsu. Once they departed, the expressions of the five Kage turned grim. Although uncertain of the audacity these two possessed, they felt it necessary to devise a new plan. Tsunade, the fastest to react, sought to discuss an alliance among the ninja villages with the other Kage. What? An alliance of ninja villages? Have you gone mad? The 5 villages uniting under a single command to resist the impending fourth war? I object. I too oppose this. How could these two possibly instigate a fourth war? Tsunade's suggestion was met with collective dissent from the other Kage. Previously, the idea of protecting the 8 Tails and 9 Tails had merely involved sending a few ninja from each village. But now, the notion of assembling all the ninja from the 5 great villages under unified command was simply unfeasible. Since the inception of the ninja village system by the first Hokage, Konoha had always been the strongest among the 5. Tsunade's proposal for an alliance inevitably led the other Kage to suspect that Konoha sought to dominate their villages. Faced with unanimous opposition, Tsunade refrained from further argument. Her rationale for proposing the alliance stemmed from her first-hand experience of Jiang Tian and Obito's power. Perhaps they truly could provoke a fourth war with just the two of them. After the meeting adjourned, the 5 Kage returned to their respective villages. Once all had departed, the figures of Jiang Tian and Obito slowly reappeared. How absurd. Did I misjudge? These selfish individuals will only consider their own villages. They will not take actions detrimental to their own interests, Obito remarked with a nod. I overestimated them, thinking they might devise an effective strategy upon learning of the fourth war, but their selfishness remains apparent. The two had lingered to observe whether the 5 Kage would set aside their past grievances to unite. The outcome was clear. They were solely concerned with their own gains. This reinforced Obito's conviction in the Moon Eye plan. Only within a dream world of his design could true peace be attained. Have there been any updates on the 9 Tails' whereabouts? None as of yet. White Zetsu has not uncovered any information regarding the 9 Tails. Obito frowned, for White Zetsu, tasked with intelligence gathering for the Akatsuki, possessed extraordinary skills in information acquisition. Yet, even he had failed to locate the host of the 9 Tails, which troubled Obito. Then let us first investigate the locations of the 9 Tails and 8 Tails. While White Zetsu conducts his search, we must prepare for war. Indeed, I must also proceed with the transplant of Nagato's Rinnegan. Obito had yet to perform the transplant since acquiring the Rinnegan from Jiang Tian. He and Jiang Tian had once harbored a glimmer of hope to see if Obito could use the outer path, samsara technique to resurrect their beloved ones. However, according to the scrolls left by Madara, it was explicitly stated that only Madara himself, who had evolved into the Rinnegan, or someone of unique lineage like Nagato, could utilize that technique. Furthermore, this technique was so peculiar that even a reanimated Nagato could not use it. Thus, the two could only persist along the path of the Moon Eye plan. Obito would seek to transplant the Rinnegan, while Jiang Tian would be responsible for the corpses of the fallen strong. Currently, aside from Madara, Nagato, and Itachi, he had no other powerful individuals available for reanimation. While these 3 boasted immense strength, they still appeared somewhat feeble on the battlefield. Of course, this did not apply to Madara, who could wield the Rinnegan's power. Jiang Tian had only given Obito 1 Rinnegan, retaining the other for himself to prevent Madara from assembling both eyes and achieving true resurrection. For the purpose of finding powerful corpses, Jiang Tian first thought of the deceased members of the Akatsuki. Aside from Haiden, Obito, Jiang Tian, and Konan, the Akatsuki had long lost its former glory, with its members suffering heavy casualties. Jiang Tian intended to revive them all, ensuring the Akatsuki would participate in the fourth war. Naturally, he also aimed to resurrect the past Kage of the 5 great villages, as anyone capable of providing formidable combat strength would be resurrected. In the original manga, the partner who aided Obito in instigating the fourth war was Kabuto. Now it would be Jiang Tian. Among those he intended to resurrect, Jiang Tian placed particular emphasis on Orochimaru, as this individual possessed the ability to lift the impure world reincarnation. In the original work, it was Orochimaru's revival of the 4 Hokage that altered the tide of battle. This time, Jiang Tian sought to take a significant gamble. He wished to resurrect Orochimaru to inquire whether there was a way to fully control the 4 Hokage, strong beings like the first Hokage, should such a method exist. He could also control Madara, as he was known to be capable of lifting the impure world reincarnation. Recalling a conversation from years past with Orochimaru, Jiang Tian remembered that he had mentioned the Dragon Cave as the most suitable location for his revival in the event of his death. The Dragon Cave, one of the 3 great holy lands. Orochimaru's uniqueness lay not only in his strength but also in his experimental achievements. One could never anticipate what ninjutsu the Konoha scientists had developed concerning life, death, and the soul. This statement remains an unchanging truth. Chapter 48. Journey to the Dragon Cave. The Whetbone Forest, the Mayaboku Mountain, and the Dragon Cave stand as the 3 sacred lands within the world of Naruto. While the Dragon Cave may not possess the strongest power compared to the first 2, it undoubtedly holds an air of profound mystery. In the original narrative, the Mayaboku Mountain gained notoriety primarily due to the protagonist, Naruto, especially for its toad inhabitants, most of whom appeared as summoning beasts for either Naruto or Jiraiya. As for the Dragon Cave, the only known information is that Kabuto successfully trained in Sage mode and earned the recognition of the Whitesnake Sage. According to Jiraiya, Kabuto's prior failures were attributed to the disdain of the Whitesnake Sage. However, the sage saw potential in him and refrained from devouring him after his failures. Any ninja attempting the trials of the Dragon Cave faces the dire consequence of being consumed by the Whitesnake Sage upon failure. Thus far, only Kabuto has succeeded, while Orochimaru survived a failed attempt, albeit at a significant cost, leaving behind a fragment of his soul as a toll. It is well known that for Orochimaru, the body is of little value, but the soul is his lifeblood, even after a long passage of time. The memory of this incident left an unmistakable pallor on his face when he recounted it to Jiang Tian. Outside the Dragon Cave, Jiang Tian located the entrance based on the scroll left by Orochimaru. Before him lay an unremarkable cave, indistinguishable from any ordinary cavern, save for the shrine present at its entrance. This shrine, crafted from several wooden beams, is said to serve as a barrier between mortals and deities in the Naruto universe, marking the abode of the divine. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Tian strode past the shrine, encountering no unusual occurrences. He ventured into the darkened entrance, proceeding through the narrow cavern until a glimmer of light appeared ahead. As the illumination grew brighter, Jiang Tian emerged from the cave's other side, greeted by an expansive vista that bore no resemblance to a cave at all. Exotic plants twisted and coiled, some crawling or hanging upside down, while serpents slithered across the ground. Lost in contemplation, Jiang Tian was approached by a strikingly beautiful woman. Observing her seemingly fragile waist, he deduced she was a transformation of a serpent. His heart quickened with vigilance. In a realm inhabited by sages, one could not afford to be careless. Oh, there is no need for concern, Lord Jiang Tian. It is the sage who has sent me to guide you, she said with a gentle laugh, concealing her mouth. She regarded this man, lauded by the sage, and while his strength was not immediately apparent, his handsomeness was undeniable. How does the Whitesnake Sage know I am coming? Jiang Tian inquired, furrowing his brow. He had not even mentioned his intentions to T, so how could the Whitesnake Sage be aware? This was indeed unsettling. The sage is all-knowing. He anticipated your arrival long ago. Please, follow me, she replied. Jiang Tian remained silent, trailing behind her. The Whitesnake Sage was indeed formidable. Possessing such foresight, he recalled the Toad Sage from Mayaboku Mountain, who also had the gift of prophecy. As they advanced, the woman halted before a door. Lord Jiang Tian, this is the first trial prepared for you by the sage. Please proceed. It seemed the challenges would not be so straightforward. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian pushed open the door, fully aware that his journey to the Dragon Cave would not be simple. Upon entering, the scenery transformed dramatically, shifting from verdant hues to a desolate cave that appeared to represent the true nature of the Dragon Cave. Before him stood 3 colossal statues, their upper halves resembling humans while their lower halves trailed into lengthy serpent tails, brandishing different weapons that obstructed Jiang Tian's path. Susanoo, the violet giant, erupted from the ground, enveloping Jiang Tian as he swung his massive katana at the statues blocking his way. With a resounding crash, the blade passed through the statues as though they were mere air, leaving them unscathed. Shinra Tensei, Void Annihilation. Realizing Susanoo was ineffective, Jiang Tian hastily employed ninjutsu, compressing vibrant chakra in his hands until it formed a small orb. He gently propelled it toward the 3 statues. Boom! Another violent explosion erupted, yet the statues remained intact. Jiang Tian's expression darkened. If Susanoo had failed, and ninjutsu was of no use, Could it be a sealing technique? He retrieved the only scroll left to him by Orochimaru, inscribed with the wind shadow technique. Unrolling it revealed a tapestry of black patterns with a prominent seal emblazoned at its center. He bit his finger, allowing droplets of blood to fall upon the seal. Release. Instantly, a multitude of white serpents surged forth from the scroll, overwhelming the statues in a frenzy. The statues were engulfed, and only a sea of white serpents remained, radiating blinding light. Jiang Tian activated his Sharingan to shield himself from the brilliance. As he observed, he witnessed the gradual disappearance of the statues alongside the serpents. First vanished the heads, then the bodies, until nothing remained. Indeed, it required sealing techniques. Jiang Tian contemplated the door before him, pondering the nature of the trial orchestrated by the White Snake Sage, which seemed to target his vulnerabilities. Knowing he lacked expertise in sealing techniques, upon exiting, the serpent-transformed woman awaited him, bowing respectfully. Lord Jiang Tian, as per the sage's instructions. Passing this solitary trial will allow you to meet him. However, there is another trial he wishes to inquire if you are willing to participate. Another trial? Jiang Tian naturally considered refusal. He was not so idle as to seek additional trouble. Just as he prepared to decline, the woman's words caused his breath to quicken, his heart racing. The sage said the second trial could grant you an audience with the person you long to see most. Do you wish to proceed? The person he longed to see most? Her words ignited a fervent hope within him. Take me there. Swiftly, take me to the second trial. At that moment, Jiang Tian's voice trembled with urgency. Please, push open the door behind you once more. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian stepped through the door. This time, the scenery shifted once again, becoming achingly familiar. The streets of Konoha, the Ninja Academy, the residence of the Uchiha clan, and the cherry blossom tree that had once made him blush. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the cherry blossoms to dance in the air. Jiang Tian stood transfixed, gazing at the figure beneath the cherry blossom tree, so familiar, yet so unattainable. Looking down, he realized he had reverted to his childhood form, clutching the bouquet of flowers he had never delivered. Little Jiang Tian, isn't the day your birthday? Why are you just standing there? Raising his gaze, he saw the girl who had appeared in his dreams countless times, extending her hand toward him, her smile radiant. Come. I have arrived, Ling. I am here. Jiang Tian grasped her hand tightly, pulling her into an embrace. Chapter 49. A confession long overdue beneath the familiar cherry blossom tree. Jiang Tian embraced Ling, the tangible sensation causing him to blur the lines between illusion and reality. Deep down, he understood that this was a trial orchestrated by the White Snake Sage, a facade. Yet, in this moment of reunion, after years apart, holding the girl he had long cherished felt intoxicating, even if it was a mere illusion. Suddenly, a boldness surged within Jiang Tian. Uchiha Ling chuckled, revealing her signature canine teeth. In that instant, Jiang Tian found the ephemeral beauty of this falsehood utterly captivating, rendering him momentarily spellbound. We must go. We agreed to celebrate your birthday today, Uchiha Ling exclaimed, grasping Jiang Tian's hand and leading him toward the village. She had meticulously planned a celebration for several days in advance. Glancing at the general direction, Jiang Tian realized that everything unfolding was a manifestation of his deepest memories, resurrected by the White Snake Sage through some unknown means. Their first destination was Ichiraku Ramen, where they would indulge in a bowl of longevity noodles. Jiang Tian silently recited the events to come, fully aware of what lay ahead, yet his face remained adorned with a smile. The places Ling intended to take him were those he had visited on his birthday, a vivid recreation of his recollections, even if he had been to each location before. Returning was simply delightful. Engaging in activities with someone he adored, regardless of how many times they repeated them, would always bring him joy as long as she was by his side. Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen. Please prepare the most delectable bowl of longevity noodles with extra chili, if you please. Oh, and no scallions, for Jiang Tian does not relish them. Also, do add a generous amount of pepper and garlic. As he enjoys his noodles with garlic, Uchiha Ling chattered animatedly to the owner, her eyes sparkling with affection as she spoke of Jiang Tian's preferences. Your noodles are ready, esteemed guest. Ah, what a stroke of fortune to have someone who adores you so dearly. You must feel incredibly happy, the owner remarked. Jiang Tian remained silent, his gaze lowered as he focused on the bowl before him. Every ingredient was to his liking, with an abundance of his favorites. This bowl of noodles was infused with Ling's every ounce of love. Here, a clove of garlic, your favorite, Uchiha Ling offered, presenting a peeled clove to him. As Jiang Tian gazed at her radiant smile and the garlic she handed him, He could no longer contain his emotions. Tears streamed down his face, his shoulders trembling as he succumbed to quiet sobs. Why could he not protect this girl whose eyes were filled with adoration for him? Jiang Tian, why are you suddenly crying? Is the ramen not to your liking? The younger version of Jiang Tian shook his head vigorously, lifting the bowl from the table and devouring the longevity noodles prepared just for him. It's delicious. How could the longevity noodles that Ling chose be anything but delightful? He savored the noodles, oblivious to their taste, only aware of the scalding tears that occasionally fell into the bowl and the sight of him wiping his tears while eating. After finishing his meal, Jiang Tian followed Ling, revisiting the activities they had once shared on his birthday. They arrived at the Hokage Rock in the Hidden Leaf Village, where Uchiha Ling gazed down at the village below and suddenly shouted, "Kamizuki Jiang Tian, unmatched in the world." Kamizuki was Jiang Tian's surname. After her proclamation, Ling turned to him, her face alight with joy. Once, Jiang Tian had boasted that he would become the most formidable ninja in the world. When Ling had inquired about the might of the strongest ninja, he had responded with, "as unmatched as the heavens." Little did he know that Ling had held on to this just until her final moments. To become such an unparalleled ninja, one must not shed tears. Ling had said this when she was on the brink of death, still remembering Jiang Tian's dream of becoming the strongest. Jiang Tian's throat tightened with emotion. He remained a weeping child in Ling's presence. If the shinobi from the 5 great villages were to witness this scene, they would hardly believe their eyes, questioning their own vision. The infamous rogue ninja, known for his repeated destruction of the Hidden Leaf Village and his alliance with Masked Man to declare the 4th Great Ninja War, had displayed such vulnerability. Only before Ling could he shed his facade, removing his mask to reveal the true Jiang Tian, filled with love for her. As twilight descended, Jiang Tian and Ling strolled hand in hand through familiar locales that had haunted his dreams countless times. There stood the beloved cherry blossom tree, and there was the girl with her signature bun hairstyle. Beneath the cherry blossom tree, Jiang Tian gazed at Ling, aware that their day together, a beautiful dream arranged by the white snake sage, was drawing to a close. He retrieved a bouquet of flowers, which he should have presented long ago, and his lips quivered as he prepared to voice the sentiment he had held for so many years. "Ling, I have something to say." The youthful Jiang Tian extended the bouquet toward her, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. No matter what he had endured, he would always blush in Ling's presence, remaining the bashful boy he had always been. What is it, Jiang Tian? You seem so serious." Ling laughed, her happiness evident as long as she was with him. I, Jiang Tian stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Curse it, why was he still so timid at this moment? Unable to utter the words "I like you"? Jiang Tian, like Obito, was cowardly, too afraid to confess to the girl he cherished. Yet, they both possessed audacity in equal measure, daring to challenge the entire world together. "It's all right. Whatever Jiang Tian wishes to express, I am willing to listen." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian closed his eyes, lowered his head, and whispered, "I like Ling. I have liked you for a long, long time." At last, the confession he had delayed for many years slipped from his lips. Fearful of witnessing Ling's reaction, he kept his eyes shut and head bowed. "I know that Jiang Tian likes Uchiha Ling," came Ling's gentle voice. Though it was a mere illusion, he had finally expressed his feelings, sharing them with Ling. A gentle breeze stirred, scattering the cherry blossoms, carrying Jiang Tian's longing into the distance. With the trial orchestrated by the white snake sage concluded, the world filled with Ling faded away. He found himself once more in a cave, where a large white serpent coiled upon a stone chair, gazing at Jiang Tian with a flick of its tongue. "Jiang Tian, how do you find the gift I have meticulously prepared for you? Are you satisfied?" At the very least, it had alleviated many regrets. This dream world within the trial was a solace. Chapter 50. The ambition of the white serpent sage Jiang Tian stood rooted in place, struggling to gather his thoughts. The prospect of seeing Ling again and finally confessing his long-held feelings, a scenario he had only dared to dream of before, filled him with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "I appreciate the trial you have prepared for me," he remarked, "but why go to such lengths to assist me?" He regarded the white serpent sage, acutely aware of the sage's temperament from his conversations with Orochimaru. This sage was notorious for devouring those who failed their trials, raising doubts about the genuine nature of his assistance. There had to be an ulterior motive. "Indeed, I have meticulously crafted this trial for you. But there are other reasons behind it," the sage revealed. "I wish to join forces with you, not just myself, but the entire Dragon Cave." Joining forces? Jiang Tian's expression was one of skepticism. Creatures from the 3 sacred lands typically required contracts mediated by summoning techniques to engage with ninjas. If you wish to ally with me, then elucidate your thoughts. Understanding the sage's intention to ally, Jiang Tian's tension eased slightly. He had been prepared for battle since arriving at the Dragon Cave, believing that confronting the White Serpent Sage would be the fastest route to resurrecting Orochimaru. However, it seemed that combat might be circumvented. Surely you are aware of Myaboka Mountain, one of the 3 sacred lands, the White Serpent Sage continued. Jiang Tian nodded, recalling his numerous encounters with the toads of Myaboka Mountain. I am aware that you intend to instigate the 4th Great Ninja War. Both I and the Dragon Cave can assist you in securing victory. And what do you seek in return? Jiang Tian inquired, his curiosity piqued. What I desire is that upon your victory, all ninjas across the world must venerate me, the White Serpent Sage, and forge contracts with the serpents of the Dragon Cave, making them their summoning beasts. Jiang Tian was taken aback. This was not the direction he had anticipated. The Dragon Cave wished to partake in the war? But how can the serpents of the Dragon Cave aid me in the war if they have not established contracts to become summoning beasts? You cannot assist me from here. Do not doubt my sincerity, the sage retorted. I harbor a deep-seated animosity towards that fat toad of Myaboka Mountain, which guarantees my support in your endeavor. The reference to the fat toad was clearly aimed at the great toad sage of Myaboka Mountain, indicating some past grievances between the two. How will you assist me? Jiang Tian maintained a calm demeanor. The sage's willingness to help was secondary to his primary goal of resurrecting Orochimaru. Unexpectedly gaining the support of the Dragon Cave was a welcome surprise. A peculiar glint appeared in the sage's serpent-like eyes as he slowly uttered, Sage mode. Unmoved, Jiang Tian scoffed. Transforming into a snake? Like Orochimaru? That sounds utterly repugnant. Ling would never accept me like that. Reclining in his stone chair, the White Serpent Sage offered a tempting proposition. Orochimaru may not earn my approval, but you can. The Sage mode I wish to impart to you is the most potent form in the Dragon Cave. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. Is there a difference in strength among Sage modes? Certainly. The name Dragon Cave signifies that the strongest Sage mode can transform one's form, granting certain dragon-like attributes. Only by acquiring these traits can one claim the true legacy of the strongest Sage in the Dragon Cave. Jiang Tian felt a stirring of intrigue. The natural energy gained from mastering Sage mode was vastly superior to chakra. In the original narrative during the Fourth War, Naruto's Sage mode had proven instrumental. Yet, merely learning Sage mode did not suffice to compel him to agree to the Sage's demands for the reverence of all ninjas. You truly are a greedy young man. The Sage continued, but there is more. Once the war commences, I will ensure that the serpents of the Dragon Cave arrive on the battlefield. Furthermore, all Sage techniques from the Dragon Cave will be available for your training, and I can even serve as your summoning beast in the war. Jiang Tian's eyes darkened. He was baffled as to why the White Serpent Sage would willingly offer to be a summoning beast in the conflict. In the original anime, no sage from the 3 sacred lands had ever expressed such a willingness to become a human summoning beast. What compels you to stoop to this level? Jiang Tian scrutinized the sage's expression, seeking an answer. I have laid bare everything I can offer. What reason do you have to refuse? The sage's demeanor shifted ominously. As for the reasons you seek, I cannot disclose them, but my intentions to collaborate with you are genuine. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tian conceded. I accept your proposal. As you stated, I have no valid reason to decline. I aim to cultivate Sage mode to enhance my chances of victory in the war. The White Serpent Sage shook his head. Not just yet. I require time to prepare before I can bestow upon you the strongest Sage mode. I know you seek Orochimaru's resurrection. I am already making arrangements. Return in a few days to receive the legacy, and Orochimaru will be ready then. Very well. I shall return in a few days. Upon leaving the Dragon Cave, the woman who had guided Jiang Tian approached the White Serpent Sage. Why are you going to such lengths to cooperate with him? The sage gazed at the spot where Jiang Tian had vanished, his tone growing grave. The prophecy scroll housed in the Dragon Cave explicitly states that the Fourth War is a pivotal moment for us, regardless of the side chosen. We must make a decision to ensure the legacy of the Dragon Cave endures. The White Serpent Sage's actions were driven by his steadfast belief in the prophecy. His choice to ally with Jiang Tian and Obito stemmed from his disdain for the 5 great shinobi villages, who showed no reverence for the Dragon Cave. His greatest contempt, however, was reserved for the toads of Myaboka Mountain. As Jiang Tian emerged from the Dragon Cave, a black crow flew towards him, landing gently on his arm. Activating his Sharingan, he peered at the crow, and a voice echoed in his mind. It was Obito. We have news regarding the locations of the 8 tails and 9 tails. Chapter 51. The assembly of the reanimated within the Akatsuki's base, Obito pondered on the means to transplant the Rinnegan, absent from the gathering. Baiju stood before Jiang Tian, his demeanor one of utmost respect. My lord Jiang Tian, we have located the hideouts of the Nine Tails and Eight Tails, nestled within a certain valley, he reported. A valley? Jiang Tian mused, recalling the original narrative where the tailed beasts were said to be concealed on an island. The shift to a valley was unexpected, yet he swiftly came to terms with it. The butterfly effect stemming from his actions had begun to alter the world in subtle ways. Concealing themselves in a valley was not altogether surprising, but verification was essential. Have you confirmed their location? What is the defensive situation? Jiang Tian inquired, necessitating clarity before any action. Baiju recounted his findings with precision. According to my investigation, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, are gathered together. It appears Killer Bee is instructing Naruto on how to control the Nine Tails chakra within him. Additionally, various elite jonin from the major ninja villages are stationed near the valley as protectors. Capturing the Eight Tails and Nine Tails is pivotal for the Moon Eye plan. With Obito occupied with the Rinnegan transplant, Jiang Tian would need to undertake this mission alone. Are there any Kaga-level guardians present? Jiang Tian pressed, deeming it prudent to ascertain the situation before proceeding. Baiju shook his head. I did not detect any Kaga-level warriors. However, I still believe it would be wise to wait for Obito's return to act together. In the current climate, with all 5 great ninja villages mobilizing to protect the 2 Jinchuriki, the risk of Jiang Tian going in alone was excessively high. There's no time to wait. Now that we have the information, I shall proceed. With my space-time ninjutsu, I shall be unharmed. After enduring the second trial of the White Snake Sage, Jiang Tian was eager to reunite with Ling, not wishing to delay even a moment longer. Enough talk. Hand me the map. Taking the map from Baiju, Jiang Tian activated his space-time ninjutsu, and his figure vanished from sight. In the valley where Killer Bee and Naruto were located, elite jonin from various villages had been dispatched, and the protective force did not appear overwhelmingly strong. Yet, deep within the valley stood several familiar figures: Meitarumi, the Mizukichi, Tsunade, the Hokage, and Inoki, the Tsuchikichi. Among them were many renowned ninjas, including Kakashi and Might Guy from Konoha, Darui from Kumogakure, Ao from Kirigakure, and Kuratsuchi from Iwagakure. They were all notable characters from the original story, possessing formidable strength. Tsuchikichi, are you certain Jiang Tian will fall for this? Tsunade inquired, based on intelligence indicating that the masked man was acting alone for unknown purposes. At present, only Jiang Tian remained within the Akatsuki. Upon receiving the news, he would undoubtedly come to capture the Eight Tails and Nine Tails, having become obsessed with the so-called Moon Eye plan. Those with the Sharingan would only trust their own eyes capable of perceiving all truths. Inoki analyzed the situation, leading this operation. We have concealed our chakra with sealing techniques. As long as his Sharingan does not detect any anomalies, he will enter the valley without hesitation. With the 5 great villages ninjas skilled in sealing techniques on guard, we shall seal this space the moment he appears, rendering his space-time ninjutsu ineffective. Under such circumstances, he is doomed. Upon hearing Inoki's meticulous analysis, the group found the plan feasible. But what if Uchiha Madara is reincarnated? Do not worry. I possess sealing scrolls left by my grandmother. Although they may not completely seal Madara, they will certainly restrain him temporarily, preventing his assistance, Tsunade interjected. Her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, hailed from the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their sealing techniques, and her scrolls were beyond the capabilities of ordinary ninjas. With the Madara issue settled, only the reanimated Itachi and Nagato remained. Facing the combined strength of the major villages, Jiang Tian's daring presence today would surely lead to his demise. Mizukichi Terumi was pleased with the plan, believing that if they could eliminate Jiang Tian during the interval of his separation from Obito, it would shatter their joint efforts, rendering the 4th great ninja war a mere farce. He is coming. Outside the valley, Jiang Tian activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, detecting nothing amiss. Everything aligned with Baiju's account, aside from numerous elite jonin. No Kaga-level warriors were present. He advanced slowly toward the valley. Almost there, just a step away. In that instant, every eye fixed upon Jiang Tian, waiting for him to cross into the valley where the 5 great villages sealing experts could spring into action and seal the space, preventing his escape. Jiang Tian ambled forward, pausing just shy of the valley's entrance. What is happening? Why has he stopped? Damn it, he had his foot raised. Why did it retract at the last moment? The hidden ninjas, poised to seal the space, exhibited expressions of frustration, having been so close. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, sensing an oddity despite his Sharingan revealing nothing unusual. Why was the guarding force so feeble at the location of the 8 tails and 9 tails? Was Baiju inadvertently delivering the tailed beasts into his hands? After a moment of silence, Jiang Tian concluded inwardly that this was a trap. A knowing smile graced his lips as he pressed forward without hesitation. Aware that the 8 tails and 9 tails were present, he chose to confront the potential peril. Ling awaited him. And Jiang Tian's unwavering confidence in his abilities emboldened him to take this risk. As he stepped into the valley, the concealed ninjas sprang into action, sealing the space around him. Jiang Tian remained composed, observing the sudden turn of events. So it was a trap laid for him. Jiang Tian, today this place shall become your grave. Inoki, Tsunade, and Terumime, accompanied by a throng of ninjas, manifested before Jiang Tian. His expression remained placid as he counted the ninjas before him, discovering a total of 50. 3 Kaga level, over a dozen nearing Kaga level, and several dozen elite Jonin stood ready. I must commend your efforts in mobilizing such a force against me, employing even sealing techniques, Jiang Tian remarked with a smile, only to shift his tone abruptly. However, in matters of numbers, I too am not without allies. Reanimation jutsu. With his hands clasped together, several coffins erupted from the ground, summoning all the deceased members of the Akatsuki, including Uchiha Madara. The Akatsuki had officially assembled. Chapter 52, Akatsuki versus the 5 Great Ninja Villages. Suddenly, 7 coffins emerged slowly from the ground, capturing the attention of everyone present. How could there be so many coffins? Wasn't this fellow only supposed to have resurrected Uchiha Madara? Including Uchiha Itachi and Nagato, there should only be 3. The Tsuchikage, Inoki, furrowed his brow. This was not as he had anticipated. Could it be that all the occupants of these coffins were formidable beings? This thought crossed the minds of many, and if they were indeed strong, the outcome of today's ambush could be uncertain. In such circumstances, it might not be possible to eliminate Jiang Tian. Bang, 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 the coffin lids crashed open. And as the onlookers beheld the figures inside, they gasped in disbelief. Aside from Uchiha Madara, the others were all members of Akatsuki. A ninja exclaimed that the members of Akatsuki possessed strength rivaling that of the Kage. Furthermore, Jiang Tian did not have anyone of inferior strength like the reanimated Kizashi. In the first coffin lay Uchiha Itachi, eyes closed in serene repose. The second contained the recently deceased Nagato. The third held the humanoid-tailed beast, Kisame Hashigaki, the puppet master. Sasori of the Red Sand, the maniacal artist, Deidara, and the immortal treasure seeker, Kakuzu, were also present. The final coffin made a dramatic entrance as its lid was kicked off with a resounding bang. Jiang Tian frowned. Did Uchiha Madara truly need to kick open every coffin upon appearing? Was Hashirama here? The Tsuchikage hurriedly signaled Tsunade to produce the sealing scroll. Tsunade flipped her palm, revealing the scroll left by her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido. She quickly opened it, biting her finger and letting blood drip onto the sealing symbol at its center. Seal. Feeling the binding energy, Madara glanced at Tsunade, stating that if Hashirama was not present, he had no intention of acting. Was this a waste of a sealing scroll? Without Madara's intervention, the 3 Kage felt that the probability of eliminating Jiang Tian was still quite high, not to an absurd extent. Prepare for action. With the Tsuchikage's command, 50 ninjas from the 5 great villages took their positions. They all understood the significance of this operation. Killing Jiang Tian would dismantle the Moon Eye plan, sparing the 5 great villages from the risk of igniting the 4th Great Ninja War and preventing the world from being engulfed in flames of conflict. Everyone, for the sake of peace. For peace, we must eliminate the rogue ninja from Konoha, Jiang Tian. Observing the formidable lineup of the 5 great villages ninjas, Jiang Tian's expression darkened. Did they wish to kill him? Perfect. He also desired to eliminate this group. Release. With a whispered incantation, Jiang Tian pressed his palms together. And apart from the sealed Uchiha Madara, the other 6 deceased members of Akatsuki opened their eyes in unison. They stepped out of their coffins in an orderly fashion. Where are we? Deidara exclaimed, his exuberance mirroring his explosive art. Ah, Sasori, you still wear that long face. Aside from Itachi, the members of Akatsuki, now successfully reincarnated, began conversing casually. Let us reminisce later at the base. We need to address the current situation first. Jiang Tian felt exasperated. Did these problem children not grasp the gravity of the situation? They were chatting in such a serious context. Hey, isn't that Jiang Tian? An old friend. Deidara's personality was as flamboyant as his explosive art, vibrant and slightly deranged. Did you bring us back to life? Nagato marveled at his lifeless form. Feeling an air of disbelief, he could see Conan again. This is quite the spectacle, Jiang Tian. Hisame's words snapped the Akatsuki members back to reality. They regarded the 50 ninjas before them and frowned. 3 Kage and powerful ninjas like Kakashi and Might Guy Jiang Tian, have you stirred a hornet's nest? Although usually boisterous, Deara had never encountered such a scene. He could hardly fathom that Jiang Tian dared to enter this place alone, especially considering the 5 great villages had dispatched so many to encircle him. It was somewhat outrageous. Are we really going to be taken down right after being revived? Deara looked at Jiang Tian with a foolish expression. Don't worry about being eliminated. After being reanimated, we can't die. Jiang Tian reassured him. Upon hearing this, Deara's eyes lit up, and a smile crept across his face as he murmured, self-detonate. Jiang Tian, realizing the implication, swiftly retreated. Deara was immortal. Jiang Tian, however, was not. Oh no. That such a kid observed Deara's rapidly expanding body. Earth-style, rock arm. A massive arm shielded the ninjas of the 5 great villages. With a thunderous crash, silence engulfed the world, broken only by Deara's manic laughter. I can't die, ha ha ha. Honestly, you still only see art. Sasori couldn't help but critique his former comrade, noting his reckless nature. Not only Sasori, but all members, except for the briefly sealed Madara, were left battered by the explosion yet quickly regenerated, protected by the purple giant. Jiang Tian emerged unscathed, having retreated far enough away, but he felt it prudent to activate Susanoo. Deara's self-detonation was indeed formidable, but such a kid's rock arms lay in ruins. And Mei Terumi had used a corrosive solution to mitigate the explosion's force. Even so, aside from the 3 Kage, who remained uninjured, the other ninjas sustained various injuries, with 2 lesser-known elite Jounin even perishing despite the layers of protection. With the resounding explosion, the battle officially commenced. Deara's body was still recovering, though his self-detonation was powerful. The time until his next attack was significantly long. Earth-style, super heavy rock technique. In an instant, Jiang Tian and the Akatsuki members felt their bodies grow unbearably heavy, as if massive weights pressed down upon them. Liquid release, corrosive mist technique. Mei Terumi spat forth a caustic liquid aimed directly at Jiang Tian. Amaterasu. Itachi positioned himself in front of Jiang Tian, his Sharingan spinning, igniting the approaching corrosive liquid with black flames. Everyone, settle scores and avenge your grievances. Today is the perfect moment to confront your enemies, Jiang Tian declared, controlling Susanoo to join the fray. Chapter 53. The Turn of Events, Jiang Tian. The 3 shadows regarded the towering purple giant before them, each positioned at a distinct angle, encircling him. Dust release, realm separation technique. The earth shadow, Anoki, employed a technique enhanced by bloodshed, as chakra coalesced into a transparent beam that directly targeted Jiang Tian's Susanoo. An indescribable force descended upon the Susanoo. Yet there was no resounding explosion. Instead, chakra relentlessly eroded its ocular power, causing Susanoo to dim slightly. Lava release, corrosion technique. An acid-like liquid attached itself to Susanoo. With a formidable punch from Tsunade, a resounding impact echoed crack. The faint sound of splintering filled the air as cracks spread across Jiang Tian's Susanoo. With the passage of time, the purple giant disintegrated and vanished. Under the relentless assault of the 3 shadows, Jiang Tian's Susanoo could no longer endure and dissipated. He fell to the ground. Observing the members of the Akatsuki, Deara was still in the process of restoring his body, while Obito lay sealed. And the other members were entangled with the ninja from the 5 great villages, unable to extricate themselves. He was now faced with a 1-against-3 scenario. Drawing his katana, his Sharingan world, the crimson pupils fixated directly on Akatsuki. Kodo Amatsukami, having attained the eternal Manjiki Sharingan through the fusion of Shirsue's eyes. He possessed this supreme genjutsu. In an instant, Akatsuki stood frozen, drawn into the realm of illusion. Subsequently, Jiang Tian's figure flickered, appearing before Tsunade, his katana thrusting fiercely toward her chest. Dust release, enhanced realm separation technique. Anoki unleashed an upgraded version of the realm separation technique, expanding its range and potency. Transparent chakra energy surged toward Jiang Tian's back, aiming to compel him to cease his assault on Tsunade. Jiang Tian swiftly turned, his Manjiki spinning rapidly. A shadow clone emerged before him, and another gigantic purple giant manifested, enduring the strike. This clone indeed possessed the same strength as the original. Anoki's thoughts churned. He had witnessed Jiang Tian's clone during the encirclement of Nagato, although the clone had been able to utilize Susanoo then. Anoki had felt that it possessed at most half of Jiang Tian's power. However, it appeared he had gravely misjudged, to withstand his enhanced realm separation technique while employing Susanoo. A clone without the full strength of Jiang Tian was simply implausible. Thud. The katana struck down, blood staining the blade, yet it failed to pierce Tsunade's chest. As she had blocked the strike with her arm, Kuratsuchi remained trapped within the illusion, unable to awaken, while Tsunade was injured, and Inoki's technique was thwarted. In mere moments, Jiang Tian, facing 3 adversaries, held his ground with remarkable prowess, leaving all spectators in awe. Could even the 3 esteemed leaders find no way to subdue him? How could this be? The ninjas from the 5 great villages frowned, perceiving Jiang Tian's overwhelming strength. Despite being merely a clone, it exhibited identical power to the original, something they had never witnessed before. In previous encounters, Jiang Tian had primarily relied on Susanoo in battle. When they saw Susanoo shattered, they genuinely believed victory was within reach. Yet, Jiang Tian unveiled an entirely different combat style, demonstrating formidable strength without relying on Susanoo. I'll hold him off. You the 5th. Check on the situation with the Mizukichi. Inoki positioned himself in front of Jiang Tian, employing the heavy stone technique to float in midair. Jiang Tian, you shall not escape today. Escape? Why would I run? I intend to eliminate you and seize the 8 tails and 9 tails, executing the Eye of the Moon plan. Jiang Tian scoffed. Even if I fail to capture the tailed beasts today, taking down 1 or 2 formidable ninjas or even slaying a shadow would not render this endeavor in vain. You will not take a single-tailed beast. Inoki's expression shifted, a peculiar realization dawning upon him. At this juncture, it was likely that the Raikage and the Wind Shadow had already reached Obito. The 2 resumed their fierce battle. In a secret lair of the Akatsuki, Obito was undergoing the process of transplanting the Rinnegan, with Kabuto assisting in the procedure. This transplant will lead to a period of weakness, as it is part of the adaptation process for the Rinnegan, so the war may need to be postponed. Kabuto, who had once collaborated with Obito in the original narrative, had altered his allegiance due to Jiang Tian's emergence, becoming one of Obito's subordinates. Following Orochimaru's demise at Sasuke's hands, Kabuto had wandered, continuing Orochimaru's experiments in pursuit of immortality. Upon meeting Obito, he agreed to provide experimental subjects and was recruited as an aide. Obito's rationale for enlisting Kabuto mirrored Jiang Tian's intentions. Even if such a researcher possessed little combat prowess, he could serve unique purposes, such as assisting in the Rinnegan transplant. How long will this period of weakness last? I have no patience to wait, Obito lamented, consumed by longing for Rin, yearning to see her immediately. Following a successful transplant, he intended to ignite the war. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and softly remarked, with your Hashirama cells, you should recover in no more than a week. Then let us proceed with the transplant. Obito offered no further words, commanding Kabuto to assist with the Rinnegan transplant. In the external world, near Obito's hideout, the Raikage, in the Wind Shadow, Gaara, arrived. Gaara, according to the intel, this should be the location, right? I scrutinized the map repeatedly, feeling slightly dizzy. Gaara gazed into the distance, where Obito's laboratory awaited. It should indeed be here, through the collaborative efforts of the intelligence divisions of the 5 great villages. They had determined that Obito's last known whereabouts were in this vicinity. Then let's move swiftly. I wonder how things are progressing with the Earth Shadow. This entire operation had been meticulously orchestrated by the 5 great villages, prepared ever since they learned of Obito's intent to transplant the Rinnegan. The sharp minds among them convened to devise an intricate plan, dubbed the Double Kill Plan, to simultaneously strike while Jiang Tian and Obito were separated. In anticipation of Obito's weakened state due to the Rinnegan transplant, they dispatched the Raikage and the Wind Shadow. For Jiang Tian, unimpeded by any physical detriment, they sent the 3 shadows along with numerous ninjas to encircle him. Should they succeed in eliminating either of the 2, the 4th Great Ninja War would undoubtedly be averted. In the laboratory, Kabuto set down his scalpel. The transplant process had proceeded smoothly. In just 1 week, Obito would be able to wield the Rinnegan. Obito, still with his eyes closed, felt the newly transplanted Rinnegan, as it would take time for his body to adapt. Bang! Just as he was attuning to the Rinnegan, the laboratory door was violently shattered, and the Raikage and Wind Shadow burst in. Chapter 54. A moment of reverie within the laboratory. The sudden cacophony startled both Obito and Kabuto, their expressions shifting in unison. The individuals capable of locating them at this moment were undoubtedly not allies. Masked Man, you truly are here. The one-armed Raikage glared at the remasked Obito, his tone hostile. Their intelligence had proven accurate. It seems you are indeed transplanting Nagato's eyes. I hear that any physiological transplant incurs a period of weakness. Masked man, you must be in a rather feeble state now. Gaara narrowed his eyes. Recognizing that their plan was indeed effective, he could see that Obito was currently in a compromised condition, having entered a state of vulnerability. How did you find this place? Obito furrowed his brow, acutely aware that his current state was dire. Should combat ensue, he would likely suffer a substantial defeat. Those who can uncover the hiding places of the Eight Tails and Nine Tails can certainly ascertain your whereabouts as well. Upon hearing this, Obito immediately realized that both he and Jiang Tian had fallen into a trap. The so-called information regarding the tailed beasts was a carefully orchestrated scheme devised by the 5 great villages, aimed at separating him from Jiang Tian to confront them individually. Not far below ground, Obito had instructed White Zetsu to remain nearby, ready to inform Jiang Tian at the first sign of trouble. All he needed to do was delay until Jiang Tian arrived. Recognizing the shift in circumstances, White Zetsu hurried to relay the news to Jiang Tian. Raijin's blade, the Raikage, with only one arm remaining, charged at Obito with the speed of lightning. Shinra Tensei. Obito activated the space of Shinra Tensei, evading the strike as the electric arc passed through his head by utilizing the phasing ability of the dimension. Was this an attempt to eliminate him? The Raikage's relentless punch aimed directly at his head sought a swift resolution to his life. Crimson blood streamed from Obito's Sharingan, indeed, having just transplanted the Rinnegan. His body was in a weakened state, making the use of the Sharingan arduous. His vision began to blur, and he pressed a hand to his eyes, grimacing in pain. On the battlefield within the valley, members of the Akatsuki were overpowering the ninjas from the 5 great villages. Aside from elite jonin like Kakashi and Guy, who were formidable in the original storyline, several experienced jonin had already succumbed to the might of the organization's members, with even Kakashi suffering a broken rib at Itachi's hands. In contrast, Jiang Tian, while facing 3 Kages, felt some pressure but was not at a distinct disadvantage. Lord Jiang Tian, there is a problem with Obito. The Raikage and Kazekage are leading ninjas to eliminate him. Due to the recent transplantation of the Rinnegan, Obito's body is currently weak and in need of your assistance. White Zetsu's voice suddenly echoed, conveying the urgent news to Jiang Tian. What? There's an issue with Obito? Jiang Tian's heart raced. The success of the Moon Eye plan hinged upon the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Obito. Any misfortune befalling him would jeopardize the entire scheme. If the Moon Eye plan were to fail, he would never see Rin again. Damn it, prepare to retreat. Jiang Tian commanded, instructing the reanimated Akatsuki members to assist in his withdrawal. Itachi was the first to react. In the eyes of the ninjas employing sealing techniques, his form suddenly transformed into a swarm of crows, dissipating. When he reappeared, he stood directly before them. In an instant, the eyes of those present were momentarily filled with the pattern of pinwheels, leaving them dazed, and the sealing techniques were swiftly undone. Jiang Tian-kun, you may leave now. Hearing Itachi's voice, Jiang Tian promptly prepared to employ space ninjutsu for his escape, hastening towards Obito. You shall not escape. Tsuchikage Inoki sat atop a colossal stone golem, which swung a massive fist toward Jiang Tian. C2 the dragon. Deidara's voice rang out as a giant clay dragon surged toward the stone giant. With a resounding boom, Deidara, having just repaired his body after self-detonation, was finally restored. Jiang Tian, you must leave now. We shall handle this. Jiang Tian nodded at Deidara before vanishing from sight. Tsunade, attempting to intervene, was halted by pain. Hokage, your opponent is me. Deidara sneered at Inoki. Old man, you shouldn't wear such an angry expression. Are you displeased to see your own disciple? These words incited further ire in Inoki, whose expression darkened. Do you comprehend what this plan signifies? If you allow Jiang Tian to escape, it spells doom for all ninjas. You scoundrel, even in death, you persist in these infuriating acts. Inoki harbored a fondness for this disciple. Despite his disobedience and numerous mistakes, as the Tsuchikage, he had tolerated him time and again. Yet, witnessing such actions now, Inoki believed it was time to be resolute, to punish him and guide him. You may not perish, but do you truly think I am powerless against you? The impure world reincarnation may grant immortality to the resurrected, but they can still be sealed. Deidara, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow for the first time since his resurrection, realizing he was not truly invincible. Outside Kabuto's laboratory, Obito's Sharingan was becoming increasingly blurred. His body had entered a state of weakness after repeatedly utilizing Shinra Tensei, further exhausting his already frail form. Sandstorm Funeral. Raijin's blade. The Raikage and Kazekage attacked simultaneously as Obito shook his head, striving to regain clarity. His awareness was beginning to fade. Shinra Tensei. Just barely evading the combined onslaught of the two, Obito suddenly coughed up blood, staggering to lean against a tree. His physical condition had deteriorated drastically. His Sharingan had become so obscured that he could scarcely see, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he slowly lowered his head. Oh, my dear Rin, do not be late for the opening ceremony of the Ninja Academy. In his hazy consciousness, he faintly heard that familiar voice, the voice he had longed for. Incessantly thought about. Rin, is that you? Obito gradually lifted his head to behold that familiar visage, the girl with short hair and markings on her face. Her smile as radiant as ever. Rin, have you come to take me away? At last, we can meet in a place without Kakashi. To outsiders. Obito appeared to be conversing with thin air, yet in his eyes, he beheld the figure of the girl named Noera Rin. He struggled to raise his hand, yearning to grasp the outstretched arm. Oh dear, how have you sustained such grievous injuries? I did not bring any band-aids today. In that moment of blurred consciousness and profound injury, Obito heard and saw Rin, his beloved. Chapter 55, Let us go in the throes of mortal injury. A person often clings to life for the sake of something most dear or a significant individual. Perhaps it is an unwillingness to surrender, or a desire to remain conscious for just a moment longer to gaze upon her. As Obito beheld the sudden apparition of Rin, he recognized that he might not endure much longer. Rin, you must be weary after all these years. Rin extended her hand, smiling at him. And Obito understood that he might indeed perish here. Has this fellow finally met his limit? Reikage observed Obito, slumped against the great tree. Noticing the vacant look in his eyes, a gaze that only the dying exhibit. We must dispatch him quickly. Suchikage has reported that Obito has fled. We need to conclude this swiftly. With a furrowed brow, Gaara, upon receiving that Suchikage's message, was taken aback. It was astonishing that 50 ninjas, under the leadership of the Three Shadows, could not detain Obito. He was undeniably formidable. Indeed, Reikage nodded, his only remaining hand raised high as arcs of electricity enveloped it, crackling and dancing. Raijin's hot blade. The moment had arrived. He feared failure. Forgive me, Rin. The silhouette of Reikage lunged toward him, growing ever larger in his vision. And he found himself devoid of the strength to utilize Kamui. With a resounding thud, Reikage's arm struck the purple giant. You wretched beings. How malicious to launch a surprise attack while Obito is weakened. Unforgivable. At this crucial juncture, Obito activated Susanoo, arriving just in time. Eyeing the stunned figures of White Zetsu and Kabuto. What are you standing there for? Hurry and treat him. Kabuto and White Zetsu helped Obito away for treatment. Watching their retreating figures, Obito's expression darkened, and he spoke to them with an ominous tone. Remember this. I want him to survive, no matter the cost. He must return whole. Kabuto turned to Obito, a chill coursing through him as he perceived the threat and fury underlying Obito's words. Rest assured. I will exert every effort to save him. Hearing this, Obito narrowed his eyes in silence and softly urged, Did you not understand my words? It is not about your utmost effort. You must save him. A wave of cold washed over Kabuto, freezing him in place. He bowed his head respectfully. Understood, Lord Obito. As he watched the two support Obito away, Obito turned to face Reikage and Gaara, genuinely enraged. The last opportunity to save Rin had been lost due to their interference. Nagato had succumbed. This time, with the Moon Eye plan involving the 5 great villages, should Obito fall. Obito would undoubtedly become the most terrifying nightmare for the 5 great villages, a specter that would haunt them endlessly. Unless he himself perished, the villages could expect no peace. You lot deserve to perish. Time and again, you extinguish my hopes. This time, I shall obliterate you, without fail. Obito summoned Susanoo, having just departed the battlefield against the Three Shadows, now facing Reikage and Gaara alone. Bam! Reikage's fist collided with Susanoo, causing no harm to Obito. He wielded the massive katana of Susanoo, aiming it at Gaara. Sand shield. Gaara hastily conjured a sand barrier to deflect Obito's assault. Crack! The moment the sword's energy met the shield, it shattered as if it were mere tofu, sending Gaara tumbling to the ground, blood staining his chest. He was the youngest and weakest among the 5 shadows. Gaara! Reikage exclaimed, relieved to see the boy struggle to rise, then glared at Obito. You despicable fiend. He charged at Obito, arm raised high. In the nearby woods, Suchikage Inoki, Hokage Tsunade, and Mizukage Mei-Terumi rushed toward the commotion with all haste. Aware of the peril Gaara and Reikage faced against Obito, the Akatsuki members were held at bay by Kakashi and Might Guy, both nearing the strength of a Kage, allowing the 3 shadows an opportunity to assist Reikage. The 5 shadows were on the verge of uniting, an extraordinary sight reminiscent of Uchiha Madara's past encounters, 1 against 5. In an Akatsuki base, Kabuto and White Zetsu labored to heal Obito. Kabuto's hands glowed with green light as he, a medical ninja, hurried to treat Obito. Yet, as time passed, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. He sensed Obito's condition had deteriorated to a critical state, teetering on the brink of death. Having already been weakened from the transplant of the Rinnegan and further exhausted from repeatedly using Kamui to evade attacks from Gaara and Raikage, his body was pushed to its limits. If he failed to save him, Obito would surely eliminate him. Kabuto recalled Obito's ominous expression and tone before leaving, a warning that had been unmistakable. With resolve, Kabuto unleashed all his knowledge acquired during his time with Orochimaru, striving to save Obito with all his might. In Obito's inner realm, a pristine expanse surrounded him, only vibrant colors of nothingness. His desire was singular and pure, to resurrect Rin. Before him stood Rin, smiling as she always had. "Oh, Obito, why are you crying?" This time, Rin's every expression was vividly clear, as if she had truly returned to life. Obito, reminiscent of a child when Rin had tended to his wounds, wiped away the tears from his eyes. "Rin," he croaked, the name he had longed to utter countless times. "Let us go." In the outer world, Kabuto felt a growing despair as he sensed Obito's body growing cold, life ebbing away. White Zetsu utilized the first Hokage's cells immediately. "If he dies, we shall all await our demise at Obito's hands." White Zetsu, equally drenched in cold sweat, joined Kabuto in their dim, damp hideout, desperately exhausting every method to revive Obito. "Let us go." Rin called again, and a serene smile graced Obito's face. In that moment, it was only he and Rin. The absence of Kakashi was a relief. He grasped Rin's hand tenderly, his smile radiating warmth. "Yes, I will go with Rin." In the realm of consciousness, the deceased Rin took Obito's hand, leading him toward the unknown horizon. Chapter 56. "Oh, Mid, have you given up so easily?" In the realm of consciousness, Obito held Rin's hand as they walked forward together. The outside world had completely abandoned hope. He felt that there was no saving him anymore. And Obito's body grew increasingly cold. "White Zetsu, we should prepare to flee." "Obito won't survive," he said. White Zetsu, watching D with a heavy heart, pondered the implications of Obito's death. Could they expect to escape from Kaguya if Obito perished? Obito continued to follow Rin, step by step, until a sudden voice echoed. "Oh, Mid, have you truly given up? Have you really surrendered, Rin? Have you forgotten her expression before she died? Forgotten how you received your admission notice from the Ninja Academy? Forgotten how she tended to your wounds? Forgotten how she encouraged you in your sorrow? Have you forgotten all the kindness Rin has shown you?" A hand landed on Obito's shoulder, halting his steps. Turning around, he was met with a familiar white mask adorned with the Rinnegan. Behind him stood another Obito, one willing to ignite the fourth great ninja war for Rin. Upon seeing the familiar mask, a spark reignited in Obito's eyes. "Yes, I cannot die yet. I must revive Rin. She is still waiting for me." Obito turned to Rin, scratching his head sheepishly. "Rin, I am so sorry, but I cannot join you just yet. Please believe me, we will meet again soon. If I can win the fourth great ninja war and successfully execute the Moon Eye plan, I will bring you back to my side." As his words faded, Rin transformed into particles of light, vanishing from his consciousness. In the external world, Obito felt a resurgence of vitality. His body was no longer cold but gradually warmed again. "I'm alive. I made it," D exclaimed, relieved that Obito had survived, alleviating his fears of Kaguya's wrath. Meanwhile, in the woods outside the laboratory, Kaguya unleashed his Susanoo to wreak havoc. Under his relentless assault, Gaara was left on the brink of collapse, while the Raikage was heavily wounded, his remaining arm shattered by Kaguya. "Today, I will eliminate both of you, and then capture the tailed beasts." The colossal purple figure advanced towards the Raikage, wielding a katana, poised to strike. With a thunderous crash, the katana descended, shrouding the area in smoke. Kaguya looked up to see Inoki appearing in the sky. He had lifted the Raikage using the lightweight rock technique, saving him from certain doom. "Kaguya, do you truly believe you are invincible? To speak of defeating the Raikage?" Tsunade shouted, her voice filled with fury as she faced the enormous Susanoo. Mei Terumi also arrived, positioning herself behind Susanoo, creating a pincer attack against Kaguya. Surrounded, Kaguya frowned. The continuous battles had begun to wear him down. Although he could continue fighting, his primary concern lay with Obito's fate, and he had lost the will to engage further. "Just wait for the fourth great ninja war to commence. It is imminent." Having spoken, Kaguya utilized space-time ninjutsu to depart. In the base, as Kaguya arrived, Obito slowly began to awaken. "Oh, Mid, are you alright?" Kaguya hurried to Obito's side, expressing his concern for his condition. Obito's face was pale, having nearly disappointed Rin. If he had died, how could he ever bring his beloved girl back? This was indeed perilous. The 5 great villages are not merely a group of simple-minded fools. They have discerned our weaknesses and devised a plan to eliminate us both. Humph. Yet in the face of absolute power, all schemes are but jokes. Kagaya nodded, acknowledging how close they had come to defeat. By the way, how is the Rinnegan transplant progressing? Obito touched his left eye, where the ripple-patterned eye lay still. The transplant was successful. Once I fully recover, I will be ready for battle. Eager to fight, both Kagaya and Obito could hardly contain their anticipation. During your recovery, I will leave a clone to protect you. Additionally, I must return to the Dragon Cave to enhance my strength, ensuring our victory in the 4th Great Ninja War. The White Snake Sage has agreed to teach me Sage Mode, and it is high time I revived Orochimaru. Be careful not to let the 5 great villages exploit any weaknesses, Kagaya cautioned. Understood. With that, Kagaya summoned a clone to guard Obito while he prepared to return to the Dragon Cave. 3 days later, outside the Dragon Cave, Kagaya's body arrived once more. As he crossed the threshold, the woman who had guided him previously reappeared. Lord Kagaya, please follow me. The great sage has prepared everything. Kagaya nodded silently, following her into the temple where the White Snake Sage resided. Upon entering, the sage lay upon a stone chair, saying, I have prepared everything you requested. Kagaya raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what about Orochimaru? Did I not specify that I wished to revive him? The White Snake Sage opened his mouth, a long tongue slithering out. A rather unpleasant sight. It appeared that Orochimaru's grotesqueness had been learned from the White Snake Sage. His belly swelled slightly, something writhing within, moving towards his throat. With a retch, the White Snake Sage expelled a small white snake, revealing it to Kagaya. Just when Kagaya thought that was the end, the snake's belly began to undulate, causing him to frown deeply, as he anticipated what would follow. With another retch, the familiar and revolting scene unfolded. The White Snake Sage expelled a snake, which in turn expelled Orochimaru. Lord Kagaya, long time no see, Orochimaru said, emerging from the White Snake's mouth, his body still glistening with mucus. All right. Go take a bath before speaking to me, Kagaya said. Orochimaru, Kagaya, do you have any manners? Today, I will update 2 chapters. I have received feedback that the updates at night are too late for some readers. Thus, starting tomorrow, I will shift updates to the daytime, allowing those who cannot stay up late to enjoy them sooner. Additionally, I am grateful for everyone's positive reviews. Thank you very much. Chapter 57. Sage Mode within the Dragon Cave. The White Snake Sage fulfilled his promise and resurrected Orochimaru. Next, I shall lead you to the place of Sage Mode training. The White Snake Sage rose from his stone chair, revealing a distinct difference between sages and ordinary serpents. Walking upright, only half of his serpentine body trailed along the ground, reminiscent of a cobra standing tall rather than slithering like a common snake. Following the White Snake Sage deeper into the temple, we approached a stone door, which he pushed open. Inside the chamber beyond the door lay a blood pool, surrounded by 3 serpentine statues, each spouting crimson liquid that dripped into the pool. What is this crimson substance? I inquired. It is the vital essence of the serpents dwelling in the Dragon Cave, and it is crucial for your successful training in Sage Mode, the White Snake Sage explained. Casting a reluctant glance at the blood pool, which contained the life essence of countless serpents accumulated over many years, now to be utilized for Jiang Tian. Unlike the training methods employed by the toads of Myaboka Mountain, the Sage Mode training in the Dragon Cave relied upon this method of transforming one's physique through blood. While both approaches harness natural energy, the Dragon Cave's method significantly enhances physical prowess and the capacity to contain natural energy. Before you immerse yourself in the blood pool, I must inform you that not everyone can withstand the essence of these serpents. If you cannot endure the chilling embrace of the pool, you must exit immediately. Forcing absorption could be fatal. Moreover, this opportunity is singular. The more blood you absorb, the stronger your Sage Mode will become. Will absorbing more truly make me stronger? Jiang Tian pondered, gazing at the bubbling crimson pool. A frown creased his brow as he contemplated the dangers of training in the Dragon Cave. Realizing that a moment's carelessness could lead to death. I will exercise caution, but if I am to train, I shall pursue the most formidable path, Jiang Tian declared, stepping directly into the blood pool. To his surprise, rather than the anticipated scorching heat from the bubbling liquid, he was met with an icy chill that sent shivers down his spine. Upon reflection, this made sense. After all, serpents are cold-blooded creatures, and a cold blood pool was to be expected. It was evident to the naked eye that the blood within the pool was diminishing. Although the pace was slow, the reduction was noticeable. As the blood continuously flowed into his body, Jiang Tian felt an indescribable essence surging within him, as if a light had pierced through the darkness, illuminating many hidden ailments that were dissipating. This is the fundamental distinction between the Dragon Cave and Mayaboka Mountain. To successfully cultivate the strongest sage mode, one must thoroughly transform their body, inside and out, into that of a sage, the White Snake Sage elucidated. He had prepared for Jiang Tian the most potent sage mode. Upon successful cultivation, the transformations would bear the characteristics of a dragon. This was the origin of the Dragon Cave's name, far beyond the capabilities of the toads from Mayaboka Mountain. As time passed, the blood in the pool continued to dwindle. Jiang Tian could distinctly sense a profound elevation within himself, akin to the transformation of an innocent child growing into a vibrant young adult. Yet, as the blood decreased, the chilling sensation within him intensified. Cold. So very cold. How can it be this frigid? Jiang Tian's skin began to frost over, as if it were attempting to encase him in ice. Child, if you cannot endure, exit immediately. This is no jest, the White Snake Sage admonished with a grave tone. He had invested great effort in Jiang Tian, hoping to help him achieve victory in the Fourth War and fulfill the prophecy inscribed on the scroll. If Jiang Tian were to perish here, the Dragon Cave's fate would be sealed. Jiang Tian gritted his teeth, recalling the formidable powers of Madara, Hashirama, and the unsealed Kagaya Akatsuki. He knew he needed to be powerful enough to resolve all problems and to successfully execute the Eye of the Moon plan to bring Rin back to this world. I can endure, do not worry. I shall absorb every last drop of blood from this pool. The White Snake Sage's words, that the more blood one absorbed, the stronger they would become, echoed like an incantation in his mind. Not enough. I need more. Jiang Tian fervently absorbed the blood from the pool, oblivious to the thick layer of frost accumulating on his body. This child truly resembles a madman. The White Snake Sage approached the edge of the blood pool, revealing his venom. A drop of iridescent fluid fell from his fangs, and instantly, the roiling blood pool fell silent. Jiang Tian also regained his composure, the piercing chill within him subsiding considerably. After a while, the pool was nearly depleted. With the White Snake Sage's assistance, Jiang Tian successfully absorbed the final drop of blood. Child, how does your body feel? Jiang Tian meticulously sensed the energy within him, distinct from chakra. Is this the natural energy necessary for entering sage mode? It is truly a wondrous sensation. I feel revitalized, and all my previous battle scars have completely healed. Can I now enter sage mode? The White Snake Sage shook his head. Not yet. We are still one step away from acquiring the Dragon's Liquid. The Dragon's Liquid? What is that? The White Snake Sage commenced a rather unpleasant procedure, opening his mouth wide as his belly convulsed, expelling a porcelain vial. The Dragon's Liquid is a treasure passed down in the Dragon Cave. I have only seen it mentioned in scrolls. It is said to be the tears of a dragon, and it must be applied to the eyes of the practitioner. When the practitioner enters sage mode, dragon patterns will manifest on the skin surrounding their eyes. Immediately, Jiang Tian recalled the appearance of Hashirama when he activated sage mode, adorned with similar markings near his eyes. He opened the vial and was dismayed to find it nearly empty, containing only a few meager drops. This is scarcely sufficient. If it were to be ingested, it would yield no effect. He poured the paltry liquid into his palm and gently applied it to the skin around his eyes. In an instant, the skin glimmered, revealing intricate patterns resembling wings that extended from the corners of his eyes towards his earlobes. It was as if his Sharingan had sprouted wings, enhancing his abilities. Feeling the surge of natural energy within him, a confident smile broke across his face. Sage mode activate. Chapter 58. The Fourth Great Ninja War begins as Jiang Tian entered sage mode. The natural energy surged through him, and the dragon wing-like patterns on the skin at the corners of his eyes came to life in an instant. Although you are currently supported by natural energy, you lack the methods to utilize ninjutsu. In this form of sage mode from the Dragon Cave, there are a total of 3 scrolls, all of which I shall bestow upon you. The White Snake Sage produced 4 scrolls from his mouth. Why are there 4 scrolls? Jiang Tian inquired. One is a summoning scroll that binds us in contract. When the Fourth War commences and you require my assistance, use this scroll. Jiang Tian picked up the 4 scrolls, nodded, and said, wait for me. The war will soon commence. However, before that, I need to attend to a matter with Orochimaru. Exiting the Dragon Cave, Orochimaru followed closely behind Jiang Tian. Lord Jiang Tian, did you specifically resurrect the White Snake Sage to bring me along for something? Jiang Tian gazed towards the direction of the Uzumaki clan's ancestral land, and softly replied, I know you possess a technique to free a soul sealed by the Shinigami. Tell me how to perform it. Orochimaru stood still, his gaze towards Jiang Tian laden with significance. This technique was his secret. How did Jiang Tian come to know of it? Lord Jiang Tian, sometimes I find you rather terrifying, as if no secret can remain hidden from you. Jiang Tian calmly regarded Orochimaru. There is no need for flattery, simply tell me what to do. The reason I know how to lift the Shinigami seal is thanks to you, Lord Jiang Tian. Thanks to me? Jiang Tian furrowed his brows, perplexed by the meaning behind those words. You should remember the pile of scrolls you brought back from the Uzumaki ancestral land after my hands were compromised. Jiang Tian suddenly realized it was from that collection of scrolls that he had discovered the method of unsealing. We must return to the Uzumaki clan's ancestral land to find the sealing masks used by past clan leaders. After all, the Uzumaki clan is most proficient in dealing with the Shinigami. But why do you ask this? Orochimaru questioned, somewhat puzzled, as he believed Jiang Tian had no particularly important individuals whose souls were sealed by the Shinigami. I wish to resurrect the 4 Hokages of Konoha. Orochimaru hurriedly caught up with Jiang Tian, exclaiming, Are you mad? You despise Konoha the most. As they made their way towards the Uzumaki ancestral land, Jiang Tian explained to Orochimaru, Of course, I do not intend to resurrect them for free. I aim to bring them back under my complete control, turning them into tools for my conquest in the Fourth War. Just imagine the spectacle of the Hokages of Konoha slaughtering their own shinobi. Orochimaru was unaware of what had transpired in the world during his absence, but from Jiang Tian's words, it seemed the Fourth Great Ninja War was about to commence. The two figures flickered continuously, and in no time, they arrived at the Uzumaki ancestral land. With little obstruction, Jiang Tian and Orochimaru obtained the masks. To outsiders, these masks merely appeared symbolic, lacking any understanding of their true significance. Only a scientist like Orochimaru could comprehend the mask's real purpose. After acquiring the masks, they returned to the Akatsuki base. Orochimaru, are you confident you can fully control the first and second Hokages? In response to Jiang Tian's inquiry, Orochimaru candidly shook his head. I can certainly control the third and fourth Hokages, but the first and second, given their formidable powers, are uncertain. However, I possess a method to strengthen the control over the reincarnated through the impure world reincarnation technique. But this process will take time. Upon hearing that it would require a lengthy duration, it was evident that Jiang Tian and Obito could not afford to wait. Having successfully trained in Sage Mode and implanted the Rinnegan, they were eager to act without delay. Obito and I will first capture the 9 Tails and 8 Tails. You will be responsible for researching ways to reinforce the control over the reincarnated from the rear. Jiang Tian decided to leave Orochimaru at the base to find a solution. In the meantime, he aimed to avoid involving Uchiha Madara as much as possible. If Madara discovered that Obito had obtained his Rinnegan, he might disrupt the plans for the Fourth War. Arriving before Obito, Jiang Tian found him already restored, donning a white mask and dressed in blue. Where there was once nothing, a swirling pattern I now lay quietly in his left socket. You've returned, Jiang Tian. Yes, I brought Orochimaru back with me. Let him enhance those white Zetsu. With everything prepared, it was nearly time to act and initiate the Fourth Great Ninja War. Jiang Tian informed Obito of the situation, expressing that he was ready to proceed at any moment. All right, I will take Orochimaru to the underground base now. Orochimaru followed closely behind Obito as they made their way to the underground facility. I had no idea there was a place like this beneath the Organization S base. As they descended through the dark tunnel, Orochimaru marveled at the hidden space. Having once been a member of the Akatsuki, he had never known about this concealed area. Upon passing through the tunnel, their sight expanded, and when Orochimaru finally beheld the scene below, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Are these all white Zetsu? He looked at the countless white Zetsu below, densely packed. How many were there? 100,000 white Zetsu. Though they are all constructed from inferior Hashirama cells and hold little power. Thus, you will need to enhance them with Hashirama cells. After a moment of shock, Orochimaru nodded, expressing his willingness to assist. In 3 days, Orochimaru utilized his unique techniques to strengthen the entire White Zetsu army, transforming these mere fodder for the war into slightly more formidable soldiers. While they remained expendable, this enhancement allowed them to possess a modicum of utility. As Jiang Tian and Obito surveyed the fortified 100,000 White Zetsu army, they simultaneously donned their signature attire and masks. One wore a white mask and blue robe, bearing the Uchiha fan on his back, with a Rinnegan in his left eye and a Sharingan in his right. The other donned a demonic mask and a red robe. a katana strapped to his waist, his eyes eternally Sharingan. The two stepped outside the base, where a gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly upon them. They gazed into the distance, towards Konoha Village. Once, both had been ninjas of the village, but Konoha had stolen their most cherished lives. This battle would commence from Konoha, serving as the prologue to the Fourth War. Impure World Reincarnation. Jiang Tian clasped his hands together, and coffins began to rise from the ground, summoning not only the deceased members of the Akatsuki but also figures like Kimimaro, the second Sachikage, and the fourth Kazekage, many strong individuals who had left their mark on the ninja world. He did not summon Uchiha Madara, without absolute confidence in controlling him. Jiang Tian had no intention of invoking his presence. Bang, bang, bang. The coffins continued to fall open, and one powerful figure after another emerged, standing behind the two. After exchanging glances, Jiang Tian and Obito nodded in unison and declared, "The fourth great ninja war has begun." Chapter 59. The response of the five great villages in Konoha Village. The fifth Hokage stood before the glass window of his office, his gaze filled with worry. "Jiraiya, do you believe we can triumph in this war?" The five great villages had united, each leader commanding countless ninjas to strategize against Obito and Kagaya. Yet, all efforts had proven futile. These two were overwhelmingly powerful, instilling a sense of helplessness. The previous three shinobi world wars were weathered by Konoha. There is no need for excessive concern, Jiraiya reassured, though he understood the terror that Obito and Kagaya embodied. Either of them possessed the capability to obliterate Konoha, let alone their combined might. As they journeyed towards Konoha, Obito and Kagaya flickered through the forest, members of the Akatsuki trailing behind them. Their primary destination was Konoha, aiming to gather information about the Nine Tails and Eight Tails. "This time, let us utterly annihilate that village," Kagaya stated calmly, yet a chilling anger was palpable in his eyes. Obito nodded in silence, agreeing, "Let it be destroyed. There is nothing to miss." Suddenly, an urgent message arrived from the intelligence department. "Lord Hokage, it is dire. Obito and Kagaya, accompanied by Akatsuki members, are approaching Konoha." Jiraiya and Tsunade gasped in unison, "So soon? Quickly alert the Anbu and the Konoha Guard to initiate the highest level of alertness. Additionally, summon all ninjas on missions to return and prepare for battle." "Understood." The Anbu operative vanished to swiftly relay Tsunade's command. Not only Konoha, but the other four villages closely monitored the movements of Obito and Kagaya. Shortly, news of their departure spread rapidly through the Anbu of each village, reaching all five great villages. In the Sachikage's office, Inoki furrowed his brow as he examined the documents on his desk. "Sachikage, what shall we do? Should we offer assistance?" After a moment of contemplation, Inoki made his decision. "Quickly assemble the Anbu. I will personally lead the support for Konoha. If Konoha falls to those two, none of the five great villages will remain unscathed." In the Reikage's office, the Reikage nodded in response to his subordinate's report. "Yes, mobilize the ninjas immediately." Similar sentiments echoed in the offices of the Kazekage and Mizukage. Within moments, the leaders of the five great villages unanimously dispatched ninjas to support Konoha. They were not altruistically motivated. Historically, Konoha had always been the strongest, and the prospect of weakening it was enticing, yet now was not the time. With the immense power wielded by Obito and Kagaya, neglecting this threat could lead to Konoha's annihilation. The leaders understood the principle of mutual survival. From the moment Obito and Kagaya set forth, the pressure they exerted was palpable, forcing the five great villages to set aside their past grievances and unite. In the forest, Kagaya gazed at the increasingly distinct silhouette of Konoha. Turning to Obito, he remarked, "Tsunade surely knows where the tailed beasts are hidden. I leave that to you. After all, interrogation is your forte." Although they both possessed the Sharingan, Obito excelled in extraction of information, while Kagaya would handle the combat. Rest assured, she will have no choice but to comply. Each refusal will cost her dearly. Obito's expression darkened beneath his mask. He had resolved that should Tsunade refuse to divulge the location of the tailed beasts, he would kill a Konoha ninja before her eyes for every denial, until she spoke. Such torment would be the most excruciating for Tsunade. As the inheritor of Konoha's Will of Fire, we shall witness firsthand what this so-called Will of Fire truly entails, Kagaya stated. In Konoha, Tsunade and Jiraiya stood at the village's gates, flanked by all the ninjas of Konoha. Not only seasoned ninjas like Kakashi and Might Guy were present, but also the younger generation, including Niji Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, and Shikamaru Nara, stood resolutely at the ready. Their gazes were unwavering as they focused on the horizon. The tension escalated to its peak when two figures, one blue and one red, emerged at the edge of the sky. Everyone, the enemy approaches. Prepare yourselves. This adversary is formidable, and their numbers are substantial. Jiraiya warned, his brow furrowed as he observed the ominous procession behind the two figures, which included members of the Akatsuki clad in crimson robes, alongside many powerful ninjas from the past. This assembly was more formidable than any previous assault on Konoha, leaving Jiraiya with a sinking heart. Could Konoha truly withstand this onslaught? Oh, how welcoming Konoha is. The Hokage herself has come to greet us, Kagaya smirked. No longer the helpless boy who had once faced the death of Rin. Now, he stood before a fully prepared Konoha, demanding recognition. He had grown powerful enough to instill fear in Konoha, the mightiest of the 5 great villages, yet the girl he sought to protect was gone. I have lost Rin. It was the higher-ups of Konoha who harmed her. It was war that claimed her life. I failed to safeguard her, Kagaya mused, reflecting on life's many regrets. In moments of despair, he had encountered his dearest love, yet in his weakness, he could offer her nothing. Now, he found himself haunted by memories of her. Yet, all regrets would soon dissipate with the realization of the Moon Eye plan. Dreams may be illusions, but they were preferable to emptiness. If he could reunite with Rin, he would indulge her in an eternal dream, a fate sweeter than any earthly delight. Shaking off the somber thoughts, Kagaya and Obito stood resolute before the gates of Konoha, facing the assembled ninjas. Jiraiya, it has been a long time. The last time I saved your life was to repay Rin's debt to you. This time, however, luck is not on your side. Rin may owe anything to anyone, but she must never owe anything to Konoha ninjas. This way, I can kill you without a second thought. Do not worry. Rin will not complain when she sees me again. Upon hearing this, Tsunade stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Kagaya. What do you mean it's for Rin? She is a gentle and kind girl. Would she approve of your actions? She would. For she once said that the person she most wished to see was me. I intend to bring her back. Chapter 60. The Sage Technique. Dragon Binding today. I have no intention of engaging in idle chatter with you. If you, Tsunade, are willing to reveal the whereabouts of the 9 tails and the 8 tails, I might spare the destruction of Konoha. With a calm demeanor hidden beneath his white mask, Obito stepped forward. Kakashi, unaware, did not realize that this was his long-lost friend. Obito Uchiha. Don't harbor such foolish dreams. Handing the tailed beasts over to someone like you. Is there any hope left for the ninja world? Seeing that negotiations had failed, Obito wasted no more words. He activated his Kamui and appeared behind Tsunade, reaching for her neck. Tsunade, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya attempted to intervene, but Jiang Tian appeared before him. Your opponent is me. Do not concern yourself with others. Worry instead about whether you will survive this encounter. Both Jiang Tian and Obito sprang into action, targeting Tsunade and Jiraiya respectively. As the Hokage came under attack, all the ninjas of Konoha sprang into action. Yet they were all halted by members of the Akatsuki. The battlefield fragmented into numerous small sections, with ninjas engaged in combat across each designated area, each consisting of renowned warriors. Kakashi faced Itachi, while Might Guy was held back by Haiden and Kakuzu. Battles erupted everywhere. Jiang Tian turned his gaze to Jiraiya, a smile gracing his face. This time, I won't rely on Susanoo. Let us determine the victor using your most formidable Sage Mode, shall we? Sage Mode. Jiraiya was taken aback. What did this mean? Could he also wield Sage Mode? Possessing the Manjiki Sharingan and an abundance of chakra, Jiang Tian was already powerful. Now, having mastered Sage Mode, was there anyone in the ninja world who could contend with him? You have also visited Mount Maiboku? Upon hearing Jiang Tian mention using Sage Mode, Jiraiya immediately thought of Mount Maiboku. No, my Sage Mode originates from the Dragon Cave. The White Snake Sage holds a disdain for Mount Maiboku. To be honest, I share that disdain. Transforming into a toad might not be appealing to Rin. Jiang Tian remarked playfully, eager to test the strength of the Sage Mode he had acquired from the Dragon Cave against Jiraiya. Sage Mode. Sage Mode. The two activated Sage Mode simultaneously, and the Sage couple from Mount Maiboku materialized on Jiraiya's shoulders. Upon seeing the vivid patterns around Jiang Tian's eyes, they were momentarily stunned, before shaking their heads vigorously. Impossible. This cannot be. How could that individual from the Dragon Cave impart this technique to a human? What is wrong? Is there an issue with his Sage Mode? Jiraiya, detecting the surprise in the Sage couple's tone, hurriedly inquired about the peculiarities of Jiang Tian's Sage Mode. The Sage couple's expression turned grave. If it truly is that type of Sage Mode, then young Jiraiya may genuinely face peril today. Young Jiraiya, if I am not mistaken. That boy's Sage Mode is Dragon Transformation, the most potent Sage Mode from the Dragon Cave. The most potent? The sage's voice was heavy. In the Dragon Cave's ordinary lineage, the recipient's body acquires serpent-like traits, akin to your transformation into a toad. However, when the strongest sage mode is activated, one gains dragon-like characteristics, which is precisely why it is called the Dragon Cave. The sage couple reminisced about the words of the great toad sage from their youth. If one day a human were to obtain the strongest legacy from the Dragon Cave, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, to the point where even the three great sanctuaries would not remain unscathed. Wife, I will accompany young Jiraiya in battle. You must return to Mount Maiboku and inform the great sage of the situation here. Upon hearing her husband's command, the White Snake Sage nodded and swiftly departed from Mount Maiboku. She understood the gravity of the situation. The great Toad Sage's prophecies were never mistaken. Young Jiraiya. He is coming, the sage exclaimed. Jiraiya looked up sharply as Jiang Tian, wielding a katana, appeared before him. He quickly infused the natural energy supporting his sage mode into his fists, attempting to deflect the katana. With a clang, the katana was knocked aside, leaving Jiang Tian furrowing his brow. This sage mode, why does it not seem as formidable as I anticipated? He stared at the katana, lost in thought. The White Snake Sage had boasted about the strongest sage mode, yet it appeared not vastly superior to Jiraiya's sage mode. However, when Jiraiya noticed the continued tension etched on the sage couple's faces, he realized the situation might be far more complex. What exactly is happening? Why does your expression still appear so grim? The sage replied in a low voice, revealing the depth of his concern. This boy likely has not yet utilized his sage techniques, so the disparity between you remains undetectable. Once he employs his sage techniques for the first time, and his body begins to manifest dragon features, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to overcome him. With this critical information, Jiraiya, despite being relentlessly pressured by Jiang Tian, refrained from using his sage techniques, fearing the scenario could unfold as the sage had predicted. Conversely, Jiang Tian grew increasingly irritable, questioning whether he had been misled by the White Snake Sage. What was promised as the strongest sage mode, intended to dominate Jiraiya's sage mode, had instead led to a fierce contest. Could this truly be called the strongest? Jiang Tian plunged the katana into the ground, gazing at Jiraiya as he clasped his hands together. Sage technique, dragon binding. The White Snake Sage had bestowed upon Jiang Tian 4 scrolls. One was a contract for summoning his true form, while the other 3 were scrolls for practicing sage techniques. Dragon binding was the first scroll and the only one Jiang Tian could currently practice. As natural energy surged ceaselessly from within Jiang Tian, his body began to transform, and 2 dragon horns sprouted from his head. The energy radiated outward like ripples, coalescing into a massive dragon that spiraled above. The colossal dragon, composed of natural energy, was visible to all, leaving them in utter disbelief. It was larger than Jiang Tian's Susanoo. The white dragon fixated its gaze on Jiraiya, its eyes exuding an aura of authority that even a formidable ninja like Jiraiya found intimidating. Great sage, what is this creature? Why does it evoke even a hint of fear within me? The strongest sage mode from the Dragon Cave. Sage technique, dragon binding. This was the true sage technique, the mightiest among the 3 great sanctuaries. The sage couple repeatedly affirmed Jiang Tian's strength, indicating their unwavering confidence in him. Sage technique, 5 right guards. Jiraiya unleashed a sage technique in an attempt to counter Jiang Tian. Yet, the white dragon charged directly into the flames of the 5 right guards, ensnaring Jiraiya without mercy. In mere moments, Jiraiya found himself firmly bound, unable to make any further movements. Chapter 61. Dragon's Might and Susanoo in the village of Konoha. The battling ninjas ceased their actions, their attention drawn to the imposing sight of a colossal white dragon entwining Jiraiya. This spectacle evoked a profound shock among the onlookers. Did such creatures truly exist, or were they merely manifestations of energy? Lord Jiraiya, quickly, go to his aid. We cannot allow any harm to befall him. Jiraiya struggled desperately against the dragon's grip, but his efforts proved futile. Master Sage, what is this dragon binding? Why can't I break free? There is no response at all. Shinzo, furrowing his brow, found himself similarly immobilized by the white dragon's overwhelming presence. The dragon binding, one of the 3 great sage techniques, was also among the most formidable sealing arts. It could suppress all actions of its opponent, even their chakra and natural energy in sage mode. Although it was not a soul-binding technique, it effectively halted all movement. Upon hearing Shinzo's explanation, Jiraiya's heart sank. Are you suggesting that we are left with no choice but to await our doom? Nearby, Jiang Tian sensed the dragon's horns emerging above him, a surge of natural energy coursing through his being. A A smile crept upon his face. This was indeed intriguing, what the White Snake Sage referred to as the ultimate sage mode. Not far from them, Obito kicked Tsunade aside with force. Tsunade bore numerous wounds from her battle with him and was clearly on the defensive. Obito approached her slowly. Seizing her by the neck, his expression concealed beneath his mask, cold and unyielding. Fifth Hokage, are you still unwilling to divulge the location of the tailed beasts? Tsunade, lifted off the ground, glowered with fury and desperation. These two were far too powerful. Both she and Jiraiya had been subdued. In your dreams, I will never hand over the tailed beasts to someone intent on destroying the world. Destroying the world, you say? Compared to your 5 great villages. Who can truly claim that title? With a sudden motion, Obito flung Tsunade aside, her body crashing against the gates of Konoha, leaving destruction in her wake. Lord Hokage, this audacious scoundrel. My guy delivered a powerful kick, sending Haiden and Kakuzu flying, charging towards Obito. The 7th gate, open. Blue energy erupted from Guy's body, steam rising as his blood ignited. Daytime Tiger. As Guy sprinted forward, the blood energy coalesced into a magnificent white tiger enveloping him, charging fiercely at Obito. In the instant of impact, the Kamui space activated, allowing Obito to phase out of the way and evade the strike. The energy exploded. The white tiger crashing through the forest, uprooting countless trees and leaving a deep crater in its wake. To have honed your physical techniques to such a degree is truly impressive, Obito remarked, genuinely acknowledging Guy's prowess. Had it not been for his Sharingan's unique ability, he would have undoubtedly been injured by that blow. Why did that strike feel as though it passed through mere air? Guy pondered, gazing at the crater, confused that his daytime tiger had seemingly gone right through the masked man. Noticing his attack's ineffectiveness, Guy's expression turned serious. He removed his green vest, revealing a tight-fitting garment beneath, a testament to his youthful spirit. However, a man's youth extends beyond mere appearances, especially that of Konoha's Azure Beast. He must embody even greater vigor. As he spoke, red steam began to envelop Guy's form, prompting gasps of astonishment from Kakashi, Rock Lee, and Jiang Tian. Is he about to open the 8 gates? Ignoring Jiraiya, Jiang Tian approached Obito, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. 8-gate guy, I, Obito, would call you the strongest in physical combat, the man who nearly kicked us to our end. You are truly the pinnacle of martial prowess. Even Jiang Tian felt he might not withstand such a strike. Determined not to let Obito face the risk alone, he would share the burden of Guy's ultimate attack. Guy-sensei, are you really going to use that technique? We can still fight. We haven't reached the point of needing to resort to that. Kakashi and Lee exchanged knowing glances, understanding that Guy had come to terms with his decision, a resolution to face death itself. The 8th gate Jiang Tian, masked man. Don't go too far. Just as Guy prepared to sacrifice himself, Inoki, the Tsuchikage, arrived with the ninjas from Iwagakure. The red steam surrounding Guy shifted back to blue. Jiang Tian, today Konoha shall be your grave. The Raikage, accompanied by the ninjas of Kumogakure, joined the fray. Masked man, the Moon's Eye plan will not succeed, and the tailed beasts will not fall into your hands. Kuratsuchi also made her entrance. Hokage, we have come to assist. Lastly, Garo appeared, with the 5 Kages assembled. The combined forces of their villages surpassed any previous coalition in both numbers and overall might. Jiang Tian surveyed the scene, a smile gracing his face. So you've all come. This saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Indeed, here we shall eliminate the 5 Kages and capture the tailed beasts, fulfilling the Moon's Eye plan. Obito, observing the convergence, produced the Uchiha fan. The confrontation between the 2 legendary figures and the 5 Kages was imminent. Susanoo, activate. In sage mode, Jiang Tian summoned his Susanoo, casting his gaze upon the white dragon binding Jiraiya. A bold notion surged within him. If the Nine Tails could merge with Obito's Susanoo to form the formidable tailed beast Susanoo, then perhaps his own Susanoo could do the same. Dragon's Might Susanoo. With a decisive utterance, Jiang Tian harnessed the natural energy bestowed by Sage Mode, awakening his Sharingan. In an instant, a magnificent purple giant intertwined with the white dragon. Merging seamlessly, the purple Susanoo sprouted dragon horns, its visage cloaked in natural energy, resembling a dragon's head mask. A long tail extended from behind, embodying the dragon's might Susanoo state. Jiang Tian felt the unending flow of energy from the purple giant. At this moment, he believed he could contend with even Hashirama's perfected sage form. The colossal dragon-like purple giant stood firm, its gaze sweeping over the ninjas below, mere insects in comparison. An overwhelming aura radiated from it, causing some of the weaker ninjas to falter and collapse in terror. So powerful, utterly formidable. Chapter 62. Indeed, it is quite disheartening. Almost all of the elite ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages have gathered in Konoha. They gaze upon the suddenly risen Susanoo. And those who have encountered the Jiang Tian Susanoo before realize that its form and stature exude an even greater sense of oppression. Undoubtedly, this Susanoo has grown stronger. The 5 Kages stand ready, and Jiraiya has similarly summoned the Toad brothers from Mount Myaboku to encircle the colossal Susanoo. Boom! Jiang Tian commands the Susanoo to strike with a mighty blow, and the thunderous explosion reverberates across the battlefield, forcing the 5 Kages and Jiraiya to retreat. It appears that your visit to the Dragon's Cave has elevated your strength to an entirely new level. However, the spotlight cannot shine solely upon you. Outer path, Ghetto statue. Madara forms a hand sign, causing the ground to tremble ominously. A massive, withered statue erupts from the earth, standing alongside the towering Susanoo, casting a shadow over all the ninjas. Damn, what is this monstrosity? One Susanoo is already formidable enough. Now there's this grotesque creation as well. The Raikage expression turns grave as the situation shifts rapidly. These 2 colossal beings are indeed formidable adversaries. Water Shadow, be cautious behind you. The Earth Shadow, Inoki, suddenly warns. As 2 tentacles emerge unexpectedly behind Tsunade, the desiccated appendages flail wildly, striking towards Tsunade, controlled by Madara through the Ghetto statue. You still have the presence of mind to concern yourself with others. Perhaps you should first contemplate how to deal with me. Jiang Tian Susanoo, now fused with the Sage Art White Dragon, unleashes a devastating strike. A violet blade of chakra surges forth, hurtling toward Inoki, whose face betrays a flicker of panic at the sight of the glimmering energy. Dust release. Destruction of the original realm. The massive, colorless beam collides with the blade of chakra, causing the 2 energies to dissolve upon impact. As time progresses, the beam shatters with a resounding crash, and the blade of chakra dissipates, with Inoki barely managing to deflect the assault. Thunderclap Heat Knife. The Raikage lunges toward Jiang Tian's Susanoo, his fist crashing against its form. Yet it elicits no response. With a thunderous boom, the Susanoo retaliates, sending the Raikage flying. On Madara's side, the Ghetto statue he controls also pounds down on the Water Shadow, Tsunade, and the Fire Shadow, Tsunade, as well as the Wind Shadow, Gaara. The battle unfolds overwhelmingly in favor of Jiang Tian and Madara, as the once invincible Kages are utterly dominated, their strength far surpassed. This reality exceeds the comprehension of the ninjas from the 5 great nations, leaving them in a state of despair, unable to fathom the source of their adversary's immense power. In the sacred land of Mount Myaboku, Sage Shima informs Fukasaku of Jiang Tian's mastery of the most powerful sage mode. That fellow from the Dragon's Cave truly is a cause for concern, engaging in such perilous endeavors. Does he seek to annihilate this world? The great sage, resembling a mountain in stature, sits with his eyes half closed. Great sage, please make a decision swiftly. What shall we do at Mount Myaboku? Are we to wait until the world is destroyed by those 2, without a human to sign a summoning contract with us? We too shall vanish with the passage of time. Shima expresses her anxiety, with her husband still battling alongside Jiraiya, particularly in combat against such formidable foes. How can one not be troubled? Send for that young Naruto, will you? Fukasaku remains unperturbed, even in the face of the urgent situation described by Shima. On an island in the Kumogakure, Naruto is diligently training with Killer Bee on how to control the tailed beast chakra within him. You see, to control the tailed beast, you must first do this, then that, and then so on, Killer Bee explains. Are you even comprehending any of this? Naruto's signature clueless expression reveals his lack of understanding. To be honest, even a clever person like myself struggles to grasp it. Do you truly understand? Killer Bee asks again, noticing Naruto's silence. I should, perhaps, maybe. Just then, a puff of white smoke envelopes Naruto, and he vanishes, summoned in reverse by Shima to Mount Myaboku. Where am I? Naruto, still bewildered, glances around, seemingly aware that he possesses the attributes of a Jinchuriki. The great sage interrupts his confused motions, stating, Your village is under attack, and the situation is dire. How could this be? Is it that detestable Jiang Tian? Naruto's tone brims with anger when mentioning Jiang Tian. It is indeed him. However, you cannot assist yet. You lack his strength and must rely on my power. Naruto cannot believe his ears, questioning whether he has misheard. He has never witnessed the great sage in action and sometimes even doubts whether this sage possesses combat prowess. How can you lend me your strength? The great sage raises his hand, revealing a scroll that has appeared there. This is a scroll that can summon my avatar to the human realm. But it requires vast chakra. Moreover, it can only summon my clone, yet that will suffice to confront a single human. Summoning the great sage's avatar? Naruto's jaw drops in astonishment. The perverted sage had mentioned that no one could summon the great sage unless the sage of six paths were to attempt it. The vast chakra. Is the great sage referring to the nine tails within me? Indeed, that is correct. The great sage nods and presents the scroll to Naruto. On the battlefield outside Konoha, the Ninja Alliance is in retreat, the five Kages bearing various wounds. Is this the extent of the five Kages' prowess? Are you not the ones who so readily incite wars between villages? What has become of your once indomitable spirit? Stand and face me. With your fervent hearts for the sake of your villages, and battle me. Jiang Tian's tone is frigid, tinged with a hint of a roar. These individuals thrive on conflict. Yet now speak of peace, labeling him and Madara as the villains intent on obliterating the world. The fourth great ninja war was initiated by them. Which malevolent force instigated the first through the third wars? You people will forever bully the weak, using the lives of ordinary ninjas as mere tools in your quest for power. Yet when confronted with true strength, you turn to denounce others as evil to conceal your own frailty. Thus, this world truly is disheartening. His words resonate deeply with Madara, as the pain inflicted upon them by this world extends beyond the death of Rin and Lin. It encompasses the abhorrent rules that compel the strong to rise against the weak, and they are indeed the strong ones capable of enacting such change. Chapter 63. The Three Sacred Lands, and the Mysterious Mount Meibokuzen. The harsh and brutal words cut through the fade of the leaders of the five great villages like a sharp blade, revealing the discomforting truth, particularly evident on the faces of the higher-ups from Konoha, given the circumstances surrounding Jiang Tian and the Leaf Village. The statement held a tinge of mockery directed at Konoha, leaving the other villages feeling somewhat collateral to the conflict. Silence yourself. As a rogue ninja, you lack the standing to criticize others. You were born in Konoha, a ninja of the village, yet after your defection, all you seek is to destroy the homeland you once cherished. You are not worthy of the title ninja. A resonant voice echoed across the battlefield, dispelling the gloom that had enveloped the ninjas of the five great villages. Look, it's Naruto. Naruto is back. Go, big brother Naruto, exclaimed Konohamaru, unable to conceal his excitement upon seeing his elder brother. During the last assault on Konoha by the nefarious Jiang Tian, it was Naruto who single-handedly fought to protect their home. Naruto-kun Hinata felt her cheeks flush with warmth at the mere sight of him, reminiscent of a ripened apple. Ah, this reckless lad, returning to aid the village, Jiraiya thought, a smile of relief gracing his features. It seemed the prophecies spoken by the great sage Fukasaku had indeed come to fruition in the form of Naruto. The ninjas of Konoha gazed upon the sudden appearance of Naruto, their eyes rekindled with hope. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto had gradually become a source of reassurance and strength for all. Jiang Tian scrutinized the protagonist in the realm of the Hokage. One must tread carefully in the presence of such a pivotal figure. What will you do now? Will you plead for my departure? You, who did nothing but watch as I obliterated Konoha last time. What is your plan now? You, who have no right to call yourself a ninja. He continued. What of the Konoha leaders who sent me and Ling to the battlefield as mere fodder? What do they amount to? Hypocritical and sinister. The so-called will of fire is nothing but a farce. At least to me, it is a deception that led to Ling's demise. Jiang Tian's gaze dimmed as memories of Ling's death flooded back, haunting him. On that fateful day at the misty borders of the Land of Water, he and Ling were surrounded. Jiang Tian, not yet possessing great strength, was gravely injured, while Ling, with her Mangeki Sharingan, bravely defended him against the onslaught. They had awaited reinforcements that would never arrive, as that battalion was sent to rescue Asuma Saratobi, leaving Ling to perish before his very eyes. Since that day, Jiang Tian had never allowed himself to falter. Each time he opened his eyes to the world, the implanted Sharingan served as a constant reminder that Ling awaited his return. Thus, he had cultivated his talents and, with the power of the Mangeki, had risen to stand alongside Obito, challenging the entirety of the ninja world. This world owed Ling so much, especially the repugnant Konoha. Ah, Naruto, your arrival is timely, sparing me the trouble of seeking you out. Jiang Tian commanded his Susanoo to approach Naruto, intent on capturing the tailed beast to initiate his Moon Si plan. Ling, wait for me. Soon, I shall bring you back. When I go assist Naruto, Jiraiya instructed, his brow furrowed as he directed the three toads to lend their aid. However, as soon as the trio approached the Susanoo, they were flung away with tremendous force. Is he truly that powerful? That kid is not yet 30. Jiraiya pondered, contemplating that even the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara, possessed no greater strength at that age. He found himself at a loss for words regarding this young man. Given time, Naruto could very well ascend to become a second sage of the ninja, had he not defected and still held affection for Konoha. The village would undoubtedly rise to prominence as the foremost among the 5 great villages. The village's elite defense would be elevated, no longer relying solely on himself and Tsunade. Jiraiya felt a pang of disappointment, reflecting on the many powerful rogue ninjas who had abandoned Konoha: Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru, Itachi Uchiha, Jiang Tian, and Sasuke Uchiha. If the village had retained these individuals, such destruction could have been averted. Jiraiya, a perceptive man, recognized that while these rogue ninjas held extreme views, the higher-ups of the village had also engaged in many unsavory deeds. The inheritance of the Hokage title had always been backed by a strong lineage. From the founding of the village by the first Hokage to the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who was of the same clan, to the third Hokage, who hailed from the Sarutobi clan. Even the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, though lacking a powerful background, was married to a member of the Uzumaki clan, which, despite its decline, shared ties with the first Hokage's wife. Thus, the position of Hokage was invariably supported by background and lineage. The mere line of succession hinted at many underlying issues. Not to mention the Uchiha clan's massacre. Though Jiraiya had traveled extensively, he was privy to certain secrets. It was this knowledge of the higher-ups' transgressions that had led him to wander, reluctant to remain in the village for long. Perhaps Jiang Tian was not entirely wrong. While Jiraiya did not endorse his methods, he could not deny that this young man was a formidable adversary deserving of respect. A civilian ninja who defected from his village, trained in solitude, and fought against the world for his beloved. Such feats were inconceivable for an ordinary individual. Yet, Jiang Tian had managed to achieve this. Alongside the enigmatic masked man whose origins remained a mystery, both were equally despicable and admirable. At least Jiraiya himself lacked such audacity. Shaking his head, Jiraiya cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Despite the corruption within Konoha's higher echelons, he remained resolute in opposing the duo's Moon-S plan. This was his pursuit, akin to Jiang Tian and Obito's quest to resurrect their loved ones, a goal for which he would risk his life. The colossal Susanoo advanced, and even someone as brash as Naruto felt a tremor of trepidation in the face of such overwhelming power. He unfurled a scroll, declaring, "Release." As he activated the scroll, a formidable aura surged forth, tightening the hearts of both Jiang Tian and Obito. A gigantic toad materialized, its palm gently pressing against Jiang Tian's Susanoo, seemingly aiming to crush it. Damn, how could it be this strong? Jiang Tian felt an immense pressure within the Susanoo as it bent under the weight, struggling against the force. Rise, rise. Susanoo extended its arms in a desperate attempt to withstand the pressure, but the force only intensified, forcing it to one knee as Jiang Tian coughed up blood. Frog Sage, do you think you are the only one capable of summoning beings from the realm? Jiang Tian roared, producing a scroll from his robes. Biting his finger, he slammed his bloodied palm onto the spiritual character at the center of the scroll. Senjutsu, summoning technique. Dense white smoke billowed forth, enveloping the area and obscuring everyone's vision. Amidst the haze, a massive white tail adorned with scales became vaguely discernible. Old Toad, it has been a while, a voice, authoritative yet slightly hoarse, resonated in the ears of all present. Chapter 64, The Duel of Two Immortals. As the mist gradually dissipated, the assembled crowd finally beheld the extraordinary creature that had emerged. Its massive, white form was hardly smaller than that of the great toad sage. The white scales stood erect, and a large orb hung from its neck. Could it be the white serpent sage of the Dragon Cave? This appearance was unmistakable. It must indeed be the sage chronicled in the scrolls. Those among the ninjas who were familiar with the 3 great sacred lands were astounded. The simultaneous appearance of the Dragon Cave and Mayaboka Mountain sages was a phenomenon unseen even during the Warring States period. With a powerful push, Jiang Tian leaped lightly atop the head of the white serpent sage. What is the meaning of this, white serpent sage? Why is the old toad from Mayaboka Mountain here as well? The white serpent sage regarded the toad sage, equally taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Logically, no one should possess such immense chakra to summon the old toad, not even a mere clone. His gaze swept across the area until it landed on Naruto. And realization struck. It was the chakra of the 9 tails. Kid, what you see before you is merely the old toad's clone. Its true form remains in Mayaboku Mountain, so there is no need for alarm. However, even a clone should not be underestimated. This creature has lived long enough to instill fear even in me. The White Serpent Sage's words caused Jiang Tian to frown. Indeed, a formidable opponent was no trivial matter. With your assistance, we should be able to handle the old toad's clone, should we not? That is uncertain, for I too am merely a clone. Jiang Tian was left speechless. This fellow had assured him of his status as a summoning beast when he had given the scroll, yet now, it appeared to be nothing more than a clone. Was this not a mockery of one who had been earnest? When you entrusted the scroll to me, you did not convey it in such a manner. Perceiving the indignation in Jiang Tian's tone, the White Serpent Sage hastily clarified, you have only just begun to master Sage mode. The natural energy within you is insufficient to summon my true form. After such lengthy discourse, it seemed the fault lay solely with him. The appearance of the two sages rendered the battle's outcome inscrutable. None knew what fate awaited them. Yet, they understood that the result had little bearing on the ordinary ninjas present, as the duel of immortals was beyond their reach. Little White Serpent, you truly risk everything for the Dragon Cave, willing to become a summoning beast for humans. The Toad Sage squinted his eyes, casting doubt on whether he was simply too aged to open them fully. Do not speak to me in such a condescending tone, you old toad. You have merely lived a few more years than I. Do not feign wisdom. This was one of the reasons the White Serpent Sage harbored disdain for the Dragon Cave. The old toad frequently adopted the tone of an elder, which irked him, for it was the Dragon Cave that was the strongest. Back when his father, the previous White Serpent Sage, was alive, such an old toad would not have dared to act so arrogantly. A mere glance from his father would have made him bow his head in submission. Naruto has climbed atop my head. Your cooperation is necessary to resolve the crisis in Konoha. In no way. I cannot stand on the head of a sage. Naruto, who was often oblivious to such matters, felt a deep-seated reverence for such a being and hesitated to do so. The Toad Sage said nothing further, merely smiling as he extended a hand to place Naruto atop his head. The summoning sage clone required a human as a medium to unleash its full potential. Jiang Tian, gripping his katana, commanded, let us proceed. We must defeat that old toad and capture the tailed beast to fulfill the Moon Eye plan. I shall honor my promise to you. The White Serpent Sage nodded. The terms of their collaboration had been the unification of the ninja world, allowing ninjas to sign contracts with the serpents of the Dragon Cave, becoming summoning beasts themselves. The two colossal entities charged toward one another, with Jiang Tian gripping his katana and focusing intently on Naruto, convinced that he would successfully capture the tailed beast. The White Serpent Sage surged forward, raising his colossal tail to strike fiercely at the Toad Sage. Seizing the tail with both hands, the Toad Sage was flung backward. Upon landing, the two sage clones relentlessly collided with each other. Naruto relinquished the tailed beast willingly. Jiang Tian activated his Sharingan. The natural energy surged within sage mode as he brought the katana close to Naruto, repeatedly slashing. Clang, clang, clang. Naruto, enveloped in the Nine Tails Crimson Chakra, countered Jiang Tian's strikes with a flurry of punches. Senjutsu, Great Serpent Tide. After repelling the Toad Sage with a sweep of his tail, the White Serpent Sage unleashed his sage technique, the Great Serpent Tide. The surrounding ninjas gasped as they beheld the dense forest. A thunderous roar erupted, and colossal trees toppled one after another. Within moments, an uncountable number of serpents surged forth like a tidal wave. The suddenly appearing serpents varied in color and size, yet their sheer numbers were enough to send shivers down one's spine. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of serpents, prompting the ninjas to leap to the treetops and rooftops. Wherever the serpents passed, not a blade of grass remained. Nothing was left in their wake as they converged upon the Toad Sage, intent on devouring the clone. The Toad Sage regarded the countless serpents with an unchanging expression, remaining calm. He raised his palm and struck the ground fiercely, invoking Senjutsu, Toad Vortex. From his palm erupted a massive vortex composed of toads. This vortex possessed an immense suction, drawing in the oncoming serpents. Once the final serpent was consumed, the toad vortex dissipated. The two sages simultaneously unleashed their sage techniques, neither gaining the upper hand. Their techniques, while seemingly less than awe-inspiring, wielded unimaginable destructive power. A tremendous pit formed around the two, erasing the surrounding trees and structures from existence. Colorful smoke emanated from the ground, a remnant of the serpent's venom. With a resounding thud, Jiang Tian kicked Naruto away. Observing this, the White Serpent Sage smiled and quipped at the Toad Sage, Old Toad, it appears I have triumphed. In terms of public perception, I am clearly superior. Laughter echoed around them, and even Obito wore a smile, realizing that having such a companion was indeed a wise choice. For the first time since his entrance, The Toad Sage furrowed his brow, understanding that time was of the essence. He needed to devise a means to neutralize Jiang Tian and the White Serpent Sage, otherwise the ninja coalition would surely face defeat. His gaze fixed upon Jiang Tian. He thought, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. If I can deal with that human boy, victory shall be mine. Chapter 65. Illusion. The great Toad Sage made a resolute decision as the natural energy within him surged. Fully mobilized. Be cautious of what's behind you, the White Serpent Sage exclaimed. Jiang Tian spun around abruptly, but was slightly late. A colossal toad hand descended towards him, and the White Serpent Sage rushed forward frantically. According to the scrolls left behind in the Dragon Cave, Jiang Tian was the man destined to lead the Dragon Cave to prosperity. He could not be allowed to encounter any misfortune. The White Serpent Sage unleashed all his strength in an attack against the Great Toad Sage. Witnessing the White Serpent Sage's swift reaction, the Great Toad Sage was compelled to alter his strategy, transforming his lethal strike into a sealing technique. Immortal Technique. 5 Elements Sealing. A radiant circle suddenly appeared behind the Great Toad Sage, blindingly bright. The circle bore 5 colors, corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Jiang Tian attempted to evade this circle, but it proved futile. The circle seemed to possess a consciousness, locking onto Jiang Tian with astonishing speed and closing in on him in the blink of an eye. Damn it, how can I not escape? Jiang Tian frowned. Turning to find the circle had already appeared behind him, crashing directly into him. Jiang Tian. Obito swiftly activated his Kamui space, appearing beside him. Jiang Tian assessed his body, seemingly unharmed by the attack. What was happening? After the Great Toad Sage's powerful strike, the energy of his clone dissipated entirely. The ninjas from the 5 great villages gazed at Jiang Tian in bewilderment. After enduring an immortal's attack, he seemed completely unscathed. Had this fellow truly attained such strength, able to withstand an immortal's blow without a scratch? Obito shared the same confusion. Had Jiang Tian genuinely reached such a level? Now, it was finally possible to capture the Nine Tails. Jiang Tian smiled at the unconscious Naruto, although he himself was uncertain why he remained unharmed, with the Great Toad Sage gone. No one could prevent him from seizing the tailed beast. He leaped lightly from the tree, intending to extract the Nine Tails from Naruto. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Jiang Tian plummeted to the ground. This, the notorious demon of the ninja world, Jiang Tian, actually fell from the tree. This scene left everyone in shock. Even Obito stood frozen in disbelief. Jiang Tian had fallen. It was as astonishing as hearing that the 3-Tomo Sharingan had defeated the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Jiang Tian rose from the ground, brow furrowed. He realized he could not even activate his Sharingan. Only a meager amount of chakra stirred within him. So scant it was almost negligible, enough to be depleted by a single jutsu. Had the 5 elements sealing technique sealed his chakra? At that moment, Jiang Tian comprehended that the Great Toad Sage's final strike had indeed inflicted damage, but rather than physical harm, it had sealed him, preventing the flow of his chakra and rendering him unable to fight. Jiang Tian must have had his chakra sealed. Jiraiya explained to the ninjas of the 5 great villages. He possessed knowledge of the 5 elements sealing technique. Although it differed vastly from the Great Toad Sages, the fundamental principles of the technique remained unchanged. His sudden fall from the tree indicated that the Great Toad Sage had sealed his chakra just before departing, resulting in his loss of power. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the ninjas of the 5 great villages felt emboldened. They had previously dared not even glance at Jiang Tian during his peak. What were they waiting for now? They could eliminate that terrifying individual. Yes, if they killed him, peace would return to the ninja world. Once his power was sealed, these characters emerged like clowns. Obito was the first to react, approaching Jiang Tian and activating his Kamui space to extract him. The surrounding space began to distort, and then their figures vanished. In the forest, Jiang Tian struck a large tree with a fierce punch. Damn it, I was so close to capturing the Nine Tails. Beneath his mask, Obito maintained a calm demeanor. It's not a big deal. First, we must find a way to unseal the chakra within you. Once the seal is lifted, our chances of success will be assured. As for the time spent unsealing, the army of White Zetsu would be deployed to commence war. Obito analyzed the situation. Glancing at the agitated Jiang Tian, can you still utilize Impure World reincarnation? Jiang Tian remained silent for a moment, feeling the pitifully sparse chakra within him. He could use it, but each summoning would deplete what little chakra he had left, requiring a significant recovery period. That's fine, as long as you can use it. Someone can lead the White Zetsu army into action. The ability to use impure world reincarnation was good news. Obito had assumed Jiang Tian could do nothing now. We should head to the Dragon Cave and consult the White Serpent Sage about how to lift the seal. After Jiang Tian spoke, Obito activated his Kamui space, directing them toward the Dragon Cave. The two traversed through the shrine outside the Dragon Cave, proceeding forward until they arrived within. How infuriating. I was so close to capturing the Nine Tails. Jiang Tian lamented as his first words echoed within the cave. If this mission had succeeded, he would have been able to reunite with Ling sooner. His inner turmoil stemmed from the thought of Ling. The failure to capture the Nine Tails would only delay her resurrection. White Serpent Sage, how can the seal be lifted? Facing Jiang Tian's inquiry, the White Serpent Sage scrutinized his body carefully. The Great Toad Sage's 5 elements sealing cannot be undone without waiting for the seal to be lifted by the one who cast it. Wait. I cannot afford to wait even a moment longer. Is there no other way? Jiang Tian frowned. The Moon Eye plan was on the verge of success, and he could not tolerate any delays. I can use treasures within the Dragon Cave to assist you in breaking the seal earlier. But this will only accelerate the time required for the seal to be lifted. It cannot directly dispel it. How long will it take? A month. The White Serpent Sage replied. Even with the treasures, the seal could not be directly broken. The sealing technique of my Bokuzen was superior to that of the Dragon Cave. But in terms of combat strength and destructive power, the Dragon Cave remained the foremost among the 3 great sanctuaries. During this time, let the White Zetsu army coordinate with your impure world reincarnation actions. Jiang Tian nodded. It was the only course of action available. He clasped his hands together and used the last remnants of his chakra to summon 2 coffins, those of Sasori and Deidara. As they emerged from the coffins, Jiang Tian felt an overwhelming wave of weakness wash over him. The impure world reincarnation had utterly drained his remaining chakra, leaving him in an extremely feeble state. You two will lead the White Zetsu in action, primarily to gather information on the tailed beasts. After controlling Sasori and Deidara to depart, Jiang Tian felt his vision darkening. A dizzying sensation overwhelming his mind. He nearly fainted. Chapter 66. The Enigma of My Boku Mountain. After Jiang Tian and Obito's retreat, Konoha was once again reduced to ashes. It seemed that no matter the circumstances, it was always the village of Konoha that suffered destruction. This reality stirred a sense of indignation among many Konoha ninjas. Why? Despite the existence of 5 great ninja villages, did Jiang Tian and the masked man persistently target Konoha? While Jiang Tian was a traitor from the village, his animosity rooted in the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan. What could be said of the masked man? The recent battle had unveiled the terrifying prowess of Jiang Tian and Obito, dispelling any notions that these two could not instigate the 4th great ninja war. In the hearts of all, it was clear they were capable of such a feat. Everyone, as you have witnessed, Jiang Tian has grown more formidable. He has successfully mastered the Sage mode from the Dragon Cave and can summon the White Snake Sage's avatar. If we do not take action soon, the extinction of the ninja world is imminent. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat in her chair, bearing the marks of battle inflicted by Obito. Her brow furrowed as she surveyed the gathered leaders, her expression grave. The situation had spiraled beyond control. The 5 great ninja villages had repeatedly united yet failed to subdue Jiang Tian, a situation unprecedented in history. Only her grandfather and the legendary ancestor of the Uchiha clan had exhibited such remarkable prowess to escape encirclement by all 5 villages. As Tsunade contemplated, her mood darkened. Indeed, decisive measures were necessary. The strength of Jiang Tian and the masked man surpassed all expectations. The Raikage, a man known for his fiery temper, had also changed his demeanor, engaging in serious discussion, signaling the immense pressure he felt. Lord Tsuchikage, what is your perspective on the current predicament? Terumi Mei turned to the eldest of the 5 Kage, Inoki, eager for his insights and a viable plan. Inoki's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. Gazing at the current Jiang Tian, he was reminded of the 5 Kage summit long ago, organized by the first Hokage, a pivotal moment of negotiation among the 5 great villages. As the Tsuchikage's bodyguard, he had encountered the man who would haunt him for a lifetime, the first Hokage as protector, Uchiha Madara. The mere gaze of Madara's crimson Sharingan had instilled fear in his youthful heart, rendering him paralyzed with terror. Today Jiang Tian bore an uncanny resemblance to Uchiha Madara, with his scarlet eyes and overwhelming strength, evoking a deep-seated dread. Yet, no figure akin to the first Hokage could be found among the current 5 villages. Uchiha Madara had faced the first Hokage's judgment. Jiang Tian, however, faced no such equal. The outcome of the battle had revealed it. Jiang Tian was indeed stronger, perhaps even surpassing Madara. In the past, the first Hokage could defeat Madara. Who among them could now vanquish Jiang Tian? We have exhausted all options. I implore you all to set aside old grievances and unite the ninjas of the 5 villages for the survival of the ninja world. Inoki's words were laden with resignation. The 5 villages had previously erupted in 3 bloody wars, steeped in enmity. Reconciling such hostilities was no simple task. Yet, they found themselves with no alternatives unless they wished to witness the demise of the ninja world. I am inclined to heed the Tsuchikage's counsel, Tsunade voiced first. Konoha had already become the prime target of Jiang Tian and the masked man. Assistance from other villages would be immensely beneficial. The Sand Village is also willing to mobilize all its ninjas to fight for the survival of the ninja world. I concur. For the first time, the 5 villages set aside personal vendettas and united in a common cause. Very well, let us collaboratively devise a detailed battle plan, and we shall return to our respective villages to inform our ninjas of this decision. The ninja forces from the 5 villages would gather, and the army of 100,000 white Zetsu would soon be on the move. The Moon Eye plan was on the brink of revelation. Kakashi, where are Naruto and the others? After the 4 Kage departed, Tsunade inquired about Naruto's whereabouts. In the coalition's strategic framework, the safety of the 9 Tails and 8 Tails was paramount. Without the tailed beasts, Jiang Tian and the masked man could not realize the Moon Eye plan. Naruto has been taken to Maiboku Mountain by Fukasaku Sage, where the great sage Fukasaku intends to provide him with special training. That is good news. With the great sage Fukasaku's guidance, he should be quite safe. Knowing Naruto was at Maiboku Mountain, Tsunade felt a wave of relief. It was unlikely that Jiang Tian would dare to infiltrate Maiboku Mountain to capture a tailed beast unless he sought his own demise. Within Maiboku Mountain, Naruto awoke from unconsciousness, sitting obediently beside the great sage Fukasaku, absorbing the teachings imparted to him. His confrontation with Jiang Tian had unveiled the extent of his own weaknesses. If he could not even defeat Jiang Tian, how could he claim to protect his village? The world would fall into ruin at the hands of that man, rendering his aspirations of becoming Hokage nothing more than empty words. Little Naruto, the serpent from the dragon cave, has chosen that young man named Jiang Tian. Therefore, I choose you. Maiboku Mountain shall partake in the 4th Great Ninja War. I cannot stand idly by while the ninja world faces annihilation. Maiboku Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wet Bone Forest, the 3 sacred lands had coexisted for countless ages. While they often engaged in subtle rivalries, they had never intervened in the conflicts of the human world. Previously, they would only allow a few juniors to serve as summoning beasts to assist certain ninja factions. However, this time, even the White Serpent had personally entered the fray. Great Sage, what do you mean by choosing me? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with confusion. Though he did not fully grasp the implications of being chosen by the Great Sage, he understood it could not bode ill. I shall teach you the strongest sage mode of Maiboku Mountain and establish a contract with you to participate in the 4th Great Ninja War. The Great Sage Fukasaku declared. Should Jiang Tian emerge victorious in this war, Maiboku Mountain will inevitably fade into oblivion, without ninjas to form contracts. The disappearance of Maiboku Mountain is merely a matter of time. Establish a contract with me? Naruto gasped in disbelief. The idea of making the great sage Fukasaku his summoning beast was utterly absurd. How could I possibly sign a contract with you? That is impossible. The great sage shook his head. Little Naruto, this is not a matter of respecting seniority or face. I must shoulder the responsibilities of a leader for my kin and ensure the continuation of Maiboku Mountain. Therefore, prepare yourself for rigorous training. Mastering the strongest legacy of Maiboku Mountain to confront Jiang Tian. Rigorous training to battle Jiang Tian. These words resonated with a special power, igniting a fierce determination within Naruto's eyes. He wished to protect his village, safeguard his comrades, and become Hokage. Thus, he must confront Jiang Tian and surpass him. I will heed the great sage's guidance and train diligently. Chapter 67. The Ninja Alliance within the depths of the Dragon's Cave. Jiang Tian awaited the lifting of the seal, dedicating each day to studying the 2 additional scrolls of sage techniques bestowed upon him by the White Snake Sage, enhancing his prowess. While Obito took on the role of directing the battlefield. Afe, I never anticipated how deeply you concealed your true self. It is just the 2 of us who have ignited this war, Deidara teased Obito with a chuckle. Once, during the demise of Scorpion, he and Afe had partnered for a time, capturing the 3 tails together. In stark contrast to Deidara's lively demeanor, Scorpion remained expressionless, fiddling with his puppets. You 2 shall lead the White Zetsu army to gather intelligence, serving as the vanguard for the 4th war. Remember, Your primary objective is to investigate the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails and Nine Tails. If you encounter an adversary beyond your capabilities, retreat immediately. Obito clearly conveyed the battle plan to the duo, having conferred with Jiang Tian. During this month of waiting for the seal's release, the progress of the Moon Eye plan could afford to slow down slightly, as long as it did not come to a complete halt. Although Scorpion and Deidara were formidable, they needed to exercise caution against the Ninja Alliance. Clearly, we are invincible in battle. There is no need to throw ourselves away one by one. Retreat? Do you think Scorpion and I need to retreat? Let us not forget, we now possess immortality, Deidara boasted. Having discovered that after utilizing his self-detonation technique during their last skirmish, he emerged unscathed, his body regenerating perfectly. This revelation inflated his ego, leading him to view everyone as weaklings, even Jiang Tian and Obito. Scorpion, do you agree with my assessment? Are we not invincible as a team? Scorpion shot him a glance, remaining silent, sensing that Deidara had lost his grip on reality. No, it seems his intelligence has always been somewhat questionable. Deidara, sensing Scorpion's thoughts, began to protest. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Do you not recall we are the artistic duo? We are a team. You cannot regard me with such disdain. Scorpion replied coolly, I am an artist who manipulates puppets, not someone who self-destructs. You. Deidara was at a loss for words. Enough of your bickering. We must set forth to execute our mission. Remember my words. Prioritize gathering intelligence on the tailed beasts. Obito observed the two troublesome youths with the exasperation of a weary father. The summoning of these two rascals by Jiang Tian certainly left him feeling uneasy. He ought to have summoned the likes of Nagato and Itachi instead. The greatest troublesome youth is, after all, himself and Jiang Tian. Sigh, but if I do not voice it, and Jiang Tian remains silent, then we shall not be seen as troublesome youths. Outside the base, a tide of 100,000 white Zetsu surged forth, with Scorpion and Deidara deciding to venture towards the hidden cloud village to gather intelligence. Jiang Tian had mentioned that the two Jinchuriki might be concealed within, though their exact whereabouts remained unknown. Deidara summoned a bird and perched himself atop it alongside Scorpion. Scorpion, should I self-detonate upon encountering the enemy, or should I self-detonate directly? He asked with a grin. Art is an explosion. Art is the elevation of a moment. Scorpion, still expressionless, softly countered, no, art is eternal. Eternal art is the most beautiful. No. The moment of explosion is the most beautiful. I assert it is eternal. As Obito observed the bird take flight, he could only shake his head, rubbing his temples in frustration. Indeed, they were two troublesome youths. At the intersection of the 5 great ninja villages, ninjas from all corners gathered. The crowd coalesced, and a sea of diverse attires was visible. Unlike previous assemblies, this time all ninjas had replaced their village symbols with newly crafted headbands bearing the character for ninja. In this moment, they were no longer defined by their villages. They stood united as members of the Ninja Alliance. As the ranks arranged themselves, the leaders of the 5 villages emerged simultaneously. Look, it is the esteemed leaders. With their guidance, we shall surely triumph in this war. Indeed, victory is within our grasp. The arrival of the 5 Kage instantly elevated the atmosphere to a fervent crescendo. Everyone, I believe I need not elaborate on why we have gathered today. It is clear to all. We unite for the survival of the ninja world. To safeguard the world we depend upon from destruction, and for the glory of ninjas, we must triumph in this war. Defeating the rogue ninja Jiang Tian and the masked man, thereby halting the Moon Eye plan, is the sole path to victory. The venerable Tsuchikage, representing the 5 Kage, spoke to uplift morale. His words ignited a fervor among the crowd. Defeat Jiang Tian and secure victory. Eliminate the masked man and thwart the Moon Eye plan. Fight! 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 The ninjas erupted in a frenzy of cheers, invigorated with newfound zeal. Now, I shall announce the commanders of each division. The Tsuchikage produced a list from within his robes and began to read aloud. The supreme commander of the Ninja Alliance shall be the former Raikage, of the Hidden Cloud Village. This decision was reached collectively by the 5 Kage, with the commander serving as a symbol of the alliance. The Tsuchikage, being aged, and the Wind Kage, Gaara, being too youthful, left the remaining 2 Kage lacking in combat prowess. Thus, the formidable Raikage is most suited for this role. The chief strategist of the Ninja Alliance shall be the former Hokage, Tsunade. The commander of the Ninja Alliance shall be the former Wind Kage, Gaara, tasked with leading all ninja forces. The captain of the Daimyo's guard shall be the former Mizukage, Terumi-me. As the Tsuchikage concluded the list, murmurs began to ripple through the ranks of the alliance. Is the Wind Kage truly capable of leading us to victory in this war? questioned a ninja from the Iwagakure. Indeed, why entrust the leadership to the youngest Wind Kage? Could not the Tsuchikage take on this responsibility? How dare you question the Wind Kage's capability? Retorted a ninja from the Sunagakure. The newly formed alliance was a mix of diverse ninjas from all 5 villages. While the upper echelons of the 5 Kage could set aside their grievances to unite, the lower-ranked ninjas were less forgiving, finding it difficult to cooperate with those who had once harmed their friends and families. How dare you speak ill of the Wind Kage? With a resounding thud, the Iwagakure ninja who had disparaged the Wind Kage was promptly struck in the face. What are you doing? Why resort to violence? As the comrades of the beaten Iwagakure ninja rushed to his aid, the situation escalated, morphing into chaos akin to a butterfly effect. As more and more individuals engaged in the brawl, plunging the assembly into disarray. Chapter 68. All set. The sudden onset of battle left everyone in a state of bewilderment. The anticipated alliance was marred by unforeseen circumstances at the very moment the announcement was made. Everyone, please cease hostilities. Stop fighting, Gaara implored, his brow furrowed in concern. Yet his words fell on deaf ears, as if the assembled crowd was oblivious to the entreaties of this young leader. Damn it, I told you to shut your mouth. You wretched fool, how can you speak of Lord Kazekage in such a manner? Frustration bubbled within him, as he voiced a truth too often overlooked. It is simply too early for someone as young as the Kazekage to assume the role of commander of the Ninja Alliance. Amidst the chaos and clamor of the allied forces, Raikage's expression darkened upon witnessing Gaara's futile attempts at pacification. Electricity crackled around him as he slammed his foot down and bellowed, "You bunch of idiots, be quiet this instant." At that, the ninjas from the various villages halted their actions. While they dared to disregard Gaara, the words of the powerful and temperamental Raikage commanded their attention. For to ignore him would risk bodily harm. Ladies and gentlemen, I recognize my relative inexperience and the doubts surrounding my qualifications for the role of commander, Gaara continued. Yet I am determined to contribute everything I can for the sake of peace in the ninja world. My friend Naruto Uzumaki has instilled in me the belief that no matter the odds, surrender is never an option. If the situation appears dire, it is all the more reason to give it our utmost effort. Thus, I aim to lead us to victory in this war, even if it costs me my life. His declaration hung in the air, transforming the tumult into a profound silence. After a moment, the spirits of the ninjas ignited, and they fervently chanted the name of their youthful commander, Gaara, Gaara. On the sidelines, Inoki, the Earth Shadow, revealed a satisfied smile. Indeed, the choice of a young leader bore the vitality necessary for such a momentous task. It was he who had advocated for Gaara's selection as the commander of the alliance. Now, everyone, I shall continue with the announcements regarding the appointments within the alliance headquarters, Inoki stated, gesturing for quiet as he resumed reading from the list. The first unit. The mid-range joint force primarily comprises ninjas skilled in stealth weapons and tools. The unit leader will be Darui. As soon as the name left his lips, the ninjas from the Cloud Village erupted in cheers. Lord Darui. It is Lord Darui. The second unit, the close combat joint force, shall engage in frontline battles. The unit leader is Lus. Each name Inoki announced elicited exuberant applause from the assembled ninjas. The third unit, the combat mid-range joint force, responsible for prolonged engagements, will be led by Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi's role in sustained combat raised a brow of suspicion. It seemed Inoki might have intended a subtle jab, though no evidence existed to support such a notion. Go, Lord Kakashi. Next, the fourth unit, the long-range combat joint force, tasked with supporting both the frontline and rear contingents, will be commanded by Shikamaru Nara. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the assembly as the name of Shikamaru was announced. Kakashi, as the leader of the third unit, held a reputation that was well known. The copy ninja, son of the White Fang of Konoha, an elite shinobi with the Sharingan, was a fitting choice for leadership. However, Shikamaru was an unfamiliar name to many, raising questions about his sudden elevation to command. Why is someone so young being appointed as a leader? What credentials does he possess? As the crowd regarded the young man with a ponytail standing before them, skepticism colored their gazes. A unit leader must be meticulously chosen. Entrusting an entire contingent to someone unproven could spell disaster in the face of poor decision-making. Inoki noticed the murmurs and raised his voice to clarify. It was Shikamaru who proposed the strategy to eliminate the two key adversaries when the masked man was weakened. He serves as the strategist of our alliance. His oversight will ensure swift and astute decisions throughout the battlefield. The revelation that this young man was the architect of such a formidable plan quelled the doubts surrounding his leadership. Every ninja was aware of the significance of the strategy, which had nearly vanquished the masked man and brought a premature end to the conflict. Having such a capable figure in command was indeed reassuring. The 5th unit. The Special Combat Unit, composed of samurai and those with unique combat skills, will be led by Mifune of the Land of Iron. Mifune's inclusion was met with respect, as the 5 Kages honored his position. After announcing various intelligence, medical, and specialized units, the Ninja Alliance was thoroughly prepared for the 4th Great Ninja War. At the Alliance headquarters, the 5 Kages, along with several advisors and intelligence personnel, convened to establish the Supreme Command for Operations. Report. Intelligence has located the whereabouts of former Akatsuki members Deidara and Sasori, a messenger relayed. The Alliance had been closely monitoring the movements of Obito and Kakashi, and now they had received a lead. Tsunade, serving as the chief strategist, quickly inquired, "Are we certain that it is only those two? Where are they headed? And do we know their intentions?" Yamanaka Inoichi, the intelligence captain, promptly responded, "Currently, we have evidence of only the 2 of them, based on our reconnaissance. They're en route to the Cloud Village." The Cloud Village. Alarm coursed through the 5 Kages, while others may have been unaware. They understood that the 8 Tails and 9 Tails were hidden in proximity to that location. Could it be that Obito has uncovered some intelligence? Tsunade's brow furrowed in disbelief. Could it be possible that he had discovered the Alliance's deepest secrets? Yet, the trajectory of Deidara and Sasori's movements suggested that he may indeed know something. "Shall we dispatch a unit to intercept them?" Reikage queried, though he was less concerned with command than with the thrill of battle. "What are your thoughts, Narashikaku?" Narashikaku, being of high intellect like his son Shikamaru, had long served as a strategist for Konoha and now stood as a member of the Alliance's advisory council. "Lord Hokage, I recommend sending a special combat unit tailored to counter their abilities. This way, regardless of Obito's true intentions, we can respond swiftly, and our main forces can be mobilized at a moment's notice." Tsunade nodded in agreement, appreciating the soundness of the proposal. "Which unit do you suggest we deploy?" "Let us dispatch the surprise attack unit led by Kankuro, while the 4th unit stands ready to provide support as needed." Agreed. That arrangement poses no issues. Tsunade affirmed before instructing the intelligence division to relay the orders from the command center. Chapter 69. Kankuro vs. Sasori. The various divisions of the ninja allied forces were stationed within designated areas, following the directives communicated by the intelligence department. Captain Kankuro received orders from the Supreme Command to intercept the former Akatsuki members, Sasori and Deidara, at the hidden Cloud Village, and to ascertain their intentions for being there. Without a moment's hesitation, Kankuro commanded his team to mobilize. Among the notable members of Kankuro's squad were Sai and Omoi. "Sai, notify everyone. We are heading to the hidden Cloud Village to execute our mission," Kankuro instructed. Sai produced a scroll and deftly sketched a large bird, which would carry him aloft to relay the message to his comrades. On the outskirts of the hidden Cloud Village, Sasori and Deidara descended from a bird made of explosive clay. "Sasori, do you think it was worth it for Jiang Tian and Fei to ignite the 4th Great Ninja War over 2 women?" Deidara inquired, still reeling from the revelation of the Moon Eye plan, which aimed to resurrect 2 women. He was utterly bewildered as to why one would go to such lengths, even to oppose the entire world. In his view, nothing was worth such fervor other than the art of explosions, which could drive one to madness. Sasori maintained his stoic demeanor, seemingly incapable of smiling. He suddenly turned to Deidara and asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" "I have the art of explosions. What do I need a girlfriend for?" Deidara replied dismissively. "Oh, so you still don't have a girlfriend?" Sasori retorted, unrelenting in his jabs at Deidara, who had recently become overly boastful, referring to himself as Little Scorpion. "Calm down, Deidara. You must remain composed. You can't let Sasori's words rattle you like this," he advised himself. "Hey, how dare you say that? Do you have a girlfriend?" Deidara finally realized their shared obsession with art, both being fervent youths in pursuit of their craft. The notion that Sasori might have a girlfriend seemed ludicrous to him. It was a rather pricking question. Yet Sasori calmly shook his head. "I do not have one. I only possess puppets." His tone was so indifferent that Deidara questioned whether he had misheard. "You don't have a girlfriend, yet you laugh at me?" Deidara fumed, feeling aggrieved that his elder mocked him despite their shared plight. "I am aware that I lack a girlfriend, which is precisely why I do not ask so many questions as you do. You wonder why Jiang Tian and Fei instigated the 4th Great Ninja War over women. How could you possibly understand such matters when you have no girlfriend yourself?" Sasori quipped. unable to suppress his irritation at Deidara's incessant prattle. As they journeyed, Deidara rambled on about his newfound immortality, pondering whether to explode immediately upon encountering an enemy or to wait for a moment. The very idea of two men without girlfriends discussing women seemed absurd to Sasori. Deidara fell silent for a moment, then his eyes lit up as if he had grasped something profoundly significant. I understand now. I finally comprehend why they could incite the fourth great ninja war. It is because they have girlfriends. If I had one, wouldn't my art transcend to new heights? Sasori was at a loss for words, wondering how he could endure such a loquacious partner even in death. Little Scorpion, we have a situation, Deidara exclaimed as the explosive clay bird circled above, scouting for nearby threats. He reported the presence of Kankuro and his team, while the ambush squad simultaneously sensed the two's chakra signatures. Kankuro, the enemy, is just ahead, Sai declared, having spotted Deidara and Sasori through his super beast imitation technique. Everyone, stay alert, the enemy is right before us. It is the former Akatsuki members, Deidara and Sasori, both of formidable strength, Kankuro warned, recalling his previous encounter with Sasori, where he had been utterly outmatched. Even in his area of expertise, puppetry, he had been overwhelmed. However, the circumstances had changed. He felt the solid form of his puppet, crafted from Sasori's own remains, tightly bound to his back. This time, I will surpass you, Sasori, Kankuro declared, his eyes ablaze with determination. Incoming. Watch out, Sasori, Deidara shouted, swiftly turning to warn his companion. Sasori, ever alert, sensed the impending threat even before Deidara's warning. He retreated, deftly maneuvering a puppet to block the incoming attack. As the smoke from the assault cleared, both Deidara and Sasori were taken aback. Is that Sasori? Deidara stared at the puppet that had just attacked him, which bore Sasori's likeness. It is a puppet made from my corpse. No need for alarm, Sasori explained, remaining calm in contrast to Deidara's shock. This was the eternal art he pursued, immortal and independent of a heart. How exquisite. Kankuro, I did not expect you to be so impetuous upon our reunion. This is unbecoming of a puppeteer. A puppeteer must maintain utmost composure to ensure flawless execution of their art, Sasori admonished. While he spoke the truth, requiring a puppeteer to have sufficient calmness, not everyone could emulate his demeanor. Having undergone body modifications in life, he was, in essence, no longer human and thus devoid of the emotional turbulence that plagued others. Kankuro, his fingers deftly manipulating unseen chakra threads connected to the puppet Sasori, observed the expression of the resurrected Sasori with grave intensity. This time, I wish to have a proper duel with you, Sasori. With a flourish of his fingers, Kankuro summoned two additional puppets, Sasori's parents, which had been entrusted to him before Sasori's demise. Within the Dragon Cave, the resurrected Jiang Tian was apprised of the unfolding events. Has the ninja allied forces reacted so swiftly? It seems my presence has not triggered any butterfly effects regarding Naruto and Killer Bee in the Hidden Cloud Village. This was the true purpose of sending the two to the Hidden Cloud Village, to gauge the response of the ninja allied forces and to ensure that his arrival did not compel Naruto and Killer Bee to retreat elsewhere. After all, as a time traveler, he had already set the world on a divergent course, straying from the original narrative. A smile crept across Sasori's face. The notion of battling oneself may seem peculiar, but as a puppeteer, he relished such challenges. With a deliberate motion, Sasori retrieved a scroll from within his robes, unfurling it with a swift flourish. Secret Technique, 100 Machine Manipulation. Chapter 70. Eternal Love. The Red Secret Technique, the 100 Machine Manipulation, serves as Scorpion's unique expertise. Renowned not only in the original anime but also as an epitome of puppetry mastery, Scorpion shed his outer garment, exposing his chest, where his heart once resided. In its place was an aperture housing an energy substance known as the rebirth core. This is the fundamental reason behind Scorpion's audacity to alter his own body. It is a well-known fact that a human cannot survive without a heart. Yet, the rebirth core flawlessly resolves this dilemma, providing an inexhaustible source of energy, allowing Scorpion to live on despite the absence of a heart. As the 100 Machine Manipulation commenced, countless nearly imperceptible chakra threads surged forth from the rebirth core, weaving connections to numerous puppets. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of puppets spiraled through the sky, each equipped with an array of weapons, shuriken, scythes, long swords, everything imaginable, some even possessing specially crafted ninja scrolls. Kanjuro and his companions were left astounded, their understanding far surpassed by the spectacle before them. Except for Kanjuro, who had faced Scorpion before, the others were drenched in sweat. How absurd. To think that someone could manipulate over 100 puppets simultaneously. Stay calm. Kanjiro furrowed his brows, feeling an invisible pressure as a puppeteer confronting Scorpion. This is the very reason Scorpion is hailed as a genius puppeteer. He has shattered the conventional perceptions surrounding ordinary puppeteers. Truly formidable puppeteers can command an entire legion. Little Scorpion, I must admit, every time I witness your 100 machine manipulation, I am left in awe. It is indeed a remarkable art. However, it pales in comparison to my self-detonation. Deara had seldom acknowledged anyone, except for Itachi Uchiha, who had recruited him into the organization. And now this partner, who had pushed eternal art to its zenith. Scorpion's expression remained icy as he replied, "Indeed. It is somewhat lacking when compared to your form of self-destructive art. Little Scorpion, do you even comprehend the concept of politeness?" The word politeness escaping Deidara's lips seemed rather inappropriate, given that he was the least courteous among them. Scorpion disregarded Deidara's incessant chatter, commanding his puppets to charge towards Kanjiro's team. Red secret technique, Fireball. Kanjiro deftly maneuvered his puppet to counter Scorpion's assault. The puppet fashioned from Scorpion's own corpse unleashed flames from its arms, directing them at the puppets orchestrated by Scorpion. A surreal scene unfolded, as Kanjiro was effectively battling his own creation. The reanimated Scorpion observed his body with a blank expression, his fingers moving at an increasing speed, summoning a swarm of puppets to swarm towards Kanjiro's team. Ninja art, super beast imitation. Sai unfurled a scroll, his brush dancing as a variety of ferocious beasts erupted from the parchment, tearing at the puppets controlled by Scorpion. Do you require my assistance, little Scorpion? Deidara, feeling displeased at his partner being besieged, reacted instantly, irritated at being rendered invisible amidst the chaos, watching a collective assault against a single individual. No need. A duel among puppeteers should remain within the bounds of puppetry. In Scorpion's mind, confrontations between puppeteers ought to be resolved through their own means. This aspect had frequently drawn criticism from fans of the original work, as it depicted an organization that was virtually invincible but insisted on executing missions individually, thus allowing others to eliminate them one by one. Scorpion remained overwhelmingly powerful. Despite Kanjiro's enhanced abilities, he found himself grappling with the brilliance of this prodigious ninja. This is the allure of the Akatsuki Scorpion. While other puppeteers might command a handful of puppets, he carried an entire legion. As Scorpion's onslaught intensified, beads of sweat cascaded down Kanjiro's forehead, prompting him to deploy his second puppet. The black secret technique, double strike. The puppet Black Ant emerged, a construct with numerous arms. It scuttled rapidly towards Scorpion, its belly mechanism activating to ensnare him within its body. From the belly of the Black Ant, countless ninja tools erupted, aiming to rend Scorpion's form asunder. However, the reanimated Scorpion possessed an immortal form. Even though captured, Scorpion's 100 machine manipulation continued unabated. 3 puppets dove from the sky, brandishing their weapons to obliterate the Black Ant. With a resounding crash, the Black Ant shattered, revealing Scorpion's mutilated body standing within. Kanjiro, you were never able to defeat me back then. Now, with my immortal form, you stand no chance against me. Thus, you may choose between death or fleeing this place. Scorpion contemplated sparing Kanjiro, a decision that evidently contradicted Jiang Tian's orders. Little Scorpion, have you lost your mind? Taking it upon yourself to let these individuals go will surely incite Jiang Tian's wrath, and he will undoubtedly revoke your reanimation. Deidara expressed his urgency, wishing to remain alongside Scorpion, unable to bear witnessing his disappearance. We only agreed to assist him in capturing the tailed beasts. We never consented to eliminate anyone. Scorpion's demeanor remained composed. Everything unfolding here had already been relayed to Jiang Tian. In the Dragon Cave, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, reflecting on the drawbacks of the reanimation technique, which retained the memories of the deceased, making it easy for former acquaintances to invoke emotional ties and manipulate their sentiments. This was precisely why Jiang Tian was determined to resurrect Orochimaru. Only he could refine the reanimation technique, thus exerting stronger control over these reanimated beings in battle. Currently, Jiang Tian's strength was sealed, and he refrained from excessively interfering with Scorpion's decision. After all, allowing Kanjiro to escape was not of paramount importance, as long as it did not hinder their quest for information on the tailed beasts. Scorpion, it has been quite some time since you last saw your parents, hasn't he? Kanjiro orchestrated 2 more puppets to emerge, Scorpion's father and mother, both crafted by Scorpion in his lifetime. Upon learning of his parents' demise on the battlefield in his youth, Scorpion had conceived this notion. He relentlessly implored his grandmother, Chiyo, a formidable puppeteer, to teach him the art of puppetry. His ultimate goal was to craft his parents' corpses into puppets, allowing them to remain by his side eternally. Upon receiving this revelation, Chiyo was taken aback, shocked that her grandson would resort to such actions. The act of creating puppets from corpses was a profound disrespect to the deceased. Yet she could scarcely fathom that her grandson would go so far as to modify his own body into a puppet. When she discovered this, Scorpion merely declared it to be eternal art. As the two puppets materialized before him, Scorpion felt a stirring within. What he had sought in his pursuit of eternity was not merely art, but rather the everlasting love of his parents. Chapter 71. The heavyweights. Everyone requires companionship, particularly the members of the Akatsuki, who are often deprived of love, with the exception of the fortunate and naive Deidara. Scorpion, what troubles you? Why the sudden hesitation? Deidara observed Scorpion, who appeared lost in thought, his expression one of surprise. He was aware of the two puppets before him, as Scorpion had summoned them in the dead of night more than once, finding solace in their embrace. Once, upon discovering this, he jestingly teased Scorpion about his peculiar fondness for sleeping with puppets, only to be pursued and pummeled by Scorpion for an entire night. It was that night that Deidara learned these two puppets were Scorpion's parents. A child deprived of love, he had lost his parents at a young age. Yet, the Scorpion of the past had not been as hesitant as he was now, even when faced with puppets fashioned from his own parents. Scorpion ignored Deidara, silently gazing at the puppets that represented his parents. For the first time before his demise, he felt the warmth of his grandmother Chiyo's love, the first semblance of affection he had experienced since his parents' passing. This realization subtly transformed the puppet body he had been altered into, awakening him to the enduring love that still existed in the world. It also redefined his understanding of love. It need not be eternal, for the love once experienced can also stir the heart, even if he had long ceased to possess a heart himself. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Scorpion was entranced, Kankuro commanded the puppets of Scorpion's parents to advance upon him. The two puppets encircled Scorpion, tightly restraining him within their grasp. Scorpion, what are you doing? You will truly be subdued, Deidara exclaimed, his impatience evident. Scorpion's sudden change left him disconcerted, particularly as it jeopardized their mission. Do not interfere, Deidara. Scorpion admonished him, urging him not to intervene in the battle. He remained still, his expression impassive, absorbing the embrace of his parents. To an outsider, it appeared as though he was being overwhelmed by the two puppets. Scorpion turned his head, meticulously studying his parents' faces, seemingly intent on committing their likenesses to memory. He extended his hands, caressing the puppets he cherished most. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, he let out a sharp crack as he forcefully shattered the puppet made from his father's remains. He then pivoted and struck the puppet of his mother with equal ferocity. Little Scorpion. The abrupt turn of events left everyone stunned. Deidara could not comprehend why Scorpion would suddenly destroy the two puppets he held dear. After all these years, it seemed time for his parents' remains to find peace. They must be heartbroken to have such a disobedient son, Scorpion murmured to himself. His hands relentless as he obliterated the puppets entirely. Having completed this act, he turned to Kankuro, his gaze resolute, devoid of the tenderness he had shown moments before. I will say this once more, it is not too late to escape. Kankuro's expression darkened as he grappled with the rapid turn of events that had taken him by surprise. He had anticipated that Scorpion would hesitate upon seeing the puppets, but clearly he had overestimated him. Since the moment of his true death, Scorpion had come to terms with the fact that eternal love always endures. This love is not defined by the passage of time, but rather by the unwavering affection his parents had for him from the moment of his birth until their demise. Such love is what constitutes eternity. For the first time, a smile graced Scorpion's face. He was never truly alone, for his parents' love remained steadfast. Damn it, where are they? The reinforcements. Kankuro could not help but glance towards the forest behind him. After Scorpion utilized his 100 puppets technique, he had dispatched someone to contact headquarters for support, aware that their team could not contend with Scorpion and the ever-watchful Deidara. The 4th Division, led directly by Shikamaru, hastened to assist Kankuro. Upon receiving intelligence, he promptly made this decision. With Jiang Tian sealed and the situation still unresolved, the Ninja Coalition had ample manpower. In such times, it was crucial to weaken the enemy's strength as much as possible, prompting Shikamaru to deploy the division's elite forces. Notable members included Temari, Choji, and Tidai, all significant supporting characters from the original narrative. Captain Shikamaru, they are ahead. We can sense their presence. The sensory ninja quickly reported on the situation to Shikamaru. Everyone, Increase your pace. We must seal Deidara and Scorpion and weaken the enemy's forces to the fullest extent possible. Sealing is the only solution to the impure world reincarnation. Understanding the urgency to seal Deidara and Scorpion while Jiang Tian was incapacitated, Shikamaru displayed a quicker response than his father, Narashikaku. Meanwhile, at the coalition headquarters, upon hearing that his son Shikamaru was leading a support mission, Narashikaku furrowed his brow, concerned that this might be reckless. What if it was a trap? Hokage, I request that Jiraiya lead a team of ninjas to assist Kankuro. Tsunade, serving as the chief operations officer, inquired, isn't Shikamaru already providing support? Why is Jiraiya needed? Narashikaku shook his head gravely. Although Jiang Tian is sealed and cannot fight, there remains the masked man. Scorpion and Deidara are merely the undead of the impure world reincarnation. The fact that they must act while Jiang Tian is sealed indicates the significance of their mission. His words jolted everyone into clarity. They realized that with Jiang Tian sealed, the only operatives present were Scorpion and Deidara. They had assumed that the masked man would not appear until Jiang Tian was able to fight. Yet they failed to consider the vital importance of the mission that necessitated the resurrection of the two even in Jiang Tian's absence. If it was indeed a crucial task, how could the masked man not accompany them? Quickly, informed Jiraiya to mobilize for support. One could only conclude that Shikamaru was still no match for his father, Narashikaku. In matters of strategy, in the woods, Obito, concealing himself with the Uchiha fan, lurked in the shadows. The brazen appearances of Scorpion and Deidara were merely a ruse, a stratagem devised after their departure to draw attention. Allowing the two to engage in battle would continuously attract reinforcements until the coalition's heavyweight emerged. At that moment, he planned to intervene, regardless of whether he could extract valuable information regarding the tailed beasts from this heavyweight or simply subdue them as hostages for leverage. Currently, that heavyweight was none other than the soon-to-arrive Jiraiya. Chapter 72. Do not fear, little D, has the reinforcements arrived? Deidara and Sasori simultaneously lifted their gazes towards the trees behind Kankuro, where a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Shikamaru, leading the elite 4th Division, emerged from the woods and approached the group. Kankuro, are you all right? Upon seeing the reinforcements arrive, Kankuro's team members breathed a sigh of relief. Facing the Akatsuki's artistic duo alone had proven to be overwhelmingly daunting. There were no weak members in the Akatsuki, each was formidable to an astonishing degree. Be cautious. These two are not easy to handle. Shikamaru observed the devastation, littered with broken puppet fragments and signs of battle, illustrating the intensity of the confrontation between Kankuro's team and Sasori. Hidden in the shadows, Obito felt a twinge of disappointment. The reinforcements dispatched were merely a group of young ninjas. The Ninja Alliance was being rather presumptuous. With this contingent, they stood little chance against Sasori and Deidara. He retrieved a scroll to contact Jiang Tian, unsealing its contents, his voice resonating in Jiang Tian's ears. Jiang Tian maintained control over Sasori and Deidara in their continued battle. No significant figures from the Alliance have yet arrived. In the depths of the Dragon Cave, upon learning that only a group of youngsters had come to assist, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow involuntarily. Was this so-called Ninja Alliance merely playing house? Had they deemed Sasori and Deidara too benign? With his hands in a prayer position, he instantly sensed the presence of the reanimated Deidara and Sasori. The two struck simultaneously, reigniting the battle. Secret technique, 100 puppet performance. Puppets soared through the air, incessantly charging towards Kankuro and the others. C1, clay spider. Deidara produced a mound of clay in his palm, which suddenly split open, revealing a long tongue that devoured the clay, subsequently spitting out small white spiders. These spiders flew towards the Alliance, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. Ah, that hurts. Be careful not to let those spiders touch you. Shikamaru cautioned his teammates to maintain distance from the white spiders. His expression was grave. The clay spiders were diminutive and difficult to detect with the naked eye, and their swift speed made it challenging for everyone to react quickly. Consequently, casualties began to emerge within the ranks of the Alliance. The more problematic the situation became, the more imperative it was to remain calm and devise a solution. Panic would only exacerbate the circumstances. Shikamaru recalled his father's words, "Stay calm, I must find a way." He observed Sasori and Deidara, gradually formulating a plan. Since the duo was formidable together, they must eliminate one of them with utmost speed, regardless of the cost. This was the sole solution. Kankuro, use your puppets to hold Sasori. The rest of you, coordinate with my actions. Although unaware of Shikamaru's intentions, the others trusted this young strategist from Konoha and complied. Secret technique. Salamander. Kankuro employed the agile salamander puppet, as he was tasked to delay Sasori. The swift salamander was indeed the optimal choice. Sasori's attention was immediately drawn to the salamander, while Shikamaru positioned himself in front of Deidara. Exploding clay, twin snakes. Two white snakes fashioned from clay lunged toward Shikamaru, aiming to attach themselves to his body and obliterate him. Sai, act quickly. Hearing Shikamaru's command, Sai swiftly produced a scroll and with a flourish of his brush, executed the Super Beast imitation technique. A bizarre beast leapt from the scroll, charging directly at the twin snakes. With a resounding explosion, the beast collided with the snakes, causing them to detonate instantaneously. Deidara, witnessing his offensive thwarted, was not upset. Instead, he clapped and praised, "Not bad, being able to stop the twin snakes. It seems not all of your alliance ninjas are mere cannon fodder. However," he added, "but the game ends here." With a swift series of hand seals, he retrieved a handful of clay from his pouch. C3, number 18. With a deafening explosion, the sudden turn of events left everyone in disbelief. Their battles halted as they gazed incredulously at Deidara. His body had erupted. Had he just injured himself with his own technique? What is happening? Why can't I control my body? Deidara's brow furrowed in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. In that fleeting moment, while employing C3, his body had uncontrollably detonated. Oh, you were right. The game is indeed over. Shikamaru, hands in a seal, emotionless, looked at Deidara. A shadow stretched across the ground between them, connecting the two. It was you who caused this. Even Deidara, with his carefree demeanor, realized that Shikamaru was the reason for his injury. The Nara clan's unique secret technique. The shadow imitation technique, while not particularly destructive, could yield surprising results when executed skillfully. Ha ha ha. Even if you have me under control, what of it? I am an Edo Tensei, immortal. You cannot kill me. Deidara's demeanor was arrogant. Ever since being resurrected by Jiang Tian, he relished the thrill of self-detonation, growing increasingly conceited, believing himself to be unparalleled and invincible. Despite Jiang Tian's warnings about the sealing of Edo Tensei, Deidara, having never witnessed such a seal, remained fearless, youthful bravado at its finest. Indeed, I cannot slay you, but today I brought ninjas skilled in sealing techniques specifically for this moment. Everyone attack. As soon as Shikamaru's words fell, several ninjas surged towards Deidara, prepared to seal him. For the first time, a flicker of panic crossed Deidara's face as he saw the approaching figures. Sasori, save me. Hearing his younger companions cry for help, Sasori maneuvered his puppets to intercept Kankuro's salamander, rushing to Deidara's side. Usually taciturn, Sasori now shouted loudly, "Do not fear, little D. Sasori is here." One cannot deny that this phrase carried a hint of personal rivalry. A fleeting thought crossed Deidara's mind. Perhaps you should refrain from saving me. With a swift motion, Kankuro and Sai, despite their injuries, blocked Sasori's path. Their arms were torn by Sasori's puppets, blood gushing forth. "You shall not pass. Though I cannot defeat you, I can certainly delay you." Kankuro, clutching his bleeding arm, forced a smile. As the sealing ninjas closed in, panic truly set in for Deidara, who began to flounder, calling out desperately, "Obito, if you don't come out now, I'm going to be done for." Chapter 73. First. Let me ask if I agree, Afei, masked man? This cry startled the hearts of the allied forces present. The masked man has come too? The appearance of such a figure here is beyond their capacity to handle. Afei, come out quickly, or I will truly be angered. After all, I was your senior when I was alive. Is it appropriate to disregard me like this? This guy is truly infuriating. In the shadows, Obito was troubled by Deidara. Seeing that no new reinforcements were forthcoming, Obito decided he could no longer wait. He would eliminate these pests first. When will you ever be reliable? I've never seen anyone so foolish as to actively reveal their comrade's location. You are the first. From the darkness, Obito emerged, bearing the Uchiha fan and donning a white mask. The masked man has truly arrived. Damn, this is completely different from what I anticipated. Shikamaru's gaze was frantic. If the masked man was here, everyone present would surely perish today. In the face of absolute power, his intelligence was rendered useless, no matter the strategy devised. The outcome would be inevitable annihilation. Obito wielded the Uchiha fan and with a casual sweep, sent Shikamaru flying. The connection he shared with Deidara was instantly severed. Afei, you show such disrespect to your seniors, waiting until now to make a move. I was almost sealed just now. It was perilous, you know. Deidara had just escaped from the shadow imitation technique and immediately approached Obito, chattering incessantly. All right, It seems the plan to capture an important figure has failed. Let us take care of these nuisances. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the allied ninjas changed dramatically. Facing the masked man who had ignited the Fourth Great Ninja War, they might not even be able to muster a feeble resistance. Obito placed the Uchiha fan back on his back. Against these insignificant foes, he wouldn't even need ninjutsu. Taijutsu would suffice. He charged into the fray like a ravenous wolf among sheep, seizing a ninja by the neck, exerting force to snap it, and continued his onslaught. His figure flickered among the crowd, and one by one, the allied forces fell, their bodies collapsing like puddles of mud. All of them had their necks broken. With a ruthless efficiency and speed too swift for the naked eye to perceive, Obito became a harbinger of death, indiscriminately reaping the lives of these ninjas. Run, flee. He is here. This guy is not human at all. A god or a demon, this overwhelming power has long surpassed the realm of ninjas. The sounds of gasps and screams echoed endlessly. Obito was far too powerful, so strong that these people lacked even the courage to resist. Obito appeared beside Shikamaru, his hand reaching toward his neck. As Shikamaru felt the hand drawing closer, he realized he was completely panicked, cold sweat breaking out uncontrollably. He stood frozen, as if awaiting his doom. Is this the oppressive presence of the masked man? In the face of such an existence, even the will to resist had vanished. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the hand was repelled. Obito's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly retreated, creating distance as he regarded the sudden appearance of a figure. A smile breaking through the mask. Finally an important figure has arrived. It seems I haven't waited in vain. Lord Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Konoha. We are saved. We are truly saved. But, can Lord Jiraiya really defeat the masked man? The figure who had intervened was indeed the arriving Jiraiya. Masked man, Jiang Tian has been sealed by the Toad Sage. And I never expected you would dare to appear alone. Originally, Reikage had merely speculated that Obito might show up, which is why the Allied headquarters had only sent Jiraiya. Now confirmed, the news was promptly relayed back to the Allied headquarters by a ninja familiar with soul techniques. At the Allied headquarters, Tsunade abruptly stood up. Everyone, Reikage's guess was correct. The masked man has truly appeared, and we must prepare our response. As the commander of the Allied forces, Reikage detested members of the Akatsuki organization and immediately made a decision. I will go assist Jiraiya and eliminate the masked man. Let us all go. Let us seize this opportunity to take down the masked man. That Tsuchikage voiced his opinion, stating that with Jiang Tian sealed, this was an opportune moment to eliminate the masked man. All 5 Kage should mobilize to ensure the masked man's demise. The 5 Kage set off, rushing toward Obito's location. In the forest, the battlefield between Obito and Jiraiya had already commenced. Entering Sage mode, Jiraiya's strength was formidable. Though it could not be said he would triumph over Obito, he would not necessarily be defeated either. Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan. Kamui. A bizarre fluctuation of space occurred as the Big Ball Rasengan passed through Obito's body. Jiraiya, you are not my opponent. Although it may take some effort to subdue you in my current state, your defeat is assured. The 9 tails and 8 tails have yet to be captured, and as the host of the 10 tails, I am unable to enter Sage of 6 Paths mode. Yet, with the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, defeating you is virtually guaranteed. Hearing Obito's condescending words, Jiraiya maintained a calm demeanor, showing no sign of anger. Perhaps I truly cannot defeat you, but I can at least hold you off for a while. Jiraiya was aware of the 5 Kage's approach. All he needed to do was stall Obito. Sage Art, 5 right gates. Natural energy surged forth, and a torrent of flames rushed forward. Fire style, blazing wind dance. Obito, too, drew upon his throat to unleash fire style. The 2 fierce flames clashed in the air, continuously dissipating. Those ninjas skilled in fire techniques watching this scene felt a sense of shame. This was the true fire style compared to it. Their own seemed akin to a child's play, mere folly. As the 2 flames extinguished, sweat began to bead on Jiraiya's forehead. Is he still too strong? The masked man. He glanced back. If he could just hold on until they arrived, it should be sufficient. As the 5 Kage journeyed forth, they continuously received updates from the Allied headquarters. Everyone, we have received news that Lord Jiraiya has engaged the masked man. Another message arrived. Lord Jiraiya is using Sage Art, while the masked man is employing fire style. Currently, neither side has gained the upper hand. News continued to flow in, prompting the 5 Kage to hasten their pace, Tsunade growing increasingly anxious. As Hokage, she owed Jiraiya a great deal. It was his unwavering support that allowed her to secure her position, alleviating many of her worries. Please, everyone, move faster. We need to support Jiraiya soon. Understood. The various Kage nodded in agreement, all hastening their speed. Suddenly, a colorful energy sphere exploded before them, the shockwave halting the 5 Kage in their tracks. Everyone, there's no need to rush for support. Let us first discuss the ambush you laid for me last time. A familiar voice echoed in their ears. And the 5 Kage stared in disbelief. How is this possible? Shouldn't he still be sealed? From within the forest emerged a man clad in a red robe, wearing a Shura mask and wielding a katana at his waist. I'm sorry, but this road is closed. If you wish to provide support, you must first ask me if I agree. Chapter 74. The final tale of Jiraiya the Gallant. The man who suddenly appeared was none other than Jiang Tian's ocular technique clone. Although his true self was sealed and unable to utilize Sage Mode, the clone remained unaffected. Since the ambush last time, the clone had not made another appearance, leading the 5 Kage to gradually forget about him. They all believed that Jiang Tian, sealed by the great Sage Toad's techniques, could no longer summon his clone. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this clone was a manifestation of the Manjiki Sharingan, a unique bloodline limit exclusive to Jiang Tian, which made it rather extraordinary. As Jiang Tian appeared unexpectedly, a sense of confusion enveloped everyone. Jiang Tian, weren't you sealed? How could you possibly be here? The 5 Kage found it incomprehensible that one who had been sealed by the great Sage Toad could suddenly materialize before them. According to the information left by the sage, Jiang Tian would require at least a month to rejoin the battle. Ha ha ha, you lot, devoid of any bloodline limit, cannot fathom the might of the Uchiha clan's lineage. The one sealed is Jiang Tian. What concern is that of my clone? The Uchiha clan's lineage. This individual must be Jiang Tian's clone. We were all mistaken. His clone is not a mere ninjutsu, but rather a product of the bloodline limit, the Sharingan. The elder Tsuchikage, being well-versed in such matters, quickly discerned that the Jiang Tian before them was indeed the Manjiki Sharingan clone. We must hasten to Jiraiya's side, otherwise he won't last much longer, Tsunade urged. In this world, the only one who cared for her was Jiraiya. Do not entertain thoughts of aiding him, prioritize your own safety first. Jiang Tian slowly drew his katana. The Manjiki activated, gazing intently at the 5. Although the clone could not use Sage Mode, it possessed all the power aside from that, including the Manjiki. While he could not claim victory over the combined might of the 5 Kage, he could certainly stall them. Susanoo, a towering purple giant erupted from the ground, completely obstructing the path of the 5. In the ongoing battle between Obito and Jiraiya, as time progressed, Jiraiya began to find himself at a disadvantage. Kamui. The Manjiki spun rapidly as Obito reappeared behind Jiraiya, delivering a fierce kick that sent him flying. The Uchiha fan was hurled forth, and the iron chain connected to his arm ensnared Jiraiya once more, dragging him back into the fray. With a resounding thud, a fist struck Jiraiya's chest, causing blood to spill from his mouth. Lord Jiraiya, Shikamaru, and the other Leaf ninjas watched in alarm. If even Lord Jiraiya could not withstand this, they would all perish, becoming mere corpses. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's long white hair bristled, transforming into silver needles aimed at Obito. With a swift motion, the Uchiha fan deflected all the flying needles. Jiraiya, you have lost. It is time to end this tedious battle. Wood release, cutting technique. Countless wooden spikes suddenly emerged, piercing Jiraiya's body and turning him into a hedgehog. Coughing up blood, Jiraiya gritted his teeth to maintain consciousness, pulling the wooden shards from his body. Crimson blood stained his garments, flowing profusely from the wounds. Jiraiya began to stumble, yet he still refused to fall. Masked man, you and Jiang Tian cannot win this war. Obito scoffed. The outcome of war is not decided by mere words. It is determined by strength. Clearly, your power pales in comparison to mine. Prepare to embrace death. In a flash, Obito delivered another kick. Bang! Jiraiya was sent crashing to the ground once more, and as he attempted to rise, he found himself unable to do so. His bloodied hand curled slightly, striving to prop himself up, but it was futile. In his final moments, countless memories flashed through his mind. Little Jiraiya, do not lose heart. Even a genius can compensate through hard work. In the eyes of your teacher, you are not the bottom of the barrel. These words of encouragement from the 3rd Hokage had transformed him from the underdog into one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the great sage of Mount Myaboku. Faces of Tsunade, Orochimaru, and his disciple Minato flickered through his memories, encapsulating his life of failures. The death of his teacher, the betrayal of a friend, the demise of a student. During these pivotal moments, he had not been there to lend a hand. He had never mustered the courage to confess his feelings to the woman he loved, often resorting to humor, never speaking sincerely. Out of fear that Tsunade would reject him earnestly, "Jiraiya, you truly are a useless ninja." With his consciousness fading, a bitter expression settled on Jiraiya's face. His life seemed a profound failure, an absurdity of defeat. However, perhaps even a man such as he held some worth. In his final moments, the image of Naruto emerged in his mind, the child who had always proclaimed his ambition to become Hokage. A metal rod slid from Obito's sleeve as he slowly approached Jiraiya. Shikamaru and the others attempted to intervene but were halted by Sasori and Deidara. With a swift thrust, the iron rod pierced through Jiraiya's chest. A smile graced Jiraiya's face just before his heart ceased to beat. "Then you must be the child of prophecy. It cannot be wrong." The common ninja Jiraiya's tale came to a silent end, perishing at Obito's hands. In comparison to the prominent ninja families of Konoha, he held little status. Yet, he became the disciple of the third Hokage and, upon gaining power, taught the fourth Hokage. Thus, he attained immense prestige within Konoha, with every ninja addressing him as Lord Jiraiya. However, had he not been endowed with such accolades, he would have been merely a commoner in Konoha. His death would have gone unnoticed, forgotten by all. Jiang Tian too was of common origin, had it not been for his formidable strength. Ling's death would have similarly gone unheard. This encapsulates the essence of Konoha, which had long betrayed the founding principles of creating a peaceful and egalitarian sanctuary. With the extinction of the Senju clan and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the so-called equality had long been monopolized by several prominent families. Perhaps this was the true reason behind the Uchiha clan's downfall. Only by eradicating the Uchiha could the founding clans of Konoha ensure their own survival. The remaining families could then seize greater control over Konoha. Even with Tsunade as Hokage, she occasionally found herself beholden to the whims of the prominent families. The village may have been disappointing, but perhaps that child could change everything once he became Hokage. Unexpectedly, the tale of Jiraiya the Gallant concluded in such a manner. Though somewhat abrupt, the ending was not without merit. For the sake of the ninja world, Jiraiya fought valiantly until his last breath. His heart ceased to beat entirely, and he slowly closed his eyes, resting eternally here. The saga of Jiraiya the Gallant reached its final chapter at this very moment. Chapter 75. The lecherous sage Jiraiya has perished, slain in this very grove by the hand of Obito. "Jiraiya-sama, you wretched fiend." The eyes of the Konoha ninjas glistened with tears, their faces flushed with rage as they glared fiercely at Obito. Yet, none were able to confront him for vengeance. They were far too weak, too feeble to even overcome the likes of Sasori and Deidara. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sky suddenly wept with a gentle rain, as if the heavens themselves mourned the passing of this lecherous middle-aged ninja. Obito stood in silence, gazing down at the lifeless body. Jiraiya was innocent. The upper echelons of Konoha were corrupt, and the fourth Hokage had failed to save Rin, giving him every justification to eliminate them. However, killing Jiraiya was without reason. Yet his stance remained firm. Anyone who obstructed him from executing the Eye of the Moon plan to resurrect Rin was an enemy and deserved death. Even Jiraiya, who had not colluded with Konoha's leaders, was equally deserving of such a fate. Perhaps in the entirety of Konoha, only Jiraiya genuinely acted for the village's sake, devoid of ulterior motives. Raindrops slid down his mask as Obito removed his blood-stained gloves, seeking a semblance of cleanliness, though his hands were already tainted with blood and sin. Allowing Rin to witness such a gruesome sight from the heavens was utterly unthinkable. She would not appreciate seeing her beloved's hands stained with blood. "Sasori, Deidara, clean up this mess. Eliminate these pests." With the Uchiha fan in hand, Obito prepared to dispatch the ninjas, needing to assist his clone, Jiang Tian. In the forest, Tsunade received the latest news, her nose tinged with a sharp ache as tears streamed involuntarily down her cheeks. "Jiraiya, Jiraiya, you promised me you wouldn't die. You swore it." Tsunade covered her face, weeping, her body swaying unsteadily as she leaned against a great tree, struggling to maintain her composure and prevent herself from collapsing. "Hokage-sama, now is not the time for grief. We still have foes to confront. Indeed, they ought to eliminate Jiang Tian first." That Tsuchikage and Reikage urged her to gather her strength, yet Tsunade seemed deaf to their voices, merely weeping into her hands. These individuals could not fathom the significance of Jiraiya in her heart. He was a friend, a family member, a confidant. He was the only person she could truly confide in within this world. Jiraiya's death struck her with a blow akin to the loss of a beloved in years past. In the Dragon Cave, upon learning of Jiraiya's demise through his clone, Jiang Tian's expression darkened. Godly escape, void annihilation. Jiang Tian unleashed his unique ninjutsu, sending a kaleidoscope of energy orbs hurtling toward the Reikage, exploding before him. Dust release. original world separation technique. The Tsuchikage intercepted this attack, and the battle raged on. On Obito's side, Sasori and Deidara relentlessly launched their assaults. The allied ninja forces suffered heavy casualties and found it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as a plume of white smoke erupted. A formidable presence materialized on the battlefield, causing Obito to sharply raise his head toward the gradually clarifying silhouette within the smoke. Clad in a fiery red robe, with a forehead protector's fabric billowing in the wind, the figure opened his eyes slowly, revealing skin adorned with frog-like patterns. It was Naruto, returned from intensive training under the great sage of Mount Myaboku. Standing atop Fukasaku, flanked by the brothers Gamakichi and Gamaken, Naruto gazed solemnly at Jiraiya's lifeless form. I understand. His expression remained composed, devoid of tears or cries, simply feeling a void in his mind as he confronted the reality of his mentor's death. The lecherous sage lay cold in this grove, his body motionless. As his mind processed this information, it seemed uncertain of how to react. He turned his gaze toward Obito and slowly raised his hands, adopting a stance reminiscent of Wing Chun. This was a technique from Mount Myaboku, and in an instant, his figure vanished, his speed reaching unfathomable heights. Obito's expression grew grave. This individual had undergone a remarkable transformation, achieving astonishing speed. The Sharingan could merely glimpse a fleeting shadow, while the Rinnegan discerned this velocity clearly. A resounding crash followed as Obito raised the Uchiha fan to block Naruto's punch. The force was substantial enough to push Obito back a half-step, catching him off guard as he had underestimated Naruto's strength in this moment of haste. To think you could force me back a step? Naruto maintained his combat stance, igniting a flicker of hope within the allied ninjas. They witnessed Naruto's resilience against Obito, affirming that he could engage in battle with the masked man. Though I know not what training you have undergone, it is commendable to reach such heights. Naruto locked eyes with Obito, a fierce fire igniting within him. All he desired was to vanquish the masked fiend before him. Before the body of the lecherous sage, he was determined to defeat this adversary at any cost. This is the strongest sage mode taught to me by the great sage, designed to obliterate you in Jiang Tian. Hearing this, Obito chuckled, bemused by the notion that Naruto could eliminate him in Jiang Tian. Just as he raised the Uchiha fan, Jiang Tian's voice echoed in his mind. Oh, Obito, take Sasori and Deidara and retreat. With Naruto's emergence, the old toad from Mount Myaboku will likely show up. You cannot afford to falter now. Withdraw, and we shall devise another plan. Obito communicated through a scroll, frustrated that the Nine-Tails was so near, yet he was being commanded to withdraw. Naruto's blatant emergence would certainly provoke the old toad's intervention. Your safety is paramount. Without you, even if we capture the Nine-Tails, the Eye of the Moon plan cannot proceed, Jiang Tian countered. But Obito hesitated. Do you not remember Nagato? Failing at the most critical moment. Do you wish to repeat that? He was interrupted by Jiang Tian's reminder of their past near-miss. Fine, I shall heed your advice. With a whirl of his Sharingan, Obito activated the Kimui space, taking Sasori and Deidara with him. In the midst of the 5 Kage battle, Jiang Tian's clone also made his escape. The rain intensified as Naruto approached Jiraiya's body. Gently, he adjusted his mentor's clothing and features before hoisting him onto his back. Oh, lecherous sage, truly, at your age, you should refrain from engaging in such perilous endeavors. Leave the protection of ninjas and peace to us younger generations. Shikamaru approached Naruto, observing his tranquil demeanor, unable to suppress his concern. Naruto. Yet, Naruto seemed oblivious, lost in conversation with Jiraiya. Oh, lecherous sage. Seeing Naruto's despondent expression, Shikamaru called out again, but Naruto had already shouldered Jiraiya's lifeless form and walked forward, leaving only his silhouette behind. Lecherous sage, do you know? The great sage has taught me even more powerful sage techniques. How about it? Did I make you proud? Lecherous sage, I will take you home. As the rain cascaded down his face, Naruto remained composed. Yet, as the droplets cascaded past his eyes, they transformed into warmth. His shoulders trembled slightly as the warm rain fell. He did not erupt into a cacophony of grief, but rather released his anguish in silence. Naruto had matured, recognizing that the tears of an adult should flow quietly. Chapter 76. The second scroll within the dragon's lair, Obito and Deidara returned. While Jiang Tian contemplated the passage of time, realizing that he required an additional fortnight to break the seal. Jiang Tian, the Nine-Tails are right before us. You should not have called me back, Obito remarked, feeling that he must take a chance, even if the old toad from Myobokuzen truly arrived. It was a matter of necessity. If the Ninetales eluded capture this time, there would always be another opportunity. However, if anything were to happen to you, the Moon Eye plan would be utterly compromised. Jiang Tian shared his concerns. Obito was irreplaceable, their last beacon of hope. Should the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki encounter a mishap, all their plans and efforts would be rendered futile. Just wait for another fortnight. Once I break the seal, we shall fight together. There was no alternative. Obito nodded, turned, and departed, his heart tinged with regret, still believing that a gamble was warranted. Watching his retreating figure, Jiang Tian offered a wry smile and shook his head. I share your sentiments. I too wish to bring them back swiftly. It is precisely for this reason that I exercise utmost caution, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents akin to Nagato's arise again. After Obito's departure, Jiang Tian retrieved the scrolls bestowed upon him by the White Snake Sage. There were 4 scrolls in total. Aside from the contract for summoning, the remaining 3 detailed various sage techniques. The first scroll contained the sage technique, Dragon Binding, which restricted an enemy's movements without inflicting significant harm. According to the White Snake Sage, the scrolls that followed would contain increasingly complex techniques with greater power. Jiang Tian unfurled the second scroll, which illustrated numerous figures in various stances, resembling a comic strip. Is this a form of martial arts? Jiang Tian mused, focusing intently on the techniques depicted, methods for enhancing physical strength, utilizing the secret realm of the dragon's lair to forge one's physical prowess. It promised a physique akin to that of a dragon, imbued with tremendous destructive capability. From the descriptions, Jiang Tian discerned that this was a martial art practiced in sage mode, comprising 3 techniques, each described as extraordinarily powerful. He wondered how they would compare to the 8 gates of opening. With the dragon-like physical strength promised by sage mode, this sounded formidable. Jiang Tian stored the scroll safely and proceeded to the temple where the White Snake Sage resided. White Snake Sage, please grant me access to the secret realm of the dragon's lair, so I may cultivate the techniques in the second scroll. Reclining upon a stone chair, the White Snake Sage's tone grew grave upon hearing Jiang Tian's intent to venture into the secret realm. Young one, the dragon's lair is perilous. Your current strength is sealed. It may be unwise to wander there now. I fear for your safety. The White Snake Sage had staked everything on Jiang Tian, hoping for his triumph in the Fourth War, aspiring to transform the dragon's lair into an unparalleled sanctuary. He wished for no misfortune to befall Jiang Tian, just as he had urged Obito to return. The inability to channel chakra is precisely why I must cultivate my physical strength. The scroll indicates that by honing my body to its utmost potential, I may attain a being comparable to a dragon. Please, open the secret realm for me. Should anything arise, I will withdraw at once. Relenting to Jiang Tian's persistent pleas, the White Snake Sage unlocked the secret realm of the dragon's lair. This realm differed from Jiang Tian's initial foray. The first was a creation of the White Snake Sage, whereas the one Jiang Tian was about to enter existed long before. Passing through a grand doorway, Jiang Tian felt as though he had entered another world, cloaked in darkness, devoid of sight. No need to look. I am right behind you. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him, illuminating the shadowy expanse. Jiang Tian turned to see another version of himself, identical in stature and appearance, as though gazing into a mirror. The sole distinction was the pair of horns adorning his counterpart's head, the manifestation of his sage mode. Is this secret realm designed for me to confront my other self? Jiang Tian pondered, furrowing his brow. The realm held nothing but this alternate version in sage mode. It was evident he was to engage in combat with himself. This feels rather peculiar. Am I truly to fight myself? As this thought flickered through his mind, the sage mode Jiang Tian lunged forward, delivering a swift blow to his abdomen. What incredible speed! Jiang Tian gasped, blood erupting from his mouth as he was sent sprawling across the ground, astonished. What kind of strength is this? One punch robbed me of my combat capability? With his powers sealed, Jiang Tian had endured the blow solely with his physical form, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming force. In his prior training within the dragon's lair, the White Snake Sage had utilized all the serpent blood he had gathered to enhance Jiang Tian's physique. Even such a formidable body could not withstand this single strike. The might of this secret realm was indeed astonishing. Hastily, Jiang Tian crushed a wooden tablet given to him by the White Snake Sage. This token served as a key to exit the realm. What manner of power resides in this secret realm? Why is it so formidable? The illusion conjured by this realm embodied the essence of the second sage technique scroll. Jiang Tian frowned, perplexed by the sage's explanation. What do you mean by that? The being before you is your form after mastering the second scroll completely. Is it truly that powerful? Jiang Tian was taken aback. That seemingly innocuous punch had caused him to spew blood. If mastering the second scroll grants me such strength, could it be that I might withstand one of Might Guy's infamous kicks? Currently, Jiang Tian grappled with two pressing dilemmas: how to control Uchiha Madara and how to endure Might Guy's devastating blow. With this sage technique, he might have a chance. He hoped not to meet his end. Might Guy, the man whose kick nearly concluded the story, loomed like a mountain before him. Jiang Tian needed to devise a strategy to surpass this formidable obstacle. In the original anime, that kick had nearly vanquished Six Paths Madara. Many fans jested that if aimed at the head, that kick would undoubtedly eliminate Madara. This jest might hold some truth. Jiang Tian sensed that should that kick land upon his head, it would surely spell his demise. The issues surrounding Madara, along with Orochimaru's research into improving the impure world reincarnation, remained unresolved, while Jiang Tian alone needed to find a way to contend with Might Guy. Now, possessing this second scroll, he could not claim absolute certainty of survival against Guy's kick, but at the very least, he felt bolstered. If the time came, perhaps sending a clone to absorb that kick would prove to be the most prudent course of action. Jiang Tian pondered, calculating that employing a clone to withstand Might Guy's fatal blow might indeed be the safest strategy. Chapter 77, The Funeral at the Headquarters of the Ninja Alliance. A somber cloud enveloped the hearts of all present, including the five Kages. Clad in mourning attire, the ninjas bore solemn expressions. Today marked the day of Jiraiya's burial, and a light drizzle fell from the sky, deepening the already oppressive atmosphere. Naruto, as the disciple and the only family of Jiraiya, stood at the forefront of the farewell procession. He lowered his head, gazing at the coffin gradually being engulfed by the earth, his eyes reddened from days of weeping. The lecherous middle-aged man had departed without warning. Despite his formidable strength and promises to never leave too soon, he had broken his word. Jiraiya was the first high-ranking member of the Alliance to perish, a stark reminder to the ninjas of the harsh realities of war, where even a ninja of his caliber could meet his end. After the funeral concluded, most of the ninjas departed, leaving only a few from the Hidden Leaf Village behind. Shikamaru approached Naruto and gently patted his shoulder, softly saying, "I understand how you feel. I have experienced this sorrow myself." Witnessing Naruto's grief weighed heavily on him, reminiscent of the despair he felt when Asuma had died. Kakashi, the teacher of Team 7, was internally tormented. If only he had recognized Obito's heart sooner and had acted to thwart him before he grew powerful, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this point. Kakashi felt a deep sense of guilt, unaware that another masked man, Obito Uchiha, once his comrade, was involved. Had he known Obito's identity, Kakashi would have been profoundly shaken. The two individuals who instigated the Fourth Great Ninja War had both been his allies. Whether this was fortunate or unfortunate remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Tsunade remained silent. The last of the legendary Sannin. With Jiraiya gone and Orochimaru defeated by Sasuke Uchiha, it felt as though an entire era had drawn to a close. This realization filled her with a profound sense of loneliness. Jiraiya's death signified the end of a generation. She approached Naruto, holding a letter left by Jiraiya. "Naruto, this is something Jiraiya entrusted to me during his reconnaissance of the Akatsuki. I intended to return it to him upon his return, but he insisted it should be kept, believing it would be of use one day. Perhaps he had foreseen this day." Naruto took the letter in silence, his thoughts consumed by cherished memories of the perverted sage. He recalled their adventures together, learning the Rasengan, training in Mount Myaboku, and the times Jiraiya had sneakily taken money from his wallet to indulge in drinks and ice cream. Jiraiya's frugality often led to them sharing a single ice cream bar, splitting it in half to savor the treat together. Despite his lecherous tendencies and his habit of peeking into women's baths, Jiraiya had been the finest teacher, imparting invaluable lessons and lending a hand in times of danger. As Naruto reflected, tears began to stream down his cheeks. He had many mentors: Iruka, Kakashi, Jiraiya, each of whom had played a significant role in his life. Yet Jiraiya held a unique place in his heart, embodying not just a mentor but also a paternal figure, offering warmth he had never known before. He carefully tucked away the letter from Tsunade, protecting it from the rain, unwilling to leave, as though departing would signify the finality of Jiraiya's death. Though his teacher had passed, Naruto stubbornly believed that by remaining, by stealing glances, Jiraiya had not truly left this world. He stood there long after everyone else had departed, the rain soaking his clothes. Suddenly, an umbrella appeared above him, shielding him from the downpour. Naruto-kun. Turning, he saw Hinata, standing beside him, holding the umbrella. Her cheeks flushed like an apple. She had never been this close to him before, and the proximity made her heart race. "Hinata, you should go. I'm fine. I just want to look at the perverted sage a little longer before I leave," Naruto said softly, not wanting to burden her with his sorrow. Yet, such reassurances only heightened her concern. She understood the significance of Jiraiya's departure and how it affected Naruto. Hinata longed to comfort him, to lift his spirits, but found herself at a loss for words. Encouraging herself inwardly, she thought, "Hinata Hyuga, you can do this. Believe in yourself." After a moment's hesitation, she reached out her hand, gently taking Naruto's, choosing to quietly stand by his side. Startled by her sudden gesture, Naruto glanced at her, but said nothing. Hinata's face reddened further. She had finally held Naruto's hand. Oh dear, how embarrassing. At the Ninja Alliance headquarters, the 5 Kages convened once more to deliberate on how to address the threat posed by Kage and Obito. "Let us discuss our next steps. We have faced numerous failures in our plans," one spoke, voicing their concerns about the escalating casualties. The Tsuchikage spoke first, noting the disparity in strength. Despite being a 5 Kages meeting, with the current state of the Hokage, it feels as though it is merely the 4 of us deliberating. Observing Tsunade lost in thought as she gazed out the window, the Tsuchikage sighed inwardly. To be honest, there is a significant gap in our abilities. Kage alone can contend with all 5 of us. Without additional strategies, this battle appears exceedingly challenging. Though the Raikage harbored a deep-seated disdain for Kage, he had to concede the latter's formidable prowess, evidenced by their repeated failures to subdue him. Perhaps it is time for the younger generation to step forward. We are falling behind the times. The Tsuchikage contemplated Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, who had mastered the strongest sage mode in Mount Myaboku. If anyone could rival Kage, it might be him. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto had already emerged as a top-tier force within the alliance, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Kage, the masked man. Chapter 78. Farewell to the lustful sage. Ultimately, we find ourselves too feeble, compelled to rely on the youth. Frankly speaking, while your statement holds truth, it still leaves a discontented pang in my heart. Raikage once believed himself formidable, deserving of a prominent position among the 5 Kage. Yet, upon the commencement of the 4th Great Ninja War, he realized his misjudgment. The era has shifted. This is indeed the age of the young. Sasuke was able to sever his own arm, and Raikage recognized that he could no longer keep pace with this new epic. I believe our plans should remain unchanged. We must ensure the protection of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Now that Naruto Uzumaki has returned from his training in the Myaboku Mountain, he may truly become the backbone of the allied forces in this war. Mizukage Terumi may expressed her thoughts, acknowledging Naruto's current strength, suggesting that his participation in battle could be the wisest choice. However, as a precaution, the 8 Tails must be safeguarded, should anything befall Naruto. The Moon Eye plan would remain unfulfilled. Hokage, do you have any thoughts? Tsuchikage Inoki inquired of Tsunade, instantly drawing the collective gaze of all present upon her. Yet, she remained silent, lost in contemplation as she gazed out the window. Hokage-sama. Nara Shikaku, seated nearby, leaned in to call her name, prompting Tsunade to finally respond. What is it? The other Kage are awaiting your opinion on whether to allow Naruto to join the battle. Tsunade nodded affirmatively. I concur with this arrangement. In truth, I was already prepared to discuss this with you. That boy Naruto has expressed his desire to participate in the fight, seeking vengeance against the masked man for Jiraiya's sake. Very well, let it be decided thus. Tsuchikage concluded, and a series of orders were dispatched through headquarters. The allied ninja commenced their tasks according to the directives. On a bench along the shaded path, Naruto sat quietly, retrieving the letter left by Jiraiya from his pocket. As he slowly unfolded it, the opening line echoed the sage's characteristic manner of speaking. Ah, you troublesome brat, are you sulking right now? Have you forgotten what I told you at the tavern? A competent ninja must learn to adjust his emotions, whether happy or sad. A day is still a day, so it's better to choose happiness. Well, how should I put this? Naruto mused. To be honest, I'm unsure of what to say at this moment. This is my first time writing a farewell letter. Haha, it's both my first and last time, given that it's a farewell letter. Even while penning this missive, Jiraiya's mood remained lighthearted. It was evident he faced death without heaviness in his heart. I have no profound advice for you, just a few casual words. Consider it my last chance to chatter in your ear. As Naruto read on, tears began to well in his eyes. Perhaps it is often the ordinary yet warm words we hear repeatedly that leave the most lasting impressions. The mundane whisperings, once familiar, would no longer be heard again. When one grows weary of another's nagging, they may wish for silence. Yet, when the desire to hear returns, The realization that it can never be regained is profoundly sorrowful. We ought to listen patiently when our loved ones express their concerns. If it troubles us, a simple smile can suffice. We must refrain from harsh words that wound those we cherish most. Continuing through the letter, Jiraiya maintained a light tone, discussing trivial matters. Remember to avoid expired ramen and milk, as they can upset your stomach. Also, make sure to cook for yourself. And don't neglect your training at Mayaboka Mountain. Pay close attention to the seal on the 9 tails. Should anything seem amiss, promptly seek a ninja skilled in sealing techniques to reinforce it. Lastly, I've left a few Ichiraka ramen coupons in my clothes. Consider them a final gift from me. The letter concluded here, just as Jiraiya had said. He, too, seemed uncertain of what else to convey, resorting to mundane instructions. As Naruto gazed at the signature Jiraiya, tears cascaded down, soaking the paper. He hastily lifted a hand to wipe away the drops, treating the letter as if it were a priceless treasure. Death is a parting that is eternal. Yet we may choose to remember those significant individuals. As long as we do not forget them, they have not truly departed. Upon his return to Konoha, Naruto visited Jiraiya's wooden cabin, finding the clothes and several Ichiraka ramen coupons laid out on the entrance table. These were prepared specifically for him, as Jiraiya feared that Naruto, being rather oblivious, might not find them. Carefully folding the casually placed garments, Naruto tidied up the cabin, ensuring it appeared as though someone still resided there. Having completed this, he took the ramen coupons left by Jiraiya and made his way to Ichiraku Ramen. It had been a while since he had last visited his favorite ramen shop. 2 bowls of ramen, please. Oh, Naruto. It's been ages since I last saw you. The owner began preparing the ramen, noticing the coupons in Naruto's hand. What good fortune. These are all complimentary vouchers. You can eat to your heart's content today. In the past, the prospect of free ramen would have filled Naruto with joy. However, today he shook his head at the owner. I won't be needing those coupons. Uncle, I'll pay with cash instead. The coupons were a cherished memento from Jiraiya, a testament to the sage's affection for him. They were not something he would ever part with. As 2 bowls of ramen were served, Naruto placed one beside him, set his chopsticks, and retrieved a copy of Ika Paradise that he had taken from Jiraiya's home. He enjoyed reading it while eating, especially when he wasn't tea drinking. Kakashi-sensei also loved it. Finally, he picked up his chopsticks and softly declared, "Let us eat." It was just like the days when he and Jiraiya would come here for ramen, the same Naruto. The only difference now was that the lustful sage was no longer present. Naruto savored his meal slowly, unlike his previous ravenous consumption. He wished to linger in this place a little longer, reminiscing about the time spent with the sage. He took his time with the first bowl, and before he knew it, night had fallen. Carefully placing the Ika Paradise away, he strolled along the streets of Konoha, ultimately arriving at Hokage Rock. Gazing at the village under the moonlight, serene and tranquil, his expression turned resolute. Lustful sage, watch closely. I will protect this village and become the strongest Hokage. I shall fulfill the promises made and ensure you know you have taken on an extraordinary disciple. Chapter 79, Strengthening the Control of Impure World Reincarnation. 12 days have elapsed. With only 3 days remaining until Jiang Tian's seal will be lifted, the brief respite of the 4 battles is about to resume. Jiang Tian gazes at the scroll in his hand. The second scroll's celestial technique remains stubbornly elusive. The necessity to enhance physical strength demands a gradual learning process, not one that can be mastered in haste. Jiang Tian, come to the base. The matters you instructed have yielded results. A small white serpent slithers before him, its tongue flickering, from which the voice of Orochimaru emerges. I'm on my way, Jiang Tian replies, dispatching a clone to the base, clad in a crimson robe. The ocular technique clone promptly sets off upon receiving the message. Inside the base, glass jars filled with a yellow liquid bubble ominously, indicative of some chemical reaction. The moniker of the Hokage's scientist is well-deserved, as Orochimaru incessantly tinkers with an array of peculiar instruments that appear to be his experimental tools. Orochimaru. Must every encounter be so revolting? Jiang Tian's clone can no longer contain his disdain. Each meeting with this individual seems to necessitate a grotesque display of serpentine antics. The mucus that clings to Orochimaru's body is particularly unsettling, a thick, white substance that is quite disconcerting to behold. Do not dwell on trivialities. I have devised a method to enhance the control of impure world reincarnation. If we prepare an additional offering, I can utilize this talisman, Orochimaru declares, producing a yellow talisman that raises suspicions, for it is widely known that most talismans associated with the Hokage are black. Jiang Tian accepts the talisman, scrutinizing it closely. The markings inscribed upon it are utterly incomprehensible, resembling nothing so much as cryptic scrawls. Are you certain this is effective? Orochimaru's demeanor shifts to one of seriousness. You may question my gender, but do not doubt the validity of my research. If this talisman proves ineffective, then no one in this world will solve the issue at hand. Indeed, one may always cast doubt upon Orochimaru's gender, yet his scientific prowess remains beyond reproach. Very well, let us proceed. Jiang Tian brings forth Deidara from the realm of the dead. Apart from Madara, this individual is the first to undergo enhanced control. As the coffin lid falls, Deidara emerges, bewildered before he can comprehend the situation. Orochimaru swiftly brandishes a kunai, forcefully inserting a scroll related to his research into Deidara's mind. What are you doing? What have you inserted into my head? Deidara exclaims, pointing at the kunai on the nearby table, of which Orochimaru has prepared an abundance for their control purposes. You two are utterly absurd. You cannot simply shove kunai into my brain. What if I fall ill from this? Am I to become a mad artist? Deidara protests vehemently, unable to reconcile his identity as an artist with the notion of insanity. You're already dead. And when you self-destruct, why don't you consider preserving your brain? Jiang Tian cannot help but recall how Deidara, upon being resurrected, proclaimed that art is an explosion, leading to his own disintegration into fragments. Even so, I still do not wish to be insane. Jiang Tian feels confident that choosing him as the first test subject was a prudent decision. This individual certainly merits enhanced control. Orochimaru, is it not yet ready? Jiang Tian feels the talisman's effects lingering, akin to the anticipation before unleashing a powerful move in a game, an exasperating wait. It requires a few minutes. The scroll will take effect in due time. A man should not be overly hasty. As a man, the notion of haste has never graced Jiang Tian's lexicon. While others measure time in hours, he measures it in days. Jiang Tian, hurry and have Orochimaru expel this kunai. I fear for my sanity, lest it affects my artistic sensibilities. Deidara remains preoccupied with his mental state, though Jiang Tian is uncertain whether he possesses such a thing, particularly given that he is a man who equates his ultimate technique with self-destruction. Listen, Deidara, Jiang Tian begins. As an artist, having a slight eccentricity is normal. After all, how else could one create groundbreaking art? Though the logic is somewhat sound, Deidara feels there is an inherent flaw in the reasoning. I cannot fathom how art and madness can be discussed in the same breath. Do you believe I possess artistic sensibility, or does Orochimaru? Jiang Tian smiles, his expression reminiscent of a cunning rogue, akin to a beggar beneath a bridge selling dubious martial arts secrets. Perhaps you both have artistic bacteria. As for me, I only recognize Scorpion as an artist. The rest fail to earn my acknowledgement. A self-destructive artist such as Deidara is unlikely to garner anyone's approval. As they wait for the talisman to take effect, Deidara's character inevitably stirs trouble if kunai are not produced. Jiang Tian believes he can outwit him without resorting to physical confrontation. Ah, yes, you are entirely correct. Orochimaru and I possess only artistic bacteria. You see, we are both unremarkable individuals, our minds as ordinary as anyone else's. Thus, we lack artistic sensibility. How could an explosive artist's mind possibly be akin to ours? Would that not diminish the stature of your artistry? Deidara falls into contemplation, momentarily conceding to Jiang Tian's assertion. Surely, an individual engaged in the arts must possess a mind distinct from the mundane. Otherwise, anyone could create art, which would be an affront to its very essence. Very well. I shall accept your premise. Perhaps having a touch of madness is not inherently negative. Therefore, let Orochimaru insert another kunai into my mind. Sometimes, developments unfold in the most unexpected ways. Upon confirming with Orochimaru the possibility of adding another kunai, Jiang Tian readily permits the addition of 2 more. With 3 kunai lodged in Deidara's mind, the talisman's effects manifest, and Jiang Tian immediately senses the deepening connection between them. Deidara, do you share any relationship with Akatsuki? How far has it progressed? Jiang Tian's curiosity piques, eager to learn of such youthful matters deemed inappropriate for mature ears. Orochimaru, too, casts a curious glance, surprised to see the formidable figure of the shinobi world revealing such a gossipy side. Of course, I have a relationship with Akatsuki. One must consider my former standing in Awagakure. Deidara, bewildered, realizes he has unwittingly divulged information. Go on, share the details, Jiang Tian presses, a smile gracing his lips. Deidara's expression brightens, and he begins to recount. It was a moonless night, the winds howling. She wore a dress, her legs long and smooth. Suddenly, she embraced me. And then what follows is VIP content. inaccessible without appropriate subscription. Chapter 80. The unforeseen movements of the clone. Do all members have it? Clearly not. After conducting his experiments, Jiang Tian found this talisman remarkably effective. Possessing the ability to manipulate impure soil indeed enhanced his control. After parting ways with Orochimaru, Jiang Tian's ocular clone returned to the humble abode he had prepared upon first joining the Akatsuki. Here resided Ling's grandmother and her closest sister, Uchiha Shui, with the clone consistently by their side. "Brother Jiang Tian, you're back. Grandma and I just finished cooking," Uchiha Shui exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. The clone nodded, a warm smile lighting up his face. "All matters have been attended to. Are you and your grandmother doing well at home?" "We are quite well. With your protection, Brother Jiang Tian, we are safe from danger," Uchiha Shui replied, her gaze flickering towards a photograph on the table, her expression suddenly dimming. It was a picture of Sister Ling. After all these years, did Brother Jiang Tian still find it hard to move on? Little did she know. Jiang Tian was not merely struggling to move on. He was teetering on the brink of madness, driven to resurrect Ling at any cost, even if it meant opposing the entire ninja world. After dinner, Jiang Tian, as was his custom, wandered to the cherry blossom tree in the yard, lost in thought. This tree was planted by him and Ling, a repository of their cherished memories. "Ling, wait for me. I will bring you back soon," he murmured, cradling her photograph. Gently caressing her visage with his palm, his eyes brimming with love. "Brother Jiang Tian, you still cannot forget Sister Ling, can you?" Uchiha Shui inquired. Sitting beside him under the moonlight, her legs swinging back and forth as she pondered deeply. "You should understand the bond Ling and I shared," Jiang Tian replied honestly, puzzled by the girl's question. "But Sister Ling has been gone for so many years. Are you truly going to wait like this forever?" Uchiha Shui had harbored feelings for Jiang Tian for a long time, ever since she followed Sister Ling and first laid eyes on him. After he had carried her home when she fell as a child, she had developed a fondness for him. Waiting is good too. At least it holds a glimmer of hope. Hope lies in the Moon Eye plan. If we can win the fourth great ninja war and capture the 8 tails and 9 tails, Ling will return. But what if we cannot wait any longer? Uchiha Shui's abrupt question darkened Jiang Tian's expression. He had never contemplated such a possibility. Would he truly fail? If he did, Ling would never come back. As a transmigrator aware of the narrative's trajectory, endowed with exceptional talent and fortune, having acquired the Sharingan, Jiang Tian possessed formidable strength and had successfully allied with Obito. Yet, could he guarantee victory? He was not one to be oblivious to reality. The greatest obstacles to the Moon Eye plan were Madara and the elusive Kaguya Akatsuki. Could he truly defeat them? If he could not wait, so be it. He would remain by Ling's side for this lifetime. Perhaps failure would lead to his demise, but resurrecting Ling was his heartfelt desire, and that reason was sufficient. Moreover, the current situation was favorable. In several skirmishes against the allied shinobi forces, both he and Obito had maintained the upper hand. Jiang Tian had grown indifferent to life and death. If he survived, he would resurrect Ling, but if he failed, he would join her in the afterlife. I sometimes truly envy Sister Ling, for she has entered Brother Jiang Tian's heart. I really do envy her. Uchiha Shui looked up, tears glistening in her eyes as she smiled through her sorrow, quietly gazing at Jiang Tian. Little did she know, this moment of courage to confess her feelings had turned into a bittersweet farewell. At this instant, witnessing the girl's tears, Jiang Tian understood. While he was consumed with his obsession for Ling, there was another girl silently observing him from behind. It seemed to him that this was the unfortunate nature of love. The one I cherish loves another, yet I must continue to harbor my feelings for him. It sounded akin to being a simp. But the complexities of love are often confounding. Many remarkable individuals spend their lives unable to grasp its meaning. Jiang Tian was one such individual, as was Obito. And so too was the seemingly inconsequential Uchiha Shui. Whether one was extraordinary or ordinary, love was a shared experience. They all yearned for what they could not attain. Yet each held a joyous affection for someone. Schwecker, I remain your brother Jiang Tian. If you continue to cry, Sister Ling will think I am bullying you. Jiang Tian said lightly, attempting to ease the atmosphere. After all, it was his duty as a man to break this awkwardness. All right, I want to cry. I promise not to cry. Uchiha Shui managed a bittersweet smile, repeatedly trying to wipe away her tears, yet they would not cease. The tears she wiped away would only return, much like her love for Jiang Tian, rejected yet unyielding. As the two fell into a brief silence, Jiang Tian stood to leave. But just then, a message from Obito arrived. In the Dragon Cave, Jiang Tian's true self held a scroll containing information relayed by Obito. The Eight Tails was hiding on the back of a giant turtle in the hidden cloud village, its location ever-changing, yet a general area could be determined. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Tian realized it was indeed as the original text described. The turtle was in constant motion, complicating efforts to track its position. Activating his Sharingan, Jiang Tian dispatched his clone to investigate the hidden cloud village. Little Shui, I must take my leave again. Please take care of Grandma while I'm gone. During this time, whenever he was not engaged in battle, the clone had been accompanying the two women, forming a bond. Though he was Jiang Tian's ocular clone, he possessed independent thoughts. Otherwise, he would not have stated that he could become the new main body upon Jiang Tian's demise. In the clone's memories, Uchiha Shui and her grandmother felt like family. Understood, brother Jiang Tian. Come back soon, the clone said as he prepared to depart. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back to look at Uchiha Shui, who was still sitting there, wiping her tears. A pang of concern gripped his heart. The true Jiang Tian in the Dragon Cave was similarly affected, his mood darkening abruptly as he widened his eyes in shock. Why was the clone reacting this way? He should be under his control. Why was there a different emotion surfacing? Regarding this bizarre and extraordinary ocular technique, Jiang Tian lacked a clear understanding, especially since these eyes were bestowed upon him by Ling. The clone must not encounter any issues. Damn it, why is this clone behaving like this? Jiang Tian's true self could no longer remain still. The clone's unusual reaction weighed heavily on his heart. If one day he lost control over the clone, distinguishing between the true self and the clone would become impossible. He took out the scroll to relay a message to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, accompany me to the Uchiha ancestral grounds. I need to investigate a few matters. Chapter 81. The encounter of Naruto and Sasuke beyond the Uchiha ancestral grounds. The site lay in ruins, a testament to the fierce battle fought between the two brothers, Sasuke and Itachi. Orochimaru instructed his small snakes to aid him in locating all the stone tablets inscribed with information about the Sharingan. Jiang Tian had no choice but to enlist Orochimaru's assistance. Finding the tablets amidst the wreckage was a daunting task, one that could only be accomplished with the help of Orochimaru's little white snakes. However, in the next moment, Orochimaru's actions prompted a twinge of regret in Jiang Tian. Orochimaru unleashed his unique technique, summoning forth countless small white snakes from his mouth, which slithered away in various directions. With his eyes gently closed, Orochimaru focused, his mind absorbing the messages relayed by the serpents. I found it, deep to the left, he announced. Jiang Tian hurried towards the indicated area, where a small snake coiled protectively. He began to clear away the debris beneath his feet, revealing a stone tablet that gradually came into view. Wiping away the dust, a passage appeared, detailing the techniques associated with the Sharingan. The Sharingan, a bloodline technique inherited by the Uchiha clan, appeared immensely powerful to outsiders. Yet only those of the clan understood that these eyes were, in fact, cursed. The description matched closely with the original text, but the last two sentences of the tablet captured Jiang Tian's attention, causing his gaze to darken. The abilities of the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan manifest according to the individual's most profound desires. Jiang Tian fell into contemplation, meticulously recalling his own Manjiki abilities. Sensing an unusual undertone, his Manjiki had awakened in a moment of near death, yet its techniques lacked overwhelming destructive power. Instead, they were primarily defensive in nature. The illusionary death domain ensured that the caster could not perish within its confines, while the technique of duplication granted him a second chance at life. Was this truly what Ling had envisioned in her heart? A desire to survive. Perhaps she had foreseen her impending demise. Jiang Tian's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. Orochimaru, oblivious to the turmoil, regarded the tablet without a hint of concern. Jiang Tian, what is wrong with you all of a sudden? It's nothing. Just the dust in my eyes, Jiang Tian replied, shaking his head. After regaining his composure, he resumed his study of the stone tablet, but found it increasingly difficult to extract any further useful information. Nevertheless, he did glean one crucial insight. Every Uchiha with a Manjiki possessed unique techniques, rendering any related documentation non-existent. It would be left to Jiang Tian to explore this on his own. Let us return. You should continue your research on resurrecting the 4 Hokage of Konoha. I must prepare for battle. Time has been lost. With only a day remaining until Jiang Tian would break the seal, he instructed Orochimaru to resurrect the 4 Hokage from the Shinigami, as previously planned. Armed with a talisman to enhance his control over the impure world reincarnation, Jiang Tian envisioned simultaneously summoning both Madara and Hashirama, alongside himself and Obito. This war would surely become an overwhelming victory. At the very least, in terms of elite combat power, the ninja allied forces had only Naruto, who had just returned from training in Miyaboka Mountain. Nearby, in the Land of Clouds, Sasuke led Team Hawk on another reconnaissance mission. Where are we headed this time? Suigetsu asked, recalling the near-fatal encounter at the last 5 Kage summit. They had narrowly escaped destruction, thanks to the timely arrival of 2 formidable allies. Sasuke's casual demeanor perplexed his team. He seemed unperturbed by the prospect of danger, perhaps emboldened by the presence of the 2 powerful figures, Jiang Tian and Obito, whose very names inspired confidence. This time, we are gathering intelligence on the 8 tails, Sasuke replied, gripping the sword at his waist, his expression calm. He felt a renewed sense of strength. Through rigorous training, he had refined his mastery over the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. He now felt capable of standing against even the strongest of opponents. Who could truly challenge him in this world? The other 3 members of Team Hawk were more alert. Upon hearing that the orders had come from the masked man, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. If danger were to arise, it was likely he would intervene to protect them. Sasuke led the way towards the Land of Clouds, their figures darting through the trees. In another part of the forest, a different 4-member team was also en route to the same destination. Leading them was Naruto, flanked by Sakura, Hinata, and Rock Lee. Naruto was determined to join the battle, necessitating his integration into the allied forces. After discussions among the 5 Kage, he had been assigned to Kakashi's unit stationed in the Land of Clouds. Both teams pressed onward, their paths destined to converge. Naruto-kun, it seems there are people ahead, Hinata remarked, activating her Byakugan to detect the flow of chakra in the woods. Meanwhile, on Sasuke's side, the uniquely perceptive Karin sensed the presence of others as well. Sasuke, there are individuals ahead. It appears to be a 4-man team. At that moment, both Naruto and Sasuke lifted their gazes, feeling an inexplicable tension in the air, as if they were on the brink of encountering fated adversaries, familiar yet unsettling. The 2 teams dashed towards one another, halting as they met in the woods, their eyes locking in a silent confrontation. Where does it hurt? It has been a long time, Sasuke remarked dryly, his throat parched. What brings you here? What are you plotting? Naruto scrutinized Sasuke, fully aware of the recent developments at the 5 Kage summit, realizing that Sasuke had aligned himself with Jiang Tian and Obito. Sasuke scoffed dismissively. Why should I report my intentions to you? Do you think you can command me, you who trails behind? How can you say that? Naruto retorted. But before he could say more, Sakura burst into tears. Their reunion brought her joy, yet sorrow overwhelmed her at the sight of the man who had once been her closest friend, now standing with enemies and speaking harshly to her. So this is your girlfriend from Konoha? She doesn't seem impressive, Karin remarked, unable to suppress her competitive spirit. A fierce glint ignited in the eyes of both women, as if they were prepared for battle, their intensity even surpassing that of Naruto and Sasuke. Chapter 82, The Fateful Battle in the Depths of the Forest. Naruto and Sasuke locked eyes. Since their clash at the Valley of the End, Naruto had not pursued Sasuke, and it had been an age since they last met. Once the closest of friends, they now stood as adversaries. One, a revered hero in the ninja world, was seen by the allied shinobi forces as the hope for victory in the 4th Great Ninja War. The other, an infamous rogue ninja, reviled for his association with the masked man, was despised by all. Life is indeed a curious affair, despite possessing the formidable Uchiha bloodline and the Sharingan. Sasuke found himself overshadowed by Naruto. This was a reality Sasuke struggled to accept. How could he, a member of the Uchiha clan, be outshone by someone he deemed inferior? It seemed almost absurd. Today, fate had brought us together, and I shall capture the 9 tails within you and deliver it to the masked man, assisting him in realizing the Moon's Eye plan, while also determining our victor. The confrontation at the Valley of the End had ended in a stalemate, thanks to Kakashi's intervention, a fact that irked Sasuke. He had believed victory was within his grasp. Now, he contemplated knocking Naruto unconscious and bringing him back to the village, a means to rectify his unfinished business from that day. Do you need our assistance? Mizuki inquired softly, removing the beheading sword from his back. Sasuke turned sharply, his gaze icy. Do you think I cannot defeat this loser? He retorted. Step aside. Under no circumstances are you to interfere. Mizuki raised his hands in resignation. Sasuke's temper remained as fierce as ever. Hinata, worried for Naruto, pondered whether he could triumph against Sasuke, who had killed his own brother and forced the Raikage to sever his own arm. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Naruto formed hand seals, pressing his palm down. With a resounding boom, a thick cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing Gamabunta. Sasuke was undeterred, summoning Manda from the Ryuchi cave. The two stood atop their respective summoned beasts, gazing intently at each other, both creatures equally displeased, longtime rivals. The animosity between Mount Myaboku and the Ryuchi cave was well known, fueled by numerous encounters between their summoning beasts. Today's battle seems intriguing, Sasuke. Once again, it's this ugly toad, Manda hissed, baring its fangs. The White Snake Sage's alliance with the human ninja, the masked man, was known throughout the Ryuchi cave. They believed that if they triumphed in the Fourth Great War, the Ryuchi cave would become the most powerful sanctum. A notion that excited all serpents, including Manda, who had long held a disdain for the frogs of Mount Myaboku. Fear not, I will ensure your victory today. Sasuke replied coldly, activating his eternal Meijiki Sharingan, fixating his gaze on Naruto. I shall give my all, Lord Sasuke. Manda prepared for battle, intent on vanquishing the repugnant toad. Suddenly, Naruto paused atop Gamabunta, hearing the Ninetales' voice in his mind, unexpectedly offering assistance, no longer resisting. Inside his consciousness, where the Ninetales was sealed, Naruto inquired, "What is this?" Kurama? The Ninetales gazed at Sasuke through Naruto's eyes, focusing on the Sharingan that it loathed. It remembered how Madara and the masked man had once controlled it. While it found pleasure in slaughtering humans, being manipulated was intolerable. I abhorred his eyes. I will lend you my power. In return, help me exact my revenge. The Ninetales proposed. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto replied softly, "How can I assist you in this vengeance?" He intended to teach Sasuke a lesson but had never contemplated killing him. Thus he harbored doubts about the Ninetales' intentions. Defeating him will suffice. Those with the Sharingan often look down upon others, treating them as mere playthings, and I detest that, the Ninetales asserted. I agree. I will defeat him, Naruto nodded. Until he bested Sasuke, he knew the Ninetales would not acquiesce to returning to the village. With their agreement forged, an immense surge of chakra flooded into Naruto, cocooning him in a vibrant yellow chakra cloak, fully activating the Ninetales mode. The clash between Naruto in Ninetales mode and Sasuke with his eternal Meijiki Sharingan marked a pinnacle confrontation, rivaling even the legendary battles of Hashirama and Madara. Manda, attack! Sasuke commanded, undaunted by Naruto's newfound power. In fact, he felt exhilarated. A battle of this caliber was necessary to silence critics who claimed he, an Uchiha genius, was bullying a mere underachiever. Understood, Lord Sasuke. Manda lunged at Gamabunta, its massive form deceptively agile. You vile reptile, how repulsive you are! Gamabunta exclaimed, brandishing a colossal katana. Equally irked by Manda's insults. With a thunderous crash, the sword swung down, aiming to pierce Manda, but the agile serpent evaded, retaliating with its powerful tail, which Gamabunta blocked with his sword. The two colossal summoned beasts stared each other down, both aware their strengths were evenly matched, making the outcome of the battle dependent on Naruto and Sasuke alone. As the Sharingan whirled, a massive Susanoo erupted from Sasuke, who shouted, Naruto, it's time to settle this. Just as I wished, let us end this. Chapter 83. The Eternal Kaleidoscope versus Nine-Tailed Naruto in a simultaneous motion. Sasuke commanded his Susanoo to raise its hand, manifesting a longbow forged from pure energy. Drawing the bowstring taut, 3 colossal energy arrows were unleashed towards Naruto, surrounding Naruto's body. The chakra of the Ninetales suddenly elongated, transforming into 9 gigantic arms that grasped the incoming arrows. Sasuke's attack was thwarted, which unsettled him greatly. Naruto, undeterred, charged towards the Susanoo, exclaiming, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bolstered by the immense chakra of the Ninetales, countless shadow clones of Naruto materialized in the forest, stretching as far as the eye could see, the sheer number overwhelming. Raisin Shuriken. Many clones brandished the massive spiraling sphere and surged towards Sasuke's Susanoo, aiming to breach its formidable defenses. How absurd. Do you really think such feeble attacks can harm my Susanoo? Sasuke scoffed disdainfully as he directed Susanoo to sweep its bow across, obliterating all of Naruto's clones, along with their spiraling orbs. Their assaults were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Indeed, their clash could be deemed a battle of fate, not solely due to their identities as Ashura and Indra, but also because their strengths were comparably formidable. Flame release, Kagutsuchi. Recognizing his previous attack had failed, Sasuke once again harnessed Susanoo, drawing back the bowstring. This time, black flames engulfed the arrows, radiating a chilling aura. Be cautious, Naruto. The black flames on that Uchiha's arrows are sinister, warned the Ninetales, its voice echoing in Naruto's mind. Observing Naruto's furrowed brow, Sasuke smirked, taunting. What's wrong, Naruto? Are you beginning to fear? Indeed, it was a common instinct to fear the overwhelming power of the Uchiha clan. With a flick of his wrist, 3 black arrows whizzed through the air. As the arrows flew, the surrounding space began to warp under the influence of the burning black flames, showcasing the terrifying might of Akatsuki. The Nine Tails chakra surged, enveloping Naruto in a protective armor resembling the Nine Tails, while 9 colossal tails swayed behind him. Tailed Beast Bomb. A terrifying energy coalesced before the armor. A sphere of energy swelling ominously before it was launched directly at the incoming arrows. The 2 energies clashed mid-air, each striving to consume the other. A deafening explosion erupted, bathing the sky in blinding light that forced onlookers to shield their eyes. The overwhelming energy radiated outward, prompting Naruto to encase Hinata and the others in Nine Tails chakra to shield them from the blast. Sasuke similarly positioned Susanoo before the members of Team Hawk to prevent any collateral damage. Hiding behind Susanoo, Suigetsu was astounded, realizing why Sasuke forbade them from intervening. In a battle of this magnitude, their involvement would be futile. Within the safety of Susanoo, Sasuke's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated that the once underdog Naruto could withstand Akatsuki. Damn it! I possess the eternal kaleidoscope. Yet why can I not subdue him? Sasuke seethed internally, convinced that with his current prowess, he should be able to decisively defeat Naruto. However, reality often diverged from expectation. He found himself unable to overpower Naruto, and the prospect of a devastating defeat loomed. Sage Mode activate. Naruto entered Sage Mode, the markings around his eyes resembling those of a toad, embodying the mightiest Sage Mode from Mount Myaboku. Just then, news reached him from the Allied headquarters, reporting traces of Jiang Tian's activity near the hidden Cloud Village, and urging him to rendezvous with reinforcements. Yet, Naruto was unwilling to leave, having finally encountered Sasuke. He yearned to conclude their conflict and swiftly bring Sasuke back to the village. In Sage Mode, Naruto gazed at Sasuke's Susanoo and leaped down from Fumida. Enveloped in the chakra of the Nine Tails, he charged towards the towering Susanoo. The fusion of natural energy and Nine Tails chakra caused his 9 tails to grow even larger. Wrapping around the Susanoo as energy surged through them. Crack! Crack! The sound of splintering echoed ominously. Impossible! Why is this happening? Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed cracks forming on his Susanoo, unable to accept that Naruto's assault could threaten its integrity. You are finished. Team Hawk, watching anxiously, understood the gravity of the situation. If Sasuke's Susanoo, the hallmark of the Uchiha clan, fell, it would signify that Naruto was indeed superior. No, this cannot be happening. Sasuke's face contorted in madness, his crimson eyes spinning wildly as he poured chakra into Susanoo, desperately trying to sustain it. Blood trickled from the corners of his eyes as he overexerted himself. Naruto, gritting his teeth, fervently directed energy into his 9 tails, intent on shattering the Susanoo. Ultimately, Sasuke, in agony, clutched his eyes as Susanoo collapsed, the pain in his eyes overshadowed by the anguish in his heart. In that moment, his pride crumbled. He could not believe he had lost to the once derided Naruto. Admit it, you have lost, Naruto observed Sasuke with a calm demeanor. Shut up, I have not lost. Sasuke roared in a frenzy, his Sharingan spinning once more. Amaterasu. Black flames ignited upon the tailed beast cloak, capable of incinerating it, yet the 9 tails boundless chakra surged forth, quickly mending the damaged cloak. Sasuke gasped for breath, not unable to accept defeat, but rather the prospect of losing to Naruto, especially in the most potent form of the Uchiha bloodline. As he resolved to fight desperately, a hand landed on his shoulder. Clad in a red robe and wearing a demonic mask, Jiang Tian's doppelganger had arrived. That's enough. Even with the eternal kaleidoscope, overextending your ocular power will only bring harm to your eyes. Upon Jiang Tian's arrival, Team Hawk collectively sighed in relief, sensing their salvation. I cannot bear the thought of the Uchiha clan's strongest bloodline being bested by a mere underdog. Sasuke, consumed by madness, screamed at Jiang Tian, attempting to break free and resume his battle with Naruto to vindicate the Uchiha name. Jiang Tian regarded Sasuke softly. When your eternal kaleidoscope reaches its zenith, you will be assured of victory over him. The zenith? Sasuke questioned, perplexed. Did the pinnacle of the Sharingan not entail the eternal kaleidoscope? What do you mean by zenith? The onlookers were equally intrigued. The ultimate form of the Sharingan was not the kaleidoscope, a revelation that astonished Team Hawk. Having been intimately acquainted with Sasuke, they were more aware of his Sharingan than most. Amid the expectant gazes, Jiang Tian slowly articulated, the zenith of the Sharingan is the Eye of God, the same as that of the Sage of 6 Paths, the Rinnegan. Rinnegan? At that moment, all eyes widened in astonishment. unable to suppress their exclamations. Chapter 84. Indra and Ashura. Upon hearing the mention of the Rinnegan, the gathered crowd was enveloped in disbelief. The uniqueness and might of the Rinnegan were well understood in the ninja world, especially with Nagato as a precedent. Much like the Sage of Six Paths, these eyes possessed unfathomable power. Is what you speak true? That the pinnacle of the Sharingan is indeed the Rinnegan? Sasuke remained incredulous. This contradicted the inscriptions on the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. The tablet merely stated that the Sharingan was a cursed eye, leading its bearer to ultimately lose their loved ones. With no mention of the Rinnegan whatsoever, Jiang Tian, in a low voice, elucidated, while other Uchiha may not possess the capability, you, Sasuke, have the potential to wield eyes akin to a deity-s, for you are the reincarnation of Indra, unreservedly revealing the truth. Jiang Tian recognized this as the opportune moment to sow discord between Naruto and Sasuke. As long as these two did not unite, his own safety would be assured. Sasuke's expression darkened as he pressed for clarification. What does it mean to be the reincarnation of Indra? Is it truly something extraordinary? Indeed, it is remarkable. The last reincarnation of Indra was Uchiha Madara. Jiang Tian's revelation struck the air like a stone cast into still waters, stirring tumultuous waves of astonishment. The character of Uchiha Madara was well known. He was a man who could contend with the first Hokage, the progenitor of the Uchiha clan. His prowess was formidable enough to summon the Nine Tails. The notion that Sasuke shared the same fate as him could hardly fail to astonish the assembly. If I am indeed like Uchiha Madara, what does it mean that I lost to Naruto, that underdog? The thought of losing to Naruto gnawed at Sasuke. Especially upon learning of his extraordinary identity, he found it increasingly intolerable. After all, he was a man of noble Uchiha blood. Akin to Uchiha Madara, how could he accept defeat at the hands of a mere underdog? In response to Sasuke's inquiry, Jiang Tian shook his head and gestured towards Naruto. His tone somber, because he is the reincarnation of Ashura, and he too is no ordinary individual. The revelation that Naruto was the reincarnation of Ashura once again elicited shock among the crowd. Both Naruto and Sasuke furrowed their brows. While they did not fully grasp the implications of being Ashura's reincarnation, it was clear that an Indra and an Ashura were destined to be rivals. Sasuke could not contain his curiosity and was the first to voice his question. What is the connection between Indra and Ashura? The last reincarnation of Ashura was Senju Hashirama. Jiang Tian replied, and at that moment, the atmosphere became palpable with tension. Sasuke abruptly turned to face Naruto. So, it is true, we are adversaries, he murmured. A sense of desolation washing over him. In the Valley of the End, Sasuke's ancestor, Uchiha Madara, had suffered defeat, reportedly at the hands of the first Hokage. Now, having lost to Naruto, the humiliation was compounded. The fated battle between Indra and Ashura saw the Uchiha clan falter twice. The recurrence of such disgrace tormented Sasuke, whose pride was already formidable. No, that cannot be. I am still alive. Indra did not lose, and neither has the Uchiha clan. Sasuke glared at Naruto, his demeanor cold, imbued with a murderous intent. What transpired in the past shall not repeat itself. This time, I stake the name of the Uchiha clan on this fateful battle. I shall prevail to vindicate the reincarnation of Indra. Naruto felt a knot of discomfort. He could hardly comprehend how the situation had escalated. Observing Sasuke's expression, he realized that persuading him to return to the village would become an arduous task. Sasuke, have you forgotten? We were once comrades, a part of Team 7. Silence. That is no longer the case. We are now the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, destined to commence a fated battle. Such words irrevocably severed the bond between Team 7. They could no longer return to their former camaraderie. In the Dragon Cave, Jiang Tian's true form, perceiving the unfolding events through his clone, wore a smile, appearing increasingly sinister. Yet, it mattered little. He had never considered himself a virtuous figure in this world. With Sasuke and Naruto now positioned as adversaries, Jiang Tian had achieved his desired outcome. He had contemplated numerous factors that could lead to failure alongside Obito. The most significant threat was the possibility of Indra and Ashura joining forces against him and Obito, using the method of sealing Kaguya. Once the two were at odds, this potential pitfall would vanish, significantly increasing his chances of victory. With his objectives fulfilled, Jiang Tian instructed his clone to escort Sasuke and Team Hawk away. The quest for information regarding the Eight Tails had become inconsequential. He and Obito had achieved their goals. Initially, Jiang Tian had dispatched his clone to gather intelligence on the Eight Tails, but upon learning that Naruto intended to head to the Hidden Cloud Village for battle, he swiftly redirected his strategy, ordering his clone to remain in place. He then instructed Obito to send Sasuke to the hidden cloud village, all to facilitate their eventual encounter. Once Sasuke faced defeat and acknowledged the fate of Ashura and Indra, he would stand irrevocably against Naruto. Sasuke, wielding the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, would inevitably falter against Naruto, who had mastered the sage mode of Mount Maiboku. Everything was under Jiang Tian's control, and the plan was proceeding smoothly. Outside the hidden cloud village, the clone, having received orders, utilized space ninjutsu to transport Sasuke and Team Hawk away, leaving Naruto standing in stunned silence. He understood that perhaps when he next encountered Sasuke, they would be true enemies, unable to return to their former selves. Naruto-kun, Hinata called out with concern, aware that Naruto must be feeling immense sorrow. Their past camaraderie was well known. "I am fine," Naruto replied, waving his hand. He felt a wave of exhaustion. Was it truly impossible to reclaim their former friendship? Suppressing his melancholy, he led Hinata and the others onward towards the hidden cloud village, reminding himself that as a key player in the alliance, he must focus on how to secure victory in the impending battle. In the Dragon Cave, the clone returned with Sasuke. "You are the true body," Sasuke observed Jiang Tian, whose dark hair flowed as he sat, immediately recognizing the anomaly. He was aware that Jiang Tian was sealed, so the one resting should indeed be the true body. "Sasuke, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time," Jiang Tian remarked with a smile, pleased to have resolved a significant issue. "What have you been waiting for?" "We are not particularly close," Sasuke retorted coldly, devoid of the humility one might expect when addressing a figure of Jiang Tian's notorious stature. Understanding Sasuke's temperament, Jiang Tian remained unfazed, merely chuckling. "I often hear Itachi speak of you. Indeed, your demeanor is as frosty as he described. Ha ha ha. Brother. Did you just say brother?" Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. Had not his brother been deceased? At this moment, he remained unaware that Jiang Tian had brought back his brother, Uchiha Itachi, through the reanimation jutsu. Chapter 85. The Truth Behind the Uchiha Clan's Annihilation. There is no need for such astonishment. Would you like to see your brother once more? Jiang Tian's words caused Sasuke to breathe rapidly. He yearned to meet Itachi again. Filled with many questions he wished to ask. "Of course I want to see him. Do you have a way?" Sasuke urged, his eyes glistening with anticipation as he gazed at Jiang Tian, hoping for the answer that lay deep within his heart. "Rest assured, I certainly possess a means," Jiang Tian replied with a faint smile. He then clasped his hands together and intoned, "Edo Tensei." A coffin gradually emerged from the ground. With a resounding crash, the coffin lid fell open, and Sasuke stood in disbelief, staring at the figure within, the brother he had longed to see, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke was momentarily dazed, realizing he could truly meet his brother again. He wanted to ask directly whether the things he had heard from Akatsuki were true, whether Itachi had truly chosen to ally with Konoha and annihilate their clan out of love for peace and the desire for his own safety. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Uchiha Itachi greeted with a gentle and warm smile, no longer the cold and crazed figure of before, but instead the doting brother from his childhood. "Oh, such a touching reunion between brothers. I shan't intrude on your heartfelt reminiscences," Jiang Tian said as he stood and exited the room, leaving the two brothers to themselves. Outside, he harnessed the power of the seals researched by Orochimaru to strengthen his control over Edo Tensei Itachi. He merely needed to ensure that Itachi did not impart his so-called ideals of peace to Sasuke. Jiang Tian would not interfere further. "Brother, I have come to understand the events of that time. Did you truly annihilate our clan for the sake of peace?" Itachi was momentarily taken aback by this sudden inquiry, his expression stiffening. He could see the indignation on Sasuke's face and knew all too well how much Sasuke despised Konoha upon learning the truth. Itachi wished for his brother to walk the right path and wanted to express his own beliefs, but just as he prepared to speak, Jiang Tian outside immediately sensed it and deftly altered Itachi's words. "Indeed, the truth is as Akatsuki described. I chose to collaborate with Konoha to eradicate our clan, for the sake of peace and to ensure your survival. The clansmen may not understand, but as a member of the Anbu, I am aware that the coup would have failed regardless." Itachi recounted the truth to Sasuke in detail, omitting only the indoctrination of his ideals of peace. While Jiang Tian refrained from any intervention, why was brother so certain that the coup would fail? Sasuke questioned, struggling to comprehend. At that time, the Uchiha clan had formidable members like his brother, who possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan, alongside their father and many others with the Three-Tomo Sharingan. Surely, they could have contended with Konoha's higher-ups. "Sasuke, you are still too young," There are many matters you do not grasp, Itachi sighed. If there had been any hope of success in the coup, he would not have resorted to the brutal act of slaughtering his own kin. He genuinely loved peace, but had not descended into madness to the extent of exterminating his own family in a single night. Could there be other secrets? Sasuke pondered, sensing a hidden truth in his brother's words. Having witnessed Sasuke's growth and feeling assured with Jiang Tian and Obito's protection, Itachi decided to reveal the truth. The Uchiha clan faced not only Konoha's ninjas and a few high-ranking officials, but also the formidable families of Konoha, such as the Hige and Sarutobi clans, among others. These families would have posed the greatest resistance to the Uchiha clan's coup. But wasn't there an agreement? The descendants of the Uchiha and Senju clans had the right to compete, Sasuke questioned, recalling what he had seen inscribed on the monument in the ancestral land. The founding figures of Konoha, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, had indeed established a covenant that allowed capable youths from both clans to vie for the position of Hokage. Itachi shook his head with a bitter smile and explained, the crux of the matter lies here. After the death of the second Hokage, the Senju clan dwindled and faded into obscurity. However, the second Hokage harbored a profound disdain for the Uchiha clan. Following the battle at the Valley of the End, the second Hokage ascended to power and employed every method to suppress us, even relegating us to the outskirts of the village. While he superficially granted us the role of the Konoha police force, he simultaneously established the Anbu to counterbalance our influence, leading to the gradual decline of the Uchiha clan's former glory. During this period, he often relied on the might of the Hige, Sarutobi, and other prominent clans to suppress us, allowing these families to grow rapidly in power. Sasuke listened intently, absorbing information he had never encountered before, while Jiang Tian outside remained oblivious to the true circumstances following the Uchiha massacre. Itachi continued, yet these are not the primary reasons. The most significant factor was that the second Hokage explicitly designated Sarutobi Hiruzen as his successor, thus becoming the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was from the Sarutobi clan, one of the prominent families. Consider this, with the death of the second Hokage and the decline of the Senju clan, the two founding clans of Konoha were left with only us. As he spoke, realization dawned upon Sasuke, prompting an exclamation. So the Uchiha clan became a thorn in the eyes of the prominent families. If they eliminate us, they would become the true power in Konoha. It seems my brother is quite astute. Itachi smiled, a hint of pride in his expression. Indeed, when the Uchiha clan dared to mount a coup, those prominent families would join forces, collaborating with the Anbu and all of Konoha's ninjas to completely eradicate us. Thus, I had to take matters into my own hands to prevent the complete annihilation of our clan, ensuring your survival as well. Itachi's decision had not been made lightly. He had wished for his brother to live on. Then, if they wished to eradicate the Uchiha, why grant you this choice to allow me to survive? Sasuke inquired, and Jiang Tian, standing outside, also pondered this question. If the prominent families had made such a decision, why not eliminate both Itachi and Sasuke to leave no future threats? Itachi fell silent, the atmosphere thickening with tension. The truth was too grotesque to articulate. Brother, what are you hesitating for? Speak, Sasuke urged, bewildered by Itachi's sudden reticence. Because they are concerned with their reputation. The Senju clan has already fallen. If they were to eradicate the Uchiha, all 5 great shinobi villages, including Konoha's common ninjas, would become aware of it. After all, the Uchiha clan had contributed to the construction of Konoha. How would they be viewed if they annihilated the very clan that helped build the village? Thus, they offered me the choice to act, allowing the prominent families to remain unscathed, while their descendants could naturally assume the role of Hokage. After absorbing the truth, Sasuke stood in silence, grappling with the implications. Were all Uchiha clan members truly villainous? What wrong had they committed? This village had been founded by both the Uchiha and Senju clans. And while the Senju clan had produced 2 Hokage, what had the Uchiha clan achieved? Outside, Jiang Tian's expression darkened as he murmured, what a truly repugnant truth. Chapter 86, Obtaining Tailed Beast Chakra. After uncovering the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke felt a deep disdain for Konoha and, indeed, for this world. He increasingly resembled Obito and Kaguya. Only those who have experienced profound suffering can truly grasp the essence of pain. To let the world taste agony, to carry burdens. 1 bag of rice for several floors. Brother, I understand everything you mentioned, and now I know what steps to take next. A sense of worry welled up in Itachi's heart. Observing Sasuke's expression, he realized that his brother might embark on a misguided path. Sasuke, you mustn't. Itachi tried once more to counsel Sasuke, to impart notions of peace, but was once again restrained by Kagaya's spell. Itachi, there is no need to speak of peace anymore. What peace exists in this world? It is merely a struggle for power among the 5 great villages. Outside, Kagaya furrowed his brow. He was no longer that anime-watching college student. His understanding of the world's grim realities had deepened, far removed from the idyllic portrayals in animation. Konoha was like this. And so were the other villages. Otherwise, how could there have been 3 previous great ninja wars? Sasuke emerged from the room, and upon seeing Kagaya, his first words were, "Teach me how to obtain the Rinnegan." This time, Indra must defeat Ashura. Kagaya felt a surge of joy at Sasuke's determination. The plan seemed to be more successful than he had envisioned. "All right, you shall accompany me to eliminate some Konoha ninjas and collect interest for the massacre." "All right. I will follow you into the 4th Great Ninja War." Sasuke nodded, ready to request participation in battle even without Kagaya's prompting. Then prepare yourself. We set forth tomorrow." Kagaya departed to ready himself for the impending conflict. Once the night passed, his seal would be lifted, allowing him to commence the subsequent plan, capturing the 8 tails and 9 tails, and awakening the Moon Eye. In the dead of night, Obito, donning a white mask, approached Kagaya and whispered, "We should be able to act tomorrow." "Indeed. That old toad has delayed us for far too long. Tomorrow, we shall create chaos." Under the moonlight, Kagaya gazed upward, lifting a nearby cup and draining its contents in one swift motion. "I have kept Rin waiting for too long. What will you do if you encounter that old toad again?" Obito inquired quietly, recalling how their last encounter had nearly thwarted their efforts to capture the 9 tails. A smile graced Kagaya's lips. "I can summon the White Snake Sage, but my chakra has been insufficient to summon its true form. Once my chakra is adequate, the old toad will be no match for the White Snake Sage. Do you have a method?" Obito was taken aback, sensing that Kagaya had devised a means to augment his chakra. "Though we lack the 8 tails and 9 tails, do you not still possess the 7 other tailed beasts?" Kagaya continued. "The Moon Eye plan does not require the full chakra of the tailed beasts. By extracting a portion of the chakra from the 7 beasts, I will surely be able to summon the White Snake Sage." This approach was shared with Kagaya by Orochimaru, who explained that, akin to transplanting the first Hokage's cells, merging portions of these beasts' energies would greatly enhance one's chakra capacity. While it may not reach the level of Naruto's 9 tails, it would suffice for summoning the White Snake Sage. Very well. Obito did not hesitate to agree, recognizing that he and Kagaya were now truly allies, unlike at the beginning when they had their own agendas. After their discussion, they made their way to the base Orochimaru had established. This location had previously served as an underground facility for the Akatsuki, but now Kagaya had entrusted it to Orochimaru for his research. Upon entering the base, lights flared to life along the path, and Orochimaru emerged to greet them. "Kagaya, Obito, you've arrived. I can hardly wait to witness the manifestation of the White Snake Sage in the external world." The physical forms of the 3 great sages were unprecedented. No one had accomplished such a feat before, yet Kagaya was on the verge of achieving this seemingly impossible task. "Let us commence, Obito." Obito nodded, and at Kagaya's signal, the dried outer path of the demonic statue suddenly materialized within the base, causing it to crack and rupture. You've wasted such a fine research venue," Orochimaru lamented, dismayed at the destruction of his precious base. "Enough chatter. Begin merging the chakra of the 7-tailed beasts." The demonic statue opened its mouth, releasing the spiritual forms of the 7-tailed beasts. Roar, roar. Once more basking in the light of day, the tailed beast roared skyward. Having been imprisoned within the statue for far too long, humans were prone to such cruelty, confining these beasts. Obito's expression darkened, and he quietly admonished, "A pack of beasts dares to be so audacious." As chakra surged within him, countless chains ensnared the tailed beasts, binding them immovably. "Orochimaru, act now," Kagaya urged, observing Orochimaru's stunned stance. Seeing the 7-tailed beasts restrained solely by Obito, Orochimaru was astounded. Only one person had ever achieved such a feat, the first Hokage. Collaborating with such individuals was indeed advantageous. He focused intently on Obito and Kagaya, realizing that they were the support he needed. Once the war concluded victoriously, no one would be able to impede his research again. "Now, I shall begin merging the tailed beast chakra." Orochimaru produced a talisman, affixing it to a kunai. To Kagaya and Obito's astonishment, he wielded the kunai and expertly sliced off small portions from each tailed beast. It was noteworthy that the tailed beasts had become spiritual entities. Without specialized techniques, extraction would be nearly impossible. Yet Orochimaru executed this task with surprising ease, proving himself to be a true scientist of the Hokage. He meticulously cut off fragments from each of the 7 beasts, placing the severed pieces into a container. Continuously adding a green liquid, the tailed beast fragments fused with it. And over time, the liquid diminished until it transformed into a viscous black substance resembling a spherical mass. Apply this to your body, after absorption. You will gain tailed beast chakra. Orochimaru had devised this unprecedented method, showcasing his brilliance. Once the application was complete, Kagaya felt an intense heat coursing through him, accompanied by a burning sensation on his skin. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he gritted his teeth, enduring the ordeal. Time passed, and as dawn broke, Kagaya slowly opened his eyes. His chakra surged within him, imbued with an inexhaustible sensation. Chapter 87. The most formidable lineup. The inexhaustible surge of chakra was an extraordinary sensation. And Jiang Tian finally understood why ninjas feared the tailed beasts. The sheer magnitude of chakra wreaking havoc was sufficient for any single tailed beast to obliterate a village, which only deepened his admiration for the first Hokage. It was astonishing that one man could subdue 9 tailed beasts. No wonder he was revered by ninjas as the god of shinobi. As the trio emerged from the base, Jiang Tian gazed at the slowly rising sun, his spirits lifted. With the acquisition of tailed beast chakra, he felt an unwavering confidence in his imminent success. After all the preparation, it was time to capture the 8 tails and 9 tails. His Sharingan began to spin, and in an instant, Jiang Tian vanished, reappearing within the dragon cave. Before long, he was back in the cave. Adorned in his signature crimson robe, his unique Azura mask perched atop his head, and a katana sheathed at his side. He clasped his hands together and softly intoned, "Edo Tensei." As if summoned from the depths, a series of coffins rose uniformly from the ground, with the sound of lids crashing down. The resurrected titans of the ninja world emerged, yet Jiang Tian refrained from summoning Uchiha Madara, deeming the current strength sufficient without introducing an unstable element. Among those summoned were former members of the Akatsuki, the past Kage from various villages, and numerous powerful ninjas with unique bloodline limits. These formidable figures stood respectfully behind Jiang Tian, just as his shadow clone arrived with Sasuke in tow. With everyone gathered, the vast chakra within Jiang Tian surged. He rapidly formed hand seals before forcefully pressing downwards. Senjutsu, summoning technique. With his command, the white snake sage, reclining on a stone chair, slowly opened his eyes, only to vanish the next moment. The sky above the base darkened ominously, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the area as the white snake sage's colossal form materialized. Grinning at Jiang Tian with bared teeth. "Kid, not bad at all. You actually managed to summon my true form. It seems my choice of you is not in vain." Breathing in the air of the human world, the sage relished his return after so many years spent in the sacred dragon cave. Jiang Tian leaped lightly onto the sage's head, gazing toward the distant hidden cloud village with a calm demeanor, then whispered, "Let the tailed beast capturing mission commence." In that instant, both Jiang Tian and Obito felt a surge of fervor, firmly believing that this time they would undoubtedly succeed in capturing the tailed beasts. With the white snake sage, the 10 tails Jinchuriki Obito Uchiha, Jiang Tian wielding Senjutsu, shadow clones, the reincarnation of Indra, Sasuke Uchiha, and countless powerful ninjas resurrected from the Edo Tensei, one could only wonder how this formidable lineup could possibly fail. Not only Jiang Tian and Obito, but even Orochimaru and the resurrected warriors felt invincible. Their combined strength was formidable enough to annihilate anything in their path. In Myaboka Mountain, the toad sage abruptly opened his eyes, sensing the white snake sage's presence through the frogs traversing the human realm. "This is quite troublesome," he mused, knitting his brows in concern. Meanwhile, the Ninja Alliance received the news almost instantaneously, with the white snake sage's true form appearing and such a multitude of powerful figures gathering. Secrecy was nearly impossible. At the Alliance headquarters, the 5 Kage and their advisory personnel wore grim expressions. The overwhelming power they faced was almost despair-inducing. "What should we do?" the Tsuchikage inquired, his brow furrowing, a hint of panic creeping in. He had never anticipated that Jiang Tian would unleash such a colossal disturbance upon breaking the seal, like a thunderstorm poised to devastate the Ninja Alliance in an instant. The Tsuchikage's words plunged the room into silence. What could they possibly do against such absolute strength? Bang! The Raikage pounded the table with his remaining hand, his fiery words echoing. "We'll fight to the death. If they want to capture the tailed beasts, they'll have to step over my corpse first." His declaration only deepened the prevailing gloom among the gathered leaders. While they understood his words were born of fervor, It seemed to foreshadow an inevitable reality. Each of them appeared destined to become mere corpses in the name of ninja peace. Gaara, the youngest of the 5 Kage and the commander of the alliance, leaned back in his chair, exuding calmness amidst the brewing storm. Esteemed leaders, I have something to share. Upon hearing Gaara's voice, all eyes turned to him. Curiosity piqued regarding what this young Kazekage would propose in such dire straits. Everyone is likely aware of my past as a Jinchuriki, known in my village as a cursed weapon. Back then, I harbored deep resentment toward everyone. However, I encountered Naruto, another Jinchuriki, who was also scorned. Yet he was different. Despite facing countless accusations and hardships, he never relinquished hope. His eyes shone with light, teaching me to believe in it as well. Naruto embodies an indomitable spirit, which is why fans refer to him as the master of verbal duels. Thus, I believe that no matter how formidable our opponents may be, and regardless of the immense challenges and setbacks ahead, we must not surrender. This time, we may face defeat, or even death. Jiang Tian might pursue the Moon Eye plan. Nevertheless, we must fight. Not only must we fight, but we must also wager our lives in a desperate struggle until the very last moment. I am convinced that if we truly strive for peace in the ninja world, future generations will not deem us cowards. Gaara's words resonated like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. The Tsuchikage chuckled lightly, lowering his head in a moment of humility, realizing that after all these years, he had much to learn from the youth. The Raikage's face broke into a smile, while he harbored animosity toward Jiang Tian. He cherished his brother, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. For him, fighting to the death was the ultimate resolution. Tsunade, mourning Jiraiya's loss, found solace in the opportunity to fight for a noble cause, seeking vengeance for her fallen comrade. Terumi may remain silent, her singular goal since assuming the mantle of Mizukage being to protect her village. Now, she had to safeguard the entire ninja world. With unanimous agreement among the 5 Kage, the Ninja Alliance resolved to face Jiang Tian's onslaught with unwavering resolve. Commands were issued to every unit, informing them of the dire situation. Jiang Tian's approach was relentless, and many would perish. Upon learning the circumstances, not a single ninja retreated. Even the most inconsequential of ordinary ninjas chose to stay, for they had no alternative but to fight to the death for the peace they cherished. Chapter 88. How could I lose? Within the ranks of the 3rd Division led by Kakashi of the Ninja Alliance, the shinobi from the 5 great villages bowed their heads in despair. Jiang Tian had broken the seal and was hastening towards their encampment in the village hidden in the clouds. Reports from the command center indicated that Jiang Tian was advancing with overwhelming force, gathering the mightiest warriors, including the legendary Sage of White Snakes. Faced with such an insurmountable power, their eyes dimmed, devoid of any glimmer of hope for survival. As the captain of the 3rd Division, Kakashi stood silently, furrowing his brow, uncertain of what to say. It seemed that this war was drawing to a close, destined for an end. The shinobi of the 3rd Division gathered, lifting their gazes towards Kakashi, yearning for words of encouragement. In the midst of this heavy silence, several figures rushed towards them. Leading the way was the hero of the alliance, Naruto Uzumaki, who had returned with the body of Jiraiya from the clutches of the masked man. Naruto had arrived. Jiang Tian had come to seize the Nine-Tails. He should not have ventured here. Yet, to bring back the remains of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya from the masked man demonstrated Naruto's formidable strength. The alliance needed such combat prowess. Amidst the murmurs, discussing whether Naruto should be present, he declared, "Everyone, I will fight alongside you until the very end." Upon his arrival, he expressed his unwavering resolve to battle for the future of the ninja world. Kakashi-sensei, I have received word as well. Jiang Tian has mobilized nearly all his forces towards the village hidden in the clouds. Indeed, this is quite troublesome, Kakashi replied softly, his expression and tone remaining grave, unaltered by Naruto's presence. He understood that even Naruto's words might not suffice to secure victory. Turning to the shinobi of the 3rd Division, Naruto perceived the sorrow etched on their faces, their fighting spirit extinguished. He felt compelled to speak. Everyone, this battle is not a choice. For the sake of peace and our future, we must win this war. Of course, we may face failure and death, but even in defeat, we should not bow our heads in despair. Regardless of how formidable the enemy may be, we must give our all. Unlike Jiang Tian and the masked man, we do not possess their overwhelming power. Yet, we have comrades fighting by our side. Individually, a firefly's glow is weak, but when they come together, they emit the most radiant light. His words resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. The alliance consisted mostly of ordinary shinobi, lacking extraordinary strength or backgrounds. seemingly destined to be mere fodder in the relentless machinery of war. Yet, in that moment, a young man named Naruto Uzumaki reminded them that even they held value, capable of shining brilliantly. Therefore, let us march forward together, to fight for peace. For peace. Fight. 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 The voices of tens of thousands in the 3rd Division rose in unison, a resounding roar akin to a tsunami, reaching the heavens. Approaching the outskirts of the village hidden in the clouds, Jiang Tian stood atop the head of the Sage of White Snakes. In the sky, white clay birds circled, and Deidara reported the situation from above. Jiang Tian, Akatsuki, and the Ninja Alliance have all been mobilized. Shinobi from the 5 great villages are gathering towards the village hidden in the clouds. It seems the battleground has been set. Jiang Tian squinted, glancing at Obito, a smile gracing his face. Obito, our plan is nearing fruition. Once we win this war, we shall meet them again. Indeed. We have awaited this day for far too long, Obito replied, his heart swelling with anticipation. The main force advanced steadily, gradually revealing the village hidden in the clouds. Quickly. Everyone move faster. Additionally, inform the other divisions to advance at full speed. We must enter the village hidden in the clouds before Jiang Tian. The 5 Kage led their respective forces, alongside various special units, towards the village, as other divisions hastened under orders from the headquarters. They have arrived. Jiang Tian and the masked man are now outside the village hidden in the clouds. Within the village, the announcement drew all shinobi's attention towards the exterior. Naruto was the first to react, proclaiming, everyone, it is time for us to face the enemy. With many villagers still inside, they needed to ensure the battlefield was outside. Upon hearing this, the shinobi's resolve hardened. Naruto took the lead, charging towards the village's exit, followed closely by Kakashi and the 3rd Division shinobi. Such was Naruto's charisma. With just a few words, he seized command of the 3rd Division from Kakashi, compelling them to follow his lead. Outside the village, Jiang Tian raised his arm, signaling for his forces to halt. Gazing upon the seemingly endless 3rd Division, he felt a mix of emotions. A force of thousands was indeed imposing. Yet they were merely a collection of weaklings, easily crushed. The shinobi looked up at Jiang Tian, who stood atop the Sage of White Snakes. Feeling a sense of dread as the pressure emanating from the sage left them breathless, Jiang Tian's scornful taunts silenced any dissent. For he was a man standing upon a sage's head, something even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had never done. Jiang Tian, do you not think it arrogant to make such claims before winning the war? Naruto challenged, furrowing his brow as he sought to bolster morale. Ha ha ha, how amusing. You should no longer be a child. How can you utter such words? In response to the rebuke, Jiang Tian remained unfazed, laughing as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. Open your eyes and see who stands beside me. The 3 great sages are at my feet, Akatsuki's members, including Orochimaru and Sasuke, stand by my side. Behind me are former leaders from various villages and many with unique bloodline limits. With such a lineup, how could you possibly think I could lose? Jiang Tian's words struck the hearts of the Alliance's shinobi like a heavy hammer, ringing true in their ears. Indeed, with such a formidable assembly, how could they hope to triumph against them? Chapter 89. The battle begins. Naruto's fervor, ignited by his earlier words, dissipated in an instant. Though reports from headquarters indicated that Jiang Tian had summoned numerous formidable beings, the stark contrast between hearing and witnessing such a powerful assembly was overwhelming. Confronting such an elite force was enough to induce trepidation and a sense of helplessness. This scene would forever be etched in their memories. It was profoundly shocking. The man standing atop the head of the White Snake Sage loomed over them like a deity. Jiang Tian, do you truly believe victory is assured? Naruto's expression grew grave. While Jiang Tian's words contained an undeniable truth, as an adversary, he could not afford to falter in rhetoric, especially at this pivotal moment before the impending conflict. Is my victory not evident? Jiang Tian smirked at Naruto. He could never lose, it was simply impossible. His tone was not one of arrogance, but rather a reflection of his genuine prowess. Enough of this idle chatter, let us commence with capturing the 9 tails within you. Jiang Tian smiled softly, leaping down alongside Obito to stand before the Grand Army. Both activated their Sharingan, leading the charge against the coalition of tens of thousands of ninjas. In an instant, a breach was torn in the ranks of the Ninja Alliance, and the two moved as if in a realm unchallenged. Fire release, storm dance, godly technique, void obliteration. The 2 champions fought side by side, slaughtering the allied ninjas with ease. Do you wish to join the fray? Jiang Tian suddenly turned, his Sharingan spinning fiercely as he fixed his gaze upon a ninja attempting a sneak attack, his expression darkening. The ninja, clutching a kunai, found himself ensnared by Jiang Tian's grip, subjected to an agonizing stare. The demon king of the ninja world glared at him, a torment indeed. Yet it was brief as Jiang Tian swiftly kicked him away. As Jiang Tian and Obito's forms intertwined, Kakashi's third unit suffered grievous losses. Merely their presence sent the ninjas scattering. With a turn of his Sharingan, a ninja behind Jiang Tian collapsed, frothing at the mouth, ensnared in a nightmarish illusion. Jiang Tian. Naruto activated Sage Mode, the familiar toad patterns appearing around his eyes as he charged towards Jiang Tian. Ah, how fortuitous that you have delivered yourself to me, saving me much trouble. Jiang Tian, equally unyielding, instantly entered Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave, the patterns of serpents encircling his eyes. In Sage Mode, the two launched themselves towards one another, their fists colliding. Bang! The surrounding ninjas were flung away by the sheer force of their natural energy, leaving only the two sage warriors at the heart of the battlefield. On the other side, Obito found himself surrounded by Kakashi and Might Guy. Simultaneously, several other units of the coalition arrived, yet without exception, they were thwarted by the forces Jiang Tian had summoned. Jiang Tian, you are utterly reckless. The voice of the Raikage roared in fury. This was the hidden Cloud Village, and Jiang Tian's brazen display of power intensified his anger. Reckless? I believe you are the one being outrageous, daring to speak to me in such a tone. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan whirled, and Jiang Tian vanished, reappearing behind the Raikage. His expression was cold as he raised his katana high. With a swift motion, the once boisterous battlefield fell silent, all gazing in terror at the man wielding the raised sword. Scalding blood splattered across the ground, staining the faces of nearby ninjas, who could still feel the warmth of it. The Raikage's remaining arm was severed, his face pale with rage as he glared at Jiang Tian. The allied ninjas were engulfed in fear. In an instant, with a mere flick of his hand, one of the 5 Kage had been left maimed. What an overwhelming display of strength. While the uninitiated gazed in awe, those knowledgeable observed the intricacies of battle. Jiang Tian, smiling, turned to the Raikage with a teasing tone. Quite impressive that you managed to evade that fatal strike. His intent had not been to merely sever the Raikage's arm, but to deliver a lethal blow to his neck, catching him unawares. Yet, with the swiftness of space-time ninjutsu, the Raikage instinctively retreated just enough, 2 centimeters, that it spared his life. Dust Release, Original Realm Separation Technique. Lava Release, Lava Monster Technique. Sandstorm Funeral. The 3 Kage launched their attacks simultaneously, Tsunade charging towards Jiang Tian with her fists raised. Their assault coming from all directions, leaving him no avenue for escape, intent on a single devastating blow. In the face of the combined might of the 4 Kage, Jiang Tian did not so much as blink. He simply turned slowly to regard Naruto. Jiang Tian, be careful. As the attacks drew near, Jiang Tian remained unmoved, prompting Obito, engaged in combat with Kakashi, to urgently warn him. The coalition ninjas watched with eager anticipation at the impending united assault of the 4 Kage. Would they succeed? Just a little more. Surely, they must eliminate this fiend. Yet, in the next moment, with a resounding crash, a massive white tail lashed out, swiftly bringing the 4 Kage crashing down from the sky. The hopes of the allied ninjas shattered in an instant. Not only was Jiang Tian immensely powerful, capable of severing the Raikage's arm with a single strike, but beside him stood a sage. A white snake sage from the Dragon Cave, whose mere sweep of its tail had felled the 4 Kage. I told you, how could I possibly lose this battle? Jiang Tian's mocking voice echoed in the ears of all present, startlingly clear. The morale of the coalition plummeted. If even the strongest of the 5 Kage could be so easily defeated, what hope did they possess? Sage Technique, Summoning Jutsu. A roar erupted, and a dense white mist enveloped the battlefield, revealing a colossal figure within the haze. Naruto leapt to land atop the giantess head. White Snake, you truly have gone to such lengths, even signing a contract to summon your true form to aid this human in achieving victory? Huh. Unlike you, old toad, who clings to the airs of a sage, unwilling to sacrifice for your sacred land. Your delay in signing a contract with this boy stems from your own pride as a sage, does it not? The white snake sage's words rendered the toad sage silent. Though he had refrained from signing a contract with Naruto due to the insufficient natural energy within him, a part of him indeed struggled to relinquish the pride of being a sage. You long worm, how sharp your tongue. The white snake sage's ire flared at this insult. He abhorred being called a worm. You, mere toad, are but a clone. How dare you speak to me? The true sage, in such a manner. His furious roar echoed across the skies as this sage from the Dragon Cave found himself enraged. Chapter 90. The Celestial Technique, Ascending to dragon form, the roar of the white snake sage reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A sound so profound that it altered the atmosphere itself. Many of the weaker ninjas within the allied forces were momentarily stunned, as if frozen in a trance. Yet, this daze was fleeting. They soon regained their senses, clutching their heads in agony, only to collapse unconscious onto the ground. The overwhelming power of the sage instilled fear in all present, while the undead army, bolstered by sheer numbers, held a distinct advantage over the ninja alliance. The situation increasingly tilted in Jiang Tian's favor, casting a shadow of impending doom over the ninja world. Whitesnake, have you so recklessly forgotten the words of the Sage of Six Paths? The Toad Sage frowned. In the nascent days of the ninja world, the so-called three great holy lands did not exist. Toads, snakes, and slugs emerged from the vast multitude of creatures, having encountered the enigmatic Akatsuki clan, from whom the Sage of Six Paths, the progenitor of the ninja world, hailed. These three beings met the sage and the woman who ruled and governed this realm, receiving a fruit from this powerful lineage that enabled them to absorb natural energy for their cultivation. Thus, they established the three great holy lands, Maibokuzen, led by the Toad Sage, Richi Cave, presided over by the White Snake Sage, and the enigmatic Sherbone Forest, known only to a select few. The Sage of Six Paths once decreed that human affairs should be resolved by humans, forbidding the Holy Lands from intervening, should they engage in battle. The ensuing conflict would be catastrophic and irretrievable. The White Snake Sage wore a grave expression, recalling that Richi Cave had indeed pledged not to meddle in human struggles. However, over the years, Maibokuzen, despite being weaker, had earned the respect of the ninja community, while Richi Cave remained desolate, with few ninjas willing to forge summoning contracts. Though the trials of Richi Cave were the most arduous, they also offered unparalleled strength. The White Snake Sage believed the desolation of Richi Cave stemmed from Maibokuzen's alliance with Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great villages, leading to its current glory. Hence, he placed his trust in Jiang Tian, convinced that he would emerge victorious in this war and reshuffle the power dynamics of the ninja villages. Should Jiang Tian gain control over the ninja world, Richi Cave would bask in newfound splendor. Old Toad, do not speak to me of the Sage of Six Paths. That individual is long deceased. I seek to fight for Richi Cave, for all serpents in this world, to seize an opportunity of unparalleled brilliance. Richi Cave had languished for too long, desperately needing this chance. The White Snake Sage was well aware of Jiang Tian's Moon Eye plan, which aimed to plunge all into a dreamlike realm. Even so, this would not diminish the glory of Richi Cave, when all lay ensnared in dreams. The dream world would become their reality. All 3 great holy lands possessed methods for establishing contracts, even within the dream realm. As long as the world endured, they could enter this dreamscape and revive the splendor of Richi Cave. Madness. Pure madness. These 2 human boys, and you, White Snake, all have succumbed to insanity. Jiang Tian and Obito exchanged a grim glance. The Toad Sage's words rang true. They had indeed lost their minds to the point of wishing to resurrect the dead. White Snake Sage, I leave this old toad to you. He is merely a clone and should pose no challenge. Fear not. My strength has never been inferior to that of this toad. A mere clone can be dispatched in the blink of an eye. The White Snake Sage spoke with lofty arrogance, for Richi Cave was the mightiest of the holy lands. Serpents naturally preyed upon toads. He raised his colossal white tail, his massive serpent head slowly turning to regard it, with a thunderous roar that echoed like a clap of thunder in the ears of the ninjas. He unleashed his technique, celestial technique, ascending to dragon form. The elongated, massive white tail shimmered in the sunlight, scales flickering with brilliance. For bulges on his abdomen writhed as if 4 small orbs were striving to break free. With a series of sounds akin to bursting skin, 4 claws emerged, each adorned with 3 fingers. Dual horns sprouted from his head, and long whiskers danced in the wind. With a resounding roar, the White Snake Sage surged skyward, his form swelling several times, fixating his gaze upon the Toad Sage, his lithe yet powerful body twisting and turning in the sky. Everyone, including Jiang Tian, looked up in disbelief at the colossal creature soaring above them. Ah, so that's why it's called Richi Cave. It bears a reason. Though not a true dragon, it bears a striking resemblance. Jiang Tian observed the White Snake Sage in his dragon form, contemplating what it would be like to stand atop the sage's head at that moment. Madness. True madness. The Toad Sage, for the first time in many years, displayed a lapse in composure. The invocation of ascending to dragon form signaled a readiness to engage in a death struggle with Maibokuzen. The technique of ascending to dragon form was a secret art exclusive to the sages of Riichi Cave, one that even Jiang Tian could not master. Not only did it transform one's appearance to resemble a dragon, but it also exponentially enhanced one's power, the cost and benefit being proportionate. This formidable technique, though immensely powerful, was exceedingly challenging to cultivate. The fact that the White Snake Sage had mastered it and deployed it at this moment indicated his meticulous planning. This was a true declaration of war. The conflict between the holy land of Riichi Cave and my Bokuzen had indeed ignited, transformed into a dragon. The White Snake Sage sensed an inexhaustible wellspring of energy coursing through him. He looked upon the Toad Sage, a smile creeping onto his face. Old Toad, hurry back to your my Bokuzen with your clone. Spare yourself the humiliation. With a powerful swing of his dragon tail, a resounding crash emanated as white smoke billowed upward. Jiang Tian and the White Snake Sage exchanged bewildered glances. The tail had not made contact. The smoke had been left behind by the Toad Sage's hasty retreat to my Bokuzen. He ran. The ninjas of the allied forces wore expressions of disbelief, having pinned their hopes on the Toad Sage to subdue Jiang Tian once more, just as he had previously. But they had clearly underestimated the situation. This time, it was the true form of the White Snake Sage that had emerged. Jiang Tian and Obito looked to where the Toad Sage had been, and Naruto's figure had vanished, seemingly taken back to my Bokuzen with him. Let us capture the 8 tails first. As for the 9 tails, I will visit my Bokuzen with the White Snake Sage later. Obito nodded, seizing the Uchiha fan and advancing towards the allied forces, knowing that this was the only course of action available for now. Chapter 91. When he grips the butcher's knife. He becomes a harbinger of death. Jiang Tian firmly planted his feet upon the warrior's blade and leapt onto the head of the White Snake Sage. You shall engage with Obito's forces here while I pursue the 8 tails, he commanded the reanimated ninjas, instructing them to stay back and confront the bulk of the allied army. As he set out to capture the 8 tails on that moving island, the 5 Kage exchanged solemn glances, their eyes drawn to the man standing atop the dragon's head, acutely aware of his intent to seize the 8 tails. Yet, in that moment, hesitation gripped them. When truly facing the specter of death, none could maintain composure. Even Guy, a paragon of masculinity in the original narrative, furrowed his brow when he opened the 8 gates. Jiang Tian's power was formidable, instilling an involuntary fear within the hearts of the 5 Kage. Despite their efforts to suppress such dread, it proved futile. The innate terror that resided within their very beings lingered ominously in their minds. Jiang Tian, if there is a matter at hand, direct it towards me. The Raikage bellowed, his arms severed yet his spirit unyielding. The 8 tails, Killer Bee, was his brother. As a favored disciple of the Hokage, second only to Itachi, how could he passively allow Jiang Tian to capture his sibling? Just as the White Snake Sage prepared to act, the Raikage propelled himself towards Jiang Tian with astonishing speed. Even without his arms, his head still capable of attack. Do you seek death? Jiang Tian's gaze darkened as he brandished his blade, striking the Raikage down with a flash of cold steel, sending his head soaring into the air. The supreme commander of the allied forces, the Raikage, had perished. This marked the second significant loss among the 5 great ninja villages. Raikage-sama, you wretched fiends, cried the ninjas from Kumogakure, their hearts shattered. Jiang Tian, I shall slay you. The sight of Jiang Tian gripping the Raikage's severed head, clad in crimson robes and a fearsome mask, was enough to evoke sheer terror. With one hand wielding the warrior's blade and the other clutching the head of their commander, he appeared as a demon risen from the depths of hell. Do you feel anguish, weaklings? Jiang Tian taunted, having dispatched the Raikage. No longer in a hurry, he contemplated eliminating the 5 Kage before capturing the 9 tails, for then none would stand in his way. You scoundrels! How dare you! Shouted a Kumogakure ninja as he charged towards Jiang Tian, only to be swiftly dispatched, his head also soaring into the air before crashing at Jiang Tian's feet. Volume of voice does not equate to strength, Jiang Tian mused, leaning his blade against the ground, observing the ninjas before him. 3 more from Kumogakure rushed him, meeting the same grim fate. Blood spilled, deepening the hue of his already vibrant red robes. Today, I shall witness how many among you are unafraid of death. As his words faded, another ninja rushed forward, brandishing a kunai and shrieking, You devil! With a resonant thud, the body fell heavily to the ground, soon followed by an ever-increasing tide of ninjas charging at Jiang Tian, none escaping the inevitable demise that awaited them. The corpses beneath his feet accumulated. Yet Jiang Tian did not rely on ninjutsu or Sharingan. He wielded only his physical prowess and the warrior's blade. The sanguine tableau provided a jarring visual shock to the allied forces. precisely the spectacle Jiang Tian sought. As he noted that no ninja dared approach any longer, he scoffed. Do you sense the pain that belongs to the weak? Among these corpses lie your friends, your kin, and in my grasp, I hold the head of your village's leader. Yet look at you now, what can you do? Their weakness rendered them devoid of courage even to take a single step forward. This was the lament of the powerless. Jiang Tian's voice grew fervent, his tone increasingly manic. Do you feel this anguish? The helplessness, the bitterness, the heartache, and the shame? Do you long to kill me? To avenge your loved ones? Not a single ninja from the allied forces dared meet Jiang Tian's gaze, for fear had gripped them. When Ling perished, I felt this very sensation. My emotions mirror yours at this moment. He chuckled darkly, observing their eyes, each reflecting the desire to end his life. Yet all were too frightened to act. Had you possessed my strength, you would have struck me down without hesitation. Thus, you, the hypocritical lot, professing lofty ideals of peace, I scoff at your nauseating pretense. Were you in my position, wielding my power, you too would raise a butcher's knife. With each word, Jiang Tian's voice escalated into a near roar, for this was the stark truth. You have never endured such torment. How could you fathom the heart-wrenching throes of despair? The world knows only of my descent into darkness, yet no one remembers the Jiang Tian who, years ago, pleaded on the battlefield for Ling's life. His eyes once filled with light. I envisioned a future with Ling, to become a ninja of Konoha and contribute to my village. Yet war obliterated all hope and extinguished the Jiang Tian, who could only beg. Every utterance was a reflection of the world's harsh reality. The 5 great villages, driven by self-interest, igniting the flames of war. Ultimately, it was the common ninjas who paid the price for the decisions of the elite. Jiang Tian cast a cold smile at the assembly, now clutching the butcher's knife for a semblance of peace, albeit through the means of violence. With that proclamation, Jiang Tian vanished from sight, the Sharingan whirled into action. And Sage Mode activated in that instant. Natural energy, chakra, and bloodline limits coalesced, amplifying his power to unprecedented heights. Upon reappearing, he stood behind Gaara, his blade sweeping forth, sending Gaara's head flying. The 4th Kazekage's body collapsed heavily, vanishing like a wraith. Reappearing in front of Mei Terumi, the water shadow, Jiang Tian raised his sword high. Mei attempted to resist, but discovered she could not summon her chakra. The oppressive aura emanating from him was overwhelming. With a swift motion, yet another head was severed. Tsunade invoked the strength of 100 technique, seeking to withstand Jiang Tian's onslaught, yet it proved utterly ineffective. Jiang Tian seized Tsunade by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. Hokage-sama. Konoha owes me and Ling a debt. It is time to repay it. Let us begin with the slaying of the last Hokage. With a chilling laugh, he summoned natural energy, exerting tremendous pressure until Tsunade's neck snapped under the strain. All transpired in the blink of an eye. From Jiang Tian's initial strike to the demise of several Kage, mere moments elapsed. The assembled ninjas, including Obito, remained stunned, unable to react. In this moment, no one dared meet Jiang Tian's gaze, for he was a man who had slaughtered several Kage in his wrath, an unsettling prospect indeed. Jiang Tian turned his attention to Inoki, a smirk dancing upon his lips. Earth Shadow, it appears you are the last one standing. Should you take matters into your own hands, I shall ensure your remains are left intact. Chapter 92. The 8th gate opens with a single phrase that could compel the Tsuchikage to take his own life. Jiang Tian proved his formidable strength, a feat only previously accomplished by Uchiha Madara. It had been years since Inoki had encountered someone of such caliber, reminiscent only of the first 5 Kage summit with Madara. The overwhelming, tremulous fear he felt was an unfamiliar sensation he had not experienced in a long time. Jiang Tian, I must concede your strength. However, as the Tsuchikage of a Wagakure, I cannot accept such humiliation. Oh, is that so? What a pity, Jiang Tian replied, raising an eyebrow. He had offered Inoki the chance to die with dignity, but the elder refused, leaving him no choice. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan whirled as he brandished his katana and advanced toward Inoki. Dust release, primitive world decay. Inoki made a final stand, aware of its futility. Jiang Tian's swiftness had already demonstrated that he could effortlessly dispatch 4 Kage, his power far surpassing theirs. A massive white beam surged toward Jiang Tian but was effortlessly intercepted by the Sage of White Snakes, rendering Inoki's technique null and void, as if it had never existed. Before the astonished crowd, Jiang Tian approached Inoki, swinging his katana with ferocity. The last of the 5th Hokage met his fate, unable to escape the blade's wrath. As Inoki's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, with not a soul daring to utter a sound. Even Obito remained silent, acutely aware of Jiang Tian's overwhelming power. At that moment, he felt fortunate to have agreed to Jiang Tian's request years ago, forming an alliance. He also recognized the hypocrisy of Konoha's upper echelons, which had birthed yet another rebellious ninja. Jiang Tian clutched his katana, blood dripping from its blade. His expression icy as he surveyed the coalition, none daring to meet his gaze. The fate of the weak was thus sealed, their most cherished possessions, even their very lives, at the mercy of the powerful. Jiang Tian's voice was low, yet no one dared to challenge him. His strength spoke volumes. Suddenly, a man clad in a green jumpsuit and sporting a watermelon hairstyle emerged, shattering the oppressive silence. Being powerful does not justify wielding a blade indiscriminately. Even if you are hurt, such actions lack honor, he declared. Kakashi, observing Guy's brave advance, furrowed his brow and called out, "Guy, what are you doing?" The coalition's ninjas turned their attention to the figure, recognizing him as Might Guy, a mere Nin from Konoha. With all 5 Kage slain, what audacity did he possess to confront that great demon? Whispers of disbelief spread among them. They could not fathom what courage drove Might Guy to step forward. Yet Jiang Tian understood all too well, calmly murmuring, "So you finally decided to show yourself. Very well, let us resolve all troubles in one fell swoop." As Might Guy approached Jiang Tian, he slowly unfastened the buttons of his vest. Attaining immense power should not grant one the audacity to act as they please. Regardless of one's past, it must not serve as an excuse to drag so many into despair and ignite the 4th Great Ninja War. Jiang Tian also sheathed his katana. No longer casual as he had been before the Kage. To the onlookers, this was a shocking transformation. Jiang Tian was now serious. What could possibly empower Might Guy to elicit such a response? As speculation swirled, a faint red mist began to envelop Guy, its intensity growing. What is that red aura? Chakra? No, that does not seem right. I recall Guy is proficient only in taijutsu. Taijutsu? Then what is this red mist surrounding him? Among the coalition? While others remained puzzled, Lee and Kakashi instantly recognized what it was. This is Might Guy's final form of the 8 gates. Guy-sensei, what are you doing? Lee exclaimed in shock. Without turning back, Guy smiled warmly. Lee, witness this moment of youthful vigor. Do not shed tears of despair. This is the last thing I can do for Konoha and the ninja world. Guy slowly raised his gaze to the heavens, recalling the time his father had saved him. His father, a lowly genin, had shone with brilliance during that encounter against the 7 ninja swordsmen, granting him the hope of life. Today, he too would emulate his father, radiating his final brilliance to illuminate the path for future generations. The 8th gate, open. With that declaration, the red mist surrounding Guy surged skyward, unleashing a tremendous aura that left all in attendance quaking with fear. Jiang Tian's expression shifted as he realized the true magnitude of this power. The 8th gate. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned Susanoo, entering sage mode, as the dragon manifestation of Susanoo erupted from the ground. Jiang Tian, what is this situation? The sage of white snakes, circling above, was equally astounded, sensing a power from Guy that could potentially rival his own. Do not worry, I have a plan. Obito, White Snake Sage, retreat for now. I shall handle this. Jiang Tian instructed, uncertain of the full extent of the 8th gate's power. The original tale hinted that one kick nearly defeated 6 Paths Madara, yet in the world of Naruto, its true strength remained a mystery. Especially since this world had diverged from the original narrative due to his presence as an outsider. Jiang Tian, be cautious. Obito warned. His expression one of dread as he recognized that he was not a match for this man. Jiang Tian nodded, his gaze fixed upon his shadow clone, contemplating using it as a shield should the need arise. With all 8 gates unlocked, Guy charged toward Jiang Tian, his speed so incredible that even the eternal Mangeki Sharingan struggled to track him. Jiang Tian, he is closing in. Obito managed to discern the rapid movement through his Rinnegan, but by the time he conveyed the warning, it was too late. Guy had already appeared before Jiang Tian, delivering a kick that sent him soaring into the sky, shattering the dragon manifestation of Susanoo. Suspended in midair, Jiang Tian's expression shifted as he discovered that he could not utilize spatial ninjutsu. His body felt locked in place, rendered immobile by an unseen force. Evening Elephant. Guy's voice rang out, and a streak of red light arced through the sky as his fist collided with Jiang Tian, sending him hurtling away like a severed kite. Coughing, Jiang Tian spat blood, feeling his ribs shatter. Guy, too, felt the repercussions as his forward momentum abruptly halted, the bones in his ankle fracturing under the strain. Chapter 93. Night Guy, the full opening of the 8 gates drained an unimaginable vitality and imposed a significant burden on his body. A man unversed in ninjutsu was capable of sprinting through the air at astonishing speeds, illustrating the immense pressure his bones endured. This was a tactic that inflicted 1,000 injuries upon oneself to harm 1,000 enemies, a quintessential exchange of life for life. Regardless of whether he could vanquish Jiang Tian, his fate was sealed. Kakashi stood frozen, astonished by the formidable power of the man who had always considered him a rival. Night Guy, in his full 8 gates form, might indeed possess the strength to eliminate Jiang Tian and lead them to victory in this war. Kakashi was not alone in his anticipation. The coalition of ninjas shared a collective hope that Guy would succeed in dispatching Jiang Tian. As Guy moved once more, a crimson mist enveloped him, and his swift motions resembled a streak of brilliant light. He unleashed a flurry of punches upon Jiang Tian, 5 strikes in total, sending Jiang Tian hurtling like a high-velocity projectile into the depths of the forest, where he crashed through a multitude of towering trees. Dust and debris rose into the air as the onlookers anxiously gazed towards the direction of Jiang Tian's descent, fervently wishing for his demise from that singular assault. However, in the next moment, a resounding crash shattered their hopes. Jiang Tian emerged from the wreckage, coughing violently before murmuring, "Such an attack truly sends chills down one's spine. Were it not for my training with the second scroll sage techniques in the Dragon Cave, I might have genuinely perished." The failure to eliminate Jiang Tian with the 8 gates left the coalition in utter despair. If such a barrage could not defeat him, they were at a loss for any other means to vanquish the formidable adversary. "Is it truly impossible to kill him?" Kakashi whispered, observing the panting Guy. Acutely aware of his deteriorating condition, Jiang Tian, too, was in a dire state, having sustained severe injuries from withstanding Guy's relentless onslaught. Yet he did not relent. Understanding that the true challenge lay ahead with Night Guy, only by enduring his might could they hope to resolve the dilemma posed by the 8 gates. Jiang Tian's Sharingan whirled as he summoned his clones to his side, standing united to confront Guy. Even the evening elephant could not fell him. "He is indeed remarkable," Guy remarked with a furrowed brow, uncertain if his final strike could bring down Jiang Tian. Yet he had no alternative but to hope that Night Guy would succeed. "Kai, your body," Kakashi's concern resonated, to which Guy responded with a thumbs up, assuring him, "Do not worry, I will not fall until I have defeated this foe." He then positioned himself, hands pressed to the ground, legs spread wide, and slowly descended into a crouch, exclaiming, "Charge." Instantly, the red mist surrounding him expanded, coalescing into the form of a fierce beast. With a tortured roar, Guy's eyes rolled back, and fissures appeared upon his body. Nearby, Obito, perceiving through his Rinnegan that this was Guy's final attack, urgently warned Jiang Tian, "Be careful, that is his life or death strike." "I am aware," Jiang Tian replied, furrowing his brow, anxiety creeping into his expression. He summoned his clone to shield him, uncertain of the true strength of this strike. As Guy's aura intensified, the beast formed entirely from the crimson mist charged towards Jiang Tian, who shouted, "Night Guy." Jiang Tian activated his Sharingan, attempting to position his clone in front of him, only to realize with horror that the space had been sealed. His Sharingan, while functional, exerted diminished control over the clone, and his fate would have it. The clone instinctively evaded the impending danger. The clone, possessing its own consciousness, feared for its life, driven by a primal instinct to survive, and did not rebel against Jiang Tian. It merely wished to endure. "Damn it!" Jiang Tian roared, his anger directed at the clone. Realizing too late that it had gone astray, this was not the time for accountability. He would deal with the clone after surviving Night Guy's onslaught. The crimson beast surged forward, and Guy's foot collided with Jiang Tian's body. In that instant, Jiang Tian felt an excruciating pain radiate through his bones, only to be followed by an overwhelming numbness as half of his body vanished under the force of Guy's strike. He was hurled away, collapsing to the ground without the strength to rise. Obito, witnessing the scene through his Rinnegan, gasped, "Jiang Tian." He observed the weakening pulse of Jiang Tian's heart, teetering on the brink of extinction as all vitality rapidly faded. Has he been defeated? It cannot be. Look at the masked man's furious expression. Jiang Tian must be dead. Finally, had this adversary perished? The coalition of ninjas momentarily stood in disbelief, but upon confirming Jiang Tian's demise, ecstasy erupted among them. They had finally vanquished the infamous tyrant of the ninja world. Guy's body crumpled to the ground, consumed by flames, his life force rapidly dissipating. Cough as an Aji. Jiang Tian summoned the last remnants of his strength, his left eye spinning wildly as time seemed to freeze. The anxious expressions of Obito and the jubilant faces of the coalition ninjas were suspended in time, their emotions crystallized in that moment. As Jiang Tian's left eye, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, closed forever, time rewound swiftly, replaying the events that had just transpired. Jiang Tian was struck. Guy sprinted with unparalleled speed, all of it retreated until the moment Guy crouched down. Once more, a revitalized Jiang Tian stood there. The only notable difference being that his left eye was tightly shut. In contrast, Guy lay lifeless upon the ground. What is happening? Why has that man returned to life? Damn it! What kind of trick is this? How could he not be killed? The coalition ninjas were in disarray, unable to comprehend why one they believed to be dead had re-emerged. Only Obito understood. Jiang Tian had employed Izanagi at the last moment, altering his fate. That was perilously close. I nearly met my end. Jiang Tian's expression turned cold, his tone chilling. However, how dare he destroy the eye that Rin bestowed upon me? It seems I have not slain enough ninjas. Obito, remain here with the reanimated ones. Eliminate anyone unwilling to submit. I shall pursue the Eight Tails. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's command, Obito nodded. Understood. I await your good news. With the death of the 5 Kage and the fall of 8 Gates Guy, the Moon's Eye plan was now unstoppable. Chapter 94. Successful capture of the Eight Tails on a certain island in the hidden village of Cloud, which was in fact a colossal moving tortoise. Kurabi continued his harmonious training with the Eight Tails. He was aware that the coalition had permitted Naruto to join the battle, and he too yearned to escape this heavily guarded place to partake in the war. The island, formed by the tortoise's shell, was under the vigilant watch of the coalition's guarding forces, established for the utmost security. These guards had been contacted unilaterally by the coalition and were unable to communicate with the outside world, leaving them oblivious to the turmoil beyond. The Toad Sage's clone had fled back to Mount Myaboku, the 5 Kage had perished, and even the mightiest user of the 8 Gates had failed to vanquish Jiang Tian. Most crucially, Jiang Tian was swiftly approaching this very location. Lord Kurabi, you ought to conserve your efforts. The strongest seal of the coalition resides here. Even if you manage to escape our grasp, you will remain trapped on this island. A ninja assigned to guard Kurabi advised earnestly, hoping he would abandon his escape plans for everyone's peace of mind. But Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, is heading to battle. As the younger brother of the Raikage, my brother needs me, Kurabi replied, his resolve unwavering. However, just as he spoke, the distant sound of rushing air echoed, heralding the arrival of a dragon-like white entity, the White Snake Sage and Jiang Tian. Fear not, your brother no longer requires anyone. Soon, you shall join him. Jiang Tian's voice echoed ominously before his figure appeared, instilling terror in all present. Adorned with his signature Azura mask and katana, Kurabi gravely inquired, "What do you mean by your brother no longer needs me?" With a cold smile, Jiang Tian responded, "What does a corpse require? I have eliminated the 5 Kage, and your brother was the first to fall." "Impossible. You lie. How could you possibly defeat the 5 Kage?" Kurabi's initial reaction was disbelief. He had faced Jiang Tian before and knew he was not as formidable as claimed. "Ah, then ponder why I stand here before you," Jiang Tian said, removing his mask to reveal a single, eternally activated Sharingan, alongside the unmistakable scent of blood. Kurabi furrowed his brow, while Jiang Tian might have been lying. It was evident he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Could it be that what he said was true? That my brother and the 4 Kage met their demise? Kurabi dared not entertain such thoughts further. If that were indeed the case, hope for the ninja world would be extinguished. Do not be swayed by him. Outcomes are not necessarily as he claims. The voice of the 8 Tails echoed in Kurabi's mind. Sensing his mental turmoil, it urged him to remain steadfast, for if his mindset faltered before battle, defeat was inevitable. Jiang Tian leapt from atop the White Snake Sage and advanced towards the guarding ninjas, his katana drawn. With a single eye spinning wildly, he flickered among the crowd, swiftly dispatching the guards, who fell without uttering a single cry. "Now, only you remain, 8 Tails Kurabi," Jiang Tian smirked, his expression betraying delight as he turned to the White Snake Sage. "This sealing technique is entrusted to you." The White Snake Sage nodded, focusing on the layers of seals erected to protect Kurabi. Raising his tail high, he struck down upon the seals with tremendous force, with a cacophony of cracking sounds. The seals shattered instantly, unable to withstand the blow. Jiang Tian approached Kurabi and coldly declared, "If you choose to surrender, allow me to extract the 8 Tails, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Resist, and you shall meet the same fate as your brother." Such words sent a chill through Kurabi, deepening his concern for his brother. "What have you done to him?" he demanded. "Nothing much, merely severed his head with this very sword." Jiang Tian replied nonchalantly. You fiend! Karabi roared, enveloped in the chakra of the tailed beast. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he charged at Jiang Tian. Sage art, dragon binding. Jiang Tian countered with a sage technique, summoning a massive white dragon composed of natural energy that ensnared Karabi, rendering him immobile. Damn it, why is he so powerful? I can't break free. Karabi was astounded. This felt drastically different from their previous encounter, though he had received intelligence from the coalition indicating Jiang Tian's growing strength. He had never anticipated such a drastic escalation. Save your breath. This is the fate of the weak, of those who are vanquished. Jiang Tian advanced on Karabi, beginning to extract the eight tails. As his hand rested upon Karabi's head, he met fierce resistance from the eight tails. Roar. I shall never yield to you, wicked human. The eight tails understood all too well what awaited it in Jiang Tian's grasp: darkness, eternal confinement, and the complete loss of freedom. You foolish beast, do you dare oppose me? Jiang Tian's natural energy surged within him, the Sharingan spinning as he exerted dual pressure from the bloodline limit and sage chakra. The eight-tail struggles weakened until they finally subsided into silence. The plan to capture the eight tails was a resounding success. Jiang Tian casually discarded Karabi's lifeless body aside, then gazed skyward. Murmuring softly, Ling, wait just a little longer. It shan't be long before you return to my side. He leapt back atop the white snake sage, hastening towards Obito. On the battlefield outside the hidden village of Cloud, the bodies of numerous ninjas Kakashi, Hinata, Lee, Akatsuki lay strewn aside. Even those of notable renown had succumbed to slaughter. As they were all rebels, the remaining ninjas chose surrender, knowing that with the 5 Kage deceased, what could they possibly do? The only end to resistance was death. And the corpses littering the ground served as the clearest testament to that truth. They looked up at the returning Jiang Tian, understanding that the eight tails had also been captured. Their eyes dimming with despair. It is over. Everything is over. Such thoughts rose in the hearts of all present. Chapter 95, The Battle of Wetbone Forest. With the successful capture of the eight tails, Obito nodded in acknowledgement. The traitors had been eradicated, none remaining. Jiang Tian's gaze swept over the remaining ninjas, who all lowered their heads in submission. We pay our respects to Lord Jiang Tian. As one ninja knelt in reverence. The others, fearing for their lives, followed suit, collectively exclaiming, We pay our respects to Lord Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian observed these individuals, reflecting on their claims of peace. Yet, when confronted with death, they had chosen to bow down in submission. He leapt down from atop the white snake sage and handed the captured eight tails to Obito. Then, he turned to his clone standing nearby. This traitorous clone had narrowly evaded a lethal kick at a critical moment, nearly sealing his own fate. He deserved punishment. But not at this juncture. Jiang Tian's thoughts churned. The issue of the clone needed resolution, but the timing was not right. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, and having sacrificed his left eye through the use of his Anaji, executing the clone now could lead to unforeseen complications. The immediate priority lay in capturing the remaining 9 tails to execute the Moon Eye plan. He needed to contemplate how to restore his combat prowess, even surpassing his former self. Within his possession lay a Rinnegan when Nagato perished. He and Obito had each taken one eye to prevent Madara from achieving a complete set for true resurrection. Little did he know that one day, it would be used for himself. He had long been capable of transplanting this eye, but out of reluctance to part with the eye left to him by Rin, Jiang Tian had never entertained the notion of grafting the Rinnegan. Now, however, he had no choice but to proceed, coexisting with both Sharingan and Rinnegan, much like Obito. With this determination, he approached Orochimaru to discuss the transplantation of the Rinnegan. As for the clone, Jiang Tian chose not to elaborate further. It deserved punishment. But as a tool, it must perish with purpose. Jiang Tian departed with the majority of his forces, leaving the remaining coalition ninjas to exchange bewildered glances. This war had concluded with a resounding victory for Jiang Tian. Although he had lost a Sharingan, it could still be considered a grand triumph. With the 5 Kage dead, the Sage of Toads defeated, and the 8 tails captured, only the 9 tails remained before the Moon Eye plan could be executed. In Myoboka Mountain, the unconscious Naruto gradually regained consciousness. Ever since the Sage of Toads had brought him back, he had been clamoring to return to the battlefield, causing a headache for everyone around. The sage and his wife had to knock him out to restore some peace. Grandpa Fukasaku, hurry and take me back to the fight, Naruto pleaded. I knew you'd be shouting for this as soon as you woke up, Fukasaku replied with a sigh. Naruto furrowed his brow. unable to fathom the scenario where the sage had fled, leaving his comrades to face Jiang Tian and the White Snake Sage. It would undoubtedly lead to disaster. I must return. They need me. Fukasaku's expression turned grave. The war has ended. Ended? What do you mean? A sense of foreboding washed over Naruto. How could it possibly be over so soon? The coalition had struggled against Jiang Tian. It couldn't have ended so quickly. Did that mean they had lost? The 5 Kage had been slain by Jiang Tian, the 8 tails captured, and the rest of the dissenting ninjas ruthlessly slaughtered. Fukasaku's words plunged Naruto into despair. His expression frozen, his heart pierced with pain. The sage should not have brought him back. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes as he felt an overwhelming sadness. Among the rebels, there must have been Kakashi-sensei, Irika-sensei, Hinata, Lee, and many others. I should have fought alongside them. In that moment, Naruto truly experienced loneliness. A profound isolation that far surpassed the childhood anguish of being shunned for being the Nine-Tails Fox. What foolishness are you spouting? You think you should accompany them to death? The war isn't over. The coalition still needs you to lead them to victory. Fukasaku's words momentarily stunned Naruto. If everyone was dead, how could there be any talk of victory? Shima, with a calm demeanor, interjected, have you considered that the sage brought you back to Myaboka Mountain for a reason? What do you mean? Naruto gazed at the 2 sages, confused by their cryptic remarks. Just wait. The sage has used a secret technique to go to Wetbone Forest. Good news should arrive shortly. Within the Wetbone Forest, the Sage of Toads had transported his spirit here using a secret technique. He gazed at the elongated slug before him, donning an obsequious smile. Little sister, if you do not take action soon, the ninja world will be utterly doomed. The slug, referred to as Little Sister, was the keeper of the sacred Wetbone Forest. The slug summoned by Tsunade was merely a common slug, not this esteemed sage. Wetbone Forest, being the most enigmatic of the 3 great sanctuaries, had never been seen by human ninjas. Old Toad, do not try to persuade me. While I despise that foul serpent, I will not choose to oppose him. The slug sage directly rejected the Sage of Toad's plea. Though she harbored disdain for the White Snake Sage, she did not wish to be his adversary. Little sister, at this moment, all the ninjas in the ninja world have been defeated by him and that human brat. If you do not intervene, Wetbone Forest will also fall into decline. The slug sage turned her head to glance at the old toad, softly stating, do not think you can deceive me. My Wetbone Forest is not like yours. We mainly focus on healing, regardless of how the outside world changes. Ninjas will always require healing and will continue to sign contracts with us. Should the ninja coalition lose, no one from Myaboka Mountain would choose to ally with you. They would all sign contracts with the Dragon Cave instead. Finding himself unable to persuade her, the Sage of Toads wore a somewhat awkward expression. Who said women were easy to deceive? That was utter nonsense. The atmosphere grew tense, and after a moment of contemplation, the Sage of Toads recalled an amusing tale he had heard about the White Snake Sage. Little sister, I heard that the White Snake has an enchanting maiden serving him daily. Shut up. Do not say another word. Before the Sage of Toads could finish, the slug sage's stone chair shattered in an instant, revealing her anger. That foul serpent had the audacity to claim he was uninterested in women while keeping a graceful figure by his side. The slug sage's tentacles quivered, venting her frustration. She had once professed her feelings to the White Snake Sage, only to be rebuffed with the claim of disinterest in women. Yet, it turned out he simply preferred a more alluring physique. Admittedly, the Sage of Toads had a way with words. The slug sage was, after all, a mere slug, and her physique was a sore point. The Sage of Toads had struck a nerve, inflicting a psychological wound. Does that foul serpent wish to win? Then I shall deliberately defy his wishes. I agree to assist you. I shall retrieve the secret techniques from the sacred realm to resurrect those fallen ninjas, ensuring that the foul serpent witnesses the wrath of a woman scorned for her lack of alluring stature. The Sage of Toads felt a twinge of embarrassment. This woman could be terrifying when enraged. The slug sage, who had just refused his request, now stormed off to retrieve the secret techniques. It could only be said, one should never provoke a woman, especially one with profound grievances regarding her physique. Chapter 96. The transplantation of the Rinnegan in the Dragon Cave. Jiang Tian, Obito, and the White Snake Sage sat within a cavern behind the temple. The Ninetales has been taken to Myaboka Mountain. Is there any way for me to enter directly? Jiang Tian inquired of the White Snake Sage. Aware that only the Ninetales remained, and he was but a step away from executing the Moon Eye plan. Indeed, however, given your current condition, our bold approach to Myaboka Mountain may not guarantee success, Obito remarked, furrowing his brow. What does that imply? Am I unable to enter? You cannot, I can only take Jiang Tian with me. There are secret techniques for passage between the three sacred lands, but such paths permit only sages. Jiang Tian can accompany me because he has signed a contract with me. Upon grasping the circumstances, both Jiang Tian and Obito frowned simultaneously. It seems we must act separately again. Jiang Tian, can you manage on your own? Obito expressed concern, recalling that their previous separations often led to perilous outcomes. Jiang Tian stroked his left eye, acknowledging, at this moment, I indeed lack confidence. However, a smile graced his face as he produced a transparent glass vial from his pocket, filled with a verdant liquid in which a solitary eye rested. Adorned with concentric ripples, the Rinnegan. Once I transplant the Rinnegan, I shall gain assurance. Obito gazed at the eye. A fleeting glimmer of something unusual appearing in his eyes before his expression settled into calm. In the past, he might have succumbed to the temptation of seizing that eye. Yet, through recent events, he had learned that collaborating with Jiang Tian was the clearest path, one most likely to culminate in the Moon Eye plan's fruition. Very well. I shall await your good news above. Bring back the Nine Tails. Jiang Tian nodded, clutching the eye as he prepared to depart. I will seek Orochimaru to see how his preparations are progressing. In a laboratory within the Akatsuki's base, Orochimaru retrieved a small box containing what appeared to be fragments of human skin, somewhat desiccated and seemingly aged. He tossed some of the fragments into a container filled with the green liquid, which began to bubble and churn instantly. Jiang Tian observed from behind. Orochimaru, what are you up to now? This is, of course, preparation for your Rinnegan transplantation, Orochimaru replied patiently. Each time Jiang Tian posed a question, Orochimaru would expound at length, believing that Jiang Tian was the only one who genuinely appreciated his scientific prowess. To acquire the Sage of Six Paths power, one must possess the powers of Indra and Ashura within. Although your body contains the first Hokage's cells, their power pales in comparison to that of the Sharingan. The powers of Ashura and Indra must achieve a certain equilibrium, hence I am enhancing the first Hokage's cells before transplanting them into you. Orochimaru elucidated the rationale behind his actions. Jiang Tian nodded. So, if I understand correctly, after I have the Rinnegan transplanted and the first Hokage cells are enhanced, I should be able to utilize would release? Orochimaru's face lit with a smile, sensing Jiang Tian's admiration. Indeed, would release in the Sharingan. The Rinnegan and Sage mode. Each energy is cataclysmic in its potential. It is truly unfathomable to imagine all this power concentrated in a single individual. You are perhaps the closest man to the Sage of Six Paths, or destined to surpass him. Orochimaru was startled by this audacious thought that suddenly surfaced in his mind. However, as Jiang Tian's personal scientist, he had witnessed Jiang Tian's growth and understood the extraordinary potential within this young man better than anyone else. Surpassing the Sage of Six Paths was not essential. What mattered was the Moon Eye plan, and the desire to reunite with Ling, nothing more. Understood. We can commence the transplantation now. Orochimaru took the Rinnegan from Jiang Tian and began the surgical procedure. In Mayaboku Mountain, upon seeing the return of the Great Toad Sage, Naruto hurried over. Great Sage, what transpired? It is considered a success. The coalition that Jiang Tian killed can be revived. Naruto's face brightened at this news. However, the Great Toad Sage's expression grew serious. Do not become complacent. The revival of these individuals does not signify victory in the war. The situation remains exceedingly dire. The Eight Tails has been captured, and now only your Nine Tails remains. They are poised to execute the Moon Eye plan, thus the circumstances are grave. Hearing the Great Toad Sage's somber tone, Naruto softly responded. The revival of everyone is indeed a cause for celebration. The Great Toad Sage nodded, acknowledging the merit in Naruto's words, yet emphasized, however, it bears no impact on the battle's outcome. That human boy, Jiang Tian, managed to kill them once. He can certainly do so again. The revival is merely to buy you time. If you can summon my true form to the ninja world sooner, the coalition ninja may suffer fewer casualties. The Great Toad Sage began to apply pressure on Naruto, his words devoid of exaggeration. His quest to revive the coalition ninja was never intended to secure victory in the war. It was merely a hope that they could delay Jiang Tian, diverting some of his focus, thereby granting Naruto time to strengthen his abilities. Alas, I hope they can prolong their efforts. The Great Toad Sage sighed, possessing a clarity that surpassed all. The annihilation of the coalition had occurred before, and even with a fresh start, the outcome would remain unchanged. Jiang Tian could once again eradicate the coalition. The only hope lay with Naruto and himself. Upon hearing these words, Naruto lowered his head, comprehending the great Toad Sage's intent. I understand, great sage. I will strive diligently in my training. He had escaped once, albeit not voluntarily. Given another chance, he would seize it, ensuring that the coalition would not meet a tragic end while he stood powerless. On the outskirts of the hidden cloud village, a multitude of slugs emerged from the forest, crawling incessantly over the heaps of corpses. Time passed unbeknownst to them, and as torrential rain began to pour from the sky, Kakashi abruptly sat upright, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene. An increasing number of corpses rose to sit up, revived by the great slug sage's secret technique. As the coalition ninja began to awaken, however, some ninja did not revive. This technique could only resurrect those who had died within the past 3 days. For those whose souls had departed for longer, the technique would prove ineffective. Chapter 97. The ants remain ants in the laboratory of the base. Orochimaru's hands never ceased their movements, continually manipulating the transplantation of the Rinnegan. Jiang Tian lay upon the stone platform, feeling a searing sensation in his left eye, accompanied by a slight sting. As time passed, Orochimaru halted his actions and wiped the sweat from his brow. Each time he performed the transplantation surgery for Jiang Tian, a peculiar tension enveloped him. This was unlike conducting experiments, where subjects could be treated whimsically and failure held little consequence. However, should anything go awry while operating on Jiang Tian, the repercussions would be dire. All right, give it a try. Jiang Tian slowly sat up from the stone platform. He opened his left eye, gazing around with the Rinnegan, experiencing a strange sensation that seemed to penetrate the essence of his surroundings, past and future intertwined. An indescribable feeling washed over him. How odd. Why hasn't my body succumbed to weakness? I recall feeling feeble when Obito underwent his transplantation last time, almost falling victim to the rakeage. That's because you have trained in sage mode. Your physical resilience has been significantly enhanced, coupled with my high level of expertise. Weakness is naturally not an issue. Orochimaru's face lit up with a smile, a moment for him to boast about his scientific prowess, unparalleled by ordinary standards. Jiang Tian nodded. You have indeed done well. I am quite satisfied. The coexistence of the Sharingan and Rinnegan prevented Jiang Tian from closing his eyes as chakra continuously drained. Yet, this posed no significant problem. Ever since acquiring the tailed beast chakra, he had ceased worrying about chakra depletion. Unlike the frail Kakashi, the Rinnegan, the power of the Sage of Six Paths. As Jiang Tian sensed the power in his left eye, he acknowledged its strength, though not complete. It was formidable nonetheless, and with the Senju cells within him, he pondered whether he could summon the Susanoo to envelop the great Buddha. Jiang Tian, we have a predicament. Obito entered, his expression grave, causing Jiang Tian to furrow his brow. What is the matter? Did something happen with the tailed beasts? No. It's the ninja allied forces. They have been resurrected, seemingly due to the actions of the Wetbone Forest. Wetbone Forest? Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, having overlooked this sacred ground due to the narrative's influences. Given his arrival from another realm, Mayaboka Mountain and the Long Cave had already diverged from the original story, making it plausible for the Wetbone Forest to undergo changes as well. After all, this world had long departed from the original narrative. He had even initiated the Fourth Great Ninja War, so alterations to the Wetbone Forest were to be expected. Whatever, if they are resurrected, so be it. Should they dare to obstruct us, we shall simply eliminate them once more. Jiang Tian's demeanor remained calm. The news did not fluster him. Such confidence stemmed from his absolute power. If he could vanquish the 5 Kage once, he could do so again. Nonetheless, I must consult with the White Snake Sage to grasp the situation fully. Let us seek out the White Snake Sage. Despite his formidable strength, Jiang Tian's cautious nature led him to despise uncertainty. It was imperative to ascertain information regarding the enemy. One must never engage in battle unprepared. Within the Long Cave, as Jiang Tian listened to Obito elucidate the situation, he regarded the White Snake Sage with keen interest, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. He had not expected this serpent to harbor such romantic entanglements, and he appeared less handsome than himself. It is utterly surprising that an old toad could be so shameless, harboring feelings for a woman. The White Snake Sage was incensed. The history between him and the slug spanned years. Many years prior, when they decided to part ways, the White Snake Sage had vowed to forsake other women for life. The slug had also promised not to oppose the Long Cave, which is why the White Snake Sage had not considered this aspect. Yet, he had underestimated the capriciousness of women and the temperament of the Slug Sage. After listening to the White Snake Sage's narrative, Jiang Tian and Obito exchanged amused glances, though they struggled to suppress their laughter. Ha ha, I apologize. I simply cannot contain myself. To think that the White Snake Sage, in his youth, would spy on others while bathing. Obito, observing Jiang Tian's inability to hold back, joined in the laughter. Spying on someone bathing is one thing, but to go out and declare that someone's body is covered in tentacles is utterly absurd. Ha. Are you not afraid that others will discover your indiscretion? As the two youths guffawed at his expense, the White Snake Sage felt increasingly irritated. I have already stated. That was in my reckless youth. Ah yes, youthful indiscretion, ha. Jiang Tian clutched his stomach in mirth. Perceiving the sage as a quintessential ironclad man, he could vividly imagine the scene. A snake critiquing a worm's tentacles as unsightly, truly ludicrous. The White Snake Sage's head spun. Had he known better, he would not have shared his past with these two. Observing their laughter, he felt a burning embarrassment. Enough with the laughter. Besides, what gives you two, who lack the courage to confess to a woman, the right to mock me? At least this sage has spied on someone bathing. What about you? The words, though lightly spoken, struck hard, silencing Jiang Tian and Obito. Jiang Tian, is there no decency, White Snake Sage, you wretched? Obito, why am I caught in the crossfire? Jiang Tian was the most outrageous in laughter, having suffered a mental blow. The two formidable figures ceased their mirth, adopting a serious demeanor once more. That aside, what are your plans regarding the resurrected Allied forces? Jiang Tian waved dismissively. It's not a significant matter. We shall eliminate them once again. Obito gazed into Jiang Tian's eyes, aware that his strength had grown yet again. With the acquisition of the 9 tails, the Moon Eye plan would be initiated. As the 10 tails revived, his power would surge, making the so-called ninja allied forces utterly inconsequential. Jiang Tian's assertion rang true. Even if resurrected, it merely meant they would relive the sorrow of losing friends and family. For those weaklings, it may not be a blessing at all. They would remain oblivious to the vast chasm separating them from the two of them. Both formidable figures' eyes glimmered with disdain. The defeated would always be defeated. Could a second chance alter their fate? Absurd, a ludicrous joke, indeed, no matter the circumstances. The outcome would remain unchanged. Even if ants were granted countless opportunities to scurry about, they would always remain ants. What could they accomplish, even with 1,000,000 chances? Suddenly, Jiang Tian rose to his feet. Now that the renegade had been successfully transplanted, it was time to check on his clone. Future plans could wait until his return. For now, he needed to see what thoughts lay within his obedient clone's mind. Jiang Tian's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing slightly as he emphasized the word obedient. It was evident that he was displeased with his clone's evasion of Night Guy. Chapter 98. Execution of the clone outside the dragon's cave. The clone stood quietly among the trees, observing Jiang Tian's arrival, his brows furrowing in concern. It is now your turn to explain, clone, Jiang Tian stated, his dual-colored eyes fixed on the clone, his expression calm. Although he had come to settle accounts today, he did not allow his anger to surface. The principle of concealing one's emotions was one Jiang Tian had grasped long ago. On that day, when I witnessed Might Guy's technique, I instinctively chose to evade. It was not my intention to defy you, the clone replied, bowing his head in a display of humility. Through his rinnegan, Jiang Tian could discern that the clone was speaking the truth. His evasive action was indeed a reflex. Jiang Tian fell into contemplation, recognizing the clone as an uncertain factor. However, he felt confident in his ability to control the situation. While the clone was destined to be eliminated, he should not be discarded without consideration. Slowly, Jiang Tian approached the clone, a smile gracing his face. I know you have never betrayed me, yet I cannot tolerate the presence of uncontrollable elements around me. Suddenly, Jiang Tian's tone shifted as natural energy surged within his palm, infused with sage mode. He thrust his hand toward the clone's head, only to grasp at empty air. Indeed, you, my shadow, are not as loyal as you claim. The fact that you were able to react to my sudden move indicates that you have been on guard against me all along. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening as he scrutinized the clone. Whether or not he was loyal could be tested here and now. I'm indeed your clone, but I too wish to survive. Is that such a crime? The clone, head bowed, wore a tense expression, aware that he might not escape his fate today. Enraging Jiang Tian meant that without the renegade, he stood no chance against the sage mode enhanced version of him. You are correct. Everyone fears death. However, as a shadow, one must possess the awareness of a shadow. You are ultimately not me. You are merely a clone created through my ocular technique. In an instant, Jiang Tian activated sage mode, the patterns at the corners of his eyes manifesting as he charged at the clone. Both Jiang Tians drew their katana, clashing in a fierce confrontation. Daring to draw your sword against me, how could I possibly spare you? Am I to wait here for my demise? Jiang Tian's resolve solidified as he observed the clone's demeanor. Today, he would ensure the clone's end. Susanoo. The clone's eyes spun with the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. And a massive purple giant rose from the ground, wielding a colossal katana, staring down Jiang Tian. To think you would use the power I bestowed upon you against me. Do you not find that absurd? Dressed in a red robe, Jiang Tian charged at Susanoo, undaunted by its terrifying strength. In Sage mode, his power and speed far surpassed those of the clone. As Susanoo's gigantic blade descended, Jiang Tian turned, glaring at the weapon as he activated his Rinnegan's technique. Shinra Tensei. With eyes akin to those of the Sage of Six Paths, the power of a deity was unleashed, and Susanoo's enormous blade was instantly repelled. Jiang Tian propelled himself onto Susanoo's chest, hurtling toward the clone at its core. Feeling the clone's growing anxiety as Jiang Tian drew nearer, he desperately controlled Susanoo, thrashing about in a frenzy, attempting to shake Jiang Tian off. Seizing the moment, Jiang Tian pushed off forcefully, increasing the distance between himself and the clone-s Susanoo. In midair, he brought his palms together, invoking his technique, Dragon's Binding. A massive white dragon materialized, tightly coiling around Susanoo. With a resounding crash, the purple giant knelt heavily before the white dragon's overwhelming pressure. Jiang Tian looked down with a cold smirk at the kneeling Susanoo, softly uttering, "Do you see the disparity between us? A shadow is ultimately just a shadow. Do you now comprehend the meaning of that statement?" The clone fell silent, acutely aware that he could never triumph over Jiang Tian. Yet, as Jiang Tian's clone, he shared the same unyielding spirit, refusing to submit without a fight. Even against a formidable opponent, it is time to relinquish your resistance. Oh, wait. You are already beyond the point of resistance. Jiang Tian approached the clone slowly, his hand gently clenching, causing the white dragon to tighten its grip around Susanoo. Crack, crack. Susanoo could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed with a thunderous roar. In light of your many contributions to me, do you have any final words? May I see that string of beads one last time? The clone pleaded, wishing to gaze upon the beads in his final moments. Very well, I grant you that wish. Jiang Tian eased the dragon's grip, allowing the clone the use of his left hand. Slowly, the clone retrieved a string of beads from his bosom, gazing at them as if they were the most precious treasure in the world. Upon seeing the beads, Jiang Tian's expression shifted, and he reached into his own attire, producing an identical string. This set had been gifted to him by Ling. Jiang Tian recalled that these beads were crafted by his grandmother, with both Ling and Shuai each possessing a string. In that moment, the truth dawned upon Jiang Tian. His earlier suspicions were confirmed. The clone had indeed developed feelings for Shuai and his grandmother through his care for them. This entity, while a clone, had evolved into something distinctly different from Jiang Tian himself. Jiang Tian, may I request one final favor? Let me see Shuai once more. I beseech you. Considering all I have done for you, the clone implored, and Jiang Tian, after a moment's silence, nodded. I will grant you half a day. Consider it a repayment for your assistance and a favor for Ling. As Jiang Tian gazed at the beads in his hand, he understood that if Ling were present, she too would have granted this final request under the circumstances of the clone's unavoidable demise. Thank you, Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian interrupted. There is no need for gratitude. I am doing this for Ling. He continued, however, there is one thing you must remember. Half a day means half a day. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. You should be aware that my ability to eliminate you is but a mere gesture. Rest assured, I will not flee. I am your clone. You know my disposition well. Jiang Tian nodded, releasing the dragon's binding and allowing the clone to depart without following. He remained in place, a testament to the confidence born of absolute power. The bond between the original and the clone ensured that escape was futile. With his current strength, Jiang Tian could eliminate the clone without expending much effort. The perfect initial cells, Tailed Beast Chakra, Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Sage Mode, all these powers coalesced within him alone. It is no exaggeration to assert that even if the likes of Tobirama and Hashirama were to return, he would not fear either of them. If Hashirama was the god of ninjas from decades past, then Jiang Tian was the god of this era. Chapter 99, The Love of Shadows Outside the Quaint Cabin. Uchiha Snow sat quietly beneath the corridor, her gaze fixed upon the crescent moon suspended high in the sky, her thoughts adrift in an unknown reverie. Snow, what captures your attention so? A weary clone approached, suppressing the injuries within, yet managing a smile as he settled beside Uchiha Snow. "Brother Jiang Tian, what brings you back so suddenly?" A joyful expression illuminated Uchiha Snow's face, her heart swelling with delight at the unexpected return of the man she had longed for during his absence. Just moments before, she had been daydreaming about him beneath the moonlight. "I came to see you and grandmother. It has been far too long since I last beheld you both." The clone's affection for Snow and grandmother surpassed that of his original, for it was the clone who had remained by their side during this prolonged separation. "Brother Jiang Tian, you always say you haven't spent enough time with me. Let us enjoy the moonlight together today. Is it truly so? You are too kind, Brother Jiang Tian." Uchiha Snow grasped the clone's arm with enthusiasm, never having imagined he would agree to share this moment with her. As they gazed upon the moon, it seemed to shine more radiantly tonight. Holding onto the clone's arm, the two shared a tranquil moment, time seemingly frozen. A gentle breeze stirred the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard, causing its petals to dance gracefully through the air, painting a picturesque scene. The hazy moonlight, fluttering blossoms, and the closeness of the two figures evoked countless fantasies in Jiang Tian's mind. How wonderful it would be if Ling and I could share such a moment. Not far away, Jiang Tian lingered in the woods, leaning against a sturdy tree as he observed the unfolding scene within the cabin. Will Ling be disappointed in the person I have become? As he contemplated the moonlight, memories of Ling flooded back. In his youth, Jiang Tian was the boy who helped the elderly cross the street and rescued drowning puppies. Ling had seen in him a kind-hearted soul. Yet now, his hands were stained with blood, wielding a blade that had claimed the lives of many, indifferent to the collateral damage. This time, he had even inflicted harm upon his own clone. Jiang Tian understood that to achieve greatness, one must not show weakness, for it could easily lead to catastrophic failure. Yet, he pondered whether he was still the Jiang Tian that Ling had once cherished. For the first time, a sense of disorientation washed over him. In recent years, his demeanor had grown increasingly volatile, the number of fallen shinobi rising with each encounter. Reputation and scorn held no sway over him. He feared only that Ling might return and gaze upon him with disappointment. With a deep breath, he exhaled, restoring his composure and reverting to the formidable figure feared throughout the shinobi world. Whether Ling will be dismayed by my current self remains to be seen. First, I must ensure her return. Meanwhile, under the corridor, the clone and Uchiha Snow lingered in silence. The clone broke the intimate stillness. "Snow, I have something to tell you." The clone hesitated, grappling with the truth he needed to convey, that he was not the Jiang Tian she adored, but merely a shadow of him. "Brother Jiang Tian, if there is something you wish to share, please do. I am listening." Uchiha Snow regarded him curiously, sensing a difference in his demeanor that evening. After a long pause, the clone handed her a bracelet he had given earlier, pressing it into her arms as he bowed his head and closed his eyes, exhaling in one breath. "I am not the Jiang Tian you believe me to be. You have mistaken me all this time." With the truth now revealed, silence enveloped them. The clone dared not lift his gaze to meet Snow's eyes, fearing the disappointment and sorrow he might find therein. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, mirroring the turmoil within the clone's heart. Uchiha Snow regrouped her hair and, with a smile, leaned closer to him, whispering softly, "You are not Brother Jiang Tian. I have known this all along. Why such a demeanor?" The clone's head snapped up, astonishment etched upon his face, disbelief coloring his voice. "How could you possibly know? I am identical to him in both appearance and temperament." Snow offered no answer, instead taking his hand and leading him to the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard. "You must recognize this tree." The clone nodded. "Indeed, it was planted by Jiang Tian and Ling together. But what does this have to do with recognizing my identity?" Snow gazed up at the tree, her eyes filled with admiration and longing. But then she turned to the clone, her gaze brimming with affection. "From the day I gifted you the bracelet, I already knew you were not Brother Jiang Tian. For given the bond between him and Sister Ling, he would never accept a gift from me." "I see." The clone scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he looked at Uchiha Snow. "I thought there would be no issue. I never anticipated being discovered." His feelings for Uchiha Snow had unwittingly exposed him. "Please take back the bracelet. I have matters to attend to." The clone took her hand, placing the bracelet in her palm, preparing to turn away and face his fate with Jiang Tian. "Do not take it back. It was meant for you. Though I know not why you resemble Brother Jiang Tian, I am aware that it is you who has remained by my side. This bracelet is a gift for you." Uchiha Snow embraced the clone from behind, and they shared a moment of silence. The evening breeze lifted the cherry blossoms, cascading them upon the two, as if pitying this couple destined for unfulfilled love. draping them in a delicate veil of white. One was a little sister enamored with her elder brother, while the other was a shadow destined to remain forgotten. Unlike the well-known infatuation Jiang Tian had for Obito, the clone's affection for Uchiha Snow was one of quiet companionship. Though this love was unspoken, it was equally poignant. He accepted his role as a shadow, yet he was also an individual with a consciousness. Is it wrong for one to love another? Love, in all its forms, has never been erroneous. It is the most profound emotion in existence, deserving neither derision nor scorn. Enough. This understanding is sufficient. The clone gently released Uchiha Snow from his embrace, turning to smile at her. Thank you for helping me find a purpose. As a shadow, the clone had once believed his existence was solely for Jiang Tian, to sacrifice everything for him. However, for one who possesses consciousness, he must nurture his own thoughts. And he now understood a new meaning to life. The clone departed, aware that escape was futile. Jiang Tian had claimed his life, and he would undoubtedly meet his end. Yet, to hear that confession of affection in his final moments was more than enough. Companionship is the most enduring declaration of love, even as a shadow. He too had the right to embrace love. In the woods, Jiang Tian observed this exchange with a shake of his head. Hands clasped behind his head as he walked forward, muttering to himself. Honestly, this melodrama makes it seem as though I, Jiang Tian, am some irredeemable villain. It appears I can finally put my newly acquired renegade to use. Ling's sister is also my sister-in-law. This should suffice, right? Wait, but is it appropriate for my brother-in-law to be a clone? Never mind. Ling surely wouldn't want to see her sister in distress. If all else fails, I'll just switch that fellow's body and give him a new name. That way, it has nothing to do with me, Jiang Tian. After all, it's someone else's sister-in-law. What does it matter to me? As Jiang Tian continued to ruminate, he headed towards the designated spot to confront the clone. Chapter 100, The Path of Pain, Rebirth in the Execution Ground. The clone had already arrived. Jiang Tian gazed at him with a calm demeanor. Though his expression was serious, it lacked the previous hostility. It seems you understand now that fleeing is futile. The clone slowly approached, devoid of any desire to resist. For he had already gleaned the answers he sought from Schwer and felt a sense of contentment. Let us prepare to depart. Jiang Tian gradually raised his right hand. An overwhelming force of natural energy surging within, gently pressing against the clone's forehead. In an instant, the violent energy flooded into the clone's mind, extinguishing his vitality. With a resounding thud, the clone's eyes shut tight as he collapsed heavily to the ground, still clutching the bead Schwer had given him. Simultaneously, sitting beneath the porch of the wooden house, Uchiha Shui seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting her gaze toward the horizon. A gentle breeze swept through, causing cherry blossoms to cascade down into the courtyard, this time falling unimpeded onto the ground. The first time the blossoms danced in the wind marked their meeting. A scene as beautiful as the petals swirling in the breeze. The second time, the blossoms settled upon their shoulders, adorning them like a white veil of love, symbolizing beauty and pure affection. This third instance saw the blossoms fall directly to the ground, indicative of all matters being settled, signaling that their parting was at hand. When one falls in love, they inevitably traverse the first two stages. When love fades, they encounter the third. Whether it be acquaintance, romance, or parting, all are beautiful. Much like the cherry blossoms in the courtyard, for encountering him was the most exquisite moment of all. Jiang Tian hoisted the clone's lifeless body and made his way toward a hidden base left by the Akatsuki organization. The cherry blossoms danced for the fourth time. Those that had fallen to the ground lifted once more by the wind, soaring towards the sky, carrying with them Uchiha Shui's longing, the clone's obsession, and the remnants of Jiang Tian's solitary kindness drifting into the distance. This time, the cherry blossoms symbolized rebirth. Their reunion after separation would surely bring forth something greater. Within the Akatsuki base, Jiang Tian set the clone's body aside and then pressed his palms together, proclaiming, "Edo Tensei." A coffin slowly emerged from the ground. And as the lid fell, a man stepped out. With long black hair and clad in a white robe, he widened his eyes upon seeing Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, did you not kill me? Jiang Tian pointed to the nearby corpse and smiled. Indeed, I did slay you. Your body lies there. Then why? Jiang Tian formed hand seals, unleashing a fire technique that ignited the clone's identical corpse. I resurrected you with Edo Tensei. Behold the new body I have fashioned for you. Jiang Tian presented a mirror to the clone, revealing a reflection entirely distinct from Jiang Tian himself. He was no longer just a shadow. Yet why do this? And why the white robe? The clone recalled Jiang Tian's preference for red garments. Nonsense. Why question my actions? You thought you could just die peacefully? I created you. And you wish to rest before fulfilling your potential? The Moon's Eye plan has yet to succeed, and I have not resurrected Ling. You think too highly of your own desires. I performed Edo Tensei to enhance my control over you, ensuring you continue to serve my purposes. As for the white robe, I find it quite appealing. Jiang Tian perched himself on the table in the base, engaging in banter with the clone. At this juncture, his own strength rendered the clone's assistance unnecessary. Regarding the white robe, indeed, Jiang Tian favored it, but he avoided wearing it, for any bloodstain would tarnish its purity, whether his own or another's. He recalled a time when he donned a white robe and was injured, blood staining his chest. Ling had nearly been brought to tears upon witnessing it, and since then, Jiang Tian had never worn white again. Jiang Tian, thank you. The clone understood that Jiang Tian had chosen to let him go in another form, granting him a new visage and a fresh start. Do not thank me. I am the great demon of the ninja world, heralding the fourth great ninja war. Gratitude is not something I am accustomed to. One last matter remains. Your final task is my clone. From his sleeve, Jiang Tian produced a black rod, advancing toward the resurrected clone. The clone offered no resistance, willingly allowing Jiang Tian to proceed. The black rod slowly penetrated his back, and in an instant, the clone's eyes flew open, ripples expanding within his pupils. Now possessing the Rinnegan, he presumed Jiang Tian was merely reinforcing his control, but contrary to that belief, he retained his consciousness, and the marks from Edo Tensei faded from his face. Is this truly living again? The clone's expression brightened with joy. Jiang Tian remained silent. How could one truly return to life? If it were that simple, he could have resurrected Ling. The clone's current form was merely a remnant of Jiang Tian's mercy during his demise, allowing him to exist in this manner. Jiang Tian had not left any controlling mechanisms within him, for once he released Edo Tensei, the clone would vanish. Do not dwell solely on your joy. Choose a name for yourself. There is now only one Jiang Tian in this world. The clone was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated a day when he would possess a name, his shadow finally touching the light. Even if this light was a gift from Jiang Tian, it remained dazzlingly bright. My life is yours. Please, Lord Jiang Tian, grant me a name. The clone knelt, bowing his head with utmost respect. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow at the clone. Naming him was not his forte, and perhaps he was the very embodiment of naming failure. After much contemplation, he tentatively suggested, how about Xiao Tailong or Daowang? The clone was left speechless, feeling as though he had been tricked. What kind of names were those? Lord Jiang Tian, with all due respect, could we consider something more profound? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment, then slowly articulated, Shanjian Xin Sheng. This name embodied Jiang Tian's final vestige of goodwill and the clone's rebirth. The clone expressed satisfaction with the name, bowing respectfully, thank you, Lord Jiang Tian. For the name Xin Sheng, Jiang Tian waved his hand as he departed the base. Enough of the thanks. You must be eager for Schwer to see your new visage. From this moment forth, there would no longer be a mere clone of Jiang Tian. Only a new body housing a soul remained. In the ensuing battles alongside the allied shinobi forces, the ninja would come to know him as Pain, the path of rebirth. Chapter 101. Regrets. Beneath the wooden cabin, the reborn doppelganger approached Uchiha Yuki, halting at a distance, gazing longingly at the girl who occupied his thoughts. She was the one he would pursue even at the cost of his life, had he not encountered Yuki. He would have unhesitatingly stood in front of Jiang Tian to shield him from Yikai. Ultimately, he desired nothing more than to be with the girl he cherished. And that was all. This was also the reason Jiang Tian chose to assist the doppelganger. He had not truly betrayed Jiang Tian, for otherwise he would have faced certain death. Uchiha Yuki rose to behold the unfamiliar man before her, recognizing him instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprinted towards her doppelganger, who reciprocated her urgency. They embraced tightly, exchanging no words, only communicating through their gazes. Uchiha Yuki knew this was him, the man who had always been by her side. Words can deceive, but the gaze of one who loves is unmistakable. Yuki. Lord Jiang Tian granted me a second chance at life and bestowed upon me the name Shanjian Xin Sheng. Uchiha Yuki reached out to caress his face. Though it was their first encounter, she sensed the passionate soul beneath that exterior, one that loved her deeply. Is Xin Sheng truly a wonderful name? He remained the kind Jiang Tian brother that Sister Ling adored, as benevolent as ever. Leaning against her beloved's embrace, Uchiha Yuki was unaware of the events that had transpired. Yet, she felt that she had almost lost him, and it was Jiang Tian who had shown mercy this time. In the distant woods, Jiang Tian removed his Shura mask. Watching the scene with softened eyes, murmuring to the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard. See, I did not make your sister cry. For the first time, the iron-willed Demon King, who had declared war on the Five Shadows, chose to forgive. No one knew what thoughts swirled in his heart. Perhaps it was for the last flicker of goodness within him, perhaps to retain an ally, or simply to spare Ling's sister from sorrow. He feared that Ling, watching from above, would feel her sister's sadness and be unhappy too. Jiang Tian donned his Shura mask once more and turned to leave, his crimson robe billowing in the wind, the withered leaves swirling around him, enhancing the solitude of his retreating figure. His silhouette starkly contrasted with the two entwined in the courtyard. No one realized that this man, at odds with the entire ninja world, harbored no ambitions. He merely yearned to embrace a girl named Ling beneath the cherry blossom tree. Nothing more. In the Dragon's Cave, Obito received word of Jiang Tian's return but, seeing no one else, ventured out to find him. Under the moonlight, Jiang Tian sat atop a large tree, having removed his mask, gazing despondently at the full moon beside a jar of strong liquor. What occupies your thoughts, so deeply lost in reverie? Obito leaped up to join him on the tree, also removing his mask to reveal a face marred by boulders. Let us not speak of anything else today, let us drink. Jiang Tian produced a scroll, and white smoke rose, revealing 2 additional jars of liquor in his hands. By the way, remember to sip slowly. This liquor is potent, he cautioned. Are you jesting? What strong liquor have I not imbibed? Obito laughed, taking the jar and gulping it down. Cough, cough. Jiang Tian, what vile brew is this? It nearly choked me. Did I not warn you to drink slowly? This liquor is fierce, Jiang Tian chuckled, shaking his head before taking a hearty swig himself. Obito, regarding the Eye of the Moon plan, what do you think we should say when we see them again? Jiang Tian's sudden question caught Obito off guard. He had never contemplated what he would say when he encountered Rin again. I suppose I would say long time no see, he replied bashfully, scratching his head, still unable to visualize his reunion with Rin. The man destined to become the second sage of 6 paths stuttered, a blush creeping across his face. And you, Jiang Tian? What would you say? Jiang Tian gazed up at the moon, remaining silent for a long while before he smiled helplessly. I do not know. Heh. It feels somewhat embarrassing to admit. The 2 men drank the strongest liquor, casually discussing their beloveds. To outsiders, this may seem trivial, yet it constituted their entire existence. Beyond the Eye of the Moon plan, every topic they broached revolved around the 2 most tragic yet happiest girls in the ninja world. They were tragic for having departed this life far too early, yet fortunate because 2 men remembered them, vowing never to forget. These men were even willing to stand against the world for their memories, undeterred by the empty void behind them. One donned a white mask, wielding an Uchiha fan, disguising himself as Uchiha Madara, lurking behind the Akatsuki to capture tailed beasts. The other, wearing a Shura mask, had defected from Konoha, taking on the alias of the Akatsuki's anemone. After the failure of the Rinnegan scheme, he boldly resolved to join Obito in initiating the 4th Great Ninja War, fiercely confronting the sage of Mount Myaboku without fear. They were timid and bashful when it came to expressing their feelings, yet audacious enough to face anything without trepidation. Through the night, the 2 formidable beings reminisced about their pasts with the girls, occasionally erupting into laughter or sulking after moments of shyness. What? You actually wanted to hug Rin secretly? You extended your hand but then backed down? Oh, Jiang Tian, you are so annoying. Besides, how can you criticize me? Did you not wish to hold Ling's hand, only to falter in the end? Unaware of how much liquor they had consumed. The 2 sank into slumber against the great tree. In their dreams, Obito and Jiang Tian continued to call out their beloved names, smiles gracing their faces. It seemed that in this dream, they found happiness simply by being with them once more. This encapsulates the essence of the Eye of the Moon plan. No matter how the dream unfolds or how false the reality may be, the chance to reunite with their beloved is sufficient. Even if they were to be forever ensnared in the realm of dreams, it would still be a blissful existence. They had long since run out of alternatives. The illusory dreams of the Eye of the Moon were their final hope. The 4th Great Ninja War represented merely an opportunity for 2 timid boys to voice their unspoken words. This phenomenon could also be described as a chance to mend regrets. Whether in the original work or this ninja world, a closer examination reveals passion, hope, and a myriad of emotions. Yet, one sentiment pervades throughout: regret. Obito's ultimate failure, Madara's deception by Kaguya, Naruto and Sasuke's fated battle, and Jiang Tian's helplessness as Ling perished before his eyes. All of it encompasses regret. The Sharingan, capable of reversing time, could not alter the outcome of regret. Yet, The world-destroying Rinnegan could not extinguish the fervent love of these two. In the face of devastation and the loss of their beloved, they possessed the most potent eyes of their era but still suffered the anguish of loss. It hurt. Oh, how it hurt. Briefly, regarding the differences noted by readers compared to the original work, I acknowledge that many details may not be well executed, as this is my first attempt at fan fiction, leading to some oversights. However, to be fair, aside from a few foundational errors, I have endeavored to remain true to the original narrative, maintaining the main storyline without significant alterations. Additionally, any modifications stem from the nature of creative reinterpretation. If it were entirely identical to the original, the purpose of this work would be diminished. This is also the reason for the brisk pacing in the earlier chapters. I believe readers, whether familiar with the original or other authors' interpretations, have encountered those scenes countless times. Finally, I am immensely grateful for everyone's support. I shall strive to avoid issues in the future and do my utmost to present more captivating storylines. Chapter 102, Discussion as the Dawn Broke. The horizon was tinged with a pale light, and the sun filtered through the lush foliage, casting a gentle glow upon the faces of the two individuals. Jiang Tian rubbed his drowsy eyes and glanced at the still slumbering Obito, a smile creeping onto his face. It had been quite some time since they had enjoyed such restful sleep. For so long, both Obito and Jiang Tian had tirelessly pursued the resurrection of their beloved, never once relenting. Last night, they had succumbed to the allure of wine and drifted into a sweet slumber, enveloped in dreams filled with memories of her. "Why didn't you wake me? We need to discuss our next course of action," Obito grumbled as he stirred awake, his first words tinged with annoyance. Knowing well his habit of drooling in his sleep had been witnessed by Jiang Tian. Such a sight had only ever been seen by Rin and Kakashi. "It is indeed time to proceed. We have lingered too long." With that, Jiang Tian and Obito sprang from their perch and leaped down from the tree, making their way towards the dragon cave. Upon their arrival, the white snake sage observed the pair with a scrutinizing gaze. Sensing a subtle change in their demeanor, perhaps the weariness in their eyes had lessened somewhat. "You both appear to be in better spirits," he remarked with a smile. "Well then, let us determine our next steps." Jiang Tian's expression shifted to one of solemnity, his demeanor as cold as ever. Obito and the white snake sage mirrored his seriousness, the familiar air of impending endeavor enveloping them. "Must it be only the two of us venturing to Mayaboka Mountain?" Jiang Tian inquired. Mayaboka Mountain, the domain of the old toad sage, was perilously treacherous, far more so than any place Jiang Tian had previously ventured. As one of the three great sage regions, Mayaboka Mountain was home not only to the toad sage and a multitude of summoning beasts but also harbored many secrets, perhaps concealing hidden powers. As the saying goes, a strong dragon does not easily suppress a local snake. Despite Jiang Tian's considerable strength, even with the white snake sage's assistance, brazenly capturing the Nine Tails at Mayaboka Mountain would not be a trivial endeavor. To traverse the three great sage regions, one must either forge a summoning contract or utilize unique secret techniques exclusive to themselves. Such techniques were not meant for human passage. However, the contract between them allowed for their joint passage. Going alone would be folly. Merely facing the old toad's true form is an exceedingly perilous task. Let alone contending with the numerous summoning beasts, Obito expressed his concern, recalling how he had once been sealed away by the old toad's avatar for an extended period. This time, facing the true form would be no simple feat regardless of the danger. We must press on. If Naruto remains concealed in Mayaboka Mountain, shall we simply wait for him to emerge? Jiang Tian understood the inherent risks of this endeavor, yet felt compelled to act. White Snake Sage, what odds do you reckon you have against the old toad? Jiang Tian posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. They need not slay the old toad. Capturing the Nine Tails and escaping unscathed would suffice. The White Snake Sage furrowed his brow at the inquiry. The three great sage regions had not seen conflict in many years. He had not sparred with the old toad in quite some time, and though his strength had grown, he could not be sure if the toad's power had also increased. "It has been many years since our last encounter, and I lost to him back then," the White Snake Sage confessed with a hint of bitterness. After becoming the Sage of the Dragon Cave, he had once challenged the old toad but had been defeated due to their age difference. Though he had since grown stronger, he could not confidently claim he could best the old toad's true form, for that creature had existed for far too long. Jiang Tian's brows knitted together. This only amplified the peril they faced. "Is it possible to use Edo Tensei at Mayaboka Mountain?" he inquired. "If we could summon Uchiha Madara, the three of us together." bolstered by the White Snake Sage, would undoubtedly conquer Mayaboka Mountain. Alas, that is not feasible. Mayaboka Mountain is saturated with natural energy. Chakra is nearly non-existent, rendering ninjutsu ineffective. The White Snake Sage replied, shaking his head. While both were sacred sites, the inhabitants of Mayaboka Mountain were notably more guarded, eager to showcase the might of their sage arts. The old toad had once imposed restrictions on Mayaboka Mountain at the behest of the Sage of Six Paths, making chakra movement exceedingly difficult. Nothing seems feasible. I do not recommend venturing into Mayaboka Mountain, Obito interjected, his gaze sharp as he turned to Jiang Tian with newfound resolve. I have a proposal. The allied ninja forces have just been resurrected. Why not leverage them to draw Naruto out? Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. What do you mean? With an impassive expression, Obito uttered a single word. Kill. They often spoke of camaraderie and the will of fire. Thus, let them witness the value of that camaraderie when put to the test. With each passing day, we could take a few heads from the allied forces. I refuse to believe Naruto would remain indifferent. Jiang Tian fell silent, recognizing the feasibility of Obito's plan. Given Naruto's character, he would undoubtedly be compelled to act. However, could he truly take charge in this situation? Contemplating this, Jiang Tian finally spoke. The plan is indeed viable, yet Naruto is ensconced in Mayaboka Mountain, where he is beyond our reach, and the old toad would not permit him to emerge. Moreover, if we were to resort to such measures, it would surely disappoint them. He refrained from voicing the last statement aloud. As formidable warriors, they ought not to employ such underhanded tactics. Should they proceed down that path, not only would they become no different from the hypocritical leaders of the 5 great villages, but when Rin returned, she would surely look down upon them. True strength has its own means of resolution, through unwavering combat, employing the most resolute methods to capture the 9 tails. Oh, come now, we can initiate the 4th great ninja war. A mere Mayaboka Mountain poses no obstacle for us. A great demon lord and one on the verge of becoming the 2nd sage of 6 paths, what in this world could instill fear in them? With a deep breath, Jiang Tian turned to the White Snake Sage and stated with earnestness, "Open the secret realm for me. I wish to train in the sage arts inscribed on the 2nd scroll you provided." Though Mayaboka Mountain was fraught with danger, should his strength burgeon to the point of confronting any peril, powerful enough to vanquish the old toad and reshape this world, then all else would pale in comparison. The White Snake Sage nodded, recognizing the confidence that Jiang Tian embodied, unwavering and absolute. Not only did he possess strength, but he also had a companion like Obito, along with an indomitable faith. If that is the case, then indeed, a fight may be in our future. Obito's expression softened, the weight of seriousness lifting from his demeanor. Chapter 103, the 2nd celestial technique. The decision to threaten the lives of the coalition was born out of concern for Jiang Tian. If he could master another celestial technique, he would not need to fear death when venturing to Miyamu Mountain. In truth, Obito held little respect for such tactics, driven solely by worry for Jiang Tian. Those of formidable strength possess a mindset and dignity unique to their stature. Certain actions may be taken, yet some deeds, once performed, could lead one to disdain their own choices. The White Serpent Sage nodded in agreement. He believed that given Jiang Tian's current prowess, he might indeed be capable of unlocking the celestial technique inscribed on the 2nd scroll. The trio arrived at the entrance of the Dragon-S Cave secret realm. Jiang Tian had previously failed in the 2nd secret realm, utterly defeated by a mirrored version of himself conjured by the realm, which could be described as a swift annihilation. As the saying goes, it is worth attempting, but should circumstances prove unfavorable, retreat immediately. The White Serpent Sage admonished Jiang Tian, emphasizing that his life must always take precedence. Should he perish, all plans would become mere fantasies, and the revival of the Dragon-S Cave would end in utter failure. Rest assured, I am aware of what is at stake, Jiang Tian replied as he slowly pushed open the door leading into the darkness of the secret realm. Upon entering, he was met with an impenetrable abyss. Light soon emerged, revealing another version of himself standing before him, with the sole distinction being that this illusion was still the eternal kaleidoscope. Jiang Tian had previously encountered the secret realm, where he was once the eternal kaleidoscope himself. However, he had since evolved to possess the reincarnation eye. Yet, the version of himself within the realm remained unchanged. This could potentially hold the key to overcoming the challenge. The doppelganger, perfectly replicated by the secret realm, was the first to engage, charging at Jiang Tian with a speed that even the Sharingan could scarcely discern. The only individual Jiang Tian had witnessed attain such physical prowess was Might Guy. Could this manifestation truly rival Guy's capabilities? The second celestial technique scroll bestowed by the White Serpent Sage was a unique martial technique exclusive to sages. Jiang Tian raised his arms defensively in front of his chest. Despite his prior encounters with Guy, he found himself continually forced back. Planting his sword into the ground behind him, he barely managed to halt his retreat. The doppelganger was designed to hone physical strength, thus suppressing ninjutsu and ocular power to the greatest extent. Jiang Tian found himself steadily losing ground in their exchanges. When it came to pure martial prowess, he clearly faltered, feeling somewhat inadequate. Though this inadequacy pertained solely to martial skill, not physical weakness, so fret not, Ling. No need to prepare goji berry tea just yet. In the midst of the trial, the doppelganger transformed every part of its body into a weapon, pushing the limits of martial arts to relentlessly assault Jiang Tian. A powerful kick struck his chest, sending him hurtling away. As he struggled to his feet, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Outside the secret realm, the White Serpent Sage furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene, which caught Obito's attention, prompting him to inquire with concern, "What has happened to Jiang Tian? Has he failed?" Not yet, though the situation is far from optimistic. The doppelganger's martial skills are overwhelmingly strong, making it difficult for him to cope. In truth, this doppelganger was Jiang Tian himself after mastering the second scroll's celestial technique. His physical strength had been enhanced, and combined with the martial techniques inscribed on the scroll, his lethality was significant. Most terrifying was his newfound resilience to injury. The White Serpent Sage was acutely aware of the contents of the second scroll, which contained knowledge far surpassing that of the Dragon's Cave. Imagine an individual whose speed, reflexes, and endurance reach extraordinary levels. It would indeed be exceedingly challenging for others to vanquish him. In the original story, Mikai perished in a battle against the formidable Kaguya Akatsuki, not due to defeat at her hands, but rather through sheer exhaustion. Kaguya had not even been given the chance to counterattack. More accurately, she had only endured blows, yet Guy managed to drag her down with him. Although the second celestial technique of the Dragon's Cave was not as extreme as the Eight Gates, it represented another pinnacle of martial prowess without requiring the expenditure of life force. Within the secret realm, Jiang Tian regained his composure. Recalling the White Serpent Sage's prior guidance, he needed to calm his mind and memorize the doppelganger's techniques. He could endure blows, but he must not remain perpetually passive. With this in mind, as the doppelganger charged once more, Jiang Tian lowered his guard, refraining from any defensive maneuvers. Instead, he focused intently on memorizing the doppelganger's every punch and movement. Activated by the rippling reincarnation eye, the doppelganger's rapid attacks began to decelerate, each action becoming clearer in Jiang Tian's mind. It was as if he were viewing a sequential art piece, a figure in his mind executing various motions repeatedly. During this process, Jiang Tian endured the blows, experiencing the most severe punishment he had ever faced in the ninja world. As time passed, Jiang Tian gradually began to synchronize his movements with those of the doppelganger, mirroring the actions that inflicted harm upon him. In the end, their motions became nearly identical, though Jiang Tian bore more injuries. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain, following the rhythm of the figure in his mind, engaging in mutual harm with the doppelganger. Upon noticing this, the White Serpent Sage quickly opened the secret realm, extracting Jiang Tian from its depths. As he emerged, Jiang Tian appeared to awaken abruptly from a trance, and the injuries within him flared up, causing him to expel a copious amount of crimson blood. "White Serpent Sage, what just transpired?" Jiang Tian inquired. Reflecting on the recent events with a sense of trepidation, he had stood there like a fool, nearly incapacitated. "Today, I have come to understand why you are so formidable. Your insight is indeed rare, allowing you to enter a meditative state." "Meditative state? What is that?" Jiang Tian questioned in confusion. "The three great sacred lands cultivate natural energy, which differs from the ninja's chakra. The extent to which one can absorb natural energy is determined by personal insight. It is akin to a principle where an ordinary person might take a long time to comprehend, while one with superior insight will grasp it swiftly. The meditative state is a remarkable condition, akin to a heightened concentration of mental energy, where one focuses solely on a single task, impervious to external distractions." Upon hearing the White Serpent Sage's explanation, Jiang Tian could not help but recall Naruto's meditative practice during his training at Nyamu Mountain. Was that not the very essence of the meditative state? Insight is inconsequential. The crux of the matter is whether I can now utilize the celestial technique inscribed on the second scroll. After a moment of contemplation, the White Serpent Sage responded. "Given your current condition, You have developed the basic reflexes of your body. However, your physical strength remains insufficient. You may be able to use it, but you will suffer backlash from its effects. Curious about their conversation, Obito interjected, Jiang Tian, what exactly is the celestial technique on the second scroll? Jiang Tian looked up at Obito and softly declared, the celestial technique is the Dragon S-Might Ascension technique. Chapter 104. The arrival of the six paths cannot retain him. The Dragon Might Combat technique. A unique martial art employed solely by the immortal of the Dragon Cave, though not comparable to the Eight Gates, is nonetheless exceedingly powerful. With this ability, the journey to Myoko Mountain becomes significantly more assured. Jiang Tian rose and donned the Azura mask, reattaching his samurai sword to his waist as he gazed at the white snake sage. Let us depart. It is time to set forth and capture the Nine Tails. He then cautioned Obito, do not take any new actions until my return. Once I bring back the Nine Tails, we shall initiate the Moon's Eye plan. After ensuring all matters were addressed, the white snake sage opened the portal to Myoko Mountain, and together, the man and the serpent vanished from the Dragon Cave. In a certain base of the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru observed the unexpectedly arrived Kabuto with narrowed eyes. You have not been slain by Sasuke? My lord Orochimaru, I have awaited your return, eager to resume my role as your assistant. Kabuto's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, refraining from any insolence in the presence of Orochimaru, remaining as obsequious as ever. Oh, you awaited my return, implying you believed I would not perish? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, pondering the thoughts of his former aide, attempting to discern his true intentions. Of course, with your capabilities, no one could ever truly kill you. A mere Sasuke could not possibly extinguish your life. Kabuto kept his head bowed, his tone dripping with reverence, embodying the essence of servility. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru could not ascertain whether Kabuto harbored any ulterior motives. In terms of power, he was lacking. In terms of cunning, he fell short as well. Orochimaru could not envision how this individual could pose a threat to him. Very well, continue as my assistant. After all, I require assistance for certain experiments, and you are the best candidate for the task. Upon hearing Orochimaru's concession, a fleeting glimmer of something unusual crossed Kabuto's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Lifting his gaze, he maintained his respectful demeanor and pointed to the mask hanging at Orochimaru's waist. My lord, this mask is... I have never seen you wear it before. This mask is the very artifact that seals the souls of the four deceased Hokage of Konoha and is a significant factor in altering the course of the war. Unbeknownst to Jiang Tian, who was far away in Myoko Mountain, events were unfolding within the base. He and the white snake sage materialized amidst the lush woods, greeted by vibrant greenery, melodious birdsong, and fragrant blossoms. The tranquility and verdancy dominated this realm. At first glance, it appeared no different from the outside world. However, upon closer inspection, Jiang Tian could distinctly sense the sluggish flow of chakra within him, while the natural energy surged abundantly, amplifying the sage mode in this locale. Indeed, as you mentioned, it is nearly impossible to employ the reanimation technique on a large scale here. The more powerful the reanimator, such as Madara, Nagato, or Itachi, the more chakra is consumed, making it unfeasible to resurrect them in this place. This battle would rely solely on himself and the white snake sage. Jiang Tian raised his gaze towards the majestic waterfall in the distance, the dwelling of the old toad. Naruto must be training there. With a gentle leap, he landed atop the white snake sage's head, declaring, let us proceed directly. The great white serpent slithered toward the waterfall, boldly and without concealment, exhibiting a simplicity that was utterly unadorned. There was no elaborate plan. They intended to confront the old toad head-on. It was not that Jiang Tian lacked a strategy, rather. He recognized its futility. The only individuals capable of reaching Myoko Mountain were himself and the white snake sage. Both were formidable combatants, and resolving matters through battle was far more pragmatic than through scheming. Above the waterfall, the great toad sage sat upon a cushion, and Fukasaku leapt into the scene. Great sage, as you predicted, that human boy could not restrain himself and has entered Myoko Mountain, heading your way. Those who fall into despair often harbor a singular, profound weakness, an overwhelming yearning to once again behold the light. The great toad sage smiled, for bringing Naruto to Myoko Mountain was not merely for training. It was also to draw Jiang Tian to this place. He understood better than anyone what Jiang Tian's greatest vulnerability was, the girl named Rin. What, ultimately, is the fourth great ninja war? It is fundamentally about resurrecting two human girls. Thus, by maintaining a firm grip on the most crucial elements of their revival, Jiang Tian and his companions would undoubtedly grow anxious. The Ninetales was that critical element. Since our guest has arrived, let us go forth to greet him, lest others claim that Myoko Mountain lacks courtesy. Everything was part of the Great Toad Sage's scheme, aimed at eradicating the White Snake Sage and Jiang Tian within Myoko Mountain, thereby concluding the Fourth War decisively. As they approached the waterfall, Jiang Tian and the White Snake Sage felt an increasing sense of unease. Kid, something feels off. The old toad should have known we were coming, yet why has there been no disturbance? It is too strange. Jiang Tian frowned, a sense of vigilance rising within him. Thus far, neither he nor the White Snake Sage had encountered any opposition. It felt as if they were merely strolling through their own backyard rather than arriving at Myoko Mountain. You need not fear defeat at the hands of the old toad. Naruto is certainly no match for me, and those other summoned beasts are insignificant. Even if we fail to capture it, we shall not perish in this wretched place. There is no need for excessive worry. Despite being unaware of the Great Toad Sage's intentions, Jiang Tian's formidable strength instilled him with great confidence. He did not believe he would meet his end here. White Snake, you have finally arrived. I have awaited you for quite some time. As the two reached the base of the waterfall, the voice of the Great Toad Sage echoed down. He stood atop the cliff above, surveying Jiang Tian and the White Snake Sage with a relaxed and somewhat pleased tone, as if genuinely delighted. Let us see when you, old toad, will meet your demise. You have lived for so long. What purpose does it serve to linger like an ancient specter? The White Snake Sage retorted scornfully, unwilling to coddle the old toad. As fellow sages of the three great sanctuaries, one could not allow oneself to be outdone. Be wary, my sense of foreboding grows. From the old toad's words, it seems he has long anticipated our arrival. He may have laid a trap. The Great Toad Sage's words alarmed Jiang Tian. Yet he could not fathom what additional strength Myoko Mountain possessed that could threaten both him and the White Snake Sage. Could it be? This old toad far surpassed the White Snake Sage? Such a thought flickered through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. As sages of the three great sanctuaries, even if the old toad had lived longer, he could not be powerful enough to eliminate the White Snake Sage. At most, he could achieve victory among sages. Killing one another was exceedingly difficult. Old toad, while I do not comprehend your overconfidence, allow me to declare, the Nine Tails shall be mine. The arrival of the Six Paths cannot retain me. This is what Jiang Tian proclaims. Jiang Tian raised his head, fixing his gaze upon the old toad, his commanding words resonating throughout the surroundings. He, Jiang Tian, sought the Nine Tails, and the arrival of the Six Paths could not retain him. Chapter 105, Confrontation. The Great Toad Sage wore a cold smile, scoffing, humph. Such an arrogant young lad, daring to compare himself to the Six Paths Sage? Ah, I would not hesitate to engage in the four wars. What more arrogance could there be? Jiang Tian's expression was grim. He had anticipated the challenges of his journey to Myoko Mountain, which was why he had deliberated with Obito for so long. Though I am unaware of your preparations, I shall brave even the most perilous of places today, for I have come to Myoko Mountain with resolute intent. While it may not be a dragon's lair, this waterfall shall become your grave. Human boy, your sins come to an end here. The Great Toad Sage's tone shifted to a chilling coldness. His gaze fixed upon Jiang Tian and his companion with murderous intent. Bah, you old men are still alive, while Jiang Tian and I are still young. Surely, we shall outlive you. The White Snake Sage retorted, irked, for he too was a being of immortality and could not fathom such ease in death. It felt like a blatant insult to him. Fear not, once this old toad is dead, neither of us shall perish, Jiang Tian replied with a cold smile. Perched atop the waterfall's precipice, the Great Toad Sage narrowed his eyes, choosing not to engage in verbal sparring with Jiang Tian and his companion, but instead turned his attention to the Deep Work Sage. Is she not here yet? The Slug Sage mentioned she would arrive shortly, the Deep Work Sage said. Recalling the words of the sage from the wet-bone forest, feeling a headache coming on, uncertain of how to respond to the Great Sage. Just tell me what is wrong with her, the Great Toad Sage insisted. The Slug Sage mentioned she is preening herself, wishing to appear so splendid that the White Snake Sage would regret it. The Great Toad Sage frowned. The competitive nature of women was indeed formidable, causing him to question whether his alliance with the slug was wise. White Snake, we must make our move. Something feels amiss. Jiang Tian altered his plan. Initially, he had intended for the White Snake Sage to hold off the Great Toad while he sought Naruto. It now seemed prudent for them to confront the old toad together first. Sage Mode, activate. Jiang Tian instantly entered Sage Mode, drawing his katana and directing his gaze at the Great Toad Sage. Sage Art, ascend the dragon. The White Snake Sage followed suit, transforming into a dragon form. The pair surged towards the Great Toad Sage, and the battle erupted in an instant. Damn it, the Great Toad Sage thought as he beheld the approaching duo. Cursing the slug in his mind. Even with the white snake's life at stake, she was still preoccupied with her appearance, as if to present a corpse for viewing. Sage Art, Bloodline Reversion. The Great Toad Sage unleashed his Sage Art, his body expanding and straightening, the frailty of old age fading as vitality surged within him, restoring him to his youthful form. He became clad in armor reminiscent of the Warring States period, wielding an enormous katana that gleamed far more brilliantly than the one used by One Tai. Clang! The Great Toad Sage crossed his katana before him, and Jiang Tian's assault was immediately thwarted, the clash of the two blades creating sparks and a resounding echo. Old Toad, I have awaited this day for far too long. I shall defeat you head-on. The White Snake Sage, now in dragon form, fiercely lashed out with her tail at the Great Toad Sage. You were weak back then. Do you think I have grown feeble with age? Now is my time to unleash my wrath. Seizing her tail, the Great Toad Sage summoned natural energy, spinning the White Snake Sage in the air before casting her far away, with a surge of force from his other hand. Jiang Tian felt an immense pressure on his katana, forcing him to retreat and distance himself from the old toad. The combined efforts of both he and the White Snake Sage were effortlessly countered, and Jiang Tian gained a clear understanding of the Great Toad Sage's formidable strength, which clearly surpassed that of the White Snake Sage. White Snake, we must reveal our true capabilities, or we shall not subdue this old toad. Jiang Tian activated his Rinnegan, the ripples within his pupils expanding as he pressed his palms together and called out, planetary devastation. He then spread his hands, and a sphere of black energy slowly ascended towards the heavens, growing larger and obscuring the sky. The White Snake Sage, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood they could not afford to falter, otherwise they might indeed suffer a grave defeat on Myoko Mountain. With a grimace revealing his sharp teeth, he prepared for battle. Sage Art, Dragon's Roar. The White Snake Sage opened his mouth wide, voraciously absorbing the natural energy of Myoko Mountain until his belly swelled to the size of a balloon. Roar! Roar! The White Snake Sage unleashed the accumulated energy, a resounding dragon's roar reverberating through the air as it surged towards the Great Toad Sage. Simultaneously, a massive meteor hurtled from the sky, plummeting directly towards the Great Toad Sage. As their combined assault descended, the Great Toad Sage's brow furrowed deeply. Despite his power, he felt the weight of pressure mounting against him. He couldn't shake the worry that if the slug continued to delay, it might very well be his own demise. Sage Art, Natural Protection. The Great Toad Sage summoned the protective energy left behind by the Six-Paths Sage, a force that far exceeded that of all present, enveloping him in a shield that deflected the attacks of Jiang Tian and the White Snake Sage. What is that light circle? Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. Though the light circle appeared unremarkable, its defensive capabilities were astonishing, capable of withstanding the assaults from both him and the White Snake Sage simultaneously. It is the energy left behind by the Six-Paths Sage when he transformed Myoko Mountain. Fear not, it can only withstand one attack. As expected. No sooner had the White Snake Sage spoken than the protective energy circle shattered with a resounding crash, ceasing to exist. Old Toad. The Six-Paths energy can only shield you once. Let's see what you can do now. The White Snake Sage soared into the air, circling above, in a one-on-one confrontation. Neither Jiang Tian nor he felt confident in defeating the old toad, but together they were assured of victory. Why has the slug not arrived yet? The Great Toad Sage inquired, glancing at the Deepwork Sage, who felt a chill at the piercing gaze. How could he know when she would arrive? She is coming. She is coming. A voice echoed from behind them. The Slug Sage had arrived, accompanied by a massive slug adorned with a wildflower, its head decorated in a patchwork of red and purple hues, a truly bizarre sight. Jiang Tian recognized it immediately. It was a cosmetic used by women. But the slug's application skills were utterly abysmal. Wait, no, it is more accurate to say there is no skill at all. Xiaobai, I am here. The utterance of Xiaobai caused the White Snake Sage's dragon form to shudder, instinctively turning to flee, but upon glancing at Jiang Tian beside him, he restrained himself. What is happening? Do you know each other? Jiang Tian queried, puzzled. However, upon observing the unease on the White Snake Sage's face and then the enormous form of the slug, he suddenly comprehended. By the heavens! Could this be the sage from Wetbone Forest? Chapter 106, The Interpretation of Passionate Love with the Arrival of the Slug Sage. Jiang Tian finally grasped the source of the old toad's confidence. It became evident that Miaomu Mountain had not only allied with the Wetbone Forest, but also shared an extraordinarily close relationship. Xiaobai, why do you not respond to me? Are you still shy as you were before? It is proven that even celestial beings are not immune. Once a woman becomes capricious, a man is bound to suffer. How could I possibly be shy? There is simply nothing to say. The White Snake Sage turned her head aside, feeling a bit embarrassed, for she had unintentionally spied on someone bathing. This demeanor caused the Slug Sage to lower her head, perplexed as to why Xiaobai harbored such disdain for her. The lack of excitement upon reuniting with an old acquaintance, coupled with a nonchalant attitude, deeply saddened the already emotionally sensitive Slug Sage. Xiaobai, as you can see, the situation today leaves you with little chance of escape. Miaomu Mountain and the Wetbone Forest, the two celestial beings united, represent the mightiest force in the world. Unless Obito can become the second sage of 6 paths and Jiang Tian's strength advances further, he will not be able to match these two sages. Indeed, the circumstances are dire. Facing both of you simultaneously in the realm of Miaomu Mountain, Jiang Tian and I do not hold the advantage. But what of it? The Slug Sage refrained from voicing her thoughts, yet the White Snake Sage understood. Miaomu Mountain was home not only to 2 celestial beings but also to many formidable spirit beasts. If you confess your feelings for me, I can assist you in confronting this old toad. What are you saying? Are you contemplating betrayal? The toad sage was agitated. If the slug were to do so, the tide of victory would shift towards Jiang Tian. It was you who sought my alliance. Assisting you depends solely on my mood. The slug sage countered the old toad. For the thoughts of women are inscrutable and shift too rapidly. Accomplishing our goal truly relies on the whims of the heart. There is no need to discuss strategies with you. White Snake Sage, you must express your stance. The success or failure of our endeavor rests on your words. Jiang Tian gestured for the White Snake Sage to respond. In such circumstances, the choice was evidently clear. You ought to know, I do not harbor feelings for you. This answer shall not change with time. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying away the wildflower that the Slug Sage had long deliberated over. Reminiscent of her fervent yet cold affection, an unrequited love that remains one of the deepest regrets in the hearts of many. White Snake Sage, you. Such a response surprised all, for it was evident that a mere declaration of affection could alter everything, yet the White Snake Sage chose silence over those 2 simple words. Jiang Tian, you are infatuated with a human girl, instigating the 4th Great Ninja War and risking everything to bring her back. You should understand my feelings the most. Jiang Tian fell into silence, for he truly empathized with such emotions. After Ling's passing, the young Uchiha Yuki would repeatedly come to accompany him, caring for him, an exceptionally good girl. Through their prolonged companionship, Jiang Tian was well aware of Yuki's feelings. Yet every time she posed a question akin to that of the Slug Sage, his response remained steadfast and unwavering. It was not solely due to Ling. He could not bear to deceive a girl whose heart was filled with thoughts of him. I understand your feelings. Very well. Since I have never valued my life since the onset of the 4th War, let us fight with all our might today. Jiang Tian smiled indifferently. From the day he defected from Konoha, he had ceased to care for life or death. The Eye of the Moon plan was inherently a perilous path filled with life and death crises, challenging the entirety of the ninja world. Choosing you brings me joy. Your temperament suits me well, ha ha ha. Today, this sage shall risk it all to engage in a thrilling battle with you. The Slug Sage. Observing the White Snake Sage prepared to face death without uttering a word of affection, felt her heart shatter even further. If you fear not death, why hesitate to say you like me? The Slug Sage furiously swayed her tentacles, bewildered as to why expressing love seemed so insurmountable. Do you truly despise me so much that you cannot utter a word of affection? Her nearly roaring voice echoed throughout Miaomu Mountain, laced with a tinge of anguish and resentment. You are mistaken. It is not disdain, but rather that you have treated me well, which is why I cannot deceive you. The White Snake Sage spoke with a gravity that had never been expressed to the Slug Sage in all their years. Today, perhaps they might meet their end. And there were words that must be spoken before it was too late. It is not wrong for you to like me, nor is it wrong for me not to like you. Matters of the heart defy grand explanations. I cannot exploit your affection to deceive you, for that would be the most unreasonable act. Lies should not be uttered to someone like you. Even if I do not harbor feelings, I would not wish for you to suffer harm. Jiang Tian resonated with this sentiment. Every lovesick man possesses a tender heart. You may label him a simp, yet he is not foolish. Such a man willingly bestows his tenderness and affection upon you. Thus, even in the absence of love, he should not be harmed. And this sentiment should be cherished and treated with utmost care. This is the most precious treasure for those termed simps. Dislike is dislike. Why say so much? If you must perish, I shall grant you your wish. The slug sage initiated the assault, her body beginning to split until she formed 3 separate entities. Old Toad, let us proceed according to the plan you proposed. I shall slay this human boy, and you shall deal with that foul snake. The slug sage pointed at Jiang Tian, her tone resolute, having made the firm decision to eliminate her beloved. Very well, let us commence. The toad sage smiled, the unfolding events somewhat unexpected. Yet the outcome remained favorable. Jiang Tian, be cautious of the slug. Her split forms possess strength equal to her true self, making them difficult to contend with. The white snake sage furrowed his brow, watching the approaching old toad. He hurriedly engaged, while reminding Jiang Tian to be wary of the slug. Equal to her true self? That is akin to facing my own ocular techniques. No, she has 2 split forms, alongside her true self. That means I face 3. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes, gripping his katana as he charged towards the slug sage. Senjutsu, dragon binding. In the moment he lunged at the slug, Jiang Tian formed hand seals with one hand, and a massive white dragon materialized, seeking to bind and restrain the slug sage. Humph, foolish human boy. You dare to use the sacred arts against a celestial being? Have you even considered where you learned this? Senjutsu, release. The slug sage exclaimed, summoning natural energy, causing the white dragon to shatter and dissipate instantly. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Tian's pupils constricted in alarm. The power of a celestial being surpassed his expectations. The white snake and toad sages clashed fiercely, with the outcome still indeterminate in the short term. Suddenly, Obito's eyelids twitched violently as he furrowed his brow, gazing intently ahead. Jiang Tian, do not let anything happen to you. Chapter 107, The Demise of My Boku Mountain, a battle without end obscured by a tumult of emotions. Obito found himself unsettled. Since Rin's demise, he had never experienced such turmoil. He and Jiang Tian were not merely companions but soulmates, traversing this dark world side by side, with none but each other behind them. Should one fall before reaching the light of dawn, the other would be left to confront the entirety of existence alone. Just as he began to calm his mind, a small white serpent, clutching a scroll in its mouth, slithered before him. Upon examining it, Obito's expression soured dramatically. Damn it. Why has it come to this? Kabuto, you are finished. After donning his mask, Obito immediately activated his space-time ninjutsu to vacate the dragon cave. Within my Boku Mountain, Jiang Tian and the white snake sage were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Sage art, dragon's roar. The white snake sage unleashed the dragon's roar once more, prompting a derisive smirk from the toad sage. White snake, do you still believe you are collaborating with that human boy? In a one-on-one confrontation, you are no match for me. The toad sage's natural energy surged, forming a formidable armor around him as he charged at the white snake sage with his katana poised. The two forces collided incessantly, eroding one another until they vanished upon the toad sage's approach. Today marks your end, white snake. He seized the white snake sage's tail and hurled him skyward, following suit to bring his katana down forcefully. Is there still a gap in our powers? The white snake sage narrowed his eyes and swiftly turned, using his horn to parry the toad sage's blade. The clash reverberated with a terrifying force, scattering the surrounding flora. Initially, the combatants appeared evenly matched, but as time progressed, the white snake sage began to falter. Jiang Tian, too, was at a disadvantage, grappling with the slug sage alone. The situation was exacerbated by the difficulty of utilizing chakra within my Boku Mountain. Otherwise, he would not be struggling so. White snake sage. How long until the secret passageway to retreat is open? It requires 2 hours. We must hold on a bit longer. Jiang Tian had realized the futility of their situation upon encountering the slug sage and had informed the white snake sage to activate the secret passage for their escape. But time was of the essence. Suddenly, the toad sage ceased his attacks, revealing a scornful grin. White snake, do you think you can still escape? All 3 sages sensed the imminent opening of the secret passage. Upon learning of Jiang Tian and the white snake sage's intentions to flee, the toad sage intensified his assault. Slug, they wish to escape. You know what to do without me saying. Mind your own business. Don't let that filthy snake kill you, the slug sage retorted coldly, her desire to assist stemming from a wish to see the white snake sage. Do you really think you can issue commands to me? She grumbled, determination igniting her efforts to slay Jiang Tian. That wicked human boy thinks winning this war is a simple feat. As a sage of the wet-bone forest, she had once promised not to interfere in the ninja world, yet she bore the responsibility of its protection. Previous ninja world wars had been mere disputes among villages. unlike Jiang Tian and Obito's intention to obliterate the entire realm. As time pressed on, the wounds of both the White Snake Sage and Jiang Tian deepened. White Snake, perish. The massive katana descended, severing a substantial horn from the White Snake Sage, which crashed heavily to the ground. Old Toad, what are you doing? Who permitted you to sever his horn? The Slug Sage glared fiercely at the Toad Sage, resembling a protective wife. At that moment, the White Snake Sage had lost a horn, his once white body now stained crimson, gasping for breath. He glanced at the fallen horn and spoke in a calm yet ominous tone. Old Toad, if I survive this day, I shall assuredly slay you. Rest assured. You will have no such opportunity. The Toad Sage bore his own wounds, yet they paled in comparison to those of the White Snake Sage. Jiang Tian. Should we perish today, it is simply our fate. Let us fight. Jiang Tian nodded, saying nothing more as he charged once again at the Slug Sage. Sage Art. Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. The secret passage was near its opening, and the White Snake Sage resolved to risk everything, at the very least to ensure Jiang Tian's escape. Indeed, I see you have been pushed to this extent. Are you prepared to fight with all your might? The Toad Sage chuckled lightly, aware that the hidden dragon technique from the Dragon Cave was a life-draining sage art. It was acceptable in regular circumstances, but using it while injured would only exacerbate his wounds. The White Snake Sage observed Jiang Tian, who was crouched and panting, his katana broken in two. Blood trickling from his Sharingan due to overexertion, the situation was dire. Jiang Tian, remember the promise you made to me after winning the Fourth War. You will restore the Dragon Cave. Now, I shall hold them off. Quickly make your way to the spot we first arrived at my Boku Mountain. The secret passage is about to open. Go. The White Snake Sage, sacrificing his life force, intensified his power, managing to fend off both sages. This scene stirred something deep within Jiang Tian. It had been a long time since he felt such a sensation. He forced a bitter smile. I never imagined that my newfound strength would lead someone to sacrifice themselves for me. Jiang Tian wiped the blood from his lips, his expression suddenly grave as he declared. I, Jiang Tian, hereby vow that if I triumph in the Fourth War, I shall restore the Dragon Cave and level my Boku Mountain. There shall be no rest until then. Channeling natural energy, his vow resonated throughout my Boku Mountain, and all the toads bore solemn expressions. They knew who Jiang Tian was, the great demon of the ninja realm. The villain who instigated the Fourth War. If he were to harbor such resentment, my Boku Mountain would never know peace again. Ha ha ha, with your words. I can face my end with peace of mind, the Toad Sage mused. Jiang Tian bowed to the colossal dragon coiling in the sky before frowning and turning away. Sprinting toward the secret passage, he yearned to remain and fight alongside the White Snake Sage, yet he could not afford to do so. He still needed to revive Rin, restore the Dragon Cave, and avenge the White Snake Sage. All of these tasks required him to survive. Only by accomplishing them could he repay the White Snake Sage. In that moment, Jiang Tian's heart was laden with sorrow. The battle among the three sages continued, yet only the White Snake and Toad Sages were engaged. While the Slug Sage stood quietly to the side, observing her beloved. Though the White Snake Sage fought valiantly, the Slug Sage sensed the rapid decline of his life force. Enough. Cease your fighting. The two sages appeared deaf to her pleas and continued their clash. I said enough. No more fighting. The Slug Sage intervened, crashing into the Toad Sage and positioning herself beside the White Snake Sage, supporting him. Little White, are you all right? I will heal you immediately. The sudden shift left everyone dumbfounded. Even Jiang Tian, who was sprinting, slowed his pace, casting a bewildered glance back, witnessing the two supporting one another. The Toad Sage felt like the true fool in this scenario. Chapter 108. He dared not. The changes came too swiftly for anyone to comprehend. The Slug Sage's sudden betrayal left the Toad Sage utterly speechless. A backstab is always the most disheartening to one's morale. Slug, what are you attempting? Are you truly willing to forsake the honor between the sacred lands and abandon our pact? With the Slug's defection, the once favorable situation was abruptly reversed, plunging my Omu Mountain into peril. Pact? It all depends on my mood. At present, I have no desire for Xiaobai's demise. The Toad Sage, having finally grasped the complexities of a woman's heart, understood that despite the Slug's harsh words, she could not bear to see the White Snake perish. Ultimately, it was merely a woman's caprice. Xiaobai, wait for me. I shall hasten to your aid. The Slug Sage's body writhed incessantly, enveloping the White Snake Sage. Its tendrils brushed over the wounds, and the gory injuries healed at a visible pace. Very well, if you wish to spare the White Snake, then I shall ensure that human boy meets his end. The Toad Sage fumed. If both the White Snake and Jiang Tian escaped unscathed today, Myoma Mountain would soon face its nightmare after the 4 battles concluded. One human life is of no concern to me. My sole worry is Xiaobai. The White Snake Sage furrowed her brow, eager to speak, but was promptly interrupted by the Slug Sage, who leaned close and whispered, Xiaobai, we are still within Myoma Mountain. We cannot concern ourselves with that human for now. If we push the old toad too far, we risk a complete rupture in our alliance. The Slug Sage's words rang true. At this moment, the injured White Snake Sage was already at a disadvantage within Myoma Mountain, surrounded by countless spirit beasts. Any rash action would not only endanger her life but could also implicate the slug. Jiang Tian, the secret passage has been opened. The remainder of your journey depends solely on you. The White Snake Sage gazed anxiously in Jiang Tian's direction. Slug, please at least hold off the old toad and prevent him from intervening. The White Snake Sage sought to secure a final glimmer of hope for Jiang Tian, who was already injured. Should the old toad strike, his demise would be inevitable. Understood. The Slug Sage commanded 2 of its splits to encircle the Toad Sage. Old Toad, you shall remain here. You cannot go anywhere. You know that should a confrontation arise, I can easily restrain you. You wouldn't wish to sever ties with the Wetbone Forest and the Dragon Cave, would you? The Slug Sage's words struck a chord, although Myoma Mountain was not prosperous. A full-scale assault from the 2 sacred lands would spell certain doom, which was why the Slug Sage refrained from attacking the White Snake after changing her stance. Very well. I shall remain here. Myoma Mountain still possesses talents. Upon hearing this, the Deep Swiss Sage swiftly relayed the orders to all frogs within Myoma Mountain. Croak, croak, croak. In the woods, Jiang Tian raced frantically towards the secret passage. He had to survive, for Ling awaited him. With a thunderous crash, a massive spirit beast descended, blocking Jiang Tian's path. Clutching a pipe and wielding a katana, it was none other than the Toad leader, Wentai. Jiang Tian, daring to invade Myoma Mountain. Today shall be your last. Jiang Tian scoffed, his expression laced with disdain. Today, I shall confront the Slug Sage alone, grievously wounded. Given the sparse chakra in Myoma Mountain, my strength is limited, yet a mere toad dares to impede me? Truly, a tiger fallen into the plains cannot be bullied by a mere dog. When I tightened his grip on the katana, his face grave. Despite Jiang Tian's dire state, he could not shake the unease in his heart. After all, this was a formidable demon capable of stirring bloodshed across the ninja world. Today, I must slay you, even if it is for Jiraiya. With a fierce swing, the Toad leader struck at Jiang Tian. In a flash, Jiang Tian activated his Sharingan and leaped onto the blade, sprinting along its length. He bounded onto Wantai's shoulder and delivered a powerful kick to his head. The impact sent Wantai crashing to the ground, his body tilting under the force. Jiang Tian stood beside him, his eyes cold and indifferent. Remember, even a tiger fallen into the plains remains a tiger, not something a toad can humiliate. As dust swirled behind him, Jiang Tian frowned. More toads rushed toward him, intent on his annihilation. Sage Mode, activate. Jiang Tian entered Sage Mode, his body surging with natural energy, accelerating his speed. Fortunately, before arriving here, he had trained with the Second Scroll's Sage techniques, greatly enhancing his physical prowess. Thus, even without ninjutsu or sage arts, he persevered. Kill Jiang Tian. He is just ahead. Charge. The cries of the toads echoed behind him, their numbers growing, with weaker toads appearing along the way to drain his stamina. The situation was grim. Suddenly, Jiang Tian halted, realizing he was only a few hundred meters from the secret passage. Under normal circumstances, he could traverse this distance effortlessly, but now it felt insurmountable. Jiang Tian. With us brothers here, you are doomed. At the passage's entrance, Toad Jian and his companions awaited, prepared to eliminate Jiang Tian. Since the orders were issued, they had been stationed there, anticipating Jiang Tian's escape from Myoma Mountain. To breach the passage, he must confront them. Who will die remains uncertain. Jiang Tian's gaze hardened as he charged toward Toad Jian and his comrades. In an instant, a barrage of attacks surged toward him. Sage Art, Dragon's Might Technique. Jiang Tian unleashed the Sage Art from the Second Scroll. In his mind, the tiny figure repeated various movements, and Jiang Tian instinctively mirrored them, executing the same actions. In a flurry of movement, he evaded each attack, his focus solely on the passage's exit. With natural energy coursing through him, his physical abilities surged, allowing him to perform extraordinary feats to dodge the onslaught. He leaped onto one toad's head, propelling himself forward and diving into the passage. As Jiang Tian escaped, the passage sealed shut, and the White Snake Sage exhaled a sigh of relief, her tense heart finally easing. Old Toad, everything is fine. I shall take Xiaobai back to the wet bone forest for healing. You too. The toad sage glowered at the pair, speechless with rage. His mind racing with schemes to eliminate the duo. Yet, until they departed, he dared not act. For forging a mortal enmity with both the Dragon Cave and Wet Bone Forest was far too grave a consequence. Curse Jiang Tian and that pair of wretched souls. They all deserve to perish. Chapter 109. We still have Uchiha Madara. The great sage toad was consumed with rage after meticulously plotting for so long. His plans were thwarted by a woman's petty whims. How could he possibly accept this? Just as he was about to execute the two, a woman unexpectedly intervened, causing his efforts to go to waste. The bitterness and hatred within him swelled. In the Dragon Cave, Jiang Tian, who had just returned from Myaboka Mountain, fell into a contemplative silence. He realized that he must exercise greater caution or bolster his strength to a level where he fears nothing. Although his expedition to Myaboka Mountain concluded without capturing the Nine Tails, it served as a stark reminder for Jiang Tian to remain vigilant. For someone like him to survive, he must either possess formidable power or tread carefully with each step. Before long, Orochimaru appeared at the entrance, having come in response to Jiang Tian's request for treatment. How could you sustain such severe injuries? It seems the old toad from Myaboka Mountain is indeed formidable, he remarked. Jiang Tian leaned back in his stone chair. The crimson robe he wore darkening further with blood. Not only the old toad, but even the sage of Wet Bones Forest had joined the fray. To have survived against two sages in such a perilous place as Myaboka Mountain is indeed remarkable. Orochimaru approached Jiang Tian to assist with his wounds, his admiration for this ninja born of Konoha growing ever more profound. Jiang Tian was destined for greatness, a notion firmly held by Orochimaru. Outside the village of Konoha, the Ninja Alliance, resurrected by the Sage of Slugs, encircled Obito, with Kabuto shielded behind them. Kabuto, you traitor! I will kill you to teach you the consequences of betraying me and Jiang Tian, Obito declared, removing the Uchiha fan from his back, his voice laced with fury. Masked man, you should first comprehend your situation. Dreaming of killing me is futile. Kabuto, wearing glasses, laughed triumphantly, on the brink of becoming a hero, no longer just an inconspicuous pawn in Jiang Tian's camp. Even if there are more of you today, I will certainly slay you, Obito proclaimed, surveying the area, noting the 5 Kages and numerous elite Nin surrounding him. By Kabuto's side stood Kakashi and Might Guy, indicating that the alliance was fully mobilized for Kabuto's sake. You cannot kill me. You will never reclaim that mask. Kabuto raised the mask in his hand, within which were sealed the souls of the 4 Hokages of Konoha. With the aid of his Edo Tensei, he intended to resurrect them, thereby altering the landscape of the 4th Great Ninja War. Foolish, you seek death. Obito acted first, urgency permeating his movements as his Sharingan spun. Kamui. He activated the ocular technique and instantly appeared before Kabuto, aiming to snatch back the mask. Leaf Whirlwind. Guy rushed in to intercept, forcing Obito to utilize Kamui once more to evade, his thoughts of reclaiming the mask slipping away. Simultaneously, the 5 Kages acted, unleashing Dust Release in the outer path, Curse Technique. A colossal beam swept across, compelling Obito to create distance from the alliance. Desert Funeral. Gaara raised his hand, summoning torrents of sand to envelop Obito. Kamui. Once again, he activated his space-time ninjutsu, but just as he emerged, the Raikage charged forward. Thunder Flash. A powerful punch landed heavily upon Obito, causing blood to erupt from his mouth as he roared in fury. Damn you, Kabuto. Even if it costs me my life, I will kill you. I will annihilate you. Obito readied the Uchiha fan behind him, hands clasped in a fierce incantation. Outer path. Gedo statue. The withered statue erupted from the earth, blotting out the sun. Chains shot forth from its mouth, piercing Obito's back, as the chakra of 8-tailed beast surged into him. Everyone, be cautious. He is desperate. The Tsuchiki's expression turned grave. Having fought Jiang Tian multiple times, they lacked a clear understanding of Obito's true strength. No one knew just how formidable this man was. Fire Release. Blazing Tempest. Obito unleashed a torrent of flames, the chakra of the 8-tailed beast coursing through him, amplifying his power considerably. Sand Shield. Weighty Rock Technique. Gaara and the Tsuchikage simultaneously intervened to block Obito's attack. Lava Release. Lava Monster Technique. The Mizukage joined the fray, but Obito twisted to defend. There is a gap. Now is the time. As Obito defended against the lava technique, the Raikage and Hokage advanced from behind. Obito furrowed his brow, instinctively commanding the Gedo statue to raise its hand in defense. yet he forcibly halted its movement. Crack! Crack! With Obito's deliberate maneuvering, the Hokage and Raikage seized the opportunity to sever the chains connecting him to the statue. Damn it, Kabuto. I will never let you escape. As the chains broke, Obito hunched over, blood spilling from his lips, leaving behind a fierce declaration before activating his space-time ninjutsu to flee. Masked Man, just wait. The fourth war will surely end in your defeat. Upon witnessing Obito's retreat, Kabuto taunted maliciously. I'll pursue him. The Raikage lunged forward, intent on following Obito. But the Tsuchikage restrained him. Enough. We have acquired the mask. Resurrecting the 4 Hokages is our priority. Most crucially, we still have the Sage of the Six Paths. We will undoubtedly prevail in the 4th Great Ninja War. Hearing this, the assembled crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes shimmering with renewed hope as if victory was already theirs. In the Dragon Cave, Obito entered a chamber, his demeanor entirely composed, a stark contrast to the severe injuries he had purportedly sustained against the Alliance. How are the preparations coming along? He inquired, nodding affirmatively. Yes, my act was quite convincing. There should be no errors. However, is this plan not overly reckless? Reckless? Jiang Tian fell into contemplation, fully aware of the risks involved, much like his venture into Miyaboku Mountain. He was eager to expedite the Moon Eye plan and bring Rin home. Having failed to capture her in Miyaboku Mountain, their only option now was to deliver the mask to them, allowing them to resurrect the 4 Hokages, believing they would stand a chance against them, thus prompting the Alliance to retrieve Naruto and engage them in battle. While this reasoning held true, doubts lingered. If the 4 Hokages were resurrected, would they truly be able to secure victory? Obito frowned, understanding this was their last resort, but still harboring concerns. Have you forgotten? I still have Uchiha Madara at my disposal. Chapter 110, The Plan Succeeds in the Hidden Leaf Village. The former office of the Hokage has now transformed into the command center for the Allied forces. The 5 Kage are gathered around the conference table, joined by Kabuto Yakushi and several elite ninjas from various villages. Additionally, numerous ninjas skilled in the mental arts are present to ascertain whether Kabuto is being truthful. Can you truly resurrect the 4 Hokage as you claim? Inquired Inoki, the Tsuchikage, his skepticism evident. The possibility of reviving the god of ninjas could indeed alter the course of the 4th Great Ninja War. I have defected from the land of rivers to arrive here, which certainly implies I possess leverage for negotiation. Kabuto replied with a subtle smile as he placed a mask upon the table, a mask he had acquired from Orochimaru. The crimson mask, with its exposed fangs, bore resemblance to Jiang Tian's, both resembling that of Ashura. However, it is my understanding that once the forbidden technique, the Shiki F gene, is invoked, the soul becomes eternally entwined with the Shinigami, making it impossible to be resurrected through the Edo Tensei, Tsunade asserted, raising a valid concern. Although she had not practiced the technique herself, as the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, she possessed a fundamental understanding of such forbidden arts. You are all aware that my former teacher was Orochimaru, a figure whose reputation precedes him, Kabuto continued, affirming his connection to the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru, once one of the legendary 3, was renowned for his innovative prowess within the ninja world. His expertise in the pursuit of immortality rendered him nearly impossible to eliminate, surviving numerous perilous encounters unscathed. So, this knowledge was imparted to you by Orochimaru? Kabuto nodded. Indeed, using the mask of the Uzumaki clan, Orochimaru can liberate the souls of the sealed 4 Hokage, for that clan is unparalleled in sealing techniques, and the Shiki F gene is, after all, a sealing technique. Unfazed by the presence of the 5 Kage, Kabuto's demeanor remained composed, betraying no emotional fluctuations. What do you seek in exchange for aiding the Allied forces? This query was of utmost importance to all present. After all, no one engages in action without motivation, especially not someone like Kabuto Yakushi. The position of director of the Hidden Leaf Orphanage, he stated simply. Is it truly that uncomplicated? Kabuto adjusted his glasses and gazed at the 5 Kage with a nostalgic expression. I once hailed from there. I am weary now and wish to return to that place to guide more children, much like the director who once taught me. Kabuto's earnestness resonated. Yet the 5 Kage remained skeptical. Could someone like him genuinely be swayed by such a desire? Very well, you may leave for now. We shall deliberate and provide you with an answer shortly. As Kabuto departed, the 5 Kage exchanged glances. Did anyone detect anything unusual during his testimony? Was there any sign of deception? The ninjas trained in mental arts shook their heads. We did not observe any anomalies. It is our assessment that he was truthful. The 5 Kage nodded in agreement, choosing to trust Kabuto, despite their uncertainty regarding their ability to outmaneuver him in the realm of mental strategy, given his association with Orochimaru. Prepare to summon Naruto back. Let Kabuto resurrect the 4 Hokage for a decisive confrontation with Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian's plans were progressing smoothly, yet this was merely the beginning. The true challenge lay in securing victory in the impending war. Within the Dragon Cave, Jiang Tian's injuries were nearly healed. Gentlemen, we have received word from Kabuto. The 5 Kage have taken the bait, and we can now prepare for battle. Orochimaru entered, settling beside Jiang Tian to relay the promising news, urging them to make preparations. How's the White Snake Sage faring? Jiang Tian inquired. If the 4 Hokage were to be resurrected and war resumed, the assistance of the White Snake Sage would be indispensable, representing a formidable force. I have not heard from him in some time. Let us first analyze the current situation. Jiang Tian began to outline the Allied forces' top-tier combatants, the Old Toad, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, and the combined might of the third and fourth Hokage. Guy, having opened the 8 gates, was also counted among them, alongside Naruto, who could be considered a half. In terms of elite strength, we have the White Snake Sage, myself, Obito, and Madara Uchiha. Itachi and Nagato together count as 1, while Sasuke can only be deemed half. Thus, the balance of power among the elite forces is nearly equal. Jiang Tian's assessment remained conservative. As both he and Obito were on the brink of transformation, their strengths rapidly escalating. Should the Nine Tails be captured, Obito would become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, rivaling the Sage of 6 Paths. Meanwhile, if Jiang Tian were to evolve his Sharingan into the Rinnegan, he would wield dual Rinnegan, and with Sage Mode, could also stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sage of 6 Paths. Given our advantageous position, there is little to fear. After hearing Jiang Tian's analysis, Obito felt reassured. It appeared their chances of victory were substantial. Yet, one concern lingered. What stance would the Wet Bone Forest take? Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes. This was his sole apprehension. As the trio deliberated, a small serpent slithered to Orochimaru's feet, clutching a scroll within its mouth. Upon inspection, a smile spread across Orochimaru's face. Congratulations, it seems Sasuke has begun to grasp the threshold of the Rinnegan. Are you suggesting the Rinnegan? Jiang Tian queried, intrigue evident in his voice. Indeed, though he has only sensed it, the Rinnegan has not yet awakened. Jiang Tian nodded. If Sasuke could indeed awaken the Rinnegan, he would no longer be merely half a combatant but a true elite force. In the Wet Bone Forest, the White Snake Sage reclined upon a stone chair, a spot previously occupied by the Great Snail Sage. Why would you risk your life to assist that human ninja? The Great Snail Sage questioned, puzzled by the White Snake Sage's willingness to expend his own vitality for Jiang Tian's benefit. I require his aid to revitalize the Dragon Cave. The White Snake Sage replied, his gaze resolute, firmly believing in the prophecies inscribed upon the scroll within the Dragon Cave. Are we not thriving as we are? The 3 great sanctuaries coexist peacefully, without infringing upon one another. The Great Snail Sage struggled to comprehend what could compel the White Snake Sage to jeopardize his life. Yet I cannot abide the old toad from Mayaboka Mountain. He is as hypocritical as the upper echelons of the Leaf Village, as Jiang Tian described. Long ago, the Sage of 6 Paths spoke of coexistence among the 3 factions. What has transpired since? Over the years, the old toad has resorted to countless underhanded tactics to compel ninjas into signing contracts for summoning. Such actions have long since violated the rules established by the Sage of 6 Paths. The Great Snail Sage was somewhat aware of these developments, however. Her Wet Bone Forest remained relatively unaffected due to their unique expertise in medical techniques. In contrast, the Dragon Cave, akin to Mayaboka Mountain, was a provider of combat strength. As ninjas gravitated toward Mayaboka Mountain, the Dragon Cave naturally fell out of favor. This was the fundamental reason for the gradual decline of the Dragon Cave. If Jiang Tian were to triumph in the 4th Great Ninja War, everything could be reversed. Chapter 111. The arrival of Konoha F4 within Mayaboka Mountain, Naruto was diligently training, striving to summon the true form of the great sage Fukasaku. Despite the presence of the Nine Tails chakra, he had yet to fully master it, rendering the summoning of the sage's true form a formidable challenge. Kurama, can't we open our hearts to each other like friends? Within Naruto's consciousness, in the realm where the Nine Tails was sealed, the beast lay at the opposite end of an iron cage, slowly opening its eyes. Is this how you treat friends, by confining them in a cage? Kurama's words pierced Naruto's heart like a sharp thorn, and he found himself lacking the confidence to break the seal. The last time he received Kurama's full support was due to the overwhelming threat posed by Kaguya, which forced them to cooperate. See, you can't fully trust me in your heart, and I feel the same about you. Without trust, how can we even consider being friends? The Nine Tails had been sealed numerous times, and apart from the Sage of Six Paths, most humans regarded tailed beasts with fear, labeling them as monstrous demons. The fates of other tailed beasts were similarly grim. In the eyes of humanity, they represented destruction and death. We can try, Naruto said earnestly. His determination to grow stronger and assist others ignited by the memories of past battles. Try? Don't jest with me. Let me show you the consequences of my past attempts. Kurama extended a claw and lightly tapped the ground beneath him. The seal rippled like water, and reality began to shift around Naruto. He found himself transported to a cave, where a man clad in red armor stood outside, luring Kurama with promises of cooperation. However, upon Kurama's emergence, the man's blood-red eyes whirled rapidly, and Kurama fell under his control. This man was Uchiha Madara, who had sought to utilize the Nine Tails as a summoning beast. Following the Valley of the End battle, after Madara's defeat, the Nine Tails retreated once more. Not long after, another man approached him, not through deception, but by directly suppressing and sealing him, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. For a long time, the Nine Tails remained sealed until it found itself within Kushina. Naruto, haven't you always yearned to uncover the truth about your parents' deaths? Allow me to reveal it to you today. The scene shifted once more to the night Kushina gave birth. Memories flooding before Naruto's eyes until it froze on the Nine Tails' massive claw piercing through the bodies of Minato and Kushina. Now, do you still wish to befriend someone who has caused you such profound loss? As silence fell, the Nine Tails glanced at Naruto before closing its eyes once more, resting. In this world, who would willingly choose to befriend a tailed beast? It was a jest. Naruto stood in silence, suddenly feeling water surge beneath him. His consciousness realm morphing at will. The water elevated him before a lengthy seal at the great door. Kurama raised its head, perplexed by Naruto's approach to the seal. Kurama, while my parents perished at your hands, it is known that you were under control at that time, and killing them was not your intention. Furthermore, I cannot exact vengeance upon you. At most, I can seal you within me, leaving you in darkness. So, let us be friends. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, he forcefully tore away the seal. Boom. A vast wave of chakra erupted from within Naruto, spreading like ripples throughout Myaboka Mountain. After being sealed for so long, the Nine Tails felt a familiar sensation wash over it, the taste of freedom. It rose and approached Naruto, scrutinizing the young human. Why make such a choice? Naruto faced the towering Nine Tails without a hint of fear, exuding an air of clarity and tranquility. My mother sacrificed her life to protect me when I was born. When I saw your claw descending, I understood something profound as she rushed to save me. Rather than harboring hatred towards you, it is more beneficial to become friends. Strengthen our abilities, and return to the battlefield to save more lives. Naruto aspired to rescue more comrades, just as his mother had saved him. The past could not be changed, but the future was malleable. His mother was gone. And now his duty was to assist the five Kage in winning the fourth great ninja war. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the Nine Tails narrowed its eyes and then offered a slight smile. You are the most unique human I have encountered, perhaps, as you say. It is possible to befriend a tailed beast. With Naruto willingly tearing off the seal, the Nine Tails lowered its guard. Kurama, likewise. The two clenched their fists and gently tapped them together. Suddenly, Naruto opened his eyes wide while meditating in Myaboka Mountain. His body brimmed with the Nine Tails chakra, boundless and overwhelming. He rose, donned a white robe, secured his forehead protector, and felt the Nine Tails chakra surge, instantly forming a tailed beast cloak around him. A radiant yellow mantle emanated warmth, and his spiky hair glimmered under the light, enhancing his youthful vigor. All right, it's our time to shine, Kurama. Indeed, the fully realized Nine Tails Naruto returned from Myaboka Mountain, the tide of battle becoming increasingly intriguing. At the Allied headquarters, Kabuto placed the Shurato mask within a formation, accompanied by 4 corpses of white Zetsu. As if the white Zetsu were doomed to be mere tools. Is it truly possible to resurrect the 4 deceased Hokage of Konoha? Just observe. Kabuto replied with a light chuckle, producing a scroll from his robes. He began the resurrection of Konoha F4, employing the techniques taught to him by Orochimaru. His hands swiftly formed seals before pressing firmly against the scroll, intoning, Shiki Fujin, release. As his voice faded, the Shinigami materialized once more, unsheathing a dagger from its mouth and slicing open its own abdomen, from which the souls of the 4 Hokage of Konoha emerged. The onlookers found the sight fascinating. The Shinigami looked rather grotesque. Having completed the ritual, Kabuto clasped his hands together and chanted, Edo Tensei. The four souls that had just emerged floated back into the corpses of the white Zetsu, their appearances transforming at a visible rate. Where is this? The first Hokage slowly opened his eyes, recalling his soul's ceiling, perplexed by his reappearance. "Grandfather, you have returned," Tsunade exclaimed, rushing to him like a little girl and enveloping him in a warm embrace, eager to share the grievances she had endured for so long. "Oh dear, little Tsunade. This is quite inappropriate. There are others watching," the first Hokage gently chided, affectionately ruffling his granddaughter's hair. Meanwhile, the other three Hokage were also resurrected. The Konoha F4 had finally reunited. Chapter 112. Negotiation is this the Hokage's office in Konoha? The second Hokage furrowed his brow. Although there were some changes since his time, he could still discern the familiar contours of the office. What has happened? Why are we alive again? The third Hokage turned to Tsunade, eager to understand the situation. He recalled having sent the souls of the two previous Hokages to the realm of the dead. How could this be? Kakashi. Sensei. The fourth Hokage opened his eyes and greeted Kakashi. "My esteemed elders of Konoha, this is not the time for reminiscing." Inoki interjected, his age granting him wisdom. He understood that the pressing matter was to discuss the current affairs. "Ah, Inoki." Tobirama remembered Inoki as a youthful figure from their first 5 Kage summit, now transformed into his current self, a reminder that time spares no one. "Lord First Hokage. The reason the allied forces have revived you is because the ninja world is on the brink of chaos." Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the allied ninja in the room darkened, their brows furrowed with concern. They felt a profound helplessness at the necessity of summoning their fallen predecessors to continue the fight. "You mentioned the allied forces, could it be?" The second Hokage surveyed the individuals present, noting the varying headbands that indicated a coalition of the 5 great villages. "Grandfather, the rogue ninja from Konoha, Jiang Tian, has allied with the masked man to instigate the 4th Great Ninja War. They aim to capture the tailed beast to execute the Moon Eye plan. And the destruction of the ninja world is imminent." Tsunade explained the dire circumstances, and the first Hokage rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "Oh dear. Another rogue ninja from Konoha. First, there was Uchiha Madara, then Orochimaru, and now Jiang Tian. Konoha's reputation has become tarnished, almost resembling a breeding ground for traitors." Jiang Tian. The third and fourth Hokages exchanged anxious glances, acutely aware that Jiang Tian had emerged during their tenure. "All right, clarify the circumstances for us. What is the current state of the allied forces?" The second Hokage spoke decisively, his pragmatic nature contrasting with his brother's more naive demeanor. As he cut straight to the heart of the matter, almost all tailed beasts have been captured, with Naruto currently in Myaboka Mountain. In previous battles, we were actually killed once. It was the great sage of Myaboka Mountain who summoned us back. Presently, Jiang Tian's forces are formidable. He and the masked man far surpass the strength of the 5 Kage. Inoki succinctly summarized the situation, leaving the other 3 Hokages, aside from the first, visibly shaken. "Alas, I never imagined that young man from back then could grow to pose such a threat to the entire ninja world," the third Hokage lamented, enveloped in deep remorse. "Well, dwelling on blame is futile. We must consider how to win this war." The second Hokage's countenance was resolute, with him and his brother present. The day could not be lost. Of course, this was merely his self-assured sentiment. In the Dragon Cave, Jiang Tian found a secluded spot and clasped his hands together, performing the impure world reincarnation. A coffin slowly rose from the ground, and with a resounding crash, the lid was kicked off. "Kid, your eyes." As Madara emerged from the coffin, he was struck by the sight of Jiang Tian's Rinnegan. A wave of familiarity washing over him, reminiscent of something long past. "Indeed, these are the very eyes you bestowed upon Nagato." Jiang Tian made no attempt to conceal the truth. His intention in summoning Uchiha Madara was for negotiation. "It appears my plans have encountered an unexpected complication." Madara remained composed, betraying no signs of distress despite the circumstances spiraling beyond his control. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, upon their resurrection, were unfazed by the tumultuous events in the ninja world. A testament to the confidence that absolute power bestows. "I am aware of your intentions. You seek resurrection and aim to implement the Moon Eye plan. I can assist you in achieving these goals, but only if we cooperate," Jiang Tian stated solemnly. With the situation having escalated to this point, he had no choice but to ally with Madara. While he could exert control over Uchiha Madara, one could never be certain if Madara possessed other means of escape. As he had done in the original narrative, if a clear agreement was not established, and Madara were to betray him on the battlefield, aligning with Hashirama against him, the consequences would be dire. Their connection was undeniable. Oh, then enlighten me on the nature of this cooperation. Madara crossed his arms and sat cross-legged, watching Jiang Tian with great interest. I initiated the fourth great ninja war to execute the Moon Eye plan, and we share a common goal in this regard. As for your resurrection, I know you have the means to undo the impure world reincarnation, but should you choose to do so, you will never possess a complete corporeal form. I will promptly destroy my Rinnegan, ensuring you are forever unable to attain both eyes. Jiang Tian laid out the stakes clearly, his expression calm, knowing that for Madara, the Rinnegan was paramount. Intriguing. Are you threatening me? Madara scoffed. Having not faced such audacity from anyone aside from Hashirama and his insufferable brother in quite some time. Indeed, that is a threat, Jiang Tian affirmed, nonchalantly nodding. Observing Jiang Tian's demeanor, Uchiha Madara fell into contemplation, wary of the possibility that Jiang Tian might indeed destroy the Rinnegan. But how do you intend to resurrect me? Once the Moon Eye plan is successful, I shall return the Rinnegan to you. Jiang Tian had no intention of returning it. He was no stranger to such treachery from the likes of others. Had he not originally allied with Obito to obtain Nagato's Rinnegan? Can I trust you? Madara narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing this younger generation, seeing a reflection of his own youth in Jiang Tian. Trusting me is your wisest choice. You may also attempt to undo the impure world reincarnation and oppose me. Ha ha ha, quite delightful. You are a young man unlike any I have encountered before. I agree to collaborate with you in executing the Moon Eye plan. Jiang Tian turned to leave, with Madara closely following behind. Concerning Uchiha Madara, there remained inherent risks. Despite Orochimaru enhancing the control over the impure world reincarnation, being a reincarnation of Indra, no one could ascertain what other means he might possess. Thus, Jiang Tian took the bold step of proposing cooperation. At present, the situation appeared favorable, yet many issues lingered. Jiang Tian was acutely aware that his eagerness to reunite with Ling drove him to devise such a daring plan. He sought to offer the Konoha F4 to the Allied forces in hopes of drawing Naruto out from Myoboka Mountain. Those who aspire to achieve greatness must not be hindered by minutiae. The risks are proportional to the rewards. Having chosen this path, he resolved to press forward without hesitation. Jiang Tian cast aside his distractions and returned to prepare for the impending total war. Chapter 113. Whose oppression is more intense upon returning to the Dragon Cave. Obito gazed at Uchiha Madara, who followed behind Jiang Tian, his eyes flickering beneath the mask. Oh, it's been a while, hasn't it, Obito? It seems you've brought a commendable ally into our scheme. A smile graced Madara's face as he realized that Obito had betrayed him. I only wish to have Rin back. As the atmosphere grew delicate, Jiang Tian stepped forward, stating, we share a common goal. Let us first ensure the success of our plan. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. And Orochimaru entered, clutching a scroll. Jiang Tian, our plan has succeeded. Naruto has emerged from Myoboka Mountain. Jiang Tian's expression darkened. Has he finally returned? After such a long wait, the Eye of the Moon plan is nearing fruition, and Rin will soon be back. Prepare yourselves, he instructed. Once I finish contacting Sage Whitesnake, we shall set out to capture the Nine Tails. After the others departed, Jiang Tian retrieved the communication scroll left by Sage Whitesnake. In the Wetbone Forest, Sage Whitesnake nodded after listening to Jiang Tian's plan. Rest assured. My injuries have mostly healed. I can be summoned directly to the battlefield. Moreover, the Wetbone Forest will not intervene, at least not for now. That's reassuring. Jiang Tian replied. The Wetbone Forest was no longer an enemy, though it remained unclear what Sage Whitesnake had sacrificed to gain the agreement of the Slug Sage. It was indeed good news. On the following day, after Jiang Tian had made all necessary preparations, he emerged from the Dragon Cave. The formation was rather simple, consisting only of Sasuke and Orochimaru following closely behind, while Obito and Madara flanked him on either side. Jiang Tian gazed towards the direction of Konoha Village. A hint of self-mockery in his tone. Ladies and gentlemen, as former ninjas of Konoha, it is time we paid a visit. 5 individuals, all Konoha defectors. How ironic it seemed. Konoha was indeed a village renowned for producing renegade ninjas. These 5 were powerful enough to upend the entire ninja world. At last, I shall see Hashirama again. I can hardly contain my excitement. In contrast to the others' calm expressions, Madara's face displayed delight. In truth, when Jiang Tian mentioned that 2 matters were of utmost importance to him, it was not entirely accurate. It should have been 3. To defeat Hashirama head-on. Outside Konoha, the 5 Kage, the Konoha F4, and Naruto, who had just returned from Myoboka Mountain, stood ready. Their intelligence operatives had already reported that Jiang Tian was approaching Konoha alongside the masked man, Uchiha Madara. You see, Minato gazed at his grown son, his heart heavy with emotion. He had heard of Naruto's hardships over the years, shunned because of the 9 tails within him, living on expired ramen, devoid of friends. Had I not sealed the 9 tails within you, perhaps you would not have had to endure such. Father, it's all in the past. Look at me now. I'm thriving, Naruto replied, flashing his signature sunny smile to reassure Minato. Having a son like you is a father's pride, Minato nodded appreciatively. But having a father like you is his sorrow. A chilling voice interrupted. It was Jiang Tian. All heads turned towards the nearby woods as powerful presences emerged. Growing stronger by the moment. Are they here? Hashirama furrowed his brow, already feeling the headache caused by Madara's presence. Madara, we meet again. In Madara's eyes, there was no one else. As soon as they appeared, he called out to Hashirama, clearly indicating their bond. Could Obito and Jiang Tian also share such a fateful connection? Madara, I have no time for your antics today, Hashirama declared. Madara smiled at this. Well, that decision is not yours to make. I have promised to be his ally. And he insists that I hold you back. Pointing at Jiang Tian with a light chuckle, Madara crossed his arms. Susanoo. A colossal purple figure rose from the ground, lifting Madara high and gazing down at the coalition forces. Obito stepped forward, hands clasped, proclaiming, Outer Path, Ghetto Statue. A withered statue materialized behind him, and he leaped to stand upon its palm. Susanoo. Sasuke summoned his own Susanoo, another purple giant soaring into the sky. Orochimaru utilized summoning techniques to conjure a massive serpent from the dragon cave, taking his place atop its head. The coalition forces frowned at this display. They had never witnessed Jiang Tian preparing such a grand spectacle in their previous battles. As Jiang Tian ascended slowly into the air, the sunlight glinted off his Shura mask, imparting an eerie beauty. He clasped his hands and softly intoned, Ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation. Coffins burst forth from the earth, one after another, until countless coffins emerged, their lids crashing down to reveal a procession of formidable figures, former Akatsuki members, former leaders of the 5 great villages, and those with unfathomable bloodline limits. Not pausing for breath, he continued to form hand seals, pressing his palms together. Senjutsu, summoning technique. Suddenly, Sage Whitesnake, who had been in the wet-bone forest, appeared, lifting Jiang Tian high and gazing at the assembly. 2 Susanoo, 1 ghetto statue, and 2 colossal serpent-summoning beasts loomed large, rendering the ninjas outside Konoha seemingly as feeble as ants in comparison. What constitutes true oppression? This is what it means to instill fear. Are they gods? Even before the battle commenced, weaker ninjas within the coalition were already cowed by the sight before them. It was not merely a single individual. Numerous ninjas stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Do we truly stand a chance against such beings? Witnessing the coalition's faltering morale, Hashirama frowned, pondering how they might respond should the battle actually commence. Sage Mode, activate. Hashirama stomped his foot, causing the ground to tremble as he entered Sage Mode. Would release, Advent of the Buddha. He took the lead, summoning a colossal wooden Buddha that obscured the sky, confronting Jiang Tian's faction. Impure world reincarnation. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the creator of this forbidden technique, now employed the very jutsu he had once scorned. A massive coffin erupted from the earth, its lid crashing open to reveal a suspiciously large creature resembling a monkey. Akin to the Monkey King, but far larger, comparable in size to Sasuke's Susanoo. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. The third Hokage summoned the Monkey King to shield Orochimaru. 9 tails. Let's go. Minato felt the chakra of the 9 tails surge within him, instantly enveloped in the tailed beast chakra cloak. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes at this sight. After this battle, the yin and yang of the 9 tails would likely merge, marking a pivotal step in the plan to capture the 9 tails. With the Konoha F4 ready, Naruto stepped forward, tailed beast bomb. The chakra of the young 9 tails enveloped Naruto entirely, and a colossal fox spirit materialized, standing before the Konoha F4, poised to confront Jiang Tian directly. Chapter 114, each their own opponent outside the Hidden Leaf Village. 2 factions stood poised for battle, the air thick with tension. Jiang Tian, perched atop the White Snake Sage's head, unsheathed his meticulously prepared katana and waved it forward, unable to suppress his desire to engage Uchiha Madara, who was equally eager for confrontation. The colossal Susanoo advanced, its thunderous roar instilling dread within the allied forces, as if they were facing not mere ninjas, but deities. Madara, The first Hokage, transformed into a wooden Buddha, unleashed countless wooden arms resembling the Bodhisattva to counter the Susanoo. Instantly, numerous hands reached out, striking the purple giant and forcing it to retreat. The ground, unable to withstand such immense pressure, began to collapse, ensnaring some weaker ninjas who could not evade the chaos, plunging them into the newly formed chasms. Quickly, the lower-ranked ninjas withdrew to maintain order within the village, realizing they were ill-suited for this conflict. The Tsuchikage, Anoki, observed the injured ninjas with mounting anxiety. The clash between Madara and the first Hokage had already wrought devastation. If Jiang Tian and his allies joined the fray, the situation could deteriorate further, and the ensuing chaos might reduce the Hidden Leaf Village to ashes. Urgent measures were necessary to evacuate the residents. White Snake Sage, strike. At Jiang Tian's command, the White Snake Sage charged toward Naruto, intent on seizing the nine tails within him. As he closed in, a resounding crash echoed, and a massive katana descended from the heavens like a shooting star, forcing the White Snake Sage to halt. White Snake, I let you escape last time, but this time I shall claim your life. The Toad Sage, summoned by Naruto from Mount Myaboku, appeared with a frigid demeanor, having discerned the intricacies of their previous encounter. The bond between the slug and the White Snake only served to isolate him from the alliance with Mount Myaboku. Should the allied forces prevail, it would be fortuitous. Yet, should Jiang Tian emerge victorious, the peril he faced during his journey to Mount Myaboku would become a matter of life and death. He knew he must exert every effort to assist the alliance. Jiang Tian, you focus on capturing the Nine Tails. I will hold off the old Toad. The White Snake Sage harbored the same desire to eliminate the Toad Sage. Both understood that the circumstances had transcended mere factional disputes. Only one could emerge victorious between Mount Myaboku and the Ryuchi Cave. Be cautious. I will assist you once I secure the Nine Tails. With that, Jiang Tian surged toward Naruto, while the Toad Sage attempted to intervene, only to be thwarted by the White Snake Sage. Old Toad, our grievances remain unresolved. Do not think to interfere. Meanwhile, Minato, witnessing his son in peril, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to rush to his aid. Upon reappearing, a massive, desiccated arm descended, forcing him back. Fourth Hokage, your opponent is me. Do not entertain thoughts of assistance. Obito, controlling the Outer Path's golem, encircled Minato. The allied forces remained ignorant of Obito's true identity had they known. The teacher-student duo would have exchanged many words. With a golden flash, the man renowned for his unparalleled speed in the ninja world found himself perpetually delayed in moments of crisis. While he bore no personal grievance, the memory of Rin's death lingered, a thorn embedded in his heart, breeding resentment toward Minato. Orochimaru, discerning the situation, summoned his summoned beasts to stand guard before the third Hokage, assessing his opponents. Only the aging teacher appeared manageable. He could not contend with the first or second Hokages. With Naruto engaged by Jiang Tian, and Minato being Obito's mentor, the third Hokage became the optimal target, both the weakest and a former teacher. Orochimaru, I should not have shown you mercy that day. The Edo Tensei was a gift you bestowed upon Jiang Tian, was it not? The third Hokage remarked, observing the reincarnated ninjas battling alongside the allied forces. Jiang Tian, masked and formidable, would have found the alliance in a far less precarious position had it not been for the Edo Tensei's assistance. Teacher, you are mistaken. The Edo Tensei was forced upon me by Jiang Tian. You know I cannot match him. Orochimaru licked his elongated tongue across his face, a sight that repulsed many. Yet he seemed to relish it, oblivious to the discomfort it might evoke in his mentor. Sasuke, commanding his Susanoo, approached the second Hokage, uncertain of his own strength yet aware that his adversaries had been selected, leaving only the second. Do you despise the Uchiha clan so fervently? Though you may be deceased, I do not mind ending your existence once more. With a cold expression, Sasuke prepared to confront the second Hokage, embodying the essence of the Uchiha clan's notorious reputation. Indeed, the Uchiha are inherently wicked. You, young one, must be eliminated. The second Hokage, equally stoic, met Sasuke's gaze with an icy demeanor, both resembling masks of indifference. Not one to coddle Sasuke, the second Hokage unleashed a secret technique, charging toward him. This scene caught Itachi's attention amidst his own battle, prompting him to swiftly dispatch his opponent and join the fray. Be careful. As the number one doting brother, Itachi could not allow his beloved younger brother to confront the second Hokage alone. The two brothers stood side by side, united against the Mizukage. As for Jiang Tian, he had already engaged Naruto in combat. Universal pull. The Rinnegan activated. generating a tremendous gravitational force. The Nine Tails, now embodied within Naruto, resembled a colossal fox. Its limbs gripping the ground fiercely to resist the pull, its nine tails thrashing wildly in the air. It was evident that Naruto struggled against Jiang Tian's universal pull. Tail Beast Bomb. The Nine Tails tilted its head back, gathering a colossal sphere of energy before launching it at Jiang Tian in a bid to obliterate him. Shinra Tensei. Jiang Tian pressed his palms together, deflecting the rapidly approaching Tail Beast Bomb, which spiraled out of control into the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village. The explosion reverberated with ferocity, leaving the once pristine village in ruins. Witnessing this devastation, Naruto glared at Jiang Tian in fury. Why would you do this? They are merely innocent people. Jiang Tian replied with a chilling smirk. Refrain from your pathetic displays of compassion. The Tailed Beast Bomb is your technique. I merely defended myself. Understand this. You and I are not so different. We both wield the power of destruction. Your Tailed Beast Bomb has laid waste to the Hidden Leaf. Chapter 115. Whom should I ask for my peace? Naruto gazed upon the smoke-filled ruins of Konoha behind him, where buildings lay in ruins. Shattered by the Tailed Beast Bombs, and the anguished cries of the people echoed amidst the debris, causing his breath to quicken. Be careful, he is using Genjutsu on you. The voice of the Nine Tails resonated within him, accompanied by a surge of white energy that anchored Naruto's consciousness. He abruptly awoke, casting aside the distractions that clouded his mind. No, it is not like that. I am not like you. Naruto focused intently on Jiang Tian. Realizing he had nearly fallen victim to Jiang Tian's Genjutsu, his previous words intended to disrupt Naruto's mental state to facilitate the jutsu, yet he had been roused by the Nine Tails. Thankfully, the natural energy left within him by the great sage Toad aided in resisting Jiang Tian's illusion. You scoundrel! Naruto seethed with fury as he transformed into the Nine Tails and charged toward Jiang Tian, engaging him in close combat. Outside Konoha, the battlefield was fragmented into numerous segments, with the five Kage leading the allied forces against the reanimated ninjas summoned by Jiang Tian. However, the situation remained dire. Despite the presence of elite ninjas like Might Guy and Kakashi among the allied forces, the strength of Jiang Tian's reanimated former Akatsuki members and past Kage was evidently superior. Though the allied forces boasted numerical superiority, Jiang Tian's side possessed greater individual prowess. Each faction had its strengths. The outcome of the battle was not paramount. The focus lay on the confrontation between Jiang Tian and his few companions. The ninjas' attention turned to the battlefield between Madara and Hashirama, both figures enshrined in legend, whose stories were merely tales for the younger ninjas. Witnessing the clash of Susanoo and the wooden cannon felt reminiscent of the bygone era, evoking memories of the Valley of the End. Madara, have you forgotten the original intent behind the establishment of our village? Hashirama questioned, perplexed by how events had spiraled into chaos. The conflicts between the Uchiha and Senju clans during the Warring States period had been devastating. Despite the deep-seated enmity born from the bloodshed of their kin, both Madara and Hashirama had made concessions for the sake of peace, uniting to found Konoha. Those days by the riverside, filled with youthful exuberance, were irretrievable. Huh, Hashirama, why are you still so naive after all these years? Madara laughed heartily. You speak of peace. Yet open your eyes and behold the devastation. The villagers wail in agony, the terrifying chakra surges unchecked, and ninjas fall in combat every moment. Tell me, where's the peace? Madara stood within his Susanoo, laughing maniacally as he chastised Hashirama for failing to recognize the current plight. Who caused this devastation if not you all? Enough. Madara interrupted Hashirama's words with a furious tone. He was correct. Hashirama was indeed naive, believing that the chaos of today stemmed solely from a handful of rogue ninjas. Hashirama, do you believe the war is due to Jiang Tian or me? Look closely. Which of the combatants today was not once a ninja of Konoha? Hashirama fell silent at Madara's words. The elite combatants on Jiang Tian's side hailed from Konoha. Sasuke, or Orochimaru. Madara, all were once ninjas of the village. When we founded Konoha, you promised I would be the next Hokage, yet what has transpired? I never cared much for the title of Hokage, but it pains me deeply to see the villagers revere you while fearing me. This village was jointly established by the Uchiha and Senju clans. Why, then, did the villagers harbor such disdain for the Uchiha? Your actions led to my defection. I seek to bring true peace to this world. Each of Madara's words struck Hashirama like a hammer, shattering his beliefs. He had always thought Madara's betrayal was merely for the sake of the Moon Eye plan. Hashirama attempted to articulate his thoughts but found himself at a loss for words. So much time had passed, and both had long since perished. Any further discussion felt futile and hollow. Your brother, the second Hokage, isolated the Uchiha clan, and the accumulated grievances led to their near annihilation, culminating in Sasuke's defection. Jiang Tian, born of humble origins, a common ninja, participated in the Third War, and after losing his beloved, chose to defect, executing the Moon Eye plan. Do you still believe the fault lies with us? The fault lies with this era. Had the 5 great villages not ignited the Third War, Jiang Tian would not have become a rogue ninja. If Konoha's clans had not targeted the Uchiha, Sasuke would not have turned rogue. Had the villagers treated me as they treated you, there would be no rogue ninja Madara. Madara's voice resonated throughout the battlefield. Clear to all ears, it was not their fault. It was the erroneous era that shaped them. Hashirama, I tell you, even if we were absent today, in this hypocritical and painful era, others would rise as rogue ninjas to alter this world. We are products of our time, burdened with the mission to change it. To execute the Moon Eye plan, dragging everyone into a dream to attain true peace. Upon finishing his declaration, Madara's words left Hashirama in silence. He recognized the truth in Madara's assertions. Indeed, this era had not known true peace, yet Jiang Tian and Madara's Moon Eye plan was excessively radical. Their actions sought to control the lives of all. Though unsure how to counter Madara, Hashirama grasped a fundamental truth, no matter the rationale. It should never justify the dominion over another's life. Madara, the misfortunes of life should not serve as your excuse for pursuing malevolence. Senjutsu, True Thousand Hands, Great Buddha Transformation. Hashirama invoked Senjutsu, unleashing a wooden cannon statue whose myriad arms swung violently toward Madara's Susanoo. Whether I am evil or not is not for you to determine. History is written by the victors. I merely need to win this war, Madara declared, commanding Susanoo to engage, wielding a colossal katana. Its arm slicing toward Hashirama's Great Buddha Transformation, while he could not sever all the attacking arms in one stroke. As long as he did not endure all the blows directed at Susanoo, the towering giant could withstand the onslaught. The two clashed fiercely once more, neither yielding an inch. Jiang Tian parried Naruto's assault with his katana, a smile gracing his features. Did you hear, Madara? This era is inherently flawed. Your cries for peace are utterly laughable. I instigated the Fourth War, and you accuse me of ravaging the ninja world while demanding peace. Yet, when the Third War raged, and Ling was slain, where was anyone to demand peace from the 5 great villages? Each of Jiang Tian's words pierced the heart. For this world only sought peace from him, leaving him to ponder, where should he seek peace for himself and Ling? Chapter 116. A world I cannot acknowledge. Jiang Tian's cold voice resonated in the ears of all present. The 5 shadows bowed their heads in shame. The instigator of the 4th Great Ninja War was Jiang Tian, yet the death of Ling, which led to his defection, was unrelated to him. It was merely a conflict of interest among the 5 great villages. Jiang Tian. I cannot fathom what the death of that girl named Ling means to you, but it does not justify the anguish you inflict upon others. Peace requires love. The Ninetales transformed Naruto assumed a battle stance, determined to defeat the man before him, to show him that peace should not be attained through such violent means. Listening to Naruto's words, Jiang Tian, donning the Azura mask, clutched his abdomen and laughed maniacally toward the heavens. Ha ha ha. Peace requires love? You still speak like a child, uttering such Navi words. My love has long since perished, dead upon the battlefield of the 3rd Great Ninja War. The Rinnegan and Sharingan activated simultaneously, unleashing the powers of Uchiha and Sage of 6 Paths. Jiang Tian charged at Naruto, invoking the technique, Sage Art, Dragon Binding. A magnificent white dragon appeared, ensnaring the Ninetales Naruto tightly. Planetary devastation. Jiang Tian's palms came together, then spread apart, sending a small black sphere soaring into the sky, which rapidly expanded to a colossal size, obscuring the sun. Naruto, entangled with the white dragon, was swiftly drawn into the sky along with the massive boulders from the ground. Not good. Watergate, engaged in battle with Obito, observed this scene with urgency. He yearned to rush to Naruto's aid but was intercepted by Obito. 4th Hokage. How can you still concern yourself with others while fighting me? That's rather presumptuous. Obito commanded the golem, swinging its massive arm downwards. Watergate, distracted, could not evade in time and was struck, resulting in a fractured arm. However, being a reincarnated body, he suffered no lasting harm, as his arm began to mend slowly. In the chaotic battle, each had their adversaries, making it impossible to assist Naruto in the short term. Kakashi, hurry and help Lord 4th. I will handle this. The blue-clad might guy frowned, knowing that once Kakashi left, he would have to face Nagato and Jiang Tian's pain by himself, significantly increasing his burden. Guy, you cannot handle this alone. This is not the time for hesitation. Quickly assist Lord Fourth in dealing with the masked man. Then you can turn to help Naruto. Kakashi nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Naruto's safety was paramount. As long as the Nine Tails remained uncaptured, the alliance had not lost. Meanwhile, within Naruto, the chakra of the Nine Tails and the sage power bestowed by Fukasaku surged, desperately holding back Jiang Tian's planetary devastation. Sensei, I'm here to help. Kakashi arrived beside Watergate, casting a glance at Obito. In that instant, their Sharingan locked. A familiar sensation washed over him. This was not the first time Kakashi had felt such a way. He couldn't explain why the sight of Obito's Sharingan stirred memories of familiarity, as if he had encountered this man before. Obito, hidden beneath his mask, recognized Kakashi's presence and lunged forward with the scythe left by Uchiha Madara, aiming a fierce slash at Kakashi's right arm. He remembered clearly how that very arm had pierced through Rin's chest, bloodied with her essence. Kakashi furrowed his brow and drew a kunai, charging at Obito. The clash of metal rang out as the kunai met the scythe. In that moment of close proximity, both former comrades gazed into each other's eyes, intensifying Kakashi's sense of familiarity. Kakashi, I will assist you. Watergate, with his arm restored, rushed over, chakra surging in his right hand, ready to strike Obito with a Rasengan. At that critical moment, Obito swung the scythe violently, rapidly loosening the chain connecting it to his arm, aiming it directly at Kakashi's back. Watergate's Rasengan was poised behind Obito, while Obito's scythe threatened to pierce Kakashi. In the face of imminent danger, both men shouted in unison, Kamui. Simultaneously activating Kamui, their crimson pupils began to turn, drawing both themselves and Watergate into the Kamui dimension. Upon landing, Kakashi surveyed the familiar space before him, his expression one of panic. Why are you here? This is impossible. He is dead. Kakashi's hand trembled as he pointed at Obito, unable to fathom how, if this man was indeed his former friend, he could confront him. He had promised to protect Rin, a vow he had never forgotten, yet Rin had died by his own hand. In stark contrast to Kakashi's turmoil, Obito remained unervingly calm. All he desired was to resurrect Rin. The Moon Eye plan rendered Kakashi and Watergate inconsequential. This world was inherently illusory. Why should he concern himself with such falsehoods? Kakashi, what is wrong with you? Watergate noticed Kakashi's distress, lacking the Sharingan to comprehend the significance of their presence here. Sensei, Kakashi hesitated, unsure how to explain to Watergate, and the uncertainty loomed large. Now is not the time for nostalgia. Obito observed the deep bond between the teacher and his student, frowning as he charged at Kakashi with the Uchiha fan in his right hand and the scythe in his left. Watergate, being a reincarnated body, could not be killed. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Kakashi first. Kakashi, what is with this dazed expression? Watergate exclaimed, witnessing his student frozen in place, oblivious to Obito's assault. He could only defend against Obito's relentless onslaught. However, this was not sustainable. Naruto needed his father's assistance in the outside world. Kakashi, regardless of what has transpired, we must first deal with the immediate threat. I believe I taught you this. Watergate rebuked Kakashi while fending off Obito's attacks, hoping to rouse him from his stupor. Watergate's words jolted Kakashi back to reality. This was the Fourth Great Ninja War, a battle that determined the fate of the ninja world. His alliance with Watergate could very well sway the outcome of this conflict. Lightning release, Chidori. Kakashi raised his right hand, electricity crackling forth. Obito witnessed this moment, and painful memories surged back, causing him to frown as he began to drift into a daze. He could never forget that fateful night when he witnessed his friend take the life of his beloved with this very technique. In a flash of lightning, Chidori penetrated Rin's chest, and as blood trickled from her lips, Obito felt as though he were ensnared in an abyss, a hell devoid of Rin, filled with nothing but endless darkness. This was a world he could never acknowledge. Chapter 117. Approaching the Six Paths. Pain is built upon the foundation of eternal love. When one suffers the loss of a beloved, they find themselves abandoned by the world, surrounded by desolation and engulfed in endless darkness. This is especially true for the men of the Uchiha clan. This lineage is characterized by an obsessive and fervent devotion to love. In this world, one may question everything, yet one must never doubt the love of the Uchiha. Each Uchiha, consumed by love, is driven to madness, willing to confront the entirety of the ninja world. Obito is one such example, as is Itachi and even Rin, who perished while being protected by Kakashi, embodies this fervor. In a moment of daze, Obito found himself confronted by Kakashi, who charged at him with Chidori. Aiming directly for the mask that obscured his face, Kakashi sought to unravel the confusion in his heart to see whether this man, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Kagaya and instigated the Fourth Great Ninja War, was indeed his former friend, Obito Uchiha. Meanwhile, Minato was not idle. As he prepared his Rasengan, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, even before the kunai he threw could land, Minato vanished from sight. Their assaults coincided. And with a crack, the white mask adorning Obito's face shattered. At that instant, Minato reappeared behind Obito, delivering the Rasengan to his back, propelling him away. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere as Minato realized the truth before him. This man was none other than the mysterious figure he had encountered during the Nine-Tails invasion of Konoha. Leaving behind a mark of the Flying Thunder God on his back, everything before him confirmed this reality. Coughing lightly, blood trickled from the corner of Obito's mouth as he slowly rose from the ground, fragments of his shattered mask cascading from his face. Before Minato and Kakashi stood a visage both unfamiliar and hauntingly familiar. The right side of his face bore scars, remnants of a boulder that had once crushed him, while the left, though somewhat foreign, retained the contours of Obito's youthful visage. "Oh, my God," Minato gasped, bewildered as to how his deceased disciple had returned to life. "Teacher, it has been quite some time. I never expected our reunion would result in my injury. Truly, you are a remarkable teacher," Obito remarked with a sardonic smile. Minato found himself at a loss for words. Obito's gaze shifted to Kakashi, a smile gracing his lips. "Kakashi, what has happened to you? Have you forgotten to greet an old friend?" Kakashi stood frozen, trembling, his face reflecting a panic even more profound than before. The revelation that the masked man was indeed Obito left him speechless. Should he confess his failure to protect Rin? Guilt washed over him, rendering him meek. "Kakashi, upon seeing me again, shouldn't you say something? Perhaps about how you failed to save Rin?" Obito's eyes narrowed as he methodically probed Kakashi, seeking to rend his heart asunder and mirror his own agony. In the past, he had borne the weight of a boulder to ensure his comrade's survival, even sacrificing his own eyes, pleading with Kakashi to protect Rin. Yet, what was the outcome? Only sorrow and disillusionment remained. He bore the burden alone, his eyes, his love, ultimately even his life, only to be met with relentless anguish and despair. Obito Uchiha had never erred. He had merely loved a girl named Rin. "Obito, I am aware of some of the past events." Kakashi acted out of necessity. It was the Mist Village that Minato interjected, noticing Kakashi's dazed expression. But this only fueled Obito's wrath. "Silence. You speak of necessity, yet Rin perished by his hand. And you, my esteemed teacher, renowned for your swiftness, where were you when Rin and I faced danger? During the Nine-Tails attack, you were prompt in protecting the villagers. Why could you not save your disciple? Your Rin?" Obito's voice grew heavy with despondence. He had envisioned countless scenarios in which Minato would appear to rescue Rin. Yet those were mere dreams, dreams that paled in comparison to the potential of the Moon's Eye plan. Alas, the past cannot be reclaimed, regardless of your reasoning. It cannot justify your transformation into this monstrous figure. Minato sighed. He felt remorse for Obito. No teacher is devoid of concern for their students. Yet this does not absolve him of the consequences of igniting a war. Many lives have been lost in the Fourth Great Ninja War, including those of other students. All innocent victims. Humph. Irreversible is merely your perception. I will reclaim Rin. No one shall impede me. If you stand in my way, I will slay you. Should this world obstruct me, I shall upend it," Obito declared, his tone one of maddened fury. He clasped his hands together forcefully, exclaiming, "Outer path, Geto-Mazo, arise." As the Geto-Mazo activated, the space of Kamui dissipated, and the three returned to the outskirts of Konoha. A tremendous roar erupted from the colossal figure, which writhed in agony, clutching its head, causing the very ground to tremble beneath its might. The sudden upheaval captured everyone's attention. "What has transpired with Obito?" Jiang Tian inquired, furrowing his brow. Moments ago, Obito and the others had vanished within the Kamui space, but what had transpired within remained a mystery. Yet, the current situation suggested something had pierced Obito's heart. The Geto-Mazo continued to thrash, suddenly unleashing 8 chains that shot into Obito's body. With a clang, the chains became taut, distorting Obito's expression as excruciating pain surged through him. Yet, this agony paled in comparison to that of Rin's death. "Open! Release me!" His roar echoed through the air, followed by a terrifying sight. Aside from the central eye, the remaining 8 eyes of the Geto-Mazo opened wide. The chakra of the 8-tailed beast surged into Obito, causing his hair to turn white, and the markings of the tomo began to manifest on his back. Jiang Tian's eyes widened in shock. Is he nearing the six paths mode? Meanwhile, Madara, engaged in battle with Hashirama, furrowed his brow. No. The Geto-Mazo lacks the nine tails and cannot evolve into the 10 tails. This boy should not be able to access the six paths mode. This is infinitely close to the six paths. As both pondered, Obito severed the chains connecting him to the Geto-Mazo. When he turned to face Minato and Kakashi, a potent aura enveloped the battlefield. Chapter 118. Black Absolute must die. If someone were to inquire about the immense power of the legendary Sage of Six Paths, it is likely that no one could provide a satisfactory answer, for there exists no point of reference. However, today, every ninja has come to a profound understanding, for they have witnessed it firsthand. There, standing before them, was the man known as Uchiha Obito, who approached the very essence of the Six Paths power. The monstrous figure opened its 8 eyes and let out a continuous wail. As Obito severed the iron chains binding him, the creature stood there, seemingly exhausted, replaced by the combined strength of 8-tailed beasts. Teacher, Kakashi, do you see this? This is the power I seek. If I can capture the 9 tails within Naruto, I shall become a true deity, reversing all that has transpired and bringing Rin back into this world. In this moment, Obito exuded an overwhelming confidence. Initially, he had intended to keep this form as his trump card until the very end. Though he shared common goals with Kagaya, his distrust towards Madara Uchiha lingered, prompting him to withhold this power as a precaution. Yet now, the actions of Minato and Kakashi stirred something deep within him. They were both students of Minato, yet Kakashi had allied with his former master to threaten his life. As for Kakashi, he had the audacity to chastise him in the name of justice and peace. Despite being the one indebted to him, Kakashi, anyone in this world may cast judgment upon me, but you are the last who should dare. In the past, when he was besieged, Obito had sacrificed his life to save Kakashi, gifting him his eyes with the sole request to protect Rin, a task so simple, yet one Kakashi had failed to fulfill. Ultimately, the Fourth Great Ninja War had brought suffering to many, with Minato's death at his hands. And while all had the right to condemn him, Kakashi did not. Obito owed him nothing. The men of the Uchiha clan were not in the habit of owing debts. With hair transformed to a ghostly white, Obito hovered above, gazing down at the two. Armed with his scythe and Uchiha fan, he charged directly at Kakashi. Realizing the peril, Minato attempted to intervene, but with a resounding crash, the power within Obito surged forth, cleaving Minato in two, as he had yet to capture the 9 tails. Obito's strength fell short of the true power of the 6 paths. Otherwise, even a reincarnated body would have been obliterated by that strike. Witnessing his mentor's dismemberment, Kakashi finally sprang into action. His Sharingan whirled as he rushed towards Obito. Their weapons clashed, both men regarding each other with solemn intensity. This was yet another fateful confrontation. Obito, Minato-sensei once taught you, Kakashi exclaimed. Obito's demeanor turned frigid as he replied, and what of it? Anyone who stands in the way of my resurrection of Rin is an enemy, Minato included. The power within Obito surged into his arms, sending Kakashi hurtling away. The combined efforts of the two were utterly futile against Obito's might. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian observed intently, elated at Obito's overwhelming strength, for it significantly increased their chances of victory in the war. Conversely, Uchiha Madara, engaged in battle with Hashirama, wore a grave expression, finally recognizing the reality of the situation. Once viewing Obito as a mere pawn to resurrect himself, he now found that events had spun beyond his control, transforming him from the player to the played. Madara, are you truly willing to see the village you founded destroyed by such a being? Hashirama's words pierced through Madara's thoughts. He glanced at Obito, casting aside his distractions. There were matters to be resolved first, regardless of the outcome. The Eye of the Moon plan remained paramount, and the resurrection could be planned later. As Obito unleashed his power, the tide of war shifted favorably towards their side, much to the delight of the hidden Black Zetsu. Concealed in the shadows, he emerged with half of his dark visage, an appearance that could only be described as grotesque. Haha, let them fight. The more ferociously they battle, the greater the hope for my mother to break free from her seal. His voice was grating and contemptible. If I were the author facing this abomination, I would undoubtedly write him out of existence. There would be no justification for his survival. Should the author fail to do so, I would send a blade in protest. It is evident that the author harbors a disdain for Black Zetsu. The sudden shift in the battle caught everyone off guard, leading to chaos among the allied forces. What kind of power is this? Could it truly rival that of the Sage of Six Paths? Heaven help us. The reincarnation I Jiang Tian, the nearly omnipotent Uchiha Obito, and the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. How are we to emerge victorious against such overwhelming odds? Some ninjas within the alliance descended into despair, for these three loomed over them like insurmountable mountains, blocking every possible path to victory. Failure seemed their only recourse. After another clash with Obito, Kakashi was utterly defeated, unable even to rise to his feet. Clutching his chest, blood trickled from his lips as he gazed at Obito, who approached him with an air of inevitability. Was it all over? Obito clenched his fist and knelt beside Kakashi, delivering a brutal blow to his chest. Minato, no? The cry escaped Minato's lips as he witnessed this tragic scene unfold. Brothers in arms turned against one another, a sight no teacher wishes to see. With a resounding thud, Obito's fist struck Kakashi's chest, sending a spray of blood forth. This is what you owe me. Another punch followed, Obito's expression unyielding, devoid of mercy. This is what you owe Rin. Kakashi, battered by the blows, succumbed to unconsciousness. Remarkably, Obito refrained from unleashing his full power. It was merely the raw strength of his body that rendered Kakashi unconscious. Had he struck with all his might, Kakashi would have perished with the first blow. After carelessly tossing Kakashi aside, Obito turned his gaze towards the ninjas of the Mist Village, shouting to Jiang Tian, it is time for the cleansing. Jiang Tian. Glancing at Naruto, who was still entangled in a struggle with the Earth Explosion stars, nodded in agreement. Today was not merely about capturing the Nine Tails. From the onset of their alliance, both had envisioned this day an opportunity to cleanse the Mist Village of its ninjas. Rin had perished at their hands. And so too had Lin, a fact the Mist Village had never anticipated. Murdering two girls would lead to the calamity that unfolded today. The duo stormed into the ranks of the allied forces like ferocious tigers among sheep, a haunting presence. Wherever their weapons, scythe and sword, passed, the bodies of Mist Village ninjas fell one by one. This was the reckoning of two formidable titans, and Jiang Tian's methods were particularly brutal. He showed no hesitation in severing heads rather than merely striking down bodies. He had witnessed firsthand how the Mist Village had caused Rin's demise, and he had been there to witness the entire ordeal. Chapter 119. The complete Nine Tails Demons, all demons. Help, save me. The battlefield echoed with continuous wails. The acrid scent of blood permeating every corner, rendering the arena a merciless and brutal meat grinder. Jiang Tian and Obito resembled two Azuras emerging from hell, mercilessly reaping the lives of the ninjas from the Mist Village. Time seemed to lose its meaning as Jiang Tian eventually halted, his katana dripping with fresh blood, each droplet transforming into crimson pearls that fell away. His scarlet robe appeared even more vibrant, and the Azura mask seemed drenched in sanguine hues, evoking a visceral reaction in those who gazed upon it. Hatred of such a sanguinary nature could only be purged with blood. The notion of laying down one's weapon and attaining enlightenment seemed a farce. Obito, let us proceed to capture the Nine Tails. Jiang Tian directed his gaze towards the immense meteor composed of rock and scorched earth, where Naruto, transformed into the Nine Tails, was firmly ensnared, unable to move. He beckoned Obito to accompany him, for if they could extract the Nine Tails from Naruto's being and allow the Outer Path's demonic statue to absorb it, they would be able to execute the Moon Eye plan as inscribed upon the tablet in the Uchiha ancestral grounds. Obito, too, could harness the power of the Ten Tails to attain the strength of the Sage of Six Paths, thus becoming a true sage himself. Together, Jiang Tian and Obito ascended into the sky, advancing towards the immobilized Naruto. Their actions did not go unnoticed by the Konoha F4, whose hearts raced with anxiety. Should Jiang Tian successfully capture the Nine Tails, all would indeed be lost. Senjutsu, True Thousand Hands, transformation into Buddha. Hashirama unleashed his full power, summoning a colossal statue of Kannon with countless arms descending to strike Madara's Susanoo, forcing him to retreat. Without the Nine Tails, the Susanoo could not unleash its full might, revealing its vulnerabilities against such an onslaught. Madara, observing Hashirama's charge towards Jiang Tian and Obito, remained unperturbed. Given their current strength, he doubted Hashirama could alter the outcome. As anticipated, when Hashirama approached, Jiang Tian and Obito simultaneously struck. Shinra Tensei. Kamui. Obito positioned himself before Jiang Tian, activating Kamui to deflect Hashirama's attack, allowing Jiang Tian to step forward and utilize Shinra Tensei to repel Hashirama, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud that created a massive crater. Brother. The second Hokage observed this scene with growing urgency. After withstanding a combined assault from Sasuke and Itachi, half of his body lay in ruins. Dragging his battered form towards Jiang Tian and Obito, he met an inevitable fate. Jiang Tian unleashed a powerful kick, sending the second Hokage's remnant sprawling beside Hashirama, creating yet another crater upon impact. Brothers, family must stand united. After the second Hokage was struck down, Jiang Tian turned his gaze with keen interest towards the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, proclaiming, "Third Hokage, the first and second have fought valiantly. Will you not also step forth to receive my kick?" His words echoed across the battlefield, brimming with arrogance, leaving the third Hokage filled with shame. With both the first and second Hokages engaged in combat, it seemed improper for him to remain passive. Yet under Orochimaru's relentless assault, he found himself unable to break free. This was hardly his fault, after all. He was an old man by the time of his demise, rendering his inability to escape quite understandable. Third Hokage, do not struggle any longer. You have aged beyond recognition. Orochimaru, with his signature repulsive gesture, extended his tongue to lick his face, mocking the third Hokage. As Jiang Tian and Obito drew closer to Naruto, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He began to negotiate with the Nine-Tails within him. "I shall release your seal. You must assist Naruto." The Nine-Tails scoffed. So now you no longer view me as your wife as murderer? You wish for me to save your son? Dream on." Minato's soul had been claimed by the Shinigami, and the Nine-Tails, imprisoned within him all these years, had suffered greatly at the hands of the Shinigami. Their souls were entwined in a cycle of mutual destruction, for Minato had always regarded the creature as the killer of his beloved. And now to expect his aid in saving his son seemed utterly absurd. Realizing the Nine-Tails was ignoring him, Minato devised a clever strategy, patiently suggesting, "Have you considered that if the young Nine-Tails is captured, you too will be in peril? They will undoubtedly seek to capture you as well." "Impossible," the Nine-Tails retorted. "None of the other tailed beasts were treated this way. Why must I be captured entirely?" The Nine-Tails could not comprehend why, unlike the others, he would be required to be wholly captured for the plan to succeed. "Because you were split from me, they require not only the young Nine-Tails but also you." The Nine-Tails. Minato's words caused the Nine-Tails to furrow its brow. Although uncertain of their veracity, they seemed to possess a semblance of logic. He regarded Jiang Tian and Obito, who were drawing ever closer to Naruto, and ultimately conceded. "Very well, I shall comply." The Nine-Tails relented, unwilling to gamble. While both Nine-Tails remained unseized, there still existed a glimmer of hope for their unification. Should the young Nine-Tails be captured, he would be utterly defenseless. With the agreement of the Nine-Tails secured, Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly appear beside Naruto. He grasped Naruto's hand, pressing it firmly against his own, and softly commanded, "Release." As Minato unlocked the seal, the Yin and Yang Nine-Tails, originally part of the same entity, began to attract one another. Under Minato's deliberate guidance, the Yin Nine-Tails' power surged into Naruto, intertwining and merging with the Yang Nine-Tails. Jiang Tian and Obito observed the unfolding scene without interference, their eyes narrowing as they murmured, "Has it finally begun?" The two Nine-Tails are merging. This was an integral part of their scheme. They awaited this very moment. For only when Naruto's Nine-Tails became whole could they initiate the capture and set the Moon Eye plan into motion. Among the nine-tailed beasts, the Nine-Tails was the mightiest and the most crucial for the Moon Eye plan, demanding perfection without flaw. As the entirety of the Nine-Tails' power surged into Naruto, the two forms fully merged, becoming the genuine Nine-Tails. With a thunderous explosion, Naruto's newfound power erupted, shattering the very earth beneath them, sending rocks and soil raining down from the sky. Jiang Tian and Obito regarded the newly empowered Nine-Tails with impassive expressions. Even united, they were merely two foxes, hardly worth concern. As their Rinnegan activated simultaneously, the power of their ocular techniques erupted like that of sages. Chapter 120, Severance the Rinnegan. Akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths, is scarcely documented within the ninja world. The Allied forces only truly comprehended the capabilities of this ocular power during Nagato's control of pain while invading Konoha. Now, as Jiang Tian and Obito exert their strength simultaneously, Madara's Rinnegan once again manifests its might. The fully transformed Nine-Tails Naruto gazes gravely at the eyes of his adversaries. Though he can distinctly sense his own formidable power, this does not imply that he can vanquish both foes. As the powers of the Rinnegan activate, the once dormant Outer Path Golem stirs back to life, its colossal and desiccated form advancing toward Naruto. Countless iron chains shoot forth from the Golem's maw, ensnaring Naruto's 9 massive tails in an instant. A tug-of-war ensues between Naruto and the Golem, as if both sides are engaged in a contest of strength. Meanwhile, the first, second, and fourth Hokages, previously incapacitated, revive in their Edo Tensei forms, soaring once more to rescue Naruto. However, they are intercepted by Jiang Tian's forces. Second Hokage, our matters remain unresolved. The Uchiha brothers, Sasuke and Itachi, stand resolutely before the second, intensifying his already mounting frustration. The wicked Uchiha must be eradicated. The annihilation of your clan is indeed necessary. Itachi furrows his brow at these words. Although he was the one who extinguished his entire clan, it does not mean he remains indifferent to others discussing the eradication of his kin. You, a relic of a bygone era, should cease this brazen rhetoric. You speak of the Uchiha's malevolence, yet were you not the one who made numerous decisions to marginalize our clan while in power? Would we have ultimately resorted to rebellion without your machinations? In contrast to Itachi's composure, Sasuke's fury is palpable. His defection to Jiang Tian's rogue ninja faction was not without reason. Despite his usual indifference, how could he not feel sorrow as a son? His parents were slain by his elder brother, his clan obliterated, and the place filled with cherished childhood memories reduced to ashes. No heart could bear such anguish. This tragedy can be traced back to the series of plans initiated by the second Hokage upon his ascendance, which were overtly targeted at the Uchiha clan. He was granted the position of head of the Konoha police force, ostensibly a significant role tasked with maintaining security, instilling a sense of wielding real power. Yet, he swiftly established the Anbu, superseding the police force and directly answering to the Hokage, effectively nullifying the Uchiha's influence, a masterstroke of political maneuvering. With this precedent set by the second, subsequent leaders, particularly the third, became even more brazen, driving the Uchiha toward an inevitable rebellion. Thus, the second, who incessantly clamors for the Uchiha's demise, can rightly be considered their arch-nemesis. If you wish to save Naruto, do not harbor such dreams, Sasuke declares, eager to unleash his pent-up rage and resentment. However, the architect of his clan's downfall is none other than the second Hokage himself. And Sasuke yearns for him to experience the agony he has inflicted. Pain Deva Path, Yahiko, once stated that to truly understand suffering, one must experience it firsthand. Today, Sasuke too wishes for the second to feel the weight of his actions as he witnesses Konoha, once treasured, transform into ruins. Fire style, additive earth command. The colossal Susanoo raises its hand, drawing back as if to release an arrow. 3 long arrows, wreathed in black flames. Sasuke's signature eternal Manjiki Sharingan technique materialize on the bowstring. The second Hokage retreats rapidly, fully aware that even as a reanimated entity, contact with the black flames would spell disaster. He retrieves a scroll inscribed with a sealing symbol from his waist. Upon opening it, the 3 arrows, engulfed in black fire, are drawn inside, and the scroll is ignited. Reduced to ashes. Witnessing his attack thwarted, Sasuke remains unfazed, a smile gracing his lips. I imagine you are quite anxious now, eager to rescue Naruto, yet unable to do so. Haha. Sasuke revels in the second's evident distress. He is aware that while the additive earth command cannot eliminate the second, it will certainly complicate his efforts, achieving his goal nonetheless. The more anxious you become, the more I shall hinder your progress. Sasuke delights in observing the expressions on the second's face, savoring the moment. On the other side, the first Hokage faces a similar impasse. Madara and Sasuke's intentions differ. Madara genuinely seeks to defeat Hashirama, giving his all, which hinders the first's plans to aid Naruto, forcing him to concentrate on his long-standing rival. The third Hokage remains embroiled in battle with Orochimaru, likely leaving the allied forces with an unimpressive impression of his efforts. Only the fourth Hokage has the opportunity to rescue his son. However, having separated from the Ninetales, his strength wanes, rendering him incapable of confronting Jiang Tian and Obito. Just as he teleports near his son using the Flying Thunder God technique, Obito strikes, delivering a kick that sends him crashing to the ground. The Toad Sage and White Snake Sage remain locked in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. The White Snake Sage understands the current situation. He need not engage in a life-and-death struggle with the old Toad Sage. Rather, his objective is to stall for time, allowing Jiang Tian and others to secure victory in this fourth great ninja war. Thus, he evades the Toad Sage's attacks, countering only when absolutely necessary. Despite the Toad Sage's superior strength, he cannot decisively aid Naruto. The situation appears grim, with the defeat of the allied forces almost a foregone conclusion. Kurama, grant me more power. If the outer path golem absorbs you, you shall never escape. The Ninetales, equally anxious, dreads being imprisoned within that accursed golem. Having endured countless seals in the past, nothing irks him more than confinement. He channels all his chakra into Naruto, nearly exhausting him in the process. The sheer strength required to drain the Ninetales underscores the golem's formidable nature. Sever. With the entirety of the Ninetales' power surging within him, Naruto grasps the chains tightly, yearning to topple the immense golem. The cloaked youth confronts two titanic foes simultaneously, a sight that leaves the allied forces in awe, particularly the Leaf Ninjas, many of whom witnessed Naruto's growth from a mischievous child to this pivotal figure bearing the weight of peace in the ninja world. Sever. Suddenly, a faint voice emerges from among the allied forces, igniting a spark that rapidly spreads, enveloping all. Sever. 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 The chorus of hopeful calls for the chains to break crescendos into a wave of sound, surging skyward, resonating throughout the land. Chapter 121. The successful capture of the Ninetales. The sound waves emanating from behind caused Jiang Tian to furrow his brow. He had encountered such a scene before. Reminiscent of his pursuits in the world of the Naruto, the so-called power of comradeship was nothing compared to the strength he and Obito possessed. What assistance could this mediocre coalition possibly offer Naruto? It was exceedingly dull. They reveled in their futile endeavors. Obito narrowed his eyes, feeling an inexplicable sensation of loss wash over him as he heard the shouts of these individuals. If Rin had not perished, if the Third Great Ninja War had not occurred, perhaps he too would have had a throng of supporters at his back. Had it not been for Jiang Tian's arrival from another realm, Obito would have found himself, as in the original narrative, alone and desolate. Both men summoned the full power of their Rinnegan to suppress and absorb the Ninetales within Naruto. Overwhelmed by the force and pressure emanating from the chains, Naruto's brows knitted tightly, a sense of helplessness flooding his heart in the face of such might. Break, break, break. Yet, as the voices of the coalition grew louder, Naruto felt as though he transcended into another world, a world shrouded in darkness until the coalition's cries ignited flickers of light. 1, 2, and then more and more. These luminous orbs transformed into hands, resting upon Naruto's own. Was this the collective strength of everyone? Something within him stirred, and an immense power surged forth, his grip tightening as he pulled the chain connecting him to the golem taut. With a resounding crash, an astonishing scene unfolded. Both Jiang Tian and Obito wore expressions of disbelief as Naruto wrenched the golem to the ground. Had he succeeded? He had indeed toppled the golem. The coalition of ninjas erupted in cheers. This was their first surge of triumph against Jiang Tian and his allies, marking a significant shift in the tide. In truth, the coalition's shouts provided little practical aid to Naruto. Rather, they served as a source of spiritual fortitude, awakening latent potential within him. Humans possess an unimaginable strength in moments of crisis. Jiang Tian and Obito hovered in the air, and upon witnessing the golem's downfall, neither felt anger, but rather a curious amusement. How intriguing, Jiang Tian mused, to possess the strength to overturn the golem. Let us join forces this time to capture the Ninetales, Obito proposed, seeking Jiang Tian's collaboration to fulfill the critical element of the Moon's Eye plan. Very well. Let us act in unison. With that, Jiang Tian charged toward Naruto, instantly activating Sage Mode. Sage Art, Dragon's Might, utilizing the second scroll Sage techniques. Jiang Tian engaged in close combat with Naruto. Having undergone rigorous training in the Dragon Cave, Jiang Tian's physical prowess was unparalleled, save for Might Guy. None could best him in physical confrontations. Naruto, faced with Jiang Tian's relentless onslaught, was clearly overwhelmed, his panic betraying his waning stamina. The moment he had toppled the golem had drained all his chakra. With a thunderous impact, Naruto was sent flying backward, and Obito seized the opportunity, clasping his hands together to summon the golem once more. Outer Path, Golem. A massive chain erupted from the golem's mouth, piercing directly into Naruto's body, unleashing an immense suction that frantically extracted the Ninetales from within him. Naruto, that fool. Minato's heart ached as he witnessed this scene. Having sealed the Ninetales within his son all those years ago, he now realized the harm it had wrought, leaving Naruto vulnerable to the covetous eyes of Jiang Tian and Obito for their cursed Moon's Eye plan. The chakra of the Ninetales flowed unceasingly into the golem, its central, colossal eye gradually opening. In an instant, a terrifying aura enveloped the battlefield, and a gleeful expression spread across Obito's face. Had they succeeded? Hashirama's expression turned grave. He had captured tail beasts before, yet this newfound aura was unlike anything he had ever encountered. This was the Ten Tails. Realization struck Hashirama. He recognized the presence of the nine-tailed beasts, yet this overwhelming, foreign strength could only belong to the Tin-Tails. The Tin-Tails, a harbinger of destruction, would plunge the ninja world into calamity and suffering, the reason why Sage of Six Paths had sealed it away. For the first time, a sense of helplessness washed over Hashirama, a feeling he had never experienced even in battles against Uchiha Madara. Jiang Tian, too, was taken aback by this aura, whispering to Obito, "Has the Tin-Tails awakened?" If that were the case, matters could spiral beyond our control, even if this power originates from you, Jiang Tian replied. Obito shook his head, "Not yet. Once I become the second Sage of Six Paths and initiate the Moon's Eye plan, only then will the Nine-Tails truly awaken and coexist with me." The prospect of such immense power ignited a thrill within Obito. This was the strength he pursued, the power to resurrect Rin and alter the world's suffering. As the golem fully opened its ninth eye, the Nine-Tails within Naruto was entirely siphoned away, causing his body to plummet rapidly from the sky. The coalition ninjas, witnessing this, felt as though some essence within them had been drained as well. Hope, desire, and aspirations for the future, yet they had no future left. That fool, we have lost, utterly defeated. With all nine-tailed beasts gathered, what can we do? The ninja world is on the brink of annihilation. A pervasive atmosphere of despair enveloped the coalition, yet in stark contrast, Jiang Tian and Obito reveled in this moment, yearning for the return of what had been lost. Minato caught Naruto's falling body in his arms, feeling the weight of his shortcomings as a father. He had failed to care for him, and now, due to his past decisions, had inadvertently led to his son's demise. The extraction of the Nine-Tails had stripped Naruto, the Jinchuriki, of life itself. The golem's extraction process claimed not only the beast, but also the life force of its host. That fool. Brothers, the capture of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is complete. And now all nine-tailed beasts are fully assembled. I see comments in the book saying that if the main characters lose like this, then what? I don't understand why people think this way. In this world, Jiang Tian and Obito are the protagonists. I too wonder how the protagonists could lose. If I am the protagonist, how could I possibly fail? If the protagonist were to lose, would that even be reasonable? It is utterly unreasonable. I am a supporter of Jiang Tian and Obito. There is no rationale. I am the author, and my protagonists must prevail. My word is final. Chapter 122. The four old six outside the village of Konoha. Despair and negativity permeated the hearts of the allied forces. They were uncertain of what the future held, as all nine-tailed beasts had fallen under Jiang Tian's control. The outer path golem had fully awakened, and the Moon Eye plan was on the verge of commencement. The ninja world was destined to be engulfed in calamity and suffering, leaving everyone devoid of hope. Jiang Tian. It is time to depart for the location inscribed on the stone tablet and initiate the Moon Eye plan, Obito murmured to Jiang Tian. According to the records on the Uchiha clan's tablet, the Moon Eye plan must commence in a specific location, one closest to the moon, transforming the entire moon into a three-tomo Sharingan. Subsequently, the infinite Tsukuyomi would be activated, drawing every soul in the world into an illusionary realm, including Obito and Jiang Tian themselves, thus allowing their appearances. Jiang Tian sealed away the Edo Tensei technique, causing numerous ninjas to vanish, save for Uchiha Madara, before instructing everyone to evacuate. Sage of the White Snake, Orochimaru, Sasuke, it is time to go. The space-time ninjutsu activated, and the group returned to the Dragon Cave. As they watched the others depart, the allied ninjas lowered their heads in helplessness. Hashirama observed the despondency among the crowd, his own mood darkening. We have lost, utterly. Even the 5 great ninja villages, along with the reanimated Konoha's 4 shadows, could not halt Jiang Tian and his companions. It is truly absurd. The great sage Toad stood dumbfounded nearby, unable to fathom that one day, they would be bested by humans. He gazed at Minato, who held Naruto, lost in thought. This war was a lost cause. Yet the great sage Toad could not accept that Jiang Tian's victory meant imminent disaster for Myaboka Mountain, a fate he simply could not tolerate. After all, on that fateful day, he had nearly driven Jiang Tian and the Sage of the White Snake to their demise. He approached Minato and softly said, "Entrust Naruto to me, perhaps the war is not yet lost." The onlookers immediately turned to the great sage Toad, puzzled by his words. How could it be that, with Jiang Tian having gathered all 9-tailed beasts, they were not yet defeated? Great sage, what do you mean? Hashirama inquired, stepping closer. Could it be that the great sage Toad had a means to alter the course of battle? Under the expectant gazes of the others, the great sage Toad slowly uttered, "Sage of Six Paths." The allied ninjas were incredulous, as if they had misheard, while only Hashirama furrowed his brow, aware of certain hidden truths. But we lack Indra. We cannot access the trial grounds, he stated. The great sage Toad replied solemnly, this task is yours. Retrieve Uchiha Sasuke by any means necessary to reunite the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, and to access the trial grounds of Mayaboka Mountain to receive the legacy of the Sage of Six Paths. The four shadows of Konoha nodded in agreement before turning to depart, preparing to apprehend Sasuke and unlock the trial. Within the Dragon Cave, Jiang Tian and Obito were deliberating on the most suitable location to commence the Moon Eye plan. Sasuke, leading Team Hawk, patrolled outside, their duties reduced to menial tasks. Typically, patrols were meant to protect key individuals, yet none among the powerful figures in the Dragon Cave required safeguarding. In the shadows, Konoha F4 observed Team Hawk's movements, ready to strike decisively when the opportunity arose, focusing solely on abducting Uchiha Sasuke. Rest assured, brother. The fourth Hokage and I will utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to take him away. If Jiang Tian and the others pursue, it will fall to you and Saratobi to hold them off. The second Hokage articulated his thoughts, to which the others nodded in agreement. This was the most prudent plan. There is no need for excessive concern. Jiang Tian and Obito are surely preoccupied with the Moon Eye plan. Sasuke's abduction will not warrant their immediate attention. Minato assessed the situation, confident that Obito would be focused solely on reuniting with Rin, rather than being distracted by other matters. As time slipped away, Konoha F4 lay hidden, waiting for Sasuke's team to patrol nearby before executing their surprise attack. It was evident that they possessed the aptitude for cunning, remaining undetected thus far. Now, Hashirama suddenly called out as Sasuke approached, prompting the fourth and second Hokage to leap into action, their hands clasping Sasuke's shoulders as they activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing in an instant. The unexpected turn of events left Suigetsu and the others in stunned silence, immobilized by shock. Within the Dragon Cave, Jiang Tian, Obito, Madara, and the Sage of the White Snake sensed the disturbance, abruptly looking in the direction of the commotion. Humph. Even after defeat, they still act like mice. Jiang Tian scoffed, having detected the presence of Hashirama and the others, baffled as to why, despite having all 9 tails at his disposal, they dared approach the Dragon Cave. If they wish to play the part of mice, they shall not amount to much. I shall investigate, Uchiha Madara declared, rising to leave. For his battle with Hashirama had yet to reach a conclusion, and it had almost become an obsession. Jiang Tian, let us continue to search for a more suitable location. Obito remarked, displaying little concern. As long as the 9-tailed beasts were secured, the Moon Eye plan could proceed. Everything else was of no consequence. As Madara exited the Dragon Cave, he encountered Hashirama waiting. Suigetsu and the others hastily approached, urgency evident in their voices. They have seized Sasuke. We do not know their intentions. Please, you must help rescue him. Despite her fear of Uchiha Madara, Karen mustered the courage to plead for Sasuke's sake. Madara disregarded the others, focusing intently on Hashirama. Hashirama, you have already lost. Cease this futile struggle. Submit Konoha to us, and I can persuade Jiang Tian to allow it to become the strongest ninja village. Hashirama remained calm, puzzled by how Madara, once yearning for peace, had transformed into this. Madara, we have merely lost one battle. It does not signify that this world is yours to control. What Hashirama failed to grasp was that while Madara longed for peace, he had never truly experienced it. Even during the tranquil days following the establishment of Konoha, his clan had opposed him, leaving him isolated. The village had abandoned him, and his kin had scorned him. Experiences Hashirama had never endured, rendering him unable to comprehend Madara's plight. Madara, have you truly forgotten our vows and the beautiful times we shared? All in pursuit of peace? Hashirama implored. Madara sneered, Hashirama, you cannot comprehend. Our experiences differ, and thus our perspectives diverge. You shall never understand the feeling of being forsaken by one's own kin. Furthermore, do not dwell on the past. Which of the promises I made have you fulfilled? Therefore, you will never understand. Madara could not help but recall those painful years, finding it absurd that he had once allied with the very person who had slain his younger brother to establish a so-called village. Chapter 123. The sun and the moon. The village of Konoha bestowed peace and stability upon all, yet it cast aside its founder, Uchiha Madara. There is no need for further words between us. We shall await the moon's transformation into a crimson hue, heralding the arrival of the infinite Tsukuyami. After casting a glance at Hashirama, Madara turned and retreated to the Dragon Cave, leaving the members of Team Hawk in a state of agitation. Lord Uchiha Madara, they have taken Sasuke, cried Karen, bewildered by Madara's inaction. Did not Sasuke belong to the Uchiha clan as well? Humph. Madara glanced at Karen. An overwhelming aura of pressure enveloping her instantly. After a moment of internal struggle, she dared not utter another word. Provoking Uchiha Madara was a perilous endeavor. Once the Eye of the Moon plan successfully commences, Sasuke and everything else shall become inconsequential in the utopian world crafted by the Eye of the Moon. All will be available. Within the Dragon Cave, the others looked to Madara, awaiting an explanation of the events outside. It was Hashirama and the others who abducted Sasuke. Madara stated nonchalantly, for he believed his brother had long since perished. Specifically to take Sasuke? Jiang Tian furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. The presence of the four former Hokage together was no mere coincidence. Such a grand assembly for Sasuke must carry significant implications. Unlike Madara, Jiang Tian was not careless. Had it not been for the ongoing discussions regarding the Eye of the Moon, he would have personally investigated. Orochimaru, go see what they intend with Sasuke, he commanded. For gathering intelligence, Orochimaru was most suitable. While he might not be the strongest among them, he was undoubtedly the hardest to kill. After all, one could never predict from which serpent's mouth he might emerge, the infamous scientist of the ninja world. Orochimaru, unable to refuse Jiang Tian's order, understood that he was but a grasshopper on the same boat as these powerful individuals, and thus had little authority to speak. All right, I will return with information, he replied before departing. Jiang Tian and Obito resumed their study of the Uchiha clan's stone tablet, seeking the optimal location to activate the Eye of the Moon. Their revival plans must not encounter even the slightest mishap. Outside Konoha, Sasuke warily observed the two former Hokage. What have you brought me here for? Watch out. Suddenly, he heard Sakura's voice from behind. Her eyes glistened with tears, for it had been far too long since she had seen her beloved. Sakura. Sasuke remained vigilant, eyeing the fourth and second Hokage, uncertain of their intentions. Sasuke, return to Konoha. You and Jiang Tian are not of the same ilk, Sakura implored. Her tone bordering on desperation, yet Sasuke dismissed her entirely. What a joke. His clan had perished in Konoha, and his brother had suffered immensely due to the village's betrayal. Now, they expected him to align with Konoha? Such a notion was ludicrous. I will never rejoin Konoha, unless I am dead, Sasuke declared resolutely, leaving no room for negotiation. The second Hokage frowned, sensing the malevolence radiating from the Uchiha boy. Having harbored a disdain for the Uchiha clan and being of the same era as Madara, he pondered whether he had ever referred to Madara as an evil Uchiha. Surely Madara would have retorted with a sharp rebuke. Seeing Sasuke's unwavering stance, the second Hokage decided to take action. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, he vanished and reappeared behind Sasuke, delivering a swift kick aimed at his neck. With a resounding thud, Sasuke raised his arms in defense, his reaction speed astonishingly rapid, capable of keeping pace with the Flying Thunder God technique. This was attributed to both the power of his eternal Meijiki Sharingan and his mastery of Taijutsu, a domain where Naruto could not compare. Susanoo. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Sasuke promptly summoned a Susanoo, a towering purple giant rising to confront the two Hokage, amplifying his pressure tenfold. Yet, it soon became evident that he was still too young, for he faced not two, but four Hokage. The first and third Hokage soon arrived, and Hashirama looked at Sasuke, attempting to reason with him. Uchiha boy, abandon your resistance. We harbor no ill will. Huh, no ill will. And yet you go to such lengths to capture me? Sasuke scoffed, incredulous at their claims. Were they inviting him for a day tour in Konoha? Hashirama fell silent. In order to unlock the trial grounds of Mayaboka Mountain and enable Naruto to inherit the Sage of Six Paths teachings, perhaps it could be considered benevolent. As Indra's reincarnation, Sasuke too would grow stronger. We wish to help you enhance your powers. Truly, we harbor no ulterior motives, Hashirama earnestly explained. Recognizing the awkwardness of abducting a junior as Hokage. Do you think I would believe you, hypocritical fool? Sasuke retorted, leaving no doubt about his disdain. Indeed. When it came to arrogance, the second Hokage was unrivaled. No one dared to claim the top spot. He seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, speaking defiantly in Konoha's territory before four Hokage. Without fail, Hashirama frowned, addressing Sasuke softly. Such arrogance in youth will lead to your downfall. Senjutsu, True Thousand Hands. Transformation into Buddha. A minute later, the fourth Hokage hoisted Sasuke over his shoulder, and the group made their way to Mayaboka Mountain to activate the trial grounds. Brother, you should have transformed into Buddha long ago. Why bother speaking so much? Dealing with the Uchiha boy requires such measures, the second Hokage muttered. Having felt displeasure during the earlier confrontation with the brothers, this young man often spoke with an air of superiority as if his strength were unparalleled. Showing a lack of respect for his predecessors, Hashirama nodded, recognizing that the transformation into Buddha should indeed have been executed sooner. Within Myaboka Mountain, Naruto lay lifeless, and Sasuke remained unconscious, while Minato carried the two, trailing behind the others. Being the lowest in rank, he bore the burden. The great sage Fukasaku led the group to a grand stone door, intricately carved with two colossal symbols, the sun and the moon. With the sun above and the moon below, it also symbolized the harmony of yin and yang. "This is the place. Follow my instructions," he commanded. Upon hearing Fukasaku's orders, Minato promptly followed the prearranged actions, slicing his son Naruto's skin to let his blood drip onto the sun symbol. He then took Sasuke's hand, pricking it to allow his blood to flow onto the moon symbol. As their blood stained the symbols, the sun and moon began to spin, gradually accelerating until they ultimately fused into one. Ashura represented the sun, while Indra represented the moon. Sasuke and Naruto were destined adversaries, yet also fated companions, both essential to unlocking this door. After a brief wait, a sudden clang echoed as the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing the legacy of the Sage of Six Paths concealed within. Chapter 124, The Comedic Youth in the Enchanting Realm of My Bokuzen. The entrance to the trial ground slowly creaked open. The great toad sage, gazing into the pitch-black void of the passage, wore an expression of grave concern. "Allow me to guide them through the forthcoming journey. You shall remain here and await my return." With that, the great toad sage grasped the hands of Sasuke and Naruto, leading them into the unknown. This place, a remnant of the Sage of Six Paths alterations to my Bokuzen, held secrets even the great toad sage scarcely comprehended. The sage had once mentioned that this site was established in response to a calamity from the moon. What that calamity entailed remained a mystery to the great toad sage. However, with the emergence of Kajitaka and Uchiha Obito, who had ignited the Fourth Great Ninja War, it was evident that if this place remained unopened, the ninja world would succumb to ruin long before the foretold disaster from the moon arrived. Traversing the dark, narrow passage, the great toad sage soon beheld a radiant light at the exit. As the brightness intensified, he found himself in a world overflowing with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, a paradise even more resplendent than my Bokuzen itself. He produced two porcelain vials containing the blood of Sasuke and Naruto, Indra's and Ashura's blood, key elements to unlock their legacy. On the ground lay two symbols, the sun and the moon. As their blood flowed over these markings, they began to emit a radiant glow, and an ominous aura enveloped this small world. "Welcome, Sage of Six Paths." The great toad sage bowed deeply, adopting an unexpectedly humble demeanor before the sudden manifestation of light. "What has transpired, Toad? Have you awakened me because the seal on the moon has weakened?" A voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, resonated from within the luminous sphere. As the symbols absorbed the blood of Naruto and Sasuke entirely, the light burst forth, revealing a man clad in a flowing white robe. Beside him hovered a black orb, the truth-seeking ball, marking the arrival of the Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo Tsutsuki. "It is not the calamity of the moon you once spoke of, but rather the emergence of a ninja named Kajitaka and Uchiha Obito. They have instigated the Fourth Great Ninja War, plunging the entire world into chaos." The great toad sage's countenance bore a hint of bitterness. Despite being revered as a sage, he found himself unable to confront mere human ninjas. Summoning the Sage of Six Paths to address this crisis left him feeling utterly humiliated. "Even you were unable to contend with them? It appears these two successors are truly formidable. What of the White Snake and the Slug? Have the three great sage regions united only to fail?" The Sage of Six Paths inquired, perplexed by the emergence of such powerful ninjas capable of withstanding the combined might of the three great sage regions. When the Sage of Six Paths departed, he had made a pact with the sages of the three great regions to intervene in times of dire necessity. The great toad sage's summoning clearly indicated that he could not handle the likes of Kajitaka and Uchiha Obito. The great toad sage seethed with frustration upon hearing the sage's words. The White Snake and the Slug had long forgotten their commitments. The former had even become Kajitaka's summoning beast, unleashing a storm of bloodshed across the ninja world. "Now that I have the opportunity, I can finally lodge a complaint before the sage." "Is that so?" The Sage of Six Paths contemplated the situation, remaining unfazed. "As long as I am awake, the ninja world cannot be thrown into disarray. These two children must be the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra," he mused, observing Naruto and Sasuke, sensing their uniqueness and noting that Naruto had become a mere shell. At that moment, Sasuke slowly regained consciousness and immediately fixated on the great Toad Sage with displeasure. I advise you to release me. Otherwise, Kajitaka will certainly destroy your Maibokuzen. The great Toad Sage furrowed his brow, irritated by Sasuke's words. Yet he maintained his composure in the presence of the Sage of Six Paths. You are Sasuke, are you not? The sage addressed him with a benevolent smile, reminiscent of a grandfatherly figure bestowing guidance upon a protagonist in peril. However, Sasuke was unyielding, perceiving the sage as merely an ally of the great Toad Sage. My name is of little consequence. Should you wish to confront me, I shall ensure you comprehend the might of the Uchiha clan's bloodline. The great Toad Sage was left speechless. Was arrogance a trait inherent to all Uchiha? Even if Uchiha Madara, the progenitor of their clan, stood before the Sage of Six Paths today, he would still be regarded as a junior. Truly the reincarnation of Indra, with a temperament to match. The Sage of Six Paths remained unfazed by Sasuke's insolence, recognizing that such attitudes were characteristic of Indra's reincarnations. One child embodies Ashura's spirit, while the other embodies Indra's child. The ninja world teeters on the brink of annihilation. You must accept the legacy alongside the reincarnation of Ashura. Together, you shall restore peace to the ninja world. Much like my brother and I did in our time. The sage reminisced about the days when he and his brother sealed their mother, Akatsuki, who had nearly brought ruin to the world. Why should the peace of the ninja world concern me? I seek only to avenge my brother and my clan. Sasuke dismissed the sage's words, fixated solely on obtaining retribution for the Uchiha clan, which was precisely why he was willing to heed Kajitaka's commands. The Sage of Six Paths felt a headache coming on. This youth's temperament mirrored that of his brother. He sought a different approach to persuade him. Seeking justice requires strength. Once you receive my legacy, you shall become formidable enough to demand justice for your clan. The sage's words plunged Sasuke into contemplation, for there was truth in them. Without sufficient power, he could never surpass Kajitaka and Obito to accomplish his aims. Very well, I shall accept this legacy. Sasuke acquiesced, then gestured toward Naruto's lifeless form. But what of him? The legacy requires both of us to undergo the process simultaneously. The Sage of Six Paths smiled gently, waving his hand to summon the truth-seeking ball toward Naruto, where it seamlessly merged with his chest. Moments later, to Sasuke's astonishment, Naruto's heart began to beat anew. My ramen discount coupon is about to expire, Naruto exclaimed, springing up as if awakening from the dead, having dreamed a long dream. One in which he found himself sharing noodles with Iruka-sensei. What the? Calm down. Naruto gazed incredulously at Sasuke. Didn't Ti die? How is this possible? What the? You're dead too? Sasuke's expression remained stoic, while Naruto had reverted to his former comedic self, the whimsical youth he had always been. Chapter 125. The Eye of the Moon plan begins. Sasuke was rendered speechless by the means employed by the Sage of Six Paths, which caused him to furrow his brow in caution. He was a madman, not a fool. It was apparent that this elderly man was no ordinary figure. The ability to fully resurrect individuals was something neither Kakashi nor Obito could achieve. It was precisely this power they had been fervently pursuing. Who exactly are you? And how can you resurrect Naruto? In response to Sasuke's inquiry, the Sage of Six Paths chuckled lightly. My resurrection is not without its limitations. I can only accomplish it this once. Additionally, my name is Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly accept that the unassuming man before him was the Sage of Six Paths. The one said to have established the path of ninjutsu appeared far too ordinary, lacking the striking features of the Uchiha clan. Naruto's characteristic naivety surfaced once more. Who exactly was Akatsuki? The Toad Sage, standing by, felt overwhelmed and quickly interjected, Naruto. This is the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto stood frozen, astonished to find himself in the presence of the Sage of Six Paths. Recovering quickly, he rushed forward, exclaiming, Grandpa Sage, please save the ninja world. His instinctive address of the elderly as Grandpa reflected his innate talent for garnering the assistance of older figures, as demonstrated throughout the original storyline. Very well, I shall initiate a trial for both of you. Upon completion of the inheritance, you will become even more powerful and capable of saving the ninja world. Within the Dragon Cave, Kakashi and Obito had pinpointed the final location for executing the Eye of the Moon plan. Kakashi, while I absorb the Ten Tails, keep an eye on Madara. I fear he may act unexpectedly. Once alone in the cave, Obito voiced his concerns. He held a wariness towards Uchiha Madara, the eternal rival of Hashirama, and doubted whether such a formidable figure would willingly relinquish the chance for resurrection. I will remain vigilant. Let us proceed and initiate the Eye of the Moon plan. Kakashi affirmed with a nod. Even without Obito's warning, he would have been cautious of Madara, a man who was anything but serene. The two set out, heading towards the seaside near the Valley of the End, having deliberated extensively on where to best absorb the Nine Tails. As they departed, it seemed they had collectively forgotten about Sasuke, neglecting any discussions regarding his rescue. On the way, Kakashi felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelid. Sensing that the four Hokages of Konoha would not abduct Sasuke without cause, he feared it might jeopardize the Eye of the Moon plan. Just then, Orochimaru returned, emerging from the mouth of a white snake, treating the grotesque as an art form. "Have you gathered the intel?" Kakashi inquired urgently, eager to comprehend the intentions of the four Hokages of Konoha so he could maintain control over the situation. "I have observed that they took Sasuke to my Bokuzen, along with Naruto's corpse." "A corpse?" At this revelation, all present furrowed their brows. What could possibly necessitate transporting a corpse to my Bokuzen? Was it yet another resurrection attempt? "Kakashi, do you think they plan to revive Naruto?" Obito queried, equally perplexed. Kakashi shook his head, deep in thought. If they sought to revive Naruto, it would be of little concern. Should they obstruct us, we could simply eliminate them again. However, why would they require Sasuke for Naruto's resurrection? I suspect matters are far more complex than they appear. As Kakashi articulated his thoughts, Obito too fell into contemplation, sensing that everything had taken a turn for the enigmatic. "It matters not. We should hasten to initiate the Eye of the Moon plan. Once this technique is set in motion, it becomes irreversible, regardless of their intentions. They cannot alter the ultimate outcome." "Indeed, let us not waste time," Kakashi affirmed, and the group moved swiftly under the moonlight, increasing their pace. Within my Bokuzen, the allied forces had received news of the situation. The first Hokage, holding a scroll, frowned deeply, realizing that Kakashi and company had already set their plan into motion, seemingly heading towards the location of the Eye of the Moon. However, the Toad Sage and Naruto had yet to emerge. The second Hokage bore a grave expression, pondering what the deceased could possibly contribute in this era, which belonged to the youth, an age far removed from the Warring States period when he and his brother had been able to converse meaningfully. "What is happening?" An aged voice echoed from the passage within the stone door, eliciting joy from the faces of the Konoha F4. "It is the Toad Sage. Has he succeeded?" The fourth Hokage exclaimed, his expression a mixture of tension and anticipation as he gazed toward the passage. He longed to see his son Naruto's figure and to confirm whether the Sage of Six Paths could indeed resurrect him. Yet, disappointment ensued as only the Toad Sage emerged. "Is it still not possible? Where is Naruto?" The fourth Hokage felt a pang of sadness at the absence of his son. "Naruto has been resurrected and is currently undergoing trials." Did the allied forces not relay any messages? Upon hearing this, Minato's expression shifted rapidly. "Indeed, my son lives." "Correct. Kakashi and the others have set their plan in motion, and the allied forces hope we can devise a countermeasure." The first Hokage extended the scroll to the Toad Sage, seeking his counsel. "We cannot interfere with their trials. Our priority is to return to the ninja world and attempt to thwart Kakashi and Obito in their execution of the Eye of the Moon plan, buying Naruto some time." The Toad Sage articulated his thoughts, and the others agreed, following suit to impede Kakashi and Obito. Within the trial grounds, Naruto and Sasuke walked side by side. "At last, you have returned. Let us fight together once more, just as we did before." "Who said we were allies? I was brought here against my will, and besides, I have no intention of fighting alongside you. You are merely my rival." The Sage of Six Paths sensed the tension in their dialogue and felt a headache coming on. While he could not intervene in Sasuke's disdain for the ninja world, the necessity for both to undergo trials simultaneously compelled him to assist in strengthening Sasuke. What a conundrum. As Naruto and Sasuke traversed the dark corridor, they found themselves in separate realms. Sasuke emerged in a space where enormous eyes floated ominously in the sky, 3 tomo. Kaleidoscopic, eternal kaleidoscopic, and the Rinnegan for eyes suspended above, casting a daunting gaze. In contrast, Naruto found himself in a world where 9 colossal-tailed beasts crouched, seemingly devoid of awareness. The trials of the destined children commence simultaneously. At the seaside, near the Valley of the End, Kakashi and Obito appeared, removing their masks to gaze at the imposing full moon. At long last, the moment had arrived. Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of emotion swell within him. Obito cast aside his white mask and ascended slowly into the sky, hands pressed together as he declared, "Infinite Tsukuyomi." The Eye of the Moon plan begins. Chapter 126. Painful memories. As the Eye of the Moon awakened, Obito summoned a colossal outer path golem. The moment the golem emerged, it transformed in a peculiar manner. No longer desiccated, 9 eyes gleamed with a radiant light, and countless chains surged into Obito's back, while the chakra of 9-tailed beasts rushed violently into his being. A chilling scream echoed through the night as Obito felt his body being torn apart, enveloped by excruciating pain. Jiang Tian watched this scene with a grave expression. The moment had finally arrived, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Beside him, Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered with unspoken thoughts. Obito was on the verge of becoming the second sage of 6 paths. A turn of events starkly contrasting his original plan, which had envisioned himself in that role. The outer path golem began to be consumed by Obito, attempting to merge with his body. As the golem gradually dissipated, Obito's form expanded, growing larger until he transformed into a massive sphere of flesh. He continued to shriek, the agony overwhelming him. Memories began to be erased from his mind. Konoha, Kakashi, Minato, these once cherished recollections were fading away. Until Lin's memories surfaced. The moments spent together at the Ninja Academy, Lin applying a band-aid to his wounds, her endless encouragement. These memories were Obito's most treasured possessions, and he could not bear the thought of Lin vanishing from his mind. Oh, my dear Lin. The image of her encouraging smile became etched in his mind, while the pain contorted his expression. Lin. He could not help but scream in despair. What madness is this, to make me forget Lin? I would forsake the world before I forget her. Another anguish cry erupted as Obito was completely enveloped in a black sphere of flesh. Jiang Tian and his comrades stood guard, awaiting the moment Obito would emerge as the second sage of 6 paths. Under the starry night, Fukasaku, the great sage, led the Konoha F4 to obstruct Jiang Tian and his companions, aiming to delay the activation of the Eye of the Moon. Truly a tenacious bunch. Jiang Tian sensed their presence, his expression turning icy. Given the situation, their interference was profoundly irritating. Senjutsu, summoning technique. Jiang Tian clasped his hands together, summoning the White Snake Sage from the Ryuchi cave. With Obito now encased in the black sphere, their forces were diminished, and safeguarding Obito was paramount. Uchiha Madara rose slowly. Wherever Hashirama was, he felt an irresistible urge to strike. Defeating Hashirama was Madara's obsession, a manifestation of their fated rivalry. Susanoo. Madara activated his Susanoo and approached Hashirama. Impure World Reincarnation. Coffins erupted from the earth as Jiang Tian led a legion of reanimated ninjas into battle. The battlefield was instantly divided, with the White Snake Sage clashing against the Great Sage, while Madara and Hashirama, eternal foes, engaged in fierce combat. The remaining 3 Hokages were held back by Jiang Tian and the formidable reanimated shinobi, igniting a full-scale battle. Within Mount Myaboku, Naruto and Sasuke found themselves in their respective trial grounds. Sasuke gazed gravely at the 4 enormous eyes in the sky, aside from the Rinnegan. The other 3 were all too familiar to him. They were the eyes he had once possessed, activating his eternal Mangeki Sharingan to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. He realized that trials would not be straightforward. He lifted his gaze to the weakest of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. In an instant, an uncanny sensation coursed through him, as if his soul were uncontrollably attempting to escape his body. The scenery before him shifted rapidly, as if time itself were reversing. When the image stabilized once more, Sasuke was astonished to find himself not in the trial ground, but in a place he deeply despised. Konoha. Sasuke, answer the question on the board. The teacher, noticing Sasuke's daze, wore an irritated expression. The Uchiha clan had always exuded an aura of aloofness, making them appear cold and distant. Sasuke ignored the bewildered looks from his peers and dashed out of the classroom. The moment he exited, the world around him began to morph, the sky darkening ominously. Indeed, it was that painful night, the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. He sprinted towards his home, determined to reach it in time. Although he understood it was merely a dream, a fabrication, Sasuke still yearned to alter his brother's tragic fate. The vividness of the scene felt alarmingly real. He raced through the streets of Konoha, navigating the village until he arrived at the great gate at its edge, adorned with a pattern reminiscent of a ping-pong paddle, the Uchiha clan's emblem. Creaking, he raised his trembling hand and slowly pushed open the somewhat rusted gate, the sound echoing eerily in the night. Stepping inside, he was met with an unsettling silence, the air thick with the stench of blood. Terrifying memories flooded back, making him feel nauseous until he stumbled, as if colliding with something. Bending down, he examined the source of his discomfort under the moonlight, and his unease intensified. He nearly tripped over the corpse of an elderly woman, the very one who had greeted him each day on his way to school. The deeper he ventured, the more his brow furrowed. The ground was strewn with bodies. Some belonging to childhood friends, others to beloved uncles, each a member of the Uchiha bloodline, sharing the same blood as him. Reaching the innermost part of the Uchiha residence, he stood before a door, his home. His once small figure trembled uncontrollably, for he knew the horrors unfolding within, his brother wielding a katana, slaughtering their own parents. Even with the knowledge that painful memories awaited him inside, Sasuke felt an uncontrollable urge to open that door. As he gently pushed it ajar, the familiar sights of yesteryears flooded back, igniting a fiery pain in his eyes and quickening his breath. Brother. Under the moonlight, Itachi stood, bloody katana in hand, with their parents' lifeless bodies at his feet. Chapter 127. Naruto's distinct trials. Beneath the luminous glow of the moonlight, Itachi, clad in dark attire, gripped his katana tightly as he gazed coldly at Sasuke before charging at him directly. As Sasuke prepared to summon Susanoo for defense, he realized he was devoid of any power. With a resounding crash, he found himself pinned against the wall by Itachi. "Oh foolish Sasuke, feel the pain, loathe me." Familiar words echoed in his mind, stirring memories he wished to forget. Even the once proud brother had experienced such helplessness. He recognized the illusion for what it was. Yet the sensations were all too real, the strength of his brother's arm, the metallic scent of blood in the air, and the profound silence of the Hidden Leaf Village rendered everything vividly authentic. Tsukuyami. Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan spun rapidly, causing Sasuke's consciousness to fade away. Upon awakening once more, Sasuke discovered he had returned to the trial grounds, where four eyes still hovered ominously in the sky. As the three-tomo Sharingan rotated, Sasuke's figure vanished again. Once again, he found himself in the Hidden Leaf Village, in a familiar classroom, as the nightmare unfolded repeatedly, relentlessly assaulting Sasuke's psyche. In another trial location, nine-tailed beast sat motionless, seemingly bereft of awareness. Naruto approached Kurama and called out softly, "Kurama, and everyone, how did you all end up here? Weren't you captured by Tobi?" Naruto appeared puzzled, still unable to comprehend the illusionary nature of his surroundings. He reached out to touch Kurama, seeking a response, yet received none. He then attempted to reach out to the other tailed beasts, but none reacted until his hand made contact with the one tail. A flash of light enveloped him, and Naruto's consciousness began to dissipate. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside the body of a stranger, filled with curiosity about the unfamiliar man before him. "Shio, you are an assassin. Surely you remember the first rule of the Assassin's Creed?" Naruto became aware of Shio's memories. Unable to speak or control his actions, merely a spectator to this man's life. Beside him was a halo, and upon closer inspection, Naruto's eyes widened. Within the halo was the one tail, indicating that this man, Shio, had once been a host for the beast. Shio donned a blue coat, and despite the sweltering heat, a long scarf was draped around his neck, appearing quite suspicious. "Master, the first rule of the Assassin's Creed is to prioritize the assassination of the target above all else. Everything, including one's life, can be forsaken for the purpose of eliminating the designated target." Shio stood respectfully before the man, coldly reciting the duties of an assassin. "It seems you have not forgotten. Now go and accept your punishment." Following the man's reprimand, the assassin Shio turned silently to leave, although Naruto retained his independent consciousness. At that moment, he became Shio. In the sacred ground of my Bokuzen, the sage of six paths observed the trials of the two, his thoughts growing increasingly tense. Sasuke sought to enhance his ocular prowess, striving to evolve into the Rinnegan by stimulating his psyche and eyes, with his most profound triggers likely being those unbearable memories. Naruto, being pure-hearted, had a tenuous connection with the tailed beasts. Experiencing the lives of the beasts and their previous hosts would deepen his understanding. Given their differing circumstances, the nature of their trials varied significantly, yet both faced unprecedented challenges. Within Shio's consciousness, Naruto struggled to comprehend why this man, an assassin by trade, would prefer punishment over eliminating the target. Killing was his duty. "I am Shio, an assassin. 3 days ago, I was dispatched to eliminate a particularly unique target, a 7-year-old girl. The task was straightforward. I easily dispatched all obstacles until I encountered the target. She stood there, clutching a small flower, gazing at me. I approached, intending to silence her, but she placed the flower upon my head instead. Thus, the most formidable assassin, Shio, faltered for the first time." Naruto sifted through Shio's memories. Noting their clarity, trained as an assassin at 10, he became the strongest by 20, never failing a mission. However, there were no clues regarding his life before 10, only a blank void. Although Naruto was uncertain of his current predicament, He understood he was within Shio's body. Likely orchestrated by the Sage of Six Paths, this was indeed a trial. Shio sat beside a large tree, his back bloodied and battered from a severe punishment. He retrieved the wilted flower given to him by the target. Despite its desolate state, he gazed at it with fascination, as it marked the first time someone had offered him a gift. Naruto, initially bewildered by the flower's significance, gradually quieted his mind and joined Shio in admiring it, unaware that his consciousness was intertwining with Shio's. 3 days later, Shio was to act once more, still tasked with eliminating the same little girl. As always, his immense strength posed no hindrance as he stood before her. He raised his dual blades, ready to strike, when the girl presented another flower, saying, "A gift for you." Uncontrollably, Shio's body halted. He was an emotionless assassin, yet at that moment, he felt something shift within. Having never known family or received gifts, he set down his weapons, reaching for the flower instead. No longer was he an assassin, but rather the girl's protector. The outcome was all too predictable. No individual strength could withstand the collective power of many, and Shio was ultimately slain by numerous assassins, the girl meeting her demise behind him. In a fleeting moment, Naruto experienced another's life, his breath quickening as he yearned to assist, yet powerless to act. His consciousness withdrew, and the Sage of Six Paths appeared before him. "Child, have you grasped the lesson?" Naruto shook his head, unable to comprehend the purpose behind what he had witnessed. Was it merely a recollection of one man's memories? What was so significant about that? With a wave of his hand, the sage summoned Shio's memories once more. When devoid of emotion, Shio was a machine of slaughter, knowing nothing but killing, yet he thrived. Yet when he sought to protect his target, it led to death. Do you think it was worth it? Faced with the sage's inquiry, Naruto furrowed his brow. After thoughtful consideration, he ultimately concluded to speak truthfully. It was not worth it. People died. Indeed, you speak the truth, it was not worth it. Yet upon deciding to protect the girl, he ceased being so cold, finding joy in his actions. To live, one must desire or safeguard something. Only then does existence hold meaning. Otherwise, one risks becoming like Shio, a mere husk devoid of life. What then is the meaning of your existence? As the sage's words hung in the air, Naruto stood frozen in contemplation. Chapter 128. The Power of the Six Paths. The words of the Sage of Six Paths were profoundly enigmatic, embodying a deep understanding of life. Naruto's optimistic disposition and his life experiences propelled him forward with unwavering courage, inspiring others to rekindle their faith. However, he ultimately lacked an understanding of the pain endured by others. Thus, the sage devised a trial for him. While Sasuke was buried beneath the weight of his past suffering, this marked the divergence in their respective trials. At the site of the Moon Eye Plan's manifestation, Jiang Tian and others engaged in a fierce battle with the Konoha F4. The struggle was intensely protracted, and as the black sphere enveloping Obito began to stir, all combatants halted their actions, gazing at the colossal orb. Would he emerge? Jiang Tian's expression revealed a glimmer of hope. They had awaited this moment for far too long as infinite Tsukuyomi began to weave its dreamlike realm. Fear flickered in the eyes of Hashirama and his comrades. Should Obito emerge, the Moon Eye Plan would become unstoppable. Crack, crack. The black sphere began to fracture, the fissures widening with alarming speed. With a thunderous boom, the orb shattered, and a pristine white arm shot forth. At last, success. Jiang Tian recognized the significance of that alabaster limb. The second Sage of Six Paths was on the verge of appearing. Fragments of black continued to cascade from the sky as Obito's form gradually emerged, resplendent in white, adorned with horns on his shoulders, and the distinct pattern of the tomo emblazoned across his back. His eyelashes quivered slightly as he slowly opened his eyes, an overwhelming aura of terror enveloping all present. At this moment, it had finally arrived. "Rin, I will bring you back." The sacred jade hovered beside Obito as he gazed up at the full moon, his heart trembling with the knowledge that he possessed the power to retrieve Rin. He clasped his hands together fervently and whispered, "Infinite Tsukuyomi." Instantly, the earth trembled violently beneath their feet as a sapling surged upward towards the heavens. As it grew, it transformed into a towering tree. At its summit, a colossal flower remained tightly closed, its beauty both alluring and sinister under the shadowy moonlight. Jiang Tian. We need only await the flower's bloom for infinite Tsukuyomi to commence, plunging the world into dreams where we shall reunite with them. Obito's face betrayed his uncontainable joy. Once activated, infinite Tsukuyomi would be irrevocable. Even if both he and Jiang Tian were to perish now, the dream would envelop the entire ninja world, signifying their triumph. With a cold gaze, Obito regarded the Konoha F4, lightly gesturing, sending the sacred jade hurtling towards them. The sound of impact echoed as the reanimated forms of the Hokage crumbled, unable to restore themselves. The formidable power of the Six Paths was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, who had been silently observing, furrowed his brow deeper than the others, as though the sacred jade had struck him directly. Damn it, how did it come to this? Madara was troubled, realizing that the Obito before him was no longer the one he had rescued, nor could he manipulate him as he once did. The speed of Obito's growth and his overwhelming strength had transcended Madara's control. A dreadful aura permeated the air as the Sage of Six Paths, within Maibokuzen, slowly lifted his gaze towards the unfolding events. Has he truly adapted to the power of the Tsutsuki clan so swiftly? It seems I must take action. He sensed Obito's formidable strength. If left unchecked, the ninja world would spiral into ruin. He needed to buy time for Naruto and Sasuke to emerge from their trials. And before that, it would fall to him, a deceased being, to uphold this world. Gradually, his form began to fade, only to reappear atop the flower that would unlock infinite Tsukuyomi. The moonlight illuminated the sage, capturing everyone's attention. Obito immediately turned his gaze towards him, recognizing the same pale skin, an indication of the Tsutsuki's power. Jiang Tian. Could that person be? Orochimaru felt a jolt of realization and glanced between Obito and the sage, seemingly piecing together the truth, hastily seeking confirmation from Jiang Tian. Yes, that person is the Sage of Six Paths. Jiang Tian frowned. The development of events was perpetually unexpected. This old fellow had returned. Madara, Orochimaru, prepare yourselves. The situation has grown dire. Oh, Mid, are you capable of this? Jiang Tian inquired of Obito, facing the sage alone, a feat no ninja had ever accomplished. I have nothing to fear. I have acquired powers equal to his. It is not certain that I shall be the one to lose. Today, I shall confront a sage. Obito declared resolutely. Despite the immense pressure of facing the sage, he was determined to retrieve Rin, and the sage would not impede him. He charged towards the Sage of Six Paths, the sacred jade swirling around him, as the powers of the Tsutsuki clashed within both beings, creating an immense pressure that even Jiang Tian could feel. Child, there is still hope if you turn back now. Infinite Tsukuyomi is not the solution to your obsessions. The past is but a fleeting whisper, impossible to reclaim. The sage urged Obito, hoping to dissuade him. For he was acutely aware of the sealing of his mother upon the moon and that all within the dream was illusory. Humph. To forget? Are you suggesting I abandon Rin? Obito scoffed. The sage was no different from others, urging him to forget. How could he possibly forget? If forgetting were so simple, there would not be so many unfulfilled loves and regrets in this world. I will unleash infinite Tsukuyomi and alter everything, even if it makes me a pariah in the ninja world. Obito knew well that Kagaya Tsutsuki was sealed upon the moon, as Jiang Tian had informed him. Yet the moon-eyed plan would manifest dreams, and that was indeed true. Let destruction come, for he was exhausted, as long as Rin could return. That was all that mattered. The sage tightened his grip on the black staff, his expression laden with sorrow. The evolution of the ninja world seemed to deviate from his original intentions. He had conceived the path of the ninja in hopes that humanity could thrive through the cultivation of chakra for the benefit of future generations. Yet, he had not anticipated that ninjas would become instruments of war among nations, ultimately evolving into 5 great villages, perpetually embroiled in conflict, bringing pain and separation to many. This contradicted his original aspirations. It was my folly to have underestimated the complexities of the world. The source of this turmoil lies with me. Thus, it is my responsibility to rectify this chaos. The sage prepared to seal Obito, just as he had once sealed his own mother. He raised his staff towards Obito, unleashing the black sacred jade imbued with terrifying power. Obito, unwilling to yield, wielded his staff with equal fervor, and the clash of their distinct Tsutsuki powers resonated throughout the heavens. Even formidable figures like Jiang Tian, Madara, and Hashirama were forced to retreat from the shockwaves of their battle, highlighting their extraordinary strength. Truly a spectacle of terror. Madara gazed at Obito in the sky, lost in contemplation. Chapter 129. The heavenly spear. The battle between the two was extraordinarily fierce, no matter how one looked at it. Madara felt that it should be he who was confronting the Sage of Six Paths. With this thought, he couldn't help but cast a resentful glance at Jiang Tian. If it weren't for this fellow, Uchiha Madara would not have ended up like this, merely a reincarnated body. As the Sage of Six Paths engaged in combat with Obito, the others ceased their actions. Regardless of their previous exuberance, the outcome of this duel would dictate everything, as the fate of the world was contingent upon the clash of these top-tier powers. The truth-seeking orbs surrounding the Sage of Six Paths flitted about continuously, and with each attack, his form dimmed slightly. While he could suppress Obito, he could not defeat him. The spectators understood the vast disparity in power between the two combatants. Regardless of the type of assault, the truth-seeking orbs could effortlessly counter it. Engaging in such a struggle would be futile unless one possessed equal strength. Otherwise, they would simply be subjected to torment. Their combat was cataclysmic, far more exhilarating than the battle at the Valley of the End years ago. Heavenly Spear. Heavenly Spear. They both unleashed the Heavenly Spear simultaneously, a weapon symbolizing the Sage of Six Paths' divine creation, the ultimate embodiment of the Akatsuki clan's power. When the Sage of Six Paths forged the world, it was with this very sword, while Obito's Heavenly Spear was born from the essence of destruction within his heart. Also known as the Sword of the Heart, only those endowed with the Akatsuki clan's power and possessing unwavering resolve could create such a divine weapon. The two peculiar black weapons were wielded by the combatants as they charged towards each other, one signifying the birth of creation, the other the obsession with annihilation. Despite being the same weapon, the auras coursing through them were entirely opposed. As the heavenly spears collided, all observers squinted against the blinding light. The very fabric of space at the point of impact tore apart, and a chilling aura wafted from within. The void there continuously ebbed and flowed. A testament to the sage's power. The intertwining of destruction and creation was a force that none had ever possessed, not even Jiang Tian. Sage, you are but a spiritual entity, merely a remnant of consciousness from years past. How can you obstruct me? Why can't you just rest in peace after all these years? Must you emerge to annoy me? Obito's expression was icy, and with the infinite Tsukuyomi activated, he questioned the necessity of the sage's interference, as he could not be killed. The sage maintained his composure, aware that he could not eliminate Obito. But he could buy some time for Naruto and Sasuke. As long as I still possess strength, I shall impede anyone who seeks to obliterate this world. Foolishness. Once I activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, there shall be no more suffering or torment in this world. Do you not understand? Obito bellowed. What is wrong with a dream world? The 5 great villages would cease their wars. There would be no more deaths among ninjas. Everyone could immerse themselves in the dreams they desire. Everything would be so beautiful. In the realm of the infinite Tsukuyomi, every individual could fulfill their dreams. In Obito's eyes, this was a matter of universal happiness. A chance to reunite with those who had passed, wasn't that a tremendous blessing? You have been consumed by your obsession, the sage declared. Channeling his sage power as his heavenly spear suddenly enlarged, knocking down Obito's weapon. With the heavenly spear that was intrinsically linked to its wielder struck down, Obito felt its effects. His body, suspended in the void, faltered, and he knelt on one knee in the sky, blood trickling from his mouth. Having just acquired this power, even facing the sage's spirit proved to be strenuous. Haha, you can wound me, but you cannot kill me. When you exhaust your strength, who in this ninja world can stop me? Obito, despite his injury, laughed maniacally. The sage's spiritual form grew increasingly faint, nearly transparent. As if it could vanish at any moment. Obito was correct. In his current state, the sage could not sustain this for long. He had enough strength for perhaps one more strike before he would dissipate completely. Heavenly Spear. Obito swung his arm forcefully, sending the fallen spear soaring once more, aimed directly at the Sage of Six Paths. In an instant, it was upon him. The sage attempted to counter with his own heavenly spear, but at the moment of collision, his weapon shattered, as he could no longer withstand even a single blow. And his spirit disintegrated. Obito's expression gleamed with delight as he turned to Jiang Tian, exclaiming, Jiang Tian, now everything stands unobstructed. Jiang Tian nodded with a smile, but unease lingered in his heart. Sasuke had been forcibly taken to Myobokuzen by this group, and it was evidently not a simple matter. Obito, stay here. I shall venture to Myobokuzen. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's words, Obito furrowed his brow. He understood Jiang Tian's concerns but felt they were unnecessary. Now that he had become the second sage of Six Paths, with the Moon Eye plan successfully underway, once the God Tree's blossoms bloomed, all dreams would be realized. Yet Jiang Tian's cautious nature was well known to him. Very well, ensure your safety. If anything arises, make your escape. Obito then cast a stern gaze at the old toad, ensuring he would not dare to act out of line. The incomplete version of Konoha's F4 and the great sage toad stood solemnly at the side. Aware that the war had been lost, yet still holding hope for Naruto, the child who could ignite the flames of hope in others, Jiang Tian turned and departed, accompanied by the white snake sage, making his way to Myobokuzen. With the absence of the great sage toad, he could traverse it as if it were an uninhabited realm. At Myobokuzen, within the trial grounds, Uchiha Sasuke was still grappling with the 4 ocular orbs suspended in the sky. Unable to escape the first illusion of the 3 tomo. This was very much in line with Sasuke's character, always striving to impress, yet stubborn in his trials. In the world of illusions, Sasuke was once again pinned against the wall by Itachi. "Oh, foolish little brother." The familiar words echoed like a nightmare, pushing Sasuke to the brink of nausea. Indeed, he had nearly vomited. Time and again, he witnessed the demise of his parents, tormented by Itachi's Tsukuyomi. If his soul were that of an adult, he would have surely lost control. Rumor has it, Sasuke wet his pants. He found himself once more in the Ninja Academy, bursting through the doors and racing toward the Uchiha clan's residence in Konoha. Upon passing a corpse, he halted, a cold glint in his eyes as he observed the kunai in the lifeless hand. He bent down to retrieve the weapon and sprinted back to his home. As he pushed the door open, he found Itachi holding a bloody blade. "Oh, foolish little brother." If I were Sasuke, I would have cursed him out for being foolish. Just as Itachi prepared to unleash Tsukuyomi once more, a black kunai pierced his body, causing the illusionary world to shatter. In the trial grounds, the enormous 3 tomo eye plummeted, and Sasuke's eternal Manjiki began to transform, a ripple forming at its edges, an omen of the awakening of the Rinnegan. Chapter 130. The awakening of the Rinnegan. As the first eye descended, Sasuke's form and his pupils began to transform rapidly, reverting to his youthful self during the era of the brotherly battle against his elder brother. It was a time when the 3 tomo Sharingan triumphed over the Manjiki. One could only marvel at the absurdity of the Manjiki's defeat. In the ancestral grounds of the Uchiha clan, Itachi extended his fingers and gently tapped Sasuke's forehead, whispering, "Forgive me, this is the last time." The agonizing memories commenced their cyclical return, forging his mental fortitude. Meanwhile, Naruto encountered another tailed beast, reliving the memories and experiences of the previous Jinchuriki of the 2 tails. Within the confines of Myobokuzen, Jiang Tian and the White Snake Sage arrived. The sage sensing the presence of Naruto and Sasuke and swiftly making his way towards them, pushing open the heavy stone door. He entered the realm bequeathed by the Sage of 6 Paths. The moment he stepped inside, the scenery before him transformed rapidly, revealing a familiar tableau. His Sharingan spun incessantly, and a colossal eye began to rise in the heavens. Unlike Sasuke, Jiang Tian had activated his trial, yet his eye bore no patterns, merely an unadorned sphere. What is this place? Jiang Tian pondered, perplexed by his surroundings and oblivious to the legacy left by the sage. The patternless eye hovered in the air, and soon images began to flicker upon its surface, an exquisite cherry blossom tree beneath which 2 figures stood. In an instant, Jiang Tian's heart tightened as he recognized the scene. It was a recollection of moments spent with Ling, all too familiar. The imagery shifted swiftly, returning to that fateful, sorrowful rainy day. Beneath the murky sky, a gentle drizzle fell. Under the cherry blossom tree, Jiang Tian gazed vacantly at a familiar silhouette. Uchiha Ling stood with her back to him, hands clasped in prayer beneath the tree, and suddenly turned to face him, her feigned lightheartedness tugging at his heartstrings. "Jiang Tian, we will make it back alive. Don't be afraid. I'm here." As he beheld the smile on Ling's face, tears streamed down Jiang Tian's cheeks as he rushed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Unwilling to let go. "Little Jiang Tian, how bold you were to hold me like this." Jiang Tian recognized the time. This was during the 3rd Great Ninja War. Ling, as the team leader, had been leading their group in battle for Konoha, and only he and Uchiha Ling remained from their 4-man squad. The memories unfolded, depicting the final mission where they were encircled by Mist Ninja and ultimately met with a brutal fate. The tormenting memories replayed ceaselessly. Even for someone as mentally resolute as Jiang Tian, the emotional turmoil surged within him, becoming almost unbearable. Damn it, damn it. He was aware that all of this was an illusion, yet he charged recklessly towards the Mist Ninja, his Sharingan flickering incessantly as ripples began to manifest around his eye, an omen heralding the awakening of the Rinnegan. "Little Jiang Tian, run. You must run." Ling's voice echoed in his ears, hauntingly like a spell, urging him to flee and survive. He desperately sought to obstruct these memories, yet they remained immutable, the past irretrievable, while the future held the potential for change. Jiang Tian clenched his teeth tightly, enduring the relentless torment as the memories pierced his heart like a blade. And the transformation of his Sharingan accelerated, the ripples becoming increasingly pronounced. By the seaside near the Valley of the End, in the realm where the God Tree flourished, the blossom symbolizing the infinite Tsukuyomi was gradually unfurling. Obito gazed up at the tree's bloom, knowing that once it fully blossomed, she would return. His attention then shifted to Madara, who was visibly restless. Madara, I understand your frustration regarding my divergence from your plans, which has hindered your resurrection, but our goals align. As long as the Eye of the Moon plan succeeds, resurrection is of little consequence, is it not? The truth-seeking ball floated beside Obito as Madara squinted, discerning the underlying threat in Obito's words. Now that Obito had become the second sage of 6 paths, he begrudgingly accepted the reality. I care not. As long as the Eye of the Moon plan succeeds, that is sufficient. Madara's words were a fade. He knew the importance of adaptability. Only by surviving could he scheme further. Any hint of rebellion now could lead to Obito sealing him away. As time passed, the three within the Maibokuzen's legacy site, Sasuke, Naruto, and the inadvertently intruding Jiang Tian, were undergoing their trials, nearing their conclusion. This is the last-tailed beast, Kurama. The moment Naruto touched the Nine Tails, memories of his mother, Kushina, surfaced. Sasuke, too, beheld the final Rinnegan he had never possessed. Within the new illusionary realm, only one person remained, his brother, Itachi, sitting there with a smile, watching him. In Jiang Tian's dreamscape, he had lost count of how many times he had witnessed Ling's tragic demise, and the crimson hue of his Sharingan gradually faded, the ripples increasing. Resembling the Rinnegan, Jiang Tian, little Jiang Tian. Ling's calls echoed before his eyes, and Jiang Tian abruptly opened his eyes wide. The boundary between dream and reality blurring. In the trial's dreamscape, young Jiang Tian's eyes were filled with ripples as he charged at the Mist Ninja, slaughtering them without mercy. In contrast, the real Jiang Tian clutched his eyes in anguish, the once crimson Rinnegan transforming into a ripple pattern. Both of his eyes converging into the Rinnegan at that moment. In Sasuke's trial realm, he waved at the apparition of Itachi with a smile. I understand now, brother. Do not worry, I will take care of myself. As he turned to depart from the dream, for colossal eyes plummeted, and his own transformed into the ripple pattern, awakening the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, Naruto underwent a transformation as well, fist colliding with the nine-tailed beasts. I shall remember all your names. We will become friends. The golden cloak re-emerged, and the chakra of the 9 beasts surged within him. Having completed their trials, the 3 emerged from the legacy site and converged at Maibokuzen. Sasuke, with a stern expression, addressed Jiang Tian first. Jiang Tian, return my brother to me. Jiang Tian frowned, noticing Sasuke's Rinnegan. Although he disapproved of Sasuke's tone, he was not inclined to escalate the situation. With his hands pressed together, he declared, Edo Tensei. A coffin rose from the ground, and Itachi emerged. Smiling at his brother Sasuke, it seems you have grown stronger. Simultaneously, the god tree's blossom fully unfurled, casting a crimson 3-tomo pattern upon the moon. Chapter 131, The Wedding of Obito. In an instant, an unusual sensation began to envelop everyone's hearts, including those of the exceptionally powerful ninjas such as Kakashi and Obito. They felt as though they were shrouded by an unseen force. In contrast to the hopeful expression on Naruto and Sasuke's faces, Obito and Kakashi displayed eyes filled with anticipation and delight. It was finally here. The god tree began to stir, and countless ninjas succumbed to slumber. Streaks of light raced across the sky, hurtling towards the world tree, which governed the dreams of all. As Hashirama's soul was drawn away, followed by Madara's. Then Naruto and Sasuke. Finally, it was Obito and Kakashi's turn. Everyone fell into a deep sleep, and at that moment, the entire ninja world fell silent, devoid of any sound. The infinite Tsukuyomi had commenced, and the ensuing realm was a dream, ethereal and beautiful. As this dreamlike world unfolded, one couldn't help but wonder if they would return. In Konoha, Kakashi slowly awakened from his slumber, his eyes fluttering open to reveal a pristine white ceiling. Assessing his surroundings, he was certain he found himself within the dreamscape of the infinite Tsukuyomi. However, why were his memories still so vivid? He should have forgotten all the pain. Kakashi furrowed his brow, recalling everything that transpired in the ninja world. From the 4th Great Ninja War to capturing the tailed beasts to execute the Moon Eye plan. Normally, he should have erased all of that from his memory, retaining only the beauty of the dream world. Never mind, as long as I can see Rin again. Kakashi approached the mirror, determined to present himself well for this encounter with Rin. He donned his most dashing attire, meticulously arranging his hair, and then pushed open the door. The youth shed his blood-stained cloak in pursuit of happiness, a notion that had occupied Kakashi's thoughts even in his dreams. Upon stepping outside, he walked along the streets of Konoha, greeted by familiar faces. Good morning, Lord Kakashi. Kakashi smiled at the cheerful faces around him. The prospect of reuniting with Rin lifted his spirits, prompting him to respond warmly. Hello, everyone. As Kakashi departed, the townspeople began to murmur among themselves. Have you noticed how handsome Lord Kakashi is? At just 18, he has become the village's advisor. The right-hand man to the Hokage. Why doesn't he have a girlfriend? Don't speak out of turn. Lord Kakashi has high standards. The one who captures his heart will undoubtedly be a noble lady from one of the great clans. Are you referring to the Uchiha clan? Kakashi remained oblivious to their chatter, as his mind was consumed by memories of the ninja world. He had no recollection of his identity in the dream realm. All he knew was that he needed to meet Rin and hurried towards the Uchiha residence. On his way, a silver-haired man approached him. Upon seeing Kakashi, he seized his hand. Where have you been? I've been searching for you all day. Today is the Hokage's wedding, and you need to serve as the best man. Kakashi was taken aback. Kakashi, what is going on with you today? You seem strange. Kakashi was puzzled. Today, Kakashi seemed different, almost dazed. You just mentioned the Hokage's wedding. Who is the Hokage? Kakashi observed the joyous expressions of the passers-by and the festive decorations adorning the buildings. It truly appeared to be a wedding. Kakashi, are you really okay? Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. The Hokage is your best friend, Obito Uchiha. Have you forgotten? Kakashi stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Obito had become the Hokage? Yet, after a moment of reflection, he recalled that Obito had always aspired to achieve that dream. Now, within this dream world, everything had come to fruition. And who was the bride? Kakashi inquired. It's Rin. They were childhood friends. After all these years of being the third wheel, I'm finally liberated, Kakashi replied with a grin. It seemed that Kakashi had lost his memories of the ninja world. In this realm, he was the only one burdened with recollections of their past. What of Obito, though? Enough chit-chat. Let us go. Kakashi interjected, taking hold of Kakashi's hand and guiding him to the wedding venue. Kakashi, what's the matter? You nearly delayed my wedding. Obito complained upon seeing Kakashi arrive. His excitement for the ceremony palpable. Here, this is the best man speech I had someone write for you. Just read it. Obito, recalling Kakashi's questionable literacy, felt a sense of worry and had taken precautions. You are my best brother, don't mess this up today. Observing the joy radiating from Obito's face, Kakashi smiled in return. Understood. I won't let you down. After Obito departed, Kakashi surveyed the wedding venue, searching for Rin among the crowd. Today, as the Hokage, Obito was marrying Rin, a daughter of the Uchiha clan. She was bound to be present. However, he soon realized he had overestimated the situation. The throngs of guests eclipsed even Naruto's wedding in the original narrative, making it impossible to spot Rin. What a splendid wedding for the Hokage. Indeed, the union of the Hokage and Miss Rin is truly a match made in heaven. As the guests buzzed with excitement and the ceremony commenced, everyone took their seats. Obito's teacher, Minato Namikaze, sat in the front row, along with Obito's grandmother. Kakashi, it's your turn to deliver the best man speech. Kakashi reminded him hurriedly. A smile illuminated Kakashi's face, knowing how long Obito had yearned for this moment. He slowly ascended the stage. Welcome, everyone, to the wedding of Obito Uchiha and Rin Noera. I am honored to serve as the best man today. Kakashi glanced at the uninspiring speech in his hand and tossed it aside, startling Obito, who held Rin's hand on stage. Hey, what are you doing? You can't just wing it. Obito whispered urgently. Kakashi smiled mysteriously, offering no response. His subsequent words dispelled Obito's worries. The people of Konoha know that Obito and I are the best of friends, so I have a few little secrets that you might not know. The guests leaned in, intrigued, eager to hear what Kakashi would divulge. I recall just days ago, Obito was dreaming and calling Rin's name. He is a man willing to sacrifice everything for Rin. Even if it means opposing the entire world, he would gladly do so. At this revelation, Rin turned to Obito with a smile. Really? You would face the world for me? Obito, caught off guard, scratched the back of his head, unable to recall ever saying such words. Kakashi had a knack for dramatics, a true testament to their brotherhood, Obito mused, secretly giving Kakashi a thumbs up while grinning. Well done. My good brother, Kakashi. Chapter 132. Despair at the wedding. Guests arrived in an endless stream. Jiang Tian observed the lively atmosphere and felt genuinely happy for Obito. They had fought side by side for a long time, having once engaged in a forefront war against the entire ninja world, and had shared late-night drunken confessions. Thus, Jiang Tian understood better than anyone the depth of Obito's longing for this moment, a longing he shared as well. Today, let us extend our most sincere blessings to the newlyweds. As Jiang Tian concluded his speech, the applause thundered. In the realm of infinite Tsukuyami, Uchiha Obito stood as a powerful and worthy Hokage, safeguarding Konoha and earning the villagers' respect. Come, Jiang Tian, let us toast, Obito said, raising his glass and approaching Jiang Tian with a smile. This was a scene he had desired countless times, now finally realized. When dreams transform into reality, it truly brings happiness. Given this, you appear much more radiant without your mask, Jiang Tian remarked, lifting his glass in response. Noticing Obito's handsome visage devoid of scars and masks. What mask? You must be referring to the Hokage hat. I truly detest wearing it, Obito quipped, having lost his memories and misinterpreting Jiang Tian's comment. With your muddled demeanor, how could you possibly marry one of the Uchiha clan's maidens? She would surely shun you. Obito's casual words tightened Jiang Tian's heart. Could it be that his dream was about to be realized? Where is she? The maiden of the Uchiha clan you speak of? Obito, puzzled by Jiang Tian's excitement, wondered if his friend was feeling jealousy over his wedding. She is probably indulging in a feast somewhere, as she loves food the most, Obito replied. Jiang Tian hastily set down his glass and rushed towards the food display. His frantic demeanor left Obito bewildered, murmuring, I never saw him this agitated during his engagement. Has he changed? The banquet tables, laden with food, were crowded with guests offering their congratulations. Upon seeing Jiang Tian's arrival, they eagerly greeted him, Lord Jiang Tian. Some young maidens blushed, turning their heads shyly, lost in thoughts unfit for the innocent. Greetings, everyone, Jiang Tian replied, avoiding prolonged interactions as his gaze continuously searched for Lin. After a prolonged search yielded no results, impatience gnawed at him, prompting him to call out, Uchiha Lin, where are you? If you hear me, respond quickly. Where are you? If you don't answer soon, I shall be angry. The onlookers, witnessing Jiang Tian's flustered state, exchanged puzzled glances and began to murmur. Itachi, is there a girl named Lin in the Uchiha clan? Itachi, donned in Anbu attire, appeared perplexed and shook his head after a moment of contemplation. I'm not sure. As you know, I seldom visit the clan. Some young women harboring secret affections for Jiang Tian pouted and frowned, realizing the implications of a name like Uchiha Lin. Could it be that Lord Jiang Tian was already taken? Lord Jiang Tian, are you searching for your fiancée? I just saw her over in the corner, enjoying some food. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian's face lit up with excitement as he grasped the hand of the informant, urgently inquiring, where is she? Tell me quickly. The ninja, startled by Jiang Tian's fervor, hastily pointed, over there. Jiang Tian hurried towards the indicated spot, where a girl with a bun was squatting on the ground, continuously feeding herself. Lin. Jiang Tian's voice trembled as he approached her slowly. He had navigated through countless storms, defected from Konoha to join Akatsuki, and collaborated with Obito to initiate the Eye of the Moon plan, enduring innumerable life and death crises, all for this moment. Yet, as he stood before her, a flicker of trepidation gripped him. He placed a hand on her shoulder and softly called, Lin, you've returned. The girl turned, her expression one of confusion. Jiang Tian. What's wrong? I'm Schwetter. Jiang Tian felt a thunderous roar in his head, frozen in place. This was Uchiha Shue. No, you're not her. You're not Lin. Jiang Tian struggled to accept this outcome, rising to shout, Lin, where are you? Come out and see me. The surrounding guests turned to Jiang Tian, bewildered by the sudden emotional outburst from the youngest advisor of Konoha, the right hand of the Hokage. Lin, if you don't show yourself, I shall be angry. Jiang Tian's commotion drew Obito's attention, who approached, his expression grave upon seeing his friend's lost demeanor. Jiang Tian, what has happened? Jiang Tian lowered his head, tears blurring his vision as he stammered. I can't find her. I can't find her who? Obito raised an eyebrow, prepared to assist his brother at any cost, even if it meant mobilizing all of Konoha's ninjas. Lin, Uchiha Lin, she is gone. Tears streamed down Jiang Tian's cheeks. In that moment, he began to comprehend why everyone had lost their memories of the ninja world, except for him, because everyone else was ensnared in dreams, while he belonged to the realm of reality. But there isn't a girl named Lin in the Uchiha clan. Obito pondered for a long while, failing to recall any girl with that name in the clan. Jiang Tian shook his head in despair. You wouldn't understand. None of you do. He walked away, yearning to see the familiar cherry blossom tree, to tread the paths Lin once walked, to feel everything that had once been hers. The most despairing realization was that this world did not acknowledge her existence, nor the girl Jiang Tian had loved. Watching his brother's desolate figure depart, Obito felt his own heart sink. He promptly instructed Kakashi, mobilize the Anbu to search for a girl named Lin. See if she is an orphan of the Uchiha clan. No matter where she may be, You must find the girl named Lin. Obito wished to see Jiang Tian happy. They were the best of brothers, and he would willingly abuse his power to do so. Beneath the cherry blossom tree, Jiang Tian stood, surrounded by an environment that remained familiar, unchanged, save for the absence of the one he cherished. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying cherry blossoms into the air, infused with longing, while simultaneously whisking away Jiang Tian's last glimmer of hope. He no longer had Lin. The Eye of the Moon plan had succeeded. Yet Lin still did not return. Jiang Tian was a villain, having instigated the Fourth Great Ninja War, but from the beginning, he had fought relentlessly for Lin, striving to bring her back. Yet why? I have accomplished everything, and yet you are still not here. Jiang Tian could no longer contain himself. Tears streamed down his face, as if he sought to release the despair that had consumed his heart. I have succeeded, yet she remains irretrievably lost. The greatest suffering in life is to love yet be unable to attain. It is not that I did not love you enough, nor that I did not do well enough. It is simply that we have run out of time. Chapter 134. Two worlds regret lingers in the mind because one often wonders whether, had they acted differently, the outcome could have been altered. Jiang Tian frequently ponders if his strength had been greater at that time, sufficient to vanquish all Miss Ninjas, would Ling still be alive? Not only Jiang Tian, but many souls shrouded in regret find themselves contemplating whether, had they not said farewell, they could have reunited. Seated on a bench beneath the cherry blossom tree, Jiang Tian's gaze fell upon the ruins surrounding him. When hope fades from a person's heart, their eyes lose their brilliance, and the world around them appears draped in shadows. He was unaware of how long he had lingered there until dusk began to settle, prompting him to rise and make his way toward the Uchiha clan's residence, where he fortuitously encountered Obito returning from a wedding. As their eyes met, Obito's pupils quivered in surprise, a peculiar sensation flickering within his heart. Do not worry. I have sent someone to find Ling. We will surely locate her. Although Jiang Tian questioned the existence of a girl named Ling in this world, his desire to seek her out remained steadfast. Despair seeped into his voice as he lamented. It is futile to search for someone who does not exist in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Yet a chilling, solitary voice echoed in his mind. Perhaps she can be found. In that instant, the world within the infinite Tsukuyomi froze, Obito's expression, the cherry blossoms swirling in the air, all suspended in time. Jiang Tian's expression shifted to one of astonishment, though he quickly regained his composure. The only entity capable of influencing this realm was that woman. Are you Kagaya Akatsuki? Kagaya, sealed upon the moon, regarded him with admiration. Indeed, you are a man chosen by the essence of the world. Your reflexes are commendable. The infinite Tsukuyomi ensnares all within its illusion through the moon, allowing Kagaya to communicate with Jiang Tian via this connection. Jiang Tian remained largely unfazed by Kagaya's ability to converse with him. Her escape from confinement was a predictable outcome. He contemplated her previous statement. What do you mean when you say Ling can return? Kagaya swiftly seized upon Jiang Tian's vulnerability, fully aware of what mattered to him. She divulged the means to truly resurrect Ling, stating that only the essence of the world could achieve such a miraculous feat. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, urgently inquiring about the nature of this essence and how one might attain it. He understood that the essence of the world was undoubtedly a formidable entity, likely challenging to acquire, yet this mattered little to him. All he knew was that it could genuinely revive Ling, and no matter the difficulty, he was determined to obtain it. The essence of the world is, by definition, the fundamental power of a realm, the very source of all existence. You may regard it as a force accessible solely to the Creator. With the essence of the world, you could even recreate an entire ninja realm. Thus, resurrecting a girl would pose no issue. Kagaya elucidated everything to Jiang Tian, confident that he would find her proposition irresistible. If I recreate the ninja realm, will Ling still be the same Ling? Jiang Tian pondered, troubled by the notion that the resurrected Ling might merely be a fabricated being. Indeed, the essence of the world contains fragments of every soul. As long as you possess this, you can revive anyone. Jiang Tian nodded. If this were true, he would stop at nothing to acquire the essence of the world, to genuinely bring Ling back, and also to help Obito reunite with his beloved. State your conditions. Reveal everything to me. You cannot be doing this out of sheer goodwill. Kagaya's willingness to share information about the essence of the world undoubtedly came with a price. This woman was not one of benevolence. Astute as ever, let me be forthright. Once I shatter my seal, you must use the essence of the world to fend off the Akatsuki clan. I am a defector, and when my seal is broken, they will undoubtedly pursue me. Your assistance will be necessary. This condition was not unreasonable, and Jiang Tian readily acquiesced, though he had one pressing question. The Akatsuki clan members are incredibly powerful. In the future, will I truly be able to aid you? Once you possess the essence of the world, you will indeed be able to assist me. At that time, your strength will surpass even mine. Kaguya revealed everything without reservation. Though she held no particular affection for Jiang Tian, she preferred to ally with him rather than face punishment at the hands of her clan. And how does one acquire the essence of the world? Jiang Tian pressed, eager to learn the true method of resurrecting Ling. Within the infinite Tsukuyami, you will contemplate life. You may embody various roles, experience diverse lives, and exist in this world through different identities. When enlightenment dawns upon you, you will encounter the essence of the world. Jiang Tian frowned. This explanation was exceedingly vague. It merely suggested that he reflect on life through different identities without specifying the nature of that reflection. What should I contemplate? I do not know. This is merely what I have gleaned. The path of understanding must be yours to tread. Kaguya herself was uncertain. Having only encountered the notion of the essence of the world within the Akatsuki clan's domain, her arrival in this world was motivated by her desire for its essence. One last question. Why was I chosen? Jiang Tian yearned to discern why the essence of the world had singled him out when Obito had fought alongside him. Because you do not belong to this world. Kaguya's words caused Jiang Tian's pupils to constrict in realization. His soul originated from another realm. A secret he had guarded closely. To his astonishment, Kaguya was aware of this truth. Very well, I accept your terms. After reviving Ling, I will assist you in confronting the Akatsuki clan. Let our collaboration be fruitful. Kaguya proclaimed, and with her final words, the world of the infinite Tsukuyami returned to normalcy. The cherry blossoms danced away with the wind, and Obito's expression returned to its usual demeanor as he approached Jiang Tian, gently reassuring him. Do not fret. We will undoubtedly find Ling. Following his conversation with Kaguya, Jiang Tian felt a renewed sense of hope and a reason to persevere. Unlike before, he would embark on this journey alone, allowing Obito to embrace a life of happiness. Yes, everything will turn out well, Jiang Tian affirmed with a determined nod. Kaguya had indicated that he must contemplate life through various identities. Thus, this time, he was Jiang Tian, the youngest advisor of Konoha, and the right-hand man of Hokage Uchiha Obito. In another parallel world, Obito similarly nodded at Jiang Tian, uttering the words, everything will turn out well. This Obito was imbued with memories, harboring his own yearning for the essence of the world. On the moon, Kaguya Akatsuki observed the two from their respective parallel realms, contemplatively remarking, now this is intriguing. Let us see who among you will truly become the chosen one of the essence of the world. Chapter 135, The Rules in the Realm of Infinite Tsukuyami. Jiang Tian holds the esteemed position of the youngest advisor in Konoha. Serving as the most trusted aide to the Hokage, he must fully embody this role to attain enlightenment and grasp the essence of the world as articulated by Kaguya Tsutsuki. Late at night, Jiang Tian returned to his quarters, picking up the documents left for him by Obito. The subject pertained to the Nin exams in Konoha. As he perused the file, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. If this world were merely a dream of his own, the memories of the shinobi world would inevitably render it less than idyllic. Conflict was inevitable. The infinite Tsukuyami erases all original memories, retaining only the beauty within one's heart. However, Jiang Tian is different as he possesses memories of his past life. He diligently reviewed the document, familiarizing himself with the procedures that accompany his advisory role. If he were to continue living as the advisor, he must adapt to this new reality. As he scanned the list of participants, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Gaara of the Sand, he felt a flicker of confusion. How could Naruto and Sasuke participate in the exams at this juncture? The timeline appeared skewed, suggesting that the temporal flow within the Tsukuyami world was flawed. Gaara's involvement raised further questions. Would the Nin rebellion resurface? Jiang Tian had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of this world. Kaguya had merely instructed him to live according to each reincarnation's identity, leading him to believe that, as an advisor, he ought to prevent the Nin rebellion. Suddenly tasked with safeguarding Konoha, Jiang Tian felt little resistance, for the current Hokage was Obito. After finishing the documents, he noted the factors that could incite the Nin rebellion. As the chief examiner, he would not permit any disorder within the confines of Obito's governance. With the third Hokage deceased, this world diverged significantly from the one he once knew. Anyone could perish here, even Jiang Tian himself. Yet upon death, he would reappear in a new realm of Tsukuyami, a manifestation of the world's essence. Having organized the documents, Jiang Tian retired to bed, preparing for the Nin exams the following day. On the day of the Nin exams, Countless genin flocked to the venue. Word had spread that the chief examiner would be Lord Jiang Tian, leaving many to speculate about his temperament and whether he would present particularly challenging questions. Sakura cast a worried glance at Sasuke, acutely aware of how much he valued this exam, hoping for a chance to ascend to the ranks of Nin and engage with the elite. Naruto was late as usual, which annoyed her. Sasuke wore his characteristic stoic expression, embodying an air of indifference as if the world owed him a fortune. Choosing not to respond to Sakura. In this universe, Itachi had not rebelled, and the Uchiha clan thrived. With Obito as Hokage and Jiang Tian engaged, they had become the most powerful family in the shinobi world. The Uchiha's prestigious standing relied heavily on the status and prowess of Jiang Tian and Obito, both of whom stood as the closest figures to the legendary ninjas Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Revered by the 5 great villages as the dual pillars of the shinobi realm. With the relationship between the Uchiha and Lord Jiang Tian, our team must surely advance, Naruto remarked, appearing beside Sasuke unexpectedly. In this reality, his parents were alive, and as the son of a former Hokage, he enjoyed a blissful childhood. Nevertheless, his aspiration to become Hokage remained unchanged. I don't require his assistance. I can become a Nin on my own, Sasuke retorted, embodying an air of superiority. All the participants, except Naruto, envied him for being born into the Uchiha clan, perceiving his lineage as fortunate. Ah, yes, you will undoubtedly become a Nin. Naruto shook his head in exasperation, irritated by Sasuke's arrogance, who always acted as if he were the best in the world, flaunting an attitude that reeked of entitlement. As all participants entered the examination hall, the first round commenced with a written test. In the examination office of the Nin exams, Jiang Tian observed the shocked expressions of several ninjas and reiterated, "You heard correctly. I will serve as the chief examiner for this round." Lord Jiang Tian, "We can handle the written exam ourselves. You need not overexert yourself," protested Ibiki Marino, the original proctor, concerned that Jiang Tian might tire himself out by overseeing the first phase of the exam. "It is settled. I shall oversee the examination," Jiang Tian insisted, leaving no room for further objection. The ninjas of Konoha understood well that Jiang Tian had earned the title of the youngest advisor and was renowned alongside the Hokage not merely for his formidable strength but also for his unwavering resolve. Jiang Tian, clad in the advisor's attire, strode toward the examination hall, opting to assume full responsibility as proctor. His motives were twofold: to ascertain whether the Sand Ninja would conspire with Orochimaru to undermine Konoha, and to meticulously evaluate the potential of these young shinobi. Embracing his identity as an advisor, he aimed to bolster the strength of Konoha, naturally necessitating the elimination of unqualified candidates. As the door to the examination hall swung open, all the ninjas stood frozen in disbelief. What is happening? Wasn't the proctor supposed to be Ibiki? Why is it Lord Jiang Tian? Confusion swept through the crowd, and Jiang Tian stood before them, his gaze sweeping across familiar faces. "Esteemed participants, for this Nin exam, the Hokage has entrusted me with full authority as chief examiner. Therefore, I shall oversee your forthcoming evaluations." His declaration sparked a wave of murmurs, while Naruto exchanged knowing glances with Sasuke. "Indeed. Lord Jiang Tian is clearly looking out for your Uchiha clan. You will certainly advance," Naruto teased, though Sasuke turned his head away, unaware that Jiang Tian was the chief examiner. In Naruto's mind, Jiang Tian's presence indicated support for his ascension to Nin, which irked Sasuke. Constant comparisons with his brother weighed heavily on him. Itachi had already achieved Nin status at this age, and Sasuke was determined to succeed in this exam. "Now, I shall announce the rules. Cheating is permitted, and you will be grouped in teams of 3. Should one member be eliminated, the other 2 will also be disqualified." Jiang Tian's pronouncement sent shockwaves through the candidates, who were astonished at the prospect of permissible cheating, yet felt the unfairness of the stipulation. With a trio system in place, the elimination of one meant the downfall of the others, rendering the rule exceedingly unjust. "Teacher, this is unreasonable," a voice protested, one of the ninjas from the sand. Jiang Tian regarded the speaker with a stoic expression, replying, "If you find it unjust, you are free to forego this examination. Remember, in this arena, my rules are the law." Chapter 136. The dark underbelly. Jiang Tian's rules were absolute, and his commanding voice resonated throughout the examination hall. The young candidates were well aware of the reputation of this youthful advisor, who had once single-handedly vanquished hundreds of foes on the battlefield and was the closest ally of Uchiha Obito, the legendary Hokage. In the Hidden Leaf Village, one might provoke the Hokage, but it would be folly to anger advisor Jiang Tian, a statement not to be taken lightly. Those uninterested in taking the exam were free to leave. They could always attempt it again at a later date. However, for those who chose to participate, compliance was mandatory. Observing the silence among the candidates, Jiang Tian declared the commencement of the exam. I hereby announce the beginning of the first written test of the Ning examination, he proclaimed. No sooner had the words left his lips than officials began distributing the test papers. To the astonishment of all, the sheets were blank, no questions. Not a single character to be found. Teacher, there are no questions on this test. What are we supposed to answer? A Sand Village ninja protested, echoing his earlier dissent. Jiang Tian, unfazed, responded coldly, you have been eliminated. Your teammates may leave the examination hall. A collective frown spread among the remaining candidates. Jiang Tian's temperament seemed excessively harsh. On what grounds am I eliminated? This is unacceptable. The dismissed ninja argued, failing to comprehend his disqualification. Unacceptable? If this were an order from a superior, would you still object? Should your captain send you to your demise post-promotion? Would you still resist? Jiang Tian's voice was unyielding. Before proving your strength, your only obligation is to adhere to the rules. You are not in a position to create them. He regarded the few dissenters softly. In a battlefield scenario, such insubordination could lead to their demise. As ninjas, they were required to follow commands and accept unfavorable outcomes. Prior to establishing their prowess, any rebuttal was futile, nearly hastening their downfall. Moreover, you have been eliminated because you do not merit the rank of Ning. If you cannot maintain your composure, how can you be entrusted with leadership roles? Your recklessness would endanger your subordinates. Therefore, do not harm others, leave. The words silenced them, heads bowed in acknowledgement. Jiang Tian's assessment was astute. If they were to become captains, such impulsiveness could prove catastrophic. After their departure, the remaining candidates exchanged anxious glances, fearful of being the next to face elimination. What is it? Do you wish to forego the exam? Time will not wait for you, Jiang Tian chastised, gesturing towards the hourglass on the table. His task for them was straightforward, a test of their insight and investigative skills. The questions had already been set on his own desk. Those with a keen eye would have noticed that when the papers were distributed, a sheet on Jiang Tian's desk bore the words congratulating them on advancing. By employing their investigative skills to transcribe those words onto their blank papers, they could succeed. This examination was designed to assess their strategic vision, reconnaissance abilities, teamwork, and meticulousness. To ascend to the rank of Ning meant potentially leading lower-ranked ninjas as a team captain. Thus, those with simplistic minds were ill-suited for leadership. A single erroneous decision during a mission could result in total annihilation of the team. The atmosphere shifted. The other candidates fell silent. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged remarks. How unfortunate for the girls of your Uchiha clan to be engaged to such individuals. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards Naruto. Do you wish to forfeit the exam? If time runs out, you shall not progress. Startled, Naruto immediately ceased his commentary. As time slipped away, Jiang Tian observed the candidates. Noting Nara Shikamaru's swift intellect, a man once a strategist in the ninja world, he recognized Jiang Tian's intentions and, through gestures, signaled to his teammates that the answer lay on Jiang Tian's desk. Inuzuka Ino swiftly utilized her mind transfer technique, a spirit appearing within Jiang Tian's realm. All of this was well within Jiang Tian's control. Should he choose to intervene, no one would succeed in cheating. Upon discovering the answer, Ino shared it with Shikamaru and Choji, allowing their trio to advance first. Witnessing their success, others followed suit, employing various tactics. When it came time for Naruto's team, their lack of coordination was glaring. Sasuke attempted to cast a genjutsu on Jiang Tian to extract the answers. The notion of controlling the Rinnegan with his Sharingan was absurd. Jiang Tian observed Sasuke's solitary approach, neglecting to cooperate with Naruto and Sakura, and decided to intervene. Uchiha Sasuke, do you intend to be disqualified by using your bloodline limit? His words ignited an immediate rebuttal from Sasuke. You said cheating was permitted. He stared defiantly at Jiang Tian, unafraid, for the Hokage was a man of their Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan in the Hidden Leaf Village wielded great power, cultivating a generation of arrogant youths. I permitted cheating, but I did not say you could use your bloodline limit. If you do not wish to take the exam, you may leave. Jiang Tian's outburst silenced the room, leaving Naruto to murmur to Sasuke. It seems your Uchiha son-in-law does not grant you much leeway. Chastised by Jiang Tian, Sasuke's pride was wounded. His irritation grew further as Naruto incessantly prodded him. At last, he snapped, Shut up and think of a way to pass the exam. Naruto, with a foolish expression, thought little of Sasuke's frustrations. Let us just aim to become Nin in our next lives. Sakura interjected, I have an idea. I'll create a distraction, and Sasuke. You can sneak a look at the answers. Sasuke rolled his eyes, disdainful of such a rudimentary tactic, but with no better plan at hand, he conceded. Teacher, my stomach hurts. It's unbearable. I think I might die. Naruto exclaimed, launching into his act without hesitation. Jiang Tian recognized their intentions and played along. Cooperation was all that mattered, even if their methods were crude. Approaching Naruto, Sasuke darted to the podium to steal a glance at the answers. Just as he reached it, Jiang Tian turned. Sasuke froze. The silence palpable. Their thoughts screamed that they were doomed to be eliminated. Yet, Jiang Tian remained silent, and ultimately, the trio successfully passed the written test. Outside the examination hall, Naruto clapped Sasuke on the shoulder, grinning. It seems connections matter after all. The advisor clearly gave us a break. The eliminated candidate seethed with indignation. This is a conspiracy, undeniably a conspiracy. Chapter 137. Intrigue in the bustling second examination venue of the ninja exams in Konoha Village. The atmosphere was electric. High-ranking officials, including Jiang Tian, had gathered to witness the day's contests. At the forefront sat Obito, the Hokage, alongside the ninjas from Sunagakure. Jiang Tian, is everything prepared? Obito inquired. Having been informed the night before about a potential rebellion from Sunagakure aimed at attacking Konoha, all is in readiness. Should they dare to strike, the ambitions you have long harbored shall come to fruition, Jiang Tian affirmed with a nod. Obito, as Hokage, had always envisioned a grand design. The incessant turmoil and suffering within the ninja world stemmed from the absence of a singular, authoritative figure capable of uniting all ninja villages. And he believed himself to be that man. Jiang Tian was equally willing to support him in the endeavor to unify the 5 great ninja villages, merging all inhabitants and ninjas under a common banner, thus ensuring adherence to Konoha's regulations and the cessation of needless wars. As the ninjas prepared for the trials, Jiang Tian gestured grandly, signaling the commencement of the second round of the Chunin exams. Teams of ninjas stepped forward, their performances largely reflective of the established norms until Gaara made his entrance. Will the rebellion commence at this moment? Jiang Tian pondered, his gaze fixated on the arena where Gaara faced an ordinary ninja. Despite wearing the forehead protector of Sunagakure, Jiang Tian quickly discerned the truth. This ordinary ninja was a ruse, a Sunagakure operative in disguise. What strategy did Sunagakure have in mind by pitting their own against one another? As Gaara and the disguised ninja engaged in combat, Jiang Tian was taken aback to see Gaara at a disadvantage. The scenario reeked of conspiracy, as it was evident Gaara was intentionally holding back. The battle escalated, and the infiltrating ninja suddenly unleashed a ferocious attack, injuring Gaara. The announcement of victory for Konoha's ninja resonated throughout the arena. All eyes turned toward the victor, astonished by his ability to defeat Gaara, a front-runner for the championship. How come we have never heard of such a promising young talent from Konoha? Murmured the crowd. Their curiosity piqued. Yet Jiang Tian understood the true nature of this charade, recognizing it as a ploy orchestrated by Sunagakure. Quite interesting. They are indeed willing to invest heavily, he mused, grasping the underlying motive of the Sunagakure ninjas. Their intention was to manipulate public sentiment against Konoha, galvanizing the other villages to unite against it. The Sunagakure leader observed the unfolding drama with narrowed eyes, knowing that if a Konoha ninja were to eliminate a Sunagakure one in plain view, Jiang Tian's temperament would compel him to protect Konoha, thus providing justification for an alliance with the other villages to launch an assault on Konoha. For years, Konoha had held the position of the strongest among the 5 great villages, and beneath the surface, the other villages harbored deep resentment. They coveted Konoha's advantageous geographical position and sought to seize more resources, including the tailed beasts, half of which resided within Konoha. This was the crux of their conflict. If not for the formidable alliance of Jiang Tian and Obito, Sunagakure would have long since acted. As time passed, the disguised ninja indeed struck ruthlessly, killing his opponent with a single blow. This confirmed Jiang Tian's suspicions that Sunagakure was staging a conflict to instigate trouble for Konoha. Is he truly dead? A killing occurred during the exam, gasped the surrounding spectators, mostly Konoha ninjas, their shock palpable. The plan had succeeded. The Sunagakure leader sprang from his seat, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Tian. Hokage, advisor, Jiang Tian. Konoha ninjas brazenly killed our Sunagakure ninja during the examination. Is this not an outrageous affront? At this declaration, All eyes turned to the two men, eager to discern the reactions of the Hokage and advisor Jiang Tian. A heavy silence enveloped the arena as Obito rose from his seat, a smile gracing his features as he addressed the Sunigakure leader. Unexpected incidents during trials are commonplace. There is no need for such uproar. Are you suggesting that merely because the assailants are from Konoha, the Hokage would show favoritism? This statement ignited a fervent discussion among the onlookers. Clearly, Konoha wielded considerable influence. They were employing their power to intimidate others. What village do you hail from to speak so recklessly? Are you courting death? Voices rose in a cacophony, with Sunigakure stirring the crowd into a frenzy, accusing Konoha of arrogance and disregard. Noticing the growing hostility, Obito resumed his seat, his expression inscrutable, though a fleeting glint of intrigue flickered in his eyes. An opportunity to unify the ninja world had presented itself, and Jiang Tian, leaning back in his chair with an air of disdain, regarded the Sunigakure leader with scorn. He understood Obito well and recognized the importance of seizing this moment. With a tone of reckless bravado, Jiang Tian's disdain for Sunigakure radiated, amplifying the crowd's fervor. Indeed, we at Konoha are powerful. What of it? What can you do about it? The crowd gasped, instinctively turning their gazes toward Obito, eager to gauge the Hokage's response. Obito remained calm, saying nothing, allowing Jiang Tian to continue unimpeded. Is this tacit approval from the Hokage? Advisor Jiang Tian is openly provoking the other villages. Seeking to plunge Konoha into chaos, a voice cried out. Enough! I've long found these intruders intolerable. They come to Konoha as guests yet show no respect to their hosts. Jiang Tian retorted, his voice dripping with disdain. Divided opinions emerged among the Konoha ninjas, many bewildered by Jiang Tian's audacity. Very well, if Konoha persists in its unreasonable behavior, Sunigakure and our allied villages shall demand an explanation. The Sunigakure leader declared, feigning indignation as he departed, secretly elated. Now, with justification to confront Konoha, they could seize resources, ninjutsu scrolls, and even-tailed beasts. In another parallel world, Obito slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 138, Ideals and Dreams in the World of Tsukuyomi belonging to Obito. He awakened from the chair in the Hokage's office, a document laid before him on the desk. It detailed Konoha's military strategy against the 4 great ninja villages, crafted by the individual seated opposite him, Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, do you truly believe that unity can yield genuine peace? Obito furrowed his brow. For this, Jiang Tian lacked any memory of the past, while he himself was acutely aware of the entire history of the ninja world. The Akatsuki Kagaya had informed him that to attain the essence of the world, he must embody this identity and continuously seek understanding, thus earning recognition to resurrect the true Rin. Obito, is there a flaw in my reasoning? Only by unifying the 5 great villages and allowing us to establish the rules can we eliminate war, Jiang Tian asserted confidently, expressing his grand vision of unifying the ninja world, a feat that had never been accomplished. Neither Uchiha Madara nor Senju Hashirama had undertaken such an endeavor. Noticing Jiang Tian's unwavering stance, Obito nodded in agreement. I concur. However, before that, you must marry Rin. She is still waiting for you. The prospect of marrying Uchiha Rin was a dream Jiang Tian had long cherished. After all, it was this very ambition that had ignited the great ninja war. Now that he had the chance, even if it were merely a dream, it deserved to be fulfilled. Obito was acutely aware of Jiang Tian's inner turmoil, just as Jiang Tian understood Obito's pain. In this world, while there was no Noera Rin, Uchiha Rin existed, and he felt compelled to realize his brother's aspirations. Both men existed in parallel worlds, deprived of seeing their true love, yet yearning to witness their brother achieve his desires. This was the bond of brotherhood forged in the crucible of battling against the world. Konoha's struggle against the 4 great ninja villages unfolded simultaneously in both realms. Although they resided in disparate worlds, an unseen connection evidently existed between them, one they were yet unaware of. In Jiang Tian's dreamlike realm, Obito felt a swell of joy as he beheld the document Jiang Tian handed him. For the vision of achieving peace through the unification of the ninja world was finally within reach. High above the moon, in the place where Kagaya Akatsuki was sealed, she gazed at 2 ethereal phantoms before her, a smile gracing her lips. Would the brothers turn against each other? Or would their bond prove steadfast? She then turned to another side, where 4 additional phantoms lingered, Naruto, Sasuke, Hashirama, and Madara, each a protagonist in their respective worlds. The 6 of them had received information about the essence of the world from Kagaya Akatsuki, each harboring their own compelling reasons to obtain it. Naruto longed to see his parents once more, to reunite with the perverted sage, to reconcile with Sasuke, and to achieve his dream of becoming Hokage. Sasuke yearned for his brother to stand by him again, as he did in their childhood, and to seek justice for the Uchiha clan. Madara sought the world's essence to resurrect himself, to gain the strength to surpass Hashirama, and to dominate the world. Meanwhile, Hashirama desired peace. Hoping to mend the rift between himself and Madara, oblivious to the disdain Madara had endured in the past. All 6, endowed with the powers of the Akatsuki clan, retained memories of the ninja world. They anticipated the moment they would acquire the essence of the world. A smile graced Kagaya's face. Everything was within her control. It was akin to nurturing a poison, and who would ultimately emerge victorious to claim the essence of the world. Kagaya's plans remained inscrutable. Yet she too awaited something, perhaps the breaking of her seal, or perhaps the spectacle of brothers turning against one another. After all, she had been sealed away by her 2 sons, and thus harbored a profound disdain for such fraternal bonds. In Obito's dream realm, the wedding of Jiang Tian and Uchiha Rin proceeded as planned, the couple walking hand in hand towards him. As Hokage and Jiang Tian's close companion, he was destined to serve as the officiant for their union. The red carpet stretched long, surrounded by a jubilant crowd, with guests filling Konoha to celebrate. As the couple walked the carpet, cherry blossoms danced in the air, a detail arranged by Jiang Tian, who had mentioned that Uchiha Rin adored cherry blossoms. Clad in the Hokage's attire, Obito stood amidst this splendid scene, his eyes involuntarily squinting against the wind, and he rubbed them, feeling moisture gather. If it were I walking down the aisle with Rin, surely we would be that blissful. A wave of melancholy surged within him. This entire spectacle was meticulously orchestrated by Kagaya Akatsuki to plant a seed of obsession in their hearts, a seed that would quietly take root and blossom into conflict. Obito, what's wrong? Why are you crying on my wedding day? Jiang Tian exclaimed. Obito replied with a smile, I am happy for you. You have awaited this day for so long. Jiang Tian chuckled upon hearing this. Oh, come now. I know how long I've anticipated this moment. Do you think you understand my feelings better than I do? Grasping Uchiha Rin's hand, they stood on the stage, awaiting Obito's words of blessing. No. Your anticipation far exceeds what you currently perceive. His murmured words were laced with a myriad of emotions, unclear if they were directed at Jiang Tian or himself. What are you mumbling about? Everyone is waiting for your officiant's speech. Jiang Tian urged, noticing Obito's silence. Regaining his composure, Obito feigned a smile and addressed the guests today. I am elated to witness Jiang Tian's dreams realized as he marries Uchiha Rin. This day had been long awaited, and he too had yearned for it. Now, let us bestow upon them the warmest applause. As his speech concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. And a radiant smile adorned Jiang Tian's face as he descended from the stage to clink glasses with many guests. Uchiha Rin held onto his hand, and the pair radiated happiness, a scene that seemed drawn from a dream. Yet, within Obito's dream, Rin was absent. What troubles you so? You seem lost in thought. Jiang Tian approached with a glass in hand, having noticed his brother's despondent demeanor, wishing to console him. You have achieved your dream of becoming Hokage. What could possibly bring you sorrow? He inquired. I recall you once said that becoming Hokage was your ideal. Obito downed the contents of his glass, responding, Indeed. It is my ideal. Yet, his smile betrayed no hint of joy, only bitterness. After Jiang Tian departed, he turned slowly, gazing at the Hokage monument in the distance. Beside his mentor, his own visage was carved, rendered with exquisite detail. No matter where one stood in Konoha, the likeness was unmistakably clear. That is my ideal, but merely an ideal. What I truly desire is a dream. Ideals are pursuits, while dreams are the deepest yearnings of one's heart. In his dreams, there had always existed but one person, a girl named Rin, whose laughter illuminated his entire life. But now, that light was extinguished. Chapter 139, Breaking the Seal in the Realm of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Jiang Tian and Obito exist in parallel worlds, yet engage in identical pursuits. As time flows, both endure the vicissitudes of life, traversing through countless lifetimes and diverse identities. The essence of the world is tantalizingly close to completion after this life. Death should pose no further issues. In this lifetime, Jiang Tian assumes the role of an assassin, his katana drenched in blood, surrounded by a multitude of corpses. Having faced innumerable bouts of solitude and slaughter within the realm of Tsukuyomi. In Obito's world, he too dons a different identity. with the world's essence merely a hair's breadth away from fruition. Most others share this fate, their collected essence of the world similarly lacking just a fragment. Upon the moon, Kagaya Akatsuki wears a joyful expression, having divided the essence into 6 portions. The completion must be imminent. As Jiang Tian closes his eyes, concluding his final lifetime, the heavens suddenly illuminate. The infinite Tsukuyami world collapses into fragments, and the realms of others follow suit. Illusions are but fleeting blossoms, destined not to endure eternally. Jiang Tian. Where are we? Obito and his companions return to the real world, surveying their surroundings. The brilliant sky resembles daylight, devoid of the sun. Only a blinding white light prevails. Sasuke, Naruto, Madara, and Hashirama appear in succession, their complex emotions reflected in each other's gazes, revealing the possibility of having fallen into a trap. The architect of this scheme is none other than Kagaya Akatsuki. Jiang Tian, Obito, you two are truly remarkable. Without you, I would never have dared to breach the seal. The Akatsuki clan has been searching for me, Kagaya declares. The grotesquely large figure of Black Zetsu emerges. No longer merely a disembodied head, but fully manifesting from the earth, resembling a figure of charcoal, emanating an aura of malevolence. Except for Jiang Tian. The others gaze in confusion, unable to comprehend his words. Tenshin Amaterasu. Obito's eyes darken. He despises the manipulation of Rin to control him. The black sword of annihilation hurtles toward Black Zetsu, intent on pinning him to the ground. Mother, save me. Black Zetsu cries out, as the once bright sky becomes blindingly radiant. A woman with white hair suddenly appears, and before anyone can react, Obito's spear flies uncontrollably toward Jiang Tian. Shinra Tensei. Jiang Tian activates his Rinnegan, retreating swiftly to evade the spear. It seems you are indeed the chosen ones. I never anticipated you could acquire the essence of the world. I dare to break the seal, thanks to your invaluable contributions, Kagaya remarks, her gaze fixed on the group. Without the essence of the world, she would never have dared to emerge from her seal, as the Akatsuki clan has relentlessly hunted her. Jiang Tian furrows his brow, realizing that events have surpassed his expectations, diverging from the original narrative. You have gone to great lengths to ensure we obtain the essence of the world. What benefit do you gain from this? Jiang Tian confronts Kagaya, his Rinnegan activated, while the others sense the precariousness of the situation, channeling their chakra as they fixate on Kagaya. Why is this long-sealed old woman still jumping out? Obito maneuvers the spear to his side, also activating his Rinnegan. Sasuke unsheathes his katana, awakening his Rinnegan. Having acquired the essence of the world, Uchiha Madara not only regains his former strength, but becomes even more formidable, slowly opening his eyes with the Rinnegan as well. Sage Art, True Thousand Hands, Transformation into Buddha. Hashirama summons an even larger wooden statue than before, its innumerable arms extending far beyond count. Naruto undergoes Bijou transformation. The chakra of 9-tailed beast surging within him, transforming him into a unique 10-tails. His body is enveloped in a golden chakra, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Among the 6, for activate their Rinnegan, while the other 2 possess their own formidable abilities, all augmented by the essence of the world, rendering them immensely powerful. Splendid. In this form, perhaps without the essence of the world, you could seal me away once more without the need for the clan's intervention, Kagaya chuckles, noting that the strength of the group signifies her plan's success. Divine technique, severance. Kagaya spreads her arms, whispering softly. The Akatsuki clan members refer to themselves as gods. Thus any secret arts belonging to this lineage are deemed divine techniques. An indescribable sensation envelopes the group. Jiang Tian finds himself immobilized, visibly releasing golden light points from within. The others experience a similar phenomenon. Jiang Tian, are you unable to move as well? It seems her technique can strip away the essence of the world from within us. If this continues, all will perish here. In this moment, Jiang Tian and Obito awaken to the truth. The so-called Moon Eye plan is a ruse orchestrated by Kagaya Akatsuki. This seemingly utopian world is entirely under her control, hence the anguish of Jiang Tian and Obito, who can only watch their brothers find happiness. Golden light points ascend slowly, drifting towards the flower atop the divine tree. Under the golden radiance, the red flower gradually transforms into gold, undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Is that the essence of the world? Sasuke exclaims, his Rinnegan revealing the vast energy contained within the golden blossom. Once the essence of the world is completely stripped from their bodies, Uchiha Madara reacts first, rushing toward the golden flower in a bid to seize it. I have schemed for so long. You think you can take it away so easily? The brilliant light beams toward Madara, amplifying the pressure upon him, causing his movements to slow. Kagaya's figure flickers, appearing before him, gently extending her hand to strike. With a resounding thud, Madara's body plummets to the ground like a meteor. Impressive. Obito observes gravely, acutely aware of the disparity between mortals and divine beings, especially given the immense power Kagaya wields as a member of the Akatsuki clan. Everyone, let us join forces. If this woman obtains the essence of the world, we shall all perish. Upon hearing Obito's words, the group springs into action, their colossal Susanoo rising in unison, charging toward Kagaya Akatsuki. Such a coordinated assault. What disobedient children you are. Kagaya's form flickers, effortlessly breaking through their encirclement, directly approaching the golden flower. She got away. Her speed is astounding. The group gazes upward, heavy-hearted as they watch Kagaya Akatsuki clutch the golden flower. They observe her murmuring incantations as the golden light transforms into dust, entering her nostrils. As the golden radiance gradually dissipates, the flower atop the divine tree withers, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. With the essence of the world completely claimed by Kagaya Akatsuki, a profound heaviness descends upon the hearts of the six. Chapter 140. The men of the Uchiha clan. The overwhelming power of Kagaya left several individuals disheartened. Her might was formidable even before acquiring the essence of the world, and in her current state, both Jiang Tian and Obito felt a profound sense of uncertainty. Children, I intend to create a new realm. You may choose to submit to me and gain governance of this nation. What say you? Kagaya, having obtained the world's essence, was consumed with thoughts of establishing a domain of her own, where she would receive the homage of countless individuals from the ninja world and harness their faith as a source of power. The stone tablets of the Akatsuki clan recorded that worship from the masses would bestow a mysterious strength. The longer the duration of veneration and the greater the number of devotees, the stronger the wielder would become. Kagaya was pursued by her clan precisely because she had uncovered this secret, which was meant to be known only by the clan's ruling members. This was why she chose to flee to the ninja world. She sought to dominate this realm, establish a divine kingdom, and be revered as a goddess by countless souls, thereby amassing sufficient faith to return to the Akatsuki clan. You want us to be your servants? Jiang Tian scoffed, a young man of the 21st century, educated through 9 years of compulsory schooling, who had no inclination to accept the role of a subordinate. The Ama no Murakumo floated beside Obito, who directed a cold smirk towards Kagaya. How dare you ask us to be your servants? Madara and Sasuke, known for their stoic expressions, were even less inclined to accept such indignity. They were not men who could be subjugated. Otherwise, the legend of the Uchiha's 4 madmen would not have persisted through the ages. Haha, it has always been the Uchiha Madara who imposes his will upon others. To think you would ask me to become a servant, only if you eliminate me. Hashirama had his own straightforward thoughts, whether for peace or otherwise. He would fight to the end, for he too was once hailed as the god of ninjas. Brother, I too have known glory, Hashirama reflected. And the 6 of them stood united, ready to fight to the death, refusing to be enslaved. The atmosphere grew tense as Black Zetsu spoke up. Mother, they are such disobedient children. Bad children must be punished. Indeed, you are the most obedient to your mother, Kagaya replied with a smile, grateful for the aid her son provided in breaking the seal. Susanoo. Jiang Tian activated Susanoo, a towering blue giant rising from the ground. It had been a long time since he last summoned it after using his Anaji. However, upon awakening his Rinnegan, he once again called forth Susanoo and Obito, having refined himself with the essence of the world, also activated his dual Rinnegan. The colossal Susanoo stood alongside Jiang Tian. In an instant, 4 mighty giants loomed, exuding an overwhelming presence. This was the power of the men of the Uchiha clan, their bloodline strength unmatched in the ninja world. Everyone, you have witnessed her strength. There is no need for me to elaborate further. I will not suggest setting aside our grievances for cooperation, but if you do not wish to become her servants, you must give your all. Otherwise, none shall escape unscathed. Jiang Tian's voice resonated with clarity and authority, reaching every ear. Yes, let us stand together as before. Obito, encased within Susanoo, smiled at Jiang Tian, a familiar feeling returning. The legendary duo of the ninja world united. Though I find you quite irritating. Never has anyone dared to speak to Uchiha Madara in such a manner, Madara declared, arms crossed, exuding arrogance. A woman from ages past should inquire about the society of Uchiha Madara. Does she seek to dance? Anyone who obstructs my meeting with my brother deserves death. Sasuke, his expression cold, echoed his disdain for Kagaya's manner of speaking. He had dared to confront the 5 Kage when he first awakened his eternal Meijiki Sharingan. How could he fear an old woman? What a farce. He was the only man in the ninja world capable of defeating a Meijiki with his 3 Tomo, no one else. Including Jiang Tian, Obito, Madara, or Hashirama, could claim such a feat as the others rallied in response. Jiang Tian turned to Kagaya and smiled warmly. Ling, this battle may be just as you prefer, resembling the heroes of legend, though I have no desire to be a hero. Charge. Jiang Tian led the charge. Wings sprouting from the massive Susanoo behind him, the eternal Meijiki spinning rapidly, golden light flickering within his pupils, remnants of the world's essence. The blue giant soared into the sky, wielding a colossal katana, striking directly at Kagaya. In an instant, Obito, Madara, and Sasuke followed suit. The 4 complete Susanoo converging from different directions, enveloping Kagaya, rendering her escape nearly impossible. What a disobedient bunch of children. Kagaya's essence surged within her, golden light radiating. Yomi sh Metsu. The space began to shatter, the gates of the underworld opening, and Kagaya slipped through, evading the combined onslaught of the 4 Susanoo. Utilizing her ultimate space-time ninjutsu, Kagaya could traverse any space at will. The infinite Tsukuyomi experienced by the 6 was achieved through this technique. With a resounding crash, Sasuke's Susanoo was forcefully struck down. He was the weakest among them, and Kagaya, aware of this, targeted him first. Hey, are you alright? Jiang Tian commanded Susanoo to swing its blade fiercely at where Kagaya had appeared, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to Sasuke's Susanoo. As Kagaya concealed herself within the folds of space, evading detection, Jiang Tian called out to Obito, among us, your space ninjutsu is the most formidable. We rely on you. Obito. Alright. Be ready to strike at any moment. Obito nodded, activating his Rinnegan. To everyone's astonishment, his forehead began to split, revealing a crimson Meijiki pulsating within. Jiang Tian. The opportunity is fleeting. Seize it. With the Meijiki on Obito's forehead spinning, he solemnly declared, Rinnegan Shinjutsu. An inexplicable force began to emanate, freezing the space around them momentarily. Kagaya, who had been traversing through space, suddenly found her movement sluggish, as if time itself had halted. Jiang Tian, now? Take advantage of this moment. Hearing Obito's urgent call. Jiang Tian's eternal Meijiki spun rapidly, chakra surging within him, the sage's power awakening at that instant. He crouched slowly within Susanoo, the giant mimicking his movements. Then, with a peculiar hand gesture holding the katana, his hand was extended forward, eyes closed. At the moment he grasped the hilt, he abruptly opened his eyes and intoned, Ashura. Void Slash. In that instant, Susanoo drew its blade with unprecedented speed, unleashing a colossal arc of light toward Kagaya, shattering the surrounding space. Chapter 141. The Susanoo Buddha. As the space shattered, the figure of Kagaya Akatsuki was suddenly revealed before the group. Everyone, let's strike together, Jiang Tian urged. His voice deep as he prompted Uchiha Madara and Sasuke to act. Sasuke's expression grew serious as he commanded the colossal purple giant to draw back its bowstring. Fire style, addictive earth technique. The Susanoo released its grip, and 3 arrows of darkness shot towards Kagaya with an unmatched ferocity, seemingly intent on melting her away in a single blow. Kagaya, observing the black arrows, waved her immense sleeve, unleashing the primal force of the world. A golden light enveloped the arrows, deflecting them into nothingness. No one has ever dared to call me a servant. At that moment, Uchiha Madara erupted, commanding the Susanoo to swing its katana heavily towards Kagaya. With both hands wielding dual swords, he struck in a pincer movement aimed at her. God, the divine tree descends. Kagaya invoked her divine technique, causing colossal trees to surge forth, forcing Madara's Susanoo to retreat. Despite the combined might of the 4 wielding the Rinnegan, their assault was still thwarted, amplifying the pressure on them. Kagaya's strength far exceeded their expectations. How much longer do you intend to wait? Jiang Tian glanced at Hashirama and Naruto, who appeared to be idly observing. The 4 with Rinnegan had battled for quite some time, yet these 2 had yet to engage. Hashirama, let's go. Hashirama turned to Naruto, commanding his true 1,000 hands to rise and advance towards Kagaya. Countless wooden palms descended, yet they inflicted no harm upon her. A shimmering barrier of golden light appeared before Kagaya, absorbing all of Hashirama's onslaught. Grandfather. Naruto charged at Kagaya, enveloped in the cloak of a tailed beast. As he extended his hand, a monstrous appendage, rivaling the power of the Ten Tails, emerged, reaching out to strike Kagaya. However, from her sleeve slid 2 black rods, which flew towards Naruto, intercepting his blow. The combined efforts of the 6 could not even scratch Kagaya Akatsuki, revealing the vast disparity in their abilities. You are truly disobedient children, resisting becoming my servants. This infuriates me. Kagaya's expression turned icy. Though the group's assault had not harmed her, it had ignited her rage. Heavenly gravity space. Kagaya took the initiative, employing a technique to alter the fabric of space. An immense pressure enveloped the group, causing them to feel discomfort. Their strength and speed drastically diminished. Under this overwhelming force, the six furrowed their brows. Jiang Tian, we can't endure this much longer. Obito, the most at ease among them, still felt the strain, let alone the others. Even the second sage of six paths was suffering under this pressure. Jiang Tian and the others were in a dire predicament. Obito, be cautious. That woman is unaffected by this gravity, Jiang Tian warned, his expression grave, acutely aware that they were powerless against Kagaya. Uncertain of how to confront this formidable foe. Watch out. Obito exclaimed as he noticed Kagaya materializing behind Jiang Tian, her black rod extending forth. With just a light touch, the Susanoo began to shatter, the colossal blue figure forming cracks. Is this the power of a god? Jiang Tian's Rinnegan rippled in disbelief as he witnessed his Susanoo crumble under such feebleness. The black rod, suffused with the power of the Akatsuki clan and the golden essence of the world, seemed poised to send Jiang Tian away. With a resounding crash, Jiang Tian's Susanoo collapsed entirely, propelling him away as crimson blood trickled from his mouth. Jiang Tian! Obito cried out, unable to accept the fall of his longtime comrade. The others frowned at this scene. Jiang Tian's injury weighed heavily on them, leaving them to ponder whether they would have suffered the same fate had Kagaya targeted them. Such thoughts swirled in their minds, causing a sense of panic. Uchiha Madara's expression turned grave as he turned to Hashirama. Hashirama, do you recall what I once told you? He referred to the legends inscribed on the Uchiha clan's stone tablet, the fusion of Indra and Ashura's powers. Hashirama looked up at Madara with recognition, recalling their previous conversation, where Madara had claimed that the fusion of their powers could conquer the entire ninja world, with the 4 major villages outside of Konoha unable to withstand them, leaving the entire ninja realm beneath their feet. Madara, I understand. Hashirama nodded, the sage mark appearing on his face, a technique revealed to him by Madara. Susanoo Buddha, invincible in this world. True thousand hands, manifest as the Buddha. Seeing Hashirama cooperate, Uchiha Madara wasted no time and directed the Susanoo towards the Buddha. He extended his hand towards Hashirama, and the moment their palms connected, the immense Susanoo and the true thousand hands Buddha began to merge. Before long, a colossal being arose, clad in wooden armor, with countless large hands swirling around the Susanoo, appearing before the group. Kagaya's expression darkened at this sight. It was a scenario she dreaded. Long ago, she had been sealed by the combined efforts of her 2 sons, and witnessing Ashura and Indra's reincarnations unite once more dredged up many unpleasant memories. The Susanoo Buddha left the others awestruck, with Naruto exclaiming in disbelief, they can combine like this? The myriad arms of the Susanoo Buddha surged forth, each wielding a katana, charging relentlessly at Kagaya, striking at her repeatedly. The ferocity of this onslaught pushed Kagaya back, her expression growing increasingly serious as she remarked, now this is getting interesting. You truly are worthy of being my chosen servants. Though the Buddha's assault was fierce, Kagaya managed to handle it with relative ease, showing no signs of panic. Obito hurried to Jiang Tian's side, supporting him. Jiang Tian, are you all right? Despite sustaining injuries, Jiang Tian reassured him, it's not life-threatening. I am fine. Yet, as he observed Kagaya clashing with the Susanoo Buddha, he felt a headache coming on. This woman was far too powerful. Not only could she manipulate the infinite Tsukuyami world, but her acquisition of the world's essence made her even more terrifying, leaving him at a loss for a solution. Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot become this woman's servants. They are still waiting for us, Obito asserted, nodding in agreement. For him, it was all for one person, Rin. Should he fall into the role of Kagaya's servant, he would never see Rin again in this lifetime. If things were to reach such a point, he would lose all purpose of existence. Thus he resolved to prevent this woman from succeeding at all costs. Chapter 142. The glory of a bygone era. The colossal figure of the great Buddha of Susanoo and Kagaya Akatsuki were locked in a fierce struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand. Within the great Buddha, Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju stood side by side. Madara turned to Hashirama and inquired, do you remember our initial promise, Hashirama? Eh? Hashirama replied, his expression one of surprise at the unexpected question. What do you mean, Madara? During the Warring States period, the Uchiha and Senju clans were the 2 most powerful families of the age, both having once basked in unprecedented glory. As young warriors, both Madara and Hashirama had rushed to the battlefield, ruthlessly slaughtering the members of each other's clans. They were merely children then, yet they wielded blades stained with blood, their hearts consumed by hatred. Both despised the ravages of war. Do you recall the original intention behind the founding of Konoha? Madara asked coldly, reiterating his question. Despite having joined forces with Hashirama, his expression remained grim. The original intention. Hashirama's memories drifted back to the first time he held a blade. Hashirama. From this day forth, you are no longer a child. Your clan requires your protection. It is your duty to lead it to prosperity. Therefore, eradicate the Uchiha clan. These were the words spoken by his father, who had often instilled in him the belief that the Uchiha were evil and must be eliminated for the peace of the Senju clan and the ninja world. Years of indoctrination led to Hashirama's first experience on the battlefield, where he killed many Uchiha, far exceeding the number of his fellow Senju warriors. Madara, too, had surpassed him in slaughter during his initial foray into war. I remember, said Hashirama, recalling their youthful aspiration for peace. A desire to spare the innocent children from the horrors of war, allowing them a beautiful childhood free from the shadows of hatred and bloodshed. Indeed, I long for peace. Madara replied solemnly. If anyone harbored the deepest animosity towards the Senju clan, it was undoubtedly Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha men were known for their passionate devotion, easily becoming obsessed with their younger siblings. Madara was no exception. His brother, Izuna, was slain by Hashirama's brother, who later became the second Hokage. Yet, despite bearing such animosity, Madara chose to ally with Hashirama to establish Konoha, striving for peace in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara was undeniably a villain. But he was not a madman. Even during his defection from Konoha, he merely sought a fated battle with Hashirama at the Valley of the End. Had he wished, with his power, he could have easily obliterated Konoha, yet he refrained. He too yearned for peace, albeit through a different path than Hashirama's. Hashirama, though our methods differ, our ultimate goal is still peace, albeit with my approach being more ruthless and iron-fisted. We shall settle past grievances later. For now, I require your assistance to vanquish this entity that seeks to obliterate peace, Madara declared, pointing at Kaguya Akatsuki. In the original narrative, he was but a pawn. Now, he was the master of the game. Activate the Susanoo, Madara bellowed, refusing to allow anyone to trample upon the dignity of the Uchiha clan. He was still the clan leader. Countless wooden spikes erupted from his body, piercing through his flesh and causing blood to flow profusely. The immense Susanoo began to absorb his blood, which surged towards its heart. The once ethereal Susanoo appeared to come to life, its heart thumping powerfully after absorbing Madara's blood. The intense pain contorted Madara's face, rendering his expression grotesque. Hashirama, the youth are watching us. Madara gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Seeing Madara's fervor, Hashirama smiled. You truly are Madara, always so stubborn and free-spirited. Let us indulge in this madness once more, just as we did when we decided to create Konoha. The sage energy surged within Hashirama as he too was pierced by wooden spikes, his blood flowing into the heart of the Susanoo. Their blood mingled, and as they were reborn, they cast aside their physical forms, transforming into beings of Edo Tensei. They were the remnants of a bygone era, possessing their own dignity and glory, recognized as the dual protagonists of the ninja world alongside Kakashi and Obito. In the original tale, Naruto and Sasuke were referred to as destined rivals. But in this moment, the world belonged to the dual titans of the past, the two most radiant figures from the Valley of the End. Hashirama, it is time. Yes, it's time to show the younger generation that we still possess the strength to fight. Under their command, the Susanoo swelled in size, its immense energy form shifting, transforming its meridians, bones, and skin into flesh and blood. Before them stood a man clad in warring state's armor, his face obscured by a mask. And upon his back were the totems of both clans. The Uchiha and Senju clans had united for their most powerful strike, sacrificing their flesh and blood for the glory of a bygone era. Madara felt alive at this moment, driven by the desire for the honor that belonged to the past. The events that transpired with Obito's Edo Tensei and witnessing him ascend as the second sage of six paths had left an unsettling feeling within him. He, Uchiha Madara, was meant to be the protagonist of this world. The armored Susanoo raised its massive twin blades, its colossal form slowly ascending. The bright sky suddenly darkened, a blood moon casting a crimson hue. The two within the Susanoo gazed at Kaguya and declared, "We stake our honor of the bygone era. With a fierce swing of the dual blades, the Susanoo unleashed two massive crimson sword waves that crossed toward Kagaya Akatsuki. The speed was unremarkable, yet Kagaya stood frozen, unable to evade. I can't manipulate the space. Kagaya's expression shifted to one of fear, realizing her once commanding control over space had faltered. The space was thoroughly sealed. There was no escape. She activated the heavenly spiral, transforming her apocalyptic sword into a shield to deflect the incoming assault. With a resounding crash, the crossed crimson sword waves struck the shield, shattering it instantly, and the overwhelming force sent Kagaya hurtling away. Deep gashes appeared from her collarbone to her chest, revealing bone beneath the skin. For the first time since her emergence, Kagaya sustained an injury. Chapter 143. The alliance of Naruto and Sasuke. After delivering that decisive blow, the colossal form of Susanoo crumbled, transforming into the tainted remnants of Uchiha Obito and Shinja Hashirama, who were instantly immobilized by Kagaya's overwhelming gravitational force. It was reminiscent of fireworks ascending into the sky, fleeting yet resplendent. "Well done, Hashirama," Uchiha Madara remarked, a rare smile gracing his features. He was not one to offer compliments lightly. Ever since his defection from Konoha, he had loathed praising Hashirama, yet they were undeniably of the same era. "You are formidable as well, Madara," Hashirama replied, the two exchanging accolades. Their current forms were akin to the deceased. They had accomplished what they set out to do. "Have we vanquished her, Kagaya Akatsuki?" Sasuke inquired, his expression grave, the ripples of his Rinnegan expanding. Kagaya's formidable power remained palpable, refusing to dissipate. If even their combined might could not fell Kagaya, what hope did the remaining four possess? This was the first time Sasuke felt truly challenged. In the past, even when being relentlessly pursued or attacked by the Raikage, he had not experienced such profound anxiety. This time, neither Kakashi nor Obito could shield him. Truly remarkable individuals. Madara mused. Their assault mirrors that of my sons from years past. Their prowess has nearly reached that level. From the far reaches of the horizon, an icy voice echoed, belonging to Kagaya. The force of that strike had sent her body flying, leaving a ghastly cross-shaped wound from her chest to neck, with stark, white bones protruding. The horrific injury was reminiscent of the damage inflicted by the Sage of Six Paths brothers in their confrontation with her, yet they were born of her lineage, endowed with the innate strength of the Akatsuki clan, which made them formidable. However, this self-inflicted harm only fueled Kagaya's rage. It had been ages since she had endured such grievous injury. With a swift whoosh, Kagaya reappeared from the horizon, her speed unmatched. In an instant, she stood before them, vibrant and alive. "She is still alive," Obito exclaimed, his heart heavy. He pondered grimly how he would fare had that blow struck him, certainly gravely wounded, if not slain. Kagaya's power was overwhelming, augmented by the very essence of the world itself. Hovering high above, Kagaya surveyed them with a gaze that lacked the earlier mockery, replaced instead by an unfathomable coldness and murderous intent. "Since you so vehemently resist becoming my servants, then let you all descend into the depths of hell." Her obsessive nature manifested in her refusal to accept rejection. Kagaya Akatsuki embodied a classic manifestation of a delusional tyrant. "Submit to me, and you shall bask in a realm of beautiful dreams. However, you have all chosen to refuse. Thus, I shall cast you into despair." The singular eye upon her forehead slowly opened, unleashing the might of her most potent ocular jutsu, the Rinne Sharingan. This technique could weave a dream world of infinite Tsukuyami, capable of bestowing bliss or inflicting torment. In an instant, all six were frozen in place. Buried deep within the recesses of their minds were painful memories that played out like a vivid slideshow. The images of Rin being besieged by Mist Shinobi. The moment Lin perished in Obito's arms, and Sasuke taking his brother Itachi's life, came flooding back. The Rinne Sharingan's Genjutsu transcended all illusions, crafting a reality that felt all too tangible. Despite their awareness of the illusion, even steadfast minds like Kakashi and Obito found themselves unsettled, their brows furrowing in discomfort. "Release! Release!" They both cried, channeling their ocular power in a desperate bid to escape this realm of torment, yet there was no reprieve. Within Naruto's dreamscape, memories of Jiraiya's demise emerged, the most painful recollection since his earliest days. When the Nine Tails invaded Konoha and the fourth Hokage and his wife were brutally slain. He was but an infant, rendering him oblivious to that trauma. Yet, the loss of Jiraiya resonated deeply. He furrowed his brow, enduring the onslaught of memories. Yet, his mental fortitude surpassed that of the others, as countless memories intertwined within him, Through the trials of his 6 paths inheritance, he had experienced the lives of each previous Jinchuriki. All these memories elucidated a grim truth. Once one became a Jinchuriki, their fate was seldom favorable. Thus, these memories were predominantly laden with suffering. Yet, faced with such anguish again, Naruto seemed to have developed an immunity. The impact on his psyche was not as profound. Some experiences, when endured repeatedly, lose their sting, much like tears that eventually cease to flow. Among the group, it was Naruto, not the strongest, who appeared least affected. His furrowed brow began to soften, suggesting he was growing increasingly capable of enduring the painful memories. It's all just a dream, he murmured, repeatedly reassuring himself. In the dim world, familiar voices suddenly resonated, those of the tailed beasts. Like beacons illuminating the night, their calls echoed, Kurama, Kurama. As their voices crescendoed, vivid memories unfurled, revealing the tailed beasts rallying to aid Naruto. Within the dream world forged by Kagaya's Rinna Sharingan, the very fabric of reality began to shatter as the tailed beast's presence intensified. Awakening from the illusion, the group found themselves liberated from Kagaya's genjutsu. Although they had not shared the same dream, they were ensnared by the same technique. Kagaya Akatsuki, it seems your methods are not as extraordinary as I had anticipated. In the end, it's the same old illusionary dreamscape. I expected something more novel from you, Obito taunted, employing this as a strategic maneuver. Ridicule could unsettle one's composure, leading to hasty misjudgments. Such tactics are often favored by antagonists, who seek to undermine their opponent's mental state before launching a decisive strike. Curse that wretched child. Why is he so peculiar? Does he know that the seal has been broken? Kagaya seethed, her teeth gritted in frustration. She sensed within Naruto the residual power left by her son, the sage of 6 paths, the very force that had unraveled her recent illusion, inciting her ire. Kagaya, it is now our turn to strike. Let us go. Naruto rallied Sasuke, aware of his own reincarnated destiny as Ashura. Sasuke nodded, his expression darkening. He could scarcely tolerate any mention of his brother's death, especially when Kagaya wielded illusions that pierced his heart. Chapter 144. Fighting together until the end, Naruto and Sasuke joined forces, simultaneously launching an assault against Kagaya Akatsuki. A colossal Susanoo soared into the sky as Naruto also rose to strike. Jiang Tian gazed at this scene, feeling somewhat dazed. Reflecting on how it had come to this, a united front against their adversary. Was it truly fate that could not be altered? The situation had indeed evolved to this point. Obito, what are you thinking? Jiang Tian turned to Obito, noticing him lost in thought, staring at the battle between Naruto and Sasuke against Kagaya. We seem to be engaging in acts befitting of heroes, Obito remarked. Jiang Tian, puzzled by his sudden declaration, observed Obito's reminiscent expression. He recalled his youthful ambition to be a hero, to become Hokage. However, ever since Rin's tragic demise, such naive aspirations had vanished from his mind. Yet now, inexplicably, he found himself embroiled in these endeavors once more. Perhaps this was the vision Rin cherished, yet Uchiha Obito had long ceased to entertain thoughts of heroism. Suddenly, Obito leaped into the air, turning his back to Jiang Tian with a smile, softly saying, Jiang Tian, if I perish, let my journey end here. When you possess the power to revive the fallen, please ensure that you bring both me and Rin back to life, fulfilling my dream. Of course, if fortune favors me and I survive, I will aid you in achieving your desires as well. Now, I must attend to matters that cannot be postponed. Kagaya must not remain alive if they are to return. Jiang Tian felt a heaviness in his heart. Obito's words felt like a farewell, leaving him unsettled. From the beginning of their alliance to the onset of the Fourth Great Ninja War, they had persevered together without faltering. However, this time, the situation clearly lay beyond their control, and the specter of death loomed over them. Regardless, they had to survive. Neither of them could afford to perish here. They were still awaited. Feigning ease, Jiang Tian smiled at Obito, saying, Oh, Obito, what are you rambling about? If you wish to assist, just wait until I've recuperated, and I'll be right there with you. They had come this far together. It was imperative they continued to fight side by side. Perhaps this time, they would do so along with others. Jiang Tian looked up at Naruto and Sasuke, the dual heroes of the ninja world and the original protagonists, united in their goal to vanquish Kagaya Akatsuki. Understood, so hurry. Don't wait until I'm gone before you arrive, Obito replied, waving his hand dismissively, lightening the somber atmosphere. Now, let us go. I shall take the lead in the attack. You all provide support. With Obito arriving, he, as the second sage of 6 paths, was the strongest among them, greatly enhancing their odds against Kagaya. The heavenly umbrella spear, a weapon capable of transforming its form at will, took on a peculiar shape under Obito's command. It resembled two flexible iron tubes intertwined, with a small bifurcation at the top. Grasping the weapon, Obito charged towards Kaguya, declaring that those who ought not to exist should meet their end swiftly. The world-ending sword, the heavenly umbrella spear, swung with relentless force. Imbued with the power of the Akatsuki clan, the sole force capable of inflicting harm upon Kaguya. To make you my servants was my mercy. It is unfortunate that you do not cherish this opportunity, Kaguya countered, wielding her iron staff to block the attack. Although she was forced back by Obito's onslaught, she had yet to sustain any substantial injury. What is this? Obito's gaze darkened as he noticed a golden light emanating from the wound on Kaguya's chest. This was the power of the world's origin healing her. Hurry, act quickly. This woman's strength is recovering. If we allow her to regain her full power, defeating her will become exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing this, Sasuke reacted swiftly, channeling the remaining power of the world's origin within him. A massive golden bow materialized in the hands of his colossal Susanoo. As he drew the bowstring, a gigantic golden arrow appeared, its tip ablaze with an intense fire. This time, the flames were golden. Now, let us strike together. Naruto also mobilized the remnants of the world's origin power within him, causing his tailed beast cloak to transform. Instead of the expected Ten-Tails form, the fusion of the nine-tailed beast took on a unique appearance, resembling a great beast with a tiger-like body, two horns upon its head, and enormous wings sprouting from its back. Its 9 tails rose high, casting a shadow over the battlefield, each tail representing the essence of a different tailed beast. Go! As Susanoo released the bowstring, the gigantic golden arrow soared towards Kaguya with a piercing sound, shattering the very fabric of space in its wake. Simultaneously, Naruto charged at Kaguya with fervor. Sensing the dual onslaught of terrifying power, Kaguya's expression grew grave. Having already sustained injuries from the combined attacks of Madara and Hashirama, enduring Naruto and Sasuke's assault could lead to dire consequences. Natural integration. Kaguya's internal power surged, voraciously absorbing the surrounding natural energy like a funnel. As she drew in this energy, the surrounding flora and fauna withered visibly. The golden arrow and Naruto's charge were deflected just before reaching her, as the absorbed natural energy formed a protective barrier around her, thwarting their attacks. The golden arrow strained against this barrier, while Naruto desperately channeled his power to penetrate the obstruction and strike Kaguya. In that moment, a stalemate ensued, neither side yielding ground. Meanwhile, Obito appeared above Kaguya, transforming the heavenly umbrella spear into a staff, preparing to strike her down. Your dream of a divine realm ends here. The balance of power shifted abruptly as the barrier of natural energy before Kaguya cracked and shattered. With her defenses collapsing, Naruto collided forcefully with Kaguya, the tremendous impact causing her to spit blood, her bones seeming to threaten disintegration under the force. Before she could recover, the golden arrow pierced through Kaguya's body, penetrating her shoulder and sending her crashing into a nearby hill. Sasuke frowned. The arrow had initially aimed for Kaguya's heart, but had veered slightly due to Naruto's impact. Yet it still found its target. The hill could not withstand such overwhelming power, erupting in a violent explosion, showcasing the might of Sasuke's shot. Jiang Tian looked up, witnessing the devastation wrought upon the hill, his expression grave as he murmured, with such an assault, she should be dead, right? Chapter 145. The Art of Seasonal Transformation. A cloud of dust billowed from the shattered hill, and the 6 individuals gazed intently, hoping to ascertain whether the formidable Tsutsuki Kaguya had been vanquished by such an onslaught. Is she still alive? Obito furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the complete power of the Tsutsuki clan coursing through his veins, rendering him more perceptive than Jiang Tian and the others. He could distinctly sense the pulsation of Tsutsuki energy amidst the ruins. Kaguya is still alive. Everyone, be cautious. The warning had scarcely left his lips when, with a swift whoosh, Kaguya's figure ascended once more. The cross-shaped wound on her body had yet to fully heal, and a gaping blood hole the size of a bowl had appeared on her shoulder, where golden flames burned fiercely, impeding her from utilizing the world's essence to mend her injuries. Her current state was even more dire than before. Kaguya had never anticipated that. Despite the disappearance of her 2 sons who had sealed her, she would still suffer such grievous harm. Why? Why can you insignificant ants still inflict harm upon me? Kaguya was overwhelmed with fury and a thirst for vengeance. Her sole desire was to obliterate them all, erasing their existence from this world. Divine technique. 80 God airstrike. Kaguya raised her hand, aiming at Jiang Tian. Countless fist marks materialized in the void, each brimming with destructive power, unmistakably lethal. Her chakra surged to its zenith, compressing and controlling the energy through her palm, merging it with the surrounding air, an ultimate technique only Kaguya could wield. Jiang Tian, be careful. Obito was the first to react. Kaguya was clearly targeting Jiang Tian while he was vulnerable, intending to eliminate him before taking them down one by one. No sooner had he spoken than a torrential rain of fist marks descended upon Jiang Tian. The heavenly anvil spear rushed forth, morphing into a black sphere before him, successfully intercepting all the fist marks. Cough, cough. The immense impact transmitted through the heavenly anvil spear into Obito's body, and although he had managed to block Kaguya's attack, he was not unscathed. Injuries began to manifest within him. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of calm to avoid revealing any weakness to Kaguya. We cannot afford to give her a moment's respite. She possesses the world's essence, and the longer this drags on, the more her injuries will heal. Upon hearing Obito's words, Naruto and Sasuke immediately leaped into action, charging towards Kaguya once more. Humph, a mere swarm of insects. Kaguya scoffed, raising her hand as the essence of the world surged forth, merging golden light with natural energy. The 6 onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes as, seemingly in the midst of summer, snow began to fall. The ice and snow realm has descended. Kaguya had altered the weather, and the peculiar space enveloped them in an unnatural chill. Despite their formidable powers, the 6 felt the biting cold, as if their very movements were being stifled. Yet Kaguya remained unaffected, her speed unrelenting as she appeared behind Naruto, brandishing her black staff and thrusting it forward. Encased in the chakra cloak of the tailed beast, Naruto felt a sense of powerlessness against this force. The black staff, imbued with Sutsuki energy, pierced through his protective layer without obstruction. Naruto, dodge. Sasuke, utilizing his Rinnegan, barely managed to perceive the unfolding events and instinctively shouted. Though Naruto lacked such an extraordinary ocular technique, his reflexes were sharp, and he swiftly evaded. With a sharp sound, he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, yet the staff still grazed his waist, causing blood to flow. The most terrifying aspect was the unique nature of the Sutsuki power, which wreaked havoc within him, swiftly diminishing the vitality of his tailed beast cloak. Seeing her attack fail, Kaguya immediately shifted the seasons once more, creating a realm of molten lava. The once icy world transformed into an unbearable heat, with scorching magma surrounding Sasuke's Susanoo. Upon contact, he felt an overwhelming discomfort, horrified to discover the Susanoo showing signs of melting. Recognizing the dire situation of his comrades, Obito gritted his teeth against his internal injuries and charged at Kaguya, once again taking the lead in the assault. The heavenly anvil spear morphed in his grasp as he engaged Kaguya in close combat, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. Even when strikes landed, the inflicted damage was minimal, preventing any decisive blows. Rinnegan Decree. Obito unleashed his most formidable ocular technique, momentarily slowing Kaguya's movements. Though it lasted but an instant, in the realm of high-level combat, such a moment could prove pivotal. The heavenly anvil spear struck fiercely at Kaguya, leaving another deep wound upon her form. The intensity of the battle exacerbated Obito's internal injuries, and he could no longer suppress the pain. He collapsed to the ground, kneeling on one knee to keep himself upright, spitting out a mouthful of blood, utterly drained of fighting spirit. Gathering his remaining strength, he called out to Naruto and Sasuke. What are you waiting for? Strike now while you have the chance. Upon hearing his urgent plea, Naruto and Sasuke surged forward. Simultaneously, Jiang Tian, who had been recuperating at the side, slowly opened his eyes. Oh my, leave the battlefield to me for now. You rest a while. Jiang Tian observed Obito's injuries and then turned his gaze to Kaguya, his eyes brimming with resolve. Kaguya would inevitably fall. Fortunately, I thought you would wait until I was dead to heal, Obito jested, attempting to convey that his condition was not as dire as it appeared. After all, as the second sage of 6 paths, he was the strongest among them and would recover faster than Jiang Tian. Ha ha ha, I suspect you are blaming me. But I have no proof, Jiang Tian replied, matching his light-hearted tone. Their banter lightened the heavy atmosphere. With that, Jiang Tian soared into the air, standing within the colossal Susanoo, preparing to battle alongside Naruto and Sasuke. He had never envisioned a day where he would fight alongside these two. Naruto, the protagonist of the original tale and a ninja of Konoha, was traditionally an adversary. Of course, they remained opponents, but to defeat Kaguya, they had no choice but to ally, if only temporarily. If Uchiha Madara could set aside his grudges and join forces with Hashirama, then he too must collaborate, whether for Rin or for survival. Naruto, Sasuke, we must exercise even greater caution. Even Obito, wielding the complete power of the Tsutsuki clan, has yet to slay Kagaya. Our own powers are incomplete, making our path ahead all the more treacherous. Understood, the two nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Jiang Tian's words. Although the two young men were reluctant to admit their weakness, the truth was undeniable. Jiang Tian was acutely aware that to eliminate Kagaya, it would require Obito to be in prime condition. Their current task was to buy time until Obito could recover, allowing them to unite and strike down Kagaya together. Chapter 146. The curtain falls on an era. Just delay a little longer. Do not confront this woman head-on. Our strength is insufficient to vanquish her. Jiang Tian softly cautioned the others. The impetuous nature of youth necessitated such a warning, lest they unwittingly sacrifice themselves. Aren't we supposed to eliminate her? Naruto replied with an expression of bewilderment. Jiang Tian had articulated the situation quite clearly. Their power was inadequate to defeat Kagaya. They should bide their time and launch a decisive strike once Obito arrived. Do you understand the concept of stalling? Stalling? Naruto scratched his head, perplexed. At that moment, Sasuke interjected, his demeanor as cold as ever, as if others owed him a debt. Just go up and kill her. Why complicate things with tactics? There are only 3 of us. Let's go. No sooner had he spoken than Sasuke charged towards Kagaya, still haunted by the memories of his brother Itachi's demise. A thorn that relentlessly pricked his heart. Sighing, Jiang Tian shook his head. The impetuousness of youth, particularly Sasuke's stubbornness, was on full display. He recalled Sasuke's audacity during the 5 Kage summit. Where did he derive such courage? Jiang Tian remained perplexed by his steadfastness, unable to restrain himself. Jiang Tian followed suit as the two charged ahead, accompanied by Naruto, adorned in his monstrous tailed beast form. As the trio engaged, Kagaya felt the pressure mounting. Though formidable, her injuries from previous encounters diminished her once unstoppable might. After all, in their earlier confrontations, they had employed techniques even she was unaware of, potentially capable of inflicting harm upon her. Bone of the Ashes. This technique, surpassing the limits of bloodline abilities, was a lethal move known only to Kagaya herself. As her power surged, her long white hair danced violently in the wind, exuding an aura of dread. Disperse. With deliberate grace, she raised her palms. And from her voluminous sleeves, a bone shot forth. Jiang Tian's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Be careful. Contact with that bone could be disastrous, perhaps even fatal." His warning planted a seed of trepidation in Naruto and Sasuke, their expressions turning grave as they braced themselves against the impending threat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of bones slicing through the air echoed as 3 bones shot off in different directions, aimed at the trio. Kagaya cast a glance at Obito. These 3 bones represented her limit, for she yearned to eliminate all of them in one fell swoop. The gray bones spiraled through the air, relentlessly pursuing the 3, who scrambled to evade their grasp. With a resounding crash, Jiang Tian commanded his Susanoo to extend its massive katana in defense. But the blade shattered upon contact with the bone, dissipating into energy. Swiftly, he dodged another incoming bone. On the ground, as Kagaya warped space, Madara and Hashirama, now in their impure reincarnations, regained their mobility. Madara gazed at the 3 being hounded by the bones, then turned to Hashirama, stating gravely, "Hashirama, your current state displeases me. Even if I were to defeat you, I could not fulfill my lingering desires in this body. Thus, I shall confront that bone. Will you join me?" Hashirama, puzzled, questioned. "Do you not wish to be resurrected? What of your grand plans?" Madara shook his head, aware that the opportunity had slipped away. He understood that whether Kagaya triumphed or Jiang Tian and Obito survived, the resurrection plan was unlikely to materialize. Among the two, he bore a greater disdain for Kagaya. And thus, even in demise, he sought to vex her. "Hashirama, will you dare to follow me this time?" Madara's expression turned serious. With you, Uchiha Madara. Have I ever lagged behind?" Hashirama chuckled, a man who had already faced death once. Now, he was eager to contribute one last effort for the future of the ninja world. That is reassuring. Madara soared into the air, Hashirama close behind. He addressed Kagaya, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing across the realm. "Tsutsuki Kagaya, I care not for your nature, but to underestimate the men of the Uchiha clan is an unforgivable sin. I tell you, I, Uchiha Madara, am still the clan's leader." As the 3 bones barreled toward Naruto and Sasuke, Madara and Hashirama positioned themselves, shielding them from harm. Reincarnation. Izanagi. Madara's Rinnegan dimmed until all light vanished, and his body, on the brink of petrification, suddenly revived, reappearing before Jiang Tian. He single-handedly intercepted 2 of the bones. While Hashirama's form gradually turned to stone and faded, Madara turned to Jiang Tian, speaking earnestly. I have but one request. Avenge the honor of the Uchiha clan by eliminating this woman who insults our bloodline. As their forms dissipated, 2 souls ascended into the heavens, becoming increasingly translucent, reminiscent of fireworks illuminating the night sky. Naruto, the reconstruction of Konoha and the future of the ninja world rests upon your shoulders. I hope to witness Konoha's former glory once more. Hashirama cast a final glance at Naruto, while Madara turned towards Sasuke and Obito. Do not tarnish your bloodline. Do not bring shame upon the Uchiha name. Madara harbored guilt over the Uchiha clan's fate. Often, he pondered if the outcome would have differed had he not agreed to establish Konoha. Hashirama, Madara, having you by my side on this journey does not feel lonely. They both declared, seemingly transported back to their first meeting by the brook, where they had shared their dreams of peace. No one knew if their final shared smile signified reconciliation, both forgiving each other in their hearts. Yet, as they faded, they uttered each other's names, their faces adorned with smiles. The souls of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama dissipated entirely, marking the conclusion of the legendary duo of the Valley of the End. This signified not only the end of an era but heralded the dawn of a new age. Madara, what is it you yearn for the most? Peace. I wish to spare the children of our clan from the ravages of war. So do I. Hashirama, why are you still here while I relieve myself? Nothing to worry about. After all, we are both men. You just make it hard for me to go. By that brook years ago, 2 young boys walked side by side, enemies yet confidants, brothers in arms and comrades in spirit. They eventually parted ways, neither right nor wrong, merely traversing a winding path. Chapter 147. The causality with the avatar. The passing of the twin heroes of the valley signifies the conclusion of an era, ushering in a new age embodied by Naruto and Sasuke. This transition epitomizes a hallmark of the original narrative, the power of bonds. The 3 combined assaults of the ash-gray bones were thwarted by the duo, dramatically altering the tide of battle. Kaguya could not accept this outcome. Her fury was immeasurable. Those 2 wretched beings have thwarted my plans. They truly deserve to perish. After a series of intense confrontations, even the formidable Kaguya found herself utterly exhausted. Her body marred by numerous wounds, reminiscent of her struggles against her 2 sons in days gone by. The battle raged on, and the deaths of Hashirama and Madara cast a pall of sorrow over the remaining 4. If even these 2 titans could fall here, what hope did they have of emerging victorious in this war? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Jiang Tian lifted his gaze as a fine mist of rain began to fall from the sky. The droplets kissed his face, adding an air of desolation to the atmosphere. It's time to continue the fight, he reminded the 2 lost in thought, fully aware that their choices were limited to either dying in battle or ensuring Kaguya's demise. Sasuke, harnessing the power of Susanoo, charged towards Kaguya first. The bowstring of Susanoo vibrated, releasing arrows engulfed in black flames that soared towards Kaguya, warping the very fabric of space with their terrifying force. Naruto followed closely, his tailed beast chakra roaring ferociously as he hurtled towards Kaguya. Their combined offensive was unleashed simultaneously. Though Kaguya seethed with rage, she maintained her composure. Transforming her black rods, she positioned them defensively, successfully deflecting their attacks. Grabbing Naruto's arm, she hurled him away with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, he slammed into the ground, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Just as she prepared to retaliate against Sasuke, Jiang Tian appeared behind her, his voice icy. It seems your injuries are not as severe as I thought. Allow me to exacerbate them further. With his katana in hand, pulsating with raw energy, he thrust it toward Kaguya's chest. However, with a clang, the black rod instinctively defended its master, blocking the strike. Jiang Tian swiftly retreated, realizing that he had underestimated Kaguya's might. Her fury reached its zenith after being wounded by the others. Kaguya hurled the black rods into the air, her gaze radiating murderous intent, expanding truth-seeking orbs. She called softly as the rods morphed into 2 colossal black spheres. Before the astonished gazes of her adversaries, the orbs swelled to gargantuan proportions, resembling a dark sun eclipsing the sky. Jiang Tian furrowed his brows, anxiety etched on his face. If his memory served him correctly, these orbs could annihilate all existence. In the original tale, they had proven to be a formidable challenge for Naruto and Sasuke, leaving them in dire straits. The massive orbs barreled toward him and the duo. Activating his Rinnegan, Jiang Tian unleashed the full might of his Susanoo, its colossal hands bracing against the encroaching truth-seeking orb. The moment they made contact, pain etched across his features, the orb siphoned his chakra. In contrast, Naruto and Sasuke faced their own orb together. Their burden slightly lighter than Jiang Tian's. Submit to me. Bend your knees. Kagaya's expression shimmered with anticipation as she watched the trio slowly yield under the orb's pressure. She relished the sight of others bowing before her. This was the reverence a deity deserved. Once her divine realm was established, she would ensure all her subjects knelt before her in fervent prayer. The weight of this power was becoming unbearable. Jiang Tian gritted his teeth. Determined not to kneel before Kagaya, he would rather perish than submit. Ten Tails, come forth and assist me. As he summoned the avatar he had created, it emerged, pressing its hands against the truth-seeking orb to alleviate Jiang Tian's burden. Lord Jiang Tian, step aside. Allow me to take this blow. The avatar understood the gravity of the situation immediately. It was, after all, merely a fraction of Jiang Tian's essence. His compassion had granted it a prolonged existence by Snow's side, and it was content with that companionship. Enough of this chatter. It is not yet time for your sacrifice. I refuse to believe that I cannot withstand this wretched woman's assault today. Jiang Tian's ire flared. He detested being indebted to others, despite being his avatar. The situation was far from dire enough to warrant such a sacrifice. With the avatar's aid, Jiang Tian felt a significant reduction in pressure, momentarily halting the stalemate. Kagaya, however, observed the trio buckling beneath the expanding truth-seeking orbs, her rage and dissatisfaction surging anew. Her power surged within, causing the orbs to grow even larger. In an instant, Naruto and Sasuke could no longer withstand the pressure. The massive Susanoo was shattered. Naruto's tailed beast cloak disintegrated, and as they attempted to evade, they were still sent flying by the orbs, sustaining grievous injuries. Jiang Tian, too, felt the strain mounting. Lord Jiang Tian, allow me to repay your kindness. I should have perished long ago. It is you who granted me a second chance at life, for which I am eternally grateful. I have cherished every moment spent alongside Snow. The avatar smiled at Jiang Tian, an expression of serenity and fulfillment gracing its features. If the opportunity arises, I implore you to resurrect me. I wish to accompany Snow once more. In a sudden motion, the avatar pushed Jiang Tian aside, and the truth-seeking orb descended, crushing it into oblivion. Should Jiang Tian perish, so too would the avatar. Thus, this choice was the most prudent. Defeating Kagaya might offer Jiang Tian a means to revive it. As the orbs dissipated, the avatar vanished without a trace, leaving Jiang Tian to gaze solemnly at the barren ground. I promise you, should I acquire the power of resurrection, I shall fulfill your wish. A fleeting act of kindness from years past had saved a life today. Jiang Tian had once been a skeptic of causality. Yet this day, the threads of fate seemed entwined. An act of mercy was the cause, and salvation was the effect. Now, he bore another dream upon his shoulders. The avatar's deep affection for Uchiha Yukari. He stood resolutely before Kagaya, shielding Naruto and Sasuke, who, despite their previous enmity, had become allies in this dire moment. Should Kagaya press her advantage and continue her assault, their demise would be inevitable, and Jiang Tian along with Obito could very well share the same fate. This was also an act of self-preservation. Kagaya Akatsuki, I do not consider myself a virtuous being, yet my Moon Eye plan differs fundamentally from yours. You seek to construct a divine realm and acquire the power of faith merely for your own ambition. Thus, you shall never meet a good end. With the ripples of the Rinnegan expanding, Jiang Tian activated Sage Mode. Chapter 148. Times gone by. Upon his head sprouted a pair of horns, and the Rinnegan awakened as he charged towards Kagaya. The natural energy capable of breaching the defenses of the Tsutsuki Kagaya enveloped Jiang Tian's hands, and he engaged in close combat with her. Despite Kagaya being injured and exhausted from a relentless series of battles against multiple opponents, she still managed to keep Jiang Tian at bay. On the ground, Naruto and Sasuke, gravely wounded by the expanding truth-seeking orbs, were breathing weakly, their bodies stained with blood. They gazed up at the fierce battle between Jiang Tian and Kagaya, hastily sitting up to heal their injuries, eager to rejoin the fray. Do you think we will perish here? Naruto, typically carefree and exuberant, now wore a mask of sorrow and desolation. He had so much left to accomplish, to become Hokage, to bring Sasuke back, to prove to the lecherous sage that he had not disappointed him. With so many unfulfilled wishes, he refused to accept death in this moment. However, the current situation had clearly spiraled beyond anyone's control, and the specter of death loomed over them all. Naruto's words plunged Sasuke into silence. He too understood the grim reality. They might indeed die. Once a person dies, they leave no trace behind. The Uchiha clan would be left with only him and Obito. And if he were to perish, there might not even be anyone left to remember him, a true obliteration of existence. Yet, resigning oneself to such fate was profoundly disheartening. Sasuke murmured softly, for he was a fiercely competitive individual. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to stand alongside Jiang Tian to seek justice for his entire clan and Konoha by executing the Moon Eye plan. Naruto, do you aspire to be a hero, like Hashirama and Madara? Sasuke spoke solemnly, fully aware that neither he nor Naruto could defeat the Akatsuki Kaguya, only Obito, possessing the complete power of the Akatsuki clan, could achieve such a feat. Nevertheless, they could lay the groundwork for ultimate victory. Akin to how Madara and Hashirama had burned their lives to etch an indelible scar upon Kaguya. Heroism sounds quite appealing, akin to the duties of a Hokage. Perhaps this is a form of becoming Hokage. Naruto discerned Sasuke's meaning. He too felt little fear of death. Rather, he feared that their battle would ultimately fail, allowing Kaguya's divine kingdom plan to manifest. In retrospect, it seemed that aside from placing faith in Obito and Jiang Tian, they had no other choices. Then let us burn brightly like magnificent fireworks, Sasuke declared as he rose, summoning his Susanoo. This time, the Susanoo shimmered with golden radiance, resembling a colossal golden figure. Without the world's origin, let us use our own life force as the power to win this battle. Seeing Sasuke push his life force to its limits, Naruto showed no hesitation. He slowly stood, a light-hearted smile gracing his face. This version of Uchiha Sasuke is truly reminiscent of my former comrade. Enveloped in the immense cloak of the tailed beast, he donned the mantle of Hokage, not merely of Konoha, but of the entire ninja world. With a roar, Naruto's tailed beast cloak siphoned his vitality. The form of the otherworldly tailed beast became manifest as Naruto stood atop the head of the golden giant. Meanwhile, Sasuke was similarly adorned in a robe woven from his life force, marked prominently by the Uchiha clan's emblem, a symbol of this powerful and legendary lineage. After Madara's demise, as a pure-blooded Uchiha, it was his duty to uphold the clan's banner and restore its glory, even if only as a fleeting moment of brilliance. A light capable of piercing the long night. Naruto, let us go. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously spoke, charging toward Akatsuki Kaguya. Jiang Tian stepped aside, declaring, "This woman is now in our hands." As he moved to the side, his Rinnegan activated, observing the two of them whose hearts raced, all their chakra converging towards that singular goal. In that instant, Jiang Tian comprehended the truth. These two were fighting with their very lives. The human heart is fragile. How could it possibly withstand such immense chakra? It was akin to adrenaline flooding the heart, pushing all their strength to the utmost limits until their last breath. Jiang Tian, we must win this war. I hope in the world you create, we can be friends, Naruto proclaimed as he charged at Akatsuki Kaguya, filled with resolve. Fully aware that this strike might be his last. I have but one request. Revive my brother and grant me the chance to atone for my past errors. For Sasuke, his brother Itachi was a deep-seated obsession. He had not expressed to Jiang Tian his desire to be resurrected but yearned instead for his brother's revival. This was a debt he owed to him. Together, they launched themselves toward Kaguya, their invincible spirit igniting a flicker of emotion within her. What is it that drives you fools to forsake your lives? She questioned, unable to fathom what could possibly hold more value than life itself, compelling them to obstruct her divine kingdom plan. Hashirama and Madara were one thing, but now these two youths were following in their footsteps. You will never understand, she continued. The moment you forsook human emotions in your quest to become a god, you sealed your fate of never grasping such feelings. The golden Susanoo surged forth in an instant, the blade of its katana raised high. Naruto guided the golden beast forward, asserting, we humans call such things dreams, obsessions, or cherished loves. Though they may simply be memories and thoughts within our minds, these are the very things worth safeguarding with our lives. Indeed, worth protecting. They both roared in unison, as the two protagonists of the original narrative ignited their very essence to seize this moment of brilliance. The golden katana of Susanoo descended like a tempest, its terrifying might shattering the space around them. The golden beast, bearing Naruto, collided fiercely with Kaguya, their attacks converging. Bang, bang, bang. The space surrounding Kaguya fractured, her form beginning to tear apart, her visage contorted in agony. A piercing scream erupted from her as silence fell over the battlefield, and the golden light surrounding Naruto and Sasuke flickered out. They lay on the ground, gasping for breath as they gazed up at the sky. Naruto, back in the ninja classroom, did you eat my sausage? Sasuke inquired weakly. Oh dear, I didn't think you'd find out. I thought I was quite clever in hiding it. Naruto smiled, feeling a bit sheepish. Just a sausage, it's nothing. I just wish I could return to that time and teach you a lesson. Sasuke's voice dwindled until it faded entirely, and he closed his eyes, as if drifting into slumber. When we meet in heaven, there will be a chance for that, Naruto murmured, likewise succumbing to the darkness. In that moment, Sasuke longed for the days before the massacre, wishing to return to that ninja classroom. He yearned for those times that could never come back, for the life he once knew, and for the camaraderie of his beloved friends. Chapter 149, Kagaya's foreknowledge as Naruto and Sasuke departed from this world. They sacrificed their lives for something profoundly significant, something that Kagaya Akatsuki would never comprehend. Jiang Tian, it seems we bear an even greater burden this time. Once Obito's wounds were healed, he soared into the air, standing beside Jiang Tian. He had heard Naruto and Sasuke's words clearly. It was a solemn entrustment. Madara and Hashirama too had entrusted the future into their hands. Indeed, they must prevail at all costs, for the disappointment would not only affect Rin and the others. Many had already perished in pursuit of victory. A wave of emotions flooded Jiang Tian's heart as he reflected on how the two men, once instigators of the ninja world war, had transformed into bearers of hope. Kagaya was grievously injured, her body marred by countless wounds, presenting a terrifying sight. Blood drenched her form in crimson, with innumerable wounds oozing a scarlet liquid. This was the second time she had sustained such severe injuries. The first occurred during her flight from the Akatsuki clan. I never anticipated that after the departure of my two sons, there would still be someone capable of inflicting such grievous harm upon me. You are indeed commendable. Kagaya feigned composure, yet her injuries were dire, threatening her very essence. The primal forces of the world were slowly dissipating, and she needed to conclude the battle swiftly to prevent the complete annihilation of the world's essence. Otherwise, her divine kingdom plan would be irrevocably destroyed. Tailed Beast Transformation. Under the astonished gazes of Jiang Tian and Obito, Kagaya's body began to swell rapidly, resembling a white rabbit, yet revealing the heads of tailed beasts protruding from her form. From one tail to 9, every tailed beast's head emerged. How can she undergo tailed beast transformation? Obito wondered, as the tailed beast should have dissipated with Naruto's passing, and the 9 within him had merged into the 10 tails. Where did Kagaya's tailed beast power originate? How absurd. The progenitor of chakra, embody the very essence of power in this world. The tailed beasts are but a manifestation of my strength. Tailed beast transformation is merely child's play. Her words caused Jiang Tian and Obito to frown. Kagaya was indeed more formidable than they had anticipated, capable of tailed beast transformation. Transformed, Kagaya's form could shift at will, with countless white tendrils advancing toward Jiang Tian and Obito. Reincarnation Susanoo. Jiang Tian activated his Rinnegan, summoning a colossal Susanoo that wielded a katana, relentlessly severing the tendrils. Amino Murakumo. Obito controlled the sword of destruction, and before the tendrils could draw near, they were severed by the Amino Murakumo. However, the moment the severed tendrils hit the ground, Jiang Tian and Obito's expressions darkened. Those severed tendrils vanished only to regenerate anew, splitting into 2, then 4, and multiplying exponentially, overwhelming them with their sheer numbers. Countless tendrils writhed, casting a terrifying shadow over them, sending shivers down Jiang Tian and Obito's spines. Oh dear, this is untenable. If she continues to split her tendrils like this, we will inevitably lose. Jiang Tian felt a sense of urgency. He lacked the power of Obito, who had ascended to become the second sage of 6 paths, possessing the complete strength of the Akatsuki clan. This time, I shall take the lead. You support me. Obito declared firmly. Throughout the Fourth Shinobi War, while they had fought as partners, it was always Jiang Tian who took the lead, enduring greater risks and injuries. Though it mattered little, Obito felt a lingering guilt and dissatisfaction. True partnership demands that both parties stand as equals, and this time he would take charge. Understood. I shall stand behind you and strike. Jiang Tian nodded, understanding reflected in his eyes. They had endured 4 battles together, facing life and death, and had long transcended their initial superficial bond. They were now true brothers, their bond forged in the crucible of adversity. Obito smiled, grasping the Amino Murakumo as he surged toward Kagaya, the power of the 6 paths coursing through him and channeled into the sword. With each swing, the severed tendrils were affected by this newfound strength, failing to regenerate. Curse it! How can such power still be wielded? Kagaya seethed, frustrated that even in her injured state, she faced such formidable opposition. This was the advantage of their coordinated assault. While Jiang Tian and Obito could recover from their wounds, Kagaya could not. for she had no companions. The strength of camaraderie proved overwhelming. Even a being who deemed herself a goddess could not withstand their relentless onslaught. God, the divine tree descends. In her fury, Kaguya summoned countless trees that surged toward Obito, intent on piercing his body. With a resounding crash, Jiang Tian summoned Susanoo to shield Obito, wielding his katana to sever the oncoming trees. Those that remained uncut were blocked by the corporeal form of Susanoo. Within the purple giant, blood trickled from Jiang Tian's mouth. The force of Kaguya's attack had been immense, yet he turned to Obito with a reassuring smile. "Focus on the battle. I will guard your back." A single phrase conveyed profound camaraderie and instilled confidence. With such a brother by his side, victory in this war felt assured. With an unwavering resolve, Obito's lips curled into a slight smile. Fighting alongside such a brother brought him joy, a feeling he had not experienced since Rin's passing. He no longer felt alone. Beyond love, he had the bond of brotherhood. "Brother, protect me well." With a fervent shout, the power of the Akatsuki erupted from within him. A force so potent that even Kaguya struggled to withstand it. Her tailed beast transformation began to unravel, reverting her form to its original state. Blood streamed from her lips as she felt her injuries deepen. Gazing at Jiang Tian and Obito, along with the lifeless forms of Naruto and Sasuke, Kaguya then looked skyward toward the vanishing figures of Hashirama and Madara. In this clash between 6 individuals and a deity, they had somehow gained the upper hand. Stirring an unsettling realization within her, she sensed her impending demise. This was a unique foresight of the Akatsuki clan, the ability to foresee one's own death. Even a god could perish, experiencing the same dread of mortality as humanity. She abhorred this sensation, which had driven her to betray her clan in search of a divine kingdom. Seeking the power of faith to become the omnipotent deity chronicled within her clan's lore, a god capable of altering the fates of others and herself. Yet now, she found herself confronted with the reality of her own mortality, a truth that was utterly unacceptable, especially at the hands of those she had long regarded as mere insects. Such an ending was not meant for her. Chapter 150. This time, I shall conclude the opponent. I refuse to accept this. I cannot abide such an ending. How could a member of the Tsutsuki clan perish in such a place? Kaguya shrieked in madness, inciting frowns from Jiang Tian and the others, who were bewildered by her frenzy. What has happened to her? Has she lost her mind? Jiang Tian pondered, finding the woman's derangement quite terrifying, akin to a frenzied, crimson-eyed hare. I cannot say for sure. Perhaps the prolonged sealing has affected her sanity? Obito speculated. Their words reached Kaguya's ears, exacerbating her distress. This was precisely what Jiang Tian and Obito aimed for. They were acutely aware that Kaguya could not possibly be out of her wits. The recent banter was a calculated attempt to provoke her. I suspect she may have not encountered a man in so long that she simply could not contain herself upon seeing us. Jiang Tian remarked, his words strikingly absurd. Akin to bamboo shoots sprouting in the 3rd month of spring. Kaguya, fixated solely on ascending to divinity, her mind consumed by her celestial kingdom plans, had no thoughts of men. In fact, she detested them, as evidenced by her ruthlessness in eliminating the Sage of 6 Paths father. It is wise to approach this woman with utmost caution, as some individuals require a life to be claimed in such pursuits. You insolent brat! What vile words are you uttering? Kaguya roared in fury, her age rendering her a potential ancestor of both Jiang Tian and Obito. Look at her now. She is indeed agitated, Obito noted, spreading his hands in a feigned gesture of innocence, asserting that her demeanor was utterly irrational. If I were Kaguya, I would have lost my sanity long ago. Kaguya, consumed by rage, summoned every ounce of her power, unleashing the primal forces of her world. You 2 little rascals. I shall annihilate you. In an instant, the sky darkened ominously, and a tempest surged forth as Kaguya's might distorted the weather. Jiang Tian and Obito exchanged solemn glances. Realizing the gravity of the situation, this was her final strike, a lethal blow. If they could withstand it, victory would be theirs. Failure would mean certain death. Obito, allow me to take the lead in this final assault. The decisive blow must be yours. Only the Tsutsuki clan's power within you can vanquish her. Jiang Tian commanded, positioning Susanoo to shield Obito, determined to absorb the impact of her attack, granting Obito the chance to eliminate Kaguya. What nonsense are you spouting? This woman is beyond your capabilities. Both knew well the significance of Kaguya's last attack. Obito stepped forward, unable to accept Jiang Tian's willingness to be a mere pawn. Uchiha Obito, once a cunning mastermind, now found himself indecisive. It is such individuals who truly deserve to be called heroes, unlike those who would sacrifice comrades, disregard family, and even forsake their beloved for the sake of ambition. Those are the true demons, unworthy of the title of hero. Oh, Midorikawa, remember to carry forth my dreams, along with those of Naruto, Sasuke, Hashirama, and everyone else. Once you acquire the power, let us reunite in a newly created world and share a toast. Jiang Tian imparted his final words, feeling a profound aversion to such moments. He disliked hearing others express sentiments of farewell, just as he loathed articulating them himself. Yet, sometimes parting is inevitable, akin to the cycle of life and death. No matter how reluctant, those destined to die will ultimately depart. Or perhaps it mirrors the nature of love, loving someone, traveling to her city, filled with anticipation to accompany her on her journey, only to discover she has someone else by her side, someone better, more exceptional. You cannot hinder her from embracing someone superior, can you? You walk despondently through the streets, yearning to weep in the rain, yet the day remains clear. You wish for liquor, but the tavern offers only beer. Ultimately, you wander the paths of the city that once held her, feeling the evening breeze she once felt, gazing upon the scenery she admired, treading the roads she traversed. You stifle your tears until you leave the city that held her, only to break down in the station. Why? Because the city no longer harbors her. It is, in truth, that you no longer possess her. The first lesson an adult must learn is the inevitability of parting, for it lurks within the fabric of life. Jiang Tian, now an adult, detested farewells, yet he could not escape them, such as the lament of maturity. Very well, I promise you, this time I shall take the lead. Obito's Rinnegan whirled, observing Kagaya's recent movements suddenly falter. It seemed her condition was worse than they had anticipated. If that is the case, let us strike with lethal precision. Obito murmured softly, tightening his grip on the heavenly halberd. If I can eliminate Kagaya with a single blow, then Jiang Tian need not sacrifice himself. As Jiang Tian turned, a golden radiance enveloped Obito, illuminating the space around him. The art of sacrificing one's life was not exclusive to Naruto and Sasuke, as a man of the Uchiha clan. Obito too possessed this capability. Regardless of whether Jiang Tian could withstand Kagaya's attack, when the time came for him to deliver the final blow, he too would embrace the flames of sacrifice. This victory belonged not only to him and Jiang Tian, but also to Naruto, Hashirama, and Madara. Should they fail, the fallen would be left in despair. As Kagaya summoned her power, the essence of her golden world became palpably dense, suspended in the air like a beacon. The heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, and her primal energy coalesced into a colossal golden beast, glaring fiercely at Jiang Tian and Obito. Jiang Tian stood within Susanoo, shielding Obito, tightening his fists in an effort to maintain composure, only to ultimately release them. A smile crept upon his face, a semblance of relief washing over him. They had finally reached this juncture. It seems I have indeed broken my promise, Lin. After this strike, Jiang Tian would cease to exist in this world. With a forward thrust of her arm, the golden beast lunged toward Jiang Tian like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, exuding an overwhelming presence. Jiang Tian activated his Rinnegan, striving to endure the impending strike. Jiang Tian, remember our pact. You must resurrect them. Suddenly, Obito's voice rang out from behind, a terrifying and fierce power saturating the atmosphere. Jiang Tian turned sharply. Obito, grasping the heavenly halberd, appeared as if engulfed in flames. Golden light enveloped him, the essence of his life radiating outward. Jiang Tian, I return your words to you unaltered. This time, I shall shatter our opponent. You are tasked with continuing our legacy. A smile graced Obito's face as he gazed skyward, his eyes filled with tenderness. Lin, do you see? This is the Uchiha Obito you would have loved. With that, Obito tightened his grip on the heavenly halberd and charged at the golden beast, unleashing a terrifying force aimed directly at Kagaya Tsutsuki. Chapter 151. The door after the dazzling brilliance. The golden giant beast crumbled inch by inch. Obito, wielding the Tensigen spear, pierced Kagaya's chest, standing motionless at a distance. He gazed up at the sky, where the white clouds morphed into Lin's visage, softly murmuring as the wind began to stir. Love rose with the breeze. And when the wind ceased, his heart remained tumultuous. His body gradually slumped, and Jiang Tian's Rinnegan activated, arriving behind Obito to support him. Brother, coughing violently, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his strength waning, vitality completely drained, resembling a dying flame. Jiang Tian, do you know? I think I just saw Lin. Jiang Tian fell silent, aware that this was Obito's final journey. Obito's eyelids fluttered, and for a fleeting moment, Lin's image grew clearer. Oh, my dear. You've taken quite a few detours, haven't you? She stood not far off, smiling at Obito. Indeed, the The journey has been arduous, but upon seeing you, nothing else matters. Meeting Lin was his dream, finally realized just before his demise. Come with me. I'm sure you have much to say. Obito grasped Lin's outstretched hand without hesitation, and then his eyes closed completely. His body grew cold in Jiang Tian's embrace, marking the end of yet another legendary figure in the shinobi world after Uchiha Madara. At that moment, Jiang Tian stood alone in the vast expanse of the shinobi realm. On the path to the afterlife, a sincere smile graced Obito's face. He had not felt such joy in a long time, standing before the girl he had longed for. This time, we are finally free of that guy Kakashi, Obito murmured. Aside from their 6 companions, everyone else had been ensnared by the God Tree's dream. And with Kagaya's demise, it should be lifted. Jiang Tian gazed at the lifeless body in his arms, suppressing the sorrow and loneliness within. He picked up the katana lying nearby and approached Kagaya, who still clung to her last breath on the ground. Now, it all must come to an end. I will kill you, take the world's essence, and alter this fate. Jiang Tian raised the katana, poised to sever Kagaya's head, intending to harness the world's essence to revive the deceased. You intend to kill me? You'll never see those people again in this lifetime. Kagaya lay on the ground, her lips curling into a faint smile, having lost but not entirely defeated, having taken 5 lives with her. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, questioning her meaning. He knew she might be trying to manipulate him, but feared the risk that Obito and the others might never return. Are you suggesting that I kill you? Extract the world's essence from your body and resurrect them? Haha. With my last blow, I have exhausted all the essence. I have triumphed. When Kagaya's prophetic abilities activated, she foresaw her possible defeat and devised a contingency to dissipate the world's essence, determined to spite Jiang Tian even in death. You wretched woman, seeking your own demise. Rage surged within him. He had believed he could still wield the world's essence to revive them, only to have it all turned to naught by Kagaya's cunning. Even without the world's essence, I can still leave this place, retracing my steps to the land of the Akatsuki clan, where secret methods of resurrection lie. Do you not wish to know? Kagaya's demeanor calmed, accepting her fate, yet the game was not over. Will you truly share such information with me? Jiang Tian inquired cautiously, remembering how Kagaya had deceived everyone within the infinite Tsukuyami. I am not so benevolent. The Akatsuki clan harbors countless powerful beings. Should you attempt to resurrect them, you will inevitably become their enemy. I have lost and cannot kill you, but I can ensure your demise through their hands. So, do you dare to go? With no reservations, Kagaya revealed her thoughts, confident Jiang Tian would accept the challenge. As long as he ventured there, he would be certain to perish among the countless stronger than her. Besides the Akatsuki, that cursed place harbored other races. A being of Jiang Tian's caliber would be putting his life at risk. I shall go, Jiang Tian declared without hesitation, having no other choice. Previously, he needed only to revive Lin, but now he bore even greater burdens. The dreams of Obito and others weighed heavily on him, leaving him no alternative. Ha ha ha, as expected. How could someone burdened by emotions abandon such a chance? Those who are infatuated never meet a good end. A golden light emanated from Kagaya's body, coalescing in front of Jiang Tian to form a door. Beyond lay a void, indistinct yet pulsating with formidable energy. There lay methods of reviving the fallen, but also immense peril. Now, it is my turn to send you on your way. The katana fell swiftly, severing Kagaya's head. Her death unfolding in a manner she could never have anticipated after centuries of confinement. As Kagaya's life extinguished, the grotesque black Zetsu emerged. You think you can escape? Jiang Tian's power surged, throwing the katana to pin Black Zetsu to the ground. Sealing technique, seal. Jiang Tian utilized a sealing technique to imprison Black Zetsu within a scroll. He then picked up the scroll and entered the door, recognizing the potential utility of this loathsome creature, aware that it might hold insights regarding the Akatsuki clan. He stood before the door, casting one last glance at the shinobi world. Once I obtain the power to resurrect, I shall return. Jiang Tian turned and strode into the portal, after which the golden door vanished, returning everything to stillness. With Kagaya's death, the ninjas trapped in the infinite Tsukuyami awakened. They returned to their previous lives, yet Obito, Naruto, and others were nowhere to be found. Everything reverted to how it once was, albeit with a few missing souls. Naruto's visage was carved into the Hokage rock, the Uchiha clan's bloodline extinguished, yet Tsunade chose to construct a monument for the Uchiha within the village. Believing that all this hatred stemmed from selfishness, the 5 great villages laid aside their grudges, resulting in a significant reduction in conflict. Chapter 152, the land of gods beneath a blazing sun, Jiang Tian surveyed the unfamiliar terrain, standing upon a desolate expanse of scorched earth. This was the world beyond the gates of Akatsuki Kagaya. The chakra here was far more potent than that of the ninja realm. What manner of place is this? The air was thick with swirling chakra, magnitudes greater than that of the ninja world, promising rapid growth and strength for those who trained in such an environment. Help! Help me! A sudden cry for assistance jolted him from his reverie. Turning around, he beheld a disheveled woman, her hands and feet shackled in iron. She sprinted towards him. Who are you? Jiang Tian inquired softly, eager to glean information about this world from her. Please, my lord, save me. As she lifted her gaze, Jiang Tian's heart raced, disbelief coursing through him as he grasped her arm. Who are you? The woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Uchiha. As if she had stepped forth from a mirror, her visage the one he had long yearned for. You wretched woman, how dare you attempt to escape? I shall ensure your torment is the most excruciating. Just as Jiang Tian posed his question, two men appeared at the horizon, pursuing the woman. With skin as pale as alabaster and horns protruding from their heads, they bore a striking resemblance to the Akatsuki clan. Brandishing black staves, they strode across the crimson soil towards Jiang Tian. They're coming. Please, my lord, save me. The woman, resembling Rin, cowered behind Jiang Tian, trembling with fear. She could not bear the thought of returning to that nightmarish mind. Is this a pitiful human child? The two men stood before Jiang Tian, pointing at him as if assessing his race. Their contemptuous remarks about humanity, laden with terms like wretched and filth, ignited a fury within him. What manner of beings are you, to speak of humanity in such a derogatory fashion? Are you not human yourselves? Jiang Tian retorted, though he remained uncertain of the situation. Their words incensed him nonetheless. How dare you? We are the chosen of the Akatsuki divine clan, a race that has undergone sanctification, not something a mere human can insult. Jiang Tian frowned. To think that Akatsuki were referred to as divine in this world made the situation exceedingly complex. Brother, why waste words on him? Just eliminate this feeble human without hesitation, one of the men suggested. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian brandished his katana, bracing for a confrontation. He was unfamiliar with the laws of this world and uncertain of the strength of his adversaries, unsure if he could stand against them. Yet, with the girl resembling Rin sheltered behind him, retreat was not an option. Then let us proceed to slaughter. The older of the two made the call, and both men lunged at Jiang Tian. The moment their staves clashed with his katana, it shattered, leaving Jiang Tian wide-eyed as he instinctively pulled the girl back. Such power! Although the katana was not particularly rare, its fragility upon contact was shocking, suggesting the staves were forged from an exceptionally resilient material. Fortunately, Jiang Tian discerned that his opponents also wielded chakra, unlike the novels of his past life where the powers of the higher realms diverged in nature. My lord, they are formidable. Please be cautious. The girl whispered, her concern evident as she feared Jiang Tian might be defeated, which would lead to her being recaptured for labor. Do not fret. I will exercise caution, Jiang Tian reassured her, his heart softening at the sight of her face. Brother, this individual appears to possess some strength. He may be one of those humans with inverse bones. Exercise caution, the older man warned. Inverse-boned humans were the greatest adversaries of the divine clan, each endowed with extraordinary abilities and formidable combat prowess. Rinnegan, Jiang Tian activated his eyes, the ripples spreading outwards. In this unknown realm, he was uncertain of his own power S rank, thus resolved to unleash his full strength. This is... The two alien men froze, their eyes widening in shock. Once they comprehended what they were witnessing, they immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Forgive us, we were blind and failed to recognize the divine child's identity." The scene turned dramatically as Jiang Tian, bewildered, questioned why they were kneeling before him. All hail the divine child. The woman resembling Rin quickly bowed her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Why do you address me as divine child? Jiang Tian asked, perplexed. There can be no mistake. The eyes of the divine child must belong to a member of the Akatsuki clan. We beg your forgiveness for our ignorance, the older man pleaded, slapping his own face in despair, fearing Jiang Tian's wrath. He would rather face death than witness his brother's demise. Indeed, it seemed the Rinnegan was the cause of their fear. Jiang Tian realized that the Akatsuki clan's reputation in this world far exceeded his expectations. A heavy weight settled upon him. He was not naive enough to overlook the implications of these two capable beings prostrating themselves before him simply for possessing the Rinnegan. Rise. I harbor no resentment. Speak to me of this world, he commanded. Divine child, please allow us to escort you to our mine. I shall report the situation forthwith." The two aliens trembled, their reverence palpable. Though they were uncertain why the divine child inquired about such basic matters, they knew better than to misstep. "Divine child, please. We shall lead you," they urged, and Jiang Tian followed them, bringing the girl resembling Rin along. In the grand hall of the Black Mountain Mine, Jiang Tian sat in contemplation, occupying the highest seat. This was the domain of Tsutsuki Kagaya, a mine rich in the precious black crystal used to forge the weapons of the Tsutsuki clan. This world was known as the Land of Gods, governed by several divine clans, of which the Tsutsuki was one. Countless other races served as their subjugated servants, and the hierarchy was rigidly enforced. The societal structure was broadly divided into 4 categories: divine, spirit, alien, and human, with the human race regarded as the most despicable, devoid of any rights. The labor force within this mine comprised solely of human beings, reduced to mere slaves, too terrified to resist. What a convoluted world this is, Jiang Tian mused, feeling a headache brewing. While battles had raged in the ninja realm, at least they were all still human. Now, in this so-called land of gods, he possessed no advantages aside from his Rinnegan. After deep contemplation, Jiang Tian understood that to acquire the Tsutsuki clan's secrets of resurrection, he would need to overturn this entire divine realm. Chapter 153. Momotaro Lord Jiang Tian, I have fulfilled your request and cleansed this woman. She shall serve you henceforth. The speaker was the elder brother, Haigu, whose name was rather peculiar, while his younger sibling was called Heichuan. The two seemed to have an unusual affinity with canines. Although Haigu's lineage was not particularly powerful within the realm of the gods, it was indeed unique. A woman from their clan had married into the Tsutsuki family, granting them a semblance of divine bloodline, a most revered asset in the divine realm. Enough, you may leave now. Upon arriving at this place, Jiang Tian grasped the true essence of servitude. In this hierarchically rigid world, despite the commendable strength of these two individuals, they still exhibited a canine-like deference, fearful of offending Jiang Tian, who possessed the Rinnegan. He turned his gaze towards the woman, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Ling. After her cleansing, she donned a flowing azure gown, her long hair adorned with various ornaments that accentuated her beauty. What is your name? Jiang Tian's piercing gaze fixated on her, causing discomfort akin to an invasion. Lord Divine Son, I possess no name. Oh, no name? Jiang Tian leaned closer, startling her into retreat. As a mere mortal, how could she dare approach the Divine Son so closely? Are you afraid of me? He lifted her chin, captivated by her visage, a warmth surging within him, hastening his breath. My lord, I. The woman discerned the desire in his eyes and, understanding his intentions, began to disrobe. In this realm, the whims of the divine were easily fulfilled. Divine authority reigned supreme. Put your clothes back on. I am not as vile as you assume. She looked up, perplexed. Her impressions of the divine were typically tyrannical, not accommodating. Jiang Tian averted his gaze, chastising himself for such thoughts. Though her face mirrored that of Ling, she was undeniably another woman. From now on, you shall be called Ling and serve by my side. Thank you, my lord, for the name. The woman rejoiced, for being favored by the divine son meant she would no longer toil in the mines. The labor force at the Heishan mine consisted entirely of humans, toiling endlessly to extract black crystals for the divine to forge weapons. Truly the most unfortunate lot. Jiang Tian exited the grand hall, with Ling following behind and Haigu leading the way to showcase the mine. Is this the so-called divine son? Bah! Have you lost your mind mining? What of the Tsutsuki clan that dares call themselves divine? Upon Jiang Tian's appearance, the workers murmured among themselves, their disdain for the Tsutsuki clan palpable. They resented the so-called divine beings, believing that if not for these self-proclaimed gods, they would not be condemned to such relentless labor. Silence. If anyone dares to insult the divine again, I shall not hesitate to take action. Haigu's face darkened. Today was a grand occasion, showcasing the divine son at the mine. If these ruffians provoked the divine son's ire, it would reflect poorly on their superiors, and he feared for his life. Divine son, pay no heed to their nonsense. Those who spoke are merely deranged. They labored diligently in the mines, grateful for the divine's grace. Jiang Tian smirked inwardly. Gratitude was a farce. Their plight was akin to an exaggerated form of exploitation, devoid of compensation. Had the capitalists of his previous life witnessed this, they would weep. If he were to toil in such conditions, he would have long since erupted in rage. These workers had likely cursed the ancestors of the Tsutsuki clan 1,000 times over. Yet, Jiang Tian remained indifferent. He was not one of them. However, This excursion solidified a realization: as long as he could leverage the Rinnegan to survive, once his strength grew, he would retaliate against the Tsutsuki in the divine realm, ensuring the resurrection of individuals like Obito. Brother, the envoy of Lord Momotaro has arrived to collect this month's black crystals. Heichuan burst in, his expression urgent. According to protocol, the Tsutsuki clan collected black crystals monthly. 3 days hence, the envoy's premature arrival was perplexing, especially since the mine lacked sufficient crystals. How could they arrive today? The crystals are still insufficient. Divine Son, what should we do? Haigu, quick-witted, glanced at Jiang Tian, awaiting his decision. With the Divine Son present, could an envoy truly hold higher status than him? I shall accompany you to meet this envoy. Jiang Tian did not decline, since he intended to leverage the Tsutsuki identity. He needed to ascertain whether he would be unmasked. Meeting this envoy would surely be less perilous than encountering a Tsutsuki clan member. Should he be discovered now? He could still escape. As they proceeded, Jiang Tian abruptly halted, his expression stern as he declared, "This mere envoy is but a dog of our Tsutsuki clan. Summon him to meet me." Jiang Tian believed in fully committing to his role. As a member of the Tsutsuki clan, he could no longer maintain his previous temperament. He must embody the arrogance typical of the divine. Very well, I shall arrange it immediately. Haigu's forehead beaded with sweat, genuinely fearful of inciting the Divine Son's wrath. Yet, Jiang Tian's tone reassured him. The familiar arrogance had returned. If Jiang Tian had remained so accommodating, Haigu would have doubted his identity. This was no longer the same Divine Son. Unbeknownst to Jiang Tian, Haigu's thoughts were misguided. He might have pondered why one needed to display anger to be deemed normal. Within the side hall of the Heishan mine, clad in white, sat Momotaro, an envoy of Lord Momotaro, who had the fortune of receiving his name from the Lord, making him feel distinct. At times, he even fancied himself among the divine. Ah, the envoy has arrived without prior notice. My brother and I would have knelt in welcome. Haigu and Heichuan approached Momotaro, their faces adorned with smiles. Typically, they would prostrate themselves before him, yet today, with Jiang Tian's presence, they found themselves unable to bend their knees, a classic case of the powerful subduing the weak. Stop yapping and kneel. Momotaro disregarded their dignity, bluntly issuing his command. The atmosphere grew awkward. Typical envoys would engage with the local members on equal footing. However, Momotaro was not typical. He was the type who would act oblivious to his own name. Thus, those under his command at the various mines harbored little fondness for him. Yet the hierarchy dictated that an envoy always held a rank above mere foremen like Haigu. Chapter 154. My quest to eliminate the traitor Akatsuki Kagaya. How has the recent collection of black crystal been? Momotaro inquired. Regarding this matter, Lord Shinji will inform you, replied the black dog, directly bringing Jiang Tian into the conversation. With a member of the Akatsuki clan present, Momotaro dared not behave recklessly. What nonsense are you spouting? What Lord Shinji? Momotaro responded, bewildered. He understood that the so-called Shinji referred to someone from the Akatsuki clan. However, based on his knowledge, members of the Akatsuki clan typically resided in the divine capital and rarely ventured outside. Although Akatsuki Momoshiki governed this area, he was seldom present, usually communicating with the envoys through special means to oversee various situations. Only in emergencies or during combat would the Akatsuki clan descend from the divine capital to personally address matters, using their formidable strength to subdue those who defied their authority. I am not speaking in jest. If you go and see for yourself, you will understand. The black dog gestured invitingly, confident that Jiang Tian would handle any significant issues that arose. He calmly urged Momotaro to meet Jiang Tian, allowing the envoy to confront the Shinji directly while he, a mere overseer of a mining site, watched from the sidelines. Seeing the black dog's demeanor, which seemed devoid of jest, Momotaro began to have doubts. Could it be that a member of the divine clan truly roamed the outside world, unbeknownst to him? To ensure absolute certainty, he decided to pay a visit and ascertain the truth. Lead the way. If you are merely toying with me, I shall not spare either of you, Momotaro warned, following closely behind the two as they made their way to the grand hall. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon Jiang Tian. He found Jiang Tian reclining arrogantly in a chair, eyes half closed as he savored grapes fed to him by Ling. The sight exuded an air of unabashed arrogance. Furrowing his brow, Momotaro noted that Jiang Tian's indulgence in human beauty and his disdainful demeanor bore a striking resemblance to those of the divine clan. In his youth, he had been fortunate enough to encounter young members of the divine clan who displayed such arrogance wherever they went. May I inquire who you are? And why you have come to this remote place from the divine capital? Momotaro asked, observing that Jiang Tian possessed no discernible features of the Akatsuki clan, appearing indistinguishable from humans except for the overwhelming aura he emanated. To impersonate a member of the divine clan was a grave offense. Jiang Tian, pondering the situation, realized that this individual had yet to recognize his false identity. He needed to embody his role more convincingly. Arrogance. Jiang Tian slowly opened his eyes, revealing the ripple-patterned Rinnegan, the most straightforward means of identifying a member of the Akatsuki clan. Appearance alone was insufficient. Only those possessing these eyes could truly be regarded as members of the divine clan. With a thunderous shout, several individuals fell to their knees in fear. Momotaro hastily lowered his head, pleading, "Lord Shinji, please, show mercy upon your servant." Despite any doubts, no envoy dared to address one with the Rinnegan in such a manner. "Strike yourself," Jiang Tian commanded. Upon hearing this, Momotaro gritted his teeth and slapped his own face. Jiang Tian found this scene amusing. Realizing he must make the most of this identity, its utility was undeniable. "Lord Shinji, may I ask why you have come to the Black Mountain Mine? Does Lord Momoshiki know of your presence?" Momotaro inquired, aware that members of the divine clan seldom ventured out and each had their own territories. It was unusual for one to suddenly arrive in another's domain without cause, so he sought clarity to report back to Akatsuki Momoshiki. Jiang Tian fell into contemplation upon hearing this. If he lied or failed to answer, Momotaro would relay the information to Momoshiki, so he needed to devise a comprehensive response. After a moment's thought, he recalled events from the shinobi world and smiled as he spoke. "I have undertaken a significant mission within the clan to eliminate the traitor Akatsuki Kagaya. I have only recently returned and chose to rest here for a while." Jiang Tian's words were a blend of truth and fabrication, leaving them difficult to discern. However, upon hearing this, the expressions of those in the hall shifted dramatically, although they were unaware of the specifics surrounding the traitor's elimination. The name Akatsuki Kagaya resonated with great notoriety. She was renowned in the divine capital as an unparalleled beauty and one of the few noblewomen in the divine kingdom. "Brother, did I just hear correctly? Lord Jiang Tian claims he has slain Lady Kagaya." Black Dog's expression changed drastically, and he admonished his younger brother in a hushed tone. "Be quiet. Do you seek death?" Momotaro broke into a cold sweat, reflecting on his earlier doubts. This lord had the power to kill Lady Kagaya, and he had dared to question such an existence. A person of such strength was likely of the same lineage as Akatsuki Momoshiki, a direct descendant of the clan. "Lord Shinji, I humbly beg your forgiveness for my earlier disrespect. Your most loyal servant, Momotaro, is willing to accept any punishment." Fear gripped him, worried that Jiang Tian might take offense and obliterate him with a mere gesture. A man capable of slaying Lady Kagaya must possess terrifying strength. "Let it be. Killing someone like you would tarnish my hands. Come here. I have some questions for you." Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively, showcasing his acting prowess. This brought joy to Momotaro's heart, as he perceived this lord to be a true powerhouse who deemed it beneath him to eliminate someone as insignificant as himself. He was eager to cling to Jiang Tian's coattails, for while Akatsuki Momoshiki held a high position, he was merely one of many envoys. If he could gain the favor of the esteemed figure before him and manage territories for him, perhaps he could even attain the rank of a high envoy. The position of high envoy was akin to being a close attendant of the divine clan. Only those of great strength and exceptional merit could hope to attain such a status. Momotaro's greatest aspiration in life was to become a high envoy, commanding numerous subordinates, thereby facilitating his own grandstanding. "Lord Shinji, please feel free to ask anything," he offered humbly. Seeing Momotaro's subservience, Jiang Tian seized the opportunity to voice all the questions he wished to ask. After a prolonged discussion, Jiang Tian reclined in his chair, gazing up at the ceiling of the grand hall, his expression grave. The divine kingdom was vast beyond compare, infinitely larger than the shinobi world, a true testament to the disparity between dust and stars. The territory governed by the Akatsuki clan was known as the Eastern Continent, while Jiang Tian found himself merely in a mountain range outside a small town within that region, illustrating the immensity of this world. The power of the Akatsuki clan, which ruled over such a vast eastern continent, was evident. Akatsuki Momoshiki, being of the divine lineage, presided over an extensive territory, favorably located and rich in resources such as mineral veins. The territories of the divine clan were delineated based on bloodline and strength. Those of noble lineage and formidable power were granted vast expanses, while branches or weaker members were relegated to mere scraps of land. This system bore resemblance to the feudal divisions of ancient times in his past life, instilling within Jiang Tian a sense of pressure. Could he truly stand against such a family alone? Chapter 155. The Demon Blade. Sure as hidden ghosts at Jiang Tian's suggestion, Momotaro ventured elsewhere to collect ore. This young man believed Jiang Tian to possess an extraordinary identity and thus held him in high regard. Consequently, wherever he went, he boasted about this matter. And news of a divine child arriving from the eastern continent spread like wildfire. Yang, this operation must remain highly confidential. We can afford no mistakes. The audacity of the divine clan to venture into such a place alone shows utter disdain for our god-slaying organization. In a city not far from the Black Mountain Mine, in the basement of a tavern, a young man wielding a longsword stood. This was Yang. As one of the 12 kings of the god-slaying organization, he had once attempted to assassinate Akatsuki Momoshiki. Although he failed, his successful escape earned him a reputation in the divine kingdom. I shall claim that young man's life. This time, I will use the blood of the divine clan to honor the spirits of our people. The god-slaying organization serves as humanity's last bastion, composed of extraordinary individuals with unique abilities. Their sole purpose is to slay the divine and restore the former glory of humankind, a veritable ember of humanity. The major divine clans regard this organization with considerable trepidation. According to reports, the individual in question is named Akatsuki Jiang Tian, currently situated within the Black Mountain Mine. The location is remote, making it challenging for the Akatsuki clan to intervene. His strength must certainly be beneath Momoshiki's. Otherwise, he would not dare to step into Momoshiki's territory. The tavern's proprietor, an elderly human, shared all the intelligence gathered by the organization with Yang, ensuring that this unparalleled swordsman would have the opportunity to strike decisively. Await my good news. This wine is unpalatable and lacks flavor. With that, Yang rose and departed, cradling his longsword. At the Black Mountain Mine, Jiang Tian stood before a black furnace, where weapons were being forged, while countless miners poured black crystals into the fire. Master Jiang Tian. With so many black crystals being used, I fear it may be hard to explain to those above, the black dog fretted. As Jiang Tian had nearly exhausted all the black crystals stored at the mine. If the higher-ups became aware, they might very well erupt in anger. What does it matter? These black crystals are destined for the divine clan anyway. Using them now makes no difference, Jiang Tian replied solemnly. Since his katana had been broken, he had longed to forge a new weapon from black crystals. Coincidentally, Momotaro had presented him with a scroll detailing the crafting of a katana. Although the quantity of black crystals required was substantial, however, the resulting weapon would possess formidable power. How much longer until the forging is complete? Jiang Tian inquired, furrowing his brow. He intended to retrieve this blade and leave with Ling, as they were, after all, in Momoshiki's domain. If discovered, it would lead to significant trouble. It should be completed within a day, followed by the inscription of the power runes from the scroll. The demon blade, sure as hidden ghosts, will be fully forged. The black dog respectfully stated. This was the first time he had witnessed such an extraordinary blade, capable of channeling chakra and enhancing the wielder's swordsmanship. One day is all I need. I shall wait here, Jiang Tian resolved, recognizing the weapon's paramount importance for his future battles against the divine clan. Therefore, he could not afford any misfortunes. A day later, Jiang Tian slowly opened his eyes. The demon blade, sure as hidden ghosts, lay completed before him. The blade shimmered a deep black, engraved with mysterious tadpole-like runes. As he grasped it, he was struck by its unexpectedly light weight. He swung the long sword gently, feeling its keen edge. This weapon, forged from black crystals, was indeed remarkable. After securing the black blade, Jiang Tian sought out Ling. Come with me, we must go elsewhere. Understood, Ling replied without hesitation, aware that Jiang Tian intended to leave and return to the divine capital. Master Jiang Tian, feel free to return to the Black Mountain Mine for inspections. My brother and I will always welcome you, the black dog said, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The excessive consumption of black crystals would inevitably expose Jiang Tian's fabricated identity, and when that day arrived, they would likely wish never to have met him. Where are we headed, my lord? Ling inquired, puzzled, as she followed Jiang Tian, noting that their direction did not seem to lead to the divine capital. From now on, call me Jiang Tian. There is no need for titles, he replied, gazing at her familiar face with a multitude of thoughts. He yearned to hear her simply call him Jiang Tian. My lord, I dare not speak your name directly. Ling gasped internally, realizing that as a mere human, addressing a divine name was a grave offense. She wondered if Jiang Tian had grown weary of her presence and might seek a reason to eliminate her. I command you to do so, Jiang Tian asserted, exuding the demeanor of an imperious ruler. This woman was not truly Ling. Had the real Ling stood before him, he would never have uttered such words. He lacked the courage, having never even mustered the bravery to confess his feelings to Ling, let alone speak in such a domineering manner. Understood, Jiang Tian, Ling uttered cautiously, her heart racing as she addressed a divine for the first time. In her mind, the divine were noble beings, above reproach, and humans were unworthy of uttering their names. Yet, the divine before her seemed different, a gentle man. Jiang Tian unfurled the map provided by the Black Dog brothers. Not far ahead lay Black City. Rumor had it that a competition was underway there, where the victors could join the God-slaying organization. Jiang Tian was well aware of this organization, a faction dedicated to opposing the divine clan, aiming to overthrow their authority. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and thus Jiang Tian resolved to join this organization in opposition to the Akatsuki clan. Let us proceed. Black City is within reach. Stay close to me. Ling followed closely as they made their way toward Black City. Such pretentious gods, self-important fools, humanity is not inferior. And cherry blossoms are certainly not lowly. As they walked, a drunken man with a sword in his arms stumbled toward them, cursing the divine clan, a capital offense in the divine kingdom. The man halted a dozen meters from Jiang Tian, scrutinizing him before unfurling a scroll and perusing it back and forth. Once he confirmed he was not mistaken, he hastily discarded the scroll and prepared to confront Jiang Tian. I was just looking for you, but here you are. Looking for me? Jiang Tian queried, perplexed, as he did not recognize the man before him. Without further ado, the man raised his wine flask and drank deeply before drawing his sword and pointing it directly at Jiang Tian. Human Liang, come forth to slay the divine. Chakra surged forth from his being, instantly filling the air with a fierce sword aura. Although Jiang Tian was still trying to comprehend the situation, he knew a battle was imminent. Ling, step aside and wait for me. Let me settle this first. Chapter 156. The tail of Liang, the black magic blade, was drawn from its sheath at Jiang Tian's waist. He turned to Liang and spoke in a grave tone. I have no grievances with you. What is the meaning of drawing your sword against me? The divine beings had long oppressed numerous clans, and other races, intimidated by their might, dared not resist. Yet, the human race was not so feeble. Liang, slay the divine without needing justification. Since his youth, Liang had vowed to dedicate his life to annihilating the divine. But I am not of the divine. Jiang Tian explained. I am a true human, with no lineage of the Akatsuki clan. Yet your renegade cannot deceive. Liang was perplexed by Jiang Tian's words. Every divine being took pride in their bloodline, considering it noble. This was the first time he had encountered one like Jiang Tian, who denied his heritage. Very well. Let us engage in battle, and I shall demonstrate the power of my magic blade. The black magic blade crossed his chest, and a surge of natural energy filled him. Sage mode activate. The renegade also awakened, and not only did ripples appear in his pupils, but intricate patterns emerged around his eye sockets, shimmering vividly. Jiang Tian was taken aback. He had never experienced such a sensation before. It seemed that upon entering this world, Sage mode had become even more potent, with the patterns absorbing the surrounding natural energy. Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed in the shinobi world. Indeed, this world was peculiar. Liang observed Jiang Tian's Sage mode thoughtfully. Divine beings, apart from their bloodline abilities, seldom trained in other powers, as it would tarnish their lineage. Thus, members of the Akatsuki clan only wielded their renegade and unique Akatsuki powers in battle. Yet, Jiang Tian's use of natural energy puzzled Liang, who had also practiced it, leading him to regard this divine being as somewhat unusual. However, upon seeing those rippling pupils, Liang hesitated no longer. Gripping his longsword, he launched into action. Sword 1, Heavenly Demon Slash. A torrent of natural energy surged as a colossal evil spirit apparition materialized behind Liang, its muscular form defined, crowned with a single horn. With a swift swing of his sword, the evil spirit charged toward Jiang Tian, as if to consume him entirely. Shura Demon Concealment, 3000. Drawl. Jiang Tian activated Susanoo, this time with a black katana in the hands of the violet giant. He crouched within Susanoo, placing his hand on the hilt. And with a fierce motion, he drew the magic blade, mimicking the giant's action. With a resounding clash, the evil spirit collided with the massive black blade light, causing the void to be engulfed in annihilation. Liang's face revealed a hint of a smile upon witnessing the attack's release. regardless of whether you are divine. You are undoubtedly a formidable opponent. To Jiang Tian's astonishment, Liang's body began to ascend slowly. Such a feat was possible in the shinobi world. Yet Jiang Tian realized he could not fly in this realm. However, this man, claiming to be a Liang, soared into the sky, even higher than the towering Susanoo. He raised his sword with one hand, slowly rotating it from left to right, and countless sword shadows coalesced into a crescent shape. Sword 2, Blood Moon Sword Dance. Countless sword energies surged forth, ultimately transforming into a massive crimson sword light that blazed through the air with unparalleled speed. Jiang Tian could barely discern it with his Rinnegan, hastily commanding Susanoo to block with the magic blade. As the sword light faded, a bead of sweat trickled down Jiang Tian's forehead. That was an impressive strike, but it evidently bore no significant effect. Liang took a swig from his wine jug and gazed at Jiang Tian's Susanoo, softly remarking, "That may not be the case. You might want to lower your head and take a look." "What?" Jiang Tian abruptly glanced down, and a powerful sense of tearing surged through him as the towering violet giant began to crumble in his eyes. A massive red gash appeared at Susanoo's waist. Crack, crack. A fine fissure emerged from there, spreading wider until it covered Susanoo in cracks. With a thunderous sound, Susanoo shattered, dissolving into nothingness. Jiang Tian regarded Liang with a solemn expression. "Your swordsmanship is formidable. It is truly remarkable." Liang did not strike again. Instead, he sat down and drank, taking a hearty gulp before tossing the wine jug to Jiang Tian. "Hey, can you drink?" Receiving the jug, Jiang Tian took a deep swig, responding with his actions. "Haha. You are quite the man of character." Liang's face lit up with a smile at Jiang Tian's straightforwardness. For he cherished two things above all, the sword that could take divine lives and the wine that could heal past wounds. "Why don't we pause our battle and listen to my story?" Jiang Tian nodded, intrigued to hear what Liang had to share. Over a decade ago, a prodigious swordsman emerged among the human race. He began practicing swordsmanship at the age of 6 and had mastered all known techniques by the age of 15. Subsequently, he ventured forth in pursuit of even greater swordsmanship, only to discover that the world was not as he had imagined. Humans were weak, reduced to mere dogs beneath the divine. Thus, the young swordsman began to slay the divine's lackeys, honing his skills and ultimately grasping several profound techniques. Initially, this was merely a tale of a passionate youth seeking justice until he encountered the person. Liang paused to take a sip of wine. Jiang Tian, eager for more, inquired, what kind of person did he meet? A woman. The young man grew fond of her, and together they traversed a long path until they were confronted by the divine. It was a divine scion from the divine capital who forced the woman to her death, and likewise, the young man perished. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. "Was the young man you?" "The young man was Lu Liang. I am a Liang." Liang's expression remained stoic as he continued to drink, revealing that Lu Liang and a Liang were one and the same, though he preferred to call himself a Liang. Sensing the emotional turmoil in Liang's tale, Jiang Tian keenly observed that the young man in the story was none other than the man before him. He asked, "What is the difference between Lu Liang and a Liang?" Liang gazed skyward, a bitter expression crossing his face. This gesture struck Jiang Tian as oddly familiar. Had he not once shared a similar moment with Obito? Time passed, and Liang finally returned to his thoughts, taking another hearty sip of wine. Lu Liang was that prodigious swordsman, driven to right the wrongs of the world. Yet, when she perished, Lu Liang died alongside her. The current A Liang is merely a drunken swordsman seeking vengeance against the divine for the sake of his beloved. After the death of his beloved, Lu Liang transformed into a Liang, consumed solely by the desire to slay the divine and avenge her. Chapter 157. Assassination of T-Isn. It's somewhat amusing. Liang glanced at Jiang Tian and spoke softly. Discussing such matters with one who possesses the Rinnegan is inherently a jest. There is nothing humorous about it. For my intentions align with yours. Jiang Tian approached Liang, took the wine flask from his hand, and sat beside him to share a drink. He found himself yearning for Ling and the individuals from the ninja world, reminiscing about Obito and the Sage of the White Snake. Arriving in this world, he was destined for solitude, compelled to forge his path alone. How intriguing it is that the phrase "slay the gods" escapes your lips in such a peculiar manner. Those endowed with the Rinnegan are deemed divine, yet Jiang Tian's utterance seems to imply self-destruction. Are you aware of the Slayers of Gods organization in Black City? I intend to join them. Noticing that Jiang Tian was not jesting and genuinely wished to join the organization, Liang replied solemnly, "You are fortunate. I am a member of that very organization. Come, I shall escort you there." Liang rose, still cradling his longsword, an indispensable tool for his vengeance. For hatred encompassed his very being. Do you trust me so readily? Jiang Tian met Liang's gaze, and in that moment, they both sensed a familiar connection. A being who possesses the Rinnegan and speaks of slaying gods is indeed worthy of trust. Having spoken, Liang made his way toward Black City, with Jiang Tian and Ling following closely behind. Both shared a common goal, to eliminate members of the Akatsuki clan. Jiang Tian sought a means of resurrection, while Liang yearned for retribution for his beloved. Despite their differing motivations, their ultimate aim remained the same, the death of the Akatsuki. In Black City, Liang guided Jiang Tian into a tavern. So it is, a possessor of the Rinnegan wishes to join us. How fascinating. The tavern owner, the leader of the Black City stronghold, expressed immense excitement and anticipation upon hearing Liang declare Jiang Tian's intent to join the Slayer organization. In the land of the gods, their organization had become notorious, thanks to the Divine Clan's efforts to propagate their infamy. The prospect of Jiang Tian's joining Rinnegan against Rinnegan was indeed a captivating scenario. Newcomer, in a few days, there will be a significant operation. Would you like to accompany Liang? The old man leaned in conspiratorially toward Jiang Tian, revealing that the organization was planning a major offensive, intending to send 5 members of equal strength to Liang to assassinate T-shirt Akatsuki and disrupt the Divine Clan's schemes. What operation? Jiang Tian inquired. The Divine Clan intends to encircle us. Thus, the organization has decided to dispatch operatives to eliminate T-shirt Akatsuki and thwart their encirclement. T-shirt will head toward his territory in the eastern continent, at which point you, Liang, and 5 others will join forces to eliminate him. What say you? Upon hearing that they were to target T-shirt Akatsuki, Jiang Tian hesitated. After all, the collective had struggled immensely to vanquish Kaguya, paying a heavy price. And T-shirt's power surpassed hers. Engaging in this endeavor felt perilous. Let us proceed together. The organization would not send us into the fray without assurance. So there is no need for concern. Liang interjected, recognizing Jiang Tian's apprehension. It is only natural to hesitate when one has just joined an organization, especially for such a perilous mission as assassinating T-shirt. Very well, I agree to accompany you. But I hope you will take good care of the woman I brought with me. Should anything go awry in the operation, I wish for her well-being. Jiang Tian acquiesced to Liang, knowing it was time to confront the Akatsuki and gauge their strength compared to Kaguya's. Being alongside Liang and the Slayers of Gods presented a favorable opportunity. Venturing alone to confront the Akatsuki would be far too treacherous. His only concern remained the woman who bore a striking resemblance to Ling, whom he had intended to rescue from the mines, thus he needed to ensure her safety. Rest assured, our organization will look after her. The tavern owner responded without hesitation. There are protocols in place to safeguard the families of our members. Although Jiang Tian had just joined, he was already considered one of them. After clarifying the situation, Jiang Tian and Ling were shown to a guest room in the tavern, sharing the same chamber. Jiang Tian, brother, could you refrain from going? Ling's expression was tinged with reluctance. She had only just escaped the dreadful confines of the mine, all thanks to Jiang Tian, and now he was embarking on such a perilous venture. Ling was engulfed in worry. She had clearly overheard the conversation regarding the assassination of T-shirt Akatsuki, a figure of immense renown within the Divine Clan. Not only in Black City but throughout the entire land of the gods, T-shirt was a figure of great notoriety. Jiang Tian fell into silence as he gazed at the familiar visage, unsure of what to say. She was ultimately not Ling. His true goal was to resurrect the real Ling. Sooner or later, he would find himself at odds with the Akatsuki clan. A perilous endeavor fraught with uncertainty regarding life and death. There are matters I must attend to. You should remain here at the tavern. Whatever transpires will surely be preferable to life in the mines. Jiang Tian spoke in a low tone, articulating his thoughts. Having brought her out of the mines was already a significant achievement. He could not concern himself with much more. You may. Ling bit her lip. Her expression tinged with distress. She understood her lowly status and felt unworthy of Jiang Tian, harboring no unreasonable expectations. Yet, she feared that the group might perish at the hands of T-shirt. Do not worry. Though it is dangerous, I will not simply perish. Jiang Tian had battled Kaguya and was acutely aware of the Akatsuki clan's might. Should the situation become dire, he would not hesitate to flee. He intended to leverage the organization's strength to oppose the Akatsuki. If it came to a life-or-death struggle, he was not foolish enough to engage recklessly. In the ninja world, Obito, Ling, many awaited his return. How could he squander his life in such a wretched place? Then please take care. And thank you immensely for bringing me out. Ling spoke softly, now aware that Jiang Tian was not a member of the divine clan, but rather a being just like her, which only added to his tenderness. I must go now. Jiang Tian rose and stepped out, feeling an emptiness within the heart of the woman who resembled Ling. She could not understand why, despite their brief acquaintance, she felt an unwillingness to part. When one finds themselves reluctant to let go, it is often a sign of love. Obito was like this, as was Jiang Tian. All those who love deeply share this sentiment, even if their beloved is passed. Upon returning to his chamber, Jiang Tian secured the magic blade at his waist, donning a mask that had long lain dormant. In an instant, he felt as though he had traversed a chasm of time, reminiscent of his first meeting with Obito, clad in a similar guise. Chapter 158, Convergence of familiar sensation surged within him. The moment the mask was donned, Jiang Tian let out a self-deprecating smile, realizing that despite all his efforts, his innermost desires remained unfulfilled. From the shinobi world to the present, he had traversed numerous trials alongside Obito, only to find that neither of their aspirations had come to fruition, a truly lamentable reality. What are you pondering? The door swung open, revealing Yang, as usual, cradling a long sword and holding a wine flask in his hand. Oh, nothing much, just reminiscing about the past, Jiang Tian replied softly. That attire is quite impressive. It exudes an undeniable aura of authority. Adorned with the Azura mask, a crimson robe, and a magical blade at his waist, Yang surveyed Jiang Tian's ensemble, contrasting it with his own, which seemed rather humble in comparison. Come, let us indulge in some wine. Yang tossed the flask towards him. Is it wise to drink now? Aren't we preparing for action? Jiang Tian retorted, yet his actions betrayed his words as he took a hearty swig from the flask. Actions will commence tonight. For now, we drink, Yang declared as he entered the room and took a seat. His fondness for wine was evident. It served as the sole remedy for the deep-seated wounds within his heart. How about sharing your story? I find you quite intriguing, Yang remarked, sensing that this man too bore the weight of emotional turmoil, perhaps harboring resentments akin to his own. A story, Jiang Tian murmured. His tale was simple, a solitary soul ensnared by the shackles of the past. I hail from another realm, and like you, I once had a beloved who has since passed away. Thus, we share an ephemeral familiarity, perhaps due to this shared grief. I have long been fixated on the desire to resurrect her in this world. That is my narrative. Upon hearing this, Yang nodded gently. Understanding the weight of their shared burdens, the two men began to engage in revelry under the daylight. Among all the weapons in the world, none inflict wounds as profound as those of the past. Everyone possesses memories, and once ensnared by them, escape becomes impossible, much like Jiang Tian's current plight. They remained unaware of how much they had consumed or how long they had been drinking. It was only when dusk began to settle that they stood up to depart for their designated meeting place. For the mission to assassinate Akatsuki Momoshiki, the god-slaying organization had gathered a total of 7 members, including Jiang Tian. Yang and Jiang Tian formed one team, tasked with waiting outside the city of Eastern Continent for Momoshiki. According to reports, he would arrive from the divine capital to oversee the extermination of the god-slaying organization, necessitating their ambush outside the city to prevent his entry. Once inside, it would be nearly impossible to eliminate him. What are the other 5? How competent are they? Jiang Tian inquired during their journey toward the Eastern Continent. Among those arriving today, they are indeed capable, albeit not exceptionally so, Yang replied. Jiang Tian found himself at a loss for words. What did he mean by capable but not exceptional? Did that imply they were merely fodder for their mission? Oh, well, I believe we ought to reconsider our approach to assassinating Momoshiki. What say you, Yang? Jiang Tian suggested. It's not fear that drives me, rather. As a team endowed with intellect, we ought to devise a strategy. Should we not return to Black City to formulate a plan? Jiang Tian was not afraid of Momoshiki. He simply deemed the situation absurd. Initially, he had intended to assess the circumstances and act accordingly, but after Yang's comments, he found himself thrust into a leading role. Are you losing your nerve? One among those 5 is stronger than I, so there is no need to fret, Yang jested, having meant to tease Jiang Tian. He too sought vengeance. He had no desire to perish without dismantling the celestial clan. Just how formidable is that individual? Jiang Tian pressed, recalling his own encounters with Yang, who was undeniably strong, capable of cleaving through Susanoo with a single strike. Is it possible that someone stronger than you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Akatsuki? Jiang Tian mused, initially jesting. In this world, He doubted anyone could genuinely surpass the Akatsuki in one-on-one combat. However, Liang nodded in affirmation. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. That man is indeed stronger than the Akatsuki, and he has truly slain members of the Celestial Clan. Liang spoke with an unassuming tone, yet his words stirred a tempest within Jiang Tian. Could it be that someone possessed the might to single-handedly vanquish the Akatsuki? You're not deceiving me, are you? Such a person truly exists? Jiang Tian queried, incredulity lacing his voice. Liang smiled enigmatically. You will understand once you meet him. His strength is undeniable. Jiang Tian chose not to press further and followed Liang to their meeting point. In the depths of a mountain outside Eastern Continent City, a wooden cabin awaited, the designated rendezvous for the God-slaying organization's operation. Liang, you've taken your sweet time. The boss is nearly beside himself with worry. Greeted one of the 4 individuals seated outside the cabin, a classic ensemble of 3 men and 1 woman. Perhaps it is you who arrived too early. It is hardly my fault, Liang retorted, taking a sip of his wine with a nonchalant expression. He and Jiang Tian had arrived at the appointed time. It was these individuals who had been overly eager. This gentleman is the possessor of the Rinnegan. He looks quite dashing. The sole woman among them approached Jiang Tian, eyeing him with curiosity. The organization had briefed them on Jiang Tian prior to their arrival, so they were all aware of his presence. Possessing the Rinnegan holds no significance for you. Do not waste your energy, Jiang Tian replied. For someone who loved another would not be swayed by a woman of her ilk. How dreadfully dull. The woman remarked with a smile before returning to her seat beneath the porch of the wooden cabin. Jiang Tian, you ought to be wary of that woman. She possesses an innate charm, and her cultivation revolves around enchantment. Be cautious. Do not let her captivate your soul, Liang advised, his tone earnest. Jiang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. This woman was indeed the type to incite impulsive feelings, with a figure that could turn heads. However, Jiang Tian, the embodiment of pure love, remained unfazed. Had anyone else been in his position, they might have succumbed to temptation, yet he remained resolute. Liang, where is that man you spoke of? The one stronger than you? Jiang Tian scanned the area, failing to spot the so-called powerhouse. The rest appeared rather average, likely on par with himself. They're inside. They likely arrived early at the request of that man, for he is a mortal enemy of the Celestial Clan. As Jiang Tian focused on the entrance, the door swung open, revealing a man clad in armor. Upon seeing his visage, Jiang Tian froze in disbelief. How is this possible? Chapter 159. Obito. As the door creaked open, the man clad in brilliant red armor stood before them. Beneath the Shura mask, Jiang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. The figure, sporting an explosive hairstyle, was unmistakably Obito, a comrade with whom he had fought side by side. Who are you? Jiang Tian couldn't help but exclaim. First it was Ling, and now Obito. Could it all be mere coincidence? The resemblance was uncanny, leaving him in a daze, questioning whether he had somehow returned to the shinobi world. I am Hashirama. It is a pleasure to welcome you to our organization, the man replied. Hashirama? Jiang Tian gasped, stunned. Uchiha Obito? The others exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Jiang Tian's dramatic response in addressing their leader. You are mistaken, Jiang Tian. This is not Uchiha Obito. He is simply known as Obito, Liang clarified. Equally confused by Jiang Tian's reaction, it was as if Jiang Tian was encountering Obito for the first time. All right, we must discuss the assassination of T-Shur, Obito declared, taking the lead as the chief strategist and primary combatant for this operation, with the others obliged to heed his directives. Jiang Tian followed Liang into the wooden cabin, his furrowed brow betraying his inner turmoil. He simply could not comprehend the presence of someone so strikingly similar. If the woman resembling Ling was a coincidence, could the same not be said for Obito? Was it possible that others from the shinobi world, including Kakashi, might also manifest in this realm? The multitude of coincidences amassed into an unsettling enigma, leaving them all in a state of bewilderment. Once seated, Obito initiated the discussion. The significance of this assassination mission is self-evident. T-Shur must be eliminated. Otherwise, once he enters Dongzhou City, he will orchestrate our eradication. Our organization has suffered blows from the Divine Clan across various strongholds, making it imperative that we successfully eliminate T-Shur. Failure will only exacerbate our dire circumstances. T-Shur's impending arrival in Dongzhou aimed at dismantling the God-slaying organization followed an earlier failed operation near the Divine Capital, which almost resulted in the demise of a crucial figure within the Divine Clan. Enraged, the Tsutsuki clan dispatched T-Shur along with numerous allies to obliterate the organization. However, The vastness of the divine nation limited even the Tsutsuki's reach. Thus, if they succeeded in assassinating T-Shirt, his absence would hinder the divine clan's efforts to consolidate their extermination campaign effectively. T-Shirt will travel with only 2 guards. Alung and I will confront T-Shirt while you handle the guards. Once we achieve our objective, we must retreat immediately. Obito outlined the operation strategy. Jiang Tian's brow furrowed in skepticism. Why would such a significant figure travel with merely 2 guards? Is this information accurate? T-Shirt truly intends to bring only 2 guards? It was imperative to clarify, for the risk was considerable. The others looked at Jiang Tian in confusion, unable to fathom why he would pose such a question. Surely, the denizens of the divine nation would be aware of such matters. Alung interjected, the divine beings are notoriously arrogant, believing their strength unparalleled. Thus, they often disdain the need for escorts. T-Shirt's 2 guards were likely assigned by the Tsutsuki clan, who deemed his mission in Dongzhou of grave importance. The Tsutsuki clan, self-proclaimed as gods, wielded immense power, fostering an air of superiority that ironically provided the god-slaying organization with an opportunity. Had they chosen their guards from among the numerous potent beings of other clans, the assassination of a divine entity would have seemed utterly implausible. Within Dongzhou, the illustrious Tsutsuki T-Shirt traversed the skies in a flowing white garb, flanked by 2 formidable guards adorned with horns. The color white was emblematic of the Tsutsuki clan, pervading their skin and attire. My lord T-Shirt, we implore you to exercise caution on this journey. Alung, the one who previously attempted your assassination, is active here. What of the guards cautioned? The Tsutsuki were notoriously proud, and T-Shirt was no exception. He preferred solitude, often embarking on his travels without companions. Which is why Alung had chosen him as a target. That human swordsman is but an insignificant insect. My previous oversight allowed him to escape. Should he dare approach again, I shall ensure his demise, T-Shirt retorted, his gaze darkening with fury at the mere thought of Alung's previous affront. To him, the act of assassination was a blatant provocation. Why, of all the divine beings, had Alung chosen to come after him? Was it not a clear indication of his perceived weakness? An easier target? The mockery from his clan regarding this incident had been incessant. The 2 guards exchanged concerned glances. We must remain vigilant. This endeavor is of utmost importance. Should anything go awry, our lives will be forfeit as well. Enough hesitation. We must reach East City swiftly. I am determined to eradicate that organization. A mere band of insignificant humans daring to slay gods. What a farce. Upon sensing T-Shirt's displeasure, the guards fell silent, trailing behind him as they made their way towards Dongzhou City. Outside the wooden cabin, Jiang Tian and the others prepared for their final arrangements. Obito approached, locking eyes with Jiang Tian. I hear you possess a pair of Rinnegan? He inquired. Could it be that your eyes are also? Obito nodded, settling beside Jiang Tian. Indeed, my bloodline is unique, granting me these accursed eyes. I once despised the Rinnegan, but my perspective has since shifted. His bloodline bore traces of the Tsutsuki clan, which explained his possession of the Rinnegan. He sought to ascertain whether Jiang Tian's lineage held any significance as well. I am merely human, devoid of any Tsutsuki blood, Jiang Tian replied. However, the origin of these eyes is quite special. They come from Ling, and bear no connection to me. My parents were simply ordinary ninjas within the shinobi world. I see. To possess such eyes is indeed fortuitous, as they will facilitate our mission to eliminate the Tsutsuki, Obito mused. He had once harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Tsutsuki clan, resenting the blood that coursed through his veins. How confident are you in your ability to assassinate T-Shirt? Jiang Tian posed the most pressing question. Although Alung had asserted that Obito's prowess far surpassed his own, Jiang Tian remained oblivious to the specifics. Caution was paramount. He did not wish to unwittingly become a pawn in this dangerous game. I initially estimated my chances of eliminating T-Shirt at 30%. However, with your involvement, I now believe I possess a 50% likelihood of success, Obito candidly admitted. With Jiang Tian's Rinnegan in play, his confidence had surged by an additional 20%. T-Shirt was undeniably formidable. Without Jiang Tian's aid, Obito recognized that the assassination attempt would likely result in failure. Yet, he understood that without action, one could never ascertain the outcome. Chapter 160. Ambush. As the formidable Tsutsuki Peach approached the vicinity of East Continent City, Jiang Tian and his companions had already concealed themselves at the designated ambush point. This location was a considerable distance from the city, aimed at preventing any reinforcements from arriving. Although such precautions seemed excessive, given Peach's temperament, he would never seek assistance. Nevertheless, prudence was warranted. Time passed, and the night descended quietly. Suitsuki Peach soared through the air, accompanied by 2 guards. Below them lay a dense forest, and as Jiang Tian and his companions observed Peach's emergence, Ben whispered urgently, "Make your move." In an instant, a vast energy barrier materialized, ensnaring Suitsuki Peach within it, effectively severing his breath and spatial connections to thwart any potential escape. The space was locked down. Peach furrowed his brow, sensing the presence of several individuals in the woods below. "Come out and reveal yourselves." "There's no need to hide," he called out, recognizing their intent to assassinate him. "Peach, I regretted not eliminating you last time. Yet now, the opportunity has presented itself again," Ling declared as he stepped forward. Sword in hand, his tone brimming with arrogance. This individual seemed singularly focused on the extermination of the Tsutsuki clan. How audacious! A mere ant speaks such empty boasts. "You deserve to perish." Peach narrowed his eyes, perplexed by the confidence this man displayed. During their last encounter, it was Peach who had forced them to retreat in disgrace. And now they dared to return. "Lord Peach, be cautious." His 2 guards interposed protectively, unwilling to face the prospect of being executed by the Divine Clan. "It appears your guards are quite loyal," Peach remarked. "Peach, it has been a while." Another voice resonated as Ben ascended into the air, standing opposite Peach. Their gazes locked, and Peach's expression turned icy. "You traitor, I see you are still alive. Are you prepared for the consequences of opposing the Tsutsuki? Do not presume that your connection to that individual grants you license to act recklessly." The name ban was taboo within the clan, as it invoked issues of honor concerning the strongest of the Tsutsuki. The clan leader had strictly forbidden any discussion of it, yet privately, members, including Peach, continued to whisper about it. The union of the strongest divine being with a human woman was a profound disgrace, culminating in Ban's existence, a blight upon the Tsutsuki's honor. "Others may hesitate to kill you, but I, Peach, will not." He glared at Ban, recalling how Ban had caused the Divine Clan much trouble since joining the Godslaying organization. While others might have had the opportunity to eliminate him, they feared the wrath of the strongest, opting to spare him to avoid retribution. Ban had faced the Divine Clan numerous times in his youth, yet his father, fearing for his life, had always held back. Otherwise, he would have perished countless times. Can anyone without the Rinnegan truly contend with one who possesses it? Do you dare believe that? The Tsutsuki clan had many actors when facing Ban. "You need not hold back. I have come today to claim your life." Ban, deeply resentful of discussions regarding his lineage, considered the Tsutsuki bloodline a curse rather than a privilege. He felt that the blood coursing through his veins was tainted and among the most vile in the world. "You should know, you cannot kill me, Ban." Peach remained skeptical of the audacity displayed by both Ban and Ling, understanding full well that even with their combined strength, they were no match for him. "I am aware, which is why I have invited another pair of eyes." "Another pair of eyes?" Peach's brows furrowed slightly, intrigued by the implication. His gaze shifted to the others until it landed on Jiang Tian, where he sensed something unusual. "What is this sensation?" "No, I have never seen this person before. How could he possibly possess Tsutsuki blood? Yet the presence of the Rinnegan is undeniable." Peach detected the aura of the Rinnegan emanating from Jiang Tian, a sensation only members of the Tsutsuki could perceive. His disbelief grew. Could there truly be 2 pairs of Rinnegan? "Ban, it seems you have prepared thoroughly. However, whether you or he possess true Tsutsuki lineage is questionable. Even with the Rinnegan, lacking pure blood renders its power ineffective." Peach scrutinized both Ban and Jiang Tian, bemused by the bizarre occurrence of 2 pairs of Rinnegan, particularly Jiang Tian, who evidently lacked any Tsutsuki heritage. "Whether I can kill you, we shall see." As Ben finished speaking, he activated his Rinnegan, and Ling unsheathed his sword. "Humph. Your audacity is remarkable to ambush the Divine Clan." The ripples in Peach's pupils expanded as he summoned the power of his Rinnegan, declaring that anyone who dared affront the Divine Clan must perish. The clan members feared to kill Ban due to his father's influence, but Peach felt no such trepidation. Anyone opposing the Divine Clan deserved death. Rinnegan pressure. As the ocular techniques activated, countless air currents coalesced around Peach, transforming into razor-like blades. The space beside him was torn asunder, indicating the significant force behind this attack. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, realizing that his Rinnegan lacked such techniques. It seemed that the usage of the Rinnegan varied significantly among the Tsutsuki. Kagaya's abilities were vastly different from Peach's, and Jiang Tian had yet to fully harness his Rinnegan's potential. Rinnegan, space disturbance. Seeing Peach initiate the attack, Ban did not hesitate. unleashing his own power as ripples spread through his pupils. In an instant, the wind blades surrounding Peach surged towards the group, prompting Jiang Tian to urgently activate his Susanoo to defend himself. Despite this, the enormous purple giant sustained numerous scratches, though they did not compromise its essence, as the power of the ocular techniques allowed for rapid healing of these wounds. Meanwhile, the space around Peach fragmented under the force of Ban's ocular techniques, the immense tearing power inflicting visible distress upon his two guards, who could not withstand such overwhelming might. Though lacking complete lineage, their ability to wield such power was commendable. Peach's expression remained stern as he waved his hand, the ripples in his pupils dissipating rapidly, restoring normalcy to the space around him. The unbearable sensation of tearing vanished instantaneously. The brief encounter left Jiang Tian's brow knitted in concern. He pondered that had he been subjected to Ban's attack, he would undoubtedly have been injured. Yet Peach merely waved his hand to quell the chaos, revealing a level of strength that far surpassed his expectations. Indeed, accompanying them here proved perilous, yet it was fortuitous. Otherwise, Jiang Tian would have remained oblivious to the true capabilities of Akatsuki. Peach, this place shall be your grave today. The divine clan seeks to annihilate our organization. But I assure you, the aspiration for humanity's resurgence cannot be extinguished. Chapter 161. The distinction between gods and human Jinshin? Taosher seemed to have heard the most laughable thing in the world, a twisted smile distorting his face. The divine clan had ruled the land of gods for an extended period, yet its members had always been of lowly status, oppressed and weak, never flourishing. So how could one even speak of revitalization? Does the ant race require rejuvenation? It has never shone brightly. Although Taosher's words were piercing, they spoke the truth. The human race indeed lacked brilliance. At least they were not as tyrannical and unprincipled as your divine clan, wantonly harming various races. Liang's beloved had perished at the hands of the divine clan, and every mention of it stirred his rage. Is there not an old saying that states, "The hatred for a stolen wife cannot coexist with the heavens. Who wears the green hat does not remain oblivious." Moreover, his wife had been forcibly coerced into training her body, which only Liang could endure. Others would have likely gone mad. Though he had not lost his sanity, he appeared close enough, spending his days as if submerged in a barrel of wine, drowning his sorrows to forget the pain. Tyranny and lawlessness are merely the lamentations of the powerless. If you possess strength, you could slay me right here. It is not that you do not wish to be tyrannical. Rather, you lack the power to do so. Taosher revealed the truth of the world. This realm speaks only the language of strength. If you cannot protect those important to you, what concern is it of my divine clan? If your power were sufficient, you would not find yourself in such a state. Those who should perish are the ones who provoke your divine clan. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. Though this statement was truthful, it was brutally frank, laying bare the gory side of humanity without concealment. Thus, you weaklings can only engage in these futile gestures, no matter how many times you accuse me. I shall not perish. Taosher's disdain for humanity lay in this fact. No matter how you articulate your grievances, they cannot manifest into reality. One must possess the strength to effect change. The forbidden arts. Taosher's Rinnegan rippled as black rods, conjured by his ocular technique, shot towards several individuals with astonishing speed. Apart from Liang and Ban, the others, including Jiang Tian, were struck by the black rods, without exception. The moment the rods made contact with Jiang Tian's body, he felt his chakra stagnate, flowing sluggishly, directly impacting the speed and potency of his ninjutsu. What on earth are these black rods? They are the signature weapons of the Akatsuki clan, yet each user's rods and the sensations they evoke upon impact differ vastly. Jiang Tian had been struck by Kagaya's black rods before, but the damage inflicted then was unlike that of now. Everyone, do not panic. Liang and I shall deal with Taosher. You handle those two guards. Ban spoke to steady the minds of the group. The two black rods had been so swift that even he had not reacted in time, witnessing several being struck, a situation that could greatly dampen morale. He and Liang charged at Taosher, prompting the two guards to hastily position themselves in front of him. Step aside. I shall personally handle this battle. Taosher felt displeased. Although these two claimed to be his guards, they were merely incompetent, their strength vastly inferior to his. Most importantly, as a member of the divine lineage. His pride was stung by being protected by such weaklings. However, the two hesitated. To be honest, they were not fools. Protecting Taosher was exceedingly perilous. And if not for the fear of divine punishment, they would not willingly sacrifice their lives. Taosher's poor attitude made them ponder whether to abandon him altogether. Are my words falling on deaf ears? Seeing Taosher's fury, the two guards withdrew. If he was intent on courting death, let him go. His temper was outrageous, and they had no intention of accommodating such a fool. After the guards retreated, Taosher soared forward, completely disregarding Jiang Tian and the others. His gaze fixated on Ban and Liang. Do you know why the human race is the weakest among all races? It is because this lineage lacks any distinctive bloodline. Devoid of inherent power, the divine clan is deemed divine because our Akatsuki lineage possesses innate strength. As Taosher spoke, a proud expression graced his face. He was indeed proud to be born of the Akatsuki. Now, it is time for you to truly experience the power of the divine clan. This is the suppression that stems from bloodlines. Taosher's pupils expanded with ripples as countless black rods emerged, morphing into various forms at will. Wave of divine might. These black weapons glowed with a crimson radiance, embodying the power of the Akatsuki within Taosher. Enveloped by this luminescence, the weapons exuded a sharp, chilling aura. Jiang Tian. We shall advance first. You assess the situation and join in at the opportune moment, Ban instructed Jiang Tian, urging him to find an opportunity to engage in battle with Taosher. Understood. I shall look for an opportunity, Jiang Tian replied, gripping his enchanted blade. He was indeed eager for a confrontation with Taosher of the Akatsuki, yet he would never recklessly fight to the death. There were countless lives in the ninja world awaiting him to return with the method of resurrection. Let us proceed, Liang. Liang unsheathed his longsword, soaring into the air as he executed the techniques he had previously used against Jiang Tian. Sword 2, Blood Moon Sword Dance. In the darkness, the bright moonlight spilled over his longsword, revealing an eerie crimson glow, appearing extraordinarily sinister. As Taosher waved his hand, the myriad black weapons surrounding him surged towards the group like a torrential rain. Rinnegan, Demon Concealment Shield. Ben also made his move. The power of his Rinnegan fluctuating as a massive demonic apparition appeared before him, wielding a colossal shield to deflect the oncoming black weapons. The divine clan owes me a debt. It is time to collect some interest. Liang's longsword trembled, countless scarlet sword lights flickering, tearing apart beside Taosher, seeking to slice his form asunder. No matter how strong humans may be, they cannot compensate for the disparity in bloodlines. This is fate. Some are born into wealth, while others into poverty. This is the chasm between the divine and the human. Taosher's pupils constricted as the flickering sword lights dissipated, unable to inflict any harm upon him. Members of the Akatsuki clan are favored by the heavens. Thus, within their very bloodline resides the capacity for cataclysmic destruction. Indeed, the ocular technique possessed by them is unparalleled. No other clan in the divine city bears such abilities. A pair of eyes can alter the destiny of a race. Is this not divine favor? Hence, individuals like Taosher proudly proclaim themselves as children of the heavens, often asserting their divine lineage. In truth, this is shamelessness. Who knows whether the heavens even exist? Yet they dare to call themselves the offspring of the divine. This fellow possesses formidable strength. Exercise caution. Liang observed the dissipating sword lights. Despite his profound hatred for the divine clan, he felt compelled to warn his companions to avoid being eliminated by Taosher. Chapter 162. The Azura Space. Jiang Tian observed the ferocious battles occurring on both sides, noting that the intensity of the conflict was far more exaggerated than during the days of the ninja world. In the ninja world, 6 individuals confronted Kaguya Akatsuki, yet the magnitude of their early clashes paled in comparison to the current turmoil. The power displayed in the divine nation was indeed formidable. Peach Style. The organization is aware of your purpose for coming to the Eastern continent, which is why I have been dispatched to eliminate you. You should grasp the resoluteness of my intent, one of the combatants declared. The Akatsuki clan had resolved to eradicate the rebellious forces within the Eastern continent, with the god-slaying organization being the primary target. With Peach Style's arrival, the organization would undoubtedly find itself in dire straits. Their bases and personnel faced imminent risk of annihilation. Before this confrontation, Madara had been forewarned to ensure Peach Style's defeat to prevent any deterioration of the situation. Regardless of one's determination, victory in battle hinges upon strength. Mere words are insufficient. Peach Style was undeniably the leading figure, where everything was dictated by power. Indeed, it is time to let strength speak for itself. Madara and Liang surged toward Peach Style, engaging him in close combat. The air crackled with sword energy, and the potency of their ocular techniques surged forth. Yet, in the face of such relentless assaults, Peach Style remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and composed. This was the absolute confidence bestowed upon him by his strength, which he relied upon most. Tiamara Spear. Peach Style summoned the Tiamara Spear, transforming the black staff in his grasp into a formidable weapon. This marked Jiang Tian's first encounter with this familiar weapon, previously wielded by Obito and Kaguya, and now in the hands of Peach Style. It seemed that only those who possessed the entirety of the Akatsuki clan's power could manipulate the Tiamara Spear. Be cautious. Contact with that object could lead to dire consequences. Madara warned gravely, his brow furrowing at the sight of the Tiamara Spear. The others lacked his profound understanding of its capabilities, unaware that being struck by it would result in a rapid depletion of chakra, crippling their combat abilities. Jiang Tian remained vigilant, monitoring the skirmish between the three while also keeping an eye on the two guards. Initially, it was expected that a few would stall the guards, yet inexplicably, the two guards refrained from engaging, merely observing Peach Style's battle. Brother, are we truly going to stand by and watch Lord Peach Style fight? I fear unforeseen repercussions from the Divine Clan, one guard murmured anxiously. The other guard, furrowing his brow, replied, You heard it. Lord Peach Style has ordered us not to intervene. Besides, with his incredible strength, he likely views us as insignificant. Let him fight unassisted. As long as those others do not intervene, we shall remain bystanders. The two guards exchanged glances toward Jiang Tian and his companions, their unspoken resentment toward Peach Style palpable. It was understandable. Who would feel at ease being labeled as worthless or akin to insects? Moreover, while they were not weak, they were simply outmatched by Peach Style. Against other races, excluding the Divine Clan, their prowess would still be formidable. The pressure from the Divine Clan is not to be trifled with. Madara, with merely half the divine bloodline within you, you shall forever be unable to witness the pinnacle of excellence, Peach Style remarked with a smile. Entirely unperturbed despite facing two opponents. High Guardian of the Sun. As he slowly uttered these words, the chakra in the realm erupted violently, akin to wild stallions breaking free. Madara seemed to sense an impending danger, his expression shifting dramatically. Peach Style was about to unleash the full force of the Akatsuki clan. Quickly, defend yourself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian hastily activated his Susanoo, relieved he had not chosen to engage the Akatsuki clan alone. Otherwise, he would have likely been obliterated. The situation was truly overwhelming. Jiang Tian's eyes widened as he gazed upward, where Peach Style held aloft a colossal yellow sphere, teeming with swirling chakra, while the chakra of the world continued to converge toward it. Under the astonished gazes of all present, the sphere expanded ominously, its power becoming increasingly terrifying. Rinnegan, Azure Space. Madara swiftly activated his ocular technique, realizing that if he did not assist his companions, they would likely perish in this onslaught. Even the usually arrogant Liang felt a pang of trepidation. During the last ambush, he had not witnessed Peach Style employ such a technique. He hurriedly prepared his sword techniques for defense, feeling a sense of dread. Had Peach Style utilized this move during the previous ambush, he might have met his end. As the Azure Space unfolded, Madara pushed his Rinnegan to the limits, yet an unsettling feeling loomed within him, fearing for his comrade's safety against Peach Style. Jiang Tian. Quickly activate your Rinnegan, Madara called out. Jiang Tian immediately complied, and in an instant, he felt as though he had entered an alternate realm. The scene before him was one of utter devastation, bathed in an endless crimson hue. Though still within the forest, everything he perceived was invisible to others. Only he, possessing the Rinnegan, could behold it. Is this your Azure Space? Jiang Tian murmured, never before witnessing such a peculiar technique. Generally, techniques either remained within the same space or entirely transitioned to another realm. Yet, Madara's technique seemed to occupy a liminal space, neither fully departing from their original world nor entirely manifesting in a separate one. Ha ha ha, perish. Peach Style hurled the immense energy sphere toward the group, and time momentarily stagnated. A look of confusion crossed Peach Style's face, soon replaced by a grimace. Damn it, they know how to utilize the Rinnegan in such a manner. In the astonished eyes of Liang and the others, the massive energy sphere abruptly vanished, reappearing within the Azure Space. Jiang Tian observed as the sphere manifested. The Azure Space began to collapse, only to rapidly restore itself. Madara, frowning deeply, endured the sphere's force, preventing the Azure Space from disintegrating. Jiang Tian felt his ocular technique's power swiftly diminishing. It was a most peculiar sensation. His vision and Madara's Rinnegan appeared to forge a connection, alleviating some of the burden from Peach Style's terrifying strike. Are you all right? Jiang Tian inquired, sensing that he had not sustained significant damage, evidently. It was Madara who bore the brunt of the impact. I'm fine. Just as Madara's words fell, blood erupted from his mouth. Withstanding such an assault, how could he possibly be unscathed? Jiang Tian, I thank you sincerely. Madara spoke softly as the space began to fracture and fade away. The energy sphere that Peach Style had cast vanished without a trace. Once the two emerged from that extraordinary realm, Liang hurriedly approached Jiang Tian, questioning, what just transpired? Why did I sense your and Madara's auras suddenly disappear, yet you both stood right before me? Chapter 163. Defeat and Retreat. Liang was perplexed, lacking the Rinnegan. He could not perceive the Azura space, making it difficult for him to comprehend the fierce assault that Ban and Jiang Tian had just endured. It was Ban's ocular technique that had repelled Tao Shi's energy sphere. You all hurried to his side. Be cautious of a sneak attack from Tao Shi. Jiang Tian's complexion was ashen. Although he too was ensnared in the Azura space, he fared slightly better than Ban, for he bore the brunt of the energy sphere's full force. Boss, are you all right? Apart from Liang, who remained by Jiang Tian's side, the others had rushed to Ban, vigilantly watching Tao Shi, wary of him striking while Ban was injured to eliminate their strongest combatant. Seeing their actions, Tao Shi felt disdainful. Unable to suppress his contempt as he remarked, do you think our divine clan resembles your human race? I find such sneak attacks beneath my dignity. Ban gazed at Tao Shi with a grave expression. The situation was far worse than he had anticipated. He had initially believed he had a 50% chance of ambushing Tao Shi, but now it seemed he had barely 1%. In other words, it was an impossible task. Tao Shi's strength exceeded his imagination. Ban had previously encountered members of the Divine Clan, yet none had matched Tao Shi's prowess. It now became clear why the Tsutsuki clan had sent Tao Shi to oversee this extermination operation. This individual was inherently formidable. Boss, the seal won't hold much longer. A voice interrupted his thoughts, prompting Ban to sharply turn his gaze toward the flickering barrier sealing this space. Indeed, it was beginning to dissipate, indicating it would not last much longer. Liang, we must devise a means to escape, Ban whispered to Liang. The assassination plan had already failed at this juncture. Should they wait for the seal to vanish entirely, the reinforcements from East Continent City would arrive, and those executing the plan would likely meet their demise here. No. If we simply leave, what will become of the organization? Are you not aware? Liang retorted, asserting that if they retreated now, Tao Shi would deal a heavy blow to the organization upon reaching East Continent, potentially leading to the annihilation of the God-slaying organization. Survival brings opportunity. Should we perish here, the organization will truly have no hope. We still have a chance to kill Tao Shi. Ban urged Liang, unlike Liang, whose vision was clouded by hatred. Acting impulsively could lead to the demise of their comrades. Liang, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood, Jiang Tian interjected. In unfavorable circumstances, retreat was the wisest choice. It was not yet the time to fight to the death, thus there was no need to stubbornly persist. In the past, during the Ninja World conflict, he and Obito had also retreated when the situation turned dire. While immense strength was crucial, possessing a strategic mind was the key to victory. Had Tsutsuki Kagaya not been so stubborn and merely delayed her actions, they would never have been able to defeat her. Seeing Jiang Tian concur, Ban regarded the vanishing barrier with a serious expression. After a moment, he finally spoke. Very well, we shall retreat. Ultimately, hatred triumphed over reason. He loathed the Tsutsuki clan. But if he were to die here, there would be no chance for vengeance. Upon hearing Ban's decision, as the barrier dissolved, ripples radiated in Ban's pupils, and the power of the Rinnegan was fully unleashed. Rinnegan, space disturbance. Cracks began to form in the space surrounding them, which subsequently rippled like water, ultimately engulfing them all within the spatial void. This technique bore similarities to Kimui, yet was entirely distinct. It was an ocular technique capable of transporting individuals over vast distances. Lord Tao Shi, we must hasten our pursuit. Two guards, witnessing Tao Shi remain stationary, urgently urged him. Should they manage to eliminate these individuals, it would significantly weaken the God-slaying organization's strength, precisely what they aimed to achieve in East Continent City, to obliterate the organization that opposed the Divine Clan. Forget it. They are already destined for annihilation. Tao Shi raised his hand to halt the two, contemplating that if he pursued, even if he could not eliminate them all, he would certainly take down a few. However, he deemed it unnecessary. The arrogance stemming from his Tsutsuki bloodline clouded his judgment. He believed that once he arrived in East Continent to oversee the extermination operation, these individuals would inevitably meet their demise. There was no need for him to act personally. This was Tao Shi's thought process. Frankly, it It was rather foolish. Many villains perished due to such arrogance. Yet, it was a common flaw among all. Akin to finding an ant displeasing, one would not feel compelled to hunt it down once it fled. To Tao Shi, Jiang Tian and his companions were akin to a swarm of insignificant ants. Let us depart for East Continent City. Observing Tao Shi's retreating figure, the two guards felt perplexed, questioning their lord's mental state. Engaging in life and death battles, yet choosing not to strike while the iron was hot? What was he contemplating? Merely watching others escape? Such thoughts remained unvoiced, only daring to linger in their minds. To be candid, had Tao Shi not possessed the pure bloodline of the Akatsuki clan, the guards might have suspected he was a spy for the god-slaying organization, merely acting in a farce. In a forest far from East Continent City, the space suddenly trembled, revealing several fissures through which Jiang Tian and his companions emerged. As soon as they touched the ground, Ban collapsed, expelling a mouthful of blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. "Boss, are you all right?" The others appeared anxious, and Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, clearly having underestimated Tao Shi's strength. Despite Ban's full defense, he had been grievously injured. Aliang also realized that Ban had been severely wounded all along, rendering him incapable of fighting back. "We must leave this place and return to Black City to devise our next steps." Observing the flustered group, Jiang Tian articulated his thoughts, expressing concern about potential pursuers. If he were in Tao Shi's position, he would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly to eliminate them, refusing to let them escape. "Let us go, lest we attract pursuers. We must first seek refuge in the cabin to treat Ban's injuries." After Ban fell unconscious, Aliang, possessing the greatest strength among them, naturally assumed the role of leader. Upon hearing Aliang's command, the group hurriedly took Ban and made their way to the cabin where their mission had initially convened. Upon returning to the cabin, one of the women among them possessed healing abilities and began tending to Ban's wounds. Aliang approached Jiang Tian, his expression grave. The two lifted their gazes to the moon above, their hearts laden with profound reflections. It seems this is not so simple. Indeed, it appears that the goals we pursue may be exceedingly difficult to achieve. Chapter 164, A Frantic Approach After This Battle. Both Jiang Tian and Aliang understood that, given the prowess displayed by Tao Shi, their aspirations seemed almost insurmountable. They were confronted by the entire Akatsuki clan, a multitude of formidable adversaries, with Tao Shi merely being one among them. Nevertheless, they found themselves bereft of alternatives, did they not? Jiang Tian murmured, reminiscent of the moment he had spoken similar words to Obito upon Nagato's demise. Regardless of the veracity of the Moon Eye plan, it must be pursued to completion. At that juncture, they had no other means to reunite with their beloved. Thus, even in the absence of choices, sometimes one must persevere for the sake of that which they hold dear. Aliang's conviction for survival stemmed from his hatred for the Akatsuki clan. He yearned to overthrow the divine lineage and obliterate the Akatsuki entirely. In contrast, Jiang Tian's resolve was fueled by his longing for Ling and the aspirations of those in the ninja world, to whom he had pledged his loyalty. Therefore, regardless of the overwhelming strength of the Akatsuki clan, he was determined to find a way to revive them. Returning to the ninja realm and resurrecting everyone was his sole mission and the foundation of his will to live. "Fear not, we have Madara, the organization, and numerous allies who resent the divine rule," Aliang declared, sipping his drink, his only solace during moments of respite. Jiang Tian nodded in agreement, reflecting, "Indeed, I once had a remarkable companion, though he departed halfway through the journey. Yet now, it appears I may have found another." Jiang Tian glanced at Aliang, reminiscing about Obito on the nth day since his departure. The two conversed over drinks, sharing the night in deep discussion, and in that moment, Jiang Tian felt transported back to the days spent drinking with Obito. After a night of recuperation, once Madara's condition stabilized, they set forth towards the Black City. They utilized a small tavern to inform the organization of their failed mission, urging heightened vigilance across their various strongholds. Should anything amiss be detected, an immediate retreat was imperative. In just one night, the god-slaying organization withdrew from multiple strongholds in the divine capital, with some not departing in time, suffering brutal annihilation. Tao Shi's actions following his arrival in the Eastern continent were nothing short of madness. Under such intense scrutiny, the god-slaying organization found itself on the brink of collapse, resembling a great edifice teetering on the verge of ruin. 3 months later, Madara's wounds had nearly healed, and he approached Jiang Tian, regarding him with the Rinnegan, softly stating, "The use of these eyes necessitates the support of one's lineage. This is the fundamental reason our ocular techniques cannot compare to Tao Shi's. Jiang Tian listened intently to Madara's explanation, perplexed, for ordinarily, even if his strength paled in comparison, the disparity in ocular technique should not be so vast. Are you suggesting that only the bloodline of the Tsutsuki clan can fully unleash the potential of the Rinnegan? Does this imply that I may never fully manifest its powers in my lifetime? Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, recognizing that one's bloodline is predetermined from birth, an immutable reality, akin to the impossibility of changing the blood that courses through one's veins. Indeed, that is correct. However, for those of us who possess the Rinnegan yet are not of divine ancestry, there remains a glimmer of hope, Madara replied softly. Oh, pray tell. Jiang Tian's curiosity was instantly piqued upon hearing Madara's words. Such a notion was unprecedented. Could there truly be a means to substitute one's bloodline? In fact, prior to us, several individuals possessed the Rinnegan yet were not of the divine clan. Jiang Tian was taken aback. The few in the ninja world who wielded the Rinnegan belonged solely to the Uchiha clan, whose lineage was inherently unique. Their forebear, Uchiha Madara, was an incarnation of Indra, inherently infused with the powers of the Tsutsuki clan. In the divine capital, the Tsutsuki clan imposed stringent regulations over bloodlines. Madara's survival was attributed to his father being the strongest among them, thus sparing him from retribution. Were he a mere commoner, engaging in procreation with humans, he would surely not have survived. Indeed, in any circumstance, power speaks volumes. Do not be overly astonished. The Tsutsuki clan has persisted through the ages, and some peculiar individuals exist who, despite lacking a bloodline, have awakened the Rinnegan. They are acutely aware of their inferiority compared to those of divine lineage. Thus, they constantly strive to discover methods to bridge the gap between themselves and the divine. Through generations of relentless effort, such methods have indeed been devised. These individuals, akin to Madara, have various motivations. Some seek vengeance against the divine, while others aim to reconcile their disparities with those of pure bloodlines, striving to uncover a way to unleash the full potential of the Rinnegan. What, then, is that method? Jiang Tian could hardly contain his excitement. Recognizing it as the sole means to vanquish the Tsutsuki clan and acquire the secret of resurrection, to obtain the complete powers of the Tsutsuki clan, in order to substitute one's bloodline with that power. What does that entail? As Madara spoke, his expression darkened, seemingly recalling some troubling memories. It involves replacing all the chakra within one's body with the powers of the Tsutsuki clan. This is an exceedingly perilous approach, yet it remains the only recourse. Upon absorbing this information, Jiang Tian felt a profound shock. While the concept seemed straightforward, the reality was fraught with peril. To replace one's chakra necessitated its complete eradication, akin to the arduous process of cultivating an entirely new power. Should such an endeavor fail, one would be irrevocably rendered powerless. Not only was the cultivation process arduous, but the very notion of forsaking one's chakra deterred many who would wish to risk becoming a mere shell of their former self. Undertaking such a gamble would require either a deranged mind or an indomitable spirit, a high-stakes wager. If successful, one could leap into greatness. If unsuccessful, one would be left as a mere husk, devoid of a place to rest in death. I am eager to learn of this solitary success story. Who might that individual be? Jiang Tian was intensely curious about the lone person who had triumphed in such a reckless endeavor. What manner of individual could conceive such a radical idea and dare to pursue it? Madara's gaze darkened at Jiang Tian's inquiry as unwelcome memories surged forth. The visage of that man re-emerged with clarity in his mind, his eyes cold and indifferent. To be with your mother, you must become a true god. These were the final words spoken by that man before he abandoned him, as well as the only words he ever uttered. Madara turned to Jiang Tian, his expression tinged with bitterness. The man who successfully unlocked the full potential of the Rinnegan was my father, who bore only half of the Tsutsuki bloodline. Chapter 165, The Strongest. As Madara began to speak, Jiang Tian was taken aback. It turned out that the mightiest of the Tsutsuki clan had achieved his status in this manner, ultimately becoming a true deity. Was he the sole individual to succeed through such a peculiar method? Jiang Tian inquired. The very notion of such an extraordinary feat seemed almost absurd. Yet Madara's father had accomplished it, rising to become the most powerful of the Tsutsuki clan. Indeed, only that treacherous individual had triumphed and attained the pinnacle of strength. Madara struggled to comprehend this phenomenon. Despite his impure lineage, he managed to ascend to the status of a god through this means, surpassing the understanding of all within the realm of deities. When the various divine clans first learned of this revelation, they were utterly astonished. For never had a false deity reached such heights. The term false deity referred to individuals like Madara, who possessed merely half the bloodline of the divine yet succeeded in awakening the Rinnegan. However, now there existed another anomaly in Jiang Tian, who bore no divine blood whatsoever yet was capable of manifesting the Rinnegan. And what of you? Have you ever contemplated making such a choice? Jiang Tian was curious whether Madara had considered embarking upon this path. Being the son of that formidable man, surely he was the most likely to succeed. I chose to exhaust my chakra in pursuit of mastering the powers of the Tsutsuki clan, yet I ultimately failed, Madara replied, a hint of resignation in his gaze. Failed. Jiang Tian was perplexed. Madara still possessed formidable combat abilities. How could he have failed? Seemingly sensing Jiang Tian's bewilderment, Madara's expression became distant as painful memories resurfaced, flooding his mind. Once, he too was a prodigy, lauded by many within the divine clan as the one most likely to follow in his father's footsteps and restore the glory of the false deities. Yet amidst the accolades, he faltered. His efforts to disperse his chakra and mastering the Tsutsuki powers dissolved into nothingness. Had it not been for his father's intervention, Madara would have become naught but a shell of his former self. Though he avoided becoming a mere husk, he was nevertheless abandoned by his father, while his human mother met a tragic end at the hands of the divine clan. All this suffering stemmed from his failure, from his inability to succeed. Thus, Madara often chastised himself, pondering whether had he mastered the powers of the Tsutsuki, his mother might have been spared. So, you possess such a past. Upon hearing Madara's tale, Jiang Tian was engulfed by sorrow. If even someone like Madara had failed, what hope remained for him? Madara was the son of the strongest, the only one to have successfully navigated the trials of the false deities. If he, possessing the bloodline, could not succeed, then surely Jiang Tian's attempts would be in vain. Have you made your decision? Will you choose to pursue this method of cultivation? If you wish, I can pave the way for you, sharing my past experiences to aid in your success. Madara, having failed, deeply desired for Jiang Tian to make this choice. He wished to prove to his father and the entire divine clan that he was not a failure. Even in his own defeat, he could cultivate a successful false deity to overshadow the divine realm. Jiang Tian fell into contemplation. He felt bereft of the luxury of choice, yet equally lacked the audacity to gamble, unlike Madara, who had a successful father to assist him in times of need. I shall consider it, he replied, furrowing his brow. Should he fail, all would be lost, and the lives of those in the ninja world who awaited his revival would remain forever extinguished. Very well. Once you have made your decision, let me know, Madara stated as he departed. The organization had suffered significant damage due to the assault by Taoshi, and he needed to assist in the aftermath, leaving no time for delays. All awaited Jiang Tian's response. After Madara's exit, Jiang Tian remained deep in thought, feeling as though he had lost his right to choose, yet equally aware that he lacked the means for a reckless gamble, leaving him in a state of turmoil. It was akin to the fear of one who walks barefoot while others wear shoes. He bore the hopes of many, hesitant to gamble with their aspirations. Days passed. Madara still awaited Jiang Tian's answer, but it did not come. He returned to his designated stronghold. Upon Madara's departure, Liang noticed Jiang Tian's despondent demeanor and approached with a flask of liquor. Are you still grappling with your decision, uncertain of the path to take? Jiang Tian nodded. Liang seemed to understand him well. Despite their brief acquaintance, it felt as though he could peer into Jiang Tian's soul. Perhaps their shared experiences fostered such understanding. If it were you, how would you choose? Jiang Tian asked Liang, curious to know how this roguish swordsman would navigate the same dilemma. If it were me. Liang raised the flask, took a hearty swig, and gazed up at the tavern's ceiling, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. If it were me, I would choose to take a chance. If I cannot achieve what I desire, then what difference is there between that and becoming a failure? Liang's words struck Jiang Tian with clarity. Indeed, he had been foolish. He could either oppose the Tsutsuki clan to resurrect the fallen or exhaust his chakra, resigning himself to a life of futility. If he could not return to the ninja world to revive them, what difference would it make if he were rendered powerless? No longer hesitating, Jiang Tian made his decision. He resolved to seek Madara's guidance on how to become a false deity. Since you have chosen, I will accompany you on this journey. Truth be told, I am also eager to witness the form you take upon achieving success. It shall surely be a nightmare for the Tsutsuki clan. A hearty laugh escaped Liang. Anything that could vex the Tsutsuki was a pursuit he wholeheartedly embraced. The two departed, embarking on their journey to Madara's location, with Taoshi having moved toward the eastern continent. The path ahead was fraught with peril, as the ranks of the divine clan grew ever stronger. In the ancestral grounds of the Akatsuki clan, a man with long hair cascading over his shoulders and bare skin inquired softly of the figure before him. Is everything well? Has the attempt on Taoshi's life been successful? Before him stood Kinsuke Tsutsuki, his alabaster skin adorned with white garments, a privilege reserved for those of great power within the Tsutsuki lineage. Rest assured, my lord, Madara is unharmed. Though Taoshi may be brash, he would not dare to harm your bloodline. Kinsuke addressed the man with utmost deference, his words dripping with respect. Keep a vigilant eye on Taoshi. Even if he rends the heavens asunder, I shall not intervene. However, should he dare to cross the line and take Madara's life, let the clan prepare his coffin. The man's voice was soft, yet it sent chills down Kinsuke's spine. This was indeed the mightiest of the Tsutsuki clan. Chapter 166. The helplessness of Peach Style. A man of human lineage, yet capable of becoming the mightiest among the Tsutsuki clan. He is the true paragon of excellence. Go forth and convey my orders to Peach Style and all members of the Tsutsuki clan. As you command, Lord Wu Yuan. Jishi slowly exited the grand hall, aware that even he must tread carefully in the presence of this man. To provoke him would surely lead to dire consequences. He had previously engaged in the slaughter of the Tsutsuki clan, and it was not the first time. Several members had perished at his hands, all of whom had once plotted against Madara. Come, accompany me to contact Peach Style. Jishi instructed 2 guards at the entrance to join him in relaying the message to Peach Style. Once Jishi departed, the man seated upon the throne in the grand hall, who had been squinting his eyes, gradually opened them. Should Jiang Tian be present, he would surely be left speechless. For within the man's pupils not only were there rippling patterns, but at the center lay a peculiar windmill-like design, resembling a fusion of the Rinnegan and Sharingan. Madara, you have yet to escape that path you tread, one that leads to rebirth through destruction, the man murmured. His son still failed to comprehend the essence of becoming a god. Time was still needed. Until then, his only duty was to protect him, ensuring he was not eliminated by the arrogant Tsutsuki deities. Within the city of Dongzhou, Peach Style gazed at the burning scroll before him, puzzled as to why Jishi, far removed in the divine capital, sought to contact him. He had executed his task with remarkable success, decimating the rebellious divine factions and obliterating numerous strongholds. Perhaps the clan wished to commend him, he mused. As the scroll burned to ashes, transforming into wisps of blue smoke, a phantom figure materialized before him. Jishi, what do you want? Has the clan sent you to commend me? Commend. Jishi emerged, momentarily bewildered by Peach Style's words. I have come to warn you instead. Peach Style, possessing formidable strength and unwavering loyalty to the divine clan, was indeed difficult to deal with. His temperament was notoriously outrageous. Cold and often insufferably arrogant, he had little regard for those he deemed beneath him. It is not commendation. I am here to deliver Lord Wu Yuan's orders. As Jinshi's words fell, Peach Style's brow furrowed deeply. What nonsense is this? Calling someone with merely half-divine bloodlord. Jishi, does your servile demeanor truly reflect the lineage coursing through your veins? Peach Style's fury surged, ever since that false deity's ascendance. Many clan members had gradually yielded to him due to his overwhelming power. The once mighty spirit and vision of the Tsutsuki clan had diminished, reducing them to mere servants of that man. This was the fundamental reason for Peach Style's increasing disdain towards certain individuals within the clan. Peach Style, cease with your empty rhetoric. You speak of lineage as if it were paramount. If you possess the capability, strive to become that ultimate being. What merit is there in venting your frustration at me? Jinshi's words stirred discontent in Peach Style. He recognized that Jishi, despite his bluster, was but a pitiable figure, with resentment only directed at himself. I may not be his equal, but I still retain the pride of the divine race. What of you and your ilk? Peach Style glared at Jishi, knowing that the divine beings had never forsaken their noble essence. Ha, pride? You are no longer a child. What value does pride hold? In this divine realm, strength has always been the ultimate currency. Do not forget how the Tsutsuki clan ascended to its current stature. Jinshi's words silenced Peach Style. The Tsutsuki clan had indeed risen through might, and there had been moments devoid of pride along their journey. In truth, all who had not yet attained greatness had once been subservient to others. Even the most successful had once known hardship and had played the role of a subordinate. However, upon awakening the power of their bloodline, they had vanquished their former leaders. Betrayals and usurpations were ancient traditions. Those in the know understood all too well. Lord Wu Yuan has stated that should you dare to take lethal action against his son, the clan will prepare your coffin. Consider your choices wisely. Regardless, I have delivered the message. Whether you heed it is your prerogative. With that, the phantom vanished, and the scroll was entirely consumed by flames. Once tranquility returned, Peach-Style sat in the grand hall, his countenance dark and brooding. A man of pure divine blood was now compelled to heed the commands of a false deity. A fact that filled him with humiliation. Is the divine race truly destined for decline? He pondered, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. The chasm of power was insurmountable. Despite his pride and defiance against the false deity, he dared not gamble with his own life. Come forth. The grand hall's door swung open, and the two guards who had accompanied him entered. Lord Peach-Style, how may we serve you? The guards spoke with reverence, their hearts elated. They knew Peach-Style was a capable individual who had dealt a significant blow to the rebellious factions. They too hoped to share in the glory and return to the divine clan, enjoying a life of luxury. Inform everyone that they must not kill a man named Madara. If encountered, he must be captured alive or gravely injured, but his life must not be taken. Spare the traitor? The two guards were taken aback, utterly perplexed. What was the meaning of this? If not to eliminate the traitor, what purpose did his arrival serve? My lord, your decision is. The guards hesitated, but upon seeing Peach-Style's growing displeasure, he quickly waved them off, his gaze dimming with resignation. Do not question me, simply execute the order. In an instant, the once commanding and imperious Peach-Style appeared aged and diminished. After their departure, Peach-Style sat alone in the grand hall, feeling as though something vital had been stripped away, transforming him into a shadow of his former self. It must be said, the efficiency of the divine clan was remarkable. Within just a day, the decree to spare the man named Madara had spread throughout Dongzhou. All foreign races speculated on the identity of this Madara, who could compel the divine clan to such a decision. In the past, the divine race had only one response to traitors: merciless execution. On the road away from Heishui City, Jiang Tian and Ulong walked side by side, in search of Madara. Final chapter, The Falling Cherry Blossoms. Note: I wish to express my sincerest gratitude to my brothers for their unwavering support. Since the events of the ninja world, I have been compelled to tread lightly, seeking to earn a living. However, after much contemplation, I realize that while life is paramount, the act of merely drifting through it is detrimental to my spirit. I am truly thankful for your companionship during this time. The concluding chapter will begin with Jiang Tian acquiring a method of resurrection upon returning to the ninja world, culminating in a narrative that I hope will satisfy your desires. In the ninja world, Jiang Tian returned from the divine realm, having obtained the means of resurrection. It was a scroll detailing the methods of bringing individuals back to life. In the Land of Fire, within Konoha Village, following a fierce battle with Kaguya, the survivors emerged from the infinite Tsukuyami. They searched in vain for a few individuals. Jiang Tian, Obito, and Naruto were all missing. A sense of sorrow enveloped them, particularly Hinata and Sakura, who wept incessantly, consumed by melancholy. Hinata, what occupies your thoughts? On a bench within the village, Hinata sat gazing into the distance, her eyes fixed upon Hokage Rock, where Naruto's visage now proudly presided, a stark contrast to the past. He had been bestowed the title of the 7th Hokage, and Hinata found herself lost in thought, reminiscing about that rascal. Lee and Shikamaru stood before her, their hearts equally heavy with sorrow. That rascal promised to become Hokage. How could he just disappear? Shikamaru voiced his discontent, striving to fortify himself. "Ah, what are you all saying about me?" A familiar voice echoed in their ears, freezing them in place. Hinata abruptly lifted her gaze, and upon seeing the newcomer, her eyes brimmed with tears, an overwhelming sense of longing evident. Naruto-kun. Within the Uchiha clan's territory, the scene was no longer a desolate ruin, but a magnificent construction. The wide streets bore a grand entrance adorned with a colossal ping-pong motif, commemorating Sasuke's epiphany during the final battle. Sakura wandered the deserted streets, tears streaming uncontrollably. The Uchiha clan had once again stepped onto the historical stage, receiving accolades from the village and the entire shinobi world, yet not a single Uchiha remained alive. Look, the Uchiha residence is now vast and splendid, all thanks to you, she lamented. But you cannot see it. Sakura wept inconsolably, knowing she would never again behold the audacious youth who dared to infiltrate the 5 Kage summit. I see it. The Uchiha residence is beautiful and imposing, she remarked, her gaze drawn to a figure at the street's end. That man, clad in a familiar robe, smiled gently at her, a warmth in his expression that replaced the former hostility. Look, on the empty street, the two embraced, their silent reunion speaking volumes. On Hokage Rock, two men stood side by side. Obito turned to the man beside him, clad in the Shura mask. It is time to remove the mask. Kakashi slowly took off the mask. Their journey had come to an end as he discarded it from Hokage Rock, his sword falling alongside it. Let us go? They are waiting for us. Obito nodded, and at that moment, the two, who had walked side by side for so long, diverged towards their individual destinies. At the entrance of the ninja school, a woman with pattern markings on her cheeks stood nervously, fidgeting with her clothes while clutching a bouquet of flowers. This bouquet had once belonged to Obito but had never been given. Now, it was intended for Rin. Rin. A voice, husky yet excited, emerged from behind her. Rin turned quickly to find Obito standing there, scratching the back of his head, a shy smile gracing his face. Sorry to keep you waiting, Rin. His familiar smile, unchanged and as bashful as ever, reminded her of the days when he would arrive late for ninja school. You haven't kept me waiting. Your arrival is perfectly timed. The flowers were offered to Obito, and Rin asked with a smile, Obito, would you like to be with me? I would. The once feared titan of the shinobi world appeared as shy as a child before Rin. Fortunately, this time, it was Rin who confessed. Finding the courage to speak words he had long hesitated to utter. The two embraced, and around the corner, Kakashi closed his book, gazing skyward with a gentle smile. This is how the story should end. Life is often filled with regrets. There is no need for the tale to echo that sorrow, for it would be too bitter. At the Valley of the End, the colossal statues of Madara and Hashirama, once destroyed by battle, had been restored to their former glory by the 5 great villages. The only difference was that this time, the two stood not in opposition but side by side, gazing out over the entire shinobi world. Beneath a cherry blossom tree, Rin Uchiha sat on a bench, her gaze lowered, lost in thought. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting her long hair and scattering cherry blossoms into the air. In the distance, Kakashi approached, suddenly halting as he beheld Rin beneath the tree, a surge of emotion swelling within him. Long time no see, Kakashi. Rin Uchiha looked up, her eyes filled with warmth. Long time no see, Rin. As cherry blossoms danced in the air, those destined to meet would ultimately cross paths. Whether sooner or later. The texts speak of a shared journey of 100 years and 1,000 years of slumber. If this encounter were missed, there is no need for tears, for the millennium has yet to arrive. If missed, one can simply await the next millennium. The end, brothers and sisters. In closing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your companionship. The journey of life is long. May you all tread carefully.